Chapter 1. A comparative analysis of Douluo Tang San's hesitation. Within the depths of the Star-Do forest. Boom. With a resounding crash, a colossal simian creature, towering over 10 meters in height, fell to the ground, its eyes rolling back in defeat. The host has vanquished the Titan Great Ape, earning a growth-type soul ring of 10,000 years to this moment. Standing before the Titan Great Ape, the diminutive Shen Cangqiong disdainfully curled his lip, listening to the voice echoing in his mind, too apathetic to utter a word. This was not due to Shen Cangqiong's disdain for the 10,000-year growth-type soul ring. Rather, over the past 6 years, he had acquired an abundance of growth-type soul rings and soul bones through the completion of various tasks. Moreover, since Shen Cangqiong was primarily cultivating the unnamed technique bestowed upon him by the mysterious entity known as the Nameless Source ranking within his mind, he found himself devoid of genuine interest in these soul rings and soul bones. The host's cultivation aptitude is exceptional. I have little left to teach. Farewell, as Shen Cangqiong disregarded the voice in his mind. Intending to rouse the Titan Great Ape, he was unexpectedly taken aback by the Nameless Source ranking, which, typically silent, except during task announcements and reward settlements, had now inexplicably praised him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Regrettably, before Shen Cangqiong could articulate a response, the next utterance from the Nameless Source ranking left him utterly stupefied. By heavens! After a prolonged moment, Shen Cangqiong regained his composure, gazing at the colorful orb retreating from his mind, unable to restrain his colorful expressions of exasperation. Boom! Just as Shen Cangqiong employed various eloquent phrases to vocally berate the Nameless Source ranking, a tremendous sound reverberated through the sky, shaking the entirety of Douluo Star. A comparative video is now being released, featuring two unparalleled prodigies from the worlds of Douluo continent. During the comparison, all individuals and sentient spirit beasts from both Douluo worlds are invited to share their insights via bullet comments on the grand screen. Friendly reminder 1. All comparative videos may pertain to the future. Please maintain composure. Friendly reminder 2. At the conclusion of the comparison, 10 fortunate individuals will be randomly selected from the viewers who submitted comments. If a human is selected, they will receive a 10th soul ring, while a spirit beast will enjoy an extension of 10,000 years without heavenly tribulation. The comparison begins now. The innate full soul power of Shen Cangqiong is compared with the pseudo-innate full soul power of Tang San. As the voice in the sky concluded, a seemingly modest yet remarkably clear grand screen gradually materialized in the high heavens. At this moment, I am the Blue Tyrant Academy of the first variant Douluo World. Cangqiong, this rascal has sneaked out for 6 whole years without a thought to return and check on me. Truly an ungrateful little rogue. However, what does this so-called comparison video truly signify? Lu Erlong murmured, setting down the watering can in his hand. In the realm of the first variant Douluo, the 7-treasure glazed tile school. What are your thoughts, Fengji? Within the conference hall, Ning Fengji and Jiangu were originally engaged in discussions when an unexpected scene unfolded before them. This left Jian Douluo, who was well-versed in various matters, utterly perplexed. He could only turn to Ning Fengji, hoping to glean some insight from the man regarded as a sage. Hey, Uncle Jian, you overestimate me. To be frank, I too am at a loss. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji let out a bitter laugh, feeling quite helpless. There was no remedy. This scene was one he had never encountered, akin to a maiden embarking on her wedding procession for the first time. Enough, old swordman, do not concern yourself with its nature. Regardless, if it is indeed troublesome, the one who ought to be worried should be the spirit hall. Seeing Jian Gus's remark about the old swordman provoke another round of banter between the two adversaries, Ning Fengji chuckled softly, his apprehensions slightly alleviated. After all, as Jian Douluo had stated, even if calamity were to arise, the spirit hall would be the first to face the repercussions, for it is the true sovereign of this continent. As for the reward mentioned by the voice in the sky, Ning Fengji remained cautious, intending to observe further and, once he comprehended the essence of this so-called comparison video, seek others to experiment with. In the realm of the first variant Douluo Shrek Academy. Third brother, could the pseudo-innate full soul power mentioned by the voice in the sky be referring to you? But what does pseudo-innate full soul power even mean? In the square, Xiao Wu's rabbit ears stood erect, betraying her inner turmoil. This, seeing that not only Xiao Wu but also the other 5 were gazing at him with curiosity, Tang San hesitated. He was well aware of the origin of his innate full soul power. Thus he was certain that the voice from the sky referring to pseudo-innate full soul power was indeed about him. Yet, this was Tang San's greatest secret. He had not revealed it even to his father Tang Hao, his teacher Yu Xiaojiang, or his sister Xiao Wu, so how could he possibly disclose it to others? However, if he were to fabricate some excuse to placate those in front of him, and the truth were to be unveiled by this so-called comparison video, his carefully crafted persona would be shattered by his own hand. In that moment, Tang San found himself ensnared in a dilemma. At this juncture, he was solely preoccupied with the integrity of his perfect image, entirely neglecting the concerns regarding his own safety. However, this cannot be blamed on him. Whether in his past life or in his current underdeveloped state, he remains but a minor character, utterly incapable of contemplating issues from the perspective of those in power. His so-called secrecy stems merely from selfishness, a reluctance to impart the Shen skill to individuals beyond his control. Well, everyone has their own secrets, let us not trouble Tang San, Ning Rongrong interjected, displaying remarkable understanding. Her gentle demeanor was akin to a savior to Tang San, who was on the verge of breaking into a sweat. While seeking a mutually beneficial excuse, he nearly succumbed to the urge to bow before her in gratitude. It is fair to say that Ning Rongrong rendered Tang San a significant service with her words. He could continue to maintain an air of mystery. Regardless of what revelations the so-called comparison video might unveil, Tang San's flawless persona would remain intact. After all, he had said nothing, everything was merely speculation from others, entirely unrelated to him. Just by looking at your expression, one can tell you harbor schemes, another voice remarked. Nonetheless, it matters not. Soon this so-called comparison video will undoubtedly expose your secrets, and I shall be delighted to lend you a hand, thus earning a favor in return. Little did Tang San know that Ning Rongrong was not genuinely helping him out of kindness, but had ulterior motives. Chapter 2. The comparison continues. Shen Cangqiong awakens his true dragon martial soul. At that moment, the grand screen began to reveal images amidst the discussions of individuals from two different worlds. The display was divided into two parts. On the left, a 5- or 6-year-old boy, gazing longingly at a passing older sister, and on the right, a similarly aged boy sitting cross-legged, facing the morning sun. Cangqiong, you little rascal, you are once again admiring the older sisters from the academy, a voice chimed in. From the left side of the variant Douluo World, a woman in her 30s approached, exuding an air of exasperation as she scooped up the boy named Cangqiong, her expression a mix of affection and reproach. Ah, it's Sister Lu, exclaimed Cangqiong, his eyes lighting up as he was embraced. I've told you countless times, call me Aunt Lu. She corrected him, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she observed his head nestled against her chest. But Aunt Lu, you look only 18 if I call you Aunt. That would make you seem old, Cangqiong argued, closing his eyes in delight as he relished her warmth. Thus, it is more fitting for me to call you Sister Lu, he concluded, his words causing Aunt Liu's heart to blossom with joy in the variant Douluo World. Ma Hongjun remarked, wow, today I finally encountered someone even more mischievous than myself, I must say. I am impressed. However, this young lad possesses remarkable eloquence. It is likely that as he matures, he will captivate many young women, that if I could learn a few tricks from him, I would no longer fret over matters concerning my girlfriend. As Shen Cangqiong, still a mere boy, displayed his skills, Ma Hongjun, sharing a similar passion, completely forgot Flanders' earlier admonition and couldn't resist sending the first barrage of comments from the world of Douluo continent onto the grand screen. That am a Hongjun from the second original Douluo World. Are you another version of me from a different realm? Upon witnessing someone finally engage in the barrage, particularly another version of himself, Ma Hongjun from the second original Douluo World eagerly followed suit. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Ma Hongjun from the first variant Douluo World had just received a stern reprimand from Flanders, rendering him too intimidated to continue. Commenting, the scene progressed. At this juncture, in stark contrast to the heartwarming image on the left, the small boy depicted on the right appeared to be in a rather tragic situation. One could see that the boy on the right not only had to care for his often inebriated father, but also had to cook and manage all household chores. To make matters worse, he frequently found himself in dire straits, unable to afford rice and vegetables. Were it not for the selfless assistance of the village chief, Old Jack, it is uncertain whether this young boy would even survive to adulthood. Yet, even with Old Jack's help, life remained exceedingly harsh for the boy on the right. His skin was dark and sallow, and he stood considerably shorter than his peers. Ma Hongjun from the first variant Douluo World remarked, Tang San, you truly had a pitiful childhood. Seemingly fond of sending barges, Ma Hongjun, despite having been reprimanded before, felt a surge of sympathy upon witnessing Tang San's early life and sent another comment. Fortunately, Flanders refrained from further chastising him this time, instead stroking his beard thoughtfully, his eyes glimmering as if he were contemplating something. Tang San from the first variant Douluo World stated, "It is only right to honor one's parents. There is nothing to pity about that." Tang San from the second original Douluo World concurred, "The other me speaks the truth." Although their words were eloquent, both versions of Tang San felt a twinge of annoyance, believing that Ma Hongjun had no right to pity himself. Meanwhile, in another location, "Tang Hao, is this how you care for our child?" Within a cave, shrouded in darkness, a somewhat withered blue-silver grass swayed restlessly. If not for the fear that speaking on the barrage might reveal Tang San's identity to the spirit hall and bring trouble upon him, Ain would have long since used the barrage to communicate with her son, Tang San, and confront Tang Hao, as the people from the two realms of Doa discussed fervently. The grand screen displayed a rapid succession of images, soon reaching the moment of awakening for the two young boys' martial spirits. Song Xiong, are you prepared? This time, Aunt Lu will personally assist you in awakening your martial spirit in a small cabin located in the back mountains of Lamba Academy. Lu Erlong spoke with a hint of anxiety. Isn't it merely the awakening of a martial spirit? What is there to prepare for? In stark contrast to Lu Erlong's tension, the 6-year-old Shen Cangqiong was casually engrossed in a book, displaying a sense of nonchalance. Your words are rather dismissive. Although no matter what kind of martial spirit you awaken, Aunt Lu will love you equally. She still hopes for you to awaken a powerful martial spirit, Lu Erlong replied with discontent. All right then. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong shrugged. In truth, Shen Cangqiong was indifferent to what martial spirit he would awaken at present. If one were to assess him solely based on Soul Master ranks, he was already a level 50 Quasisal King. The only shortcoming was that Shen Cangqiong had been overly protected by Lu Erlong, resulting in a lack of combat experience. Enough of this, focus. I am about to begin. With that, Lu Erlong took a deep breath and commenced the martial spirit awakening ceremony. What type of martial spirit is that? Could it be a serpent-type martial spirit? Minutes later, Lu Erlong frowned as she observed a serpentine creature radiating a spectrum of colors swirling around Shen Cangqiong. This is a dragon. Shen Cangqiong quickly explained, grasping the tail of his true dragon martial spirit, which was irked by Lu Erlong's suggestion that it resembled a serpent. A dragon? It doesn't seem like one. Lu Erlong scrutinized the true dragon martial spirit, still writhing and showing its fangs, muttering to herself, never mind. Regardless of whether this martial spirit is a dragon or a serpent, let's first test your innate soul power level. After all, only the level of innate soul power can determine the might of a martial spirit. Since the quality of Shen Cangqiong's martial spirit could not be discerned from its appearance, Lu Erlong decided to move on, retrieving a luminous orb from her pocket to assess soul power levels and handing it to Shen Cangqiong. Instantly, the cabin was illuminated by a blinding radiance. Chapter 3. The Shock of Innate Level 50. From the first variant Douluo World, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. These must be false. Even a fool should know that reaching innate soul power level 10 is already the pinnacle. How could there be such an outrageous level as innate soul power 50? Upon the revelation of Shen Cangqiong's innate soul power level, everyone in the two Douluo Worlds, save for Lu Erlong from the first variant Douluo World, was plunged into profound astonishment. It was not until a considerable time had passed that the self-proclaimed foremost scholar of the entire Douluo continent, Master Yu Xiaojiang from the first variant Douluo World, regained his composure from his stupor, subsequently showcasing his erudition through an incessant barrage of comments. In the second original Douluo World, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, "Indeed, having observed this, I can assert with absolute certainty that this so-called comparative video is nothing but a fabrication. Everyone should cease this futile endeavor and disperse in another realm." The Yu Xiaojiang of the second original Douluo World, upon witnessing his counterpart express a wholly accurate opinion, promptly aligned himself with the sentiment. The Yu Lumian of the first variant Douluo World inquired, "Erlong, is it truly the case that the child you adopted possessed an innate soul power of 50 upon awakening?" Nonetheless, regardless of how others perceive the knowledge and advice of the two Yu Xiaojiangs across the worlds, Yu Lumian chose to disregard it entirely. Due to the urgency of the situation, Yu Lumian chose to take a risk and use the barrage to inquire. After only receiving a little information that Shrek Academy's Ma Hongjun did not suffer any negative consequences from sending barrage messages. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Lu Erlong, it's true. Knowing that due to the existence of the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong's monstrous cultivation talent can no longer be hidden. Lu Erlong hesitated for a few seconds before choosing to speak the truth. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Yu Yuanjin said, "Erlong, you are being unreasonable. Since Cangqiong truly possesses such a terrifying talent for cultivation, Why not bring that child Cangqiong to my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family for training? Knowing Lu Erlong's personality, Yu Yunjin immediately interrupted and said angrily before Lu Luomian could respond. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. It has nothing to do with Sister Lu. It was my own unwillingness to come. Shen Cangqiong, who had been lurking in the background, quickly spoke up to take the blame away from Lu Erlong, realizing that she would be unfairly blamed because of him. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Lu Erlong, Cangqiong. Your cultivation talent has been exposed. No matter where you are now, don't return to Blue Tyrant Academy until you can protect yourself. Upon seeing Shen Cangqiong appear, Lu Erlong worried that Shen Cangqiong, being young and inexperienced, might reveal his current location or choose to return to Blue Tyrant Academy, so she hurriedly reminded him. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Don't worry, Sister Lu. I'm not the same person I was 6 years ago when I left secretly. From now on, it's my turn to protect you, Sister Lu. Since my golden opportunity has already run away, I don't plan to continue wandering outside. It's just right to return to Lamba Academy to take charge and also give Lu Erlong a big surprise. On the other side, in the big screen image, Cangqiong, your cultivation talent can definitely be said to be the most terrifying in the history of the entire Douluo continent. In fact, it is possible that until the destruction of Douluo continent, there will never be another innate soul power level 50 super genius like you. What I'm worried about now is that if the people from the Spirit Hall find out about your cultivation talent, they might do anything to make you join the Spirit Hall. After a long pause, Lu Erlong came back to her senses at Shen Cangqiong's call, and with an expression that was unsure whether to cry or laugh, she said with difficulty, "For Lu Erlong, it's definitely good news that Shen Cangqiong has such good cultivation talent. But the bad thing is that Shen Cangqiong's talent is so good that Lu Erlong still feels like she is dreaming. To be honest, in Lu Erlong's original hopes, as long as Shen Cangqiong's innate soul power level could reach level 6 or above, she would be very satisfied. Joining the Spirit Hall, then let him join the Spirit Hall. What is there to worry about?" Shen Cangqiong was not worried at all about the pressure from the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is not a good place. How can you think about joining the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong frowned in dissatisfaction. Sister Lu, your martial soul was awakened for free by the Spirit Hall. How could you think the Spirit Hall is not a good place? Although Shen Cangqiong knew the reason, he could not say it outright. He could only wait for Lu Erlong to bring it up first. Sigh. Seeing that the little guy he raised was going a bit astray, Lu Erlong took a deep breath after a dozen seconds of silence and began to explain. No way. Sister Lu, you believe everything Yu Xiaojiang says? Pretending to listen carefully to Lu Erlong's story, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but want to complain. He is the best friend of Aunt Lu, so of course, Aunt Lu believes him. Lu Erlong paused when she mentioned the word friend, and her expression turned a bit sad. Then, Sister Lu, you are really pitiful, Shen Cangqiong said with a feigned innocence. What do you mean? Lu Erlong asked in confusion. Even someone like me, who rarely goes out, knows that the Spirit Hall stands on the side of the common people. Perhaps the Spirit Hall is not truly good, but it is definitely not an evil place. Yet in Yu Xiaojiang's mouth, the Spirit Hall has become a place of absolute evil. Is it that Yu Xiaojiang is just foolish, or does he simply think of you as a fool? Just think about it. How could a force that helps people awaken their martial souls for free every year be bad? I suspect that it's because Yu Xiaojiang was kicked out by the Spirit Hall and holds a grudge that he spreads bad words about the Spirit Hall everywhere. Shen Cangqiong said, the Spirit Hall helps people awaken their martial souls for free, but that's just to recruit some cultivation geniuses. Unable to find a rebuttal, Lu Erlong could only say this. Even so, that's still a blessing for commoner soul masters. At least, those commoner soul masters can become someone superior after joining the Spirit Hall. Shen Cangqiong continued. I find that I seem to be unable to argue with you. Lu Erlong opened her mouth, and in the end, she could only give a bitter smile. Chapter 4. Meaningful Shen Cangqiong. That's because what I said is all facts. For example, if I joined the Spirit Hall, then getting a position as a worshipper would definitely not be difficult, and if I had a little ambition, becoming a pope would not be impossible. But if I joined those aristocratic sects, the highest position I could achieve in this life would be just a guest elder with no real power. Unless it's a sect like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, whose family heritage martial soul has no combat power, then if I joined, I might become a truly powerful elder. But such aristocratic sects are too few. It seems that throughout the entire Douluo continent, there are only the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Nine-Heart Begonia Leaf family. Shen Cangqiong was very dismissive. As someone who is well-versed in the basic plot of Douluo continent, Every word he said could hit the nail on the head, making it difficult to lose. Sigh. I originally thought your cultivation talent was too strong and planned to send you to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family for protection. But now it seems you wouldn't be willing to go. However, Cangqiong, Lu Yi can ignore your good feeling for the Spirit Hall, but you must promise Aunt Lu that you absolutely cannot associate with BB Dong in the future. Since Shen Cangqiong has made his stance so clear, Lu Erlong naturally would not make things difficult for him. But as BB Dong is her lifelong enemy, she still needed to clarify this with Shen Cangqiong first. She didn't want the child she raised to be tricked by that sword-wielding person in the future. There's no helping it, even if she doesn't want to admit it. Lu Erlong cannot deny that BB Dong's charm is much greater than hers. Don't worry, Sister Lu. From a story you just told, I can tell that BB Dong's IQ is even lower than yours. If I really get involved with her, even if my innate soul power level is 500, I would eventually be driven to death by her stupidity. However, if I get the chance, I will still properly educate BB Dong and consider it revenge for you. Sister Lu. When Shen Cangqiong mentioned education and revenge, he suddenly became a bit meaningful. All right, then Aunt Lu will wait for my little Cangqiong to grow up and take revenge for me. Hearing Shen Cangqiong say he would help her take revenge, Lu Erlong happily hugged Shen Cangqiong and spun around in place, not even caring about Shen Cangqiong's comment about her low IQ. She didn't even notice that the revenge Shen Cangqiong mentioned was completely different from what she had in mind. One is slightly yellow, and the other is slightly black. By the way, since you're already level 50, Aunt Lu will take you to hunt for your spirit ring now. After Lu Erlong held Shen Cangqiong tightly for a while, she remembered to help him hunt for the spirit ring. So she put him down and quickly walked to the wardrobe, grabbing some clean clothes while saying. At this moment, while Lu Erlong was hurriedly heading to the Douluo Forest with Shen Cangqiong in the big screen, the atmosphere in the Pope's Palace of the Spirit Hall in the first variant Douluo World was eerily quiet. Teacher, should we send someone to find Shen Cangqiong and bring him back? After a long time, unable to bear the strange atmosphere, Hulaina stepped forward and said weakly, No. From the earlier footage, it can be seen that Shen Cangqiong has a friendly attitude towards our Spirit Hall. We should befriend him rather than make an enemy of him. As soon as Hulaina finished speaking, before BB Dong, who was sitting in the upper position, could respond, Jutu immediately stood up to oppose her. All right, I was wrong, Hulaina said weakly again, taking a step back to return to her position. She originally just wanted to ease the atmosphere, and since Ju Douluo had intervened, she naturally withdrew. Moreover, Hulaina was a clever little fox. She wouldn't insist on her opinion without knowing what her teacher truly thought. It wasn't out of fear, but she didn't want to disappoint her teacher. Let's continue watching. At this moment, BB Dong waved her hand to stop the argument among the others. As long as it didn't involve Yu Xiaojing, BB Dong was relatively tolerant. Besides, there were too many people on the entire Douluo continent who criticized her, including her daughter, whom she didn't know how to face. Therefore, as long as they didn't insult her in front of her, she wouldn't care. Variant 1 of the Douluo continent. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This idea of Shen Cangqiong is quite dangerous. Fengji, should we do something? The sword Douluo said. We don't need to do anything. Regardless, Shen Cangqiong was raised by Lu Erlong, who comes from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Moreover, from Shen Cangqiong's words, although he has a favorable view of the Spear Hall, he seems to hold animosity towards BB Dong. In this case, even if Shen Cangqiong joins the Spirit Hall, he will likely oppose BB Dong. At that time, the Spirit Hall might fall into internal chaos due to the discord between Shen Cangqiong and BB Dong. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji seemed to have already thought about it and directly expressed his opinion. Shen Cangqiong appears to be about the same age as Rongrong, right? The Bone Douluo did not think as much as the Sword Douluo and pointed out the age issue between Ning Rongrong and Shen Cangqiong. Old Bone, you aren't trying to matchmake, are you? Let me tell you, I don't agree. Shen Cangqiong indeed has outstanding talent in cultivation. However, judging from the previous scene, this guy is so young and already so slick, we don't know how many beautiful acquaintances he will have when he grows up. Our Rongrong can't bear that kind of grievance. Although Shen Cangqiong's talent in cultivation is unprecedented and may never be matched, the fact that he is such a slick wolf makes it hard for the Sword Douluo to accept him as Ning Rongrong's husband. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, stop arguing. You both know Rongrong's temperament. I wouldn't dare to introduce that little devil to Shen Cangqiong. Otherwise, not only would we fail to get them to get along, but we might also offend him, which would turn a good intention into a bad outcome. Seeing these two troublemakers who always argue upon meeting start to challenge each other again, Ning Fengji, with a headache, supported his forehead with one hand and helplessly began to mediate. Chapter 5. Yu Xiaojing wants to take Shen Cangqiong as a disciple. Variant 1. Douluo World, Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojing, I didn't expect you to arrive at my Shrek Academy so quickly. In the dean's office, seeing Yu Xiaojing, who looked travel-worn from hurrying, pushed the door open. Flinder quickly stood up, his face filled with surprise. Flinder, gather all the students. We are heading to the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heavendo City. Unlike Flinder, who was full of surprise, Yu Xiaojing had a stiff expression, showing no pleasantries, and immediately spoke in a commanding tone. What's wrong? This time, are you interested in that so-called genius named Shen Cangqiong again? Upon hearing this, Flinder's smile faded, and his brows furrowed slightly. As the elder brother of the Golden Iron Triangle, he naturally understood Yu Xiaojing's thoughts very well. Yes, Yu Xiaojing did not say any more unnecessary words. Everything seems so taken for granted. Don't forget, that Shen Cangqiong doesn't have a good impression of you. Just because you want to take him as a disciple doesn't mean he will agree to be your apprentice. Flander was clearly a bit angry. At that time, the Shen Cangqiong on the big screen was only 6 years old and didn't understand many things. Besides, there is still Lu Erlong. I believe that no matter what Shen Cangqiong is thinking inside, as long as Lu Erlong opens his mouth and asks him to be my disciple, he will definitely not refuse. Seemingly oblivious to Flander's anger, Yu Xiaojing stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm. It's not that he is bragging, but with Lu Erlong's infatuation with him, he doesn't need to say it directly. Just hinting at wanting to take Shen Cangqiong as a disciple during their chat will have Lu Erlong help him sort out everything that follows. Xiaojing, I now seriously doubt whether your feelings for Erlong are real. In the past, every time I advised you to find Erlong, you always used the excuse that you were siblings to refuse without a second thought. Yet this time, with a once-in-a-lifetime genius on Erlong's side, you didn't hesitate for a second and rushed over immediately. What's worse is that you even want to use your relationship with Erlong to help you take Shen Cangqiong as a disciple. Let me ask you, have you considered Erlong's feelings? Flander's anger grew as he spoke, feeling that the current Yu Xiaojing was like a different person, completely unlike the melancholic but righteous Yu Xiaojing he remembered. Just say it, are you going or not? If you don't go, I will directly take Tang San and Xiao Wu and leave. If it weren't for wanting to lure a few other students from Shrek Academy to participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy a few years later, Yu Xiaojing wouldn't have bothered to waste time talking with Flander here. After all, the Flander in front of him was just an ordinary commoner. What qualification did he have to lecture Yu Xiaojing? Seeing Yu Xiaojing say this, Flander was almost furious, suppressing the impulse to slap Yu Xiaojing. He directly slammed the door and left. At this moment, Flander still didn't realize his status in Yu Xiaojing's heart. Otherwise, it would probably be either his death anniversary or Yu Xiaojing's next year at this time. Meanwhile, the scene on the big screen had also reached a new plot. Cangqiong, are you sure you want to absorb this 10,000-year soul beast? According to Xiaojing's theory of martial souls, the upper limit for absorbing the first spirit ring is 423 years. Although Shen Cangqiong is a super genius, Lu Erlong still couldn't help but ask worriedly. Yu Xiaojing is unreliable, which made Lu Erlong almost put all her feelings on Shen Cangqiong, whom she had raised. Otherwise, when Shen Cangqiong spoke ill of Yu Xiaojing, Lu Erlong would have already exploded with anger. Therefore, Lu Erlong really couldn't imagine what she would do if Shen Cangqiong were to die due to absorbing a spirit ring that exceeded the age limit. Sister Lu, I am confident. I haven't lived enough yet, and I definitely won joke with my life. As for the 10 theories of martial souls that you mentioned from Yu Xiaojing, I must say, how can someone who can never break through to level 30, someone who cannot even step onto the path of the strong, someone who lacks research funds and research subjects, possibly come up with useful theories? Thus, I can be sure that the 10 theories of martial souls released by Yu Xiaojing are either fabricated or learned secretly from the Martial Soul Hall. In the original world, Shen Cangqiong didn't like Yu Xiaojing, so naturally, he seized the opportunity to criticize him fiercely. Cangqiong, are you really sure? This is not a joke. Once you start absorbing this soul beast spirit ring, there will be no chance to regret it. At that time, if you cannot rely on your own strength to absorb this soul beast spirit ring, even if I can help you to barely keep your life, your talent for cultivation will basically be wasted. Lu Erlong pulled the eager Shen Cangqiong back, still feeling it was too risky. At this moment, Lu Erlong only had concerns about Shen Cangqiong, and even Yu Xiaojing seemed unimportant. Sister Lu, don't worry. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong patted Lu Erlong's hand with his little paw, then broke free from her grip and turned to walk towards the sword-back dragon lying on the ground. Cangqiong, what are you doing? Seeing Shen Cangqiong, who insisted on absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring as his first spirit ring. Lu Erlong was tense with worry. But at a certain moment, when Lu Erlong saw Shen Cangqiong not killing the swordback dragon on the ground, but rather using a small dagger to cut a small wound on the swordback dragon, she couldn't help but quickly step forward and asked in confusion, "I don't know why, but my martial soul can communicate with me. It told me that I don't need to kill the soul beast in front of me. I just need to take a drop of its blood to condense a corresponding spirit ring." This is of course a lie. The real reason is that Shen Cangqiong's golden finger suddenly told him that he defeated a 10,000-year soul beast with someone else's help and was rewarded with a 10,000-year growth-type spirit ring. Unknown person from the original Douluo World number 2. No way. I could tolerate that Shen Cangqiong has a natural spirit power level of 50. But now he can condense a corresponding spirit ring just from a drop of blood from soul beast? What's going on? Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. I seriously suspect that this so-called comparison video is just fooling us. Chapter 6 Star Luo Empire is nothing. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Anonymous. I heard that if a 10,000-year soul beast chooses to transform, then its first few soul rings can be self-condensed. Is it possible that this Shen Cangqiong is actually a 10,000-year soul beast that chose to transform? Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. It shouldn't be the case. If Shen Cangqiong is really a transformed 100,000-year soul beast, how could he possibly live in a place like Heaven-Do City, where strong people are everywhere? Isn't he afraid that once he is discovered, he won't even be able to escape? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Unknown. Is Shen Cangqiong a transformed 10,000-year soul beast? What does that have to do with you? Even if he is a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, do you still want to share a piece of the pie? The series of events happening to Shen Cangqiong, which are enough to shatter one's worldview, finally made countless ordinary people unable to hold back their desire to speak out. Therefore, in an instant, the barrage area on the big screen transformed from a few sparse comments to a full screen of messages, as if people were scrambling for tickets. On the other side, in the comparison video, Cangqiong, Aunt Lu is really afraid that one day your information will be known by outsiders. At that time, not to mention Aunt Lu, even the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would absolutely be unable to protect you. Witnessing Shen Cangqiong making several incomprehensible gestures, a black 10,000-year soul ring slowly emerged around him, and Lu Erlong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. At this moment, Lu Erlong realized the seriousness of the situation and completely forgot to continue being shocked. There was no one around to see, so what was there to fear? Besides, the only forces that could withstand the pressure of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and take action against me would be the Spirit Hall, Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and Haotian Sect. Among them, the Spirit Hall goes without saying. As long as they dare to provoke me too much, I would dare to join them. Then there are the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and Haotian Sect, which are on par with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. However, the leader of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, is a cautious person. Unless he is confident that he can eliminate me without anyone noticing, he would not take action. As for the other Haotian Sect, that two-character phrase is my evaluation of them. Unable to bear seeing Lu Erlong looking so troubled, Shen Cangqiong kindly comforted him. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. I really didn't expect that this little guy understands you so well. In the conference hall, Sword Douluo looked at Ning Fengji with a half-smile and teased. Hee, I didn't expect it either. It's just a pity that this little guy is inclined towards the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, we might really become good friends regardless of age. Ning Fengji also joked with a smile. Speaking of which, are we really just going to do nothing? After joking for a moment, Sword Douluo suddenly asked again. Let's wait and see first. Ning Fengji shook his head. Just as Shen Cangqiong said, if there is not 100% certainty, Ning Fengji would not act rashly. Of course, the main reason is that compared to the video, Shen Cangqiong has mentioned joining the Spirit Hall more than once. If Ning Fengji were to act against Shen Cangqiong now, perhaps the first to jump out to seek justice for Shen Cangqiong would not be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but the Spirit Hall, which has always wanted to find an excuse to deal with the top 3 sections. After all, this would be a twofold gain for the Spirit Hall, as it could eliminate the thorn in its side, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, while also boosting its reputation. In the comparison video, don't forget the Tiando Imperial family and the Xingluo Imperial family. Although there are no titled Douluos stationed within their royal family, they do command millions of soldiers, making them a considerable force. At this moment, Lu Erlong was not as optimistic as Shen Cangqiong. The relationship between the Tiando Imperial family and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, while not particularly good, was still acceptable. As long as I haven't truly joined the Spirit Hall and haven't shown hostility towards the Tiando imperial family, they won't easily act against me either. Shen Cangqiong shook his head, unconvinced. Shen Cangqiong knew that Prince Shui Qinghe of the Tiando imperial family was disguised by Qian Renxue, and with her around, all of the Tiando imperial family's secret actions would be transparent. What about the Xingluo imperial family? Lu Erlong asked. The Xingluo imperial family is nothing. I remember that the outside world seems to be saying that if it weren't for the suppression of the Spirit Hall, the Xingluo imperial family would have already destroyed the Tiando imperial family. I can only say that anyone who can say such things or believe such things is a complete idiot. These idiots don't even need to think carefully, just based on the bizarre way the Xingluo imperial family passes down the throne. How could they possibly compare with the Tiando imperial family? If I were the Snow Knight Emperor, I would just need to spend a lot of money to hire a title Douluo to deal with the emperor and princes of the Xingluo imperial family, and then wait for the Xingluo imperial family to fall apart due to the lack of other royal family members to succeed the throne. Perhaps because he couldn't stand the Xingluo imperial family, Shen Cangqiong unintentionally deviated from the topic. After hearing Shen Cangqiong's explanation, Lu Erlong's face turned a bit red and annoyed, because she used to think that the Xingluo imperial family was stronger than the Tiando imperial family. But it couldn't be helped. Shen Cangqiong was after all the cub she raised since childhood, and even if this cub inadvertently called himself an idiot just now, she couldn't bear to discipline him. Moreover, what Shen Cangqiong said seemed quite reasonable, which made Lu Erlong even more hesitant to teach him a lesson. In fact, to maintain her image in Shen Cangqiong's heart, Lu Erlong had to deliberately pretend as if he was right. Just as Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong tidied up and planned to look for the next suitable spirit ring for Shen Cangqiong, the atmosphere in the Xingluo imperial palace of the two Douluo worlds was filled with an impending storm. Bang! In the study of the star, Luo Empire's Emperor Dai Xuanhu, in the variant Douluo World No. 1, he threw the teacup in his hand away, glaring angrily at the comparison video featuring Shen Cangqiong. What was there to be angry about? It was just the ignorant words of an uninformed child. Seeing this, the Empress Zhu Lingyun beside him was not particularly angry. In her view, the imperial inheritance of the star Luo Empire had been passed down for dozens of generations. If there were really issues, both the Dai family and her Zhu family would have long since ceased to exist. Hearing this, Dai Xuanhu snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Chapter 7 began playing the story of Tang San. The anger of the star Luo Empire's emperor in both Douluo worlds and the various voices of others in both worlds had no effect on the images on the grand screen. As time passed, in the comparison video, due to Lu Erlong's insufficient strength, she ultimately had to choose to return home after helping Shen Cangqiong catch the third dragon-type soul beast that had lived for 30,000 years. The comparison video then froze on the backs of Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong. At the same time, the right screen froze on the moment Tang San awakened his martial soul and then restarted. Don't be afraid, line up properly, and come one by one, said a staff member sent by the Martial Soul Hall to awaken the martial souls of the children in Holy Soul Village for free. Turning to the group of children in front of him after preparing. You have no soul power, so you can't become a soul master. Go stand aside. You can't either. You can't either. Once the children lined up obediently, Su Yuntao disinterestedly began to awaken the martial souls of this group of children one by one. The results, as expected, were that these children either awakened a home martial soul, other types of farming tool martial souls, or blue silvergrass martial souls. In short, none could awaken a martial soul with innate soul power. At that moment, although Su Yuntao felt disappointed, he also knew that in a small place like Holy Soul Village, the probability of awakening a martial soul that could be cultivated was indeed very low. He had not held out much hope from the beginning. However, just as he was about to finish his work quickly to return to Nodding City to find his goddess, he was suddenly pulled back to reality by a dazzling light in front of him. Yet, before he could be happy for long, he was nearly broken by the blue-silver grass martial soul before him. If not for the persistence of the little boy, he wouldn't even have bothered to measure soul power again. In the original Douluo World No. 2, an anonymous person said, "Is this guy named Su Yuntao blind? Can't he see that this little guy named Tang San is a genius with full innate soul power? Just because Tang San awakened a blue-silver grass martial soul, does Su Yuntao think he can ignore the fact that Tang San has full innate soul power?" Another anonymous person commented, "I think Su Yuntao isn't blind. He's just a big fool." Su Yuntao from the original Douluo World No. 2 responded, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. I'm just a small steward from the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Nodding City. At that time, It was my first time encountering a freak with a blue-silver grass martial soul and full innate soul power. But after I returned to the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Notting City, I immediately reported this matter to Martial Soul City. However, as far as I know, there has been no action from Martial Soul City, and I have not received any response from them. So, I did nothing wrong. This is evident from the lack of any action from Martial Soul City. After all, if they really valued Tang San, how could they have no reaction or reply at all? With so many people from his own world criticizing him, Su Yuntao from the original Douluo World was unwilling to bear such a big blame for no reason and immediately explained through the bullet comments. What he didn't know was that while he was desperately explaining to everyone through the bullet comments, BB Dong from both worlds was coldly staring at his explanatory comments, with a fleeting glint of danger in her eyes. The comparison video continued. What the hell? Is this a place for people like you to come? At this moment, the scene reached the entrance of Notting Academy, and just as old Jack was about to knock on the door, he heard a very disdainful voice coming from a small room nearby, followed by a figure quickly blocking old Jack and Tang San's way. This young man. I brought this child to register at Notting Academy. He is a work-study student sent from our village this year. Here is the certification issued by the Martial Soul Hall. Old Jack quickly smiled and handed over the certification from the Martial Soul Hall. Although the doorman spoke very rudely, old Jack dared not offend him. Just him? I really didn't expect a golden phoenix to fly out of a grass nest. Hearing this, the doorman frowned, his tone somewhat sarcastic. But he still reached out to take a look at the certification from old Jack. Blue, silver, grass, martial soul, and full innate soul power? Haha, that's really funny. I've been a doorman here at Notting Academy for 4 years, and I've never heard of anyone awakening a blue, silver, grass, martial soul with full innate soul power. I think this certification from the Martial Soul Hall must be forged by you. After saying this, the doorman threw the certification back at old Jack. In the original Douluo World number 2, Shui Qing'a commented, "It seems that the Martial Soul Hall isn't that great." Now, even a small doorman dares to ignore the Martial Soul Hall. Qian Rinxue from the original Douluo World number 2 replied, "It's not that my Martial Soul Hall is incapable. It's the person sitting in that position who is incapable." Qian Rinxue from the original Douluo World No. 2 played the double entendre. Her feelings toward BB Dong were complex, filled with both anticipation and resentment, and she would not miss any opportunity to see BB Dong embarrassed. BB Dong from the original Douluo World number 2 commanded, "Notting Branch Hall, go and capture that doorman and teach him a good lesson. Remember, just a lesson will suffice. My Martial Soul Hall is not the kind of force that disregards human life." Since it had already been exposed, BB Dong naturally couldn't say or do nothing. Moreover, this could also be considered her way of covering for Yu Xiaojiang. Although she didn't know the details of the situation, she could roughly guess the truth through the name Tang San, which she was very familiar with. After all, the only possibility for a small doorman in Notting City to dare to ignore the proof issued by the Martial Soul Hall was that Yu Xiaojiang had intervened. Otherwise, even if you gave this doorman a million chances, he would never dare to ignore the proof from the Martial Soul Hall. Lu Erlong from the original Douluo World No. 2 said, "BB Dong, you're truly hypocritical. I ask, who among those who know you does not know what kind of person you are? What do you think of the other me from another world? Regarding the Spirit Hall, ordinary people dare not discuss it, and noble families and sects will not openly talk about it. Yet Lu Erlong is an exception. If Qian Rinxue has mixed feelings of love and hate towards Bai Dong, then Lu Erlong's feelings towards Bai Dong are nothing but hatred." Chapter 8. Tang San's inner thoughts are exposed, and everyone is filled with disdain and fear. Variant 1 Douluo World Lu Erlong. Maybe, when asked by her counterpart from another world, Lu Erlong originally thought she would resonate with her other self. However, she suddenly realized that the resentment towards BB Dong in her heart seemed to have diminished significantly. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Lu Erlong. What's wrong with you? The Lu Erlong from the original Douluo World also held the same thought, believing she would resonate with her counterpart. Unexpectedly, she was met with the light and airy words maybe. Moreover, what frustrated her even more was that no matter what she said next, her other self never responded again. At this moment, the people from both worlds, seeing that there was no good show to watch, shifted their attention back to the comparison video. In the footage, just as the guard was about to take action against the daring old Jack, Tang San, who had remained silent until then, suddenly stepped forward and swiftly took down the guard. At that moment, a hoarse voice that prevented the guard from rising to retaliate rang out from not far away. "Master, you're back." Upon hearing this familiar voice, the guard's angry face instantly turned obsequious, and a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had almost forgotten that his earlier arrogance was due to the task assigned to him by this seemingly righteous master in front of him. "Old sir, could you show me the proof from the spirit hall?" Naturally, Yu Xiaojing Wun Ti give the guard a good face for almost ruining his important matter. He merely glanced at the guard indifferently before turning to old Jack with a friendly demeanor. "Yes, this proof from the spirit hall is indeed genuine. I apologize on behalf of the academy for what happened earlier. Please leave this child to me." In fact, Yu Xiaojing had long known about the existence of the innate, full-spirit power genius Tang San. He chose not to stay in his room for research today, but rather to hide near the academy, waiting for the best opportunity to arise. And this moment was precisely what he was waiting for. As for his request to see the proof from the spirit hall, it was merely for show. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. I feel that this child named Tang San is quite impressive. To protect old Jack from harm, he dares to confront that guard with his 6-year-old body. Old Jack certainly didn't treat this Tang San poorly, and this Tang San is a grateful and good child. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. Indeed, in my view, compared to that Shen Cangqiong, aside from Tang San's slightly weaker cultivation talent, he is much more reliable than Shen Cangqiong in every other aspect. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lu Erlong. Shut up, all of you. How dare you speak about my Cangqiong? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Sister Lu, there's no need to pay attention to such idle gossip. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lu Erlong. All right, Aunt Lu will listen to you. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Unknown. We're just speaking the truth. At least, that Tang San showed us the importance of gratitude, while all we see in you is the word pomegranate. Regardless, people from one's own world will certainly choose to support those from their own world. Unfortunately, these people from the Variant 2 Original Douluo World are overthinking it, and they never expected the slap in the face to come so quickly. In the scene, while Master Yu Xiaojing and Old Jack are chatting happily, the comparison video directly zooms in on Tang San's face and even thoughtfully exposes his inner thoughts word by word. The luck of this gatekeeper is good. If this master had come a moment later, I might have had to deal with this gatekeeper harshly. The third rule of the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record states that if you determine that the opponent is an enemy and they have the means to kill, then do not show mercy or it will only add to your troubles. At this moment, Tang San is standing there with an innocent and harmless expression, completely like a well-behaved child. But when you combine Tang San's external demeanor with his internal thoughts, it becomes chilling. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Unknown. Damn. Variant 1 Unknown in the Douluo World. It seems like many people's faces have been slapped this time. Variant 2 Unknown in the Original Douluo World. No. Is there something wrong with Tang San's brain? It was just a few words exchanged. He could have just given that gatekeeper a good beating, but he actually went for his heart. The most ridiculous part is that Tang San actually said that this gatekeeper has a death wish. Come on, it was just a few words. If having a disagreement with someone counts as having a death wish, how many people would be left in this world? Variant 2 Unknown in the Original Douluo World. I think the scariest thing about Tang San is that he can look at you innocently while secretly thinking about how to kill you. That's terrifying. No, I need to remember Tang San's face. If I accidentally encounter him in the future, I should stay at least a kilometer away from him. Otherwise, who knows if this cold-blooded guy, who doesn't care about other people's lives, might suddenly take offense at me just passing by and accuse me of having a death wish for stepping with my left foot first or my right foot first. Variant 2 Unknown in the Original Douluo World. Actually, there's something worse. You should know that Tang San was brought to Nodding Academy by Old Jack. If Tang San really did harm that gatekeeper at the entrance of Nodding Academy, do you think Old Jack could escape? At that time, Tang San might be let off by the Spirit Hall because he is a genius with full innate soul power, and all the blame would fall on Old Jack. An ordinary person, the entire Holy Soul Village might even suffer as a result. Variant 2 Unknown in the Original Douluo World. That makes sense. By the way, is that gatekeeper from Nodding Academy around? If he is, shout out. As soon as Tang San's thoughts were revealed, whether it was those who initially supported him or those who remained neutral, everyone was in an uproar. They truly did not expect that a child just over 6 years old could have such a twisted mindset, especially when they saw many people calling out for the gatekeeper of Nodding City, while no one from either world responded. The chill in many people's hearts shot straight to the top of their heads. Chapter 9. A Teacher for a Day. A Father for Life inside the Shrek carriage in the Original Douluo World. 3. That gatekeeper from Nodding Academy isn't really dead, is he? Ma Hongjun shifted closer to Dai Mu Bai, glancing at the barrage on the big screen. Now he didn't dare to get too close to Tang San. No, Glancing at the 6 people in the carriage, each with different expressions, Tang San replied firmly. Really? Ma Hongjun expressed doubt, completely unaware that he had already been noted down by Tang San in his little notebook. Thanks to Xiao Jiang telling him that these few students from Shrek could be useful. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun might have mysteriously disappeared without knowing why. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Wu. When Xiao Wu and I left Nodding Academy, that gatekeeper was still alive. Tang San appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was somewhat annoyed, feeling that Ma Hongjun truly had a death wish. Beside her, seeing the other 5 pairs of eyes suddenly fixed on her. Xiao Wu opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't speak, only managing a somewhat forced nod with a smile. She indeed did not help Tang San lie. When she and Tang San left the Nodding Academy, that gatekeeper was still alive. However, the appearance of that gatekeeper at her graduation compared to when she first arrived at the Nodding Academy was shocking enough for her to only express her feelings with the words, "What the hell?" Well, since Xiao was already testified for Tang San, let's not dwell on this matter any longer. Remember, Tang San is an indispensable partner for us, and we shouldn't doubt our companions over that insignificant gatekeeper from Nodding Academy. There is something Dai Mubai didn't say outright. That gatekeeper from Nodding Academy was just an ordinary nobody, nothing special about him. Moreover, in his heart, he was just like Tang San. While Tang San wanted to use them, Dai Mubai also wanted to use Tang San to deal with his older brother Davis. So, as long as someone was useful to him, Dai Mubai wouldn't care about the person's character. Dai Mubai was right. No matter what, we are a team, and only by trusting each other can we become an invincible spirit master team. Although Oscar was born ordinary, he had long been referred to by Flander as a rare super genius, and over time, he inevitably became a bit arrogant and looked down on those who weren't even spirit masters. We should be more careful in the future. There are too many smart people in this world. While Zhu Zhuqing was speaking, she also glanced at the serious Tang San, her tone indifferent. She didn't believe a single word of what Tang San said, but given her own precarious situation, how could she bother with others' affairs? By the way, what do you think the spirit power level of that guy, named Shen Cangqiong, is now? As Zhu Zhuqing's words fell, the carriage fell into silence, and Ma Hongjun, unable to bear the atmosphere, casually brought up a topic to break the strange mood. I feel like it should be at least around level 70. His first spirit ring was a 10,000-year spirit ring, and the second and third spirit rings he absorbed were a 20,000-year and a 30,000-year spirit ring, respectively. Following this logic, his fourth and fifth spirit rings should absorb at least a 40,000-year and a 50,000-year spirit ring. Not to mention, just these 5 spirit rings are above 10,000 years, which should at least raise his spirit power level from 50 to around 60. Plus, with his innate talent of level 50 in about 6 years, I can't believe he couldn't even raise his spirit power by 10 levels. Speaking of Shen Cangqiong, Ning Rongrong immediately perked up, abandoning her previous silence and her role as an audience member to Tang San's drama, and began to speak incessantly. That might not be the case. Being above level 60 is already the Spirit Emperor realm, and the speed of increasing spirit power levels in the Spirit Emperor realm isn't as fast as in the Spirit Master or Great Spirit Master realms. For example, our Shrek teachers have been cultivating for decades, and even now, several of them are still at the Spirit Emperor level. So, in my opinion, if Shen Cangqiong's spirit power level can reach 64, that would be quite impressive. Seeing his goddess Ning Rongrong hold such a favorable view of Shen Cangqiong, Oscar felt jealous, wishing he could stomp Shen Cangqiong into the mud. Huh, are you really that stupid? Or do you think what you just said was funny? Shen Cangqiong has an innate spirit power level of 50. What qualifications do Shrek's teachers have to compare with him? Truly ridiculous. Ning Rongrong had no feelings for the Shrek group now, so she naturally wouldn't hold back her words. Especially facing Oscar's shamelessness, she felt extremely disgusted. Sigh. Recently, Ning Rongrong's temper had been somewhat restrained, which made Oscar think she had corrected her temper, reigniting his pursuit of her. But unexpectedly, it was all just an act. Ning Rongrong had never changed her temper, which left Oscar feeling disappointed, and he lost the desire to continue the conversation with her. Let's watch the comparison video first. Xiao Wu thought that if they didn't let a few people do something else to distract their attention, they would probably end up like before, parting unhappily. Of course, she didn't mean to help Ning Rongrong. She just felt that the fuse for this situation seemed to be with Tang San, so she had to speak up to stop it. What's there to watch? That said, Ning Rongrong still changed to a comfortable sitting position and slightly raised her head to look at the big screen. The others in the carriage also accepted Xiao Wu's suggestion for Tang San's sake. At this moment, on the big screen, "Get up quickly. What are you doing?" Looking at Tang San, who knelt down and knocked his head 3 times, Xiao quickly helped him up. Please, master, accept me as your disciple. After being helped up by Xiao, Tang San didn't resist, only bowing his head respectfully. Silly boy. Why do you need to knock your head to worship your teacher? Don't you know that's a gesture reserved for parents and monarchs? Upon hearing this, Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Once a teacher, always a father. I don't think kneeling to you is wrong. The 6-year-old Tang San said earnestly. Chapter 10. How could I spare you knowing my secret as a teacher for a day, a father for life? Good, good, good. It seems that I have truly received a disciple worthy of my full dedication. At this moment, the master was quite moved, and for a moment, even thought about giving up on using Tang San as a test subject. Unfortunately, his emotions couldn't overcome a lifetime of dreams, nor could they overcome the obsession to wash away his shame. Soon, Xiao stabilized his mind again, discreetly leading Tang San to the registration area. Anonymous in the original Douluo World number 2. To be fair, although Tang San is a bit overly sentimental, he did quite well in this matter regarding his teacher. At least, I couldn't think of or do the phrase once a teacher, always a father. Anonymous in the original Douluo World number 2. Indeed. It seems that this Tang San at least has some commendable qualities. Anonymous in the original Douluo World number 2. Just talking is easy. Who can't do that? We can't just look at what Tang San says. We also need to see what he does. Tang San saying, once a teacher, forever a father, has significantly improved the perception of him among the people of Douluo continent, who completely lack this concept. If it weren't for the fact that his inner thoughts were previously broadcast, which caused many to have a very poor impression of him, there would probably be quite a few people now looking up to him as a role model. The comparison video continues. Xiao San run. At this moment, the scene on the big screen shifted to the plot where Master Xiao took Tang San to hunt for his first spirit ring. As soon as the image appeared, everyone from both worlds heard Xiao's loud shout. Next, the crowd saw that Xiao, in order to let Tang San escape, risked his own martial soul to forcibly block the pursuit of the mandarin snake. Unfortunately, Xiao was ultimately too weak and could not hold back the mandarin snake, which quickly passed him and attacked Tang San instead. However, what the mandarin snake did not know was that the Tang San it was chasing at this moment was far stronger than the soul master it had already defeated. As a result, just when the mandarin snake was about to attack the child in its eyes, the helpless Tang San had no choice but to use his signature skills. Subsequently, the mandarin snake was enraged by the bizarre methods it had never encountered before. Just when the mandarin snake could no longer tolerate Tang San's strange attacks and planned to unleash a powerful move against him. What it did not expect was that the little brat in its eyes took the initiative and directly attacked its vital spot. Anonymous from the original Douluo World 2. No way, this can't be real, right? A level 29 great soul master can't even defeat a 400-year-old mandarin snake. And in the end, it takes a 6-year-old child to step in. I just want to know, who is the teacher and who is the disciple between Tang San and Xiao? Anonymous from the original Douluo World 2. Haha, this is just hilarious. As a great soul master, with such a level, how can he have the nerve to take his disciple to hunt for spirit rings? How confident can he be? Anonymous from the original Douluo World 2. This is no longer a matter of confidence. It's simply overestimating oneself without a clue about their own abilities. Variant 1. Unknown in Douluo World. This Xiao, aside from being a bit overconfident, is already quite acceptable. At least he didn't abandon his disciple to run away when danger struck. However, even so, I still can't help but want to laugh. What should I do? As the battle on the big screen concluded, Xiao's combat power, which was even inferior to that of his 6-year-old disciple, was completely exposed to everyone in both worlds. Immediately, mocking laughter resounded across the 2 worlds, and even Xiao's group, who were still on their way, heard the laughter coming from all directions. Meanwhile, the video provided a close-up of Tang San, and his inner thoughts echoed as well. The teacher should have seen the techniques I used just now, right? What to do? This is my biggest secret. Should I just get rid of the teacher? With my skills, if I catch him off guard, I should be able to take him down in one hit. Tang San hesitated. Xiao San, are you okay? At this moment, Xiao's anxious voice came from a distance. Forget it. Let's first see if I can bluff my way through. If I really can't, I can find an opportunity to act later. Interrupted by Xiao's shout. Tang San took a deep breath and instantly made a decision. Variant 2. Unknown in original Douluo World. Goodness, truly remarkable. I am now convinced by this Tang San. Just not long ago, this guy was kneeling in front of Xiao, seriously saying something about being a teacher for a day, a father for life. Yet, just a few days later, he is already thinking about getting rid of his teacher, who was like a father to him. I wonder what Yu Xiaojiang is feeling right now. Variant 2. Unknown in original Douluo World. Does this count as one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father in the front, and knowing my secret, how can you spare me in the back? Variant 1. Douluo World Anonymous. Why do I feel like Tang San is just a bad seed? Look at Shen Cangqiong, although he could be a bit smooth-talking. In the entire comparison video, aside from being a bit lewd, there are no other black marks against him. Now, let's look at Tang San. How long has this comparison video been going on? And there have already been 2 shocking incidents. By the way, are these things really the thoughts of a 6-year-old child? Variant 2. Original Douluo World Anonymous. This might be related to the environment Tang San grew up in. For a child like Tang San, who has a father but still lives like an orphan, it's actually not surprising that he has turned out this way. Variant 1 of Douluo World Anonymous. It is very likely that Tang San's father is such a person. Otherwise, there are many orphans in this world. Why haven't those orphans gone astray? So, there may be some influence from the living environment since childhood, but the main factor is definitely with Tang San's parents. If Tang San's father is not such a person, then his mother must be. Tang San's heartfelt voice once again refreshes the worldview of people from both worlds. This time, even Tang San's parents did not escape this calamity. Under the sentiment of hate the house and the crow, they were severely criticized by those who disapproved of Tang San. Chapter 11. Tang San promises Xiao Wu again, and Xiao Wu expresses doubts. Variant 1. Douluo World Shrek Team. Yu Xiaojiang. That disciple of yours, his intentions are not right. No matter how angry you are at Yu Xiaojiang, seeing Tang San mess things up like this, Flinder couldn't help but remind him. I know. Yu Xiaojiang looked at the big screen expressionlessly, his tone very calm. You know, Flinder reached out to touch Yu Xiaojiang's forehead. Wanted to see if his brother was feverish and talking nonsense. I'm Yufine. Yu Xiaojiang speechlessly brushed aside Flinder's hand and said irritably, you know what kind of person Tang San is, yet you still accepted him as a disciple. Are you sure this is nothing? Flinder's gaze was quite strange. Sigh. It was only through this soul hunting that I realized the other side of Xiao San, that he was hiding. After all, Yu Xiaojiang is also a direct descendant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and at the very least, he knows how to read people's expressions. At that time, he indeed vaguely saw the methods Tang San used against the Mandra snake. He originally wanted to ask Tang San about it, but before he could open his mouth, he sensed a faint sense of danger from Tang San. Although it disappeared quickly, he understood that these methods were definitely a secret that Tang San could not reveal. Therefore, when Tang San chose to deceive him, weighing the pros and cons, he went along with it and pretended to be indifferent. In that case, it's still not too late for you to sever your master-disciple relationship with Tang San. After all, everyone now knows that Tang San once wanted to kill his master. If you choose to expel him from the sect now, no one will say anything. Flinder advised. There's no need. The relationship between Tang San and me is one of mutual use. He uses my knowledge to grow, and I use his cultivation talent to prove my martial soul theory. Therefore, as long as I don't touch Tang San's core interests and taboos, he won't turn against me. This is also an unspoken understanding between Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. In fact, if it weren't for Yu Xiaojiang timely sensing the danger from Tang San, letting him know what kind of character Tang San really was, he would have long asked Tang San for those strange methods of cultivation. After all, methods that allow a 6-year-old soul master to defeat a 400-year-old Mandra snake are something Yu Xiaojiang covets. You, forget it, do as you please. Flinder knew Yu Xiaojiang's stubborn temper. Once he made a decision, even a herd of cattle couldn't pull him back. Anyway, he had already advised him, and even if something really happened later, Lu Erlong wouldn't blame him. On the other side, while Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang were talking, the carriage where Tang San was also had quite a lively atmosphere. Xiao Wu, do you trust me? Tang San asked Xiao Wu with a grim expression. I guess I do. Xiao Wu hesitated for a few seconds and said uncertainly. To be honest, after knowing Tang San for more than 6 years, Xiao Wu only now realized he was such a person. Although she is someone who thrives on chaos, she would merely beat others up and would never easily take someone's life, let alone that of a close person. It can only be said that Tang San had disguised himself too well during his 6 years at Notting Academy, always appearing calm and indifferent, which led her to have no suspicions at all. Xiao Wu, remember this. No matter what happens, you will always be my sister. No matter who wants to hurt you, they can only step over my dead body. This promise from 6 years ago will never change. Seeing Xiao Wu's insincere words, Tang San once again made his promise. I understand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded noncommittally. If it were before, Hearing Tang San's promise, which sounded like a confession, she might have been moved to tears. But now, facing someone who just said, once a teacher, forever a father, and then wanted to eliminate him, she could only place a huge question mark on this promise. All right, stop looking at Tang San like that. What Tang San was thinking at that time isn't important. What matters is that in the end, Tang San chose not to take action. Seeing the atmosphere in the carriage was even more awkward than during the Nodding Gate incident. Dai Mubai spoke up to defend Tang San again. Mubai is right. Moreover, I feel that the master also has no dissatisfaction with this matter. Otherwise, the dean and the others would have already called Tang San over for questioning. Beside them, Oscar quickly spoke up. Unfortunately, the words from Dai Mubai and Oscar received no response, aside from Ma Hongjun moving the drum a little further away from Tang San. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing didn't even bother to change their expressions, merely looking up at the big screen in the sky again. Seeing this, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged wry smiles, and then also focused their attention on the large screen above. At this moment, in the comparison video, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang had reunited and, after casually discussing the earlier events, seamlessly shifted the topic to the mandala snake. Teacher, you're not suggesting that I absorb this snake, are you? Tang San asked, a bit surprised. That's right, it's that one. According to my observations, this mandala snake is about 400 years old, which is just suitable for you to absorb, Yu Xiaojiang nodded. But my martial soul is a plant type. Can I absorb an animal type martial soul like the mandala snake? Tang San hesitated. According to one of the core theories I've researched regarding martial souls, beast martial souls and plant martial souls can absorb each other. However, due to my own strength issues, both the Martial Soul Palace and Ordinary Soul Masters have scoffed at the 10 core theories I've developed. Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Sigh. Little San, are you willing to give a try? At Yu Xiaojiang's question, his voice suddenly became a bit subdued, but his eyes were filled with hope. Teacher, I am willing to try. I believe your research is definitely correct. Although Tang San had an adult's mindset, he was currently clueless about martial soul knowledge. Moreover, he was fascinated by Yu Xiaojiang's profound knowledge, which allowed him to see that he had twin martial souls, making him trust Yu Xiaojiang's so-called core theory of martial souls without doubt. Great, then let's get started. Seeing Tang San agree to give it a try, Yu Xiaojiang was filled with joy and quickly took action with Tang San. Chapter 12. Shen Cangqiong provokes the relationship between Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. In a one-variant Douluo World, the unnamed character states, isn't it common knowledge that plant and animal martial souls can absorb each other? How is it that this has turned into one of Yu Xiaojiang's research achievements? If plant martial souls can only absorb plant soul rings, and animal martial souls can only absorb animal soul rings, then what about weapon martial souls? Do they only absorb soul rings from weapon-type soul beasts? For instance, for a weapon martial soul like the 7-treasure glazed tile, if it can't absorb animal or plant-type soul rings, should it only absorb soul rings from 7-treasure glazed tile soul beast? And the key question is, does a soul beast like the 7-treasure glazed tile even exist? Or are there any weapon-type soul beasts in this world? Variant 1, unknown in the Douluo World. So, this Tang San was fooled by Yu Xiaojiang, right? Variant 2, unknown in the original Douluo World. I've heard of this title master that Yu Xiaojiang holds above his head, and he is quite famous. I originally thought he had real skills, but is this it? I really don't know how Yu Xiaojiang gained such a loud reputation. Variant 2, unknown in the original Douluo World. But don't you all think that Tang San seems to have some issues with his brain? One moment he was considering whether to reject Yu Xiaojiang, but the next moment he suddenly becomes a good disciple willing to take risks for his teacher to validate theories. This mysterious operation is something any normal person wouldn't do, right? It can only be said that a fake is a fake, even with BB Dong's strong support. Yu Xiaojiang can only fool ordinary people who have just awakened their martial souls and know nothing about martial soul knowledge. This point is best proven by the sarcastic barrage on the big screen right now. Of course, since Tang San doesn't leave a good impression, and his chameleon-like temper is even more nauseating, the barrage on the big screen not only mocks Yu Xiaojiang, but also includes some that look down on Tang San. In short, in just a few hours, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, the master and disciple, have gained a notorious reputation, one that makes everyone shake their heads upon seeing them. On the other side, Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Sister Lu, did you see that? Yu Xiaojiang has ruined a genius just like that. So, don't believe in those so-called martial soul theories of Yu Xiaojiang in the future. Seeing so many comments on the big screen criticizing Yu Xiaojiang, Shen Cangqiong, who was on the way back to Blue Tyrant Academy, took the opportunity to give Yu Xiaojiang a bit of a jab. What does variant 1 Douluo World Lu Erlong mean? At this moment, not only Lu Erlong did not understand Shen Cangqiong's meaning, but even those who were still mocking Xiao and Tang San stopped their comments, looking completely bewildered. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Blue Silvergrass is a healing type martial soul. But this Xiao, pretending to understand, actually led Tang San down a control type route. Isn't this ruining his future? Shen Cangqiong explained. From a soul bone skill left by Ayin, it can be seen that as the Blue Silver Emperor, the cultivation path she chose must be the most suitable one for Blue Silvergrass. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Xiao. This is simply nonsense. On what basis do you say that the cultivation path I arranged for Tang San is wrong, and that the path you mentioned is right? It was as if his tail had been stepped on. Just after Shen Cangqiong finished explaining, Xiao from the original Douluo World couldn't wait to jump out and retort. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, after 100,000 years, Ayin, the Blue Silver Emperor, Shen Cangqiong said it, you can refute it. Now if I say it, how would you refute it? Upon seeing someone stand up for her son, Ayin was extremely delighted, because when Shen Cangqiong was the first to speak up for Tang San, her reminding her son about how to cultivate the blue silvergrass as a kind-hearted person didn't seem so out of place. Of course, at this moment, Ayin, who felt grateful towards Shen Cangqiong, did not know that Shen Cangqiong harbored hostility toward her son. Even if she asked Shen Cangqiong 100 times, it would not extinguish the raging anger he felt towards Tang San. Moreover, she was even less aware that Shen Cangqiong's reason for speaking up for Tang San was not out of kindness, but purely because he wanted to see Tang San and Xiao struggle against each other. Variant 2. Original Douluo World Xiao. Who are you? Xiao was very irritated. He was already quite displeased with the barrage of comments on the big screen, and now, one after another, people were questioning his knowledge, which made it unbearable for him. Variant 1. Douluo World 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor Ayin. Are you blind? Can't you see my title is the 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor? Usually, Ayin is quite gentle. However, any mother, when faced with someone who threatens her child's future, will not show a good face to the other party. Variant 2. Original Douluo World 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor Ayin. You only mention the 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor, but this so-called master may not even know what Blue Silver Emperor truly means. So let me explain it. The so-called Blue Silver Emperor is the king among the blue silver grasses, and only those that have reached an age of 100,000 years can be called the Blue Silver Emperor. After Ayin from Variant Douluo World finished angrily retorting, Ayin from another world, not wanting to fall behind, also spoke up to explain. Although she didn't reveal all the information about the Blue Silver Emperor, it was enough for people to understand what the Blue Silver Emperor really was. Variant 1 of the Douluo World 100,000 years Blue Silver Emperor Ayin, Tang San. What is your current soul power level? Upon seeing Xiao knowing his identity, he directly fell silent. Ayin also let him off for now and turned to ask Tang San. After all, getting Tang San back on the right path of cultivation was the most important thing for Ayin. Variant 1 Douluo World Tang San, level 31. Upon hearing this, Tang San did not hesitate and directly stated his current soul power level. Variant 1 Douluo World, Ayin of the 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor. This has already wasted 3 soul ring slots. Sigh, let me think for a moment. In a few days, I'll tell you the soul beasts needed for your later soul rings. I just don't know if it's still time to change the cultivation route now. At this moment, Ayin felt somewhat frustrated, thinking that her son's talent for cultivation was too good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted 3 soul ring slots directly. With this thought, Ayin couldn't help but feel even more dissatisfied with Tang Hao. Chapter 13. Xiao was fainted by another version of himself from another world. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tang San. Why are you helping me? Tang San couldn't believe that someone would help others for no reason and without any benefits. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, the Blue Silver Emperor Ayin after 100,000 years, because you are the only soul master who cultivates blue silvergrass. Ayin casually found an excuse that sounded somewhat reasonable. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Tang San said, "All right." Tang San did not comment on the reason given by Ayin. Anyway, regardless of its truth, once he received that information, he would definitely study it thoroughly first. Only after he confirmed that the information was indeed without any issues and was suitable for his blue-silver grass martial soul cultivation would he consider whether to cultivate according to the information provided. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor Ein. By the way, in the other world Tang San, I will also provide you with information about the soul beasts needed for your subsequent cultivation. Ein looked at Tang San's rather perfunctory 2 words with some helplessness, and was thinking about how to safely reveal her true identity to Tang San when suddenly she seemed to think of something and said it in the barrage. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Tang San. Thank you. Tang San from Variant 2 of the original Douluo World also didn't say much and simply expressed his gratitude. After all, his life trajectory, both in the previous life and this life, was completely identical to that of Tang San from Variant 1 of the Douluo World before the comparison video came out. Therefore, his thoughts were naturally similar to those of another version of himself. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Yu Xiaojiang. You are outrageous. This is too much. Seeing the blue-silver Emperor from Variant 1 of the Douluo World trying to poach from his side, Yu Xiaojiang from Variant 2 of the original Douluo World could no longer pretend he hadn't seen it like before and immediately shouted angrily. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, the 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor Ein. You, a level 29 Soul Master, dare to speak to another me like this? Who is being outrageous, and who is bullying whom? Regarding the issue of her son Tang San, Ein from both worlds shared the same thoughts. Now that the Ein from Variant 1 of the Douluo World intended to help her, she naturally had to assist the other version of herself in confronting Yu Xiaojiang. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Bye Dong. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the wife of Tang Hao from back then, right? Hee. Don't say you're already a fallen 100,000-year soul beast. Even if you're a living 100,000-year soul beast. Why do you have to look down on the honor of our Spirit Hall's elders? Seeing her white moonlight in her heart being confronted like this, Bye Dong finally couldn't help but speak up to defend Yu Xiaojiang. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Lu Erlong, Bye Dong. You don't need to worry about Xiaogang. He and I can protect him well, Lu Erlong said angrily. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World. Flinder. That's right. Erlong is right. Even though Flinder felt quite frustrated, he could only go along with Lu Erlong's words. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World. Bye Dong. Just you, along with a nobody whose name I've never even heard of, have the audacity to speak so grandly? Lu Erlong. It's important to have self-awareness. Don't always try to take the lead. Otherwise, one day you won't even have the chance to regret it. Inside the Pope's Hall, Bye Dong sat alone on the Pope's chair, her eyes flickering with a red glow. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Lu Erlong, BB Dong. Who are you trying to scare? Seeing another version of myself from a different world being bullied by BB Dong. Lu Erlong from Variant 1 of the Douluo World naturally could not tolerate it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, BB Dong, what? You want to practice? The dignity of my Spirit Hall absolutely does not allow anyone to offend it. Similarly, as an esteemed elder of my Spirit Hall, I will not permit anyone to show disrespect. When Lu Erlong from her own world also stepped in, BB Dong naturally wouldn't let her other self from a different world fight alone. However, she is also clever, not wanting outsiders to know certain things. She directly found a reasonable excuse that wouldn't raise anyone's suspicion. Variant 1, Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. Let's wait until we catch Tang Hao before discussing the dignity of the Spirit Hall. When BB Dong confronts others, Shen Cangqiong will just watch the show. But if it's about confronting Lu Erlong, then Shen Cangqiong will naturally fight back. Variant 2, Original Douluo World, Yu Xiaojiang. That's enough. My matters are none of your business. Aren't you going to come out and say something, the other me from another world? Seeing several women arguing over him, Yu Xiaojiang felt proud, but also felt that hiding behind them for protection made him lose face as a man in front of everyone. Therefore, to let everyone know that he, Yu Xiaojiang, is also a strong man, he stopped the argument among the women and planned to bring the other version of himself from another world to reclaim the lost face. Variant 1 Douluo World Yu Xiaojiang. Let's see how the third party chooses then. I believe he will definitely make the right choice. The Yu Xiaojiang from the first Variant Douluo World is different from the Yu Xiaojiang from the second Original Douluo World. In the second Original Douluo World, only Tang San can help him achieve his dreams, so he naturally does not allow anyone to cause trouble. In contrast, the Yu Xiaojiang from the first Variant Douluo World has more options due to the variable of Shen Cangqiong, which allows him to remain calmer. Additionally, he needs to take Shen Cangqiong as a disciple, so it is essential for him to establish a good relationship with Shen Cangqiong and avoid any unpleasantness. Therefore, because of these combined reasons, When Shen Cangqiong said that Yu Xiaojiang ruined Tang San, he did not react with the same furious rebuttal as his counterpart in the second original Douluo World. Of course, he does not want to give up on Tang San either. So, he intentionally said a few flattering words to move Tang San and encourage him to continue studying under him. Yu Xiaojiang from the second original Douluo World. The Yu Xiaojiang from the second original Douluo World did not expect his counterpart from another world to say such things, and he was so furious that he fainted. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. By the way, Sister Lu, I estimate that I will be able to return to Shrek Academy tomorrow. After waiting for a while, and seeing that Yu Xiaojiang from the original Douluo number 2 had no reaction, while the other key figures also remained silent, I said to Lu Erlong, Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Lu Erlong. Really? But if you come back like this, will there be any danger? Hearing that Shen Cangqiong was coming back, Lu Erlong was first happy, but then a bit worried. Chapter 14. Shen Cangqiong's incredibly unbelievable soul power level. Although Shen Cangqiong had mentioned before that he was no longer the same as before, Lu Erlong was somewhat unconvinced. In Lu Erlong's view, if Shen Cangqiong now had a soul power level of around 75, that would already be considered the best. However, such a soul power level would have no ability to resist when facing a title Douluo. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, Sister Lu actually doesn't believe me. It really hurts my feelings. No, I need Sister Lu to make it up to me. Perhaps it's because I'm about to return to the Blue Tyrant Academy and see Lu Erlong again. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong actually has a somewhat spoiled demeanor. Just like 6 years ago. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Lu Erlong. Alright. Aunt Lu will compensate you. But you have to tell Aunt Lu first. What is your current soul power level? If it's below level 90, then wait a while longer before coming back. Otherwise, Aunt Lu will leave Shrek Academy right now and you will never be able to find me again. After all, Lu Erlong is still worried about Shen Cangqiong's safety. So, she directly mentioned a soul power level that she believes Shen Cangqiong absolutely cannot reach at this time. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. It seems Sister Lu is sincerely not allowing me to come back. But it's okay, this time, Sister Lu, you have miscalculated. Little Cangqiong here is already a title Douluo at level 94. In 6 years, with various task rewards provided by my golden finger. If it weren't for Shen Cangqiong spending most of his time practicing that unnamed true technique, he would at least be a peerless Douluo at level 99 by now. The soul power level declared by Shen Cangqiong instantly causes sensation in both worlds. However, when everyone calmed down, almost everyone shook their heads in disappointment, feeling that the once super genius had now turned into a fraud, truly reflecting the unpredictability of life. Variant 1, Douluo World, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You say, is there a possibility that this Shen Cangqiong is not lying? Forget it. Let's not discuss such hypotheses. If he said he is now an 84th level soul Douluo, I would grit my teeth and believe it. But to become a 94th level title Douluo in 6 years, that's not to mention that his innate soul power is only level 50. Even if his innate soul power reached level 90, unless he absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, it would still be absolutely impossible to reach the height of 94 in 6 years. As the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji understands better than anyone on the Douluo continent how difficult it is to become a title Douluo. It can be said that in the past few decades, even with the full strength of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they have only cultivated 2 title Douluos, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. In fact, in the last 20 years or so, despite the enormous costs, no new title Douluo has been born from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This little guy named Shen Cangqiong is probably afraid that Lu Erlong would really run away, which is why he deliberately lied. Compared to Ning Fengji's hesitation, the Sword Douluo is much simpler. In fact, as a title Douluo, he understands the difficulty of becoming a title Douluo even better than Ning Fengji. So, without thinking, he took Shen Cangqiong's words as a kind-hearted lie. Perhaps. But to be honest, if this little guy, Shen Cangqiong, really became a 94th level title Douluo at the age of 12, then even if it means sacrificing Rong, he must get the other party's bloodline, Ning Feng's Hyoket. But when he saw the sword and bone Douluos staring at him with unfriendly expressions, Ning Fengji immediately felt extremely awkward and picked up the teacup beside him, taking a sip. Seeing this, the sword and bone Douluos simultaneously snorted in tacit agreement, but did not say much more. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Since Shen Cangqiong is about to return, you should take a trip to the Blue Overlord Academy. You are the biological father of the second dragon. so your words will definitely carry more weight than ours. In a conference hall, Yu Yunjin turned to Yu Lumian, who was sitting the first seat at the lower end, and said, I can only say, I'll give it a try, but don't get your hopes up too high. You all know that because of her mother and Yu Xiaojing, she doesn't have a good impression of me as her father. It's fine for him to go, but Yu Lumian doesn't want to take on a thankless task. So he only stood up to leave after everyone in the hall nodded and indicated that as long as he tried his best, it would be enough. As for Shen Cangqiong claiming to be a title Douluo, not only did Yu Lumian not mention it, but neither did anyone else present. It's a joke. In their blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, only their leader, Yu Yunjin, is a title Douluo. Now the 12-year-old kid claims to be a level 94 title Douluo. If they believed it, wouldn't they be foolish? In the first variant of the Douluo World, the Spirit Hall, Your Holiness the Pope, do you need me, an old Gouet, to go to the Blue Tyrant Academy? Outside the Pope's hall, the voice of Zhu Duan interrupted Bibi Dong's thoughts. Go ahead. Remember, if possible, try to coax him away from Lu Erlong. Facing Zhu Douluo, who had watched her grow up, Bibi Dong did not hide her true thoughts and said directly, Understood. Although curious about how this order from the Pope differed from the previously discussed plan, Zhu Douluo did not ask further. In any case, whether it was the previous plan or the current order, the final result was to coax Shen Cangqiong to the Spear Hall. It was just the process that was different. At this moment, Zhu Douluo naturally did not know that Bibi Dong had temporarily changed the original plan because she saw a certain possibility from the interactions between Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong in the bullet screens. Adhering to the principle of not letting go of any opportunity, Bibi Dong was very willing to do anything that could annoy Lu Erlong. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lu Erlong. Cangqiong, you are line Aunt Lu, right? After a moment, Lu Erlong, who was also stunned for a while by the soul power level revealed by Shen Cangqiong, finally came back to her senses. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. I really am at level 94. Since I became aware, when have I ever lied to you, Sister Lu? For example, that time, didn't I tell the truth? Although I got beaten up by you afterward. Speaking of which, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled Lu Erlong's expression at that time. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lu Erlong 1. You little brat, if you're coming back, then come back. But let me say this first. If I find out that you're not at level 94, then you'd better be prepared. Lu Erlong said angrily. Chapter 15, the first comparison video ends. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. Brothers, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like the colors in front of me have changed. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. Me too, I suddenly feel excited. Variant 1 Douluo World Nameless. You guys really have had enough. What kind of bizarre thoughts are these? You have to understand, at that time Shen Cangqiong was only 6 years old. What could he possibly understand? Even if he did understand and wanted to do something, his abilities were not enough to support him in accomplishing what he wanted to do. Compared to watching Shen Cangqiong brag, most ordinary people still prefer to see dialogues that allow for free interpretation. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Spirit Hall. It seems my previous feelings were indeed correct. Heh, I really didn't expect this. Lu Erlong is quite flashy with this swordsman. But this is good. Xiao Gang should have seen the barrage sent by Shen Cangqiong, so it's likely that the two of them will never have a chance to reconcile. In a certain secret room, Bibi Dong looked at the large screen that could ignore any obstruction and sneered. Variant 1, Douluo World, Shrek Team. Xiao Gang, what Shen Cangqiong said is definitely not what you think. Don't let those foolish people, who only have such thoughts in their minds, mislead you. Flender frowned and said, I know. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing nodded, not taking the matter to heart at all. He didn't believe that Lu Erlong would do anything to betray him. After all, although Shen Cangqiong had extraordinary talent in cultivation, Lu Erlong was not that kind of superficial person. Moreover, there was such a large age difference between Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong. Unless Lu Erlong had no shame, how could she possibly have anything to do with a little brat? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Yu Luomian, Erlong. Are you not going to explain? After all, she's your only daughter, and Yu Luomian cannot be indifferent. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Lu Erlong. What is there to explain? In my life, I, Lu Erlong, have acted without needing to explain to others. At this moment, Lu Erlong suddenly recalled a phrase that Shen Cangqiong had said before, and thus directly used it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Yu Luomin. What I mean is, if you really have something with Cangqiong, I can wait until Cangqiong is of the right age to hold a wedding for you too. Lu Erlong's bold declaration made Yu Luomin feel inexplicably impressed. But what he really meant was not to listen to Lu Erlong's nonsense. As Lu Erlong's father, what he wanted to hear most now was Lu Erlong telling him that she planned to get married. After all, Girls from other families at Lu Erlong's age might already have grandsons running around. Variant 1 Douluo World Lu Erlong. What are you talking about over there? Seeing his father, who seemed like a stranger, say such things in public, Lu Erlong was so angry that his face turned green. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Yu Luomian, I'm just concerned about you. If you don't have that intention, I naturally won't force you. That said, Yu Luomian plans to have a private talk with Shen Cangqiong. He believes that with Lu Erlong's appearance, Shen Cangqiong cannot possibly have no feelings at all. As for the age difference between them, there's a saying that goes, a woman 30 years older brings wealth. As long as Shen Cangqiong marries Lu Erlong in the future, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family will be under his control. Variant 1 Douluo World Lu Erlong. I don't need your concern, so don't meddle in my affairs. At this moment, Lu Erlong felt that her thoughts were somewhat absurd, because she realized that she didn't seem to have any aversion to the idea of marrying Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Let's first watch the comparison video. I feel that Tang San's comparison video should be coming to an end soon. In front of the ally Yu Luomian, Shen Cangqiong naturally wants to protect him. In order to prevent the relationship between father and daughter from becoming tense, it is natural to redirect their attention back to the comparison video. This is the best way to change the topic at this stage. Sure enough, shortly after Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, Tang San's first soul ring was also absorbed. Then, after waking up and helping the poisoned Yu Xiaojiang to remove the toxins from his body, the images of the comparison video gradually faded. The first comparison video has concluded, according to the level of recognition from all the viewers of the comparison video in both worlds. The ultimate winner of the first comparison video is Shen Cangqiong. Below is the comparative data of the recognition levels obtained by the two protagonists. The voting ratio for Variant 1, Shen Cangqiong from the Douluo World, is 99. The voting ratio for Variant 2, Tang San from the original Douluo World, is 0.01. Due to the shortcomings in the first comparison, this comparison video aims to address those existing deficiencies. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, unknown. Can it be like this? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, unknown. Who cares, anyway? I've been waiting for those 10 lucky spots. Variant 1 of Douluo World, anonymous. That's right, as long as there are good things to take. There's not much to say about the rest. Variant 1, nameless in the Douluo World. I don't know how this 100,000-year soul ring was given. If it can't be absorbed, will it lead to death directly? Variant 2, nameless in the original Douluo World. Why are you all so happy? No matter how the 100,000-year soul ring is rewarded, it's not something ordinary people like us can covet. You have to understand, the value of a 100,000-year soul ring is enough to buy a large city. If this 100,000-year soul ring is obtained by those superpowers, it would be fine, but if it's given to ordinary people, it would not be a blessing, but rather a root of disaster. Variant 1 Douluo World, anonymous. Not afraid. I am currently in Wuhuan City. As long as I obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, I will immediately join the Wuhuan Hall. Compared to the comparison video, my actions did not cause much of a stir. Instead, the upcoming lucky spots and the 100,000-year soul ring rewards became the only topic of discussion. Strange. This so-called comparison video is just as unreliable as the golden finger I ran away from. I remember when I first got the golden finger, it also said the same thing about needing to make up for the deficiencies as this comparison video. Hiss. Damn. This comparison video can't be the golden finger that ran away from me, right? No way. It really can't be that scam, right? While people from two worlds are discussing in the bullet comments, Shen Cangqiong stared suspiciously at the big screen in the sky and muttered. Chapter 16. Preemption completion of deficiencies. Next, we will start awarding the rewards for the two protagonists in the comparison video. Friendly reminder. All types of rewards issued by the comparison video can be traded, but must be voluntary by the seller. Now issuing the reward for the winner of the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong from Variant 1 Douluo World. Reward 1. 10 cross-border symbol fragments. Note 1. After obtaining 100 cross-border symbol fragments, they can be combined into one cross-border symbol, which allows free travel between Variant 1 Douluo World and original Douluo World 2. Note 2. Each cross-border symbol can be used 10 times. Note 3. A maximum of 5 people can be carried during each crossing. Reward 2. 100,000-year customizable torso bone. Reward 3. 1 true soul pill recipe. The rewards for the winner, Shen Cangqiong from Variant 1 Douluo World, have been issued. Now beginning to issue rewards for the two Tang Sans from the comparison video losers. Reward 1. 1 cross-border symbol fragment. Reward 2. 1 10-year soft bone rabbit skull. Reward 3. 1 true soul pill recipe fragment for position 1. Note, collecting 10 recipe fragments for true soul pill can combine into a complete true soul pill recipe. The rewards for the loser Tang San have been issued. Now starting to draw 10 lucky spots. All lucky spot winners will receive 100,000 year customizable limb bone. Since there were no bullet comments from the Soul B side, there are no lucky winners from the Soul B side. Below is the announcement of the lucky spot list. Variant 1, Douluo World, Lu Erlong. Variant 1, BB Dong from the Douluo World. Variant 2, Qian Rinxue from the original Douluo World. Variant 1, Douluo World Ayin. Note, due to Ayin's special circumstances, the rewards will be distributed again on the day Ayin is reshaped. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Ma Hongjun. Variant 1, Douluo World, Yi Xian. Variant 1, Zhang Sifeng from the Douluo World. Variant 1, Douluo World, King 6. Variant 1, Douluo World, Xiao Wu. Variant 1, Douluo World, Han is running again. Variant 1, Douluo World, Xiao Wu. Haha, I actually got a piece of a 100,000 year self-selected 4-limb bone. Comparing to the video, old man, from now on Xiao Wu, will be your grandson. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Han Yu, give you a copper soul coin. Take back this sentence, let me say it. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Anonymous. Why are 9 out of 10 lucky spots from another world? Isn't this too unfair? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Anonymous. Yeah, since it's a comparison between 2 worlds, the 10 lucky spots should be split evenly, right? Variant 1 of Douluo World Yi Xian. Who told you that your world is at a disadvantage? Isn't it reasonable that the winning side gets more benefits? Variant 1 Douluo World Zhang Sifeng. That's right. Since ancient times, the winning side has always taken the lead. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Wang Lu. Don't pay attention to such people. It's just envy and jealousy. The lucky spots have been assigned, and naturally, some are happy, some are not, some have opinions, and some do not. However, none of this matters. After the rewards for the lucky spot recipients were distributed in the comparison video, there was completely no further activity. In the Shrek carriage of the Douluo World, Variant 1. Unexpectedly, my luck is really quite good. Ma Hongjun held a colorful light orb in his arms, as if it were a priceless treasure, looking quite proud. Speaking of which, Tang San, what do you plan to do with the soft-bone rabbit skull from the past 10 years? After feeling pleased for a few seconds, Ma Hongjun suddenly noticed the soft-bone rabbit skull in Tang San's hand, raised his eyebrows, and asked, I don't know either. A 10-year-old soul bone is completely useless, tasteless to consume, and regrettable to discard. Even with Tang San's cunning, he doesn't know how to deal with it properly. How about making it into rabbit head soup? Just think about it. A soup made from soul bone must be delicious. Ma Hongjun has already become a bit arrogant, holding a soul bone with a 10,000-year limit. He looks at the 10-year soul bone in Tang San's hand and feels it is utterly worthless. Get lost. As soon as Ma Hongjun's bold suggestion came out, everyone in the carriage looked at him with a gaze that said he was ridiculous, especially Xiao Wu, who directly told Ma Hongjun to get lost with a sharp glare. Fatty, are you selling that 10,000-year soul bone? Ning Rongrong asked with a smile, watching as Ma Hongjun was cornered by everyone and begging for mercy. How much will you offer? At this point, Ma Hongjun had no ambitions and just wanted to eat, drink, and have fun. So, as long as Ning Rongrong offered a satisfactory price, he wouldn't mind selling the 10,000-year soul bone to her. After all, he knew his own situation. If he couldn't resolve that evil fire, becoming a soul emperor in this lifetime would be the end of it for him. If you're really selling, when we get to Tiando City, you can come back with me to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Don't worry, our sect may lack other things, but we definitely won't lack gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong didn't expect Ma Hongjun to actually be willing to sell the 10,000-year soul bone. She had just said it casually. Is your 7-treasure glazed tile sect really that wealthy? Although the 7-treasure glazed tile sect is well known, Flender and his group never taught such widely known knowledge, which led Ma Hongjun to have no idea what kind of power the 7-treasure glazed tile sect truly was. Hee. If we claim to be second in terms of financial power, then no force in the entire Douluo continent would dare claim to be first, not even the Spirit Hall. When Ning Rongrong said this, she was very confident, as their sect had a skill for identifying treasures. All right, it's settled then. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words and remembering her usual extravagant spending habits, Ma Hongjun believed her. Fatty, how can you sell a 10,000-year soul bone? After just a few sentences, Ma Hongjun decided to sell the soul bone to Ning Rongrong, which made Dai Mubai unable to hold back any longer. Sigh, boss Dai, you know my situation. This 10,000-year soul bone is an invaluable treasure for you, but for me, it's a death warrant. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun shook his head in frustration. If he could, he naturally wanted to absorb it himself, but he was terrified that after absorbing this 10,000-year soul bone, he wouldn't even have time to relieve his fire before he was done for. In that case, sell me your 10,000-year soul bone. At this moment, before anyone else could say anything, a voice suddenly came from outside the carriage. Chapter 17. Meeting Lu Erlong again, Master? Although everyone looked down on this always stern-faced guy due to the comparison video, Master was ultimately a good brother of Dean Flender. Therefore, when they heard Yu Xiaojiang's sudden voice, aside from Ning Rongrong, whose expression turned cold, and Zhu Zhuqing, who remained expressionless, the others politely referred to Yu Xiaojiang as Master. What do you think? After the others greeted him, Yu Xiaojiang entered the carriage, nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned to Ma Hongjun and asked, Teacher Yu, what you're doing is inappropriate, right? After all, I was the one who brought it up first. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang so shamelessly trying to steal his business without any hint of remorse, Ning Rongrong's expression grew colder. You haven't paid yet. As long as you haven't completed the transaction, others can bid. To this, Yu Xiaojiang appeared indifferent, showing no awareness that he had done something wrong. Want to bid? Hee. Yu Xiaojiang, do you have money? Ma Hongjuan's 10,000-year soul bone. Our 7-treasure glazed tile sect can offer 50 million gold soul coins. May I ask how much you can offer? Since Yu Xiaojiang wasn't planning to save face, Ning Rongrong saw no need to maintain the last bit of politeness. Hongjun, although I don't have money, as long as you sell me this 10,000-year soul bone, I can guarantee to cultivate you with all my strength in the future. Moreover, this would be a contribution to our entire team. Think about it, in about 3 years, the elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent will begin. When the time comes, with Tang San, who has absorbed the 10,000-year soul bone, leading you to compete, won't your chances of winning the championship be guaranteed? Yu Xiaojiang hadn't expected Ning Rongrong to open with 50 million gold soul coins. But for the sake of his dream, he could only grit his teeth and say it. What is the elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent? The power of 50 million gold soul coins was astounding, directly making Ma Hongjun dizzy. If Yu Xiaojiang hadn't seen Ma Hongjuan's lack of response and gently tapped him, he might still be in a daze. Actually, at this moment, not only was Ma Hongjun shocked by Ning Rongrong's offer, but even Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who weren't short on money, were also taken aback. Not to mention the other poor students from Shrek Academy. The elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent is a highly prestigious competition held every 5 years, uniting all the advanced soul master academies in the Douluo continent. Then, Yu Xiaojiang explained all the information about the elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent. So, what you mean is to have Ma Hongjun donate his 10,000-year soul bone for free to Tang San, and then let your disciple Tang San shine on the competition stage. While you conveniently say that Ma Hongjun is gaining glory by association with Tang San and enjoying the honor of the champion team, Ning Rongrong sneered. All right, Xiaojiang. This 10,000-year soul bone belongs to Hongjun. He alone has the right to decide what to do with it. Seeing that aside from Tang San, the expressions of the other students changed after hearing Ning Rongrong's sarcasm. Flender, who had been hesitating, finally spoke up to stop Yu Xiaojiang, directly settling the matter. Then, disregarding Yu Xiaojiang's protests, Flender grabbed him by the collar and left the carriage, leaving behind 7 silent students, each with their own thoughts. On the other side, it seems that this comparison video really is my runaway golden finger. Riding on a husky, Shen Cangqiong took out 20 cross-border symbol fragments from the infinite space storage ring given by the golden finger. After comparing them with the 10 cross-border symbol fragments he had just obtained, he muttered with a twitching corner of his mouth. Forget it, let it go. Anyway, I have already obtained enough treasures from the other party. After a moment, Shen Cangqiong, who had come to a realization, put away the items in his hand and gave the husky's skin drum a hard slap. Instantly, the husky howled like a wolf and started running quickly, but its eyes were filled with a resentful expression. Early morning, in the first variant of the Douluo World, in the small courtyard of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, who was still in a deep sleep, suddenly felt a weight on her body and instantly woke up. Sister Lu, don't hit me, it's me, Shen Cangqiong said with a grin, casually blocking Lu Erlong's fist. Cangqiong? Hiss. You better get down. You've grown up now, you can't act like you did when you were little. Despite saying this, Lu Erlong didn't push Shen Cangqiong away. What are you afraid of? No one is watching. Shen Cangqiong didn't care what Lu Erlong said. He had been like this since he was 3 years old. I really can't do anything about you. Lu Erlong blushed and turned her head, not daring to meet Shen Cangqiong's gaze. Sister Lu, you said yesterday that you would compensate me. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong summoned his true dragon martial soul to convince Lu Erlong. Then, 9 crimson soul rings appeared around Shen Cangqiong, making Lu Erlong stare in astonishment. Is it really you, Cangqiong? After a long time, Lu Erlong still found it hard to believe. Of course it's me. To prove the truth of his words, Shen Cangqiong performed a little gesture that only he and Lu Erlong knew. I believe it's really you now. But how could you possibly have 9 soul rings, all at 100,000 years? In the Douluo continent, there was no such thing as a steal. Sensing Shen Cangqiong's mischievous touch, Lu Erlong immediately chose to believe him. However, she still didn't understand why Shen Cangqiong had 900,000-year soul rings. After all, she personally took him to hunt for a 10,000-year, a 20,000-year, and a 30,000-year black soul ring back then. I'll tell you about that later. Now, shouldn't Sister Lu compensate me? Shen Cangqiong smiled mischievously. I'm your Aunt Lu. What kind of compensation do you want? Hurry up and get down. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's mischievous smile, Lu Erlong felt something was wrong and quickly adopted her previous authoritative demeanor. You can't do this. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong didn't give Lu Erlong a chance to react, just like when they were children. Soon, beautiful sounds echoed through the room. Woof woof. A curious howl from a husky came from outside the room. Chapter 18. Unexpected encounter 3 hours later. No wonder you always laughed so strangely when you said you would repay me as you grew up. So this is what you meant by repayment. I really want to ask you, little rascal, is this your repayment to me or mine to you? Lu Erlong looked furious, feeling like she had let a wolf into her house. Didn't I just add a few steps and movements compared to a few years ago? Besides, during that time, Sister Lu, you were much more proactive than I was. Shen Cangqiong said aggrievedly. You. Hearing this, Lu Erlong felt both embarrassed and angry, kicking Shen Cangqiong out the door. What are you looking at? Rubbing the spot where he almost fell apart, Shen Cangqiong was speechless. At that moment, he noticed a husky running over, with a silly look on its face and its head tilted. Shen Cangqiong immediately glared at it. Oh, the husky, being stared at by Shen Cangqiong for no reason, changed to an even sillier expression, as if to say I'm done with those 5 big words written on its face. What is there to talk about with a silly dog? Hurry up and come in. Seeing Shen Cangqiong outside the door grappling with a seemingly silly dog, Lu Erlong immediately said angrily. He got it. Receiving Lu Erlong's hint, Shen Cangqiong instantly lost interest in continuing to chat with the husky, directly shoving the silly dog aside, rubbing his hands together with a grin as he entered the room, and then closed the small door under the watchful gaze of the husky filled with wisdom. In the evening, in Lu Erlong's small room. Get up quickly, Yulami is here. Lu Erlong took a piece of paper from a pigeon's claws, opened it, and said, he is quite slow to arrive. Shen Cangqiong wasn't surprised. With his return, there would be an endless stream of forces, both overt and covert, sending people to test him. He just didn't expect that the person from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, who should have rushed over first, would actually arrive only now. Who knows? Let us go. Since he is here, let us meet him. Lu Erlong seemed indifferent. She had already seen Shen Cangqiong's strength from various aspects, so she naturally wasn't worried about any troubles that couldn't be resolved. Blue Tyrant Academy. Dean's office. Why did you just arrive now? As soon as Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong entered, Yuluami's dissatisfied voice rang out. Didn't you just arrive? Lu Erlong furrowed her brows, feeling a bit angry. You said I just arrived. I got here at noon. I even had lunch in the academy cafeteria. Hearing this, Yuluami was almost driven crazy by his daughter, who never took him seriously. You arrived at noon? Lu Erlong didn't look at her cheap old man, but turned to the assistant beside her. Indeed, she arrived at noon. The assistant nodded. That is strange. I only received the message half an hour ago. Lu Erlong was confused. Forget it. Do you have something to discuss this time? After thinking for a few seconds without any clue, Lu Erlong shook her head and directly shifted the topic to Yuluami's intentions for coming. I originally had matters to discuss, but now there is no need. As an expert in that regard, as soon as Lu Erlong walked in, Yuluami could see what had happened to his daughter, so there was no need to continue discussing it. Since there is nothing, then please leave. Lu Erlong, still unaware that her cheap dad had figured out what happened to her, directly issued an order to leave when she saw he had nothing to say. Sigh. Yuluami, who had been satisfied while observing Shen Cangqiong, had his expression stiffen after hearing Lu Erlong's cold words. Take good care of Erlong. Silently walking to the office door, Yu Luomi stopped next to Shen Cangqiong, patted his shoulder, and said softly, "Rest assured." Faced with Yu Luomi's seemingly all-knowing gaze, Shen Cangqiong felt no embarrassment about having harmed his daughter. Instead, he proudly patted his chest. "Were you two playing it just now?" After a moment, once Yu Luomi and the assistant had left, Lu Erlong cautiously sat down in her chair and asked, "Your father has already figured out our relationship," Shen Cangqiong explained while surveying Lu Erlong's office. "What? How could he know?" Although Lu Erlong didn't take Yu Luomian seriously, she couldn't deny that Yu Luomian was her father, so she naturally felt a bit uneasy. How else would he know? Of course, he saw it with his own eyes. "Just like you told me before, your father was quite the playboy in his youth. Therefore, he must have a lot of experience in this area." Shen Cangqiong shrugged, showing no sign of feeling guilty for Yu Luomian. "All right, you make a valid point." Lu Erlong acknowledged Shen Cangqiong's statement. "By the way, are you hungry?" After a while, Lu Erlong remembered that they'd been playing games all day and hadn't eaten yet. "I'm a bit hungry." "But Lu's sister, you shouldn't be hungry, right?" Shen Cangqiong looked at Lu Erlong with a half-smile. "Ugh." Lu Erlong was furious and shot a large fireball, sending the laughing Shen Cangqiong away. It's been more than 6 years, and the Blue Ba Academy hasn't changed much. The only difference is that the older sisters from back then have all graduated and left. As Shen Cangqiong walked on the way to the cafeteria, looking at the unchanged scenery of Blue Ba Academy, he couldn't help but sigh. Shen Cangqiong? At this time, it was already a bit late. Most of the students were either out having fun or meditating in their dorms. So, it wasn't until Shen Cangqiong was almost at the cafeteria's entrance that someone noticed him. "Huh, older sister, who are you?" Shen Cangqiong certainly knew who was standing in front of him. Before the three beauties of Shrek Academy joined Blue Ba Academy, the only one who could truly be called a beauty besides Lu Erlong was Jiang Zhu. Unfortunately, Shen Cangqiong hadn't been back in over 6 years, so if he were to call out her name now, it would seem quite strange. "My name is Jiang Zhu. I'm a student in the advanced class of Blue Ba Academy. Should I call you senior or junior?" Realizing that Shen Cangqiong seemed quite friendly and didn't have the aloofness typical of a super genius, Jiang Zhu felt greatly relieved. She was initially worried that Shen Cangqiong might be an incredibly proud person, and if he really ignored her greeting, she would feel utterly embarrassed. Chapter 19. It's still your fault you're older than me, so of course, you should call me junior. Shen Cangqiong understood Jiang Zhu's dilemma. In terms of age, Shen Cangqiong was several years younger than her. But if it was about who arrived at Blue Ba Academy first, Shen Cangqiong had been there much earlier than Jiang Zhu. "Well, all right, then I'll call you Shen Jr. from now on." Seeing that Shen Cangqiong's expression didn't seem fake, Jiang Zhu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Sister Jiang Zhu, have you eaten?" Since the two were already acquainted, Shen Cangqiong naturally asked directly. "Not yet. I just happened to want to come eat when I ran into you, Shen Jr." Jiang Zhu playfully shook her head. "Then let's eat together." As they spoke, they had already arrived in the cafeteria, and Shen Cangqiong skillfully opened Lu Erlong's exclusive private room, inviting Jiang Zhu in. "No, it's fine. You just got back, and I'm sure you and Director Lu have a lot to talk about. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to be standing by." Jiang Zhu was very understanding and waved her hand to leave. An hour later, "You should eat some vegetables too. Don't just drink water." In Lu Erlong's private room, Shen Cangqiong handed Lu Erlong a chicken wing. Shen Cangqiong had drunk a lot of water today, and now just seeing water made him feel a bit nauseous. "Oomph, you still say it's not your fault?" Hearing this, Lu Erlong snorted coldly and took a fierce bite of the chicken wing. Seeing this, even though the image of the chicken wing was completely inappropriate, Shen Cangqiong still felt a chill. "I heard you were laughing and chatting with Jiang Zhu just now." After finishing the chicken wing in his hand, Lu Erlong suddenly asked after drinking a large cup of water. Of course, students should have laughs and chats. Should I put on a stern face and act indifferent? Shen Cangqiong remained unfazed. He could tell that Lu Erlong was not angry. "Students? You're already a level 94 title Douluo. Do you still want to continue being a student?" Lu Erlong looked at Shen Cangqiong with a strange expression, feeling that he should stop Shen Cangqiong from thinking this way. "You don't understand my troubles. After being out there for so long, I found that being a student in the academy is the most comfortable. Moreover, I'm still under 25, and I want to participate in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition." Although it was a bit quirky, it was also Shen Cangqiong expressing his feelings. When he was in the original world, Shen Cangqiong hated school the most when he was young, and by the time he regretted it, he had already lost the opportunity to enter the academy again. So, having a rare second chance, although not in the original world, Shen Cangqiong still cherished it immensely. As for participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, that was purely a side thought. I'm afraid the Spirit Hall won't agree to let you participate. Although your age hasn't exceeded 25, you are already a titled Douluo. If you really participate in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, then there's no need for the competition to be held. Speaking of this, perhaps not only the Spirit Hall won't let you participate in the Elite Competition, but even those other advanced academies won't agree to let you participate in the Elite Competition. Speaking of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Lu Erlong set aside his doubts and began to analyze seriously. Of course, Lu Erlong directly ignored Shen Cangqiong's quirky demeanor. After all, he had seen too many similar situations with Shen Cangqiong. How about this? I will personally train a few people and let them participate in the elite competition. Consider it a gift for Lu Erlong. In fact, Lu Erlong's analysis wasn't wrong. Originally, the existence of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition was to help major forces discover talents among the younger generation. And Shen Cangqiong was not the kind of unreasonable person. This is indeed feasible. However, there aren't many talents in the Blue Tyrant Academy. It would be very difficult to achieve good results. Because of Shen Cangqiong, Lu Erlong in this world was not disinterested in the academy affairs as he was in the original work, but instead devoted himself to the entire academy. Unfortunately, the Blue Tyrant Academy mainly recruited ordinary civilian soul masters, so naturally, there weren't many soul masters with powerful martial souls joining. Take a look at this. Noticing Lu Erlong's hesitation, Shen Cangqiong took out the recipe for the True Soul Pill and handed it over. If the effect of this True Soul Pill is really as written on this recipe, it could be both a blessing and a curse. After receiving the recipe, Lu Erlong glanced at it, and his brows furrowed deeply. Don't worry. With my current strength, even if I can't defeat a level 99 peerless Douluo, I can still protect myself easily. The main issue is that Shen Cangqiong had never fought against a level 99 peerless Douluo and didn't know how strong they really were. However, Shen Cangqiong had fought against the Titan Giant Ape, and after playing around enough, he knocked the Titan Giant Ape out with a single move. But we must be cautious. We absolutely cannot let this leak out. Otherwise, it could lead to endless troubles. In the face of absolute profit, there will always be some reckless individuals who would choose to take risks. Perhaps we can change the Blue Tyrant Academy. Divide the Blue Tyrant Academy into an inner court and an outer court. The outer court is the current Blue Tyrant Academy, while the inner court consists of those who have truly joined the Blue Tyrant Academy. This way, when these inner court students become part of the Blue Tyrant Academy, the possibility of leaks would greatly decrease. Shen Cangqiong had long felt that the academies on Douluo continent were not very wise. The talents they cultivated did not end up under their control, and once those students graduated, they were directly released, without fearing that those students would join their enemies. Since Lu Erlong suggested keeping the True Soul Pill a secret, Shen Cangqiong took the opportunity to propose changing the Blue Tyrant Academy. This seems not very good. All the academies on Douluo continent do not interfere with students' choices after graduation. Lu Erlong did not oppose Shen Cangqiong's division of inner and outer courts, but he had some different opinions on Shen Cangqiong's planning for the inner court. We don't force those students to join the inner court. Everything needs to be voluntary. Moreover, what's the difference between joining the inner court and joining those outside noble families and sects? Shen Cangqiong, however, was unconvinced. Chapter 20. The Shrek group finally arrives at Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu's sister, you must remember, joining the inner court is a blessing for those students. Not everyone has the qualification to join the inner court. Besides, we still have the outer court, which is actually not much different from now. Seeing Lu Erlong still hesitating, Shen Cangqiong spoke with utmost seriousness. In Shen Cangqiong's plan, the outer court of the Blue Tyrant Academy would still be the same as now. Anyone could join. But if one wanted to join the inner court of the Blue Tyrant Academy, they would have to pass multiple assessments to become an ordinary student of the inner court. All right, since you insist, I won't say much more. The outer court will be managed by me from now on, while all matters of the inner court will be handed over to you. After all, the more important things have already been taken by Shen Cangqiong. What is an academy anyway? Then let's proceed this way. Shen Cangqiong nodded. Since he couldn't be a student, being the dean is also fine. By the way, Lu's sister, this is for you. After finishing the discussion about the academy, Shen Cangqiong put the recipe for the True Soul Pill back into the storage space and took out the piece of bone from a 100,000-years-old trunk. What is this? Lu Erlong looked at the item in front of her and realized she had never seen anything like it before, so she curiously turned to Shen Cangqiong. 100,000-year torso bone. Shen Cangqiong said it so casually, as if he were talking about a cabbage. No, this item is too precious. I can't accept it. Hearing that the item was a 100,000-year torso bone, Lu Erlong was taken aback. After a long while, she looked at Shen Cangqiong with deep affection and shook her head to refuse. Sister Lu, you must accept it. What you gave me is worth much more than this torso bone. Shen Cangqiong had plenty of soul bones. And if it weren't for the fear that Lu Erlong might absorb too many soul bones at once and destabilize her foundation, he would have already taken out a full set of soul bones for her to absorb. Hee, you're still as sweet-tongued as before. However, this time your sweet talk is a bit excessive. On this point, Aunt Lu, no, I still have self-awareness. Lu Erlong pushed the soul bone in front of Shen Cangqiong, chuckling softly, appearing quite cheerful. Of course, it might also be that she realized her relationship with Shen Cangqiong was now different, so she changed her way of referring to herself from Aunt Lu to I. All right, then you must accept this. It was clear that Lu Erlong was genuinely unwilling to accept the 100,000-year torso bone. So Shen Cangqiong did not force her, but took out a 1,000-year growth-type torso bone that was suitable for Lu Erlong from his storage space. What is this? Another torso bone? Lu Erlong was surprised. Although the torso bone Shen Cangqiong took out this time was clearly not as old as the 100,000-year one. As long as it was a soul bone, it was priceless, not to mention it was a torso bone, second only to external soul bones. Yes, this is a 1,000-year fire dragon torso bone. Shen Cangqiong did not mention that it was a growth-type soul bone, as that would be hard to explain. Where did this come from? Lu Erlong knew the origin of the 100,000-year torso bone, but she had no idea about the 1,000-year fire dragon torso bone. Of course, it came from defeating monsters. Shen Cangqiong replied matter-of-factly. I really didn't expect your luck to be this good. After 6 years of training outside, not only did you gather a full set of soul bones, but you even have extras. Lu Erlong envied Shen Cangqiong's luck immensely. Back in her day, because of you, Xiao Jiang, she had hunted a large number of soul beasts but didn't even get a single 10-year soul bone. You must accept this, or I'll really get angry. Shen Cangqiong did not respond to Lu Erlong's lamentation, nor did he say much. He just seriously stuffed the soul bone into Lu Erlong's hands. Surprises should always be revealed unexpectedly for the best effect. If said now, where would the surprise be? I'm really scared of you now. All right then. Although a 1,000-year soul bone is also extremely valuable, compared to the 100,000-year soul bone, it is still within my acceptance range. Being cherished by someone she recognized made Lu Erlong very satisfied, and she naturally wouldn't stubbornly refuse the other person's gift. That's more like it. Come on, have another drink of water. Let's try to get some more later. Seeing Lu Erlong accept the soul bone, Shen Cangqiong's serious expression immediately turned into an indescribable one. And what he said made Lu Erlong's face turn bright red. Gone. After a while, the room echoed with Lu Erlong's embarrassed and angry shout and Shen Cangqiong's hearty laughter. 2 days later, in the middle of the night. What are you up to again, you pesky thing? In Lu Erlong's small courtyard, after finishing a game, Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong were talking when they suddenly heard a howl and some cooing sound from the yard. Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but shout out loud. Sounds like a pigeon. Lu Erlong listened carefully and said uncertainly, I'll go take a look. Shen Cangqiong got up and went out, and, after a while, he came back holding a note with a rather strange expression. What's wrong? Lu Erlong asked curiously. You can take a look for yourself. Shen Cangqiong handed the note to Lu Erlong and began to put on his clothes. Flandra and the others are here? But why are they showing up in the middle of the night? Lu Erlong took the note and glanced at it, unable to help but feel speechless towards Flandra. They must have arrived early. When I went out just now, I happened to see the husky carrying a pigeon coming towards our courtyard. Shen Cangqiong felt a bit awkward. At this moment, he finally understood why Yulumian had come so early that day, while he and Lu Erlong only received the news about Yulumian's arrival in the evening after finishing their game. All right. Hearing this, Lu Erlong was also taken aback. She suddenly felt that this pesky creature that liked to cause chaos seemed to be quite useful sometimes. At least with this pesky creature around, she sometimes didn't have to hold back from going out to do things. Let's go. Once Lu Erlong was dressed, Shen Cangqiong said, You Xiaojing might also be in the group. However, he and I are already in the past. Don't get angry or jealous. On the way, Lu Erlong suddenly reminded him. She hadn't thought much of it before, but now she realized. From what she knew about Flandra, he would never come to find her alone to avoid suspicion. You can't get too close to him, and you definitely can't shut the door and whisper to him. Shen Cangqiong snorted. Don't worry. Since I've already given it to you, I naturally won't have any other thoughts. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at the displeased Shen Cangqiong, but still seriously promised. Chapter 21, This Little Rabbit Sister. You don't want to disappoint me, right? In the reception room of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Erlong, you finally came. We were about to fall asleep waiting for you. As soon as Lu Erlong and Shen Cangqiong entered, Flandra stood up and joked with Lu Erlong. I'm really sorry, Flandra. I recently adopted a pesky creature that loves to catch pigeons. I had just finished my training and was about to get up for some water when I heard a commotion outside. When I went out to check, I found out from the message on the carrier pigeon that you brought someone here. Lu Erlong knew that Flandra wouldn't be angry with her for arriving late, but she still explained the reason for her tardiness. However, as soon as she spoke, she pushed all the responsibility onto the husky. Erlong, long time no see. How have you been? At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had been unable to contain himself, suddenly stepped forward, looking at Lu Erlong with a melancholic expression and a bitter tone. Did you notice anything wrong with me? Hearing this, Lu Erlong rolled her eyes and moved closer to Shen Cangqiong. I'm sorry, but our relationship really can't be together. Xiao Wu still thought that Lu Erlong was being sarcastic, and continued with a melancholic expression. Lu Erlong realized that she no longer had love or hate for Xiao Wu. If she had to say anything, it was just indifference. Erlong, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Xiao Wu noticed that the situation seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. In his heart, Lu Erlong should be crying and throwing herself into his arms, loudly declaring that as long as she could be with him, she wouldn't care about anything else. That would be the right thing. I have nothing to say to you. After saying this, Lu Erlong ignored Xiao Wu and turned back to talk to Flandra. Flandra also put away the frustration he felt when Xiao Wu interrupted him and began to introduce Lu Erlong to the other teachers at Shrek Academy. At this moment, only Xiao Wu remained, staring blankly. On the other side of the reception room, you are Shen Cangqiong from a comparison video, right? Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong circled around Shen Cangqiong, lively and playful. Hello. Shen Cangqiong smiled and greeted her. He remembered that in the original world, many people said that Ning Rongrong had a bad temper and a princess complex, and they generally disliked her. However, Shen Cangqiong felt that Ning Rongrong was much more reliable than most people. After all, Ning Rongrong was the next head of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and with 2 titled Douluo grandfathers doting on her, her status was several times higher than that of a real royal princess. It could be said that among all the girls in the Douluo continent, apart from Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue, and Posey, no other girl had a status that could compare to Ning Rongrong. So, what's wrong with Ning Rongrong being a little proud? In Shen Cangqiong's view, with such a status, if she wasn't proud, she would either be really foolish or a pretentious gentleman, with no other possibility. Senior Cangqiong, is your initial soul power level really 50? Seeing that Shen Cangqiong seemed easy to talk to, Ning Rongrong couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. It's true, this wasn't a secret, and Shen Cangqiong had no intention of hiding it. It's hard to imagine. Hearing Shen Cangqiong's confirmation, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, but she didn't continue to ask anything. As a core direct descendant of a noble family, she knew very well what questions could be asked and which ones couldn't. By the way, you haven't introduced your 6 classmates yet. Shen Cangqiong reminded her. He was just missing a mutual introduction to poke fun at Tang San a bit. When it came to the other 6 Shrek students, Ning Rongrong immediately lost interest. If it weren't for her interest in Tang San's hidden weapons and Ma Hongjuan's 10,000-year soul bone, she wouldn't have bothered to mix with them at all. Seeing this scene, Shen Cangqiong was puzzled. According to Tang San's soul power level, the relationships among the Shrek 7 should have eased by this time. He originally thought Ning Rongrong hadn't introduced the other 6 because she forgot, but it seemed there was another reason. I am Zhu Zhuqing. She is Xiao Wu. Perhaps aware of Ning Rongrong's reluctance, Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to step forward. Xiao Wu, do we know each other? Why do you look like you've seen something terrible? Shen Cangqiong greeted Zhu Zhuqing with a friendly smile, then feigned confusion and asked, I. Xiao Wu was on the verge of tears. She never expected that Shen Cangqiong's claim of being a title de law was actually true. Now, all that filled her mind were the words, my life is over. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Xiao Wu's unusual behavior was naturally noticed by the other 6, and Tang San rushed to her side, questioning her while glaring at Shen Cangqiong with hostility. I'm fine. Xiao Wu, fearing that Tang San would offend Shen Cangqiong, steadied her nerves and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Is there a misunderstanding between us? How about this? Let us talk privately later. If I really offended you somewhere, you can say it outright. Don't worry, I'm not unreasonable, as long as you say it. It's indeed my fault. I can apologize to you. As soon as these words were spoken, The expressions of the Shrek 7 changed as they looked at Shen Cangqiong, who appeared sincere. Douluo, do you think this guy has taken a liking to Xiao Wu? Ma Hongjuan's voice was low, but the few people present were all soul masters, so how could they not hear it? This made the atmosphere in the room turn strange. A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. It seemed intentional. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong added fuel to the fire. Xiao Wu is still young. She definitely can't consider such things now. Tang San had long regarded Xiao Wu as his own forbidden love. How could he allow anyone else to have designs on her? That is not certain. This little rabbit sister, you wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you? Ignoring Tang San, who was blocking Xiao Wu, Shen Cangqiong playfully looked at Xiao Wu and quoted a classic line from the original world. I understand. You lead the way later. Xiao Wu knew she couldn't escape, and nodded as if resigned to her fate. However, to avoid causing trouble for Tang San, she still didn't show her desperate fear. Chapter 22. Your hearts are really dirty, Xiao Wu? Seeing as Xiao Wu actually agree to talk privately with Shen Cangqiong, Tang San was shocked. Third brother, don't worry. I'm right here in the Blue Tyrant Academy. A 1T go out, nothing will happen. Xiao Wu smiled, albeit forced. No, I don't agree. As a man, Tang San knew exactly what Shen Cangqiong was after and would never agree to let Xiao Wu go alone to talk to him. Tang San, what's wrong? Tang San's loud shout instinctively startled Yu Xiaojing, who was still questioning life, and drew the attention of Lu Erlong and the others. Cangqiong, what happened? Lu Erlong, who had walked over, looked puzzled. I saw that Xiao Wu seemed afraid of me, so I planned to ask her out to talk and see if I had unintentionally hurt her in the past. As a result, Xiao Wu agreed, but Tang San doesn't. Shen Cangqiong shrugged and briefly explained. What is there to talk about? Can't we talk now? Why must Xiao Wu talk to you alone? Tang San interrupted, not giving anyone else a chance to speak. If it could be said in front of everyone, Wu and Xiao would have already said it. Shen Cangqiong looked at Tang San with an expression as if he were looking at a sand sculpture. Xiao Wu is my sister, and I have the responsibility to protect her. If you really want to talk, then let's do it now while everyone is here. Tang San did not back down at all. I don't mind. Xiao Wu, you decide for yourself. Shen Cangqiong did not believe that Xiao Wu would dare to reveal her true identity in front of so many people. Brother, let me go. You don't need to worry about this. Indeed, Xiao Wu, who had not yet fully fallen in love with Tang San, was not foolish and knew how to choose. At this moment, Xiao Wu had already realized that if Shen Cangqiong really wanted to take her soul ring and soul bone, he wouldn't need to waste time talking to her here. Shen Cangqiong was a title, even if everyone from Shrek Academy attacked together, they would definitely not be a match for him. Moreover, this was Shen Cangqiong's territory. Xiao Wu, hearing this, Tang San became anxious. He could not understand why Xiao Wu, who had always listened to him, was now opposing him. Did she not see that he, as her brother, was trying to help her? Xiao San, calm down. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing, who had not been present for a long time, suddenly stepped in and stopped Tang San, who wanted to say more. He still wanted to take Shen Cangqiong as his disciple and naturally did not want to see a conflict arise between Shen Cangqiong and Tang San because of Xiao Wu. Teacher? Stopped by Yu Xiaojing, Tang San frowned and looked at him in confusion, while Yu Xiaojing gave Tang San an assuring look and then turned to Shen Cangqiong. Cangqiong, it is indeed a bit inappropriate for Xiao Wu to talk to you alone. How about this? You and Xiao Wu can find a room here in the Lamba Academy to talk, and let Tang San wait outside. How does that sound? Yu Xiaojing was very aware of Xiao Wu's position in Tang San's heart and naturally did not dare to be careless. This was the most appropriate method he could think of at the moment. Have you all misunderstood something? I have said several times that I asked Xiao Wu out to talk because I saw that she seemed very scared of me and was unwilling to say the reason in public. So I wanted to talk privately with her. But now it seems like you all think I'm a bad person, trying to force Xiao Wu to do something bad? Wait a minute. You Shrek people don't really think I want to do something to Xiao Wu, do you? Please, even if it's true like that fat guy said, that I have a crush on Xiao Wu, I wouldn't act recklessly on our first meeting, would I? I say, why is everyone's mind so dirty? Especially you. Tang San. I just asked Xiao Wu out to talk. Why do you have to think so much? You keep saying Xiao Wu is your sister and you need to protect her. Does that mean you won't let Xiao Wu talk to any other man? Is that what you call protection? Actually, if Xiao Wu were your woman, I could understand not wanting her to interact with other men. But you keep saying she's your sister while trying to control things that only a boyfriend should control. To put it bluntly, your behavior seems to me either that you are a hypocritical gentleman or a true fool. Heaven and earth. Shen Cangqiong initially just wanted to lightly retort Tang San. However, since the situation had already deviated, he no longer needed to find other excuses to retort Tang San and could just go along with it directly. Shen Cangqiong's words left Tang San speechless. Indeed, as Shen Cangqiong said, if he was protecting Xiao Wu as a brother, he was indeed being overly controlling. But if he was protecting her as a boyfriend, he shook his head. What Shen Cangqiong did not know was that because of him, when a Shrek group went to the Douluo Forest to hunt soul beasts, they did not encounter the Titan giant ape. This led to a missed opportunity for Tang San and Xiao Wu to transition from friendship to love, and Xiao Wu still only regarded Tang San as her brother. All right, I just called someone to cook, and it should be ready soon. Let's go have some food and talk. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong's words had made everyone except the three girls from Shrek Academy and Tang San feel awkward, Lu Erlong quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Yes, we haven't had dinner yet, and we're already starving. It's important to fill our stomachs first. With Lu Erlong's intervention, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated immediately. Then, under Flander's invitation, the Shrek group followed Lu Erlong to the cafeteria. Xiao Wu. Tang San opened his mouth. Third brother, you go ahead. I'll come over later. Xiao Wu shook her head. She understood Tang San's intention, but she really wanted to talk to Shen Cangqiong alone. Although she knew Shen Cangqiong probably wouldn't harm her, she still wanted to clarify his true thoughts. Otherwise, she might not be able to sleep well in the future. Then be careful. If anything happens, just call out, and I'll come right away. Tang San also realized that even if Shen Cangqiong had some ulterior motives, it still depended on whether Xiao Wu was willing. Previously, he had indeed been a bit flustered. Chapter 23. Shen Cangqiong continues to trap Tang San. Little bunny, you really have some guts. Living in a small city like Notting City is one thing, but now you even dare to follow Tang San to live in a super big city like Tiando City. Are you planning to follow him to live in a holy place like Wuhuan City in the future? After everyone had left, Shen Cangqiong was the first to speak, somewhat playfully. I'm a pink one, not a white one. Now only she and Shen Cangqiong were left on site, and Xiao Wu still did not feel any malice from Shen Cangqiong, which made her a bit bolder. Pink. Shen Cangqiong was taken aback and instinctively glanced at a certain part of Xiao Wu. Where are you looking? What I mean is my fur is pink, Xiao Wu said, a bit embarrassed and annoyed. Huh? Shen Cangqiong glanced at a certain part of Xiao Wu again and couldn't help but marvel that Xiao Wu was indeed the legendary 100,000-year-old rabbit, not afraid to say anything. Forget it. You said our Shrek hearts are dirty, but I think you're not any better. Xiao Wu muttered to herself, paused, and then began to talk about serious matters. You clearly already saw that I'm a 100,000-year-old rabbit. Why didn't you make a move? Isn't it good that I don't attack you? Looking at the curious Xiao Wu, Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes, thinking that with Xiao Wu's intelligence, it's no wonder she was sold by Tang San in the original story while still caring about him. That's not what I meant. Are you not interested in my soul ring and soul bone? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. She believed that if it were anyone else, knowing she was a 100,000-year soul beast, they would never let her go. Even Tang San, who spent every day with her, she did not trust. Otherwise, she would have told him her true identity long ago. I'm only interested in beautiful people and delicious food. Shen Cangqiong shrugged, completely unconcerned about Xiao Wu's suddenly flushed face. He was not like Tang San, who pretended to be a gentleman and hid everything. Hey, what are you doing? At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had been lost in thought due to Shen Cangqiong's words, suddenly exclaimed, covering her ears and jumping back a big step. It's nothing. I just wanted to see if your rabbit ears are real or just for decoration, Shen Cangqiong explained as he withdrew his hands. He was still in a sage-like state and truly had no intention of taking advantage of Xiao Wu. He was just curious after seeing her ears move. All right, don't be angry. Here, take this as my apology. Acknowledging his mistake, Shen Cangqiong took out a necklace from his storage space and handed it to Xiao Wu. I don't want it. The more time Xiao Wu spent talking to Shen Cangqiong, the less fear she felt towards him. And she even had a bit of temper now. This necklace can suppress your soul beast aura. Are you sure you don't want it? After saying this, Shen Cangqiong pretended to take back the necklace, but Xiao Wu snatched it from him. Let me help you put it on. After Xiao Wu fiddled with the necklace for a few seconds, but couldn't open it, Shen Cangqiong took it back and quickly unclasped it in front of her, then went behind her, lifted her long hair, and helped her put it on. What are you doing? However, just as Shen Cangqiong fastened the clasp of the necklace, Tang San's furious shout suddenly came from the entrance of the cafeteria, followed by a flurry of hidden weapons flying towards Shen Cangqiong. Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting Xiao Wu? Shen Cangqiong quickly pulled Xiao Wu behind him and then extended his left index finger forward. Instantly, all the flying weapons stopped in midair and then fell to the ground. Here, Shen Cangqiong was actually playing a trick. First, he used the excuse that Xiao Wu might get hurt by Tang San's attack to mock Tang San, and then he pulled Xiao Wu behind him to protect her, all just to irritate Tang San. In short, making things difficult for Tang San was Shen Cangqiong's third hobby after beautiful people and delicious food. I'm confident in myself. I would never accidentally hurt Xiao Wu. At the same time he spoke, Tang San was quickly walking towards Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Wu. Although he had been shocked by Shen Cangqiong's earlier move, he was not discouraged because his attack had been a casual one, and he had not used his real strength at all. He believed that if he truly went all out, Shen Cangqiong would never be his opponent. After all, not long ago, even Xiao Wujia, a level 76 soul sage, had suffered a great loss at his hands. Brother San, why are you here? Xiao Wu stepped out from behind Shen Cangqiong and stood in front of Tang San. There was no way. Tang San did not know that Shen Cangqiong was a title Douluo, but Xiao Wu did. Although Shen Cangqiong seemed like a very easygoing person, even the most easygoing person would explode in anger if provoked repeatedly. I heard you shout and came out. As soon as I came out, I saw him doing something behind you. I thought he was bullying you, so I acted directly, ensuring I wouldn't accidentally hurt you. Tang San took Shen Cangqiong's provocation to heart and seized the opportunity to explain while Xiao Wu asked about his purpose. So that's how it is. Just now Shen Cangqiong accidentally bumped into me, which is why I shouted. But he has already used this necklace as an apology. After hearing Tang San's explanation, Xiao Wu also used a kind lie to explain to Tang San. But whether it was intentional or not, she did not respond to his explanation about being sure he wouldn't accidentally hurt her. Tang San, didn't you say Xiao Wu is your sister? Then why don't you buy her even a piece of jewelry? Shen Cangqiong said seriously. If it weren't for Xiao Wu not being able to unfasten the necklace clasp, I wouldn't have been misunderstood for helping her put it on. In the end, the problem still lay with him. Shen Cangqiong felt that Tang San had become his assistant tool. We are not like you. You grew up under the care of Dean Liu Erlong, without a worry in the world. But Xiao Wu and I are commoners. We need to rely on our own hands to earn money. We even wish we could stretch a copper soul coin into two to spend. So where will we get the spare money to buy useless accessories? Tang San implied that Shen Cangqiong, being well-fed and clothed, had no right to speak here. Are you joking with me? Or do you think I'm as stupid as Xiao Wu? Not to mention, just the weapons you used to attack me earlier could easily sell for enough to deck Xiao Wu out in various accessories from head to toe. Originally, Xiao Wu was puzzled when Shen Cangqiong called her a stupid rabbit, but his next words instantly silenced her. Shen Cangqiong's words left Tang San at a loss for words again. You're really a selfish person. Shen Cangqiong scoffed. In fact, this was not even a matter of money. It was that Tang San had never thought about buying Xiao Wu those accessories that were of no use to him. Otherwise, even if he couldn't afford jewelry made of real gold and silver, with Tang San's blacksmithing skills, it would not be difficult to make a beautiful accessory for Xiao Wu out of ordinary iron. In the end, Tang San was just selfish. When his own needs were not met, he would never think of others, not even Xiao Wu. Accessories are inconvenient to wear anyway. I'm not interested. Seeing the atmosphere getting cold, the silent Xiao Wu spoke up to help Tang San out of the predicament. Then, without waiting for Shen Cangqiong to speak, she bent down and began picking up the various hidden weapons scattered on the ground. Although Shen Cangqiong made some valid points, her feelings for Tang San after more than 6 years could not be swayed by a few words from Shen Cangqiong. The most, it just added a few thorns in her heart. On the other side, at the entrance of the cafeteria, it was surprisingly easy to block Tang San's hidden weapons. Surely, this Shen Cangqiong isn't really as he claims, a level 94 title Douluo. Ning Rongrong said with a serious expression, murmuring to herself. I don't know how high Shen Cangqiong's soul power level is right now, but I know he must be very strong. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes seemed to shine. Of course, it wasn't that she had taken a liking to Shen Cangqiong, but she thought that if she could team up with him to participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, then perhaps defeating her sister's Xingluo Royal team wouldn't be just a dream anymore. The way you're looking at Shen Cangqiong right now, if Dai Mubai saw it, he would probably get into a fuss with you. Among the Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing was the only one who had never had a conflict with Ning Rongrong. So Ning Rongrong naturally didn't mind giving a little reminder. Dai Mubai, ever since he abandoned me and chose to escape alone, I've long been disappointed in him. Now I just want to survive. As for what Dai Mubai does, it has nothing to do with me, Zhu Zhuqing. While Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were chatting, Xiao Wu and Tang San finally picked up all the hidden weapons from the ground. Xiao Wu, you must be very hungry, right? Come in and eat with me, Tang San said, putting the last hidden weapon into the 24 bridge Minjiwai, not even glancing at Shen Cangqiong as he planned to leave with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu agreed, took one last look at Shen Cangqiong, and turned to leave with Tang San. Aren't you going back to eat? After Tang San and Xiao Wu left, Shen Cangqiong looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who had come in front of him, and asked, I have food in my storage soul tool. I'm not hungry. Zhu Zhuqing was quite self-sufficient and probably wasn't hungry either. Ning Rongrong chuckled and said something that made Shen Cangqiong's mouth twitch and Zhu Zhuqing's expression darken. All right, I'm a bit hungry. Let's go in together. If it were just Ning Rongrong here, Shen Cangqiong wouldn't mind chatting casually with this old matchmaker. But now that Zhu Zhuqing was also present, and Ning Rongrong's playful target was Zhu Zhuqing, it was naturally inappropriate for Shen Cangqiong to chime in. Although he was a bit of a flirt, he also had his own bottom line. If the girl had no intentions in that regard, he certainly wouldn't be presumptuous. Hearing this, both women nodded in agreement with Shen Cangqiong's suggestion. For a moment, the awkward atmosphere at the scene, which had been extremely tense due to Ning Rongrong's words, gradually faded away. Shen Cangqiong, is the necklace you just gave to Xiao Wu a token of your love? On the way, Ning Rongrong, out of curiosity, gradually brought the topic to Xiao Wu. This was not Ning Rongrong being nosy, but because in her impression, Xiao Wu was very close to Tang San and would never accept gifts from others. Unless, of course, Xiao Wu had developed feelings for Shen Cangqiong, which would make it possible for her to accept his gift. No, I was just curious whether her ears were real or just decorations, so I pinched them. As a result, she got angry, and I gave her that necklace as an apology. This was not a secret that couldn't be shared. Shen Cangqiong certainly wouldn't lie like Xiao Wu. Besides, although Ning Rongrong was playful, she wasn't the type who couldn't control her mouth. And Zhu Zhuqing was even more the type who preferred to stay silent. However, thinking of Zhu Zhuqing, Shen Cangqiong subconsciously glanced at her tail. My tail is just a decoration. Noticing Shen Cangqiong's gaze on her tail, Zhu Zhuqing quickly explained, perhaps fearing he would try to touch it again. Hee. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's embarrassed expression from Zhu Zhuqing's explanation, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle softly. A moment later, Cangqiong, you're here. Just now. Boss Fu said that we should form a joint team of Shrek Academy students and our Lamba Academy students to participate in the elite competition. What do you think? As soon as Shen Cangqiong and the others entered, Lu Erlong patted the empty seat beside him, signaling Shen Cangqiong to sit down. While he briefly recounted the discussion he had with Flinder earlier, hoping to get Shen Cangqiong's opinion. Isn't Shrek Academy already full with 7 people? Shen Cangqiong frowned after taking a bite of food. He felt something was off about Shrek. It was very different from the original story. Those who won't be eliminated can be substitutes. Yu Xiaojing replied quickly. He didn't think much about Lu Erlong asking Shen Cangqiong's opinion and believed Lu Erlong considered Shen Cangqiong an important junior, which is why he wanted to hear his thoughts. Little did he know, Shen Cangqiong was already a Dragon Knight. Chapter 25. Confronting Yu Xiaojing, forming a team. By the way, Cangqiong, I want to take you as my disciple, so when you join the new joint team, I can directly tailor the most suitable training method for you. Since the topic was already broached, Yu Xiaojing continued without pausing. He didn't ask Shen Cangqiong if he was willing, believing Lu Erlong would speak on his behalf. Until now, Yu Xiaojing still thought that Lu Erlong's previous coldness was just his way of expressing dissatisfaction. You want to take me as a disciple? Do you know what my soul power level is now? Shen Cangqiong's expression was odd as he secretly stopped Lu Erlong from speaking out against it. It should be around level 62. Yu Xiaojing thought for a moment and stated what he considered the most reasonable level. Then do you still think you have the qualifications to take me as a disciple? You, who will never break through to level 30, can teach me what? Shen Cangqiong bluntly mocked without denying Yu Xiaojing's guess. My soul power level is indeed not high, but my theoretical knowledge is unmatched in the world. Yu Xiaojing's face turned dark with anger as Shen Cangqiong hit a sore spot. Enough. The comparison video has already shown some of your theories. I can only say that, for Soul Masters, your so-called theories are either common knowledge everyone knows or completely wrong guesses. Even ordinary low-level Soul Masters criticized them during the comparison video. Didn't you see that? Shen Cangqiong was somewhat impressed by Yu Xiaojing's mindset, managing to deceive himself and believe in his own lies. Erlong, is this the child you raised? How does he have no manners at all? Unable to argue with Shen Cangqiong, Yu Xiaojing turned his anger towards Lu Erlong, who had yet to speak up for him. Since you think I have no manners here, you can leave and go to where you think there is manners. If it weren't for wanting to appear gentler in front of Shen Cangqiong, Lu Erlong would have slapped him. Yu Xiaojing was shocked that Lu Erlong, who had always been obedient before him, dared to speak to him like this, and for a moment, his face turned red with anger. Pointing at Lu Erlong and unable to say a word. Sigh. Xiaojing, calm down. No matter what, saying that Tang Cangqiong is indeed inappropriate. Seeing the situation about to turn sour, Flinder, as the leader of the Iron Triangle, had to step in to mediate. Oof. After being persuaded by Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang snorted and sat back down. Erlong, you see, seeing his stubborn old friend being calmed down, Flinder let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Lu Erlong with a troubled expression, his eyes filled with helplessness. Let's just let this matter go. Shen Cangqiong tugged at Lu Erlong beside him. He didn't want Lu Erlong to really chase Yu Xiaojiang away. Otherwise, how would he have a chance to tease Yu Xiaojiang when he was in a good or bad mood to get back to the best state? Since Cangqiong said so, then let's consider this matter settled. Since his knight had said so, Lu Erlong naturally had no objections. Subsequently, the atmosphere at the banquet became lively again under the intentional guidance of Flinder and others. And Shen Cangqiong reached a consensus with Flinder regarding the formation of a joint team. In Shrek's small courtyard, Flinder, why are you trying to please Shen Cangqiong so much today? In Flinder's room, Yu Xiaojiang seemed to come with a sense of accusation. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see Shen Cangqiong's position in Erlong's heart? Now, there were only two of them in the room, and Flinder didn't bother being polite with Yu Xiaojiang, directly scolding him. Let me tell you, if you want to stay in Lamba Academy, you better not provoke Shen Cangqiong in the future. Ignoring Yu Xiaojiang, who was stunned by his scolding, Flinder continued to warn him. I really don't believe that Erlong would kick me out for that, Shen Cangqiong. Yu Xiaojiang didn't believe Flinder's words at all. Suit yourself. I've said everything I can say. Whether you listen or not is entirely up to you. After saying that, Flinder didn't wait for Yu Xiaojiang to respond and directly push him out the door. Oof. You are just jealous that Erlong loves me and want to sow discord between me and Erlong. After comforting himself for a while, Yu Xiaojiang turned and walked towards Tang San's room. The next afternoon, where is Tang San? On the sole fighting arena of Lamba Academy. Shen Cangqiong frowned as he looked at the 6 people from Shrek Academy and the 4 from Lamba Academy standing in front of him. Xiao Wu. Seeing no one answer, Shen Cangqiong directly called out Xiao Wu's name. I don't know. Xiao Wu shook her head. Ever since the banquet ended yesterday morning, after their group from Shrek returned to the specially prepared Shrek courtyard at Lamba Academy, Tang San had repeatedly asked her to return the necklace to Shen Cangqiong. However, in order to avoid being seen through by other titled Douluos regarding her identity, she had repeatedly refused Tang San, resulting in a very unpleasant situation between them. And they hadn't seen each other for over 10 hours. Then forget it. Since it didn't come, it's equivalent to automatically giving up. Xiao Wu's answer surprised Shen Cangqiong. It was known that since Xiao Wu and Tang San met, they had been almost inseparable except for bathroom breaks. And now it was absurd that Xiao Wu didn't know where Tang San had gone. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong was unaware that the reason for this situation was indeed that necklace of his. Tang San is the strongest among us. If he doesn't come, our team's fighting power will be reduced by at least half. Dai Mubai said anxiously. He was still hoping to rely on Tang San's strength to help him defeat Davis. And if Tang San was excluded like this, then what was the point? Don't be so nervous. You might not even be selected for the team I lead. Shen Cangqiong raised his eyebrows, implying something. What do you mean? In terms of soul power level, I have the highest level among the 10 people present, except for Tai Long. If even I can't be selected, then who else has the qualification? Seeming to sense Shen Cangqiong's ill intentions, Dai Mubai frowned and said loudly, right now, almost all the teachers and students of Lamba Academy were in the audience, and if things escalated, Dai Mubai didn't believe Shen Cangqiong would dare to act unilaterally against him. If soul power level mattered, then what about that Tang San you mentioned, who possesses at least half of the team's fighting power with his level 31 soul power? Shen Cangqiong sneered. Chapter 26, the second comparison begins. This, Dai Mubai wanted to give himself a slap, realizing he had completely dug his own grave. Listen carefully. I don't care what your current soul power level is. It's not important. If you want to join my team, you must have talent for cultivation, personal effort, and perseverance. All 3 are essential. Now, the names I announce will directly enter the main team, while those not called will all enter the reserve slots. Ignoring the frustrated Dai Mubai, Shen Cangqiong straightened his expression and said solemnly, Zhu Zhuqing. Without giving anyone a chance to speak, Shen Cangqiong immediately called out the first name. Here. Hearing her name, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of joy and stepped forward. All right, at this stage, among the 10 of you, only Zhu Zhuqing is qualified to become a main team member. Just as everyone present was waiting for Shen Cangqiong to call out the second name, he closed the information in his hands. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire soul fighting arena erupted in an uproar. No one expected Shen Cangqiong would choose the one with the lowest soul power level among the 10, except for the support type. Although Shen Cangqiong had said from the beginning that he wouldn't consider soul power level, only the 3 points of cultivation talent, personal effort, and perseverance. This was just too absurd. Boom! Just as Dai Mubai could no longer endure and wanted to step forward to raise a question with a cold face. A loud sound suddenly echoed in the sky. The second comparison video is about to be released. This comparison features the first solo experiences of the two protagonists from the two worlds of Douluo continent. New friendly reminder 1. The future scenes appearing during the comparison process are events that will inevitably happen without external interference. New friendly reminder 2. After the comparison ends, 10 lucky spots will be randomly selected from the audience who sent bullet comments during the comparison period to receive 100,000 comparison video points. Note: comparison video points can be freely exchanged for soul rings, soul bones, and soul beast cultivation years, and can also be freely traded. New friendly reminder 3. This friendly reminder is the last one. From the third comparison onwards, no further friendly reminders will be given, and all rules will be based on this friendly reminder. Now the comparison begins. Shen Cangqiong's 6-year experience compared to the awakened Tang San's experience in the City of Slaughter. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Nameless. The new comparison has finally begun. Last time I was afraid it was a conspiracy, so I didn't send a single bullet comment, and I really regret it. Variant 1, Unknown in the Douluo World. Me too. Looking at those lucky ones who got the fortunate spots. Each of them either became a core member of the Spirit Hall or a revered elder of a super family sect, directly ascending to the top, enjoying a life of luxury every day. I really envy them to the point of being jealous, even forgetting to give myself a few slaps on the face while sleeping. Variant 2, Unknown in the original Douluo World. Haha, I was originally jealous that you guys in this world got most of the lucky spots. But now seeing your resentful expressions, I feel much better inside. At least we 1T have to witness those envious and jealous scenes. Core area of the Star-Do Great Forest. Daming, what should we do now? The comparison video has started again. Should we wake up the Master and the others? By the Life Lake, Titan Giant Ape Erming asked the Sky Blue Bull Python beside him with a troubled expression. Sigh, let us wake up the Master and the others. According to the news from the Soul Masters hunting in the Star-Do Great Forest these past few days, the reward for that lucky spot is indeed real. And now that the reward for the lucky spot has been made even more reasonable, it might be a tremendous opportunity for our Spirit Beast clan. Alright, we'll go with your decision. Hearing this, Titan Giant Ape Erming nodded, then headed to a secret location with Daming. At this moment, not only the Overlord of the Star-Do Great Forest began to take major actions, but others like the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor from the extreme north also issued their respective orders. For a moment, almost all the intelligent soul beasts were rubbing their fists, eager to get a piece of the action from humans. At the Blue Tyrant Academy's soul fighting arena, Shen Cangqiong didn't expect to appear again as the main character in the second comparison. Although Ning Rongrong was somewhat annoyed about not being chosen as a main team member, it didn't stop her from developing a greater interest in Shen Cangqiong. Hee. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong just smiled, but inwardly he was mumbling to himself. There was no way around it. During his 6 years of training, he had obtained too many treasures from the Golden Finger, and he didn't know whether the current version of this comparison video would choose to play everything truthfully or modify it slightly. With this in mind, Shen Cangqiong secretly shook his head and looked at the already playing footage, mentally preparing himself for both possibilities. Meanwhile, in the comparison video, I finally got out. Outside of Tiando City, Shen Cangqiong sat on a horse he had borrowed from the Blue Tyrant Academy, his face full of pride. Forget it. No more delays, I should go check out my first target. Otherwise, if Sister Lu found out I was missing and I hadn't gotten far from Tiando City by then, I would definitely be caught and brought back. Resolving his thoughts, Shen Cangqiong put away his pride, identified his direction, and with a slap on the horse's flank, he shot off like an arrow towards his destination. The scene flashed, and Shen Cangqiong arrived at a valley. This should be the place of the final battle between Qian Xuanji and Tang Hao back then. It was really absurd to think that a god-level martial soul, who was at a higher soul power level and in a 3-on-1 situation, actually lost to a Hao Ian Hammer martial soul. It seems that Yu Xiaojiang's famous saying, "There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters," is quite reasonable. But if Yu Xiaojiang's saying really makes sense, doesn't that mean that everyone on the Douluo continent who cannot become a titled Douluo is useless? Strolling through the valley, Shen Cangqiong observed the chaotic scenery around him while talking to himself. By the way, Why was the outcome of the battle between Shen Cangqiong and Tang Hao not sealed off, but instead spread out? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that those superpowers intentionally spread it to undermine the spirit hall? No way, those superpowers can't really be that foolish, right? As Shen Cangqiong continued to talk to himself in the footage, he wore a puzzled expression. Chapter 27. Exposing Tang Hao's actions towards Ain. However, judging from the usual behavior of the 3 upper sects and the 4 lower sects, as well as the 2 royal families of Qiando and Xinghua, their intelligence doesn't seem very high. Otherwise, they wouldn't fail to understand such simple cost-benefit calculations. After all, letting everyone know that Shen Cangqiong lost could indeed undermine the Spirit Hall's prestige to some extent. However, as a superpower based on strong family heritage martial souls, their fundamental core rule is that strong martial souls easily suppress weak martial souls, allowing the holders of strong martial souls to reasonably control the fate of those with weak martial souls. If one day the principle that strong martial souls can definitely suppress weak martial souls is broken, then those families based on strong family heritage martial souls will lose their most fundamental core rule, and it would only be a matter of time before they become ordinary people. Forget it. Why am I talking to myself about all this? Anyway, at this stage, I just need to protect my sister Lu, and as for those aristocratic families and sects, what does that have to do with me? Summer insects cannot speak of ice. As a normal person, I can't possibly relate to those brainless fools. After talking to himself for a while, Shen Cangqiong suddenly paused, slapped his head, and said with a wry smile. In fact, it wasn't entirely Shen Cangqiong's fault for having so much to say. It was mainly because, in the original world, he had many complaints about the completely unreasonable plot on the Douluo continent, and now that he was here to visit and experience it firsthand, naturally, he couldn't help but express his feelings. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, nameless. What Shen Cangqiong said is right. Since a weak martial soul can defeat a strong martial soul, why should I still listen to the orders of those families? Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. Was Shen Cangqiong really only a little over 6 years old at that time? Why does he feel to me completely like an adult? Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. I feel the same way. This Shen Cangqiong can no longer be explained as a prodigy. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Nameless. Am I the only one who has noticed that this Shen Cangqiong holds a lot of disdain for those superpowers? Variant 1 of the Douluo World 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Ning Fengji, you were also involved in spreading the news that Qiang Sunji was defeated back then, right? The Sword Douluo said with an odd expression. Yes. Hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled bitterly and shook his head. So what do you think about what Shen Cangqiong said? Although just by looking at Ning Fengji's expression, Shen Cangqiong already knew the answer, he still found it hard to believe. Sigh, Shen Cangqiong is right. That incident not only suppressed the prestige of the Spirit Hall, but also left us with a huge hidden danger. If no one had stood up, there wouldn't have been any problems, but what if the Spirit Hall doesn't act as we wish? Ning Fengji sighed, feeling a hint of regret in his heart. The scene continued. This should be the place for a Yin's silly ritual, right? How pitiful. She was completely sold by others and is still helping them count money. At this time, Shen Cangqiong had arrived outside a huge circle and looking at the pattern inside the circle. He guessed that this was the protective circle used during a Yin's ritual. I just can't understand. Ain is so beautiful. How could Tang Hao bear to let her die? Is it because after a long time, the novelty wore off and he got tired of her? If you're tired of her, just leave her to me. Letting Ain die is such a waste. Sigh. Are 100,000-year spirit rings and 100,000-year spirit bones really that important? Everyone says Tang Hao is a great hero for daring to confront the Spirit Hall for love. I really don't know where such nonsense comes from. The ridiculous thing is that this obviously false statement has gained the approval of countless people. Don't those fools who agree with this statement think with their own brains? At that time, Ain was pregnant. Anyone with a functioning brain would know to hide with their wife, knowing she was a transformed spirit beast. But Tang Hao, on the other hand, not only refused the protection from Hao Yin's sect, but also took Ain to the Spirit Hall's territory, constantly flaunting in front of Qiang Sunji. Moreover, coincidentally, at that time, Tang Hao's spirit power level had just reached 90. What was he trying to achieve? Wasn't he clearly trying to let the Spirit Hall see a Yin's true identity and use the Spirit Hall's hands to deal with Ain during the ritual? It's a pity that Ain was completely plotted against by Tang Hao, choosing to confront Qiang Sunji right after Ain had just given birth, when her body was still in the weakest state, in a place that completely restricted the blue-silver Emperor's abilities. One can only say that if Tang Hao really didn't want to harm Ain, then during the chase by Qiang Sunji. If he had chosen to escape with Ain to any place where blue-silver grass grew, Ain would not have been dealt with during the ritual. After walking around the circle, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but start a rant again. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Wow, no way. Could it be that Tang Hao is really such a heartless person? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I think Shen Cangqiong's analysis makes a lot of sense. It's very likely that this is the truth of the matter. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Then, am I not also the sand sculpture mentioned by Shen Cangqiong? After all these years, I've always regarded Tang Hao as my idol. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I believe that what Shen Cangqiong analyzed is indeed a fact. Everyone might as well think about it. Back when Tang Hao caused the previous pope to be deposed, leading to the war between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, what did the Haotian sect do? They didn't even engage in a fight with the Spirit Hall. They just went into hiding. The worst part is that when the Haotian sect was hiding, they didn't even inform the loyal single attribute 4 clans, almost leading to their complete annihilation. Even more despicable is that this incident was clearly instigated by the Haotian sect, yet they let others bear the almost unbearable consequences. One must ask, with a family like the Haotian sect that is so unreliable, how good can the character of its members be? Chapter 28. The Filial Son Tang San. At this moment, as ordinary people from both worlds began to question Tang Hao's character, both Ain from the 2 worlds could no longer hold back and spoke up. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The blue-silver Emperor Ain from 100,000 years ago. Tang Hao. Is what Shen Cangqiong said true? If Ain at this moment is in her transformed state, she must have a face full of disbelief. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World. The blue-silver Emperor Ain from 100,000 years ago. Tang Hao. I hope to hear your honest words. The barrage sent by Ain from the original Douluo World almost coincided with this. I have to say, it truly shows that they are from the same root. Without prior communication, the barges sent by them, belonging to 2 different worlds, surprisingly still connect in meaning. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The sect master of the Xiangjia sect, Hu Yinjun. Is there still a need to ask? This matter, any force with a bit of strength knows the truth. It's just that these forces have chosen to hide the truth in order to deal with the Spirit Hall. Hu Yinjun, who is determined to replace the upper 3 sects, will naturally not let go of this opportunity to suppress them. The leader of the Yu family in the first variant Douluo World, Niu Gao. What Shen Cangqiong said is the truth about that incident from back then. The first variant Douluo World, the leader of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, agreed. Compared to the Spirit Hall, Niu Gao and Yang Wudi hate the Haotian sect and Tang Hao even more. Titan, the patriarch of the 1 variant Douluo World power. You 2 old brothers. Don't speak carelessly. In the variant Douluo World, the leader of the Minji clan, Bai He side. In this situation, Bai He, as the leader of the Minji clan, faced the toughest challenge. He couldn't blindly support Tang Hao like Titan did, regardless of right or wrong. Nor could he harbor only hatred for the Haotian sect like Niu Gao and Yang Wudi. After all, his identity was the most awkward among the 4. Variant 1 of Douluo World, 100,000, Year Blue-Silver Emperor Ain, Tang Hao. Why don't you speak? Variant 2 of original Douluo World, 100,000, Year Blue-Silver Emperor Ain, Tang Hao. Have you ever regretted it? Seeing Tang Hao remain silent. The 2 Ains felt one was disappointed and the other was sad. Variant 1 Douluo World Tang San. This person's name is the same as my father's. Yet he is such a toothless man who actually harms his own wife. He truly has chosen the path to death. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Tang San. Indeed, if I ever encounter this person, I will definitely strike him down within my capabilities, both to vindicate my father Tang Hao's name and to thank Miss Ain for her words about customizing our future soul ring plans. The 2 Tang Sans from different worlds spoke with great righteousness. Yet they were unaware that the 2 Tang Haos they mentioned were already on the verge of being driven mad by these 2 filial sons. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the fierce beast Emerald Swan by G. What a despicable human. At this moment, the Emerald Swan had just awakened not long ago and was just beginning to understand the current situation when it saw humans bullying its soul beast clan again, and immediately became furious. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Beast, Black Dragon King Emperor Tion. Pass the order down from now on. Anyone who encounters Tang Hao in the Stardow Forest must report immediately. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Beast, Ice Heaven Snow Lady Snow Emperor. We will handle it the same way in our extreme northern region. Seeing that the Stardow Forest has said this, the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor exchanged glances and also spoke. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Beast, Black Dragon King Emperor Tian. Does your sea soul B-side have no response? Variant 1. Semi-Divine Beast. Deep Sea MO Whale King Blue Emperor. Other sea spirit beasts won't listen to me. This matter needs to be ordered by Sea God Island to be effective. But how could Sea God Island possibly help our spirit beast clan deal with humans? Although the Deep Sea MO Whale King took the opportunity to blackmail Sea God Island, he still felt very frustrated. After all, the rulers among the spirit beasts in other places have a large number of subordinates, while he, the true ruler of the deep sea, has only his own clan spirit beasts that will follow his orders. Any other sea spirit beast wouldn't even give him a second glance. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the ferocious beast Black Dragon King Tian. A group of traitors. Variant 1, Douluo World Unknown. May I ask, who are you? Why are you referred to as ferocious beasts? What is the difference between ferocious beasts and soul beasts? Variant 2, Original Douluo World Unknown. Yes, I'm also confused about the term ferocious beasts. Variant 1, in the world of Douluo, the Nameless One. This imposing title must belong to a powerful soul beast. For the inquiries of some insignificant individuals, those fierce beasts naturally would not pay any attention. At this moment, in comparison to the video, Shen Cangqiong had finished exploring the entire valley and was now riding a horse, swiftly heading towards the next destination. The scene flashed. Stop. This is not a place for a child like you. In the video, Shen Cangqiong rode his horse and arrived at a dark and terrifying city. However, before Shen Cangqiong in the video could make any new moves, a team of fully armored guards poured out from the city, and the leader stepped forward to block Shen Cangqiong. This is the city of slaughter, right? Shen Cangqiong said lightly. I didn't expect you to know about the city of slaughter at such a young age. It seems you must be one of those core disciples from the great families. Since that's the case, I have no need to explain further to you, so you should leave quickly. Upon hearing the little brat in front of him mention the name of the city of slaughter, which ordinary people would not know, the leader among the guards was taken aback for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. However, the city of slaughter has cooperation with almost all the great families on the Douluo continent that possess title Douluo, and they naturally would not allow a clearly naive little brat to enter and get themselves into trouble. Hee. Do you think I'm here because I'm just a child who doesn't understand the situation? Shen Cangqiong looked at the leader with a smile that was not quite a smile. Yes. The leader had no time or interest to engage in idle chatter with the little brat and coldly replied, Very well, I understand your rules here. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong directly swung his hand. In an instant, before the leader could react, he spat out blood and was sent flying. Now I can go in, right? After taking down the leader, Shen Cangqiong smiled at the remaining ordinary guards. Please, although they were shocked by the little child's immense power at such a young age. Since he had already defeated their captain, he had qualified to enter the city, and they naturally would not continue to stop him. As for other matters, that was for the higher-ups to worry about, not for these small fries. Chapter 29, The Essence of the City of Slaughter. This young master, welcome to the City of Slaughter for training. I am the receptionist number 9527. Soon, Shen Cangqiong rode his horse and entered the City of Slaughter under the watchful eyes of the guards. At this time, a woman dressed in palace attire quickly walked to Shen Cangqiong's side and bowed. Receptionist number 9527? Shen Cangqiong twitched his mouth. Is there a problem with this number? Young master? The receptionist number 9527 looked at Shen Cangqiong in confusion, feeling quite puzzled. No problem. By the way, you seem a bit different from that receptionist over there. Shen Cangqiong shook his head and then pointed to some receptionists not far away who were dressed in a somewhat peculiar manner and asked, Those receptionists serve people who come in through ordinary means. Of course, if someone comes in through this training channel and shows disrespect to our City of Slaughter, then the receptionists who welcome these distinguished guests will also be those ordinary receptionists. The receptionist number 9527 explained. So that's how it is. Shen Cangqiong nodded. Then, young master, do you intend to undergo ordinary training or real training? Seeing that there were no issues with Shen Cangqiong, the receptionist number 9527 took the initiative to ask, Is there a difference between the two types of training? Shen Cangqiong asked. Ordinary training is specifically for the disciples of the major powers who come to our City of Slaughter for training. They can leave at any time and won't encounter any danger in arena battles. As for real training, it's the same as those who escaped or were captured by major powers and sent here. If they don't win in the arena 100 times, they can never leave the City of Slaughter, and danger is always present. Although the receptionist number 9527 was somewhat puzzled as to why the little brat in front of her didn't know these things, she still patiently explained, "I choose real training." After saying that, Shen Cangqiong jumped off the horse, handed the reins to the receptionist number 9527 to take care of his horse, and then followed her guidance to the registration area. "Young master, have you really thought this through? Once you register for the competition, there will be no chance for regrets." Before it was Shen Cangqiong's turn to register, the receptionist number 9527 asked once more, mainly because Shen Cangqiong was just too young, and she felt a bit reluctant to see him get hurt in the arena. "It's fine. I'm invincible at the same realm." Shen Cangqiong said this quite modestly. In fact, in a place where no one could use soul skills, with the enhancements from the nameless true method he practiced, Shen Cangqiong could easily deal with opponents. And this was also why he chose to come to the City of Slaughter for training. Variant 1. Douluo World Unknown. Where is this so-called City of Slaughter? How come I've never heard of this place before? Variant 1. Douluo World Unknown. I've never heard of a place called Slaughter City. However, I'm glad I don't know about it. Otherwise, I would definitely have nightmares every night. Variant 2. Original Douluo World Unknown. Having nightmares every night is already considered good. I really can't imagine how there could be such a place in this world, where various conspiracies and schemes are unfolding every minute. I think if I were put in such a place, I probably wouldn't last a few minutes before being completely eliminated. Variant 1. Unknown from the Douluo World. I actually quite like places like this. Have you only seen the various plots and schemes of slaughter and not the scenes that invigorate the spirit? Variant 2. Unknown from the original Douluo World. You all haven't seen the essence of the matter. In my view, this City of Slaughter is like a place that binds countless evildoers. If one day something goes wrong here and all those evildoers escape outside, then perhaps it will be a disaster for us ordinary people. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. No way, don't scare me. There can't really be people who give birth without skin on their eyes, who have nothing better to do after eating their fill, to do such a thing that should be avoided. Compared to the emergence of the City of Slaughter in the video, it suddenly made ordinary people, who had been living in a relatively acceptable environment, unable to bear it. Especially when some capable individuals voiced the essence of the City of Slaughter and the resulting concerns, it caused quite a stir and unease. In the Douluo World, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall said, "Everyone doesn't need to worry. Our Spirit Hall has always been paying attention to every move of the City of Slaughter. As long as someone runs out, they will definitely be wiped out on the spot by the strong members of our Spirit Hall." Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The patriarch of the Titan clan. The people of the Spirit Hall are hypocritical. You clearly have the power to destroy the City of Slaughter, yet you choose to leave it intact. Isn't it just to use it to threaten those who disobey? Variant 1 Douluo World. Titan. Don't think that just because your Strength clan has moved to Heaven Do City, our Spirit Hall can't do anything about you. If you truly anger us, there is no power in this world that can protect you. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Yang Wudi said, "Old gorilla, can you shut up? You need to understand that it was the Haotian sect that abandoned us back then. Although the Spirit Hall made our lives miserable, they ultimately let us go. When we vowed never to join the Haotian sect again, the grievances between our single attribute 4 clans and the Haotian sect and Spirit Hall were completely severed. If it weren't for the decades of friendship, Yang Wudi really would want to slap the Titan." Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Ning Fengji. The leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Everyone, please stop arguing. You all misunderstand the Spirit Hall regarding the issue of the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter is the best place to contain evil people because they can only enter, not exit. The Spirit Hall could indeed destroy the City of Slaughter. However, if the City of Slaughter really disappears, those evil people will no longer have a suitable place to go, which will lead to them spreading out to commit evil everywhere. At that time, even if all of us from the major powers mobilize, it would be impossible to capture all the evil people in a timely manner. Ning Fengji values balance the most. He also does not wish for the Spirit Hall to truly conflict with the Heaven Do Empire. Chapter 30. Preparing to leave the City of Slaughter just as the atmosphere on the big screen was thick with tension. Shen Cangqiong had completed the registration process and arrived on the stage. "Haha, I didn't expect one of my opponents this time to be a child. Everyone, don't rush to fight yet. Let me perform a show for you first." After saying this, the scarred man in front of him charged at Shen Cangqiong with a fierce look. "Is that it?" Facing the opponent attacking him, Shen Cangqiong merely smiled slightly, nonchalantly extending his right hand to catch the powerful punch. What? The confident punch was easily caught by the little brat he didn't take seriously, and the scarred man was immediately shocked. However, Before he could make any new moves, he heard a voice that made his hair stand on end. Since you threw a punch at me, I will return the favor with a punch. That seems fair, right? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong raised his other hand and, with a seemingly slow but actually fast enough to create an afterimage palm, struck the scarred man's chest. In an instant, the scarred man flew backward at a speed 100 times faster than when he charged in, knocking over dozens of people who couldn't dodge in time, breaking through the defensive barrier of the arena, and finally embedding himself into the wall of the competition venue. Variant won the Douluo World. Xiao Wu from the Tianshui Academy. This guy being a level 50 innate is one thing, but I didn't expect his combat strength to be so strong as well. It seems that the champion of this Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition has already been decided in advance. Variant 1 Douluo World, Xiao Academy. Wu. Even without this Shen Cangqiong, this champion spot has nothing to do with your Tianshui Academy. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. Xiao Wu, it sounds like your Xiao Academy has a chance at the championship. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Xiao Academy. Wu, why are you butting in on an argument from another world? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Binger from the Water Academy. Alright, everyone stop arguing. Just do your best during the competition. Seeing her sister arguing with Huo Wu again, and with both worlds involved, Shui Binger could only helplessly try to mediate. Otherwise, it would probably end up with the big screen filled with bullet comments from her sister and Huo Wu's group. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Fire Dance from the Fiery Academy says, Shui Wu, look at your sister Shui Binger. She is younger than you, but she is much more mature and sensible. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wu from Shui Academy. I am the younger sister, Shui Binger is the older sister. Variant 1 Douluo World, Xiao Academy. Huo Wu, come on, you can fool others with that, but don't forget, our families have been friends for generations. The first time I met you in your fight with Gon, Shui Binger was still drinking milk. The Tianshui Academy ranks by strength, and Shui Binger is the strongest. So she's the big sister. But just because you've been calling Shui Binger big sister for a long time, don't really think you're the little sister. You're not even at the age to act young yet. Variant 1, Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger, Huo Wu, and Shui Wu, if you want to argue. Do it privately, and don't involve me otherwise. Variant 2, Original Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger. Even if you two team up, you're no match for me. So stop talking nonsense. The two versions of Shui Binger were directly thrown off balance by Huo Wu's remark, leading to a sudden shift in their tone as they threatened one another, losing all traces of their usual gentleness. Variant 1 Douluo World Thunder Academy Tianxin Ant. Will Shen Cangqiong participate in the elite competition this time? Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Principal Lu Erlong probably will not participate. Variant 1 Douluo World Tiando Royal Academy Yu Tianhengwai. The Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong. From the first Variant Douluo World, the elite competition is a grand event for you younger generations. Variant 1 Douluo World Thunder Academy Yu Tianxin. He seems to be younger than us. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the president of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, said, his soul power level is much higher than yours. Lu Erlong's words were not explicitly stated. Ordinary people might not understand what she meant. But the leaders of various forces and some wise individuals from different academies had a vague sense of suspicion. Could it be that Shen Cangqiong has already become a title Douluo? On the other side, in the comparison video, it seems I underestimated you. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had easily defeated dozens of opponents on the stage. Looking at Shen Cangqiong in front of her, receptionist 9527 couldn't help but let out a sigh. Originally, she was just waiting here to help collect poems after this little brat was knocked out. But unexpectedly, she ended up watching a battle full of incongruity. I'm not foolish. I wouldn't do something I wasn't confident about. Upon hearing this, receptionist 9527's face flushed slightly with embarrassment, and then she silently led Shen Cangqiong to his exclusive room. In the following days, Shen Cangqiong participated in competitions 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, each time winning effortlessly, and soon it was the 34th day. Last night, you already won your 100th victory. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be preparing to leave today, asked the Black Pearl, also known as Receptionist 9527. Of course, I came here to gain experience, and now that my goal has been achieved, I naturally have to leave. How about you come with me? After more than a month of being together, Shen Cangqiong felt that this Black Pearl person was quite good and didn't mind helping her a little to escape from this place that was forever shrouded in darkness. The King of Slaughter would not agree to that. Black Pearl wanted to get out, but she knew the rules of the City of Slaughter. one could enter but not leave. He had two choices, either be beaten into agreeing or honestly accept my gift, and then let you leave with me. If it had been more than a month ago, Shen Cangqiong wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. But after the training over the past month, he had gained enough battle experience from increasingly difficult fights. Shen Cangqiong was confident that with Tang Chen's body, which had already been nearly broken by the nine-headed Bat King, as long as Shen Cangqiong landed a hit, it would definitely fall apart immediately. Are you really willing to help me? Black Pearl was somewhat moved. As a receptionist of her level, she often encountered the King of Slaughter, and judging by the aura emitted by Shen Cangqiong, it was indeed possible for him to suppress the King of Slaughter. After all, according to her observations, the means by which the King of Slaughter relied on to suppress soul masters seemed completely ineffective against Shen Cangqiong. Chapter 31. Meeting the Purple Pearl. The scene shifted. I really didn't expect that I would actually get out. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Black Pearl looked ecstatic. Is this the domain of the god of slaughter? It doesn't feel that special. Beside him, Shen Cangqiong ignored the Black Pearl, who was running around and carefully sensing everything in the outside world, and instead looked at the gradually forming, god-defying domain around him with some disappointment. Forget it, let us consider it as utilizing waste. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong summoned his true dragon martial soul, and then began to devour the god-defying domain using the true dragon domain that came with his true dragon martial soul. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the grand offering Qian of the Spirit Hall. He can actually devour the god-slaying domain. It seems that this kid's martial soul can no longer be defined as divine or super divine. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. I wonder if this Shen Cangqiong can devour others' domains. Variant 1 O World Spirit Hall. Grand Offering Qian CC. I didn't expect that one day we could chat like this. Variant 1 Douluo World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. It's a pity he's missing. Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall. Grand Priest Qian Sigh. Are you still thinking about him? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. President Lu Erlong of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Hee. Shen Cangqiong, where have you hidden this Black Pearl? Impressive. I didn't expect you at such a young age to have learned the art of keeping a mistress in a golden house. In fact, what really angers Lu Erlong is not Shen Cangqiong's secret affair, but the fact that he didn't tell her about the Black Pearl. Right now, she is using the barrage on the big screen to call for the Black Pearl to come out and have a talk. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Deputy Island Master of Purple Pearl Island, Black Pearl. There's nothing between me and Cangqiong. Black Pearl has no idea what Lu Erlong really thinks, and she doesn't want Lu Erlong, who is Shen Cangqiong's sister, to misunderstand her because of her own issues. So she quickly explained through the barrage. Variant 1 in the Douluo World, Dean Lu Erlong of Blue Tyrant Academy. So you become the Deputy Island Master. Well, if you have a heart for Cangqiong, then come to Blue Tyrant Academy. There's no choice. Shen Cangqiong is simply too strong, and she can't hold up on her own. Moreover, considering that the other party is coming out to explain this point, their character seems to be quite decent. Variant 1, Douluo World, Vice Island Master of Purple Pearl Island. Black Pearl, our age difference is too great. In the first variant Douluo World, the president of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong, but his psychological age is very mature. This is also why Lu Erlong fell for Shen Cangqiong. If Shen Cangqiong's psychological age were truly the same as his biological age, then even if Lu Erlong were mad, he would absolutely not agree. The comparison video continues. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is near dusk. On the evening 3 days later, Shen Cangqiong stood on the beach, gazing at the crimson clouds on the horizon, and unconsciously recalled these two lines of poetry. Is this a poem you wrote? Asked the Black Pearl beside him. Sort of. Shen Cangqiong nodded. After all, he couldn't say it was brought from another world. It seems you are quite the versatile talent. Upon hearing this, the Black Pearl believed him and praised him. Let's go. After saying that, without waiting for the Black Pearl to react, he directly took her arm and walked step by step into the depths of the sea. After a long while, a terrified scream came from the horizon. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. What is going on? Am I seeing things? Why can Shen Cangqiong fly without even summoning his martial soul? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Chihua Academy, Wu. I'm not sure, but deeply shocked. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shrek Academy. Look, his flying movements are completely different from those of the title Douluo. He looks so cool, and he can actually walk step by step toward the sky. Could it be that there's something beneath his feet that we can't see? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Chihua Academy. Wu. Have you ever seen a title Douluo? How could you say that Shen Cangqiong's flying style is different from those titled Douluo? Variant 1 the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Shui Yu Academy. I haven't eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run, haven't I? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu dared not respond to this. Even with her impulsive personality, she had to admire Shui Yu wearer for her incredible boldness. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Binger and Shui Yu wearer from the Tian Shui Academy. Can you shut up? Shui Binger is almost driven crazy by her own sister. If it were in private, she would definitely be cursing. Unfortunately, after being taught a lesson by her, Shui Yu wearer has now run off to some corner and is hiding. Variant 1 Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. I can't tell what method Shen Cangqiong used to fly. Qian Daolu, can you see it? Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall, High Priest Qian Daolu. Can't tell. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. If only he were here. With his insight and knowledge, he would definitely be able to see through it. Poseidon's words directly left Qian Daolu feeling frustrated. But the discussion about why Shen Cangqiong could fly did not stop. It was just a bunch of ordinary people or low-level soul masters expressing their opinions. At this moment, the scene on the large screen shifted again, showing Shen Cangqiong and Black Pearl arriving on island. What are you doing here? Do you know where this place is? Shen Cangqiong and the pale-faced Black Pearl had not taken many steps when a group of men dressed like sea rice surrounded them. I don't know. I saw someone on this island, so I came up. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. Then listen well, this is Purple Pearl Island. As he spoke, the man signaled to the people around him, and the dozens of people surrounding Shen Cangqiong began to step closer to him. Everyone stopped. At that moment, a clear and crisp female voice suddenly rang out from outside the encirclement, instantly halting the sea rice crowd that was about to make a move on Shen Cangqiong and Black Pearl. Did you fly here? Once everyone retreated behind her, a woman with a quite attractive appearance stepped forward and asked, "Didn't you see? Why are you asking?" Shen Cangqiong smiled. "My name is Purple Pearl. Can you tell me what brings you to my Purple Pearl Island?" Purple Pearl felt a bit heavy-hearted, worried that Shen Cangqiong was not here for good intentions. Chapter 32. The unpretentious Shen Cangqiong. Don't try to fool me. Just now, you told my subordinates you didn't know where this was. I don't believe that. Purple Pearl was at least a level 65 Soul Emperor, and her vision was much better than that of her subordinates. While her subordinates didn't see how Shen Cangqiong and the others got ashore, she saw it clearly. Moreover, she noticed the hint of joy that appeared on Shen Cangqiong's face when he discovered their Purple Pearl Island. You really are no fun. Haven't you heard the saying, seeing through but not exposing it? Are we still good friends? Upon hearing this, Purple Pearl's heart tightened, thinking that Shen Cangqiong was angry and might want to attack them, just as she was secretly annoyed with herself for not thinking before speaking. She saw Shen Cangqiong wave his hand, and gold soul coins rained down, burying her dozens of subordinates. We're going to stay here for a while, and these gold soul coins will serve as our accommodation fee. All right, lead the way. First, prepare a seafood feast for us, and then tidy up your best rooms for us. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. What a simple and unadorned life. No wonder, apart from the Spear Hall, only Blue Tyrant Academy accepts ordinary civilian soul masters. It turns out Blue Tyrant Academy is so wealthy. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. Why is there such a big gap between the two academies, both supported by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? I'm starting to regret coming to Thunder Academy for further studies. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Lord Yu Engine of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Ere long. Where did you get so much money? Shen Cangqiong spends money so extravagantly that even I, Yu Engine, am envious. To be honest, although our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family is one of the top 3 sects, even as the sect master, I wouldn't dare to be as wasteful as Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Dean Liu Erlong of the Blue Tyrant Academy. These gold soul coins are not given by me. Liu Erlong only remembers giving Shen Cangqiong 100 gold soul coins as pocket money every month. As for where Shen Cangqiong got these gold soul coins, Yu Engine asked her, and she asked who it was related to. Moreover, whether Shen Cangqiong has money has nothing to do with outsiders like them. In the Variant Douluo World, the vice president of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Luomian, said, "Brother, the children and grandchildren have their own blessings. As elders, why should we concern ourselves too much?" Liu Erlong did not catch the implication in Yu Engine's words, but Yu Luomian, who was well aware of the financial situation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, understood it clearly and subtly redirected the topic. The comparison video continues. At this point, it was already the third day since Shen Cangqiong arrived at Purple Pearl Island. After 3 days of rest, Shen Cangqiong finally flew alone to a spot hundreds of miles away from Purple Pearl Island after finishing lunch today, diving into the sea. Soon, the previously calm sea surface began to churn, with columns of water reaching dozens of meters high, carrying countless small fish and shrimp skyward. A few minutes later, with a roar echoing from the sea, the tumultuous surface gradually calmed down, and before long, a fish-type soul beast, towering several stories high, slowly surfaced with Shen Cangqiong sitting cross-legged on it. Variant 1 Douluo World, Xiao Wu from Xiao Wu Academy. Look quickly. Isn't there something glowing at the fish head position? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu said, it really seems like it. Could this be a spirit bone? After successfully hunting the soul beast, the only things that could be obtained were the spirit ring and the spirit bone. Since the spirit ring doesn't look like this, it must naturally be the spirit bone. As for this knowledge, aside from students from Shrek Academy who might not know, other students from advanced academies are very clear about it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian from the Shunfeng Academy said, if Fire Dance Sister says this is a soul bone, then it must be a soul bone. I just didn't expect that Shen Cangqiong's luck would be this good. Looking at the age of this soul beast, it should be at least over 40,000 years old, which means this soul bone is also over 40,000 years old, right? Of course, at this moment, everyone in both worlds does not know that the scene of the soul bone being revealed has actually been modified, all to make Shen Cangqiong's soul bone's origins seem reasonable. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Thunder Academy, Yu Qianxin, it's a good thing to obtain a soul bone, but now that it's been exposed like this, it might be a bit difficult to handle. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Deputy Sect Master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect. Yu Luomian, what are you afraid of? Do you think my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is weak? In the world of Douluo at the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong said, haha, that's really funny. What are you all thinking? Can Shen Cangqiong really bully a soul beast that is at least 40,000 years old just because he has 3 soul rings? After Ning Rongrong reminded them, many people felt so embarrassed that they wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. They really hadn't reacted earlier and thought that a little guy with only 3 soul rings, even if he started absorbing from a 10,000-year soul ring, wouldn't be much of a threat, since he was just a quasi-soul king who had only absorbed 3 soul rings. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? In fact, even after Ning Rongrong's reminder, many people still felt as if they were dreaming. There was no way around it. For thousands of years on the Douluo continent, a person's strength was usually measured by their soul power level. Therefore, even though Shen Cangqiong had the record from the City of Slaughter and now the strength to kill a 40,000-year-old soul beast, as soon as people remembered that he only had 3 soul rings, they unconsciously labeled him as a weakling. At the same time, while everyone was discussing, the subsequent scenes in the comparison video gradually made the bullet comments on the big screen become sparse, until they finally disappeared. Because just when everyone in both worlds thought that Shen Cangqiong had exhausted his luck by obtaining a 40,000-year-old soul bone, he demonstrated to everyone what it meant to slap faces with facts. The screen showed Shen Cangqiong absorbing the soul ring and the discovered soul bone without wasting any time before diving back into the sea. Then, when another large fish flipped over and slowly floated to the surface, many keen-eyed individuals noticed a soul bone, at least 40,000 years old, falling from the fish's tail. However, the excitement didn't end there. For a period of time afterwards, every fish that Shen Cangqiong caught from the water, as long as it was over 10,000 years old, seemed to trigger a certain principle, and a soul bone would definitely drop. Chapter 33. The Soul Guidance Device Blueprints Left Behind 1,000 Years Ago. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Pope Bibi Dong, Shen Cangqiong. Were those images of soul bones constantly falling just now real? At this moment, in the barrage area, there was no other barrage apart from Bibi Dong's. After all, anyone with a functioning brain knows that staying silent is the only thing they can do right now. Variant 1 World Blue Tyrant Academy, Dean Lu Erlong, Bibi Don. What do you want to do? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Sister Lu, just leave it to me to handle. Those images are all real. But I don't know what the Pope intends to do. These images were originally meant to give the soul bones a reasonable identity, and Shen Cangqiong naturally won't deny that. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. Wealth can move people's hearts. You should come to my Spirit Hall. If you can't bear to part with your sister Lu, you can bring her along too. From the footage shown in the comparison video, The soul bones that Shen Cangqiong obtained are mostly around 10,000 to 50,000 years old. Soul bones of this age, aside from external soul bones, are not particularly valued by Bibi Dong for other parts. However, just because Bibi Dong does not need them, does not mean her Pope Hall does not need them. One must ask if the strong individuals in her Pope Hall all possess soul bones that are over 10,000 years old. Which force in this world could possibly stand in her way? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. No need. Whoever wants to find discomfort, just come. Shen Cangqiong is not surprised at why Bibi Dong is so easy to talk to. She is still in a stage of restraint, and it doesn't concern you Xiao Jiang. This white moonlight, at this moment, she is in a rational state. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. So, are you selling your soul bone? Variant 1 Douluo World, 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile, Sect Master Ning Fengji. If the young friend is willing to sell soul bones, then our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is also willing to buy a few. Rest assured, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect may not have much, but we definitely have enough gold soul coins. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Emperor of Tiando, Shuya. Our Tiando royal family also wants to acquire a few soul bones. No matter how much we look down on the Spirit Hall on the surface, deep down we are still afraid. Only after the Spirit Hall finishes discussing serious matters and starts talking about ordinary business can other forces dare to speak up. However, the price of soul bones is indeed not cheap, and only superpowers like the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royal family, which are not short on money, can reach out in this regard. As for other forces, either they don't have money or their relationship with Tiando is not good. Even if they do speak up, it will be useless. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, not for sale. These soul bones of Shen Cangqiong are all growth-type soul bones. How could they possibly be sold? As Shen Cangqiong refused, the atmosphere in the barrage area gradually returned to liveliness due to the silence of those superpowers. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Anonymous. Why do I feel like our world is just a backdrop? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Anonymous. Friends, let's remove the seams. Our world is a backdrop. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Anonymous. Don't boost others' ambitions while diminishing your own prestige. Right now, we are watching Shen Cangqiong from that world, which is why our world feels like a backdrop. However, when it's our Tang San's turn to be shown, the roles will reverse. The comparison video continues. May I ask about your soul power level? A few days later, Z Pearl found Shen Cangqiong and hesitantly asked, "Why do you want to know?" Shen Cangqiong pulled Black Pearl closer to him, not allowing Z Pearl to get too close. When I worked outside before, I encountered a strange building on a small island, but with my strength, I couldn't enter that place at all. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's action, Z Pearl rolled her eyes slightly, but still explained, "Are you looking to collaborate with me to explore that strange building?" Shen Cangqiong was somewhat puzzled. If Z Pearl really knew about such a place, why didn't she invite Tang San in the original story? Yes, I can tell that although you usually act unseriously, you're a good person. I believe that even if we do find something in that strange building, you wouldn't harm me. Unknowingly, Z Pearl had given Shen Cangqiong a good person card. All right then, lead the way, let's go take a look. Being called a good person, Shen Cangqiong gave Z Pearl a hard pat on her drum-like belly, and with her startled exclamation, he took Black Pearl and headed towards the Z Pearl ship first. Through Z Pearl's explanation, Shen Cangqiong understood that in the original story, Z Pearl didn't take Tang San to that so-called strange building mainly because she saw that Tang San was not a good person and feared that if they found any treasures inside, he would quietly eliminate her. The scene flashed. The door to this building is here. I attacked this door for a long time before, but with my soul emperor strength, I couldn't move this door even a bit. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong and the other two had arrived in front of a palace-like building. You all step back a bit. Shen Cangqiong approached the silver-white door and knocked on it, turning back to remind the two pearls. Boom! A loud bang echoed, and dust swirled in the air. The door, which I had failed to break through with all my strength, was effortlessly held in place by you. As the dust settled, Zhizhenju looked at the door that had disappeared without a trace and couldn't help but praise. Go in, but remember, don't stray too far from me. Otherwise, if you encounter danger, I might not be able to save you in time. Ignoring Zhizhenju's compliments, Shen Cangqiong became serious for the first time. Of course, it wasn't that Shen Cangqiong had discovered something. Rather, he had never been careless in the face of the unknown. This doesn't seem too dangerous. What is this? A level 5 soul guide bubble blueprint? Carefully following Shen Cangqiong's side, when Zhizhenju passed by a table, she saw a blueprint placed in a special container. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong instantly turned around and followed Zizhenju's gaze. Sure enough, it was a level 5 soul guide bubble blueprint. It seems this building must have been left behind from 10,000 years ago. With a wave of his hand, he brought the blueprints from the table into his hands. After secretly having his golden finger check the authenticity of the blueprints, he spoke up. Can you understand this? Zizhenju was somewhat surprised. Chapter 34, Another Treasure. I have a basic understanding. This item belongs to the attack type Soul Guidance Devices, which is a category within Soul Guidance Devices. For example, this level 5 Soul Guidance Cannon can unleash an attack equivalent to the full strength of a Soul King level powerhouse as long as enough energy is inputted. While speaking, Shen Cangqiong glanced around and found another level 5 Soul Guidance bubble placed in a special container on another table. I really didn't expect there to be such things in this world. Zizhenju was a bit taken aback. Should we give it a try? Shen Cangqiong picked up the level 5 Soul Guidance bubble from the other table and handed it to Zizhenju. All right. Zizhenju took the level 5 Soul Guidance bubble, eager to give it a go. Variant Douluo World 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile, Sect Master Ning Fengji. Friend Cangqiong. Can the blueprint for this level 5 Soul Guide bubble be sold to our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect? At first, Ning Fengji didn't pay much attention to the attack type Soul Tools. Even when he heard Shen Cangqiong's explanation of the 5th level Soul Guiding Bubble, he only felt a slight curiosity. After all, at this point in time, while the Douluo continent did have Soul Tools, they were mostly lifestyle assistance tools with no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Naturally, in this situation, for Ning Fengji, who had never truly witnessed attack type Soul Tools, even hearing that the power of this 5th level Soul Guiding Bubble could match that of a Soul King couldn't create a very vivid image. It wasn't until the purple pearl in his hand unleashed 9 attacks comparable to that of a Soul King that Ning Fengji suddenly jolted, instantly realizing the importance of this 5th level Soul Guiding Bubble to his 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Yi Linglong, the head of the 9-Heart Si Tang family. Our 9-Heart Si Tang family is not as wealthy as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. However, as long as young friend Cangqiong sells me the blueprint for this 5th level soul guide, my Yi family can guarantee that in the future, as long as young friend Cangqiong says a word, my Yi family will go through fire and water without hesitation. To show our Yi family's sincerity, my daughter Yi Lingling can join your Blue Tyrant Academy. For the sake of this 5th level soul guide blueprint, Yi Linglong is indeed going all out. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your Yi family only has 2 people. What use is there for the blueprint of this 5th level soul guide bubble? Moreover, can you even protect this blueprint? Don't let it turn into a crime of possessing something valuable. How about this? Instead of fighting for it, we, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, will send you some of the finished products for your protection after we make them. How's that sound? Yi Linglong is being so generous, but Ning Fengji still feels a lot of pressure. After all, the favor from a 9-Heart Sea Butterfly family is indeed much more valuable than the favor from his own 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Therefore, after kindly reminding them, Ning Fengji took a step back voluntarily. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. You 2 family stop, the blueprint is not for sale. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji, asked why. As long as you are willing to sell the blueprint, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect will not only give you a sufficient amount of gold soul coins, but also allow you to freely choose 10 treasures from our treasury. Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong refuse to sell, Ning Fengji became anxious and quickly tried to raise his offer, but received no response from Shen Cangqiong. The scene continued. At this moment, Zizhen Pearl was staring blankly at the soul guide bubble in her hand. This soul guide bubble was truly a treasure that all support type soul masters dreamt of. After a long while, Zizhen Pearl came to her senses and spoke the thoughts of all support type soul masters. Shen Cangqiong put away the blueprint for the 5th level soul guide bubble and returned to the building with the 2 women. Why do you look so uninterested? Did you not get happy about obtaining such a treasure? Zizhen Pearl looked at Shen Cangqiong in confusion. She felt that if he sold this blueprint to someone who knew its worth, even if he asked for 10 billion gold soul coins, the buyer would definitely purchase it. I won't let this soul guide technology be spread. Shen Cangqiong shook his head and said, why? This time, not only Zizhen Pearl questioned him, but even Black Pearl, who had been silent, cast a curious glance at Shen Cangqiong. This soul guide technology is something ordinary people cannot afford. If I spread this technology, ordinary people will never have a chance to rise. At this point, Shen Cangqiong seemed to have thought of something inside. I don't understand. Perhaps Shen Cangqiong's explanation was too profound, leaving Zijin Pearl looking confused. Not understanding is fine. It's an issue of intelligence, and I can't help it. Looking at the silly Zijin Pearl, Shen Cangqiong suddenly said teasingly, you little rascal. Hearing this, Zijin Pearl became furious and started punching Shen Cangqiong playfully, making him quite comfortable. At this moment, the scene changed again. This room is so big, yet there is only a blueprint for the 9th level. Why isn't there even a physical 9th level? Throughout this journey, aside from the 5th level Soul Guide Bubble blueprint and the 5th level Soul Guide Bubble that Shen Cangqiong took away, all the other valuables had been taken by Zijin Pearl, which made her feel a bit giddy after making a fortune. Do you know what level of Soul Master corresponds to this 9th level? Do you know how many gold soul coins it takes to create this 9th level? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes and said impatiently, I don't know. I don't understand these things. Zijin Pearl shook her head boldly. Having received so many benefits, even if Shen Cangqiong called her a novice, she didn't mind. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to explain the basic information about the 9th level, one of the walls in the room suddenly collapsed, revealing a neat row of over 1,000 boxes inside. The scene flashed. There were a total of 1,200 boxes, all containing storage Soul Guide devices. 8 hours later, after Zijin Pearl received the data from Black Pearl, she excitedly danced in front of Shen Cangqiong, who was lying down. Well, let's split these storage Soul Guide devices evenly between us. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong stood up and said, you can't take so many storage Soul Guide devices. Before Zijin Pearl could speak, Black Pearl wiped the sweat off her face and reminded her, forget it. You could take all these storage Soul Guide devices. Surprisingly, Zijin Pearl waved her hand calmly. Chapter 35. The sea god is just a hypocritical piece of trash. How strange. You, a female sea rice, actually have no desire for the wealth presented to you. Shen Cangqiong raised an eyebrow and teased. The benefits I've received this time are already enough. Without your help, I might not even be able to open the door outside for the rest of my life. Zijin Pearl said sincerely. All right, then I'll accept these storage Soul Guide devices. For now on, we are friends. If you ever need to hunt for soul rings, you can come find me at the Lamba Academy. I promise to find the most suitable soul ring for you. Of course, if you encounter any insurmountable troubles, you can also come to me at Lamba Academy. Seeing that Zijin Pearl did not seem to be lying, Shen Cangqiong did not say much more and accepted her as a friend. Didn't anyone tell you that your little adult demeanor is really quite funny? Seeing Shen Cangqiong making a serious face, Zijin Pearl felt she finally had the chance to tease him back. The scene shifted again. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. On the sea, there is an island of the sea god, and as long as you go there, you can participate in their divine examination. Once you pass the divine examination, you can receive rewards including an increase in soul power level, divine soul rings, and an extension of soul ring years. So how about it? Do you want to give it a try? I can take you there. One day, after finishing her business on the island, Zijin Pearl came to Shen Cangqiong, who was fishing, and told him a not-so-secret secret. No. After hearing this, Shen Cangqiong didn't even raise his eyelids, showing little interest. Why not? With your cultivation talent. If you go to the Sea God Island to participate in the divine examination, the benefits you receive will definitely be extraordinary. In fact, you might even replace the current High Priest of Sea God Island in the future and become the new High Priest. Zijin Pearl said, the Sea God is just an extremely hypocritical piece of trash. Asking me to participate in his divine examination is just disgusting me. Shen Cangqiong scoffed. You, how can you say that? If the people from Sea God Island hear you, you'll be finished. Zijin Pearl was shocked by Shen Cangqiong's reckless words, turning pale. She hurriedly looked around and found no one nearby, then fearfully covered Shen Cangqiong's mouth. Variant 1 Douluo World Sea God Island Sea Dragon Douluo. How bold! Daring to be so disrespectful to Lord Sea God, truly unaware of the consequences. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Sea God Island, Starfish Douluo Starfish. Shen Cangqiong. Just wait for the punishment from my Sea God Island. Variant 2. In the original Douluo World, Sea God Island, Seahorse Douluo Seahorse. Brothers from another world. Don't forget to settle the score for our world when teaching Shen Cangqiong a lesson. Variant 1 Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Shen Cangqiong. If you come to the island to plead for forgiveness now, Sea God Island can still show leniency. Otherwise, you will regret it. Poseidon became the high priest not only because of her own powerful strength, but also due to her ruthless nature. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wiped out all those from the spirit hall back then, leaving none behind. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, Poseidon. You can't leave Sea God Island, and you can't just stretch your neck from Sea God Island to bite me. The strongest title Douluo on Sea God Island is only level 95. As long as he dares to come to Lamba Academy to cause me trouble, I'll let him know why the flowers are so red. Variant 1 Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. How do you know so much about the information of my Sea God Island? Douluo, did you tell him? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the great offering of the Spirit Hall. Douluo. No, I'm just here to watch the drama. How did this end up involving me? Seeing Poseidon blame him, Douluo finally understood what it means to be sitting at home while the pot falls from the sky. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, High Priestess Poseidon of Sea God Island. Who else could it be but you? In this world, the only ones who know everything about my Sea God Island are you and him. Now that he has disappeared, it can only be said by you. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Grand Priest Douluo of the Spirit Hall. I'm afraid that even if he hadn't disappeared, you would still believe it was me who let it slip, Douluo said with a hint of bitterness. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Of course. Poseidon admitted it directly without a second thought. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Spirit Hall Grand Priest Douluo. That brat. Aren't you going to say something? Clearly, it was your issue with Sea God Island. Yet I'm the one who ended up hurt. Douluo felt so much hatred in his heart. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. What's the use of reasoning with someone like Poseidon? With her personality, as long as you can pin her down, everything you say is right. If you can't pin her down, then everything you say is wrong. Remember, if you want to have a place in a girl's heart, if you can't make her fall in love with you, then make her hate you. So, Poseidon, you little brat, if you have the ability, come catch me. I'll be waiting for you at the Blue Tyrant Academy. If you can catch me, I'll let you have your way. Variant 1 Douluo World, Sea God Island Grand Priest Poseidon. You have successfully angered me. At this moment, there is not a single complete decoration left in Poseidon's palace. As a Grand Priest of Sea God Island, when has she ever been treated with such indignity? Even Tang San and Douluo would never dare to speak to her like this. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Have you forgotten why we had conflict? Moreover, I remember that in the comparison video, when I was just putting pressure on Poseidon, you didn't seem as angry as you are now. It seems that Poseidon's position in your heart is not that significant after all. Variant 1 the Douluo World. Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. You better hope you don't fall into my hands. After saying this, Poseidon left the palace and issued an order to Sea Dragon Douluo, Sea Star Douluo, and Sea Spear Douluo to go to Blue Tyrant Academy to capture Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1. Demigod Beast Deep Sea Whale King Blue Emperor in the Douluo World. What a great show. However, I support Shen Cangqiong because the sea god is indeed, as Shen Cangqiong said, a hypocritical piece of trash. It seems the grand performance is coming to an end, and, at this moment, the Deep Sea Whale King also comes out to make an appearance. Chapter 36. Feeling unworthy for Xiao by meanwhile, the scene continues. So, would you betray me? Shen Cangqiong looked at Zi Zhenju with a serious expression, seemingly very concerned about her answer. Are we friends? Since we're friends, I naturally wouldn't betray my friend. Just be careful in the future, and never speak ill of the sea god in front of other sea soul masters and sea soul beasts. Under Shen Cangqiong's intense gaze, Zi Zhenju felt a bit unnatural and took a step back, her voice becoming somewhat vague. I didn't expect my status in your heart to be this high. But don't worry, I couldn't care less about those other sea soul masters and sea soul beasts. Shen Cangqiong smiled in a rather strange way. By the way, why do you have such hostility towards Sea God Island? Normally, as a land soul master and being so young, it's surprising that you know about the existence of Sea God Island. Even if there are some shady things going on there, you shouldn't know about them. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's playful expression, Zi Zhenju rolled her eyes, but in the end, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and leaned closer to Shen Cangqiong's ear, whispering her inquiry. I've loved reading various legends and secret tales since I was young. The more I read, the more I naturally understand a bit of everything. Here, Shen Cangqiong imitated her and half-truthfully whispered in her ear, can we trust what's written in those legends and secret tales? Zi Zhenju expressed her doubt. Maybe you're afraid of others overhearing our conversation, she thought, accepting Shen Cangqiong's act of speaking in her ear. You just don't understand. Only those legends and secret tales dare to write anything. Shen Cangqiong was very experienced in this matter. Okay, I'll admit you have a point. But then tell me, why do you say the sea god is a hypocritical piece of trash? It had been too long since the sea god ascended. and only those of Zi Jinju's generation truly understood how much respect they had for the sea god. In any case, from the way Shen Cangqiong looked at her, he saw no trace of reverence for the sea god in her eyes. Perhaps nowadays, if it weren't for the absolute military suppression of Sea God Island, the name of the sea god would have long been forgotten by the majority of sea soul masters and sea soul beasts as time passed. Just like the angel god of the spirit hall today, ordinary people only know of the spirit hall and not the angel god. Even those superpowers only vaguely know a little about the spirit hall. You know there's a guardian beast on Sea God Island called Xiao Bai, right? Zi Jinju wanted to hear more. So, Shen Cangqiong said that as long as it could trick Tang San, he loved to do it. That's the guardian beast, Mo, soul, great white shark Xiao Bai, not Xiao Bai. And what is a beautiful beast? Zi Zinzu complained. Don't worry about that. The name isn't important. Since you know Xiao Bai, you should know that their Mo, soul, great white shark clan and the evil Mo orca clan are mortal enemies. So why didn't that sea god help his Mount Xiao Bai wipe out the evil Mo orca clan before ascending? Later on, Xiao Bai's brother also fell at the hands of the evil Mo orca clan. Why didn't Sea God Island help Xiao Bai eliminate the evil Mo orca clan? Even if it was just for show, they wouldn't even send a few people to take down an ordinary evil Mo orca. To be honest, Shen Cangqiong truly felt unworthy for Xiao Bai. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea God Island Mo, soul great white shark, little white. Yes, why is that? This is something Little White has always found puzzling, and it's surprising that it was actually pointed out by the enemies of Sea God Island. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, High Priestess Poseidon of Sea God Island. Xiao Bai, don't be deceived by what this foolish god says. He just wants to create discord within our Sea God Island. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. So, why is this happening? Xiao Bai is the guardian beast of your Sea God Island. Is it really that difficult to help Xiao Bai eliminate the evil Mo tiger whale clan? Variant 1 Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Xiao Bai, don't worry. Your brother's matter will eventually have an explanation. Poseidon ignored Shen Cangqiong's provocation and continued to comfort Xiao Bai. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Yes. Don't worry, Little Bai. By the time the lifespan of the evil Mo Orca King runs out, you'll have received what Sea God Island has to offer. After all, by then the evil Mo Orca King will have already passed away. What more do you want? Can't you understand the difficulties of Sea God Island? Shen Cangqiong fanned the flames from the side. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Xiao Bai, you have protected Sea God Island for over 10,000 years, so don't let the words of outsiders shake your faith. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Sea God Island, CMO female Douluo said, Xiao Bai, I won't say much about the past, but if the evil Mo Orca clan comes to disturb your territory again in the future, I will definitely lend you a hand. Receiving Poseidon's hint, CMO female Douluo spoke up at the right moment. Variant 1 of the Douluo continent, Sea God Island, Mo Honda, by Xiao Bai. I understand. That said, Xiao Bai secretly dispatched a clan fish to quickly relay the news that Sea God Island has already sent 3 titled Douluos to capture Shen Cangqiong to the hands of Zi Jinju on Zi Jinju Island. In fact, Hai Mo Nu only mentioned lending a hand, but did not mention helping to deal with Sha Xiamo Hujing at all, which made Xiao Bai see that Hai Mo Nu had no sincerity whatsoever. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the ferocious beast Black Dragon, King Emperor Tian. As a soul beast, you should know your position. Otherwise, you will end up with no good from either humans or soul beasts. Variant 1, Douluo World Beast. Dark Old Fearclaw Bear. That's right. If Sea God Island really considered you one of their own, they would have already helped you wipe out the evil Mola Whale clan. If you don't believe it, let the evil Mola Whale clan challenge a title Douluo from Sea God Island and see if the people of Sea God Island go crazy, directly eliminating all the evil Mola whales within a day. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The evil Mo Whale King of 100,000 years. So, why is it that after all this talk, the topic always comes back to me being backstabbed by various forces? I can see these bullet comments too. Aren't you being too much? Chapter 37. Shen Cangqiong's true strength shocks everyone. The comparison video continues. Since that day, when Zi Jinju was left speechless by Shen Cangqiong's 2 questions, half a year has passed. During this half year, at first, Shen Cangqiong would spend 1 day every 5 days to absorb a soul bone, and use the next 4 days to continuously familiarize himself with the new power gained from the absorbed soul bone. During this time, Shen Cangqiong went out once to absorb the 6th soul ring. In this way, over a month quickly passed, and by the time Shen Cangqiong finished absorbing the 7 soul bones and came out, his soul power level had already reached level 70. You're already level 70? In the conference hall of Zhizhenju Island, Zhizhenju felt somewhat hit. Just get used to it. Shen Cangqiong took the tea brought by Zhizhenju, took a sip, and threw a flirtatious glance at Zhizhenju. Shameless. Zhizhenju turned her face away, too lazy to pay attention to this shameless guy. The scene shifted. In the blink of an eye, Shen Cangqiong had been at Zhizhenju Island for 2 years. During this time, Shen Cangqiong slowed down his cultivation speed according to his tasks and began to study soul rings and soul bones in front of the people on Zhizhenju Island. At first, both Purple Pearl and Black Pearl were very confused, thinking that there was nothing worthwhile to study about soul rings and soul bones. To this end, they often came together to persuade Shen Cangqiong not to waste his cultivation talent and to honestly focus on cultivating soul power. However, when Shen Cangqiong defeated a sea soul beast of about 70,000 years in front of the two women with just one move, both of them fell silent. After that, no matter what Shen Cangqiong wanted to do, as long as he didn't plan to destroy Purple Pearl Island, the two women expressed indifference. Soon, the scene changed again. "Oh, our genius. Why are you willing to come out today?" Purple Pearl teased, looking at Shen Cangqiong, whom she hadn't seen for more than a month. "I'm here to ask you if you know any places where 100,000-year soul beasts appear." Shen Cangqiong sat beside Purple Pearl and made a subtle gesture. Why are you asking this?" Purple Pearl, successfully ambushed, huffed, and then asked with some confusion. "What do you think?" Shen Cangqiong looked at Purple Pearl speechlessly. "Are you going to hunt them?" The strength of 100,000-year soul beasts is worlds apart from 70,000-year soul beasts. You may easily defeat a 70,000-year soul beast, but you might not be able to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. Purple Pearl had quite a bit of information about the habitats of 100,000-year soul beasts, but she was afraid Shen Cangqiong would fall in the hands of those beasts. "You have so little confidence in me. I guess it's been too long since I practiced with you, and you've forgotten how terrifying I am." Saying this, Shen Cangqiong put on a fierce expression, frightening Purple Pearl so much that she dropped the information and ran away. As expected of the sea, the number of 100,000-year soul beasts is just too many. Picking up the information that Purple Pearl left on the table, Shen Cangqiong glanced at it and muttered to himself. 3 days later, this should be the territory of the Iron Lobster King. Shen Cangqiong was floating above a small island full of rocks, checking the map again. At this time, these images were naturally modified based on comparison videos. "Who are you?" Just then, an attack at the level of a rank 92 title Douluo flew rapidly towards Shen Cangqiong. How rude, attacking first and then asking questions. Seeing this situation, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but complain, but he didn't panic. Instead, he slapped the incoming lobster shell away and charged in the direction of the attacker. Boom, boom, boom. Then, in the battle between a person and a lobster, loud noises kept ringing out. More than 10 minutes later, as the small island gradually sank by more than half, a large lobster finally fell at Shen Cangqiong's feet. Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. Wow. This Shen Cangqiong is only level 70 right now, and he doesn't even have his 7th spirit ring yet. How did he defeat this 100,000-year-old lobster? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. I said that Shen Cangqiong clearly defeated that soul beast of about 70,000 years. Why didn't he absorb the 7th spirit ring? It turns out he looked down on that 70,000-year spirit ring and wanted to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring instead. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. Can Shen Cangqiong really successfully absorb this 100,000-year soul ring? Variant 1 the Douluo World. Nameless. It should be possible. Don't forget, he spent about 2 years studying soul rings and soul bones. If he hadn't achieved any results, he probably wouldn't have ended his seclusion. Variant 1 Douluo World 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Fengji, it seems we really need to meet this young friend. In the conference hall, Sword Douluo was genuinely astonished by Shen Cangqiong's combat power. Indeed, originally, he planned to visit Lamba Academy in the next few days to see Rong and discuss matters with Shen Cangqiong. Now it seems the plan needs to change. He initially thought that no matter how high his cultivation talent was, it would still take several years for him to fully grow, so everything could proceed slowly. After all, only through the passage of time can true friendships be formed. Ning Fengji's expression was quite serious. What about the Spear Hall? Yue Guan has already arrived, but for some reason, he hasn't gone to see Shen Cangqiong. However, after witnessing Shen Cangqiong's true combat power, he probably won't be able to sit still. Bon Douluo asked, "Don't worry about Yue Guan. Don't forget the matter between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang. Yue Guan is probably busy dealing with Yu Xiaojiang right now." At this point, Ning Fengji smiled, showing no signs of concern. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tiando Palace. Qinghe, get ready. We are going to Lamba Academy to have a good talk with Shen Cangqiong. Remember, at all costs, we must get Shen Cangqiong to support our Tiando royal family. Inside the hall, Shuya was trembling with excitement. Father, why don't I go instead? Big brother still has many things to take care of. Xu Weibing spoke under the hint of Prince Xuexing. You go? If that's the case, Shen Cangqiong might not only refuse to support our Tiando royal family, but might even come to dislike us. Xu Weibing knew very well what kind of person Xu Weibing was. Sending Xu Weibing would only bring trouble. Chapter 38. Shen Cangqiong causes unprecedented turmoil. Father. That Shen Cangqiong is obviously very friendly towards the spirit hall. If we can't provide something good, it will be difficult to earn Shen Cangqiong's support. On the other side, Zuiking Qianrengshu did not look at Xu Weibing, who was jumping around like a clown, and, after thinking for a moment, said one more thing. Shen Cangqiong has already offended Sea God Island. Are we really going to make enemies with Sea God Island for Shen Cangqiong? After a slight hesitation, Zuiking Qianrengshu continued. The Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and other terrestrial sects do not understand how powerful Sea God Island truly is, so they do not take the threat seriously. But as Qianrengshu impersonating Zuiking, I know very well how strong Sea God Island is, and I must take everything into consideration. Otherwise, if Sea God Island gets angry at our Tiando royal family for helping Shen Cangqiong and destroys our Tiando royal family, then all my efforts over the years would just become a big joke. At that time, that woman would probably look at me with disdain again. With Sea God Island, why should we care about them? Sea God Island has title Douluo, but doesn't the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have title Douluo as well? As long as the people from Sea God Island dare to come, the two Douluo from Swordbone, along with Master Ning, Shen Cangqiong, and the Poison Douluo, can definitely make them regret it. Originally feeling disappointed after being mocked by Xuya and thinking he had no chance to take on this task, Xu Weibing suddenly became spirited when he saw his older brother make such a low-level mistake. If the Crown Prince thinks this matter is difficult, it can be handed over to Xu Weibing. I can also assist Xu Weibing and ensure that he won't mess things up. At this moment, Prince Xuexing immediately chimed in, saying in the end that he would vouch for Xuya. He didn't understand what Zuiking was concerned about, but he knew that if they could take this task, they would be able to build a good relationship with Shen Cangqiong openly. At that time, with the support of Douluo and Shen Cangqiong, he believed his older brother would weigh the pros and cons when it came to passing on the throne. All right, let's have Qinghe handle this matter. Qinghe, there's no need to worry about that Sea God Island. Even if Sea God Island is strong, I don't believe they would dare to cause trouble on the mainland. Moreover, if it really comes to it, we can let the Spirit Hall deal with the issues with Sea God Island. Isn't the Spirit Hall claiming to be the administrator of the Soul Master World? Wouldn't they have to intervene if Sea God Island causes trouble? Although he felt that Xu Weibing's points were quite reasonable, it did not prevent Xuya from being skeptical of him. A spoiled prince, that's all he is. In this life, he should just honestly be a leisurely prince and not think about so many unnecessary things. He should also consider whether he is cut out for it. As for the guarantee from Prince Xuexing, Xuya completely ignored it. In fact, Xuya was also dissatisfied with Xuexing. His own good son had been turned into a super spoiled brat by Xuexing. No matter what hidden circumstances were involved, one thing could not be ignored. Once a person becomes accustomed to being a spoiled brat, it is nearly impossible to change unless they have great willpower. Yes, the son will definitely handle the matter well. Hearing Xuya's loud calculations, Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, rolled his eyes internally, but respectfully said. Meanwhile, in the Douluo World of Variant 1, the other major forces in the Tiando Empire, after discussions regarding Shen Cangqiong, reached conclusions similar to those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royal family. Faced with the fully grown Shen Cangqiong, whether these major forces were willing or not, and regardless of their true thoughts, as long as they were not foolish, they would choose to do their best to befriend him. This is completely different from the results of their recent discussions on how to treat Shen Cangqiong when he had not yet matured. It can only be said that the Shen Cangqiong who had not yet grown, although worthy of attention from these major forces, did not have the qualifications to make them lower themselves to befriend him. After all, a peerless genius is still just a peerless genius. As long as he has not grown, they could destroy this so-called genius at any time. The scene continues. At this moment, in the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong has safely absorbed the 100,000-year spirit ring from the giant lobster and is now frowning as he contemplates the 100,000-year spirit bone in his hand. Suddenly, it seems that Shen Cangqiong has made an important decision. His eyes sharpen, and he begins to forcibly refine the 100,000-year spirit bone he is holding. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. What is going on? Didn't Shen Cangqiong's soul bones already reach their limit? Variant 1. Unknown in the Douluo world. Who knows? Perhaps he discovered something while researching soul rings and soul bones before. Variant 2. Unknown in the original Douluo world. It's just a gimmick. Just wait and see. Either Shen Cangqiong will be ruined this time, or this incredibly precious 100,000 year soul bone will be wasted. Comparing to Shen Cangqiong's bewildering behavior in the video. It not only left ordinary people from both worlds dumbfounded, but even the heads of various families and sects, as well as their disciples, were staring at everything in shock, unsure of what to say. In the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong was in immense pain, sweat pouring from him like it was free, quickly forming a small pool around where he was sitting. It's really feasible. At one moment, Shen Cangqiong, who was gritting his teeth to endure, suddenly showed a hint of joy on his face twisted in pain, unable to suppress a low cry, then immediately closed his eyes and began to refine with all his strength. It succeeded, but seemed somewhat unworthy, a 100,000 year soul bone, when forcibly refined and combined with another soul bone to form a new one, only increased its age by 50,000 years. After a long time, when Shen Cangqiong opened his eyes again and summoned the soul bone from his right arm, the appearance of his right arm soul bone had changed dramatically. Boom! The scene occurring on Shen Cangqiong completely overturned the common sense of everyone in both worlds, directly causing an unprecedented shock. Variant 1 Douluo World. Xiao Wu from Xiao Wu Academy. Brother Cangqiong, can two soul bones really merge into one soul bone? At this moment, Xiao Wu was also unusually serious. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. It's possible. However, the process of condensing two soul bones is extremely painful and also quite wasteful. Although this scene has been modified in many places, Shen Cangqiong did indeed try to condense two soul bones based on the settings from the original world of the Douluo content game. I can only say that the process is quite exhilarating. The result is very wasteful, but it is indeed feasible. Chapter 39. The Confusion of Everyone. In the Douluo world of Variant 1, Xiao Wu from the Xiao Academy said, "As for pain, my sister Xiao Binger is not afraid. But this wastefulness is not fun. Soul bones are already scarce. Who would be willing to merge two soul bones into one just to extend the lifespan of the soul bone? Moreover, after merging two soul bones into one, the lifespans do not stack together." Variant 1 of Douluo World. Xiao Binger from Xiao College. You are really a good sister. Xiao Binger noticed that her sister was becoming more and more unreliable. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Feng Xiaotian from Shen Feng Academy. Setting aside the issue of Xiao Wu betraying Xiao Binger, some of Xiao Wu's other words are quite reasonable. Previously, when I saw that soul bones could actually fuse, I thought the world was changing. But now that I think about it carefully, it's not such a big deal. Just like Xiao Wu said, soul bones are inherently rare, so who would want to waste them? Perhaps this is also the reason why the secret of soul bone fusion was only discovered today. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Blaze Academy. Wu. Feng Xiaotian. Is it that hard to acknowledge others' excellence? Variant 1 of Douluo World. Feng Xiaotian from the Academy of Divine Wind. No, did I say something wrong again? Just as the bullet comments were occupied by ordinary people and students from various academies. The major powers that could be ranked once again held discussions in their own council halls due to Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. The shock that Shen Cangqiong has given us is truly overwhelming. Ning Fengji looked at the two Douluo of the sword bone with a bitter smile, filled with regret for not having talked to Shen Cangqiong earlier. Well, rather than getting entangled in regret here, we might as well think about what we should do next. The sword Douluo saw through Ning Fengji's thoughts and advised him. Sai, you're right. I plan to ask Shen Cangqiong about any precautions when fusing soul bones during my visit this time. I want to let Rongrong give it a try. After all, other major powers may not have enough financial resources to attempt it, but our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has no such concerns. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji fell silent for a few seconds, sighed, and then spoke up with renewed spirit. I'm just afraid Rongrong won't be able to endure the pain during the fusion of the soul bones. The Bone Douluo thought of Shen Cangqiong's painful expression during the fusion and felt a bit worried for Ning Rongrong, but like the sword Douluo, he did not oppose it. In Variant Douluo World number 1, the Spirit Hall, Yu Guan is in trouble. Why hasn't there been any news back? On the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong frowned as she looked at the cunning Douluo Mei below, her expression quite unfriendly. Elder Yu is looking for Yu Guan for something, so... In fact, Yu Guan had already used the Spirit Hall's special communication method to send messages back, But all the information was about you Xiaojing pestering Yueguan for matters. With no news about Shen Cangqiong, so Gue made it not report it to Bibi Dong. Nana, do you want to try fusing soul bones? Upon hearing that Yueguan was being bothered by Yu Xiaojing, Bibi Dong didn't continue to speak, but casually turned to ask Hulaina beside her. Nana is willing. Nana is not afraid of hardship. Hulaina was originally puzzled about who Yu Xiaojing was, but upon hearing her teacher's inquiry, her heart suddenly brightened, and she quickly replied, Good. I will find someone to experiment in the next few days. If it really works and there's no danger, then it will be your turn. Remember, when the time comes, do your best to fuse as many soul bones as possible. Don't be afraid of wasting them. Our spirit hall is different from other forces. What we have the most are those soul bones with ages ranging from several decades to several hundred years. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, in some other major forces within variant Douluo World No. 1, as Ning Fengji and Bibi Dong mentioned, although there were constant debates within the sect, even reaching the point of slamming tables and glaring, after a round of discussions, they awkwardly discovered that it seemed to be in vain, as their sects had at most less than 10 soul bones, and among them, only a pitiful 1 to 2 pieces had ages reaching 2 to 3,000 years. Ultimately, when the big shots of these families and sects realized this, they all quietly returned to their seats, either closing their eyes to rest, looking at the barrage on the big screen, or studying the ceiling, but no one looked at anyone else. This funny scene made the younger generation in the conference hall want to laugh, but not dare to. On the other side, not to mention the shock caused by the fusion of soul bones in the two worlds, after a while, Shen Cangqiong in the comparative video made new movements. It could be seen that Shen Cangqiong seemed dissatisfied with the age of the fused right arm bone and took out another right arm bone to start refining. Perhaps it was due to experience this time, or perhaps this right arm bone wasn't from 100,000 years. Shen Cangqiong spent only about half the time refining the soul bone compared to the first time. Indeed, as long as he refined another soul bone with an age of several tens of thousands of years, this right arm bone could reach the age of 100,000 years. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong continued to take out a new soul bone to refine. For a period of time afterward, under the gaze of everyone from both worlds, Shen Cangqiong repeatedly took soul bones, refined them, and familiarized himself with the newly added power. Soon, as the images on the big screen flashed continuously, Shen Cangqiong fused the 2 soul bones on him into a 100,000-year level, and his soul power level also reached level 80. Variant 1 Douluo World Thunder Academy Yutianshin. That's not right. With 200,000 year soul bones and an additional 100,000 year soul ring, how could one only go from level 70 to level 80 in soul power? Is it possible that the effect of the fused soul bones on increasing soul power level is not as good as that of the original soul bones? Variant 1 Douluo World Tiando Academy Yu Tianheng. Maybe. I remember that when Shen Cangqiong absorbed that 100,000-year soul ring, his soul power level jumped from level 70 to level 77. So according to the soul power level increase from 100,000-year soul ring, Shen Cangqiong should reach level 80 when he upgrades one of the soul bones to 100,000 years. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Anonymous. Haha. Fortunately, I didn't fuse my 2 soul bones of the same part with a 10-year limit, or I would have lost out big time. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Anonymous. Yeah, it seems that fusing soul bones, aside from wasting the soul bones, really has no benefits at all. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. There are really many people who kick someone when they're down. Chapter 40. The Invincible Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 of Douluo World Plan Academy. Yaozi. It's a pity. The discovery of fused soul bones is so significant, but because the fused soul bones cannot greatly enhance one's soul power level, it greatly diminishes their importance. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Qihua Academy. Huwushuang. Yes, what a pity. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Star Luo Royal Academy. Zhujian. You people from the high-level Soul Master Academy in the Heavendo region are really quite foolish. Are those 2 eyeballs on your faces just for decoration? Don't you realize that the colors of the first 6 10,000-year soul rings on Shen Cangqiong have become even deeper and darker than before? It's obvious that the fusion soul bone can significantly enhance soul power levels, but the increased soul power has been absorbed by the soul rings. Not many people have noticed this. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng said, "What are you joking about? I can't believe you actually said that. How could soul bones possibly extend the years of soul rings?" Faced with Zhu Zhiyun's statement, Yu Tianheng was utterly unconvinced. Of course, this was not entirely his fault. As someone who was essentially the guaranteed heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, no one dared to challenge him, whether at home or in the academy. This led to his lack of vigilance and observational awareness towards external matters. Naturally, this was in stark contrast to Zhu Zhiyun, who had lived in a world of schemes and tricks since childhood, where she had to be alert and observant of everything around her every minute of the day. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Zhu Zhiyun from the Douluo Royal Academy. Is this all the Tianzhou Royal Academy's top student can do? No wonder the champions of the elite competitions over the years have nothing to do with your Tianzhou Royal Academy. In their first conversation, Zhu Zhiyun looked down upon Yu Tianheng, one of the young twins from the famous blue electric Tyrannosaurus family in Douluo continent. She felt that with someone like Yu Tianheng, she could easily use a small trick to make him lose face and be utterly embarrassed. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy, brother Tang San. Is what Zhu Zhiyun said true? Why haven't I noticed any change in the color of your 10,000-year spirit ring? Shui Wearer, on her side, wouldn't pay attention to the quarrel between Zhu Zhiyun and Yu Tianheng, still carefree and asking questions whenever she didn't understand something. Variant 1 Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Wu, Shui Wearer, I've tolerated you for a long time. You're clearly older than Shen Cangqiong, yet you call him brother so easily. What about your dignity? However, that being said, Wu's eyes were still very honest, tightly focused on the bullet screen, wanting to know the answer Shen Cangqiong would give. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong said, Zhu Zhiyun is not wrong. However, you shouldn't try this method. It is something I could do only because of my special martial soul. If you don't believe me and insist on trying, whether you end up dead or disabled is none of my business. Here, Shen Cangqiong did not tell the complete truth, because whether it is Wu's fusion ring or Hao Ian's sex explosion ring, it indicates that soul rings are not unchangeable. Therefore, in Shen Cangqiong's view, since Wu can use the several soul rings she has absorbed to create a fusion ring technique, then as long as the right method is used, it might not be impossible to merge the soul rings she has already absorbed with the unclaimed soul rings from the outside world. Shen Cangqiong's explanation this time was relatively convincing, as many people believed it. After all, everyone knows the miraculous nature of Shen Cangqiong's martial soul. However, knowing is one thing, but the irresistible benefit of being able to increase the lifespan of soul rings made some bolder soul masters unable to resist attempting to merge soul rings using the method of fusion soul bones. After all, the difficulty of merging soul bones is too high. Even if they wanted to try, they didn't have any soul bones. But merging soul rings is different. As long as they casually hunt a soul beast, they can verify whether it is feasible, which also shows their ability to draw inferences from one instance. As for whether they would end up disabled or dead, it can only be said that there are far too many overly confident people in this world. At this moment, compared to those eager, ordinary soul masters, the decision-makers among the various noble families and sects were unusually quiet, which was completely opposite to their previous loud discussions about merging soul bones. Of course, their reaction was not due to a lack of interest in increasing soul ring lifespan. Rather, they were waiting for those ordinary soul masters who wanted to stand out to pave the way for them. After all, these decision-makers knew that while merging soul bones could involve others, once successful, they could eliminate that person and take back the soul bone. However, the matter of enhancing the lifespan of soul rings must be done by themselves. If they failed, it would be them who ended up in trouble. Therefore, despite knowing that soul rings are easier to obtain than soul bones, the enthusiasm of these decision-makers from noble families and sects remained low. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. In the footage, the already level 80 Shen Cangqiong found the nearest territory of a 100,000-year soul beast on the map, provided by the purple pearl, and directly soared into the sky. The scene flickered. This time, the battle with the 100,000-year soul beast ended even faster than the last. Shen Cangqiong took only about 6 minutes to flip the giant crab onto the ground. After that, he absorbed the soul ring of the giant crab using the original method and began repeating the process of refining the soul bones and familiarizing himself with the new power. The scene flickered again. Soon, after refining all 7 of his soul bones to the 100,000-year level, Shen Cangqiong's soul power level reached the threshold of 90. Then, after flipping another nearby 100,000-year soul beast, Shen Cangqiong's soul power level also reached 94. At this time, the soul bones and soul rings on Shen Cangqiong were 100,000-year left and right arm bones, 100,000-year left and right leg bones, 100,000-year skull, 100,000-year torso bone, 100,000-year external soul bone, and 9 red 100,000-year soul rings. The nameless in the first variant of the Douluo World. So, at the beginning, Shen Cangqiong didn't lie. He really is a title Douluo of level 94? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. Friend, have you only just realized it now? When you obtained so many soul bones from Shen Cangqiong and could also fuse them, you should have known that what he said was the truth. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I just want to ask, with Lord Cangqiong's current strength, who can still be his opponent? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. It is estimated that Shen Cangqiong is already invincible. After all, that 10,000-year fish was defeated by Shen Cangqiong with just one move. Chapter 41. The beginning of Tang San's exposure. On the surface of a certain sea in the Douluo World, Hai Long asked, do we still need to capture Shen Cangqiong? Hai Xing came to the bow of the ship, asking helplessly, I don't know. With the combat power Shen Cangqiong has shown in this comparison video, we are simply no match for him. Hai Long shook his head. If he weren't so loyal to the sea god, he would have chosen to return to Sea God Island long ago. How about we ask the High Priest through the bullet comments? Hai Miao suggested. That's not good. Asking through bullet comments means everyone from both worlds can see it. Then, where would we put the face of Sea God Island? Hai Long shook his head again. Let's do this. We split into two groups. I and Hai Long will continue to head towards the Lamba Academy as planned. Hai Miao will return to Sea God Island as fast as possible to consult the High Priest. We will wait near Lamba Academy for 2 months. If after 2 months, there is still no support, it means the High Priest has given up on the plan to capture Shen Cangqiong, and at that time, Hai Long and I will return directly to Sea God Island. But if support arrives after 2 months, then we will go together without worrying about any martial ethics. The three fell silent for a while, and suddenly, Hai Xing's eyes lit up as he thought of a win-win solution. All right, let's do it this way. I believe the High Priest won't blame us. This time, Hai Long finally smiled and nodded in agreement. After that, the three exchanged a few simple words and then dispersed according to their respective tasks. Variant 1 Douluo World 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji, where are you going? Seeing Ning Fengji stand up and leave without saying a word, Sword Douluo immediately got up to follow. First to the treasury, then to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Ning Fengji did not look back and headed straight for the treasury of the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Variant 1, Douluo World Spear Hall. Your Holiness, should we have Yueguan hurry to win over Shen Cangqiong, or send another title Douluo to do the same? Gue Douluo was somewhat anxious. There's no need. Let Elder Ju finish up and come back directly. If Shen Cangqiong can be controlled, then naturally Bibi Dong will want to have in her grasp. But it's obvious that the current Shen Cangqiong is not someone she can easily control. So how could he willingly be manipulated by her? What if Shen Cangqiong is won over by the Tiando royal family, or the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? What should we do then? Gue Douluo was confused. You're overthinking it. If Shen Cangqiong currently only barely possesses the strength of a title Douluo, then he might be swayed by other forces. Right now, he will only create his own power. What Bibi Dong said is also quite reasonable. Who would choose to find a father figure to control them after having such powerful strength? Even if that figure is too afraid to control them, it is absolutely not something they would want. Your Holiness is wise. Hearing Bibi Dong say this, Gue also realized and immediately flattered her. The comparison video continues. Just as everyone in both worlds was almost questioning life due to Shen Cangqiong's soul power level, soul rings, soul bones, and combat strength, the Shen Cangqiong in the video had already returned to the Purple Pearl Island. You're finally back. I thought you were caught by some 10,000-year soul beast. Seeing Shen Cangqiong, who had been missing for a long time, return, Zijinju said irritably. However, her red eyes betrayed her true feelings. You have too little faith in me. Shen Cangqiong didn't expose her and replied with a similarly displeased expression. Then, with a gasp from Zijinju, the scene flashed. 3 years later, why are there no fish here? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong was fishing by an extraordinarily beautiful lake. Human child, this is not a place for you. You should leave quickly. The Tianqing, Niu Meng, initially didn't want to pay attention to the human child Shen Cangqiong, but was caught off guard by Shen Cangqiong's question about the lack of fish. You are Tianqing Lulang, right? Shen Cangqiong was also surprised to see the large head suddenly appear in front of him. He had been fishing here for over an hour and thought that Daming was not around since it had T come out to stop him. Junior, I am Tianqing Lulang, not Tianqing Yomei. It's unclear whether this human child was doing it on purpose, but Daming was quite annoyed. Yes, Tianqing Lulang, I didn't say it wrong. Did I? Shen Cangqiong, while placing his fishing rod near Daming's mouth, pretended to be curious and feigned confusion. I am Tianqing Yomei. Also, I'm not a fish. After saying that, Daming swatted away the fishing rod, intending to teach the human child a lesson. However, just as Daming was about to strike. Shen Cangqiong landed a punch on the large head, causing it to roll its eyes ungracefully, while a noticeable bump appeared on Daming's head at a visible speed. Until the moment it fainted, Tianqing Niumang realized that this human child could come here not because of good luck in avoiding danger, but due to his extraordinary strength. Of course, Tianqing Niumang only had time to think this, and didn't he have more time to shout the words "I'm doomed." The scene shifted. "Little monkey, come chase me." The scene shifted again. "Little monkey, aren't you tired? You've been chasing me for almost a month. It was just a bump on your big brother's head. He didn't die. So what is the big deal?" The scene shifted once more. "Forget it. It's been almost 3 months. It seems Guyuna and the others don't plan to come out." Perched on a large tree, Shen Cangqiong frowned to himself. Then, Shen Cangqiong glanced at the increasingly close Ming, and not wanting to waste any more time, he directly knocked out Ming with a punch. At this point, the scene gradually darkened. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Nameless. Although the later scenes were quite humorous, I don't know why. I still want to see what exactly happened after that purple pearl let out a gasp. A variant of Douluo World Anonymous. This comparison video is really unfair. It even targets gentlemen. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Unknown. Yes. I just want to see what happens next. Is that wrong? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Unknown. Stop talking nonsense. Tang San's comparison is about to begin. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Unknown. Haha, our world is finally no longer just spectators. Chapter 42. The Self-Righteous Tang San Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I really don't know what you people in this world are so happy about. Don't forget, this Tang San is not an honest person. If videos come out later exposing some of his unsavory moments, I wonder how embarrassed you'll feel then. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Anonymous. It does seem to make sense. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Anonymous. So, I hope this little brat Tang San doesn't mess things up this time. Variant 1, Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy. Dai Mubai. Previously, I noticed that you seemed quite unconvinced about my arrangements. Do you have any opinions? It's okay. If you have any, you can bring them up. I'm a very open-minded person. As long as your reasoning makes sense, I will consider it. Taking advantage of the time before the comparison video starts. Shen Cangqiong smiled and looked at Dai Mubai beside him. No, I have no opinions at all. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai quickly shook his head, expressing his absolute support for Teacher Shen's decision, portraying it vividly. That's good if there are no opinions. Alright, the comparison video has started. Let's take a good look at this Tang San, who is half of the team's combat power that you mentioned, and see what impressive performance he has this time. Shen Cangqiong smiled in a somewhat intriguing manner. In the next moment, boom! As soon as the comparison video began, a loud noise was heard first, followed by a handsome young man in blue making his way towards the city of slaughter, taking down opponents along the way. At this moment, the comparison video cleverly displayed the name Tang San on the face of the young man in blue. Variant 2. Original Douluo World, Anonymous. Huh? Is this Tang San? This is too ridiculous. I've heard of girls changing greatly at 18, but I've never heard of boys changing greatly at 18. Variant 2. Original Douluo World, Anonymous. This is a completely different appearance. If you say he gradually became like this on his own, I absolutely won't believe it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I don't believe it either. I estimate that Tang San must have used some special method to transform himself from an ordinary-looking person into his current handsome appearance. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Anonymous. That should be the case. If Tang San could share the method he used to become handsome, that would be great. I also want to become a handsome guy. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Shrek Academy. Tang San, this is simply a face change. Hee. Can you help a brother out and share this face-changing method with me? In the square, Ma Hongjun was the most active. There's no choice. Among the 4 boys of Shrek, he had always been the most unfortunate. At least he had Tang San, an ordinary-looking person, to share his ugliness with. But now, Tang San had suddenly transformed from being the ugliest to the most handsome in Shrek. How could Ma Hongjun remain calm? I don't know why I look so handsome compared to the video. While speaking, Tang San was secretly sneering in his heart. He thought about how, because of the first comparison video, Ma Hongjun had become estranged from him, and now he had the audacity to ask him about such a secret matter. Truly, shameless people are invincible. This, well, Ma Hongjun thought it made sense. If Tang San really knew how to become handsome, he would have used it long ago. Strange, where did Xiao Wu go at that time? Not wanting to pay attention to the disappointed Ma Hongjun beside him, Tang San looked at the screen of the comparison video, feeling puzzled. Just as Tang San was speculating about Xiao Wu's whereabouts in the comparison video, The Tang San in the video had also arrived inside the City of Slaughter. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. I am your receptionist. In the next 12 hours. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After 12 hours, you will officially become a member of the City of Slaughter. In the video, a receptionist in a black veil approached Tang San, but what she said was clearly different from what receptionist number 9527 said to Shen Cangqiong. What kind of place is the City of Slaughter? Tang San, completely unaware that he had been labeled as disrespectful to the City of Slaughter, nodded and asked. A paradise for the fallen. The black-veiled receptionist answered simply. Nothing else? Tang San frowned, feeling that the person in front of him was being dismissive. What he also didn't know was that if it weren't for the King of Slaughter sensing Tang Hao's presence, his treatment would have been even worse. None. The black-veiled receptionist spoke succinctly. Then how was the City of Slaughter formed? This time, the black-veiled receptionist did not dismiss Tang San and explained all the surface-level information about the City of Slaughter in detail. So what are the rules here? After digesting the information provided by the black-veiled receptionist about the City of Slaughter, Tang San asked again. The biggest rule here is that there are no rules. Following this, the black-veiled receptionist went on to say a lot of redundant information that everyone coming to the City of Slaughter would be told. All right, I basically understand the general situation here. Now, take me to the slaughter arena. Tang San said calmly. Are you sure? The black-veiled receptionist's brows furrowed slightly. I'm sure. Take me there now. Tang San said in an unquestionable tone. In that case, please follow me. After saying that, the black-veiled receptionist led Tang San towards the slaughter arena. By the way, does the Spirit Hall know about the existence of the City of Slaughter? If they do, why don't they come to eliminate you? Who always pride themselves on being just. On the way, Tang San seemed to suddenly think of something and asked without any courtesy. Naturally, he knew the answer. But why would the Spirit Hall come to eliminate us? Didn't I already tell you before that apart from the members of those major forces, only the fallen ones would come here, and this place is almost a one-way street, so it can completely be seen as a place to detain those fallen ones. In this situation, unless the decision-maker of the Spirit Hall was foolish, it would be absolutely impossible for them to come looking for trouble in our slaughter city. At this moment, the receptionist in the black veil looked at Tang San as if he were a fool. Indeed, the emergence of Slaughter City is a result of the Spirit Hall's indulgence. Tang San wouldn't listen to others' explanations and still coldly laughed at himself. Chapter 43. Tang San's defense is broken. Anonymous from the second original Douluo World. Is it possible that Tang San's handsome face now is something he exchanged for his intelligence? Even someone like me who hasn't read any books has already understood that the existence of Slaughter City is beneficial for everyone. How could Tang San, a high-achieving student with full innate soul power, not understand this? Anonymous from the second original Douluo World. It's one thing that Tang San doesn't understand. The key is, how did I hear his dissatisfaction with the Spirit Hall from his tone? Could it be that the monthly subsidies for Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall are like feeding a white-eyed wolf? Variant, one of the Douluo World unknown. I told you, don't get too happy too early in your world. Now you see it, right? The comparison video hasn't even started for long, and Tang San is already causing more trouble again. Variant, one of the Douluo World, anonymous. I'm afraid that with Tang San's level of disgust towards the City of Slaughter, once he gains enough power, he will take action against the City of Slaughter. As soon as this was said, most people in the bullet screen section felt a tightness in their hearts. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong Academy. Feng Xiaodian. I hope this person named Tang San won't really do that. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Wu. What are you afraid of? If in the comparison video is found that Tang San really has the idea of destroying the City of Slaughter, then our 4 Elements Academy will go and eliminate him right now. Variant 1 Douluo World Shrek Academy Tang San. You all should just let it go. Let us not even talk about whether the one in the comparison video is me. Even if it really is me, that's the future me. Why should you hold the current me accountable for it? Moreover, a place like the City of Slaughter, filled with fallen beings, shouldn't even exist. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Tang San. The other me is right. Destroying the City of Slaughter is clearly a great deed. So why does it turn into a fault of mine here? Can you really just stand by and watch such an evil place continue to exist? After watching for so long, not a single comment has been in my favor. Instead, because of my disgust for the City of Slaughter shown in the comparison video, I am being threatened, which has left both versions of Tang San feeling a bit broken. Variant 1, Douluo World, Shui Yuer from Shui Yuer Academy. With so many people on the entire Douluo continent, do you really think you are the only wise one? are the wisdom of the leaders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Master Ning, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Master Yu, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, inferior to that of a junior like you? Even they have acknowledged the existence of the Slaughter City. So who are you to dare to make the judgment that the Slaughter City is an evil place on behalf of everyone on the Douluo continent? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy Fire Dance. Shui Wearer, I really didn't see it coming. You actually have a smart side. Variant 1 Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Alright. Tang San is my disciple. How he should proceed is not something for you juniors to discuss. Shen Cangqiong has already lost the chance to take in disciples, and Yu Xiaojiang will not let Tang San slip away as well. So naturally, he will support Tang San at this moment. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall said, "Let's all watch the comparison video. If Tang San really did something wrong, then it is the Spirit Hall's business to deal with it." Bibi Dong's words seemed unproblematic. But for those who knew the relationship between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang, it was just a smile. However, they still stopped the younger generation's actions, giving Bibi Dong some face. The scene continued. At this point, the black-clad receptionist was already too lazy to say anything more to Tang San, silently leading him towards the arena. When Tang San and his companion were about to approach the arena, a strange figure slowly appeared before them. For some unknown reason, when a strange girl saw someone attempting to ambush Tang San, she chose to intervene and help. Thus, after the strange girl easily dealt with the ambusher and had a brief conversation with Tang San, they became somewhat familiar with each other. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Spirit Hall. Nana, the future you seems to have a good impression of this Tang San. Bibi Dong teasingly smiled. Teacher, I can't deny that the handsome Tang San does have a certain appeal to Holy Na, who is a bit of a beauty enthusiast, but it's just an attraction. She's not the type to fall for someone at first sight. If you have a good impression of Tang San, you can try getting to know him. I want to pose it. Bibi Dong is being quite affectionate. In the original story, if Yu Xiaojiang hadn't had any unclear relationship with Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong wouldn't have bothered Tang San at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent Tang San, a genius with innate full soul power, to Yu Xiaojiang, knowing who his father was. In fact, even if a genius with innate soul power of level 8 appeared, Bibi Dong would know immediately, let alone a super genius with innate full soul power. Teacher, let us wait and see. Right now, I just want to focus on my training. Otherwise, even if Shen Cangqiong doesn't participate in this elite tournament, our Spirit Hall might not win. This is also half an excuse from Holy Na. After all, with Tang San's current appearance, Holy Na has no interest at all. However, she quickly thought of Shen Cangqiong's full package of soul bones. And this excuse doesn't seem like much of an excuse anymore. Sigh. Thinking of this, Holy Na sighed inwardly, feeling a bit deflated. Do as you wish. Bibi Dong nodded and turned to watch the comparison video. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry. Qin Daolu was still around. And even if she wanted to be with Yu Xiaojiang, unless she reveals her true strength without hesitation, she could only watch with longing. The scene continued. Over time, Holy Na and Tang San interacted more and more. Gradually, Holy Na fell in love with the handsome and powerful Tang San, who was using the alias Tang Yin. However, Tang Yin was somewhat elusive with her. Sometimes he would care for her, and other times he would act indifferent. Soon, in their ambiguous relationship, they both achieved 100 victories. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Wow. This Tang San actually has twin martial souls, and his other martial soul is actually the Haotian hammer. Doesn't that mean that Tang San is from the Haotian sect? Chapter 44 Tang San sends out the snow-colored swan kiss. One idiot. At this moment, everyone from both worlds, upon seeing someone openly reveal Tang San, Tang Yin's true identity, couldn't help but curse under their breath. Especially the people from the Spirit Hall. Although the truth will eventually come out, it was enough for everyone to be aware of it in their hearts. Why did they have to say it out loud? Making things awkward for everyone. Variant 1 Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San has lived in the outside world since he was young and cannot be considered a disciple of the Haotian sect. Moreover, he is my only disciple. Rather than saying he is a disciple of the Haotian sect, it's more accurate to say he is a disciple of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Yu Xiaojiang. That's right. At this moment, both versions of Yu Xiaojiang from the two worlds feel very fortunate, as the comparison video did not reveal that Tang San is Tang Hao's son. Otherwise, it would have been a huge problem. Variant 1 World Shrek Academy Tang San. I grew up in a small village and had no idea what the Haotian sect was. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Tang San. Even if I am a disciple of the Haotian sect, I will not acknowledge that identity. If the Haoyan sect truly regarded our family as one of their own, how could they possibly ignore us? After Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, Tang San also expressed his stance at Yu Xiaojiang's suggestion. However, Tang San was clearly emotional. In his view, if a sect does not care about its own disciples, then what is the point of taking such a sect seriously? Variant 1. Pope Bibi Dong of the Douluo World Spirit Hall. It's really great that you have such thoughts. If you are willing, you can consider joining my Spirit Hall. I believe, with your cultivation talent, you will definitely break through to title Douluo in the near future and become one of the elders of my Spirit Hall. Variant 2. Pope Bibi Dong of the original Douluo World Spirit Hall. The other me, from another world, has already said everything I wanted to say. Tang San. My Spirit Hall welcomes your joining at any time. This way, not only can it completely draw Yu Xiaojiang's heart to her, Bibi Dong, but it also provides a legitimate excuse to prevent those from the worship hall from taking action against the disciple that Yu Xiaojiang has painstakingly found. Furthermore, it can repay Tang Hao for heavily injuring Qian Xuanji years ago, giving her the opportunity to eliminate Qian Xuanji. It can be said that this method is completely a multiple gain for Bibi Dong. Variant 1 Douluo World Shrek Academy Tang San. Thank you for your kindness, your holiness. I will consider it. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Tang San. So will I, Bibi Dong's kindness. At this time when Tang San still does not know his own background, is naturally not something he would refuse outright. However, Tang San's attitude angered both Tang Hao and Ayin, but due to their identities, they could only grit their teeth and endure, remaining silent. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Principal Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong, you have such deep schemes. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. If you have the ability to help Tang San, I would not oppose it. Bibi Dong sneered. A mere soul saint, yet daring to challenge her, truly overestimating oneself. Number 2 in the original Douluo World, Lu Erlong, the principal of Blue Tyrant Academy. You. Although very angry, Lu Erlong remained silent. No one from the family had spoken up until now, making it clear what the family truly meant. Lu Erlong knew that allowing Yu Xiaojiang to use their banner to intimidate outsiders was already the family's greatest tolerance. But without the family's support, she, Lu Erlong, had no means to protect Yu Xiaojiang, nor to fight against Bibi Dong. Number 2 in the original Douluo World, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Hehe. Seeing Lu Erlong silent, Bibi Dong scoffed disdainfully, almost provoking Lu Erlong to rush to the Spirit Hall to confront her. At this moment, due to the influence of Tang San's identity as a disciple of Haoyan sect, the matter was revealed under the statements of Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San, and Bibi Dong, and everyone's attention was once again focused on the comparison video. In the footage, after rejecting the invitation of the King of Slaughter, Tang San and Hulaina arrived at the final challenge of their journey, perhaps due to offending the King of Slaughter, or perhaps because their strength was insufficient. They encountered a completely different treatment than when Shen Cangqiong faced the challenges. As Tang San and Hulaina began to tackle this last challenge, they successively encountered the Dark Gold, Three-Headed Bat King, and the Ten-Headed Sun Serpent, among a series of larger and smaller trials. Finally, with mutual support, they narrowly made it to the last segment. However, at this point, Hulaina had already exhausted herself from the previous encounters and chose to let Tang San knock her out. Yet, after Tang San knocked out Hulaina in the footage, he did not immediately take her away. Instead, with a cold expression, he took out a snow-white immortal herb from his treasure bag and unhesitatingly threw it down, then quickly headed towards the exit with Hulaina, leaving behind Slaughter City, King of Slaughter. I hope you will like the gift I left. At this point, the screen gradually faded. Variant 1 of Douluo World Anonymous. Can anyone tell me what that plant Tang San threw out in the end is? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I don't know what that plant is, but I can tell you that in nature, any plant that looks beautiful is either a rare treasure or a highly toxic substance. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. That's bad. Based on the expression Tang San had when he was with that plant and the content of what he said, it definitely can't be a heavenly material or earthly treasure. The first variant of the Douluo World, the leader of the Broken One clan, Yang Wudi, stop guessing. That plant is the snow-colored swan kiss. The city of Slaughter is considered finished. Yang Wudi has seen through Tang San's ruthlessness. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Min family, by Chen Cangqiong, Grandpa Yang. Does this snow-colored swan kiss have such great power that it can destroy the entire city of Slaughter? The leader of the one variant Douluo World, Titan, also known as Old Yang. This cannot be said casually or will harm that child Tang San. Titan has already guessed that Tang San is the son of Tang Hao through his two martial souls. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the family. Yang Wu. When it comes to understanding various herbs on the entire Douluo continent, besides Yu Egguan from the Spirit Hall, who else can compete with me? Yang Wu is quite dissatisfied with Titan. Chapter 45. Tang San is targeted. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the Titan clan. Could it be that you didn't look closely? Is it possible that this is a treasure of heaven and earth that resembles the so-called snowy swan kiss? The leader of the Broken One clan in the Douluo World of Variant 1, Yang Wu, said to Xiao Wu, "You must remember Tang San's appearance. If you encounter him in the future, make sure not to be deceived by him." Yang Wu ignored Titan and instead gave this advice to Bai Qinxiang. In fact, even Titan could see Tang San's true identity at a glance through his martial soul. So how could Yang Wu not recognize it? If it were someone else, he might not publicly say that the kiss of the snow-colored swan would destroy the city of slaughter, but if it's Tang Hao's son, it would be quite good if he didn't add fuel to the fire and set him up. Variant 1. The king of slaughter in the slaughter city of the Douluo World, Yu Egguan. Will this snow-colored swan's kiss really destroy my slaughter city? The king of slaughter does not know Yang Wu, but he knows Yu Egguan, who is a titled Douluo, and naturally wants to clarify the situation. Variant 1. The king of slaughter in the Douluo World. It seems to be true. After waiting for a while, still not seeing Yu Egguan respond, the king of slaughter suddenly understood everything. Variant 1, Douluo World, City of Slaughter, Nameless. King of Slaughter, please rest assured. We all remember Tang San's face. As long as Tang San dares to come to my City of Slaughter, we will all join forces to eliminate him. Variant 1, Douluo World, City of Slaughter, Nameless, yes. Since Tang San dares to leave us with no way out, as long as he dares to come, no matter who his backing is, he is doomed. Variant 2, Original Douluo World, City of Slaughter, Nameless. Our world also makes this decision. Variant 2, Original Douluo World, Nameless. Does the Spirit Hall have nothing to say? Variant 1, Unknown from the Douluo World. I implore the Spirit Hall to take action. Variant 2, Pope Bibi Dong from the Original Douluo World. Given that the situation has not yet occurred, I order Elder Yu, Tang San's teacher, to provide strict guidance. Variant 1 Douluo Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. Our world is handled the same way. Of course, this is just Bibi Dong talking. In the unnamed forest of Variant World Number 1, Tang San looked up at the densely packed barrage area, filled once again with comments criticizing him. His fists clenched tightly. From the explanation of the killing fields in the comparison video, he did not believe he had done anything wrong. You only have one mouth. Can you out-talk so many people? Don't worry, as long as the Spirit Hall doesn't intervene, you 1T get into trouble. Yu Xiaojing was quite confident about this. Expecting those aristocratic families to take action against Tang San was futile unless there were benefits that would entice them. Otherwise, they would just enjoy the show. All right, Tang San tightened his fists again. He cherished his reputation, yet now he was being criticized by millions, which made him quite anxious. Striving to become stronger is more important than anything else. Just think, if you were already a titled dual-level powerhouse, who would dare to confront you? Yu Xiaojing patted Tang San on the shoulder. I understand now. Tang San took a deep breath, regaining his composure. That's right. Now that we've rested enough, let us continue. Yu Xiaojing nodded in satisfaction. Although the comparison video had created many misunderstandings between him and his disciple Tang San, so what? Currently, Tang San was still obediently following his teacher's words under Yu Xiaojing's persuasive tongue and the promises of great benefits. Yes, hearing that they would continue. A hint of excitement appeared on Tang San's face, while Yu Egguan, who had remained silent, had a dark expression and reluctantly stood up. After the second comparison video ended, based on the inner recognition of all beings from both worlds who watched the comparison video, the final winner of the second comparison video was Shen Cangqiong. Below are the data on the number of recognition votes received by the two protagonists. The recognition votes for Variant 1 Shen Cangqiong in the Douluo World are 431, 241, 017 votes. The recognition votes for Original Tang San in the Douluo World are 4 votes. Variant 1 in the Douluo World at the Chihua Academy, Wu. A total of over 400 million votes from 2 worlds, and this Tang San only received 4 votes. Let me guess. Among these 4 votes, 2 should be from his 2 fathers in his worlds, and the other 2 should be from his 2 teachers in his worlds, right? In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Shui Yuerer from the Shrek Academy. The key point is that even those villains do not recognize Tang San. He has really failed as a person, hasn't he? In the first comparison, Tang San received at least 1/10,000th of the recognition from the beings. This time, however, he directly became recognized by 4 beings. If there is a next comparison, and it is still Tang San, I wonder if he will end up with 0 beings recognizing him. Variant 1 Douluo World Chihua Academy Huo Wu Shuang. It shouldn't be the case. Regardless of whether their child is good or bad, as parents, they will definitely support their child. Therefore, if Tang San still has the qualifications for comparison, he should at least be able to get 2 votes. Variant 1 Douluo World Shui Binger from Shrek Academy. Alright, everyone stop talking, it's time to distribute the rewards. Variant 1 Douluo World Chihua Academy Huo Wu. I don't know if I can obtain a lucky spot this time. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong from the Wind Laughing Sky Academy. Fire Dance, I give you my luck. Next, we will begin awarding the rewards for the 2 protagonists in the comparison video. Friendly reminder, all types of rewards issued in the comparison video can be traded, but it must be voluntary on the part of the seller. Note, this is the last reminder. Now, we will award the winner of the comparison video. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Reward 1, 10 cross-border symbol fragments. Reward 2, a 10,000-year optional external spirit bone. Reward 3, 1 upgrade ring pill recipe. Reward 4, 100,000 points of comparison video points. The rewards for the winner, Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, have been issued. Now we will award the 2 Tang San, the losers of the comparison video. Reward 1, 1 cross-border symbol fragment. Reward 2, a 10-year soft bone rabbit right arm bone. Reward 3, 1 fragment of the upgrade ring pill recipe position 1. Note, collecting 10 fragments of the upgrade ring pill recipe can be combined into a complete upgrade ring pill recipe. Reward 4, 10 points of comparison video points. The rewards for the loser Tang San have been issued. Chapter 46. Training begins for Zhu Zhuqing and others. We will now draw 10 lucky spots. All lucky spot recipients will receive 100,000 comparison video points. Below is the announcement of the lucky spot list. Variant 1, Shui Binger from the Douluo World. Variant 1, Fire Dance in the Douluo World. Variant 1, Douluo World Shui Yuer. Variant 1 Douluo World Yao Zi. Variant 1, Douluo World Fire Wushuang. Variant 1, Douluo World Emperor Tian. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Biki. Variant 1 Douluo World Snow Emperor. Variant 1, Douluo World Qin Zheng. Variant 1, Douluo World Yang Di Guang. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Unknown, indeed. Last time we compared, our world at least had 1 lucky spot. But this time, there isn't even 1. It turns out our world is just here to make up the numbers. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Unknown, yeah. If only we could swap Tang San for that Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1, Nameless in the Douluo World. Haha, you guys are quite optimistic. I actually feel that it would be more appropriate to send our Tang San from this world to you. Then your world could have a dual splash fusion. Variant 2, Nameless in the Original Douluo World. By the way, I wanted to ask last time, what exactly are these so-called Ascension pills and True Soul pills? Has Shen Cangqiong from your world made any announcements about them? Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. Not yet. However, I have heard that Lamba Academy is acquiring various types of medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, in the first variant of the Douluo World at Lamba Academy, Cangqiong, are you really okay? Seeing that some people in the bullet comments had already begun discussing the effects of the True Soul pill and the newly acquired Ring Elevation pill. Lu Erlong, sitting in the VIP seat, quietly asked Shen Cangqiong again. I'm Fina. Shen Cangqiong also comforted her again. It seems I need to get stronger quickly, otherwise I might easily become a burden to you. Lu Erlong was a strong-willed person. Regardless of whether Shen Cangqiong could suppress all the dark hands, she hoped to fight alongside him rather than hide behind him, only able to watch with worry. There's no need to rush. Let's stick to the plan we discussed earlier. You know, haste makes waste. Shen Cangqiong didn't want Lu Erlong to encounter any problems in her cultivation due to being too eager. All right. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's serious expression, Lu Erlong had no choice but to agree. By the way, what exactly happened between you and that purple pearl? I want to know what happened after that exclamation. Just as Lu Erlong was about to dismiss everyone, she suddenly thought of the purple pearl and looked at Shen Cangqiong with a mischievous gaze. Do you believe me if I say nothing happened? After all, I was so young back then, right? Shen Cangqiong forced a smile. Hee, do you think I believe you? Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at Shen Cangqiong. Just kidding. If it weren't for his extensive experience in battles, how could Shen Cangqiong be this powerful and know so many tricks? On the other side, just as Lu Erlong was rolling her eyes at Shen Cangqiong's explanation, the sound of the comparison video rang out again. To allow more people to feel involved, From tomorrow onwards, the comparison video will randomly issue some rankings at irregular intervals. At that time, all who make the list will receive rewards. The types of rankings include, but are not limited to, Soul Master rankings, Combat Power rankings, Talent rankings, and Rouge rankings, etc. Boom! Once the comparison video finished speaking and the entire large screen dimmed, the audiences from both worlds suddenly became even more lively due to the content of the comparison video. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer, from Tian Shui Academy. If I'm not mistaken, the Rouge list should be evaluating various stunning beauties, right? This specifically prepared for us from Tian Shui Academy. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy, Xiao Wu, tone it down a bit. Although all of us students at Tian Shui Academy are above average, that's all it is, just above average. There's still quite a gap compared to those truly exceptional beauties. In the first variant of the Douluo World, at the Qihua Academy, Wu, it's still Xiao Wu who sees clearly. Not to mention anything else, just speaking for myself. Isn't my appearance better than yours, Shui Yuera? Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Feng Xiaodian from the Shen Cangqiong Academy. Fire Dance must be ranked first on the beauty list. Variant 2. In the original Douluo World, Feng Xiaodian from the Shen Cangqiong Academy. It's hard not to agree. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Anonymous. I support all the stunning beauties of Tian Shui Academy. You should know that the Tian Shui girl group is quite famous. Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall, Xiao Wu. Stop talking nonsense. The first place on the beauty list, besides me, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Who else could it be? Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. Why is everyone talking about the beauty list? Are the other lists not important? Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. Aren't the other rankings just to serve the beauty list? Friend, think carefully for yourself. What have you worked hard for in this life? A few pieces of silver, a few ranks of power, if there's no beautiful person by your side. Isn't it just like chewing wax? Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. What you said makes so much sense, I can't even refute it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World at Lamba Academy. Now, I will give you your first lesson. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong ignored the lively comments in the barrage area and led Zhu Zhuqing and a group of 10 to the back mountain of Lamba Academy. Teacher, Cangqiong, what should we do? Zhu Zhuqing asked. You don't need to do anything. As long as you can last 1 hour in my true dragon domain without using your soul power, you will pass the first test. Shen Cangqiong's method was very simple. He just needed to let Zhu Zhuqing and the others train under several times the gravity. The principle was similar to the gravity chamber in a certain novel. Of course, this was completely different from Xiao Zhang's method of carrying stones. Is it really that simple? Dai Mubai frowned in confusion. Simple? I hope you still think so later. Shen Cangqiong said, then pointed his finger to seal the soul power of the 10 individuals. Following that, amid their eagerness, he activated the true dragon domain. Bang bang bang. As the true dragon domain enveloped the 10, in just 1 second, except for Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were still struggling to hold on. The other 8 all fell to the ground without exception. Dai Mubai, didn't you say it was very simple? How come you can't even keep up with the girls now? After more than 10 seconds, as Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu fell one after another, Shen Cangqiong retracted the true dragon domain and teased the extremely embarrassed Dai Mubai. I wasn't prepared, Dai Mubai said, his face flushed. Who here is ready? Zhu Zhuqing said disdainfully. Zhu Zhuqing, watch your identity. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing publicly disrespect him, Dai Mubai was somewhat annoyed. In the academy, everyone's status is the same. And if we were talking about status, Zhu Zhuqing's is higher than yours. Don't forget, she's a main team member, while you're just a substitute. Before Zhu Zhuqing could respond, Shen Cangqiong reprimanded first. I understand. Dai Mubai felt extremely frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. Under the roof, he had to bow his head. If he retorted, he might get a harsh lesson from Shen Cangqiong, leaving him with no place to complain. Cangqiong, the Ning sect master has come, saying he wants to meet you. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to continue speaking with the others, Lu Erlong quickly walked over and said, That was quick, Shen Cangqiong said, somewhat surprised. This time, the 7-treasure glazed tile school had sent everyone. Not only sect master Ning, but even Sword Law and Bone de Law had come together. Lu Erlong nodded and continued, All right, Rong, you come with me. The others disperse. Given this lineup, Ning Fengji was indeed very sincere. After all, in the past, whenever Ning Fengji visited someone, he would always bring one title de law to guard the home and another title de law to accompany him. A moment later, in a reception room of Lamba Academy. So this is young friend Cangqiong, indeed young and promising. Seeing Shen Cangqiong walk in, Ning Fengji stood up and greeted him with a smile. Sect Master Ning, You flatter me. Please take a seat. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong waited for Ning Fengji and the others to sit down in the guest seats before taking his place at the main seat. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, especially with half a room full of gifts in the reception room. Baba, grandpas. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong and her grandpa had finished greeting each other, Ning Rongrong stepped forward and sweetly called out, "Young friend Cangqiong, Rongrong is mischievous. I hope you will take more care of her in the future." Patting his daughter's head lovingly, Ning Fengji said with a hint of helplessness, "Sect Master Ning is joking. Rongrong is just straightforward. There's no such thing as mischievousness." Shen Cangqiong was not being modest, but he indeed preferred the temperament of Ning Rongrong before she was corrupted by Shrek Academy. At least, being friends with that Ning Rongrong, there is no need to worry about her doing anything underhanded to you. And just this point alone, how many people could achieve that? Anyway, Shen Cangqiong dared to share some secrets with Ning Rongrong, but he absolutely wouldn't dare to share those secrets with Ning Fengji. Baba, did you hear that? I'm just straightforward, not the little devil you all talk about." Shen Cangqiong's words made Ning Rongrong feel incredibly relieved. If it weren't for her father and two grandpas being present, she would have wanted to thank Shen Cangqiong properly. All right, you were straightforward. Facing his proud daughter, Ning Fengji could only smile helplessly. However, Ning Fengji was quite pleasantly surprised in his heart. He could see that Shen Cangqiong's compliments about his daughter were not mere polite words, but came from the heart. This made him reconsider his original plans quite a bit. By the way, may I ask what brings Sect Master Ning here? Under Ning Fengji's ambiguous gaze, Shen Cangqiong shifted in his seat and forced himself to break the ice. Ahem. To put it simply, I just wanted to ask young friend Cangqiong what you think of our 7-treasure glazed tile school and what you think of the Spear Hall. Realizing that Shen Cangqiong seemed to have misunderstood something, Ning Fengji quickly coughed a couple of times. After easing the awkwardness a bit, he finally stated his purpose for coming. Of course, at this moment, Ning Fengji actually wanted to ask Shen Cangqiong if he was selling the 5th level soul guidance diagram, and even wanted to buy the 9th level diagram that Shen Cangqiong hadn't explained yet, but he ultimately held back. I can only say that I have no bad feelings toward the 7-treasure glazed tile school. As for the Spear Hall, here, Shen Cangqiong paused. The Spirit Hall cannot fall. After pondering for a few seconds, Shen Cangqiong stated firmly. He didn't dare to claim to be a good person, but as a man, he had to have his principles. I understand. Ning Fengji was silent for a while before nodding. Young friend Cangqiong, what do you think of my daughter? At this moment, Ning Fengji suddenly asked. Very good. Shen Cangqiong could tell that Ning Fengji's question this time was completely different from the previous ones. Then when Rongrong is a bit older, how about a marriage between our two families? Ning Fengji proposed. I still need to ask Lu Erlong about this. However, I have a good idea. Would Sect Master Ning like to hear it? Asking Lu Erlong was Shen Cangqiong's way of showing respect to her. I'm all ears. Although Ning Fengji frowned slightly at Shen Cangqiong's approach, he was not an impatient person and naturally would not show a long face over such a trivial matter. We at Lamba Academy are planning to separate the inner and outer academies. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong briefly explained his thoughts about the inner and outer courts. What benefits would Rongrong gain by joining the inner court? This is not a trivial matter. If there weren't enough benefits, Ning Fengji wouldn't allow his daughter to join. After all, marrying into another family and joining another force are completely different things. I can help Rongrong's martial soul evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Shen Cangqiong said lightly. He knew that this was a dream that everyone in the 7-treasure glazed sect had always held, and it wouldn't do for Ning Fengji to fall into a trap. What? Sure enough, as soon as Shen Cangqiong's words fell, Ning Fengji and the sword-bone Douluo stood up from their seats. Even Ning Rongrong, who had turned red from embarrassment at Ning Fengji's mention of a marriage alliance, couldn't care to continue being shy and stared intently at Shen Cangqiong. Is what you said true, young friend Cangqiong? After a long while, Ning Fengji finally came back to his senses under the reminder of the sword Douluo. It's naturally true. If I can't do it, Sect Master Ning can have Rongrong withdraw at any time. The advantage of being familiar with the plot is that many things can be done with 100% certainty. Good. As long as what young friend Cangqiong said is true, then Rongrong will be a disciple of the inner court of Lamba Academy in the future. Moreover, as long as Lamba Academy needs it in the future, our 7-treasure glazed sect will definitely lend a strong helping hand. Seeing Shen Cangqiong so confident, Ning Fengji decided to give it a try. If Shen Cangqiong could really evolve his daughter's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, then no matter the cost, it would definitely be worth it. Chapter 48, Teasing Qianrenxue. Are you really sure? At this moment, Ning Fengji and the swordbone Douluo had left, and Ning Rongrong looked nervously at Shen Cangqiong, still somewhat in disbelief. Of course it's true. Shen Cangqiong planned to visit Douluo tomorrow. He believed that with his collection, exchanging for Douluo's ice and fire Inyang, I would definitely not be difficult. So what about us? After receiving Shen Cangqiong's confirmation again, Ning Rongrong finally felt truly at ease, but then thought of the marriage alliance again, and her face turned red once more. That depends on your own thoughts. At this point, Shen Cangqiong was about to give Ning Rongrong a smile to relieve her pressure about the marriage proposal, when suddenly, Lu Erlong's voice came from outside. Cangqiong, the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe has arrived. A moment later, why are you looking at me like that, Brother Shen? Is there something wrong with me? In the same reception room, Qian Rinxue, Xue Qinghe, looked at Shen Cangqiong, who was sitting opposite her and sizing her up after greeting her, with a somewhat unnatural expression. No, I was just thinking, what does His Highness want with me? Retracting his gaze, Shen Cangqiong took a sip of tea and did not expose Qian Rinxue's thoughts. I came to invite you to become a worshipper of the Tiando imperial family, Brother Shen. I wonder what you think. When it came to business, Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, shook off her doubts, straightened her mind, and stated her main purpose for coming. I don't like being bound. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. Being a worshipper is just a title. Usually, you won't need to do anything, Brother Shen. Only when our Tiando imperial family encounters something we truly can't solve will we ask for your help. Seeing Shen Cangqiong refuse without a second thought, Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but to avoid making Shen Cangqiong suspicious, she still pretended to be anxious and explained. Forgive my bluntness. Even if I were willing to become a worshipper of the Tiando imperial family, the Tiando imperial family probably wouldn't be able to offer anything valuable to recruit me, right? Just kidding. Aside from Xue Ku and the sea-covering shield, what else could the Tiando imperial family offer that would impress Shen Cangqiong? Qian Rinxue could, but she wasn't from the Tiando imperial family. She was from the Spear Hall. Ah, this. Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, blinked her beautiful big eyes, somewhat taken aback by Shen Cangqiong's straightforwardness. To be honest, over the years, Qian Rinxue had dealt with all sorts of people and had never met anyone as straightforward as Shen Cangqiong. What does Brother Shen want? Just say it. Perhaps our Tiando imperial family happens to have it. However, Qian Rinxue had also seen quite a bit of the world over the years. And after a brief moment of surprise, she quickly reacted. Since you asked sincerely, then I don't mind saying. Didn't the comparison video say that there will be various rankings released from time to time? My request isn't high. As long as the Tiando imperial family can bring me the #1 on the beauty ranking, then I will agree to become a worshipper of the Tiando imperial family. Shen Cangqiong smiled. In fact, this was entirely Shen Cangqiong teasing Qian Rinxue in front of her. After all, Shen Cangqiong knew that if the beauty ranking was really issued, it would basically mean that Qian Rinxue and Guyu would be tied for first place. That might be quite difficult. First, who knows when that so-called beauty ranking will be released? Second, the girl ranked first in the beauty ranking would definitely receive huge rewards, and at that time, the Spirit Hall would definitely recruit her at the first opportunity. Third, Qian Rinxue pretended to analyze the situation seriously. But if Shen Cangqiong hadn't seen the angry expression hidden beneath Qian Rinxue's disguise through the true eye of the head spirit bone, he might have almost believed her. That's a matter for your Tiando imperial family. Shen Cangqiong spread his hands, putting on an attitude of this is my only condition. Whether you do it or not is up to your Tiando imperial family. I understand, but I can't guarantee this matter. I need to go back and discuss it with my father. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, forced a smile, clasped her fists, and then turned around and left quickly without looking back. Since she had already received Shen Cangqiong's answer, she didn't want to continue the conversation, fearing she might lose control of her temper and directly kick Shen Cangqiong out. Hee. This Qian Rinxue is quite narcissistic. Is she so confident that she will definitely rank first on the beauty ranking? On this side, after Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, and her two companions walked away, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but chuckle, finding the frustrated yet unable to express it Qian Rinxue quite adorable. After dinner, Senior Cangqiong, where are you taking us? Ning Rongrong asked. Just now during dinner, following Shen Cangqiong's reminder, everyone in the team started calling him Senior, with the distinction being that those who were closer called him Senior Cangqiong, while those who were more distant called him Senior Shen. To the Soul Arena. Shen Cangqiong pointed to the nearby Tiando Great Soul Arena and said lightly, Senior Shen, do we need gold soul coins to register at the Great Soul Arena? Upon hearing that they were going to the Great Fighting Soul Arena, Xiao Wu's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Shen Cangqiong asked, in confusion. I have no money. Xiao Wu's face turned red, looking quite embarrassed. No money? Shen Cangqiong was taken aback, and then remembered that Xiao Wu had no storage soul guide. So she had put all her money with Tang San. Aren't you supposed to receive a soul master subsidy from the Wuhuan temple every month? How come you don't even have enough money to register for the fighting soul? Although he thought of it, Shen Cangqiong still asked in surprise. After all, with the opportunity to trick Tang San, Shen Cangqiong would definitely not let it slip by. I don't have a storage soul guide. It's easy for me to lose money if I carry it on me. So I put all the subsidies I received from the Wuhuan temple with Tang San. Xiao Wu explained. Is that so? By the way, you four don't also have money on you, do you? Shen Cangqiong pretended to be stunned by Xiao Wu's explanation and turned to look at the other 4 members of Shrek Academy, except for Ning Rongrong. We brought some. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's gaze on them, Zhu Zhuqing and the others quickly patted their wallets, then looked at Xiao Wu with strange expressions. In fact, everyone present suspected that Xiao Wu had been fooled by that shameless Tang San. Otherwise, how could she have put all her money with him for such a ridiculous reason? Xiao Wu, you weren't really tricked by Tang San, were you? Ning Rongrong asked straightforwardly. No, I was the one who suggested putting the money with him. Although she was still in a quarrel with Tang San at the moment, Xiao Wu didn't intentionally badmouth him. Tang San is really something. Doesn't he have a storage soul guide with 24 spaces? Why didn't he set one aside specifically for you to keep money in? Moreover, what's worse is that he's not even here now, and before he left, he didn't say to leave you a bit of money. Doesn't he fear you'll starve? Ma Hongjun was also very dissatisfied. Tang San was indeed a bit unreasonable. He spent money lavishly on himself, making so many hidden weapons, yet poor Xiao Wu didn't even have a single copper soul coin. Zhu Zhuqing also rarely expressed her opinion, as she felt that Tang San was even more unreliable than Dai Mubai. At least Dai Mubai would never shortchange the girls around him when it came to money. Here, as 100 gold soul coins, you can take this first. Hearing the disdainful remarks about Tang San from everyone, Shen Cangqiong smiled to himself, took out a storage soul guide, and handed it to Xiao Wu. I can't take this. Xiao Wu stepped back and shook her head in refusal. If you don't take it, how will you register for the fighting soul later? Shen Cangqiong's tone became slightly serious. Well, all right then. Xiao Wu understood that just the registration fee would require several gold soul coins, and if she didn't borrow some money first, she wouldn't even qualify to enter the great fighting soul arena. That's more like it. All right, let us go in. Seeing Xiao Wu accept the storage soul guide, Shen Cangqiong nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand, and led everyone into the Sky Do Great Fighting Soul Arena. Grandpa, do we really have to recognize that Tang San as our master? But he seems very unreliable. Can he really lead our power clan back to glory? At this moment, walking at the end of the line, Tai Long looked at Xiao Wu, who was silent and looking down, feeling a bit lost. One night's dream. Noon. Are you still not up? Lu Erlong, after finishing lunch, angrily returned to her exclusive courtyard. Seeing Shen Cangqiong sleeping soundly, she couldn't help but kick him hard, sending him tumbling out the door, landing right on top of Husky. Wu, the Husky, who was also sleeping soundly, was suddenly crushed by the unexpected weight and looked at Lu Erlong in confusion. What are you staring at? Lu Erlong glared at him. Lu, sister, can't we talk nicely? What if you kick me badly? What will you do then? Shen Cangqiong stood up while playfully supporting the Husky's head, his eyebrows dancing with mischief. Humph. Lu Erlong blushed and shot Shen Cangqiong a glare before walking straight into the house. Seeing this, Shen Cangqiong dusted himself off and quickly ran into the house, leaving behind the bewildered Husky. Boom! Just as Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong were busy in the room, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. Today, the Rouge list is being announced, and all those on the list will receive corresponding rewards based on their rankings. Now, let's announce the list of participants. 100th place, Lin Feng from 2 Worlds. Reward: choose the year limit of the soul ring increased by 1,000 years. Special reward: anyone who can win Lin Feng's heart will also receive the reward of 1,000 years added to their chosen soul ring limit. No, 2 anonymous from the original Douluo World. So even people from 2 Worlds get rewards. It seems like our world no longer has to be mere spectators. Announce more lists in the future. Number 2 anonymous from the original Douluo World. Although this is a good thing, is it a bit inappropriate to announce some lists in comparison videos? Number 2 anonymous from the original Douluo World. Do you understand what comparison means? Is comparing who looks better not a comparison? Number 2 anonymous from the original Douluo World. That does seem to be the case. Variant 1, Douluo World anonymous. Look at how happy the people of your world are They don't even know what they should be concerned about. Take a good look. This beauty ranking is not only beneficial for girls, but we men can also benefit from it. Variant 1, Douluo World, unknown, yes. In this way, it means that everyone from both worlds is involved. Variant 1, Douluo World, anonymous, not necessarily. Those girls who didn't make the list are still spectators, right? Variant 2, original Douluo World, anonymous. The comparison video didn't say that only those who made the list can be enamored by men. What if they're enamored by women instead? Variant 1, Douluo World, anonymous. Wow, that's impressive. Variant 1 of Douluo World, anonymous. Don't always call it the beauty ranking. That's the rouge ranking. Variant 2 of original Douluo World, anonymous. What's the difference? Everyone knows what it means anyway. Rank 90, Xiao Wu from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 11,000 years. Special reward, anyone who can win Xiao Wu's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 11,000 years. Rank 80, Xiao Wu from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 21,000 years. Special reward, anyone who can win Xiao Wu's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 21,000 years. Rank 70, Wang Xiu from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 31,000 years. Special reward, anyone who can win Wang Xiu's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 31,000 years. Rank 40, Lan Yu from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 61,000 years. Special reward, anyone who can win Lan Yu's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 61,000 years. Rank 20, Pang Chun from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 81,000 years. Special reward, anyone who can win Pang Chen's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 81,000 years. Rank 15, Yin Ran from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 86,000 years. Special reward, anyone who can win Yin Ran's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 86,000 years. Rank 11, Dodo from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 90,000 years. Special reward, anyone who can win Dodo's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 90,000 years. Chapter 50, Lu Erlong enters the Rouge ranking. Yu Xiaojiang is moved. Rank 10, Lu Erlong from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 91,000 years. Identity, Dean of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Lu Erlong's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Jiang Zhu from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 91,000 years. Identity, one of the substitutes for the Lamba Academy battle team. Current location, Lamba Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Jiang Zhu's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Yao Zi from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 91,000 years. Identity, captain of the Planned Academy battle team. Current location, Planned Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Yao Zi's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Meng Iran from both worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 91,000 years. Identity, young lady of the dragon and snake family. Current location, Exotic Beast Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Meng Iran's heart will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 91,000 years. Variant 1 of the Douluo World anonymous, truly deserving of the top 10, the scene is just different. Unlike the previous 90 places, where there is only a name and the corresponding reward, there is no other information. Now, apart from knowing Do, the commentator of the Great Soul Arena, and Yin Ran, the receptionist of the Soto Great Soul Arena, as well as a few students from Tianshui Academy and the Plan Academy, I have no idea who the other ranked individuals are, where they live, or where they are now. Variant 1 of Douluo World Anonymous. Brother, you are really impressive to know so much information about the ranked individuals. I pity myself for not knowing any information about a single ranked individual. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the unnamed character says, "Aren't those two, the purple pearl and the black pearl, on Purple Pearl Island? You don't know this?" Variant 1 in the Douluo World Anonymous. Brother, you are really bold. Don't talk to me anymore. I'm afraid of being misunderstood. And then I won't even know how I ended up. Variant 1 Douluo World Shrek Academy Flender. Two dragons, congratulations. Variant 1 Douluo World Shrek Academy Xiao Wu. Congratulations. Dean Lu Erlong. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Flender. This could be considered a recognition of Dean Lu Erlong in the comparison video. At this moment, both versions of Flender are genuinely happy for Lu Erlong. Unlike Yu Xiaojiang, at this time, regardless of which world Yu Xiaojiang is in, upon seeing Lu Erlong make the rankings and looking at the special reward section that states the selected soul ring's age limit has increased by 91,000 years, his heart is churning, wishing he could fly to Lu Erlong's side in the next second. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, President of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong. Thank you. Tonight, I will treat everyone at Tianxiang Tower. Let's all come together to have a good time. Original Douluo World, President of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong. This is not what I want. Unlike Variant 1's Lu Erlong, who is genuinely happy to help Shen Cangqiong. Original Douluo World's Lu Erlong has no interest in her ranking as the 10th on the Rouge list. After all, for Original Douluo World's Lu Erlong, everything else is meaningless without Yu Xiaojiang. However, what she doesn't know is that at this moment, Yu Xiaojiang is already calculating in his heart how to approach her reasonably because of her ranking on the Rouge list. 9th place, Shueku from Two Worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring years increased by 92,000 years. Identity, Princess of the Tiando Empire. Current location, Tiando Imperial Palace. Special reward, anyone who can win Shueku's heart can also receive the reward of self-selected soul ring years increased by 92,000 years. Tied for 9th place, Zhu Zhuyan from Two Worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring years increased by 92,000 years. Identity, young lady of the Zhu family. Current location, Xingluo Royal Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Zhu Zhuyan's heart can also receive the reward of self-selected soul ring years increased by 92,000 years. Tied for 9th place, Xiaobai from Two Worlds. Reward, cultivation years increased by 92,000 years. Identity, leader of the Mo Hun Great White Shark Clan. Current location, surrounding waters of Sea God Island. Special reward, anyone who can win Xiaobai's heart, if they are human, can receive the reward of self-selected soul ring years increased by 92,000 years. If they are soul beast, they can receive the reward of cultivation years increased by 92,000 years. Can soul beasts also be on the list in the world of Douluo? Variant 1 of the Douluo World unknown. As long as it can transform into human form, what's so strange about being on a list? Don't forget, in the previous two comparison videos, the Spirit B side has always been involved. Variant 1 of Douluo World Anonymous. Hehe. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. Your bold idea is very dangerous. Young man, just live your life well and don't think about these trivial matters. 8th place. Shui Wearer from Two Worlds. Reward, increase the limit of selected soul rings by 93,000 years. Identity, young lady of the Shui family. Current location, Tianshui Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Shui Wearer's heart will also receive the reward of increasing the limit of selected soul rings by 93,000 years. Tied for 8th place, Du Guyan from Two Worlds. Reward, increase the limit of selected soul rings by 93,000 years. Identity, young lady of the Du Gu family. Current location, Tiando Royal Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Du Guyan's heart will also receive the reward of increasing the limit of selected soul rings by 93,000 years. Variant 1 Douluo World Poison Douluo Sai. I didn't expect Yin Yin to be ranked only 8th. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Poison Douluo Douluo. Yin Yan's ranking is indeed a bit low. In my opinion, even if she isn't in the top 3, she should at least be in the top 5. Variant 1 Douluo World Tiando Royal Academy. Din. Grandpas, this ranking is already quite good. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Tiando Royal Academy. Du Guyan. Exactly. Although Du Guyan is somewhat proud, she is not blindly arrogant. being ranked 8th among over 100 million people. She is already very satisfied. Chapter 51. Shen Cangqiong's words cause a stir. 7th place. By Shen Cangqiong from Two Worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 94,000 years. Identity. Young lady of the Bai family from the Mingji clan. Current location. Bai family from the Mingji clan. Special reward. Anyone who can win by Shen Cangqiong's heart can also receive the reward of increasing the self-selected soul ring lifespan by 94,000 years. Tied for 7th place. Hulina from Two Worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 94,000 years. Identity. Saintess of the Spirit Hall. Current location. Papal Hall in Spirit City. Special reward. Anyone who can win Hulina's heart can also receive the reward of increasing the self-selected soul ring lifespan by 94,000 years. 6th place. Shui Binger from Two Worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 95,000 years. Identity. Second young lady of the Shui family. Current location. Tianshui Academy. Special reward. Anyone who can win Shui Binger's heart can also receive the reward of increasing the self-selected soul ring lifespan by 95,000 years. Tied for 6th place. Xiao Wu from Two Worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 95,000 years. Identity. Second young lady of the Huo family. Current location. Qihua Academy. Special reward. Anyone who can win Xiao Wu's heart can also receive the reward of increasing the self-selected soul ring lifespan by 95,000 years. Tied for 6th place. Tang Yuehua from Two Worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 95,000 years. Identity. Master of Yuexian. Current location. Yuexian. Special reward. Anyone who can win Tang Yuehua's heart can also receive the reward of increasing the self-selected soul ring lifespan by 95,000 years. Tied for 6th place. Haimo Nu from Two Worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 95,000 years. Identity. One of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. Current location. Sea God Island. Special reward. Anyone who can win Hai Mo Nu's heart can also receive the reward of increasing the self-selected soul ring lifespan by 95,000 years. 5th place. Yi Lingling from Two Worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 96,000 years. Identity. Young lady of the Yi family. Current location. Tiando Royal Academy. Special reward. Anyone who can win Yi Lingling's heart can also receive the reward of increasing the self-selected soul ring lifespan by 96,000 years. Tied for 5th place. Ain from Two Worlds. Reward. Cultivation lifespan increased by 96,000 years. Identity. Blue Silver Emperor. Current location. A cave somewhere. Special reward. Anyone who can win a Yin's heart, if they are human, can receive the reward of increasing the self-selected soul ring lifespan by 96,000 years. If they are a soul beast, they can receive the reward of increasing the cultivation lifespan by 96,000 years. Tied for 5th place. By Ji from Two Worlds. Reward. Cultivation lifespan increased by 96,000 years. Identity. Leader of the Emerald Swan clan. Current location. Star Do Great Forest. Special reward. Anyone who can win by Ji's heart, if they are human, can receive the reward of increasing the self-selected soul ring lifespan by 96,000 years. If they are a soul beast, they can receive the reward of increasing the cultivation lifespan by 96,000 years. Tied for 5th place. ZG from Two Worlds. Reward. Cultivation lifespan increased by 96,000 years. Identity. Held Demon Dragon King. Current location. Star Do Great Forest. Special reward. Anyone who can win ZG's heart, if they are human, can receive the reward of increasing the self-selected soul ring lifespan by 96,000 years. If they are a soul beast, they can receive the reward of increasing the cultivation lifespan by 96,000 years. Variant 1. Unknown in the Douluo World. No, this blue-silver emperor, Ain, is one thing. But what on earth are the Emerald Swan Bai Ji and the Hell Dragon King ZG? I remember that when Bai Ji was sending out barrage comments before, her prefix title was Fierce Beast. But what does Fierce Beast actually mean? Can someone explain it? Variant 2. Unknown in the original Douluo World. Yes. Could someone kind-hearted explain it to us? I have asked about the Fierce Beast issue many times, but I still haven't received an answer. In variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, fierce beasts are soul beasts whose cultivation age has reached over 200,000 years. In other words, only those soul beasts that have a cultivation age of over 200,000 years are qualified to be called fierce beasts. In variant 2 of the original Douluo World, the unnamed what? Shen Cangqiong's casual explanation instantly caused an unprecedented stir in both worlds. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Spirit Hall. It seems that there are many things in this world that I do not know about. However, how does Shen Cangqiong know about things that even I am unaware of? In a palace, Qian Daolu looked towards the star forest, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes, and then turned towards the direction of the Blue Tyrant Academy, murmuring to himself. On the other side, in the Pope's hall, "Teacher, do you think what Shen Cangqiong said is true?" Hulaina asked, somewhat unable to believe it. She simply couldn't imagine that a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years could easily defeat an ordinary titled Douluo. If those beings known as ferocious beasts truly had cultivation ages exceeding 200,000 years, how could they possibly allow humans to hunt soul beasts? At this moment, Hulaina suddenly thought, since ferocious beasts are soul beasts with cultivation ages exceeding 200,000 years, what kind of existence is the deep-sea demon whale king, which is referred to as a demigod beast? I don't know the truth. Bibi Dong was originally not too clear about the existence of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. So how could she possibly know more secretive information about ferocious beasts? In fact, if Bibi Dong had known about those ferocious beasts earlier, she might have already made her move. After all, her second martial soul was still missing several soul rings. This is not Bibi Dong's arrogance. Perhaps those ordinary titled Douluo would be easily defeated by ferocious beasts, but she was 100% confident that she could still defeat those ferocious beasts without using her sealed soul power. "Your Holiness, should I go check the star forest?" Seeing Bibi Dong in a pondering mood, Gui Douluo stepped forward and said, "Yes, go ahead. But remember, if it's not feasible, don't force it." Bibi Dong had a high regard for Gui Mei's stealth abilities. After a moment of thought, she nodded in agreement. However, because Gui Mei was one of the few titled Douluos who fully supported her, and since Gui Mei could form a martial soul fusion skill with her other trusted subordinate Yuguan, Bibi Dong unusually reminded Gui Mei. Chapter 52. The Rankings of Rouge. Second, third, and fourth. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect. Do you know where Lu Erlong found Shen Cangqiong? This Shen Cangqiong actually knows the meaning of the title Fierce Beast, which I've never even heard of. There must be something extraordinary about him. In the council hall, Yu Yuanjin looked at Yu Luomian, who was sitting next to him, and said he was feeling quite frustrated. Every time he thought he was about to see through Shen Cangqiong's mysteries, Shen Cangqiong would always surprise him greatly. "I don't know," Yu Luomian shook his head. He didn't care where Lu Erlong picked up Shen Cangqiong from, nor did he want to know what extraordinary things Shen Cangqiong had. He just wanted to emphasize that as long as Shen Cangqiong treated his daughter well, everything else was unimportant. "So you know nothing, just that he has a good relationship with your daughter, right?" Yu Yuanjin said irritably. He was already dissatisfied with Yu Luomian's repeated attempts to prevent him from probing Shen Cangqiong, and now he seized the opportunity to criticize Yu Luomian. "Isn't that enough?" Yu Luomian looked down on Yu Yuanjin, the clan leader, thinking he was useless except for having slightly better cultivation talent. He didn't consider that with Shen Cangqiong's current strength, it was something Yu Yuanjin could meddle in. "All right, we're all family. What's there to argue about?" Luomian was right. As long as they knew Shen Cangqiong had a good relationship with Erlong, that was enough. Even if Erlong and their family had a poor relationship, there was still a blood bond. If their blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family really encountered an insurmountable problem, could Erlong really stand by idly? Given the circumstances, they should focus their attention on those who made it onto the Rouge list, rather than wasting their limited time arguing about someone whose situation was already settled. Seeing that the sect master and vice sect master were about to start another round of mutual criticism, the chief elder sitting in position 3 could only step in again to mediate and subtly steer the conversation to the Rouge list. "The elder is right. Let's do this. First, we will use our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's network to find all the candidates on the Rouge list, and then we'll send our internal disciples to pursue those from smaller families who have made the list. I believe that with our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's reputation and a legitimate wife position, we can definitely attract those lesser candidates." Next to him, the second elder also strongly agreed with the chief elder's proposal and quickly thought of a very good plan. The second elder's idea is quite good. What do you all think? As soon as the second elder's plan was proposed, the chief elder's eyes lit up. And he then looked at the other members of the council hall. It's indeed a good plan. Let's go with it. I think it's feasible. We need to act quickly. Otherwise, other forces might come up with similar ideas. Soon, voices of support echoed in the council hall, and the proposal made by the second elder was quickly approved. Immediately after, under the astonished gazes of Yuanjin and Yulingyin, the latest order from the Elder Council was issued to the disciples outside. Meanwhile, not mentioning the uproar caused by Shen Cangqiong's explanation of fierce beasts in the two worlds, the comparison video received no attention. After announcing all the fifth-place names on the Rouge list, there was a customary pause of about half a minute before the fourth-place names were also announced one by one. Fourth place, Zhu Zhuqing from the two worlds. Reward, increase of 97,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. Identity, third young lady of the Zhu family. Current location, Lamba Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Zhu Zhuqing's heart will also receive an increase of 97,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. Tied for fourth place, Xiao Wu from the two worlds. Reward, increase of 97,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. Identity, one of the substitutes for the Lamba Academy combat team. Current location, Lamba Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Xiao Wu's heart will also receive an increase of 97,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. Tied for fourth place, Ning Rongrong from the two worlds. Reward, increase of 97,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. Identity, young master of the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Current location, Lamba Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Ning Rongrong's heart will also receive an increase of 97,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. Third place, Snow Empress from the two worlds. Reward, increase of 98,000 years in cultivation limit. Identity, leader of the Extreme North's three kings. Current location, Extreme North. Special reward, anyone who can win Snow Empress's heart, if human, will receive an increase of 98,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. If spirit beast, will receive an increase of 98,000 years in cultivation limit. Tied for third place, Ice Empress from the two worlds. Reward, increase of 98,000 years in cultivation limit. Identity, Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Current location, Extreme North. Special reward, anyone who can win Ice Empress's heart, if human, will receive an increase of 98,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. If spirit beast, will receive an increase of 98,000 years in cultivation limit. Second place, BB Dong from the two worlds. Reward, increase of 99,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. Identity, Pope of the Spear Hall. Current location, Pope's Palace in Spirit City. Special reward, anyone who can win BB Dong's heart will also receive an increase of 99,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. Tied for second place, Poseidon from the two worlds. Reward, increase of 99,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. Identity, High Priest of Sea God Island. Current location, Sea God Island. Special reward, anyone who can win Poseidon's heart will also receive an increase of 99,000 years in selectable soul ring limit. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Nameless. Is this a coincidence? The two second-place winners of the Rouge list happen to be from the East and the West. I wonder if the first-place winners are from the South and the North. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Nameless. Brother, you are quite brave to actually dare to make jokes using the name of His Holiness the Pope. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Nameless. It's truly unbelievable. Although I have never seen Poseidon, I was fortunate enough to meet His Holiness the Pope once before. I can say that the encounter back then made it hard for me to forget His Holiness's peerless beauty to this day. To be honest, I really can't imagine what kind of face could overshadow that of His Holiness the Pope and become a number one on this Rouge list. Chapter 53. Qianren Xue and Guyu are tied for first place. Variant 1. Douluo World Haotian Sect. Bang! That woman BB Dong actually ranked second, which significantly increases the strength of the Spirit Hall. In the conference hall, Elder Tang Lai slammed the table beside him with a furious expression, staring at the comparison video. Judging by his demeanor, if he could attack the comparison video, he would probably have been unable to resist smashing it. Calm down. No matter how high BB Dong's ranking is, in the end, she is just one person. Didn't we already discuss this? We will find those on the Rouge list through Yuehua's connections outside and use various methods to win their favor. As long as our younger generation in the Haotian sect can win at least 20 of the Rouge list members' favor, the time for our Haotian sect resurgence will not be far off. At the top position, Tang Xiao said, "Remember to have Yuehua focus on finding those ranked above 70. After all, those with too low a ranking won't have much effect even if they receive their rewards." Beside him, Elder 2 first waved his hand to suppress the angry Elder 7, then turned to remind Tang Xiao. "I know, Tang Xiao note that. Secmaster, how do you plan to handle Yuehua? You know she's ranked 6th on the Rouge list." At this moment, Elder 3's eyes turned, and he suddenly asked, "What to handle? She is my biological sister. Back then, she was expelled because she didn't awaken the Haotian hammer martial soul, and on this matter, I couldn't say anything due to the sect rules, so I just accepted it. But allowing her the right to choose whom she wants to marry is a promise I made to her as her older brother, and no one can interfere with that." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao's expression darkened, and he coldly looked at Elder 3. "Enough, third. Let's leave Yuehua's matter to nature." Seeing Tang Xiao's demeanor turning confrontational, Elder 2 furrowed his brows and ultimately stopped Elder 3 from saying anything further. This wasn't because Elder 2 was afraid of Tang Xiao, but because the comparison video had made it very clear that to receive rewards, the members must be willing. External coercion is ineffective. Humph. Seeing these old fellows quiet down, Tang Xiao snorted coldly and refocused his attention on the comparison video. At this moment, under the anticipation and curiosity of everyone in both worlds, the Rouge list suddenly burst into brilliant light, and then the information of the first place finally slowly appeared on the large screen of the comparison video. First place, Qianrenxue from both worlds. Reward: Custom Soul Ring Age increased by 100,000 years. Identity: Saintess of the Spear Hall. Current location: Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Special reward: anyone who can win Qianrenxue's heart will also receive a Custom Soul Ring Age increase of 100,000 years. Tied for first place, Guyu from both worlds. Reward: Cultivation Age increased by 100,000 years. Identity: Master of Soul Beasts. Current location: Star Do Great Forest. Special reward: anyone who can win Guyu's heart, if they are human, will receive a Custom Soul Ring Age increase of 100,000 years. If they're soul beasts, they will receive a Cultivation Age increase of 100,000 years. The Rouge list ranking has been announced. Next, we will distribute rewards to all listed participants. Note: the Cultivation Age rewards for Soul Beast participants on the Rouge list will not trigger a lightning tribulation. All rewards for listed participants have been distributed. This round of the Rouge list has concluded. As the last few words of the comparison video fell, the large screen in the sky also dimmed. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Emperor Dai Xianfeng of the Star Luo Empire. Haha, how interesting. The Saintess of the Spirit Hall has openly infiltrated your Tiando Imperial Palace, and yet the people of the Tiando royal family haven't noticed at all. If the timing is right, perhaps the Emperor of Tiando will be replaced. Dai Xianfeng is not casually making sarcastic remarks. This serves two purposes. It can make the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royal family bite each other. And it can also let those wandering soul masters know whether it's more reliable to ally with the Tiando royal family or with the Star Luo royal family. Variant 1, Douluo World, Emperor Shuya of the Tiando Empire. How do you know that the Spirit Hall hasn't placed any pieces in your Star Luo Imperial Palace? Furthermore, if the Spirit Hall really hasn't laid any pieces in your Star Luo Imperial Palace, then I would actually look down on your Star Luo Empire. After all, an empire that makes the Spirit Hall too lazy to even place pieces is either powerful enough to render the Spirit Hall helpless, or so weak that the Spirit Hall chooses to ignore it altogether. This is something that any discerning person can see. Shuya's rebuttal is both reasonable and well-founded, instantly transforming the Tiando Empire from a laughingstock into a powerful empire that even the Spirit Hall must regard with caution, surpassing the Star Luo Empire. Of course, this was not an idea that Shuya came up with on his own, but rather a reinterpretation based on the comments made by Shen Cangqiong during the first comparison regarding the Star Luo Empire, through his own understanding and thoughts. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Emperor Dai Xianfeng of the Star Luo Empire. That's really a strong argument. I'm too lazy to argue with you. So why don't you catch the person first? Otherwise, I might hear news of your demise tomorrow instead. To be honest, Dai Xianfeng is a bit frustrated at this moment. He didn't expect Shui Yi to react so quickly. In just a little while, he came up with a countermeasure. Now, the situation has turned unfavorable for him and the Star Luo Empire. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Emperor Shuya of the Tiando Empire. You don't need to worry about this. After saying this, Xue Wu ordered the crown prince Shui Qinghe to handle the matter of the spirit hall's hidden agents in the palace. However, due to the high status of this hidden agent, Xue Wu did not dare to go too far. He only instructed the crown prince Shui Qinghe to find the person and then send them back to the spirit hall. And that would be the end of the matter. 2 hours later, Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy. It turns out that one last step is needed for the beloved to receive the reward. In the dean's office, Liu Erlong is slightly out of breath. This might be to prevent those on the leaderboard from easily being deceived out of their rewards, Shen Cangqiong speculated. That should be the reason. Liu Erlong thought for a moment and agreed with Shen Cangqiong's statement. By the way, I need to take the team to the Sunset Forest. I should be back by tomorrow. The two of them were affectionate for a while, and then Shen Cangqiong said. Liu Erlong nodded, understanding without asking further. Chapter 54. Xiao Wu's bitterness and doubts in the evening. Senior Cangqiong, isn't this the way to the Tiando Grand Soul Arena? Ning Rongrong asked with some confusion in the 10-person team. Today I'm taking you to the Sunset Forest. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong subtly glanced at Dai Mubai, replaying the plan to set Tang San up in his mind. This plan actually came to Shen Cangqiong suddenly when he was planning to talk to Dugabo. Otherwise, he could have gone alone without needing to bring Dai Mubai, who has a decent relationship with Tang San. What are we going to the Sunset Forest for? It seems none of us needs soul rings. Ning Rongrong looked at the other 9 with confusion. There are rare treasures there that can evolve your martial soul. The 7-treasure glaze tile into the 9-treasure glaze tile. To ensure that the plan to set Tang San up goes smoothly, Shen Cangqiong didn't lower his voice, but deliberately made sure the other 9 could hear. Really? Ning Rongrong ethlimet steadily. Her heart was filled with the pride of realizing the wishes of the ancestors of the 7-treasure glaze tile sect through her, Ning Rongrong. Of course, Shen Cangqiong smiled. He understood Ning Rongrong's excitement. He remembered in the original story when Ning Rongrong saw her 7-treasure glaze tile evolve into the 9-treasure glaze tile. She couldn't help but kiss Tang San. At that time, the relationship between Ning Rongrong and Oscar was almost at the point of breaking through that window paper. Yet, even so, Ning Rongrong didn't care about Oscar's feelings at all and decisively kissed Tang San. This shows how high the status of a 9-treasure glaze tile martial soul is in Ning Rongrong's heart. Yay, that's great. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong jumped onto Shen Cangqiong, and in an accident, she bumped her face directly against Shen Cangqiong's face. For a moment, everyone was stunned in place. After a brief pause, Xiao Wu hesitantly approached Shen Cangqiong, who had been speaking to Ning Rongrong, and whispered, "Is what you said about that ferocious beast true?" Of course. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu. As a 10,000-year soul beast, she didn't even know what a ferocious beast was, nor did she realize that there were ferocious beasts near the Lake of Life, where she had lived her whole life. This little rabbit was really failing miserably. Then why don't they come out to support our soul beast clan? Xiao Wu fell silent for a few seconds, her words filled with bitterness and confusion. In her mind, if those ferocious beasts came out to support the soul beast clan, her mother Wu and Ti have gotten into trouble. That's obvious. They're either selfish or just plain foolish. Shen Cangqiong could answer this question without much thought. Don't say anything about the gods always watching over the soul beast clan, preventing those ferocious beasts from appearing. The truth is, as long as your cultivation age hasn't reached 990,000 years, those gods wouldn't even have any interest in looking at you. So, as long as Silver Dragon King Guyu Na doesn't show up and only lets the ferocious beasts like Xiong Jun appear to protect the Soul Beast clan, that would be completely feasible. But the result is that the ferocious beasts in the Stardow Forest not only don't protect other weak soul beasts, but even the soul beasts that know of their existence are pitifully few. It can only be said that Guyu Na and Tion's short-sightedness is the only reason that the Soul Beast clan ended up in a disastrous defeat. Don't they realize that once all the weak soul beasts are gone, no matter how powerful they become, they can't change the fact that the Soul Beast clan has been exterminated? Xiao Wu said hatefully. Unexpectedly, you have such insight. Shen Cangqiong was genuinely a bit surprised. Without mentioning anything else, just based on this awareness of Xiao Wu, having her lead the Soul Beast clan would be 1,000,000,000 times better than Guyu Na and Tion. Tion always thought that once Guyu Na recovered from her injuries, they could lead them back to the divine realm and change the fate of the Soul Beast clan. They never considered that even the dragon god at his peak was defeated. How could the half-dead Guyu Na possibly win? It is known that a righteous gentleman can never defeat a false gentleman. What they should do now is to strengthen the entire Soul Beast clan and then use their numbers to push down the divine realm, rather than abandoning all the weak soul beasts to nurture a few powerful ferocious beasts. After all, according to Guyuna and DTon's current methods, even if Guyuna really won against the divine realm in the end, the Soul Beast clan would no longer have a chance to rise, because by then, besides the few powerful ferocious beasts that number less than 10, there would be no other soul beasts left. I'm not an idiot. Such a simple truth. How could I not understand it? The little rabbit wished she could chew on Shen Cangqiong like a carrot. How could he look down on people like this? No. How could he look down on rabbits like this? Seeing this, Shen Cangqiong just chuckled. It's not that he looks down on this little rabbit, but the three soul beasts related to the Tang family are all complicated. Whether it's Ain, Xiao Wu, or Silver Dragon King Guyuna, they are all the same. Forget it. How are Deming and Erming doing? Perhaps suddenly realizing that Shen Cangqiong was a titled Douluo, Xiao Wu suppressed her dissatisfaction and turned to ask about Deming and Erming's current situation. Actually, she had wanted to ask for a long time, but she and T found an opportunity to speak to Shen Cangqiong alone. Plus, from the comparison video, she saw that Shen Cangqiong only gave them a good beating and didn't T seriously harm them, so she had delayed until now. They should be fine. Shen Cangqiong thought about the big bump on the head of the sky blue bull python and couldn't T help but smile. I haven't been to see them for a long time. Xiao Wu sighed. I miss them. Then let us go back and take a look. Whatever. Shen Cangqiong said indifferently. Let us talk about it later. Xiao Wu was just expressing her feelings. If it weren't for the recent unpleasantness with Tang San, she would have forgotten about Deming and Erming long ago. Do as you please. Shen Cangqiong shrugged. In the following period, relying on the rented carriage at the gate of Tiano City, Shen Cangqiong and his group of 11 chatted and laughed, and in just over 3 hours, they arrived at the central area of the Sunset Forest. Dugubo, I have come to visit. Please show yourself. In front of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, Shen Cangqiong shouted loudly. Shen Cangqiong, come in. After a moment, a somewhat surprised voice came out, and at the same time, the poisonous miasma in front of Shen Cangqiong and the others slowly retreated to the sides, quickly revealing a safe passage in front of them. Let us go. Remember, once you're inside, don't touch anything randomly, or you'll regret it. Don't complain then. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong took the lead and walked forward. Chapter 55. Meeting Dugubo, didn't he expect a young friend like you to come looking for me? What is the matter? After the poisonous miasma, Dugubo, who had been waiting, saw Shen Cangqiong come before him and said indifferently, I have 2 matters to discuss. The first is to help you and your granddaughter detoxify. The second is to exchange treasures for this place. Shen Cangqiong spoke directly without beating around the bush. How do you know I'm poisoned? The matter of his poisoning was known only to his granddaughter Du Guyen. No one else knew. And Du Gubo was unclear how Shen Cangqiong found out. Forget it. That is not important. What I want to know now is whether you really have a way to help me and my granddaughter detoxify. However, no matter how Shen Cangqiong knew about his poisoning, it was not important to Du Gubo at this moment. What mattered now was that Shen Cangqiong said he had a way to help him and his granddaughter Du Guyen detoxify. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, poison Douluo, I can detoxify you first. Shen Cangqiong had already thought of a foolproof plan before coming to find Du Gubo. Well, okay, follow me. After thinking for a moment, Du Gubo quickly dismissed the idea of what Shen Cangqiong might be planning. After all, based on Shen Cangqiong's displayed strength in the comparison video, it wouldn't be difficult for him to eliminate Du Gubo. There was no need to go through any trouble. Get ready, I'm coming. In the room, Du Gubo sat cross-legged, and Shen Cangqiong stood behind him to remind him. Come on, old man is ready. Du Gubo took a deep breath and nodded. Hearing that Du Gubo was ready, Shen Cangqiong stopped wasting time, extended his left hand, placed it on Du Gubo's shoulder, and then used the power cultivated from the unnamed true method to begin clearing the toxins attached to Du Gubo's limbs and bones. Half an hour later, take a moment to feel. Finally, after clearing away the last trace of poison clinging to Du Gubo's body, Shen Cangqiong retracted his left hand and said, No need. In fact, there was no need for special feelings during the detoxification process as the toxins in his body diminished. Du Gubo had already felt clearly that his body was becoming lighter and more comfortable, which was a stark contrast to the indescribable pain he had felt before. In that case, what does the poisoned Douluo think about the second matter I mentioned earlier? Shen Cangqiong asked. Since Cangqiong can relieve the poison from my body, this place can be considered a gift for you, so there's no need to exchange it for treasures. However, In the future, when my granddaughter and I are once again troubled by the toxins brought by our martial souls, I hope you can lend a helping hand again. Although Douluo knew that this was a treasure land, he didn't understand it, so he had no idea what kind of opportunities lay within. At this moment, seeing that the poison on his body had been resolved, he naturally didn't mind doing Shen Cangqiong a favor. After all, being on good terms with a powerful figure like Shen Cangqiong, even if it involved an unknown treasure land, Douluo thought it was worth it. If you knew what this treasure land truly meant, you might be concerned about your life. Looking at Douluo's sincere expression and recalling how Douluo had been tricked by Tang San in the original work to the point of losing everything, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but chuckle. No matter what this treasure land means, it cannot compare to the lives of my granddaughter and me. Douluo shook his head, not agreeing with Shen Cangqiong's words. Do you really think so? Shen Cangqiong said with a smile that was not quite a smile. I truly believe that. No matter how precious it is, could this treasure land possibly give birth to something that can endow someone with the potential to become a god? This time, it was Douluo's turn to laugh, using the word god that he had seen in the comparison video. Ha! Shen Cangqiong laughed out loud, leaving Douluo and the few people outside completely baffled. I hope you won't regret it later. After laughing for a while, Shen Cangqiong looked at Douluo meaningfully and said, although I'm not a good person, I have always kept my promises. At this moment, Douluo also realized that he might have suffered a loss, and it was a significant one, but he did not regret it. After all, even if this treasure land remained in his hands, he wouldn't know how to use it. It was better to give it directly to Shen Cangqiong, believing that the greatly benefited Shen Cangqiong would surely show some gratitude in the future. All right. After giving Douluo a deep glance, Shen Cangqiong mentally noted the favor owed to him. In the future, he couldn't promise anything else, but he would definitely ensure that Douluo and Douluo's granddaughter would have a share of eternal life. A moment later, near the ice and fire yin-yang eye. What is this? Douluo looked at the dragon-shaped plant that Shen Cangqiong handed to him, puzzled. Take it, and your martial soul will undergo evolution. After that, you won't have to worry about using your martial soul too much and getting poisoned again. The knowledge about the immortal herb was something Shen Cangqiong learned while his golden finger was still active, and now he finally got to use it. I'm already old, and my potential is exhausted. Such a good heavenly material and earthly treasure should be left for Yan Yan to use. Douluo finally realized where he had lost out, but he didn't say much more, only gasping in surprise. There are more suitable things waiting for Yan Yan. Shen Cangqiong was the kind of person who remembered kindness for a lifetime and held grudges just the same. Since Douluo was so understanding, Shen Cangqiong naturally wouldn't let him feel disappointed. Then I'll leave Yan Yan to you. I will go refine this plant now. Hearing that his granddaughter had better things awaiting her, Douluo no longer insisted on keeping the plant for Douluo Yan, and at the same time, he was becoming more and more satisfied with Shen Cangqiong. The feeling of loss in his heart instantly vanished. Shen Cangqiong nodded and told Douluo how to refine the immortal herb. As Douluo happily left to refine the immortal herb, Shen Cangqiong also began his own collection endeavor. He first picked all the immortal herbs that he could use at the moment and store them properly. Then he dove back into the ice and fire yin-yang to search for the fallen bodies of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. In the end, hard work pays off. After wandering around the ice and fire yin-yang for more than half an hour, Shen Cangqiong discovered the fallen bodies of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King in a very hidden spot. Chapter 56, Talent Rankings, and the third comparison video time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Shen Cangqiong took 10 team members to Douluo. During these 3 days, under the assistance of Chihuahua Tulip, Ning Rongrong's martial soul had evolved from a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fenghe, Ovedionet, wholeheartedly supported Ning Rongrong's admission to the inner courtyard of the Shrek Academy. Ning Fenghe believed that with his daughter now connected to Shen Cangqiong, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect would definitely not encounter any major problems before Shen Cangqiong's lifespan ran out. Thus, he no longer had to worry about his daughter being left alone to face the world after he and the 2 Doa, Swordbone, and others had passed away. That afternoon, Zhu Qing, you are an agile attack type. You need to remember that agility comes first and attack comes second. What you need to do is to disturb the enemy while looking for their weaknesses, then seize the opportunity to strike decisively. You cannot just face off against the enemy head-on. On the back mountain of the Shrek Academy, Shen Cangqiong stopped Zhu Qing, who was repeatedly attacking Dai Mubai's face, and pointed out Zhu Qing's shortcomings. Yes, I understand. Zhu Qing nodded and said, You go rest over there for a while and think about how to change. Shen Cangqiong had great confidence in Zhu Zhuqing. She was a girl willing to work hard to change her fate, as long as Shen Cangqiong gave her a chance. He didn't need to worry about urging her. Xiao Wu, you stop too. I've always been curious about your martial soul. Can you explain what type of soul master you belong to? After finishing with Zhu Zhuqing's shortcomings, Shen Cangqiong called Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun to take the stage. However, when Shen Cangqiong saw Xiao Wu's fighting style, he immediately called for her to stop. Me? I'm a powerful attack-type soul master. Didn't you already know? Shen Cangqiong was puzzled, and Xiao Wu was equally confused, as Shen Cangqiong had already seen all of their information from Shrek. I didn't know you were a powerful attack type, but I have never heard of a powerful assault-type soul master having an obvious charm skill, which clearly belongs to the control type. Shen Cangqiong really wanted to complain. Looking at all of Xiao Wu's soul skills in the original work, there are charm, teleportation, an invincible golden body. It can be said that she has every type of soul skill, completely making her a jack-of-all-trades soul master. To put it bluntly, with such a configuration of soul skills, if Xiao Wu did not have the protagonist halo, according to the standards of each type of soul master, even if she entered the final test of Shrek Academy, because of her high soul power level, she would later be expelled from Shrek Academy due to her overly chaotic soul skills. However, bunnies are quite cute, and being able to charm opponents is reasonable, right? Hearing Shen Cangqiong's words, Xiao Wu shyly mumbled. A cooked bunny is even cuter, Shen Cangqiong said irritably. You, so annoying. Xiao Wu pouted, angrily turning her face away. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky, interrupting Shen Cangqiong, who wanted to say something more, and also attracting the attention of everyone from both worlds. The #1 variant of the Douluo World, Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire. The comparison video is in motion again, but I don't know if this time it will announce a new ranking or introduce new character comparisons. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I still prefer comparison videos to release new rankings. At least with new rankings, us ordinary people have a chance to get a share. Otherwise, relying solely on luck to wait for those 10 lucky spots for rewards. Who knows if we will ever get a chance in our lifetime. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Unknown. Speaking of which, has anyone won the hearts of those on the Rouge list? Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. It shouldn't exist. If it did, it would have been flaunted in the barrage area long ago. Today, the talent rankings and the comparison of characters from past and present will be announced. Now, let's announce the list of those who made it to the talent rankings. Number 100, Xiao Qilao from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Great Strength War Tiger. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 7. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 1000. Reward, 1 Great Soul Master Pill. Note, taking the Great Soul Master Pill can increase the soul power level of a Great Soul Master by 1 level, with no upper limit on consumption. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. Wow, I can't believe there are actually Doulu pills in this world that can directly increase the soul power level of a title Douluo level powerhouse by 1 level. Will there be Soul Master pills, Soul Zone pills, Soul King pills, or even title Douluo pills later on? If those higher level pills really exist, and I happen to get the complete set and take them, wouldn't that mean I could become a title Douluo in just one day? Hiss, I can't even imagine it. Can't even imagine it. Variant von Douluo World, Shui Bingar from Shui Academy. Shui Er. Can you act like a girl and be a bit more civilized? Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall, Pope BB Dong. The Spirit Hall is purchasing unlimited amounts of Soul Master Dan. If anyone is willing to sell, you can come to my Spirit Hall to discuss in person. Variant 1 Douluo World Xiao Qilao. I sell, Your Holiness the Pope. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Lan Ba Academy Dean Lu Erlong. He rank 90 D Renjia from Two Worlds. Martial Soul Ask Xiao. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 7. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 1500. Reward, 11 Great Soul Master Pills. Rank 80, Oscar from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Mutual Intestine. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 7. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 1900. Reward, 21 Great Soul Master Pills. Variant 1, Douluo World, Shrek Academy Flender. Impossible. Xiao Ao is the first food-type soul master in history to have innate full soul power. How could his innate soul power level only be level 7? Comparing the videos, did you get the ranking wrong? Comparing the video, Ning Rong Rong, also an auxiliary soul master from the original Shrek Academy, has an innate soul power level of 9. At 12 years old, her soul power level was 26. In contrast, Oscar, at 14 years old, had a soul power level of 29. The main point is that Ning Rongrong was lazy in her training. She often practiced for a day and then played for at least a day, which led to her soul power level just barely reaching 26 by the age of 12. With such a comparison, Flinder, do you still insist that Oscar has innate full soul power? Chapter 57, The Diligent BB Dong Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Shrek Academy. Flinder.This. Flinder fell silent. Over the years, Flinder had publicly claimed that Oscar was the first food-type soul master in history to possess innate full soul power. As time passed, not only did others at Shrek Academy and Oscar himself believe it, but even Flinder himself came to accept it as truth. Now, without paying attention, he ended up making a fool of himself in front of everyone for both worlds. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Anonymous. Ning Rongrong is indeed a bit mischievous. This is something that almost everyone in Tiando City knows. Given this, it seems that Oscar's talent definitely cannot be innate full soul power. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Anonymous. Haha, I can't believe there are still people who dare to question the comparison video. Now they're being slapped in the face, right? I just don't believe that with Ning Rongrong's innate 9th level soul power talent, she wouldn't be able to improve by 3 levels in 2 years at the Great Spirit Master Realm. Comparison video. Since you have no objections, let's continue to announce the talent rankings. Rank 70, Purple Die from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Moon Shadow Dagger. Innate Soul Power Level, 8. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 2,100. Reward, 11 Soul Master Pills. Note, taking a Soul Master Pill can increase the Soul Power level of Soul Master by 1 level, with no upper limit on consumption. Variant 1, Pope BB Dong of the Douluo World Spirit Hall. Soul Master Dan can be sold to me if there are extra. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Pope BB Dong. I also buy however many you have. Rank 60, Mahong Jun from both worlds. Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 2,300. Reward, 21 Soul Master Pills. Rank 59, Dai Mubai from both worlds. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 2,400. Reward, 22 Soul Master Pills. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Star Luo Empire's Prince Davis. Yo, Mubai. I didn't expect you to make it onto the talent ranking too. Variant 1, Douluo World, Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Star Luo Empire Emperor Dai, Shinfeng. Mubai. Remember to send the extra Soul Master Pills back to the family. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shrek Dai Mubai. Yes. Father. Dai Mubai felt a deep hatred in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He did not dare to defy Dai Xuanfeng's orders, because without Dai Xuanfeng's protection, he would have been killed by Davis long ago. However, it was fortunate that Dai Xianfeng didn't take all the Soul Master Pills. Ranking 50, Snow Dance of 2 Worlds. Martial Spirit, Ice Spirit. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 2,900. Reward, 31 Soul Master Pills. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy. Shui Wearer, 31 Soul Master Pills. Even if all 7 members of our Tian Shui battle team consume these Soul Master Pills to reach level 40, we probably won't use up this many. Variant 1, Pope BB Dong of the Spirit Hall in the Douluo World. You can sell any extra Soul Master Pills to me. Feel free to make any requests. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Snow Dance from the Heavenly Water Academy. I need to ask my parents about this first. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Pope BB Dong of the Spirit Hall. Sure. If others have extra Soul Master Pills, they can sell them to me as well. The terms are negotiable. Rank 40, Shui Wearer from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Azure Wave Dolphin. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 3,600. Reward, 21 Soul Sect Pills. Note, taking a Soul Sect Pill can increase the Soul Power level of Soul Sect Strong by 1 level, with no limit on the number of pills that can be taken. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Tian Shui Academy. I'm feeling frustrated. The Soul Master Pills are not enough again this time. Variant 1, Douluo World Spirit Hall, Pope BB Dong, Old Rules. Purchasing Soul Sect Pills, conditions are negotiable. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy, Principal Lu Erlong, BB Dong. Do you really have to be this shameless? A dignified Pope. Selling along the road like those petty merchants, what kind of image is that? Variant 2, Original Douluo World Spirit Hall, Pope BB Dong. If you can't afford the price, don't speak. Rank 30, Zhu Zhuyin from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired comprehensive quality, 4,300. Reward, Chijishji Yidin Soul Sect Puz. Rank 29, Davis from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired comprehensive quality, 4,400. Reward, 32 Soul Sect Pills. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire. Mubai, you should just give up. I ranked 29th, and Zhu Yun ranked 30th, while you are 59th, and Zhu Qing doesn't even have a ranking. You can't win. As long as you give up, I won't eliminate you. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, at the Star Luo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhuyun said, Sister, what Davis said is right. As long as you and Dai Mubai give up, I guarantee that I can spare your life. And I can also ensure that you will never have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Team. Zhu Zhuqing. Sounds nice. Not only does it not harm me, but it also allows me to have no worries about food and clothing. But if my martial soul's soul power is wasted, what difference is there between that and being dead? Rank 20. The Solitary Goose of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Phosphorus Snake. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 4,700. Reward, 41 Soul Zone Pills. Rank 15. The Jade Tianxin of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 4,900. Reward, 46 Soul Zone Pills. Rank 14. The Jade Tianheng of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 5,000. Reward, 47 Soul Zone Pills. Variant 1, Douluo World, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Sect Master UU Engine. How is that possible? The twin stars of my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Their talent actually doesn't even rank in the top 10. The leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. From the first variant of the Douluo World, Be Content. My 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has yet to have a single person on the rankings. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Sect Master UU Engine. You have a daughter with an innate soul power level of 9. So of course you're not in a hurry. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. Speaking of which, why have all the ranked individuals I've heard of so far been from the younger generation? Chapter 58. Tang San's reward will not be issued. 13th place. Fire Dance from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Fire Shadow. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 6,000. Reward, 48 Soul Sect Puz. 12th place. Zhu Zhuqing from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 7. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, Limit. Reward, 49 Soul Sect Puz. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The Crown Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire. How is this possible? Zhu Zhuqing's innate soul power level is only level 7. Why is she ranked 12th? Comparison video. Zhu Zhuqing has low innate soul power, but her acquired comprehensive aptitude is exceptionally high. No matter how good a person's innate talent is, if they do not work hard in the later stages, they may still surpass most ordinary people. But it is absolutely impossible to surpass those who have similar talent but are willing to put in the effort. Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. It seems to make a lot of sense. Variant 1 Douluo World Star Luo Zhu Family Head Zhu Zhantian. Zhu Qing, come back. If you don't want to participate in the competition for the Crown Princess, I can change your status to that of Family Elder. Variant 1 Douluo World. Blue Tyrant Academy Zhu Zhuqing. No need. I'm doing very well now. If it's useful, I'll pull it in. If it's not, I won't care at all. The key is that this set is still used on my own daughter, which completely makes the last trace of my recognition of the Zhu family disappear in my heart. Rank 11. Dugabo from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Phosphorus Snake Emperor. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 9. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 7,000. Reward, 49 Soul Sect Pills. Tied for Rank 11. Snake Spirit Law, and all other titled law below, level 95 from the Two Worlds except for the Haotian Sect. Reward, 49 Soul Sect Pills. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. Did the Haotian Sect offend the comparison video? Comparison video. The detailed reasons why the Haotian Sect members cannot make the rankings will be explained in subsequent lists and character comparisons. 10th place. Yu Egwan from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Kirong Tongtianyu. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 9. Acquired Overall Quality, 9,000. Reward, 5 Soul King Pills. Note, taking a Soul King pill can raise the soul power level of a Soul King level powerhouse by 1 level. with no limit on usage. Tied for 10th place, Gue Mei from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Shadow. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 9. Acquired Overall Quality, 9,000. Reward, 5 Soul King Pills. Tied for 10th place, Guiriong from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Bone Dragon. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 9. Acquired Overall Quality, 9,000. Reward, 5 Soul King Pills. Tied for 10th place, Hailong from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Sea Dragon. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 9. Acquired Overall Quality, 9,000. Reward, 5 Soul King Pills. 9th place, Qianjun from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Panlong Stick. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 9. Acquired Overall Quality, 11,000. Reward, 10 Soul King Pills. Tied for 9th place, Jiang Emoda and all other level 96 Super Douluos from worlds other than the Haotian sect. Reward, 10 Soul King Pills. In the world of the number 1 variant Douluo, the Nameless, isn't the title Douluo already the highest rank? What is this Super Douluo then? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Anonymous. Please, can you not skim through when you watch? Didn't you see that the comparison video mentioned it? Level 96 is a Super Douluo. Rank 8, Hui Yu Hao from both worlds. Martial Soul, Demon Fox. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 9. Acquired Overall Quality, 11. 500. Reward, 15 Soul King Pills. Rank 7, Feng Xiaodian for both worlds. Martial Soul, Twin-Headed Gale Wolf. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 10. Acquired Overall Quality, 10,000. Reward, 20 Soul King Pills. Tied for 7th place, Xiao Wu for both worlds. Martial Soul, Softbone Rabbit. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 10. Acquired Overall Quality, 10,000. Reward, 20 Soul King Pills. Rank 6, Ning Rongrong from Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Martial Soul, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 10. Acquired Overall Quality, 11,000. Reward, 5 Soul Emperor Pills. Note 1. Taking a Soul Emperor pill can increase the soul power level of a Soul Emperor level expert by 1 level, with no upper limit on usage. Note 2. Ning Rongrong from the original Douluo World is unable to be ranked due to her Martial Soul still being the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Tied for 6th place, Yi Lingling from both worlds. Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 10. Acquired Overall Quality, 11,000. Reward, 5 Soul Emperor Pills. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect, Master Yu Engine. Good for you, Ning Fengji. Your daughter clearly has innate full soul power, yet you claim she has innate soul power of level 9. What happened to the unity among the top 3 sects? Variant 1 Douluo World 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile, Sect, Master Ning Fengji. Rongrong originally did indeed only have a 9th level innate soul power, and her Martial Soul is also the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile Pagoda. This point has already been made very clear in the comparison video. Variant 2 Original Douluo World 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile, Sect Master Ning Fengji, Sai. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect Master Yu Engine. So, you're saying that your daughter has obtained some super great opportunity, which transformed her 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Martial Soul, into a 9 Treasure Glazed Tile, Martial Soul, and also raised her innate soul power level from the original level 9 to the current level 10? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. That's about it. However, I can't disclose the specific details, given Ning Fengji's personality. If it weren't for the comparison video revealing Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Martial Soul, he definitely wouldn't have mentioned it on his own. Ning Fengji's explanation instantly caused an uproar in both worlds, especially for Yu Engine. If he hadn't been stopped by the frustrated Yu Lumyin, he might have disregarded the rules and directly asked questions. Rank 5, Tang San from the Two Worlds. First, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, not awakened. Second, Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 1. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 5,000. Special Bonus, Xiantian Skill. Reward. Since Tang San's ranking is primarily based on his ability to utilize Xiantian Skill, his reward will not be granted. Chapter 59. Tang San is unconvinced. Variant 1 Douluo World Shui Yuer from the Water Academy. In the comparison video, what exactly is the Xiantian skill? And why is it able to elevate someone with only a level 1 innate soul power and a postnatal comprehensive aptitude of only 5,000 to become the 5th on the talent list? This is a question that everyone in both worlds, except for Tang San and Shen Cangqiong, wants to ask. In the comparison video, once the talent list is published, there will be a detailed introduction to the Xiantian skill in the upcoming character comparison of the past and present. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy. Is that so? They'll just wait a bit longer. Hee. However, I think Tang San must be feeling really frustrated right now. He got 5th place on the talent list, but because of that so-called Xiantian skill, he can't receive the ranking rewards. Is this considered a success and failure because of the Xiantian skill? Seeing that the comparison video actually responded to her, Shui Wearer felt a slight joy in her heart. The comparison video had occasionally responded to some people's doubts or questions, so driven by strong curiosity, Shui Wearer couldn't help but try it out, and to her surprise, it really worked. Tied for 5th place, Golden Crocodile from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Golden Armored King. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 10. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 13,000. Reward, 10 Soul Emperor Pills. 4th place, Poseidon from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Sea God. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 15. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 10,000. Reward, 15 Soul Emperor Pills. Tied for 4th place, Qiandao Lu from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 15. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 10,000. Reward, 15 Soul Emperor Pills. 3rd place, Qian Renxue from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 20. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 10,000. Reward, 5 Soul Sage Pills. Variant 1 of the Douluo World unknown. Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Ever since Shen Cangqiong appeared, everything has changed. The knowledge I acquired since childhood told me that the highest innate soul power level is 10. But what is happening now? Levels 15 and 20 have emerged. Are there going to be levels 30 and 40 after this? Variant 1, nameless from the Douluo World. Stay calm. Learn from me. I am currently not the slightest bit disturbed. After all, I've seen innate soul power of level 50. So what's so surprising about level 15 or 20? Variant 2, nameless from the original Douluo World. You say that easily, but I'm too lazy to put in the effort to cultivate now. No matter how hard I try, I can't compete with those gifted individuals. Unlike the frustration of ordinary people from both worlds, it's actually the aristocratic families and sects that are truly alarmed. These families and sects used to think that as long as they united to resist the Spirit Hall, even the Spirit Hall would have to retreat. But when they saw Qiandao Lu and Qian Renxue, the two clearly talented individuals from the true ruling family of the Spirit Hall, they realized their previous thoughts were completely misguided. Rank 2, BB Dong from both worlds. 1st, Martial Spirit, Death Spider Emperor. 2nd, Martial Spirit, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Innate Soul Power Level, 10. Acquired Comprehensive Talent, Supreme Limit. Reward, 5 Soul Douluo Pills. Tied for Rank 2, Shui Binger from both worlds. Martial Spirit, Ice Phoenix. Innate Soul Power Level, 10. Acquired Comprehensive Talent, Supreme Limit. Reward, 5 Soul Douluo Pills. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Wu, Shui Binger. Weren't you said to have an innate soul power level of 9? How come it's now 10? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Binger from the Shrek Academy. A tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Any family with foresight would not truly reveal the real innate soul power level of their offspring. For example, Yi Lingling for the Yi family. Didn't she also not disclose her real innate soul power level before? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. Haha, Wu. My sister is not like you, so eager to show off. Back then, when my sister awakened her martial soul and discovered she had innate full soul power, it was she who requested to keep her true soul power level a secret from others. Variant 1 Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Wu. Your sister is smart and capable. It's not you who is smart and capable, so what are you so proud of? However, it seems that I was a bit narrow-minded before, naively thinking that a peerless genius with innate full soul power would be hard to find in 100 years. But I didn't expect that there were a few hidden around me who liked to pretend to be pigs to eat tigers. At this moment, everyone tacitly avoided discussing BB Dong. Nor did they talk about how Shui Binger could suppress those peerless monsters with innate soul power exceeding level 10. After all, discussing these people having strong talents would only bring glory to them, so naturally, there would be no issue. But if we talk about these people being suppressed, That would be a slap in their faces, and the consequences would be unpredictable. Rank 1. Shen Cangqiong. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Innate Soul Power Level, 50. Acquired Comprehensive Qualification, Supreme Ultra Limit. Special Bonus, Nameless True Method. Reward, 5 Tidal Douluo Pills. The talent list has been announced, and the rewards are now being distributed. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Shrek, Tang San. Wait a minute. I'm not convinced. Why does Shen Cangqiong also have a special bonus, yet he can receive a reward? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tang San from Shrek. That's right. The same situation, yet different treatment. There should be an explanation for that. Perhaps it's because we might meet again in the future. Tang San from the Variant 1 Douluo World is much more pleasant than the Tang San from another world. Comparison video. The reason Shen Cangqiong is able to rank first on the talent list is not because of his special bonuses, but because of his own innate talent. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Nameless. What a disgrace. Knowing one's own situation and that of others, can't they feel even a bit of shame? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Nameless. Some people are just like this, lacking self-awareness. Variant 1 Douluo World, Xiao Wu. Speaking of which, why do only Shen Cangqiong and Tang San have special bonuses? Where did Shen Cangqiong's Nameless True Method and Tang San's Xiantian skill come from? Chapter 60, the third comparison video begins. Since there are no more objections, we will now distribute the rewards to those on the leaderboard. Rewards have been distributed. Now we will start the third character comparison. Past and present Shen Cangqiong chapter. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Nameless. Goodness, it's this Shen Cangqiong again. Can't we have someone else? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Unknown. What's wrong? Shen Cangqiong has the strength to compete every time. Are you not convinced? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Unknown. I am indeed not convinced. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Unknown. I don't care if you are convinced or not. For the sake of the lucky spot, I will shout first. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Unknown. It's useless to shout in your world. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Unknown. Who says that? I don't believe our world loses every time. At this moment, in the back mountain of Lamba Academy in Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Cangqiong, it seems we will soon know your origins. At this time, Lu Erlong had arrived at the place where Shen Cangqiong was training the Lamba Shrek team, standing beside Shen Cangqiong with a strange expression. It seems so. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong looked around and found that 11 pairs of eyes, including Lu Erlong's, were firmly fixed on him, causing him to smile awkwardly, while also feeling curious about what this runaway golden finger was going to do. After all, Shen Cangqiong's so-called previous life should refer to the original world, but in the original world, he did nothing but eat, sleep, and play every day. So what was there to talk about? Could it be showing the scenes where I would occasionally argue with Tang San about Douluo continent? Thinking of this, Shen Cangqiong found it quite amusing, and just then, the large screen for the comparison video lit up. Shen Cangqiong shook his head, stopped his inner murmurs, and looked at the scenes in the comparison video like everyone else. However, when Shen Cangqiong saw the first scene that appeared in the comparison video, he instantly fell into a daze. Shen Cangqiong, Battle Power, Level 3, Low Rank. In the video, a middle-aged man said expressionlessly, "In the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Tianshui Academy. Fighting Power? Or is it 3 segments? What does this mean? Could it be a mistake?" And it actually refers to Innate Soul Power Level 3. Speaking of which, why are the people in this family like this? It's one thing for the siblings of the same family to have poor cultivation talent and not comfort each other, but they actually go to such lengths to mock each other, truly lacking in humanity. A family like this is destined not to go far. Although there have been many hints in previous comparison videos, the people in Douluo continent don't even know that there are other worlds outside, which leads to Shui Wearer being unable to take this so-called past life and present life literally. In the first variant of the Douluo World at the Blaze Academy, Wu, if even the innate soul power level of the 3 extremes can be mistaken for the 3rd stage of fighting strength, do you think a family with such questionable intelligence would understand what family harmony means? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shuihua Academy. Hiss. Listening to what you said, it does seem to make sense. Wait a minute. Does this mean that Shen Cangqiong is from Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Binger from the Tian Shui Academy? Under the crown of the sky. I'm sorry. My sister is a bit off, and sometimes she doesn't think before she speaks, so please forgive her. In the Tian Shui Academy, Shui Wearer was tearfully covering her little head, looking with resentment at Shui Binger, who was next to her explaining to Shen Cangqiong using bullet comments. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the fireless twin of the Fiery Academy, under the crown of the sky, I also apologize to you for my sister's thoughtless words. I hope you can forgive me. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian from the Godwind Academy. Please forgive me. After Shui Binger apologized, Huo Wushuang quickly followed up with his own apology and explanation. Recognizing that Huo Wu had caused trouble, Feng Xiaotian naturally wouldn't forget his own persona. In fact, the apologies from Shui Binger and Huo Wushuang were unavoidable. No matter how you look at it, joking around is one thing, and perhaps the strong won't get angry. But pointing fingers at each other's relatives is not acceptable, even if the strong person doesn't have a good impression of those relatives. Outsiders shouldn't comment on such matters. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. It's fine. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong's mind was still a bit confused. If it weren't for Lu Erlong giving him a gentle push, he wouldn't have noticed the apologies from Shui Binger and Huo Wushuang. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, President of the Blaze Academy, Hu Tianji. Thank you, Your Majesty. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Dean of the Water Academy, Shui Qiuhua. Thank you, Your Majesty. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong did not hold a grudge, Shui Yuerer and Huo Wu's elders also breathed a sigh of relief. What Shui Yuerer and Huo Wu said was indeed the truth. How could I be angry? Also, just call me by my name in the future. I don't like being called Your Majesty. In fact, every time Shen Cangqiong saw the family infighting plot in Dopa back in the day, he couldn't help but express his disdain. This time, meeting like-minded individuals, Shen Cangqiong would only give Shui Yuerer and Huo Wu a thumbs up. How could he possibly blame them? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Saint Hulaina. This is not right. The Shen Cangqiong in the picture looks like he is only in his teens. However, we have all seen Shen Cangqiong's growth process at this age range through the comparison videos from the first 2 times, and there is no such scene at all. Moreover, Shen Cangqiong is now a level 94 title Douluo, so how could it be possible to test that his strength is at a low level? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Yuerer from Shui Yu Academy. It seems to be true. Brother Cangqiong, do you know what the situation is? Shen Cangqiong's generosity has given Shui Yuerer a new lease on life. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Is there a possibility? Can you interpret the literal meaning of the 4 characters previous life and current life? Shen Cangqiong said with a wry smile. To be honest, Shen Cangqiong really didn't expect that this golden finger would come up with such a scenario, directly placing the identity of Xiao Yinzi onto him. Is this considered the love of the golden finger son for the host? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Yuerer from the Tianshui Academy. Huh? Should it be understood literally from the perspective of past and present lives? On the other side, Shen Cangqiong's words not only confused Shui Yuerer, but even others from both worlds became equally bewildered. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. You will know if you keep watching. Seeing that he had made it so obvious, yet no one understood what it meant, Shen Cangqiong could only gesture for everyone to continue watching. Chapter 61, BB Dong's involvement at this moment in the comparison video. As one family member after another took the stage for testing, amidst the gasps and explanations, 2 people from the Douluo continent gradually began to understand the general situation depicted in the current scene. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Tianheng. It seems that the middle-aged man on the high platform earlier was not mistaken. This family's cultivation truly involves that so-called Do Qi and Do Power. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Royal Academy of Tiando, Yu Feng, could it be that Shen Cangqiong's special enhancement, the unnamed true method, is the Do Qi and Do Power cultivated by this family? Variant 1 Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian from the Shinsfeng Academy. It's possible. By the way, does anyone know where this Wutan city is? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire. I am quite sure that there is no city called Wutan in our Star Luo Empire. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire said, there is no city called Wutan in our Tiando Empire. Could it be that this Wutan city is a small town built by this family in an unknown place? However, from the information gathered from the conversations of these family members, it doesn't seem to be the case. As everyone reached this point, they instinctively paused and waited. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong had no intention of explaining, they all understood and fell silent, redirecting their attention back to the comparison video. Brother Cangqiong. On the screen, a girl whose appearance could captivate countless people approached the silently standing Shen Cangqiong and called out to him. The comparison video also thoughtfully displayed her name and basic information beside her. Do I still have the right for you to call me that? Shen Cangqiong looked up at the charming girl and said bitterly, Brother Cangqiong, don't say that. No matter what others think of you, in Sun's heart. You will always be the strongest. The girl stepped forward, took the initiative to wrap her arm around Shen Cangqiong's, and said earnestly, "Hee hee." Upon seeing this, a smile finally appeared on Shen Cangqiong's face. He gently stroked the girl's hair, and then, amidst the jealous and disdainful voices of the other young men present, he left the testing area with the girl. Variant 1, Douluo World unknown. I also want a sister who will never leave me no matter what happens. The key is, this sister is incredibly beautiful. By the way, her name is Gu Suner. With such beauty, how could she possibly not be on the Rouge list? Variant 2, original Douluo World unknown. Indeed, that's something hard to understand. However, you are quite the pervert. Want to take advantage of your own sister. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the nameless one. What a joke for a bird to be a recipient. In this family, everyone else has the surname Shen, but only this one called Suner appears to have the surname Shen, while secretly she has the surname Gu. It's obvious that she is just a nominal sister. Variant 1 of the Douluo World anonymous. You are all thinking too simply. According to the patterns I've seen in various biographical novels, this Gu Suner must come from a significant background. If Shen Cangqiong had maintained his invincible cultivation talent from a few years ago, he might still have a chance to gain the recognition of Gu Suner's family. But with Shen Cangqiong's current strength of 3 segments of Do power, it's better to give up. Even if Gu Suner doesn't mind marrying a waste who can only remain at 3 segments of Do power for life, her family would definitely not agree. Therefore, the relationship between these two is destined to be a tragedy. In the world of Douluo, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong thought, although I don't know why Shen Cangqiong's cultivation has regressed and remained fixed at that so-called 3 segments of fighting power, and I also don't understand what this so-called 3 segments of fighting power really means. However, as long as the two are together and truly love each other, that is enough. Why bother with the idle gossip from the outside world? At worst, the two can find a secluded place to live in hiding. The scene unfolding with Shen Cangqiong reminded Bibi Dong of Yu Xiaojing, who also could never break through to level 30 in his lifetime. Moreover, in Guk Sunea, Bibi Dong saw her own shadow. Therefore, upon seeing someone say that Shen Cangqiong and Gu Suner in the scene were doomed to be a tragedy, Bibi Dong, having already projected herself onto Yu Xiaojing, instinctively retorted. At this moment, Bibi Dong was eager to see Shen Cangqiong and Gu Suner together to make up for the regret of her and Yu Xiaojing not being able to be together. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, nameless. Your Holiness the Pope is right. I was shallow. Shen Cangqiong and Gu Suner will definitely be together. Since the Pope has personally come forward to speak, what else can the nameless one, who doesn't believe in the love between Shen Cangqiong and Gu Suner, say? It can only be a wise choice to follow the heart. Variant 1 the Douluo World, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spear Hall. Let's continue watching. Bibi Dong was quite pleased with the other party's awareness of the situation and said lightly. The scene continues. It's been 3 years. My cultivation talent still shows no signs of recovery. Am I destined to be an ordinary person with only 3 levels of fighting power for the rest of my life? The moon is like a silver plate. The stars fill the sky. On the cliff's peak, Shen Cangqiong lies on the grass with his hands as a pillow, murmuring, "Hee hee, little guy, it seems you need some help." Just as Shen Cangqiong's words fell, a chuckle from an old man suddenly came from beside him. What the hell? Who? In the dead of night, in a deserted place, a voice suddenly appeared, and no matter who it was, they would be startled. Don't look for me. I'm in the ring on your hand. Seeing Shen Cangqiong scanning the surroundings with a vigilant expression, the old man's voice floated over again. What? Shen Cangqiong abruptly raised his left hand, staring in shock at the ancient ring on his index finger. You've really worked hard these 3 years. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how long I would have to sleep in this ring. At this moment, a transparent figure also emerged from the ring in Shen Cangqiong's hand. Are you saying that my regression in cultivation over these 3 years was caused by you? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong's face suddenly darkened. It seems so, but I was also helpless. How about this? I'll give you enough compensation. What do you think? The transparent figure also seemed quite embarrassed and awkwardly proposed the idea of compensation. Chapter 62. 2 Compensations Variant 1 Douluo World. Shuiyu Error from Shuiyu Academy. What's going on with this old man? Is he a humanoid, intelligent martial soul? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Chihua Academy. Huwu. Shuiyu Error. Can you please stop having such astonishing ideas? Whoever marries you in the future will definitely be tormented by your imaginative thoughts. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Shuiyu Error said, at night, I am also tormented by him quite a bit, right? So it's only reasonable and fair for me to torment him during the day. After saying this, Shui Wu suddenly felt a chill on her back and turned around awkwardly, only to see Shui Binger looking at her with a gaze that seemed like she wanted to stab her. She quickly assured in a low voice, "I definitely won't speak carelessly again." Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy's back mountain. Shen Cangqiong, what is going on with this old man? Unlike the others in the bullet screen area, Lu Erlong had no interest in guessing like them. Instead, he smiled and directly asked Shen Cangqiong, "How should this be explained?" Let me think. At this point in time on Douluo continent, the concepts of spirit or soul do not exist, which left Shen Cangqiong somewhat at a loss for words. Let us put it this way. You can think of him as a person without a body. In any case, he is currently in a state where his physical body has been destroyed, but he is still alive. If this state must be named, it could be called spirit or soul, or it could be referred to as divine soul. Fortunately, after careful thought, Shen Cangqiong managed to explain the current situation of Yao Lao in the simplest terms. I see. Lu Erlong nodded, seemingly understanding. In fact, among those present who heard Shen Cangqiong's explanation, apart from the little rabbit Xiao Wu who seemed to be pondering, the others were just like Lu Erlong, appearing to understand, yet not quite grasping the concept. Let's continue watching. Seeing this, Shen Cangqiong felt helpless. It always takes time for people to accept new things. However, for some reason, Shen Cangqiong always felt that this plot was a bit strange, and if he remembered correctly, Yao Lao should have appeared after the engagement was annulled. I hope I'm overthinking it. Shen Cangqiong murmured to himself as he looked at the comparison video. Compensation? Do you know how I've spent the last 3 years? In the footage, Shen Cangqiong gritted his teeth. I know, although I've been in a deep sleep, I can still vaguely understand some situations outside. In fact, during these 3 years, although you have suffered a lot of grievances, your temperament has also been tempered during this time. Overall, you could be considered to have gained something from this misfortune. The transparent old man said earnestly. Then I really thank you. Shen Cangqiong tightened his fists. How about this? I have a nameless true method that I found in a mysterious relic, and I will give it to you. Additionally, I can teach you alchemy, allowing you to become an alchemist. How do you feel about these 2 compensations? Noticing Shen Cangqiong's increasingly grim expression, the transparent old man hurriedly shifted the topic back to compensation and proposed a compensation plan. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shui Wu Academy. Wow. That special bonus of the unnamed true method has appeared. Now, there should finally be an explanation about what the unnamed true method actually is. In the 1 variant Douluo World at the Xiao Academy, Hu Wu said, speaking of which, this transparent old man can refine medicine. Could it be that he has some connection with the family? The leader of the Yang family, Yang Wu, from a variant Douluo World, said, absolutely impossible. If this transparent old man really has a connection with our Yang family, then how could I not know who he is? And how could I not know whether he is human or something else? The most important thing is, if this old man is truly related to our Yang family, then why does no one in our Yang family possess this unnamed true method's special enhancement to rank in the top 10 of the talent list? Yang Wu cannot afford to get involved in such matters. Otherwise, our Yang family might really become a part of history on the Douluo continent. In variant 1 of the Douluo World at the Water Ice Academy, Shui Binger says, this old man definitely has nothing to do with the Yang family. Look closely. Every time the old man mentions alchemy and alchemists, he has a proud expression. Even Shen Cangqiong's demeanor changes from extreme dissatisfaction to suddenly becoming serious when discussing alchemy and alchemists with the old man. I don't mean to offend the Yang family, but considering the pills they produce, it seems they don't really have the qualifications to receive such attention from Shen Cangqiong, the leader of the Yang family, Yang Wu, from the first variant of the Douluo World. Although the words of the girl from the Shui family may sound unpleasant, the truth is as such. Our Yang family can only refine some healing pills, but these healing pills are of little use to true powerhouses, and ordinary cultivators can't afford them. One could say they are essentially worthless. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Young Clan leader by Cangqiong. Whether it's the nameless true method or being an alchemist, won't we find the answers as we continue to watch? What's the point of making random guesses here now? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the family, Yang Wu, Shen Cangqiong is right. You'll know if you keep watching. I believe the comparison video will surely prove my Yang family's worth. The scene continues. Being able to become a pharmacist is naturally good. But what rank of pharmacist are you? Can you really teach me? With your current soul state, you might struggle to protect yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have absorbed my fighting spirit for 3 years straight. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong, after some simple conversation with the old man in front of him, has calmed down. You little brat, still testing me. Don't worry. I may not dare to say about other things, but when it comes to being a pharmacist, teaching you is more than enough. As for what rank of pharmacist I am, let me put it this way. Based on what I've learned from you, the strongest pharmacist in the Gamma Empire, Gu He, is nothing in front of me. The transparent old man stood with his hands behind his back, quite proudly. Humph, blowing your own horn without a script. Gu He is a 6th-rank pharmacist. Not to mention in the Gamma Empire, he is also one of the top existences among the nearby empires. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes, not fully believing what the old man said. Chapter 63. Tang San is being typical again. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Emperor Xiao of the Tiando Empire, Gamma Emperor, and several other nearby emperors. Did I hear that wrong? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Emperor Dai Xianfeng of the Star Luo Empire. You heard it right. Given the current situation, either the comparison video is fake, or the video features another world. After all, neither the so-called 6th-level alchemist, nor the Do Qi and Do power exists in our Douluo continent. Variant 1 Douluo World. Heavenly Do Empire. Emperor Xia. Young Master Shun. Can you explain this to us? Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. It is indeed another world. There is no need to conceal this at all. As the plot deepens, anyone who is not a supreme fool can see this. Unfortunately, while Shen Cangqiong thinks this is inconsequential, the others on Douluo continent do not share the same opinion. Almost at the moment Shen Cangqiong admitted that it was another world, people from both worlds erupted once again. In fact, the commotion caused this time far surpassed any previous occurrences. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Yu wearer from the Shui Yu Academy. Brother Cangqiong. I didn't expect you to come from another world. By the way, do you remember how to go back? Can you take me with you to have a look? Variant 1 Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. Unable to return for the time being. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Crown Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire. That's really a pity. If we could go there, perhaps our Douluo continent could unite to conquer it. Davis thought that if he could secure a new territory for the Star Luo Empire, he might be directly granted the title of Crown Prince for his merits. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. You should be grateful that Douluo continent is not connected to that place. Otherwise, Douluo continent would have been renamed long ago. What does Variant 1 Douluo World Star Luo Emperor Prince Davis mean? Is our Douluo continent that weak? Variant 1 Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. Hehe. The ranks in that world, from low to high, are divided into 9 levels of Do Qi, followed by Do Shi to Do Shi, Do Ling, Do Wang, Do Huang, Do Zong. Do Zun, 9 transitions Do Zun, low, middle, and high half-saint, Do Sheng, and Do Di. And just one Do Huang from that world can destroy your Star Luo Empire in a single day. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Yu wearer from Shrek Academy. No way. Doesn't that mean we're in great danger? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. Don't worry. Those who have the ability to come over are not interested in our Douluo continent. And those who are interested in our Douluo continent but lack the ability to come over are of no use. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Yu wearer from Shuihua Academy. That's good. You really startled me. In the world of Douluo, the first variant titled Snow Qinghe, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Brother Shun, what level of power does a Do Huang over there correspond to in our Douluo continent? In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, a low-level Do Wang roughly corresponds to an ordinary title Douluo, a mid-level Do Wang to a super Douluo, a high-level Do Wang to a peerless Douluo, and a peak Do Wang to a half-god peak. As for what level a Do Huang corresponds to in Douluo continent, I don't need to explain that, right? Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe, Qian Renshua, gasped and fell silent. In fact, at this moment, not only was Qian Renshua silent, but even the 2 worlds that had been boiling with excitement suddenly became quiet. Although these ordinary people did not even understand what peerless Douluo and half-god meant. They knew that these 2 realms were definitely stronger than title Douluo and the super Douluo level they had just learned about. At this time, the scene continued. Forget it. I believe you are better than that ancient river. Now let's talk about this unnamed true method. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, as if to comfort the transparent old man who was puffing out his beard and glaring. This can't be discussed. I mentioned before that this unnamed true method was found in a mysterious relic. At that time, I had the chance to study this unnamed true method in detail before being ambushed and my body was destroyed. Later, after I barely escaped in spirit form, I fell into a deep sleep not long after. However, I can tell you about the peculiarities of this unnamed true method. Other cultivation methods, once created, remain fixed in their rank forever. But the rank of this unnamed true method will increase along with the cultivation realm of the practitioner and can be infinitely improved. As he spoke, the transparent old man's expression clearly darkened. I see. Then I will accept it. By the way, although you absorbed my doqi for 3 years, the 2 compensations you offered have clearly far exceeded the losses you caused me. Do you have anything you need me to do? I will definitely not refuse as long as I can do it. Shen Cangqiong noticed that the old man's mood seemed to have suddenly worsened. So he did not continue to haggle, but instead gave his own promise. I hope that when your strength is sufficient, you can help me refine a new body. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong was quite straightforward, the transparent old man suppressed the anger that arose from recalling past events and nodded in satisfaction. Help you refine a new body? How do we do that? Hearing the transparent old man's peculiar request, Shen Cangqiong was taken aback and felt quite troubled. Don't worry, I have a method for refining bodies. When you reach the realm where you can refine a body, I will tell you the method. The transparent old man said. He understood Shen Cangqiong's difficulties. After all, Wutan City was just a small, insignificant town, and families in such a small town naturally did not have methods for refining bodies, or even might not have heard of them. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shui Wei Academy. Brother Cangqiong is truly a kind person. He knows how to be grateful and repay kindness. If it were that Tang San in this situation, he might take the compensation but still hold a grudge against that transparent old man. Variant 1 Douluo World Blaze Academy Xiao Wu, Shui Wearer. You have already found the path to death. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shin Feng Academy, Feng Xiaotian. Shui Wearer, you should be more careful. Don't let that Tang San come looking for you. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor Ain, without a body. Can it really be remade? Chapter 64. The cancellation of the engagement plot. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. It is possible, of course, but there are no heavenly materials and earthly treasures on Douluo continent that can refine a body. Variant 1 the Douluo World. Ain, the 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor. You tell me. Many heavenly materials and earthly treasures grow in places truly untouched by human presence. And those kinds of places are ones you humans may never have the chance to see. However, as the 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor, I have still been to many dangerous and treasure-filled locations. This is not Ain bragging. She has indeed seen many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, many of those treasures were of no use to her, so she didn't take much. The mindset of the Soul Beast clan is ultimately different from that of humans. Even though Ain had already transformed into a human form at that time, she still maintained her pure character of only taking what was useful to her. Title 1 Variant The World Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. Our Spirit Hall also has quite a few treasures. If possible, I would like to refine a new body. On the other side, after hesitating for a while, Bibi Dong finally made up her mind and said, the main reason is that there are very few people who know about the incident that happened to her back then, and she's not afraid of being guessed at by those who do not know the truth. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Alright, since you want to know, I don't mind sharing. To refine a new body, the first thing you need is strange fire. Do you have any? Or do you know where to find strange fire? Variant 1 the Douluo World 100,000 Years Blue Silver Emperor Ain. Alien fire? What kind of item is that? Can you elaborate? Variant 1 World Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. Everyone, has anyone heard of? Those who can provide information about will be heavily rewarded. At this moment, Bibi Dong really hopes that Yu Xiaojiang can step forward to provide news about. After all, that knowledgeable Yu Xiaojiang is the one she is most fascinated by. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. In simple terms, strange fire is a peculiar flame that is born from the world. Anyway, as you continue reading, you will have a clearer understanding of what is. In the first variant of the Douluo World, 100,000 years later, Blue Silver Emperor Ain said, Alright. Ain helplessly shifted her focus back to the comparison video. There was no way around it, even though she had seen a lot. She was completely at a loss regarding the matter of strange fire. Meanwhile, on Bibi Dong's side, after waiting for a while, she still didn't see any comments from Yu Xiaojiang or anyone providing information about the, and, similarly disappointed, she redirected her attention back to the comparison video. At the same time, the scene continued. In the following period, due to Shen Cangqiong's recovery of his cultivation talent, in order to make up for the 3 years of blank cultivation time and the decline in his level caused by being absorbed by the medicinal elder, Shen Cangqiong entered a state of forgetful cultivation day and night. Soon, a whole month passed in this monotonous and tedious routine. On this day, the Shen family welcomed a group of distinguished guests. Shen clan leader, let's be straightforward. This time I brought Yanran here to actually propose the annulment of the engagement with your Shen Cangqiong. In the Shen family's conference hall, the leading guest, after taking a sip of tea, directly stated this in front of Shen Cangqiong and the other clan leaders in the hall, with an indifferent expression. There was not the slightest sense of awkwardness that one would expect when visiting someone else's home to slap the host in the face. Everything seemed so natural. Yanran, is this annulment your family's intention or your own? Upon hearing this, Shen Zhan did not respond to the speaker Guyi, but instead directed his sharp gaze toward the quietly seated and silent Nalan Yanran. It is my own intention. The family is not aware of this matter. Faced with Shen Zhan's straightforward inquiry, Nalan Yanran knew she couldn't avoid it and calmly admitted that the annulment was her idea. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui wearer from the Shui Academy. Wow, this guy named Nalan Yanran is really too bad. Boo-hoo. My poor brother Tang San. In the first variant of the Douluo World at the Chihua Academy, Wu. Actually, Nalan Yanran wanting to break off the engagement is not wrong in itself. After all, when one has the ability to make their own choices, no one wants to be with someone they've never met before. But her mistake lies in the fact that if you want to break off the engagement, why not do it quietly? Why make such a big fuss and let everyone know you are here to break off the engagement? This is such a foolish act. Furthermore, from the information presented in this comparison video about Nalan Yanran, it shows that the Shen family and her Nalan family have a long-standing friendship. However, Nalan Yanran's actions make it seem to those who are unaware of the relationship between the Shen family and the Nalan family that they are actually bitter enemies, rather than friends. Xiao Wu has a fiery temper, but her personality is straightforward. She always says what she thinks and never favors one side for any reason. In the Douluo World, the director of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, said, "What's the point of saying so much? If you ask me, everything else is just an excuse from Nalan Yanran. The only truth is that Nalan Yanran is someone who is extremely obsessed with power. Otherwise, why didn't she come to annul the engagement when Tang Cangqiong had his cultivation talent? It was only after Tang Cangqiong's cultivation talent disappeared due to that Yaoshan that she came to annul the engagement. Although 3 years have passed in between, who knows if Nalan Yanran was waiting for Tang Cangqiong's cultivation talent to recover and then realized that it seemed like Tang Cangqiong's talent really wouldn't come back, which is why she finally made up her mind to annul the engagement. Right now, Lu Erlong was very angry. Her Shen Cangqiong had never suffered such great humiliation. If Nalan Yanran appeared in front of her now, she would definitely let the other party know what the wrath of a Tyrannosaurus truly means. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Alright, there's no need to argue about this. Let's just continue watching. Shen Cangqiong said with a wry smile. He realized that if he didn't intervene, the topic of the annulment would be discussed for an indefinite period. At least, the person next to him, Lu Erlong, had already smashed several chairs in frustration. If he hadn't pulled Lu Erlong back to his side because he couldn't bear to watch any longer, it was likely that everyone present would have to stand and watch the comparison video. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Water Moon Air of the Water Academy. I'll listen to Brother Tang Cangqiong. I want to see if, after this Nalan Yanran learns that Brother Tang Cangqiong's cultivation talent has been restored, she will regret it so much that she wants to crash into a wall. Chapter 65, A Little Trap with a Jade Xiaojiang Chief Shun. Please don't be angry yet. We also know that this annulment will have quite an impact on the Shen family. Therefore, our Lord's sect master specifically asked me to bring a gift, treating it as an apology. Saying this, Guyi took out a box containing a pill from his spatial ring and opened it, placing it on the table beside him. Gathering Qi pill. As soon as the pill appeared before everyone in the reception room, those who had been gloating over Shen Zhan and Shen Cangqiong suddenly gasped, and their greed was unmasked in their eyes. This gathering Qi pill was personally refined by Master Gu, he from our sect. Seeing the expressions of the Shen family, Guyi felt quite pleased and began to speak excitedly. Mr. Guyi, you should take this pill back. The matter between Miss Nalan and me cannot be so easily dismissed. After Guyi finished speaking, Shen Cangqiong stood up and said, and then, amidst the reprimands from the Shen family's decision-makers in the hall, walked in front of Nalan Yanran. I don't like you. Can't you tell? Looking at the clothes Shen Cangqiong, a hint of displeasure flashed in Nalan Yanran's eyes, and her tone was very cold. I don't like you either, but our marriage was promised by your grandfather and my father. Now that you come here to annul the marriage, what do you think of your grandfather? Shen Cangqiong's voice was equally cold. This is my business. It has nothing to do with my grandfather. Nalan Yanran said impatiently. There was one thing she didn't say outright. With the support of Yunlan's sect and her own teacher, a mere Nalan family was nothing. If it weren't for her reputation, she wouldn't even bother to associate with the Nalen family. Hee. Why do I hear disdain for your grandfather in your voice? Forget it, a daughter-in-law like you, even if given to me for free, I wouldn't dare to take. After saying this, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the hall, Shen Cangqiong swiftly wrote a divorce letter, threw it into Nalen Yinran's arms, and then turned around and left without looking back. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui wearer from Shui Academy. Hee. That's more like it. She came to annul the engagement, but ended up being annulled instead. Brother Cangqiong did a great job. In the first variant of the Douluo continent, Xiao Xiaojiang said, Shen Cangqiong, will you be able to refine that qi gathering pill mentioned in the comparison video? Yu Xiaojiang was filled with excitement. In his mind, he had even imagined himself, with the help of Lu Erlong, obtaining countless qi gathering pills from Shen Cangqiong, and then achieving the title of Douluo. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Why are you asking about this? Shen Cangqiong plans to see what Yu Xiaojiang wants to do, and also to see if there are any opportunities to trick Yu Xiaojiang. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shrek's Yu Xiaojiang. If you can refine them, could you help me refine a few? That said, Yu Xiaojiang doesn't really just want a few and be done with it. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. I won't say whether I can refine the gathering qi pill. Even if I can, how much are you planning to pay me to refine the gathering qi pill? In the Douluo continent, Shrek's Yu Xiaojiang asked, how much do you want? Yu Xiaojiang frowned. He didn't have any money at all. If it weren't for the subsidies from the spirit hall, he would have starved to death long ago. However, at this critical moment, he couldn't show weakness, or he would lose face in front of everyone for both worlds. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, even without considering the cost of refining the qi gathering pill, the labor cost for making one would be at least around 1,000 gold soul coins. Variant 1 Douluo World Shrek Yu Xiaojiang. So expensive? Yu Xiaojiang almost spat out his old blood. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Haven't you published several books? This 1,000 gold soul coins for the manual labor should be a drop in a bucket for you. Variant 1 Douluo World Shrek Yu Xiaojiang this. When asked about the sore spot, Yu Xiaojiang's face immediately turned extremely dark, but there was nowhere to erupt. Variant number 1. In the Douluo World, the Spirit Hall's second enshrinement, Golden Crocodile Douluo He. This master's books were all published with money from someone within our Spirit Hall. Otherwise, it would be strange for those books with such nonsensical content to be released. In the end, Golden Crocodile gave Bibi Dong a bit of face, not directly naming her as the one helping Yu Xiaojiang publish the books. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. So that's how it is. In that case, master, don't think about the gathering spirit pill anymore. The 1,000 gold soul coins are just my labor fee. If you really want to refine a finished gathering spirit pill, you won't get away with anything less than several 100,000 gold soul coins. I'm still saying the same thing. There are no materials for refining gathering spirit pills on the Douluo continent. If you must refine a gathering spirit pill, you will have to use those rare treasures with similar effects as substitutes. But the true rare treasures are worth a fortune, and I believe even without me saying it. You should understand, master. Variant 1, Douluo World, Shrek's Yu Xiaojiang. I understand. Let's continue watching the comparison video. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened further. He shouldn't have had any expectations for Shen Cangqiong. As expected, Shen Cangqiong made him embarrassed again with just a few words. And that gold crocodile that deserved to be cut down was also incredibly detestable. Sooner or later, I will destroy your spirit hall. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang was secretly thinking in his heart. On the other side, the scene continued. Brother Cangqiong, I might be leaving soon. Over here, Shen Cangqiong caught up with the departing Shen Cangqiong, saying somewhat sadly, are you going back to your family? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong stopped and, after a moment of silence, asked, as expected, Brother Cangqiong already knows that I am not from the Shen family. Shen Cangqiong es mit Zulmavat faucetly. The elders in the family don't even regard my father, the head of the Shen family, with any respect. However, as long as you, Sunner, say a word, they immediately behave, which says a lot. Sunner, you must come from a powerful family, right? Shen Cangqiong gently brushed the long hair of the girl in front of him and asked his inner doubts. I come from an ancient family, the ancient clan. In the future, when Brother Cangqiong becomes strong, you must come to the middle domain ancient clan to find Sunner. Sunner seemed to be saying goodbye, reluctantly leaning on Shen Cangqiong's shoulder. Chapter 66, Curiosity Variant 1, Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Back Mountain. What? Shen Cangqiong looked at the increasingly absurd plot in the comparison video. His heart skipped a beat. The previous plot about the engagement being broken had changed, so he didn't say much, But now there was also a plot about Sunner wanting to leave, which made Shen Cangqiong, who was familiar with the storyline, suddenly feel that the runaway golden finger was indeed planning to create some twists. Forget it. After all, this golden finger has never let me down. It could do whatever it wants. Why should I overthink? Just treat it as watching an anime. Speaking of which, now that the plot has been altered by this golden finger, even I'm a bit curious about what happens next. After a moment of entanglement, Shen Cangqiong exhaled and thought to himself, quite straightforwardly. The comparison video continued. Kid, if you still want to see that girl, then you need to double your efforts in cultivation. Otherwise, Yao Lao didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear to everyone. Yao Lao, do you know Sunta's family? In the video, Shen Cangqiong, who had been in a daze, perked up upon hearing Yao Lao's words. Do you really want to know? The truth might shock you. Yao Lao hestita. Just say it. I want to be shocked. No matter what Sunner's identity is. It will only make my motivation for cultivation even stronger, Shen Cangqiong said. All right. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's serious expression, Yao Lao nodded, and after organizing his word a bit, he began to recount. The cultivation realms on this continent from low to high are as follows. 9 stages of Do Qi, Do Shi, Do Master, Grand Do Master. Do Ling, Do Wang, Do Huang, Do Zone, Do Zun, 9-turn Do Zun, Low, Middle, High, Half Saint, Do Saint, and Do Di. Among the 4 domains outside the central region, a force with a Do Wang strongman can become an upper-level force that dominates a region. A force with a Do Huang strongman can build a large imperial force. A force with a Do Zong strongman can become an extraordinary hegemonic force. However, the Do Wang and Do Huang strongmen, who are invincible in the other 4 domains, can at most only be mid-level within the major forces in the central region. Even super strongmen like Do Zong, who can reign in the other 4 domains, can only become high-level members within those forces. But that's not all. Above countless major forces in the central region, there are many super major forces. Among these super major forces, even Do Zun strongmen can only become ordinary high-level members. Only those who enter the special realm of 9-turn Do Zun can become ancestors within the sect. At this point, Yao Lao glanced to the already dumbfounded Shen Cangqiong with a half-smile and said, What's wrong? Feeling stimulated? There's still a lot more to say. Huh? No. I'm just a bit shocked. I didn't expect the outside world to be so vast. I used to be somewhat narrow-minded, Shen Cangqiong thought in his heart, already acknowledging Yao Lao's previous statement that the 3 years of silence were a kind of training for him. Hee. This is just the beginning. At this moment, Yao Chun smiled mischievously, and under Shen Cangqiong's mixed expression of anticipation and wryness, he continued, in fact, whether it's those major forces in the central region or those super major forces, they're merely the most powerful forces on the surface. In reality, the ones truly controlling the entire central region are the few supreme forces. Within these supreme forces, Do Zun is no longer a rare existence. Only those who have transitioned from 1-turn to 9-turn Do Zun can be considered the backbone. However, to become the true decision-maker who speaks with authority, one must reach the legendary half-saint realm to secure a place. After this, there is the final stage. That is the ancient imperial clans that have dominated the entire continent for hundreds of thousands of years, unknown to ordinary people. The family to which that girl belongs is one of the top ancient clans among the ancient imperial clans. Variant one of the Douluo World. Nameless. I said it before. This Sunner's identity is definitely not simple. See? I was right. Variant one of the Douluo World. Nameless. So what if you guessed right? What I'm thinking now is what kind of power can exist for hundreds of thousands of years? Variant 1. Unknown in the Douluo World. No matter what kind of power can exist for so long, I only know that such a power must be unimaginably strong. Variant 2. Unknown in the original Douluo World. According to what Shen Cangqiong explained earlier, a Do Wang level expert corresponds to a title Duo at the peak of demigod on our Douluo continent. Wait, I suddenly realized a problem. After reaching the peak of demigod on our Douluo continent, it seems that there are no higher realms. In the number 1 variant of the Douluo World, the Nameless, there should be new realms beyond the peak of demigods. After all, before we learned from comparison videos about the 3 realms of Super Duo, Peerless Duo, and the peak of demigods, we only knew that the highest realm for soul masters was titled Douluo, right? Variant one of the Douluo World Anonymous. What a bunch of idiots. From the phrase demigod peak and the topics of sea god island and the sea god, one can infer that after the realm of demigod peak, it must be a god. Variant one of the Douluo World Unknown. That makes a lot of sense. Why didn't I think of that? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Unknown. That's why he said you were all foolish. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, nameless, even if there's a realm of gods later on. So what? Let us not forget that our world's demigod peak can only be a local tyrant in that world, merely ruling over a rural area. Even if the realm of gods corresponds to Do Huang and Do Zone, it is still just a slightly bigger weakling. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous, TSK. Whatever Shen Cangqiong says, you all believe it, really brainless. Anyway, I don't believe our world is this weak. Chapter 67. Healing medicine causes a stir among healing-type soul masters. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Yu Academy. Brother Tang Qiong. Do you know what realm comes after the peak of demigod? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Tier 3 God, Tier 2 God, Tier 1 God, Supreme God, and the possibly existing Creator God. In the Douluo continent world of Variant 1, Shui Wearer from the Shrek Academy says, there are only 5 realms left, all counted. The first variant of the Douluo World Spear Hall's Grand Priest Douluo, Shen Cangqiong. How do you know so clearly about the realm of the gods? Douluo is quite puzzled. Even though their Qian family is the descendant of the first-generation angel god, he did not have such a clear understanding of the classification of the realms of the gods. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. It's from ancient texts. Shen Cangqiong still uses this reason. Anyway, others cannot verify whether this reason is true or false. Variant 1 Douluo World Spear Hall Grand Offering Douluo. Can you show me that ancient book? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. After watching, I don't know where I threw it. In fact, many questions you can completely ask the comparison video, as long as it's not a secret that can't be mentioned. It should be able to answer. Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. That's right, I've answered others' questions about comparison videos more than once before. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. Let me give it a try. Comparison video. Can you tell me all the realms of the Soul Master profession? Comparison video. Shen Cangqiong has already told you, and there is nothing wrong with what he said. Variant 1 the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. Truly worthy of being Brother Cangqiong. Strong and knowledgeable. Variant 1 Douluo World. Qihua Academy's Wu. Shen Cangqiong. No matter how powerful and knowledgeable you are, that doesn't belong to you. You should honestly watch the comparison videos. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. That is hard to say. Just as Shui Wearer was about to say something shocking, Shui Binger, who had been paying close attention to her every word and action, shot her a glare, making Shui Wearer feel wronged and hesitant to continue speaking. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Ever since learning about Sun's true identity from Elder Yao, Shen Cangqiong had begun training day and night. In fact, this time, since he no longer needed to accompany Sun periodically, Shen Cangqiong had almost reached the point of not stepping outside at all. As time passed day by day, it slowly reached 9 months later. On this day, something felt strange. The elders and managers in the family all had gloomy faces. Could something have happened? Having just become a fighter again, Shen Cangqiong was about to share this good news with Shen Zhan when he noticed that something seemed to be wrong in the family. And he couldn't help but wonder, why not just go and see? The voice of Elder Yao echoed in his mind. Well, I was planning to find my father anyway. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong nodded. 1 hour later, in Shen Cangqiong's room. Old Yao, you claim to be more powerful than Gu He. So do you have any healing medicine that is better than this from the Jiaoya family? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong looked at the healing medicine on the table that he had bought from the Jiaoya family shop and asked Old Yao beside him. This is just the most useless healing medicine. I can easily find a prescription for a healing medicine here that is several times better than this. Old Yao sniffed the medicine bottle disdainfully. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take it out. Hearing Old Yao say this, Shen Cangqiong's eyes lit up, and he directly extended his hand to Old Yao. That's good. I originally planned to teach you how to refine medicine after you break through to a fighter, but now it's just the right opportunity to let you try refining the simplest healing medicine first. Old Yao nodded and took out the lowest level healing medicine prescription from his spatial ring. I will refine it? Shen Cangqiong blinked. Of course you will refine it. I'm not interested in refining such low-level pills. Old Yao rolled his eyes. Can I do it? Shen Cangqiong hesitated a bit. Whether you can or not, you'll know after trying. Let's go. We need to go to the auction in the city to buy some herbs needed for refining healing medicine. After saying that, Old Yao's figure flashed and returned to the ring on Shen Cangqiong's hand. Variant won the Douluo World, clan leader of the Yu family, Niugao, Old Yang. Take a look at the healing medicine's effect from others, and then look at the effect of the healing medicine produced by your Yang family. I feel embarrassed for you. Variant one of the Douluo World, the leader of the Min family, Bai He. You're blushing a bit too early. Didn't you hear that Old Yao said these healing medicines are all trash. The leader of the Yang family, Yang Wu, in the variant Douluo World. My two old brothers. Please don't make fun of me. Over there, their alchemists have already formed a complete system, while on our Douluo continent, apart from my Yang family, there isn't a single other alchemist. In this situation, everything needs to be explored by our Yang family ourselves. How can we possibly compare to them? Variant 1 Douluo World. 9 Hearts Begonia family patriarch Yi Linglong. If one day, we can also refine healing medicine as effective as this in Douluo continent, then all healing-type soul masters would lose their value of existence. Variant number 1. The leader of the Broken One clan in the Douluo World. Yang Wu, Master Yi. You are overthinking it. Let me put it this way. If my Yang family relies solely on ourselves to research healing potions, then at least for several hundred years, we would definitely not be able to develop a formula with effects comparable to the healing potion in the comparison video. Just as Yi Linglong finished speaking, Yang Wu suddenly felt a chill sweep over him, realizing that he was being targeted by countless healing-type soul masters. So he quickly started to explain in the barrage section. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, family head of the 9-Heart Begonia family, Yi Linglong. Is it really that difficult? Yi Linglong was somewhat skeptical. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the Puff family, Yang Wu. It will only be harder than what I said. Yang Wu said without any hesitation. In fact, at this moment, he didn't dare to hesitate, fearing that those healing-type soul masters would misunderstand him as hiding something. There was no way around it. Healing-type soul masters seemed to have no combat power, but their ability to heal made countless soul masters choose to befriend them for emergencies. Chapter 68. The Decision of a 9 Hearts Si Tang Family. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the head of the 9 Hearts Begonia family, Yi Linglong. Young Master Shun. What do you think of what Yang Wu said? Yi Linglong does not trust Yang Wu and also wants to test Shen Cangqiong's attitude towards healing soul masters and healing medicine. After all, she could summon people from the Spirit Hall to easily deal with Yang Wu, but when facing Shen Cangqiong, she knows that the people from the Spirit Hall would not go against Shen Cangqiong for the sake of her 9 Hearts Begonia family. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, the Yang family doesn't have the money to research better healing potions. For such matters, without the support of hundreds of millions of gold soul coins, it can only result in a futile effort. However, alchemy and alchemists will definitely emerge. The only uncertainty is just a matter of time. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Patriarch Yang Wu of the Piji clan. Finally, someone who understands. Creating a healing potion with good effects is not so easy. Yang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. After the calamity that struck the Piji clan back in the day, they can no longer withstand any turmoil. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the head of the 9 Hearts Si Tang family, Yi Linglong. I understand. Director Liu, after this outdoor training of the Tiando Royal Academy is over, I will bring my daughter, Yi Lingling, to your academy to study. I hope you can take good care of her at that time. Yi Linglong understood Shen Cangqiong's meaning. Since they could not stop the emergence of the healing medicine, it would be better to join in early so that her Yi family would not be too passive in the future. Moreover, Yi Linglong was also deeply attached to that soul-guiding bubble. The Dean of Blue Sky Academy, Liu Erlong. In the first variant of the Douluo World, head of the Yi family, rest assured, Miss Yi will be personally taught by Tang San, and her talent for cultivation will not be wasted. Variant 1 Douluo World, 9 Hearts Si Tang family leader Yi Linglong. Thank you. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Chief Commissioner of the Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Xinji, said, Master Yi, are you not considering it anymore? At this moment, Meng Xinji felt quite pained. If Yi Lingling left the Tiando Royal Academy, their team would be missing an absolute powerhouse. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, head of the 9 Hearts Si Tang family, Yi Linglong. There's no need to think about it anymore. Yi Linglong replied decisively. She wasn't the kind of person who was unreasonable, but mainly because the Tiando Royal Academy was not performing well. In the past elite competitions, Team Tiando had basically been eliminated in the first round without exception. Under such circumstances, it seemed like there was no difference whether her daughter was there or not. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, anonymity. Sigh. The first healing family has compromised so quickly. What are we ordinary healing soul masters supposed to do in the future? Continue comparing the video. Old medicine. What should I do now? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had already obtained a considerable amount of medicinal materials for refining healing potions, both bought and on credit from the auction. Hee. Your luck with women is really something. Just lost a younger sister, and now another older sister is coming right away. Floating out from the ring. Old medicine first teased Shen Cangqiong with a smile, and then in Shen Cangqiong's rather awkward state, began to slowly teach him the method of alchemy. Soon, the room was filled only with the sound of flames burning and the crackling noise produced by the refining of the medicinal materials. In the variant Douluo World, at the Tsinghua Academy, Xiao Wu said, "So this is how alchemy is done?" However, the reason they must have both fire and wood attributes to refine pills is that their so-called fire attribute cannot generate flames on its own for a long time without relying on the wood attribute. But fire attribute soul masters on Douluo continent are different. We don't need the help of the wood attribute to continuously produce flames. Haha, it seems that this alchemist position is just the profession prepared for me. No, I must give it a try another day. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Water Academy. Fire dance's eyes. I see clearly. Fire dance's mind. I have learned. Fire dance's hand. Got it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu. Shui wearer. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Plant Academy. Yao Zi. Xiao Wu. Have you forgotten that to become a pharmacist, in addition to having fire and wood attributes, you must also have strong soul power? Do you understand what soul power means? Variant 1 Douluo World. Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu. Of course I know what soul power is. Didn't the medicine elder already explain this in the comparison videos? Just wait. Once I develop the healing potion, I'll give each of you a share. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Feng Xiaodian from Feng Xiao Academy. Sister Xiao Wu, keep going. I will definitely cherish the healing medicine you gave me as a family heirloom. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Water Academy. Feng Xiaotian is still clever, under the pretense of treating it as a family heirloom to give you his things, making you feel touched. In reality, he is afraid that the so-called healing medicine you create not only won't heal wounds, but will instead poison him to death. Variant 1 Douluo World. Wind Academy. Feng Xiaodian. I did not, don't talk nonsense. Variant 1 Douluo World. Tsinghua Academy. Xiao Wu Shuang. Haha. In fact, Shui Weir is right. Anyway, I wouldn't dare to use the healing medicine refined by Xiao Wu. In the variant world of Douluo, at the Tsinghua Academy, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Brother!" Seeing that even my own brother is teasing me, Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger, which only drew more teasing from her friends. Meanwhile, as everyone was joking, the comparison video continued. Old Yao, take a look. Did the healing medicine I crafted succeed this time? Shen Cangqiong looked at Old Yao with some excitement. After more than 10 attempts, he finally managed to complete all the refining steps without failing halfway. It's barely acceptable. Old Yao nodded after examining the finished healing medicine in Shen Cangqiong's hand. Barely acceptable? Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong's excited expression faltered, feeling somewhat depressed. You did very well. I remember that when I refined healing medicine for the first time, I failed over 100 times before I managed to grasp the basics. In fact, Old Yao was even more frustrated than Shen Cangqiong. As a respected master of medicine, his previous talent for alchemy had always been a source of pride for him. Yet today he faced a significant setback in front of this young man. Chapter 69. Body refining spiritual liquid in the following days. Shen Cangqiong stayed locked in his room, continuously refining healing medicine, while the situation in the Shen family grew increasingly severe. Bang! The Jieli family is really too much. The third elder slammed the table in the family council hall in anger. If it doesn't work out, we'll have to confront the Jieli family head-on. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the worse it will be for us. The second elder also spoke coldly. Patriarch, make a decision. Our Shen family has no way out. After the second and third elders finished speaking, the first elder also expressed the desire to take the initiative. It's just some healing medicine, yet it has thrown the three of you elders into such disarray. Aren't you usually quite capable? Just as Shenjian weighed the pros and cons, wanting to say something, a somewhat mischievous voice suddenly rang out from outside the council hall, drawing everyone's attention. Shen Cangqiong? Get out. This is not a place for you. The first elder coldly issued an eviction order upon seeing Shen Cangqiong, whose mood was already not very pleasant. Ever since my cultivation talent was restored, my mindset is completely different from before. At this moment, he ignored the first elder, who was angered by his laughter, and walked straight to a table. Then, under the puzzled gazes of everyone in the hall, he placed several small jade bottles on the table. Cangqiong, what is this? Shenjian asked hesitantly. Father, this is the healing medicine from our Shen family, Shen Cangqiong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, not only was Shenjian deeply shocked, but even the other 10 or so people in the hall stared at Shen Cangqiong, dumbfounded. Are you serious? After a long time, Shenjian finally regained his senses. Filled with surprise. Father, please take a look. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong casually picked up a jade bottle and approached the first elder. In a swift motion, he used a dagger to make a small cut on the first elder's arm, and before the first elder could react, he poured the healing medicine from the small jade bottle onto the wound. In the world of Douluo, the first variant, Xiao Wu from the Water Academy, this so-called elder should be taught a lesson and made to suffer a bit. It's just a pity that the healing medicine made by Brother Tang San is really too effective. In just a few seconds, the wound has already started to heal. The leader of the Yang family, Yang Wu, in the first variant of the Douluo World, the effect of this healing medicine is truly miraculous. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Ning Rong, a core disciple of Lamba Academy. Haha, comparing the expressions of these people in the video really cracks me up. Variant 1, unknown in the Douluo World. The people from the Shen family don't have any special hobbies, do they? Why do their gazes towards those healing medicines make me feel a bit uncomfortable? Variant 2, unknown in the original Douluo World. Yes, I'm familiar with that gaze. It's the same look I have when I see a stunning beauty. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. You all are so talented. Clearly, others show that expression because they see that with these healing medicines, their families have a chance to fight back. How did it become so dirty when it came out of your mouths? On the other side, the comparison video continues. Cangqiong, where did you get these healing medicines? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong excitedly held a small jade bottle, looking at it from left to right, until after a long time, he remembered to ask Shen Cangqiong about the origin of these healing medicines. I refined them. Shen Cangqiong sat on the chair, took a sip of tea, and said, What? Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong exclaimed, looking at the calm Shen Cangqiong in disbelief. Although I'm not an alchemist, I know that even to become a low-level alchemist, one must first become a fighter, right? Unlike Shen Cangqiong, the elder beside him frowned slightly after hearing Shen Cangqiong's words and said somewhat displeased. While he was shocked that Shen Cangqiong could produce so many healing medicines, he absolutely would not believe that these healing medicines were refined by Shen Cangqiong. After all, how could a waste like Shen Cangqiong, with only 3 segments of fighting power, possibly refine such effective healing medicines? In fact, at this moment, not only the elder completely disbelieved that these healing medicines were refined by Shen Cangqiong, but everyone else present also did not believe it, and even Shen Cangqiong's father, was somewhat unsure whether his son's words were true or not. A fighter? Facing the doubts, Shen Cangqiong put down the cup in his hand, slowly stood up, and the next moment, a fighter's aura came quickly and left just as quickly. Immediately after, a clear and cold voice came from Shen Cangqiong's mouth. I broke through to the fighter realm over 10 days ago. Hiss! Everyone stared blankly at Shen Cangqiong leaving, and for a long time afterward, the sound of gasps could be heard in the conference hall, directly raising the temperature in the hall considerably. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. I really enjoy watching this kind of show-off and face-slapping plot. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. I also like this kind of plot, but the only downside is that compared to the video, Shen Cangqiong doesn't have a stunning companion by his side. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Xiao Wu of the Heavenly Water Academy, with Brother Cangqiong's excellence. Who would fear not having a stunning companion by their side? Just wait and see. The comparison video continues. A few minutes later, Old Yao, we have enough healing medicine for the Shen family to sell for a while now. It's time for me to go into seclusion and cultivate again, said Shen Cangqiong in the room. Don't rush. I have something here that, if used to assist in your cultivation, will definitely speed up your progress significantly. It has other effects as well. Old Yao waved his hand. What is it? Why didn't you take it out before? Otherwise, I might have been able to become a fighter faster, Shen Cangqiong asked curiously. It's body refinement liquid, Old Yao said mysteriously. Chapter 70. The discovery of beast. You just need to know that body refinement liquid is a spirit liquid mainly for increasing physical strength, with the secondary effect of increasing cultivation speed. In fact, there is also a spirit liquid called foundation building liquid that could be used before becoming a fighter. But since you stepped into the fighter realm a few years ago, the foundation building liquid is of no use to you. Old Yao continued to explain as he saw Shen Cangqiong looking a bit confused. The strength of the central region is indeed extraordinary, casually producing some pills and spirit liquids to assist in cultivation. Unlike us in these small places, not to mention some pills and spirit liquids we've never even heard of. For our Shen family, which is among the top in a small city, if the clan leader can have the opportunity to consume a few first or second grade pills that slightly help in cultivation in a lifetime, that would already be considered very luxurious, Shen Cangqiong said with a bitter smile. Hee hee, let's go. This time, we will buy enough body refinement liquid for a year. aiming to go into seclusion for a year and break through to the fighter realm in one go. Old Yao didn't respond directly, but instead revealed the next stage of the cultivation plan he had prepared for Shen Cangqiong. All right. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong nodded, quickly changed his clothes, and then pushed the door open to leave. In fact, Shen Cangqiong was just a bit astonished by the powerful central region and wouldn't waste much time on the issues of the central region. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. Speaking of which, isn't this cheating? Improving one's cultivation should rely on one's own talent. How can it depend on pills and spiritual liquids? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Refining elixirs and spiritual liquids is someone else's skill. Stop always wearing a face full of envy and jealousy. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. Don't pay attention to this super big sand sculpture. He is the typical type who, when he can't get the grapes, says the grapes are sour. If you don't believe it, give him some pills that can increase his cultivation and see if he eats them. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Xiao Academy. Xiao Wu. I suddenly realized that instead of wasting time researching those healing medicines, it would be better to study this kind of elixir that is helpful for increasing cultivation. The leader of the first variant Douluo World, Yang Wu, your idea is good, but it is somewhat unrealistic. If it's about researching more effective healing medicines, then we just need to continue deepening our research on the existing healing medicines of our Yang family. However, if it comes to researching pills and elixirs that help increase cultivation, I don't know about others, but at least I am completely in the dark about it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the power clan, Titan, Old Yang. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can research it? Who knows, you might just figure it out. At worst, I'll invest a sum of gold soul coins in you. Titan encouraged. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the family, Yang Wu, I'm not stupid. If it takes at least hundreds of millions of gold soul coins to research a more effective healing medicine, then researching this aimless thing would probably be just a drop in the bucket, even with the support of hundreds of billions of gold soul coins. Yang Wu rolled his eyes in exasperation and refused without hesitation. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the fierce beast Black Dragon King Tian, young Master Shen. When that world ascends to a higher realm, is it unnecessary to hunt for soul rings? Perhaps it was due to the habit of needing to hunt soul rings to reach a higher realm that Tian and the others only now realized that. Compared to the video of Shen Cangqiong ascending from the 9th rank of combat power to a Do fighter, it seemed that no soul rings were used. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. No need. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. It's really a strange cultivation system that allows for advancement without soul rings. It seems that while the highest realm over there is much higher than ours, if it's a battle between practitioners of the same realm, then those cultivators should not be a match for the soul masters of our Douluo continent, right? After all, the cultivation system of that world does not allow for soul skills that can be used without soul rings. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Quite the opposite. Variant 1 Douluo World, Water Moon from Shui Academy. How is that possible? Over here, we can use soul rings to unleash our ultimate moves when necessary. But they don't have soul rings over there, so can't they only use regular attacks? In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. In that world, besides cultivating true laws, there are also various true techniques. True laws cultivate the self, while true techniques cultivate various skills similar to soul rings and soul skills. However, a soul master can absorb a maximum of 9 soul rings, while a Dochi practitioner can cultivate an unlimited number of true techniques. Of course, true techniques, like soul rings, have their own levels categorized from low to high as yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven. Among them, yellow-level true techniques correspond to the power of soul skills between 1,000 to 10,000 years. Xian-level true techniques correspond to the power of soul skills between 100,000 to 500,000 years. Earth-level true techniques correspond to the power of soul skills over 1 million years, and the higher heaven-level true techniques cannot be compared to anything. For instance, if we take a level 95 title Douluo from the Douluo continent as an example, if they were caught off guard and hit by a heaven-level true technique from a fighter in that world, they might be instantly obliterated. This is not Shen Cangqiong in the Black Douluo continent. After all, the fantasy underworld is not something to be taken lightly. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy. Brother Cangqiong, do you have a celestial level true formula now? Variant 1 Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. No. After I came to this world, I forgot many things. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. What a pity, Shui Yueki said with regret. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The ferocious beast Black Dragon King Emperor Tian, young Master Shen. Is it true that as long as one cultivates your unnamed true method, soul masters can elevate their realm without needing to hunt for soul rings? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, yes. However, I will not impart the nameless true methods, and I also don't remember the other true methods. Variant 1 Douluo World Fierce Beast Black Dragon King Emperor Tian. Is there really no room for negotiation? We can exchange all the collections of our fierce beasts with you. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. The unnamed true method leaves no room for negotiation. However, if I suddenly remember other true methods in the future, I can consider exchanging them with you. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The Fierce Beast Black Dragon King Emperor Tian. Sigh. Alright. Chapter 71. Recognition from everyone. The comparison video continues. Time flies, spring passes, and autumn comes. In the blink of an eye, Shen Cangqiong had been in seclusion for more than 10 months. During this time, aside from finding time to refine healing medicine twice, he had completely adopted an attitude of not stepping out until he broke through to the Douluo realm. One day, in Shen Cangqiong's room, he exclaimed, hard work really pays off. I have finally broken through to the Douluo realm. As Shen Cangqiong successfully broke through, he awakened from his cultivation state, excitedly standing up from the wooden barrel filled with body-refining spiritual liquid. Cough, cough. You should put on some clothes first. Otherwise, swinging around like that. Who are you showing? At this moment, Yao Lao floated out from the ring, glanced at Shen Cangqiong's flexible figure, and lightly coughed a few times to remind him. Hee. I just got a bit too excited and forgot. Shen Cangqiong felt a bit awkward and quickly dried off the water on his body and put on his clothes. What's there to be excited about? With your current cultivation speed, it's impossible to gain the recognition of the Gu family. Yao Lao glitit Shen Cangqiong. Shaw, Yao Lao. What do you mean? Without mentioning anything else. Just the fact that the Gu family has dominated the world for hundreds of thousands of years made Shen Cangqiong aware of the family's worth. And he certainly wouldn't get carried away by a small achievement. I plan to send you out for training for 2 years, and then you will go to Canaan Academy. Yao Lao seemed to have a complete plan in mind. After a slight contemplation, he proposed the next 2 tasks. Going out for training? Does that mean I have to leave the family? Upon hearing Yao Lao's plan, Shen Cangqiong was taken aback, feeling both nervous and excited. Since it was training outside, it naturally meant leaving the family. All right, prepare yourself. We will set off in 3 days. Yao Lao said. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from Shrek Academy. I just don't understand. It's one thing to cover the girls in this comparison video, but why do they have to cover the boys too? Can't I just take a look at Brother Cangqiong's swinging spicy strips? Is that not allowed? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. I think I should say something, but I don't know what to say. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui wearer from Shui Yu Academy. Hee. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Binger from Shrek Academy. Shui wearer. Where did you run off to? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Water Academy. Sister. You will never find me. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Chihua Academy. Wu Shuang. I originally thought my sister Wu was already fierce enough. Today, I finally gained some insight. Variant 1 Douluo World Blaze Academy Wu. I am a lady. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the unnamed character became a Dome Master in about 10 months. Is it because Shen Cangqiong has excellent cultivation talent? Or are the effects of those body-tempering spirit liquids really good? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. Can it be that Shen Cangqiong's cultivation talent and the effect of the body-refining spiritual liquid are both good? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Shen Cangqiong is finally going out to experience the world. I've been wandering between this Wutan city and the Shen family for so long that I'm already fed up with it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. I want to see how this world in the comparison video differs from our Douluo continent. This is really something to look forward to. The comparison video continues. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong, dressed in a black robe, has arrived at the entrance of the Gao family. It seems that during this period, the Gao family has been heavily suppressed by our Shen family. I remember that every time I passed by the Gao family's gate, those guards were all high and mighty, not even looking people in the eye. Unlike now, when they all look dejected, standing at the entrance of the Gao family. Shen Cangqiong's face under the black robe is full of cold smiles. You go first, unless you really are no match for me. Otherwise, I won't make a move. This can be considered a kind of training. The voice of the medicine elder also echoed in Shen Cangqiong's mind. I know. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong no longer wasted time and walked straight towards the Gao family's gate. Stop. Who are you? In fact, the guards at the entrance had already noticed this person shrouded in a black robe. In the past, they would have come over to either capture or drive him away. But times have changed. The current Gao family, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, is keeping a low profile as long as no one provokes them. You're here for your people. Shen Cangqiong did not hide his thoughts and said directly. What? Hearing this, several guards of the Gao family were simultaneously enraged. They thought of themselves as one of the 3 major families in Wutan City, but recently encountered some troubles, which made them behave more discreetly. Unexpectedly, their low-profile approach has not only failed to reduce troubles, but instead attracted all sorts of people wanting to step on them. Shen Cangqiong ignored these guards, snorted coldly, and directly knocked down a few guards, then pushed his way in. In the Douluo World, Tang Shui of the Water Academy. Fighting small monsters really doesn't reveal how strong this fighting spirit cultivation system is. It's basically just one punch for each little kid. Variant 1 Douluo World, Fire Dance of the Blaze Academy. I really like Shen Cangqiong's decisive personality. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Ning Fengji. The leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In dealing with the Gali family, Shen Cangqiong has done much better than his father. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Vice Master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect, Yu Lumian. Indeed, since the conflict between both families can no longer be reconciled, it is only natural to take action when the time comes. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shrexu Xiaojiang. I think this is not a good idea. The opponent has already been suppressed by the Shen family, so we should show mercy where we can. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Vice Master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect, Yu Lumian. If you don't understand, don't speak. No one considers you a mute. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect Master Yu Engine. Yu Xiaojiang, shut up. Chapter 72, Special Physique. The comparison video continues. 3 days later. Old Yao, where are we going now? At the gate of Wutan City, Shen Cangqiong took a deep look at the familiar street in front of him, then turned around and strode towards the city outskirts, simultaneously asking in his heart, let us first train in the Monster Beast mountain range for a while. You are already a Dome Master now. To refine pills suitable for the Dome Master realm, you must gather materials yourself in the Monster Beast mountain range. Otherwise, you won't have enough money to buy Dome Master level herbs. Old Yao's voice echoed in Shen Cangqiong's mind. All right. Shen Cangqiong nodded slightly, indifferent. The scene changed. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had arrived at a place called Qingshan Town. This small town, although not as big as Wutan City, was much livelier. Walking in Qingshan Town, Shen Cangqiong sighed. This is very normal. Generally, small towns near the front line of the Monster Beast mountain range are bustling with activity. Old Yao said in Shen Cangqiong's mind. Wait. At this moment, Old Yao suddenly spoke out in surprise. What is wrong, Old Yao? Shen Cangqiong stopped and, while asking what happened, cautiously and subtly observed the movements of the surrounding pedestrians. Do you see the woman in the blue dress ahead? Follow her. Old Yao did not explain what was happening, only instructing Shen Cangqiong to follow the woman in blue. Old Yao, is there something wrong with her? Following Old Yao's guidance, Shen Cangqiong immediately spotted the eye-catching woman in blue among the crowd. Just follow her and see where she lives. I will tell you the reason later. Old Yao's tone was quite serious. All right. After this time spent together, Shen Cangqiong had little doubt about Old Yao. Therefore, since Old Yao said so, he naturally would not ask more questions. Fortunately, along the way, there were often mercenaries following the woman in blue, which made it less conspicuous for Shen Cangqiong to follow her, allowing him to easily find out where she lived. Old Yao, what should we do now? Should we just go in openly, or wait until it's quiet at night to sneak in? Passing by the large medicine shop, where the woman in blue was, Shen Cangqiong asked in his mind. Let's sneak in at night. Old Yao's voice came through. All right, but what is wrong with that woman in blue? Can you tell me now? As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong was not idle, walking toward the nearby shop selling outdoor living supplies. If I'm not mistaken, that woman in blue should have the evil poison body physique. Old Yao paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. Evil poison body? What kind of physique is that? Is it very powerful? Shen Cangqiong asked, confused. Sigh. Old Yao sighed, then began to explain the specifics of the evil poison body under Shen Cangqiong's puzzle gaze. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Poison Douluo Dugabo, hiss. This evil poison body is too terrifying. If such a person really appeared in our Douluo continent, I'm afraid that none of us on the entire Douluo continent would be able to escape. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Prince of Tiando, Xu Eshing. It is indeed terrifying. The key is that once the evil poison body erupts, it is completely beyond the control of the owner of the evil poison body, which is the most dangerous part. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong. Don't you all think that this Qing new girl is very pitiful? Yet we're still here discussing whether she is scary or not. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Qihua Academy's Xiao Wu. It's truly tragic. From a mercenary's attitude towards this girl in green and her attitude towards them, it's clear that she is a gentle and kind-hearted girl. But who would have thought that fate would play such a cruel joke on her? Is it really true that good people don't get rewarded? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Yuerer from the Tian Shui Academy. Don't worry. I believe brother Tang Xiong will definitely find a way to help her. Right? Brother Tang Xiong? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. You will know if you keep watching. Spoilers are likely to get you scolded. In a variant Douluo World, at the Water Academy, Shui Yuerer said, "I hate it." Upon hearing this, Shui Yuerer acted cute and obediently focused her attention on the comparison video. The comparison video continued. Nighttime. Old medic. Is it really appropriate for me to just walk into a young lady's room at this hour? Shen Cangqiong hesitated in front of the door of the young woman in blue. Since you are here, you might as well come in. Just as the old medic was about to say something, a gentle female voice came from inside the room, followed by a candlelight illuminating the interior. How did you know I was outside? The sudden sound from inside made Shen Cangqiong pause, and after a few seconds, he awkwardly pushed the door open and walked in. Since the girl had invited him, Shen Cangqiong naturally wouldn't be overly polite. I noticed you were following me this afternoon. Besides, I've set up several hidden defenses around this small house. Inside, the young woman in blue did not elaborate further. So that's how it is. Fortunately, the young woman in blue did not show any disdain, otherwise Shen Cangqiong would have felt even more awkward. Please have a seat. The young woman gestured to the chair opposite her. Thank you. My name is Shen Cangqiong. What about you? To be honest, Shen Cangqiong was quite impressed by the young woman in front of him. In the middle of the night, he, a big man, stealthily approached her door. Yet she remained calm and even invited him in without any panic. If he didn't know the other party was a novice, he might have thought he had encountered a hidden powerhouse. Little medic, can you now tell me why you were following me? The young woman said. Little medic? What a strange name. Oh, by the way, don't misunderstand. I actually came because of your special physique. Shen Cangqiong muttered to himself first, then began to discuss the matter at hand. Chapter 73. The Shock of the Douluo Continent by the Do Huang expert. What? After hearing Shen Cangqiong's explanation, the previously calm expression on Little Medic's face suddenly changed, and several packets of unknown powder appeared in her hands. Don't be so agitated. I mean you no harm. In fact, I'm here to help you. Seeing this situation, Shen Cangqiong immediately took a defensive stance, but continued to explain, You're here to help me? Little Medic frowned slightly, but she indeed did not sense any malice from Shen Cangqiong, gradually calming down. Absolutely. Shen Cangqiong watched as Little Medic put away the unknown powder packets and sat back down, also relaxing his defensive posture as he began to discuss the topics he had already arranged with the old medic. The scene shifted. A day later. Are you sure the treasure location you mentioned is down there? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Yixian had arrived at the edge of cliff. That's right. There's a cave right in the middle of this cliff. The treasure location I mentioned is there. Xiao Yixian nodded. Well then, do you plan to go down with me, or should I go down alone while you wait up here? Shen Cangqiong asked. I'll go down with you. Xiao Yixian didn't hesitate, clearly having made her decision long ago. Then you need to be careful. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong began to prepare to climb down, and Xiao Yixian joined in after assuring him that she would be careful. The scene shifted again. After some effort, Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Yixian arrived at a stone platform with 2 boxes. The 7-colored poison classic. This is what you wanted, right? Shen Cangqiong picked up a book titled The 7-Colored Poison Classic, took a look, and then handed it to Xiao Yixian. Thank you. Xiao Yixian reached out to take the 7-Colored Poison Classic, secretly relieved, and finally had a basic level of trust in Shen Cangqiong. In fact, although Shen Cangqiong had told her a lot about her cursed poison body that night, Xiao Yixian didn't really believe him. After all, who would unconditionally open their heart to a stranger? This is the purple cloud wing. It can be used to make wings for flying. Once we get out, you can copy it. Shen Cangqiong picked up another book titled Purple Cloud Wing, opened it, and said to Xiao Yixian, Okay. Xiao Yixian had no objections. Instead, she was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Shen Cangqiong to be willing to let her copy the Purple Cloud Wing as well. Let us go. There's nothing else here. After putting away the Purple Cloud Wing book, Shen Cangqiong looked around before walking toward the cave entrance. The scene shifted again. 3 days later. Where do you plan to go from here? In a valley filled with rare treasures, Shen Cangqiong asked the little medical fairy, who had just finished her seclusion. I don't know. Slowly sitting down beside Shen Cangqiong, the little medical fairy looked somewhat confused. With her difficult poison body, it seemed that no matter where she went, it was not suitable. How about you come with me? Shen Cangqiong suggested. This, mistaking Shen Cangqiong's words as a confession, the little medical fairy's face suddenly turned red, and she was a bit at a loss. Why are you suddenly blushing? Shen Cangqiong was somewhat baffled. It's nothing. Let me perform a dance for you. Realizing that she seemed to have misunderstood, the little medical fairy quickly changed the subject, then stood up and began to dance beside Shen Cangqiong without waiting for his response. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Shrek Academy, brother Cangqiong. You really didn't know why Sister Xiao Yixian was blushing back then, did you? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. At that time, I really didn't know. Shen Cangqiong could only say this. After all, this scene was all fake. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Xiao Wu from the Shrek Academy. At that time, the little medical fairy's sister definitely had feelings for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have blushed. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy Fire Dance. This is indeed true. Girls only blush in front of someone they have feelings for. Otherwise, they will just give the other person a big eye roll or even ignore them directly. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy's core disciple Ning Rongrong. I feel that Senior Cangqiong in the comparison video is really warm-hearted. Variant 1 Douluo World, Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy. Is that comparison video of brother Cangqiong heartwarming? In the core disciple of Blue Ba Academy in the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong said, Hee, I'm not telling you. I want to continue watching comparison videos. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. A month later, aren't you coming with me? Shen Cangqiong asked. No, my strength is too weak. Following you will only hold you back. I will stay hidden here from now on. Xiao Yixian shook her head. All right, then I'm leaving. When I have time, I will come to see you. Also, remember, don't give up until the very last moment. I will help you find a way. Since Xiao Yixian had made her decision, Shen Cangqiong naturally respected her choice. Yeah, don't worry. I definitely won't give up. You are the first and only person who, after knowing about my condition, still has no ill will towards me and hasn't distanced themselves from me. So before I completely lose control, you will always be my only friend, Xiao Yixian said, looking at Shen Cangqiong. The scene shifted. At this time, it had been 10 days since Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Yixian parted ways, and Shen Cangqiong had already arrived at the interior of the Monster Beast mountain range. Elder Yao, what level are that woman and that magical beast ahead? In a hidden place, Shen Cangqiong looked on in shock at the battle between a person and a beast. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Unknown. Wow. What level are this person and this beast? The destructive power is too great. Even a casual strike can cause destruction like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. Variant 1 Douluo World, 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile, School, Sword Douluo Qinshin. Each of these strikes is many times stronger than my full-powered attack. According to Shen Cangqiong, this should be a Do Huang level expert. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile, School Bone, Douluo Gurong. This person and beast can take my life with just a casual strike. Chapter 74. Cannon fodder in the core disciples of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World. Ning Rongrong asked her two grandfathers. Grandpas, is there really such a huge gap between you and the person and beast in the comparison video? Ning Rongrong had never seen her grandfathers praise anyone so highly. In her memory, even the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall would only make her grandfathers serious and never belittle themselves. In a one-variant Douluo World, Sword Douluo Qinshin of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect said, even with your father's full support, using the strongest move after activating my martial soul's true body may not be enough to break the opponent's defense. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Bone Douluo Gurong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This person and beast made me feel despair for the first time. Variant 1, Spirit Hall's second offering. Golden Crocodile Douluo. Is this the beast? In the previous comparison videos, the images kept flickering and no beast appeared. This time, I finally got to see the true face of the beast. However, are there really such strong beings among the beasts? They can actually compete evenly with a powerhouse that is at least at the peak of the Do Wang level. In the world of the first variant of Douluo, the unnamed person said, isn't it said that the strongest realm in that world is the Do Emperor? Why would those Do Emperor powerhouses allow such powerful magical beasts to exist? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the ferocious beast Black Dragon, King Emperor Tian, Young Master Shun. Even without the need for soul rings and soul bones, can the humans and the magical beasts in that world still not coexist? In the first variant of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, there is definitely conflict between the two, even within humans or among soul beasts. It is impossible for both sides to be well off. However, the powerful beast clans and the strong human clans generally keep to themselves, and there is quite a bit of cooperation between the two as well. As for the magical beast in the comparison video, she may be strong enough on the Douluo continent, but on the Duki continent, she is just a 6th level magical beast at the Do Huang level. Not much stronger than a cannon fodder. Variant 1, nameless in the Douluo world. A magical beast that is so many times stronger than a title Douluo. It's not much stronger than cannon fodder. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that our Douluo continent has been offended. In the world of variant Douluo, the unnamed character is Mr. Shen. In that world, which side is stronger, humans or magical beasts? In variant 1 of the Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong, the strongest combat power is on the side of the magical beasts, which are stronger. If it's about the core combat power, then the human side is much stronger than the magical beast side. Variant 1 Douluo World Shrek Ma Hongjun, Hiss. This human powerhouse in the video is so beautiful, even more so than any beauty I've ever seen. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Ma Hongjun. This beauty is indeed rare in the world. That person and beast were just fighting, and their speed was so fast that I couldn't see their face at all. Now that I can finally see this beautiful face, I feel like I missed out on a billion gold soul coins. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Stop talking nonsense. Variant 1 of Douluo Ma Hongjun said, Senior Shen, this beauty isn't related to you, is she? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Yes. Given the current situation, it is obvious that this Yun has definitely been arranged for him, Shen Cangqiong, so naturally he cannot remain silent. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Ma Hongjun said, Don't worry, Senior Shen. That's my sister-in-law, and I will absolutely respect her 100 in the future. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and, after reassuring himself, honestly continued watching the comparison video. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. At this moment, the person and beast in the video had stopped fighting and began to confront each other, while the video timely marked their basic information next to them. I just want to exchange some purple spirit crystals with you. Are you really not going to give me any face? Yin Yan's voice was somewhat dissatisfied. I'm currently only lacking transformation pills. If you can exchange them with me, I certainly won't refuse, said the purple gold-winged Lion King on the other side. Then there's nothing to talk about. After saying this, Yin Yan launched another attack at the not-so-distant purple gold-winged Lion King. Do you really think my strength is inferior to yours? Seeing Yun attacking again, the purple gold-winged Lion King also refused to back down and engaged in battle with her once more. This time, both the person and the beast did not hold back, and every move was fierce. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed in their battle, and the female, Do Huang, gradually fell into a disadvantage. Ultimately, in a moment of carelessness, she was struck by a powerful move from the purple gold-winged Lion King. Seriously injured and knocked out, falling into a coma. What? Do you want to save that female Do Huang? Seeing Shen Cangqiong getting up stealthily, Yao Lao asked. Since I've had the fortune to see it, I can't just pretend I didn't, Shen Cangqiong said while carefully observing his surroundings and approaching the unconscious female, Do Huang. Thinking to himself, do as you wish, Yao Lao only casually asked, as long as Shen Cangqiong didn't do anything that would definitely lead to his demise. He couldn't be bothered to care. Variant 1 in Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy. Oh no. Sister Yun is no match for that big lion. Luckily, Brother Cangqiong is here, otherwise, Sister Yun would be in danger. Variant 2 in Original Douluo World. Anonymous. Can that purple gold-winged Lion King's ultimate move also change hair color? Yun originally had black hair, but after being hit by the ultimate move, it actually turned purple. The first variant of the Douluo World, Spirit Hall's Grand Offering Qian Young Master Shen, is the extreme wind used by Yun the real technique? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, yes. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Hall of Spirits Grand Offering Qian. Indeed, there are significant differences from the soul skills in our Douluo continent. The first variant of the Douluo World Spirit Hall's second offering, Golden Crocodile, Douluo, Young Master Shen. What level of true technique is the extreme wind? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. I remember it seems to be at the high level of Xian rank. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Qihua Academy. Xiao Wu. If only I could learn this extreme wind technique. At that time, our Qihua Academy will definitely shine in the elite competition. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. The wind of extremity, whether by its name or the aura it exudes when released, clearly shows that it is a true wind attribute technique. What does it matter for you to learn it as a fire attribute? Chapter 75. Life in the Cave with Yun Yun. The comparison video continues. Who are you? Inside the cave, Yun Yun, who had just woken up, looked at Shen Cangqiong, who was cooking not far away, and asked, "You're awake. My name is Shen Cangqiong. I happened to see you defeated by the golden-winged Lion King, so I saved you. By the way, this bottle contains healing medicine. You can apply it yourself." Hearing the pleasant voice from behind, Shen Cangqiong put the roasted fish down and walked up to her with a smile. Shen Cangqiong? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Yun Yun frowned, but for a moment couldn't remember where she had heard that name before. "Thank you. My name is Yunji. Once I recover, if you need my help with anything, just ask. I will never refuse as long as it's something I can do." After thinking for a few seconds and still not recalling who Shen Cangqiong was, Yun Yun gave up and reached out to take the healing medicine. "It's fine. You can apply the healing medicine first. I will wait outside." After saying that, Shen Cangqiong left the cave without saying another word. A moment later, "Can you come in for a moment?" Just as Shen Cangqiong was enjoying the roasted fish outside the cave, he heard Yun Yun's voice from within. "What is it?" Shen Cangqiong walked in, puzzled. "Could you help me apply the medicine on my back?" Yun Yun said softly, her face slightly flushed. "Me?" Shen Cangqiong was taken aback, instinctively glancing at her wound, hesitating for a moment. "Just be careful when you apply it." Seeing Shen Cangqiong's expression, Yun Yun, who was already blushing, felt relieved. "Well, okay." Since she didn't mind, Shen Cangqiong had no reason to be concerned. Moreover, he had no intention of taking advantage of her, so there was no need to dwell on it too much. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shuain Academy. The love story begins from here. Variant 2. In the original Douluo World, an unnamed person. How is Shen Cangqiong so lucky? He encounters beauties wherever he goes. He just parted ways with the gentle and kind little doctor, and now he meets such a noble beauty. This is so unfair. Why am I always encountering either a tigress or a fierce woman? Variant 1. Douluo World Anonymous. I remembered not long ago someone said that Shen Cangqiong had no beautiful companion by his side. Who said that? Come out and explain to me. Is this called having no beautiful companion? Variant 2. Original Douluo World Anonymous. Why has this ball of white light appeared again? Shen Cangqiong can go straight to it. We only hope to have a visual feast. Variant 1. The Nameless in the Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong is applying medicine to the other's wounds. And you all have such dirty hearts. Unlike me, at most, I just feel envy and jealousy towards Shen Cangqiong. The comparison video continues. The effect of this healing medicine is really good. Feeling the coolness from the wound, Yun Yun let out a comfortable sigh. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Shen Cangqiong put away the healing medicine, hesitated for a moment, and asked. "It's troublesome." Putting on her outer garment, Yun Yun nodded. At this moment, her gaze towards Shen Cangqiong had softened a lot, and her wariness had decreased significantly. The scene shifts again. Several days have passed. On this day, Yun Yun, whose injuries had mostly healed, secretly went out to take a bath and suddenly had the whim to cook a meal for Shen Cangqiong. After all, for these days, it had always been Shen Cangqiong taking care of her, and if she didn't repay him, she would feel a bit embarrassed. So, she decided to do it, and once all the ingredients and seasonings were prepared, Yun Yun began to cook according to the steps she remembered from when Shen Cangqiong made food. The scene shifts again. "Did you make this?" After finishing his training and returning from outside, Shen Cangqiong was about to cook when he saw the fish already roasted by the fire, and he was somewhat surprised. "Of course. Is there anyone else here besides me?" Yun Yun rolled her eyes, seemingly dissatisfied with Shen Cangqiong looking down on her. "I." At this moment, several beast roars suddenly came from outside, interrupting Shen Cangqiong's words. "What is going on?" "I scattered the beast-repelling powder at the door. Magical beast shouldn't come here." Shen Cangqiong frowned in confusion. "This? I went out to take a bath earlier." Yun Yun felt a bit embarrassed. "So that is how it is." Shen Cangqiong covered his forehead, looking helplessly at this troublesome person in front of him. Since this matter was caused by me, I'll go out and deal with those magical beasts." After saying that, Yun Yun turned to go out. She felt a bit irritated by Shen Cangqiong's look, as if he was looking at a fool. How could a dignified Do Huang be looked down upon like this? Moreover, the one looking down on her was just a mere Do Shi. "Stop. You're still sealed. Do you want to go out and seek death? Stay inside and don't come out." Seeing Yun Yun throwing a small tantrum, Shen Cangqiong pulled her back and scolded her, then quickly ran outside while Yun Yun stared blankly. At such a young age, he is so ruthless when he gets fierce. Since you love to show off so much, then go on your own. After a long time, Yun Yun snapped back to reality, almost getting angry. However, despite this, she still worriedly paced back and forth in place, occasionally glancing at the exit. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Xiao Wu Academy. Hehe. Sister Yun is really too contradictory. Clearly, she cares a lot inside, yet she still acts so tsundere. But I have to say, although brother Cangqiong looked fierce just now, he was really handsome. I wonder when I will meet a boy who is both handsome and protective like that. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the Blaze Academy's Xiao Wu, there aren't many people like this. If there really is, I won't let you have them. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong Academy. Feng Xiaodian. Fire dance, that's just who I am. As long as you promise me, I will definitely do better than that Shen Cangqiong in the comparison video. Variant 1, Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Xiao Wu. Hihi. Chapter 76, Shui Yue Konfluence Poseidon. The comparison video continues. At this moment, more than half an hour had passed since Shen Cangqiong went out to lure the magical beasts away, and the proud expression on Yun's face was gradually replaced by worry. At one moment, just as Yun could no longer wait and was planning to go out to find Shen Cangqiong, his disheveled figure finally appeared before her eyes. Are you okay? At this time, Yun couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly ran to support Shen Cangqiong. It's fine. The magical beasts that came this time weren't strong. Shen Cangqiong suppressed his rapid breathing and shook his head to indicate that he was unharmed. All right, this time it was my fault. Here, try the grilled fish I made myself as an apology. This is the first time I've ever cooked in my life. Although Shen Cangqiong had said he was fine, Yun still carefully examined him from head to toe, and after finding that aside from being a bit disheveled, he was indeed uninjured. She finally felt relieved and pushed him to the fire pit, speaking with a tone that mixed apology and a hint of pride. First time cooking? Can this grilled fish really be eaten? Shen Cangqiong didn't doubt the truth of Yunji's words. After all, a Do Huang level expert would definitely be served hand and foot at home, so it was perfectly normal to say they had never cooked before. However, when Shen Cangqiong picked up the grilled fish beside the fire and saw its appearance, he couldn't help but raise a huge question mark about whether this so-called food was actually edible. What do you mean? I'm a Do Huang. Could I possibly not be able to make a little food? Seeing Shen Cangqiong's disdainful and doubtful gaze, Yun couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Fine, then I'll give it a try. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong carefully took a bite of the grilled fish on the bamboo stick, and his face almost turned green. How is it? Yun asked expectantly. It's quite good. Come on, you should also taste your own cooking. Resisting the urge to spit it out, Shen Cangqiong feigned a surprised expression and handed another grilled fish to Yunji. As the saying goes, it's better to enjoy together than alone. Good. Yun happily took the grilled fish and took a big bite without any doubt. Ha. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong could no longer hold back and laughed heartily at Yunji's disgusted expression. Damn it. Embarrassed and angry, Yun threw away the grilled fish in her hand and pounced directly at Shen Cangqiong, and soon the scene turned chaotic. A moment later, did you notice anything wrong? As time passed, Yun felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if something was crawling on her body, and even her complexion began to turn red. Which bottle did you use for the seasoning just now? Shen Cangqiong initially thought his reaction was due to Yunji's movements, but upon noticing her unusual state, he immediately asked with a slight change in expression. I don't know what seasonings are in your bottles, so I used a little of each. What's wrong? Aren't all those bottles filled with seasonings? Yun questioned, puzzled. This. Shen Cangqiong hesitated for a moment. However, after a brief hesitation, he revealed the truth. What? Upon hearing this, Yun jumped up, but due to the effects of the medicine starting to take hold, she weakly fell onto Shen Cangqiong. Shen Cangqiong, if you dare to do that kind of thing to me, once I recover, I'll definitely take revenge on you. Yun gasped, gritting her teeth as she spoke before her rationality was drowned out. I want to control myself too. Shen Cangqiong forced a bitter smile. Old medicine, don't just watch. Quickly say if there's any way to deal with this. At this moment, the scene was starting to become a bit dissonant, and Shen Cangqiong felt anxious in his heart. Isn't this great? You could have an additional Do Huang level wife. Old medicine began to joke in Shen Cangqiong's mind. Nonsense. Not to mention whether she would really stab me. Just taking advantage of someone's misfortune and team my character. Shen Cangqiong retorted angrily. Fine, I'll give you a secret method. You can give it a try, but I can't guarantee it will definitely work. After saying this, Old medicine quickly transmitted the secret method to Shen Cangqiong without further delay. After all, if he continued to drag this out, he might witness an incredibly exciting live performance. Variant 1 Douluo World, Xiao Wu from Xiao Wu Academy. Brother Cangqiong is really amazing. He could even endure this. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Chihua Academy. Xiao Wu. It's not entirely accurate to say he can fully hold back. Look, right now, he couldn't help but take advantage of the situation. Could he? Variant 1 Douluo World Plant Academy, Yao Zi. This is normal, right? If someone accidentally eats something like this and doesn't react at all, that would really be a problem. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Anonymous. If it were me, I would definitely choose to be a submissive rather than not being one at all. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Anonymous. You're right. With such a beautiful person, even if I got hurt by her afterwards, I would still be willing. Variant 1 Douluo World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. At first glance, Shen Cangqiong is clearly not a proper person. The great priest said it right. What kind of serious person would carry such love potion with them? In the one variant Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Water Academy says, Brother Cangqiong can bring whatever he wants. That is his freedom. You people from Sea God Island only know how to slander others. If Brother Cangqiong were really that kind of person, why would he endure so much pain now? He could just take the opportunity to deal with Sister Union directly. Anyway, this love potion wasn't given by Brother Cangqiong. It was Sister Union who accidentally got herself into trouble. Even if Brother Cangqiong really did something now, it wouldn't be his fault. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Child, you are still young. Do not be deceived by the illusions before you. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Xiao Wu from Tianshui Academy. Old woman, you are getting older and your eyesight is failing. You can't even see illusions anymore. Only some mere fantasies. Chapter 77, What a Pity. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, haha. Shui Wearer, your words really please me. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to come to me. Shen Cangqiong realized that having a little fangirl is really nice. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. Thank you, Brother Cangqiong. I'm just speaking the truth. I ask, how many boys in this world can still uphold their bottom line and not cross the line after being affected by love potion? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Feng Xiao Tian from the Shenfeng Academy. For Xiao Wu, I can do it. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shrek Academy. Shui Wearer, I don't believe it unless you try it. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shenfeng Academy, Feng Xiao Tian. As long as Xiao Wu is willing to come, why not give it a try? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy Xiao Wu, Gun. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu. Cici, are you okay? On the other side, Qian Daolu felt that Shui Wearer's words were somewhat inappropriate. After waiting for a while and seeing that Poseidon didn't continue to send messages, he immediately asked with some concern. Unfortunately, he was not Tang San after all, and at this moment Poseidon, who was gritting her silver teeth in anger at Shui Wearer's remark about old woman, naturally ignored him. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. After a lot of struggles, Shen Cangqiong finally expelled all the love potion from Yunji's body. Afterwards, relying on his willpower, he ran out of the cave before completely losing control, jumped into a nearby stream, and used the cold water to stimulate his senses. In that moment of clarity, he quickly used a secret technique on himself, gradually suppressing the impulse that was devouring his reason, and slowly calmed down. Time passed second by second in the suddenly quiet atmosphere around him. At one moment, when Shen Cangqiong finally expelled all the love potion from his body, he did not rest for even half a second due to his concern for Yunji and directly dragged his exhausted body towards the cave. A few minutes later, I didn't do anything to you. You should be able to feel that, right? At the entrance of the cave, looking at Yunji who was holding a sword and waiting for him, Shen Cangqiong said with a sheepish smile, even though you didn't do that to me, did you not take advantage of me? Yunyan said coldly. However, her slightly flushed face betrayed her true feelings. This was your initiative. What can I do? Besides, do you think it was easy for me to endure? Shen Cangqiong shrugged. He could tell from Yunji's slightly flushed face that he wouldn't really be in any danger. So he appeared quite shameless. Hearing Shen Cangqiong say this and seeing his shameless expression, Yun was extremely angry. However, she ultimately put down her sword and returned to the cave without saying a word. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. What a pity. Brother Cangqiong, you should have just taken care of Sister Yun back then. I can see that even if you had done that with Sister Yun, she wouldn't really have gone after you. Otherwise, just based on the advantages you've taken, Sister Yun would have enough reason to take action against you. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, perhaps. The scene continues. Several days later, your seal has been lifted. On this day, Shen Cangqiong just woke up and saw that Yunji's hair had turned back to black. At the entrance of the cave, Yun Yun made a soft sound. Are you going to look for that purple, gold-winged Lion King again? Shen Cangqiong was silent for a few seconds and asked. Yun Yun made a soft sound again. Do you want me to help you? For some reason, Shen Cangqiong just wanted to lend a hand to Yun Ji. You want to help me? Yun Yun turned around, but her eyes were no longer the weak expression from a few days ago. You attract the purple gold-winged Lion King, and I will go in and help you get what you want. Shen Cangqiong explained. Are you sure? Yun Yun frowned. Although this little thief had taken advantage of her quite a bit, she didn't want to see him get hurt. Don't worry. Shen Cangqiong smiled, appearing very confident. Okay then, but you must remember, if you encounter any danger, run and don't be brave. After knowing each other for so many days, Yun Yun also knew that Shen Cangqiong was not the type to brag, so she chose to trust his confidence. I know, Shen Cangqiong said. The scene flashed. You wait here, and when I attract the purple gold-winged Lion King, you can go in. After saying this, Yun Ji flew towards the lair of the purple gold-winged Lion King, after seeing Shen Cangqiong nod. You little rascal, you really like to show off too much. After Yun Ji left, Yao Lao's voice appeared in Shen Cangqiong's mind. Just help her this once. Shen Cangqiong said helplessly. Suit yourself, but I will say this again. This is part of your training. As long as you are not in life-threatening danger, I will not come out to help you. Yao Lao shrugged and reminded him. I know. That's enough. The purple gold-winged Lion King has been attracted away by Yun Ji, and I need to start my work. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong saw that Yun Ji had led the purple gold-winged Lion King away, and immediately his expression became serious, and he took action. The scene flashed again. Are you hurt? A sword eliminated the magical beast surrounding Shen Cangqiong, and Yun Yun came to Shen Cangqiong's side, looking at him with a face full of concern. You came just in time. Shen Cangqiong smiled, handed the item to Yun Ji, and then tilted his head and fainted. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. You were from the Water Academy. It's a good thing. If Sister Yun Yun had arrived any later, Brother Cangqiong would have really been in danger. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, said, Indeed, who would have thought that inside the lair of the purple gold-winged Lion King, there would actually be a little purple gold-winged Lion King, and it could attract so many other magical beasts. Senior Cangqiong almost had a mishap. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Plan Academy, Yao Zi. To be honest, young Master Shen is truly formidable. Among those summoned magical beasts, the weakest one has the cultivation level of a soul master. Yet, young Master Shen has been able to hold on for so long and has defeated so many. If it were me, I probably wouldn't last 3 seconds before falling. Chapter 78, Gift of Armor, Quiet Departure. Continuing the comparison video. Inside the cave. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to push yourself? With Shen Cangqiong's awakening, Yun Yun, who had been worried and taking care of him, suddenly turned serious and said angrily. The rapid change in her expression truly showed Shen Cangqiong what it meant to turn hostile faster than flipping a book. I just didn't want to disappoint you. Shen Cangqiong smiled. Although Yun Ji seemed to be scolding him, it was actually filled with concern, which made Shen Cangqiong feel quite appreciated. Nonsense. Even if we fail this time, we can think of other ways. But if something happens to you, then let me. At this point, Yun Yun suddenly stopped speaking, her expression a bit unnatural. If something really happened to me, what would you do? Hearing the implication in Yun Ji's words, for the first time while both were completely sober, Shen Cangqiong took Yun Ji's hand. You, let go. When Shen Cangqiong held her hand, Yun Yun jumped up like a frightened deer. Don't move. Ignoring Yun Ji's struggles, Shen Cangqiong pulled her into his embrace after a brief tugging, holding her tightly. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Shui Academy. As we all know, a Do Huang cannot defeat a Do Shi. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Fire Dance of the Blaze Academy. I feel that compared to Suner, Shen Cangqiong truly loves Yun Yun. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Binger from the Shui Academy. It should be said that Suner is more like a childhood sweetheart, while Yun Yun is the true love. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Wu. Shui. It's truly rare. I didn't expect you to participate in discussions about such matters as well. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Binger from Shui Academy. Is there anything strange about this? Shui Binger was speechless. She wasn't the kind of aloof person who was detached from the world. Naturally, she also had her own yearnings for beautiful love. Meanwhile, the scene continued. All right, it's already been almost 10 minutes. Aren't you going to let go? After holding her eyes closed for a while, Yun Yun gently patted Shen Cangqiong's back and whispered, A lifetime isn't enough. Shen Cangqiong released Yunji and looked in her eyes, saying, "Where do you plan to go in the future? Why not come back with me?" Hearing this, Yun shot Shen Cangqiong a glance, blushing as she changed the topic. "I plan to continue cultivating in the Beast Mountain range for a while, then visit Jia Nan Academy. As for going back with you, that's not possible right now. But believe me, one day, I will come to your faction as a strong person to find you." Saying this, Shen Cangqiong once again embraced Yunji. "All right." At this moment, Yun hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. "Cangqiong, there's something I've never told you the truth about, which is that Yunji is not my real name. My real name is Yun, and I am the current sect master of Yaman sect." "What's wrong?" After Yun finished speaking, she clearly felt Shen Cangqiong's grip on her hands tighten, and she couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Nailin Yanran is your direct disciple?" Shen Cangqiong's voice came out somewhat bitter. In fact, he should have thought of it long ago. In the entire Jiama Empire, besides the sect master of Yaman sect, how could there be another female, Do Huang strong person? "You are Yanran's fiancé?" At this moment, Yun finally remembered who Shen Cangqiong was. No wonder she felt somewhat familiar when she first heard that name. "It's me." After saying this, Shen Cangqiong fell silent, and Yun, in his arms, also didn't know what to say. For a moment, the cave fell into a strange silence. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Water Academy. No way. Brother Tang Xiong won't end up with Sister Yun, right? How infuriating. It's all that Nailin Yanran's fault. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy's inner court, said, "In a sense, these two should be considered enemies. After all, that Nailin Yanran dared to go to Senior Cangqiong's house to annul the engagement only because she relied on her teacher, Yun's influence." Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui wearer from the Shui Academy. Brother Cangqiong, can you reveal a little? Did you and Sister Yun end up together in the end? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Can't you see for yourself? There's no way. Shen Cangqiong really doesn't know how that runaway golden finger arranged things for him. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui wearer of the Water Academy. Disgusting. At this moment, the scene of the comparison video shifted. Hiss. How did I fall asleep? Yunji, no, where is Yun? Shen Cangqiong rubbed his somewhat sore neck and took a while to remember the matter of Yunji, or rather Yun. She has already left. The blue close-fitting inner armor beside him was left by her. This is a piece of Do Huang level inner armor, which can definitely be considered an invaluable treasure within the entire Jiama Empire. Yao Lao said, "Left?" Shen Cangqiong was stunned for a moment, then silently walked over to the blue inner armor, staring blankly at it. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, at the Shui Academy, Shui says, "Sister Yun left quietly. I don't know why, but thinking about it makes me want to cry." In the first variant of the Douluo World, at the Chihua Academy, Wu, I hope they can end up together in the end. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Binger from the Water Academy. It all depends on what Shen Cangqiong thinks in the comparison video. Yun has already given away her personal inner armor, so her intentions are already very clear. In the Douluo World of Variant number 1, Yao Zi from the Plan Academy said, "Shui Binger is right. If a girl is willing to give her personal belongings to a boy, it already indicates all the issues. And one could say that everything is left unspoken." In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Fire Wu Shuang from the Fire Academy. Am I the only one curious about how young Master Shen is going to wear this female inner armor? Variant 1, Core Disciple Ning Rongrong of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World. Didn't you hear what Elder Yao said? This is a Do Huang level inner armor, which translates to a true god level inner armor in our Douluo continent. It's a treasure that's hard to come by. Besides, this inner armor is worn closest to the body, so outsiders can't see it. In this case, does it matter if it's for men or women? As long as it's useful, that's all that matters. Chapter 79, Medusa appears. The comparison video continues. 7 days later, Shen Cangqiong, who had finally recovered, left the cave filled with memories and ventured deeper into the Monster Beast Mountains. After more than 3 months of training in the deeper parts of the Monster Beast Mountains, Shen Cangqiong finally reached the peak of the 9-star Dome Master realm. Elder Yao, after taking this pill, I can break through to the Great Dome Master, right? In another cave, Shen Cangqiong held a freshly made 3-color pill with his eyes shining. Of course, Elder Yao replied. Hee, that's great. I didn't expect to become a Great Dome Master so quickly. If those guys in my family found out, their expressions would definitely be interesting. Shen Cangqiong said with a mischievous grin. This is mainly due to your good luck. In the valley where the little medical fairy is in seclusion, there happen to be many herbs useful to you. Otherwise, it would take you at least another year to become a great Do master. Elder Yao said lightly. That's true. Shen Cangqiong did not deny this. All right, you should rest for a bit. Once you restore your condition to its best, start refining this pill. After chatting for a while, Elder Yao reminded. Shen Cangqiong nodded and sat down cross-legged to recover his state. Variant 1 Douluo World Shrek Yu Xiaojing. Compared to the world in the video, with so many types of miraculous pills available, leveling up is really too easy and too fast. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Yu Xiaojing. Yes. In the video, Shen Cangqiong only took a little time to go from the third rank of fighting spirit to a quasi-great fighter. If these miraculous pills could be developed on our Douluo continent, then perhaps in the future, every soul master, regardless of their cultivation talent, could reach the title Douluo level before the age of 30. Every time Yu Xiaojing sees the miraculous nature of these pills, he can't help but want to exclaim. Meanwhile, the video shifts. Yao Lao, do you think the information about those people in black could be false? Exotic fire is incredibly precious. If the serpent people really obtained a piece of exotic fire, how could they possibly leak such information? In a palace, Shen Cangqiong hid in the shadows, conversing with the medicine elder in his mind. At this moment, it had already been half a month since Shen Cangqiong refined the three-colored pill and officially stepped into the Great Do Master realm. During this half-month, Shen Cangqiong originally planned to leave the Monster Beast mountain range to buy some essential supplies for outdoor survival in a nearby town, and then continue his training in the Monster Beast mountain range. However, coincidentally, while Shen Cangqiong was resting in a hotel, he overheard a group of powerful individuals in a private room discussing news about strange fire. As a result, adhering to the principle of not letting any opportunity slip by, Shen Cangqiong hurriedly made his way here, arriving ahead of that group of strong individuals. How the news of the snake people possessing got out, I don't know. But I can assure you that there is indeed present in this palace. A rare hint of uncontrollable joy appeared in the medicine elder's voice. How do you know? Why can't I sense anything? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong sensed again, but felt nothing. Your realm is just a small great Do master. If you could sense it, that would be truly strange. The medicine elder rolled his eyes. All right then, or shall we take action? I estimate that group of black-clad individuals will arrive in about a day's time at most. Not bothered by the medicine elder's retort, Shen Cangqiong asked when they would make their move. Just wait. This Queen Medusa is already at the peak of the Do Huang realm. I haven't recovered much. If I expend too much fighting her, I won't be able to help you when you truly face danger. Therefore, we need to rely on those black-clad individuals to restrain the strong ones of the snake people, and then we can take advantage of the situation. The medicine elder said. I see. Then we will wait. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong quietly moved to a more suitable hiding place. Unfortunately, perhaps due to Shen Cangqiong's bad luck, just as he settled into his new spot, he soon saw a mesmerizing snake person with a snake tail slowly swimming over, eventually stopping on a high platform. In the Douluo continent, where the beautiful women are plentiful, Shui Yuer from the Water Academy says, it's true that there are many beauties in this world called the Duki continent. And the most crucial thing is that they have all been encountered by Brother Cangqiong. Hiss. By the way, this beauty won't end up having something with Brother Cangqiong, will she? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Feng Xiao Tian from the Wind Academy. Is this really considered human? No legs, just a snake tail. Although it's stunningly beautiful, I find it a bit hard to accept. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Unknown. Whether she has a snake tail or legs doesn't matter. As long as she is a beauty, that's enough. To be honest, if this beauty appeared in our Douluo continent, she would have enough capital to compete for the top spot on the Yinji list. Variant 1 of Douluo World Anonymous. I have never seen the first place on a Rouge list, so I can't make a judgment. But if I were to rank the Rouge list, this snake-tail beauty would definitely be first. On the other side, the comparison video continues. After half a day, Elder Yao, there's sounds of fighting outside. Is that group of black-clad people here? Shen Cangqiong asked. Yes, it is indeed that group of people. Moreover, this time there are more people than the last time we discussed in the hotel. Elder Yao sensed with his soul power and quickly provided the answer. Not good. Just when Shen Cangqiong wanted to say something else, Elder Yao suddenly changed his expression and quickly wrapped Shen Cangqiong with his soul power. Boom! In the next second, after Shen Cangqiong was protected, a deafening explosion came from the high platform. The next moment, a wave of air surged out in all directions, instantly turning the entire palace and all the buildings outside the palace into ruins. Chapter 80. Successfully obtaining the first strange fire. Variant 1 in the Douluo continent. Nameless, What happened? Why was everything fine just now? And suddenly such a powerful wave of energy erupted. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Feng Xiaotian from the Wind Academy. It seems that I saw that Medusa Queen take out a blue fire lotus from somewhere and put it in her mouth. And then it turned into the current situation. Variant 1 Douluo World. Xiao Academy. Xiao Wu. That blue fire lotus should be there, right? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Thunder Academy. Yu Tianxin. It shouldn't be possible. Although I heard an explanation before that seems to be a very magical flame. No matter how magical it is, it's still just a flame. How could it possibly unleash such powerful force? Just look at the destructive power in the comparison video we just watched. It's completely earth-shaking. I'm afraid that even if 100 tidal Douluo strong ones attacked at the same time in one place, it wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Ning Rongrong. A core disciple of the Blazing Academy. Don't always use our Douluo continent's common sense to speculate and compare with the world in the video. If the strange fire weren't strong, how could it attract the attention of so many powerful beings? In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong is not wrong. The comparison video has already been released, and we have seen battle scenes between titled Douluo level experts that far exceed that level. In this situation, is it really necessary to stubbornly believe that what cannot be done on our Douluo continent cannot be done in the world of the comparison video? Variant 1 Douluo World. Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu. It's hard not to give a thumbs up. Variant 1. Unknown from the Douluo World. I can finally barely see the scenes in the comparison video. But where did Queen Medusa go? Variant 2. Unknown from the original Douluo World. Could she have fallen? After all, Queen Medusa was at the very core of that shockwave, taking the most damage. Variant 2. Unknown from the original Douluo World. She might have taken the opportunity to leave when the dust was swirling just now. In any case, Queen Medusa is a peak Do Huang level expert, so she shouldn't have fallen so easily. In the world of the first variant of Douluo, the unnamed character said, I hope she really has left. If that snake-tail beauty has truly fallen, it would be such a pity. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Old Yao, what just happened? Shen Cangqiong felt a bit scared. If Old Yao had reacted just a moment slower, he estimated he would have to wait 18 years to become a good man. But that could be discussed later. Quick, take the and leave immediately. Old Yao sensed the surroundings and, without having time to explain further, urged him on. All right. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong didn't hesitate. After suppressing his doubts, he quickly ran in the direction indicated by Old Yao, picked up that had fallen to the ground, and turned to run. The scene shifted. Several hours later. Old Yao, this little guy should be a snake, right? When did it crawl on my back? In a certain part of the desert. After running hard for several hours, Shen Cangqiong finally stopped to rest and discovered a cute creature crawling on his lower back. It was indeed a snake. It crawled up when you took that. However, it seems it has no ill intentions towards you. So, in that situation, I didn't remind you, Old Yao explained, glancing at the small white snake that Shen Cangqiong was holding, which was blinking its big, adorable eyes. It really is a snake. Shen Cangqiong brought the small white snake closer to his eyes and tentatively rubbed its little head. To his surprise, the little snake not only showed no resistance, but even closed its eyes, looking quite content. Old Yao, what kind of snake is this? Why have I never seen this kind of snake before? Looking at the cute appearance of the small white snake, Shen Cangqiong immediately took a liking to it. If I'm not mistaken, this little white snake is the Queen Medusa. As soon as Old Yao said this, Shen Cangqiong, who was playing with the small white snake, was so shocked that he almost threw the snake away. This is the Queen Medusa transformed? After a long time, Shen Cangqiong finally regained his senses, quickly withdrew his hand that was rubbing the little white snake's head, and stammered as he looked at Old Yao and asked, if nothing unexpected happens, this should indeed be the Queen Medusa? Old Yao nodded. But why would the Queen Medusa transform into this little white snake? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong no longer found the little white snake cute. Instead, he felt it was a hot potato. It was obvious that the Queen Medusa was at a critical moment of breaking through to the Do Zone level when she suddenly sensed many powerful beings arriving outside. To avoid being backfired, she had to take the risk of forcibly refining the in hopes of breaking through to Do Zone in one go. Unfortunately, her accumulation was insufficient, and in the end, she still failed. And this little white snake should be a backup left by the Queen Medusa, using some secret technique of their snake people to ensure her survival at the last moment, Old Yao said. Variant 1 Douluo World, Godwind Academy. Feng Xiaotian. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. In our Douluo continent, It's basically impossible for a living being to be resurrected. But in the world shown in the comparison video, resurrection, a divine skill that doesn't exist in our world, seems to be as common as dirt. It's really not a difficult thing at all. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. This is something unavoidable. After all, our world is weak. However, I must say, Queen Medusa truly deserves to be called a great beauty. Even after turning into a snake, she is still so adorable. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the young clan leader of the Min family by Shen Cangqiong. This little white snake is indeed adorable. I used to dislike snakes the most, but I don't think that way anymore. In the variant Douluo World at the Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu, I think it's somewhat inappropriate for Queen Medusa to turn into such a cute little white snake, given the imposing aura she previously displayed. She should belong to that type of proud, ice-cold beauty. Even if she were to transform into a snake, it should be the cool and handsome type, not the cute type. Chapter 81. Meeting Yun Yun again. The comparison video continues. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Even if this little white snake is indeed Queen Medusa, who knows how long it will take for her to recover? Perhaps by the time she regains her form, I will already be at the Do Zone level, or even above that. Looking at the little white snake that clearly intended to stay with him, Shen Cangqiong pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. At that moment, Yao Lao suddenly made a strange sound. What's wrong, Yao Lao? Shen Cangqiong asked, puzzled. Yun Yun is coming after you. Do you want to see her? Yao Lao looked at Shen Cangqiong with a half-smile. Yun Yun? Hearing that unforgettable name, Shen Cangqiong paused in his actions. How long until she arrives here? And why is she here? Shen Cangqiong asked. She should be with that group of black-clad people. Probably in about 10 minutes, she will arrive here. Don't worry, she came alone. Under Yao Lao's powerful soul sense, Yun Yun's whereabouts were completely within his perception. Then let's wait for her to come. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong removed the gray cloak draped over him and stood still, waiting for Yun Yun's arrival with a mix of anticipation and complexity. A moment later, Cangqiong, is that you? Yun Yun flapped her green wings and quickly flew in front of Shen Cangqiong. When she saw that the person she was chasing was indeed the one in her heart, she was taken aback. Long time no see. Upon seeing Yun Yun, Shen Cangqiong finally retracted the complicated expression on his face and chose to face his true feelings. Was it you who took the during the chaos? Yun Yun landed less than a meter in front of Shen Cangqiong and was about to ask how he got here when she suddenly noticed the in his hand and exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, isn't it? Shen Cangqiong smiled and raised the in his hand. How could you go to such a dangerous place? Yun Yun recalled the previous surge of energy and thought about how Shen Cangqiong was present when that wave erupted. And she couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. I need the, Shen Cangqiong said. That makes sense. You're also a pharmacist, and is indeed very helpful for you. In that case, you should leave first. It might catch up soon. But remember, don't go to such dangerous places again in the future. Compared to Gu He, Yun Yun cared more about Shen Cangqiong. Hearing that he also needed the, she immediately chose to give it to him without a second thought. You should hurry and go. If they catch up soon, it will be troublesome. Seeing Shen Cangqiong not moving, Yun Yun urged again. Sigh. All right, then I'll leave first. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong took a deep look at Yun Yun and turned to leave. Shen Cangqiong knew that if he left now, neither Yun Yun nor he would encounter any trouble, but once others caught up, it would be hard to say. However, after Shen Cangqiong had walked about 30 steps, he suddenly stopped. At that moment, he abruptly turned around and rushed back towards Yun Yun. Then, under Yun Yun's slightly bewildered gaze, Shen Cangqiong embraced her and leaned down to kiss her. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. Did we just kiss like that? Variant 1 Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Xiao Wu, isn't this great? At least Shen Cangqiong and Yun Yun won't be fated to be apart because of that unfilial disciple. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Anonymous. This is so unfair. I remember last time I did this, I got slapped hard. But why did Shen Cangqiong not only avoid the slap, but also receive a response? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. What you're doing is just playing with feelings, while Shen Cangqiong is a mutual affection. They can't be compared. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong, said, "It's a pity that there isn't enough time. Otherwise, there might have been an even more exciting show." In the first variant of the Douluo World at the Water Moon Academy, Shui Yuetra said, "Even if there are more exciting shows, we can't see them. At that time, it will surely be another beam of righteous light shining on the big screen." Meanwhile, the comparison video flickered. Elder Yao, can I directly begin to refine this strange fire later? In a cave in the Warcraft Mountains, Shen Cangqiong took out the strange fire, his eyes filled with excitement. Yes, but remember, when refining the strange fire, you must be extra careful. Otherwise, the fate of Queen Medusa will be your fate, Elder Yao said solemnly. Don't worry, I only have one little life. I won't act recklessly. By the way, Elder Yao, if I refine this strange fire, what level can I reach? Taking advantage of the moment of recovery, Shen Cangqiong curiously asked. This is the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, ranked 19th on the strange fire list. If it had intelligence, I estimate its strength would be a half-step Do zone. Therefore, after you refine this Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, without harming its origin, you should be able to reach around 7-star Do Ling. Elder Yao thought for a moment and gave a relatively conservative answer. Variant, one of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Shui Hua Academy. Truly impressive, my Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. Variant, one of the Douluo World, Chihua Academy. Xiao Wu. I really didn't expect that such a small flame would possess the strength of half a Do zone. Variant, one of Douluo World, Thunder Academy. Yu Tianxin. I didn't expect that my life is not even as good as a ball of fire. Variant, one of the Douluo World, Poison Douluo Kid. What is this? It's just a mere soul zone. As a title Douluo, I still can't compare to a ball of fire, yet I haven't said anything about it. Have I? Variant, one of the Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Again, Grandpa, how can you compare yourself to a child? Variant, one Do World Poison Dogo Bo. I have always been fearless. What's wrong with competing with a child? Variant, one of the Douluo World, Prince of Tiando. Shuexing, Poison Douluo Crown. This belongs to being unrestrained and not hypocritical. Chapter 82. Starting to refine the Qinglian Earth Fire. Variant, one of the Douluo World, Dugian from the Royal Academy of Tiando. What do you mean by being unconcerned with trivialities and not hypocritical? It's nothing but disrespect for the elderly. Furthermore, my focus is different from yours. You only see the power of this Blue Lotus Earth Fire, but I see the attributes of Shen Cangqiong's trash. Right now, he wants to refine this Blue Lotus Earth Fire to enhance his own strength, and he has started to cherish this treasure. However, when he was with Qin Yun in the desert before, his action of throwing the Blue Lotus Earth Fire was very smooth, without any hesitation at all. I think if that Blue Lotus Earth Fire really had intelligence, it would definitely say, "Am I leaving?" Dugian's words embarrassed Shuexing, causing him to retreat, but they reminded many people of the scene where Shen Cangqiong threw the to attract Qinin. In no time, it sparked a new wave of discussion among a large portion of people from both worlds, and soon, the entire comment section was filled with various lighthearted teasing comments. Variant, one of the Douluo World, Poison Douluo Bo. Yin Yin, stop talking nonsense. When a couple is in love, anyone with sense should voluntarily leave. But that strange fire actually wanted Shen Cangqiong to throw it to the ground himself. It's clear that this is the fault of that strange fire. Variant, one of the Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Donggu Yin, I didn't expect you to be such a grandfather. Wait, Grandpa, you're helping that Shen Cangqiong speak. Haven't you received some benefits from him? Variant, one of the Douluo World, Poison Bo. No wonder she's my granddaughter, truly intelligent and clever. Variant, one of the Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Dugian, what? Quick, tell me, what benefits did you promise Shen Cangqiong? Dugian suddenly had a bad feeling. Variant 1, Poison Dogo Bo from the Douluo World. I'll tell you face to face when you return from this experience. For now, let's continue watching the comparison videos. After saying this, Dogo Bo closed his mouth, ignoring any barrage of questions from Dugian, whether they were threats or pouting. He no longer responded. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Unexpectedly, the 19th ranked already possessed the strength of a half-step Do zone. By the way, Yao Lao, that white flame of yours should also be a type of, right? After all, the pressure I felt from that white flame back then was much stronger than the current. Shen Cangqiong had always been curious about Yao Lao's cold and hot flame, and now was the perfect time to ask. That white flame of mine is indeed. Moreover, it ranks 11th among. As he spoke, Yao Lao fell into reminiscence, clearly recounting how he obtained this ancient cold fire back in the day. Hiss. It seems I've once again been too narrow-minded. I originally thought that even the number 1 should at most correspond to a weak Do zone, but now I'm getting slapped in the face. Shen Cangqiong let out a bitter smile. He realized that when one's own realm is insufficient, it's better not to speculate about things that are too distant. Otherwise, aside from getting slapped in the face repeatedly, there won't be any other possibilities. Hee. So, there is still a lot for you to learn. Let me put it this way. The ranked 3rd on the list has strength comparable to a 6-star Do Shong. Yao Lao said with a smile. Yao Lao, how do you know that he is so strong? Shen Cangqiong was astonished. He thought that if Yao Lao had really seen that could rival a six-star Do Sheng, then Yao Lao should be a figure of remembrance for future generations. How could he still be bouncing around in front of him? The space where the resides appears periodically, and as more people go in and out, naturally, many messages about the have been spread. Yao Lao felt that Shen Cangqiong's gaze towards him was a bit strange, but he didn't think much of it. The space where the resides? What does that mean? Shen Cangqiong felt that the more he knew, the more confused he became. To carve out a livable space from the void is a hallmark of Do Sheng strongholds. Therefore, any force that possesses a Do Sheng typically does not live on the Do Qi continent, but resides in the space they have created. Yao Lao explained. Is this real? Shen Cangqiong was left dumbfounded. For someone like him, born in a small place, Yao Lao's explanation was simply unbelievable. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Otherwise, I'm really afraid my Dao heart will become unstable, resulting in a failure to refine the... Just right, I have now returned to my best state. It's time to start refining this. Seeing Yao Lao nodding in confirmation, Shen Cangqiong immediately indicated that he didn't want to ask anymore, then spent more than half an hour calming his mind, waiting until his heart was completely settled before gritting his teeth and swallowing beginning to refine it with a focused mind. In the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Watermoon Academy said, I have seen the battle power of a Do Huang strongman who surpasses demigods. And I have also speculated about the power of Dozong strongmen and those above the Dozong realm. But now I suddenly realize that I am just like Brother Cangqiong in the comparison video, completely like a frog in a well, always looking at the sky from the bottom of the well. In the one variant Douluo World, the Blaze Academy's Xiao Wu, it's truly unimaginable what kind of great power a Do Saint possesses. Variant 1 the Douluo World. Feng Xiao Tian from the Shindao Academy. Sister Xiao Wu, don't worry. As long as we keep watching, we will definitely see it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Plant Academy. Yao Zi. Upon careful consideration, it's quite terrifying. Do you think our Douluo continent might also be a space created by some powerful being? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Thunder Academy. Yu Tianxin. It shouldn't be the case. Yao Zi, don't scare me. If we really end up in a space created by someone unrelated to us, it would basically be a disaster for us. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shui Yu Academy. Brother Cangqiong. Our Douluo continent shouldn't be a space created by Do Sheng level experts, right? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Rest assured, it's not. Chapter 83. Traveling with Xiao Yixin. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shui Yu Academy. That's good. Just as Yu Tianxin said, we are not related by blood. If we really end up in the space that has been opened up and are not informed, that would definitely be filled with malice. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Tianzhou Royal Academy. Yu Qianheng. Our Douluo continent could never be a space that was created. Have you ever thought about how vast our Douluo continent is? How could it possibly be created by Do Saint level expert? In fact, it's not wrong for Yu Tianheng to think this way. Unless one sees it with their own eyes, a peak Do Wang expert can easily sweep through such a place. Even if the people inside have the wildest imaginations, they could never truly comprehend the immense power of a Do Saint expert. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Plant Academy Yao Zi. Alright, maybe he was overthinking it. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Even the strongest Do Saint, no matter how powerful, can at most open up a space the size of a small city. And that would already be impressive. If a Do Saint could really open up a space as large as our Douluo continent, then wouldn't that make the Do Saint almost omnipotent? Where would that leave the face of the even stronger Do Emperor? In the end, Yao Zi was also joking. The comparison video continues. As time passed bit by bit, the process of Shen Cangqiong refining the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire went so smoothly that Yao Lao, who had been watching with utmost caution and was always ready to assist Shen Cangqiong, even began to doubt whether what Shen Cangqiong was refining was indeed in. How does it feel? At one moment, when Shen Cangqiong's realm suddenly stopped at the peak of 9, Star Do Ling, and no longer improved, Yao Lao asked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He realized that Shen Cangqiong had awakened, and the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire had been successfully refined. Feel? Besides reaching the peak of 9, Star Do Ling, it seems there are no other feelings at all. Shen Cangqiong blinked, somewhat puzzled. Since he obtained the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, Yao Lao had always told him that refining was very dangerous. Is that all? Forget it. Maybe it's because of your extraordinary talent. Of course, it could also be that you have a fate with the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. And not only did you not encounter any danger while refining it, but it also helped you raise your realm to the peak of 9 Star Do Ling. Yao Lao waved his hand, not wanting to continue discussing whether refining was dangerous. He was afraid that if he continued, it would shake his own heart. Xiao Lao. Should we continue to stay in the Monster Beast mountain range for training, or go to the Jia Nan Academy? Seeing that Yao Lao did not want to talk about it, Shen Cangqiong naturally didn't mind and changed the topic. Let's first go to the valley where the little medical fairy is hiding to collect some medicinal materials you will need next. And then we will go directly to Jia Nan Academy. Yao Lao said. Okay. Shen Cangqiong replied and got up to leave the cave. The scene shifts. You're back. In the valley of the little medical fairy. Seeing Shen Cangqiong appear at the entrance of the valley, the little medical fairy ran over in surprise. Yes. I plan to collect some medicinal materials this time, and then go directly to Jia Nan Academy. Come with me. Once we leave Jia Nan Academy, I'm going to the central region, and your problem should have a solution in the central region. On the way here, Yao Lao had already told Shen Cangqiong about the next few steps of the plan and mentioned the little medical fairy's problem in passing. Really? The little medical fairy's body trembled. Of course, it's true. So how about it? Come with me. Shen Cangqiong trusted Yao Lao more. And since Yao Lao said it could solve the problems with the little medical fairy, it was basically a sure thing. Yes, the little medical fairy was almost moved to tears. If one can avoid dying, who would want to die? The scene shifts again. Is this Jia in town? It's really strange. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong and the little medical fairy had already passed through the chaotic Black Corner region and arrived at the outskirts of Jia Nan Academy, Jianan town. When the little medical fairy saw the two towns less than a kilometer apart, with their vastly different environments, she couldn't help but marvel. After all, this Jianan town is the territory of Jia Nan Academy, which dominates all nearby imperial powers. If it weren't necessary, the people from the Black Corner region wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Shen Cangqiong casually responded to the little medical fairy, but in his heart, he began to converse with Yao Lao. Yao Lao, how is it? If I sense correctly, the from Jianan Academy should erupt soon. Yao Lao said with joy. Why do I feel like you're a bit gloating? Shen Cangqiong said somewhat speechlessly. Let's go. We need to find a place to stay first. If this erupts and Jia Nan Academy can suppress it, then we will leave directly. If Jia Nan Academy can't suppress then we will help to subdue it. Yao Lao seemed to ignore Shen Cangqiong's mumbling and continued speaking to himself. Let's go. We need to find an inn to stay at. Hearing Yao Lao's words, Shen Cangqiong nodded slightly and said to the little medical fairy who was looking around. The scene shifts again. Sir, I'm really sorry, but we only have one guest room left. In the only inn in Jianan town, the server said apologetically. Then let us take that one. Before Shen Cangqiong could speak, the little medical fairy nodded first. That might not be good. Shen Cangqiong hesitated upon hearing this. His own reputation didn't matter. But he couldn't ignore the little medical fairy's reputation. It's fine. Besides, there is only one room left. What can we do? If we wait any longer, even this room might be booked by someone else. Are we going to sleep on the street then? The little medical fairy understood Shen Cangqiong's meaning. But she didn't mind. This. All right then. You can sleep on the bed, and I'll manage for the night on the chair. The little medical fairy made a good point, and Shen Cangqiong naturally couldn't continue to oppose. Here is the key to the room. Please take it. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong and the little medical fairy had made a decision, the server thoughtfully handed the key to the little medical fairy. Also, prepare some meals and bring them to our room. After leaving the front desk, Shen Cangqiong ordered a few dishes. Chapter 84. Enviable dual opening in the core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong said. The girls are taking the initiative, so there should be some extra shows tonight. Although there will definitely be righteous light appearing at that time, I'm still looking forward to it. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shui Wei Academy. It would be great if it could be live-streamed. Who knows? Maybe I could even help out at that time. Or at least cheer from the sidelines. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Feng Xiaotian from the Shun Feng Academy. Goodness. I only realized today that there are so many female characters in Douluo Continent. But it's alright. My sister Xiao Wu is very pure. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Shui Wearer from the Water Academy says to Feng Xiaotian, there's a saying that I don't know if you've heard, which is birds of a feather flock together. So, do you really think that Xiao Wu, who can play with me, won't have any flaws? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu, don't slander me. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian from the Xinyan Academy. I believe in my sister Xiao Wu. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Tinshui Academy's Shui Wearer. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. You seem a bit nervous? Where's your courage from sneaking into a girl's room in the middle of the night? In the room, Xiao Yixian chuckled lightly. At that time, wasn't I looking for you for something serious? Shen Cangqiong felt quite awkward. What's the difference with now? Xiao Yixian rolled her eyes at Shen Cangqiong. Guest, the food is here. Just as Shen Cangqiong was at a loss for words, the voice of the waiter came from outside, which instantly relieved Shen Cangqiong's tension. And the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere that had surrounded the two of them dissipated in an instant. The scene shifts. 7 days later. Boom! On this day, Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Wu were shopping when suddenly a loud bang came from a distance, followed by a gigantic snake made of flames soaring into the sky, soon engaging in battle with a group of strong fighters. Yao Lao, this is the of Canaan Academy, the falling heart flame, right? Shen Cangqiong asked. Yes, this fire snake is the embodiment of the falling heart flame. Let's go. We need to head over there. Yao Lao nodded affirmatively after sensing the situation. This is the you mentioned waiting for, right? At this moment, Xiao Wu also asked softly. Yes, I want to go see. You head back to the inn first. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong quickly headed toward the location of the incident. I want to go with you. This time, Xiao Wu did not listen to Shen Cangqiong's words and followed closely behind. It might be dangerous over there. I may not be able to protect you. Seeing Xiao Wu following him, Shen Cangqiong stopped and directly shook his head in refusal. Have you forgotten that I am now a 4-star Douluo, and my realm is higher than yours? The evil poison body is not just for show. Without needing to control intentionally, the realm can soar like flying, and there won't be any bottlenecks. Well, in that case, let's hurry. Reminded by Xiao Wu, Shen Cangqiong realized that the current Xiao Wu was no longer the inexperienced girl he first met. Yes, Xiao Wu happily nodded. Ever since she learned from Shen Cangqiong that there was a way to control her evil poison body, she no longer tried to suppress its characteristics, but instead utilized them, madly using various poisons to rapidly enhance her strength. The scene shifts again. In the forest of Canaan Academy, Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Wu were fleeing ahead, while the falling heart flame was relentlessly pursuing them from behind. And the strong fighters from Canaan Academy had long been severely injured and retreated by a tail swipe from the falling heart flame. Why does this seem to be chasing us like crazy? At this moment, Xiao Wu turned to look at the red-eyed, falling heart flame desperately pursuing them and felt quite puzzled. I don't know either. Shen Cangqiong responded to Xiao Wu's question while following Yao Lao's instructions, planning to lure the falling heart flame to a place where they could fight safely. This falling heart flame isn't even a match for Dozong experts. Are you really confident you can capture it? Seeing that Shen Cangqiong also didn't understand the frantic behavior of the falling heart flame, Xiao Wu changed the subject. Don't worry. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and quickened his pace. The scene shifts once more. More than an hour later. It's all right now. It's very safe here. Just when Shen Cangqiong was unaware of where he had run to, he finally heard the voice of Elder Yao calling to stop in his mind. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong slowed down, and, after running a few hundred meters more, he finally stopped with Xiao Wu. Do you need me to do anything next? Xiao Wu knew that Shen Cangqiong had found a good place and was planning to take action, so she hurriedly asked, use your poison to surround the area. Although there definitely wouldn't be anyone to disturb them here, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any magical beasts passing by. I understand. Xiao Wu nodded, and then strands of gray mist, under her control, surrounded an area of several miles. Elder Yao, it's up to you from here. Seeing that everything was ready, and the falling heart flame had already caught up to less than 500 meters from them during the time they stopped. Shen Cangqiong directly transferred control of his body to Elder Yao. Just leave it to me. After gaining control of Shen Cangqiong's body, Elder Yao chuckled, then used his bone spirit cold fire to engage in battle with the rapidly approaching falling heart flame. Soon, under Elder Yao's powerful strength and the suppression of the higher-ranked bone spirit cold fire, the giant snake formed by the falling heart flame was suppressed before it could even run away, becoming the second in Shen Cangqiong's hands. You can refine this falling heart flame right here. Taking a deep breath, Elder Yao returned control of the body to Shen Cangqiong and said, okay. However, this time, as Shen Cangqiong was refining the falling heart flame, which contained heart fire, just when he was about to refine it most critically, his heart fire suddenly erupted, and at that moment, Queen Medusa unexpectedly transformed into human form. As a result, both Xiao Wu and Medusa were caught in Shen Cangqiong's fire. Chapter 85. Reaching the Central Region. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shui Wu Academy. Wow. Previously, when Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Wu were living in the same room, I was already prepared to watch a big show, but nothing happened. Now it's just the opposite. I wasn't prepared at all, and yet here comes such a big show. However, I wasn't wrong in my guess. The light of righteousness has indeed appeared. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. inner court core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong. It seems that little medical fairy is quite willing and hasn't resisted at all. Unlike Queen Medusa, just look at that gaze. She looks like she wants to eat Senior Cangqiong alive. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Yuer from Shui Yue Academy. Speaking of which, Brother Cangqiong, what exactly happened back then? How could you do such a thing? Although everyone from both worlds can tell from the comparison video that Shen Cangqiong's state was not right at that time, no one knows why Shen Cangqiong became like this. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, affected by the fallen heart flame's heart fire. Subsequently, Shen Cangqiong explained both the benefits and drawbacks that the heart fire of the fallen heart flame can bring to people. Variant 1 Douluo World, Wind Laughing Sky from the Wind Academy. I can only say that this is the destiny of Queen Medusa. Why did she not appear early or late, but chose to appear right when Shen Cangqiong was affected by the heart fire? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Anonymous, no matter what the reason is. Shen Cangqiong is just bullying Queen Medusa. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Nameless. At that time, Shen Cangqiong was also influenced by the heart fire. Therefore, in this matter, Shen Cangqiong may be at fault, but this cannot be entirely blamed on him. It mainly depends on how Shen Cangqiong's attitude will be once he regains consciousness. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Unknown. No, isn't the Medusa Queen a peak Do Huang level expert? She's not like Yin Yin. Can she really not defeat Shen Cangqiong? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Anonymous. Brother, it seems like you've discovered something remarkable. Do you think there's a possibility that Queen Medusa is actually willing, but she's just too thin-skinned? If she doesn't resist a little, she might feel embarrassed? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Anonymous. No matter what the reason is, I'm already jealous to the point of being unrecognizable. Whether it's Xiao Wu or Medusa, both are rare and stunning beauties. To obtain even one of such extraordinary beauty is already a tremendous stroke of luck. Yet, Shen Cangqiong has managed to double up on both. Sigh, I'm so frustrated. Just as the crowd in the bullet screen area was intensely discussing Shen Cangqiong's double achievement, the comparison video suddenly shifted to a new plot point. I'm sorry, I really didn't know it would turn out like this. After nearly a day and night of turmoil, Shen Cangqiong had completely woken up. Now, looking at the two tired women in front of him, he truly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. What do you plan to do with us? Unlike Queen Medusa, who coldly stared at Shen Cangqiong without saying a word, Xiao Wu calmly asked what Shen Cangqiong planned to do. How about I marry you both? Shen Cangqiong tentatively suggested. Since things have already happened, no matter how much he tangled with it, Shen Cangqiong certainly wouldn't avoid the responsibility he had to bear. Sure, getting the answer he wanted. Xiao Wu nodded, her face flushed. And you? Seeing Xiao Wu agree, Shen Cangqiong turned his gaze to the silent Queen Medusa beside her. Oomph. A succinct word that directly expressed Medusa's feelings at that moment. Elder Yao, why didn't you stop me earlier? After getting nowhere with Queen Medusa, Shen Cangqiong felt frustrated in his heart. How could I stop you? Without your consent, I can't control your body. But don't worry, I stayed inside the ring while you were fighting, not looking at all. By the end, Elder Yao's tone clearly had a teasing undertone. Sigh, I hope Queen Medusa won't stab me while I'm sleeping. Ignoring Elder Yao's teasing, Shen Cangqiong bitterly smiled in his heart. You can rest assured about this. It won't be long before Queen Medusa turns back into that little white snake again. Elder Yao comforted. Regardless, this is ultimately a hidden danger. It seems I must think of a way to deal with her. Otherwise, it will definitely be trouble in the future. Shen Cangqiong didn't want to be on edge every day. Cangqiong, what is your current realm? At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly asked. I'm already at the peak of 9-star Do Huang. Shen Cangqiong sensed it and was somewhat surprised by the speed of his improvement. When he woke up earlier, he was directly stunned by the scene before him, which made him only now have time to check his realm. Hiss, I thought my cultivation speed was already fast enough. I didn't expect yours to be even faster than mine. Xiao Wu exclaimed in admiration. This primarily relies on the energy of... So to be fair, your cultivation speed is actually faster. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. By the way, you two don't resist. I'll give each of you a piece of fallen heart flames, which will increase your cultivation speed and also refine your fighting spirit. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong flicked his fingers, and two transparent entered the bodies of Xiao Wu and Queen Medusa. Of course, Xiao Wu really did not resist, while Queen Medusa was unable to resist. This is amazing. Once they entered her body, Xiao Wu immediately tried it out and found the effects of it to be astonishingly good. Seeing this, Queen Medusa frowned and secretly tried it as well. The result was indeed delightful. The scene shifted. 3 days later, was that spatial wormhole set up by those powerful beings? Walking out of the spatial wormhole's door, Xiao Yixin looked back curiously. Yes. Shen Cangqiong didn't understand this either. It was all Elder Yao who told him. The methods of those strong individuals are truly terrifying. Xiao Yixin's face showed awe. You will also become a true strong person in the future, Shen Cangqiong said. Chapter 86, Standard Configuration. You should wait until she can truly resolve her physical issues before saying such things. After 3 days of getting along, Queen Medusa was no longer as cold and silent as she was at first, but occasionally would retort Shen Cangqiong a few times. No matter what, I will not let anything happen to Xiao Yixin. This is a man's promise to his woman. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong did not look at the reactions of the two women, but instead identified the surrounding direction and called the two women to follow him. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shrek Academy. Wow. Brother Cangqiong's promise was really both domineering and heartwarming. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Chiwa Academy. Wu, you've fallen for someone again. This is all you can amount to. Otherwise, any decent person would be discussing this so-called space wormhole right now. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. It seems that Yu Tianing's previous guess was completely off the mark. After all, in the comparison video, Brother Cangqiong clearly stated that as long as one reaches the Dozun realm, they can open up such spatial wormholes connecting two distant places. Variant 1 Douluo World, Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Devian, this is not a problem with Tianheng. Who would have thought that a Do Saint strongman, merely 3 major realms apart from a Do Emperor, would possess so much more power than a Do Emperor? Therefore, rather than saying that Tianheng's speculation is absurdly wrong, it would be more accurate to say that the gap in strength and ability between each major realm in the Duki continent is ridiculously large. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Blaze Academy's Xiao Wu, is there a difference of 3 major realms? Then what about the 9 transformations Do Zun realm and the low, mid, and high-level half-saint realms? You haven't mentioned a word about them. In the first variant of the Douluo World, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Devian, these 2 realms are clearly classified under the great realm of Dozun. Moreover, even if these 2 realms are counted as 2 major realms, the difference between Do Huang and Do Xing is only 5 major realms. According to the situation on our Douluo continent, a difference of 5 major realms is not an insurmountable gap. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. Perspective, everything is a matter of perspective. Brother Cangqiong. I am right, aren't I? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Yes, Douluo continent is too weak. If everything is measured by the standards of Douluo continent, then the jokes you will make in the future will definitely not be few. Just as Shen Cangqiong's few words left everyone from both worlds in silence, the comparison video shifted to a desolate and harsh place. It seems that the owners of the evil poison body are indeed not doing well. Looking at the increasingly treacherous path ahead, Xiao Yixin sighed. As long as we can obtain the control method for the evil poison body this time, then in the future, all those with the evil poison body will no longer end in tragedy. Shen Cangqiong gently held Xiao Yixin's jade hand and comforted her. Xiao Yixin nodded with a blush, her previous melancholy instantly replaced by shyness. Kid, stop quickly. At this moment, Yao Lao's voice suddenly entered Shen Cangqiong's mind. What's wrong? Although he didn't know what was happening, Shen Cangqiong immediately pulled Xiao Yixin and Queen Medusa to hide behind a giant rock. There should be 2 4-star Do Zun level powerhouses confronting each other ahead. Yao Lao's tone was somewhat serious. 2 4-star Do Zun are confronting each other? Are they bored? What are they doing in such a desolate place? While communicating with Yao Lao in his mind, Shen Cangqiong quickly relayed Yao Lao's words to the 2 women. The strength of Do Zun is too strong, and the destructive power during battles is immense. Therefore, generally, Do Zun powerhouses do not easily engage in battles. However, if it comes to a point where a winner must be determined, most Do Zun would choose a place without people to fight. This is to avoid accidentally harming someone they cannot afford to offend. Secondly, it's to prevent destroying someone else's territory and being pursued by that power strongman. Yao Lao et lai. So that's how it is. This also makes sense. After all, for those Do Zun, fighting in a place without people is just a moment's work. There is no need to take the risk of offending other powerhouses by choosing to battle in crowded areas. Shen Cangqiong also agreed with this reasoning. When those 2 Do Zun start fighting, I will use my soul power to hide the 3 of you. As long as you don't make too much noise, those 2 Do Zun won't discover you. After saying this, while reminding the 2 women, Yao Lao also used his soul power to protect the area within a 10-meter radius. Just as Yao Lao finished this, the sounds of the battle in the distance gradually approached. And then the scene of the earth-shattering battle slowly appeared before Shen Cangqiong and the three. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Lanba, Shrek, Mahonkun, Migwoodness. How big is this Duki continent that it can withstand such a level of destruction? If this were on our Douluo continent, by the time these two Dozong powerhouses finished fighting, the place would have been plowed like a field. No wonder there's an unwritten rule for battles between Dozong powerhouses to fight in uninhabited areas. Otherwise, if Dozong powerhouses were allowed to fight in cities, would there be any survivors left except for those protected by Dozong powerhouses of the same realm? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shuihua Academy. Speaking of which, is there something wrong with my eyes? Why do I see that the surroundings of those two Do Zun Strongers seem to be distorting space? Number 1 Variant Douluo World, Blaze Academy, Wu. Your eyes shouldn't have a problem, right? At this moment, Wu was also unsure whether Shui Yur's eyes had issues, because she also saw the space around those two titled Doa experts twisting. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Yu Academy, Brother Cangqiong. Did I see it wrong? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. You are not mistaken. Controlling space is standard for Dozuan level experts. Chapter 87. Is this really something a human can do? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shrek Academy, Shui Binga. Hearing about it is one thing, but seeing it is another. In the past, I could only listen with my ears. Even a Do Shang strong person would only marvel at the other's strength. But now, having seen it with my own eyes, even a 4-star Do Zun strong person is enough to leave one speechless in shock. What Shui Binger said is almost a true reflection of everyone in both worlds. Variant 1 Douluo World Plan Academy Yao Zi. I just want to ask, is this really something that a person can achieve? In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Binger from Shrek Academy, Yao Zi. Don't forget, according to the comparison of realms between the two worlds, a Dozong expert from that world has already stepped into the realm of gods in our Douluo continent, and even surpassed the realm of gods. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Plan Academy, Yao Zi. This, well, it seems my vision and perspective still need improvement. Variant 1 World, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Bone, Douluo Guron. The control of space by this Dozun is far stronger than my ability. If I can comprehend the ability of Dozun to control space, wouldn't I be invincible? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sword Douluo Chan Xin of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Stop daydreaming. What realm are others in, and what realm are you in? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bone Douluo Guron. Old swordman, you wait for me. Once I comprehend the ability to control space, I will definitely beat you up every day. Just as everyone was discussing, the comparison video quickly flashed through scenes. Soon, the battle between the two Dozun reached its conclusion in fast forward. Phew, these two Dozun have finally finished fighting. Watching the two Dozun coldly snort and turn away, Xiao Ishian patted her bun. Let's go. We still have a long way to our destination. Shen Cangqiong didn't respond, directly saying. The scene shifted. A day later, after wandering around and passing through a marsh filled with toxic fog, Shen Cangqiong and his two companions finally arrived at their destination. How about we go in together? Just in case there's any trouble inside, we can deal with it together. In front of a huge stone door, Shen Cangqiong expressed his thoughts. I don't mind, Queen Medusa said with a calm expression. It's up to you. Xiao Ishian gently nodded. All right, it's decided then. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong took a few steps forward and forcefully pushed open the stone door in front of him. The scene shifted again. 10 days later. Is she all right? Queen Medusa frowned and asked when she sensed that Xiao Ishian's aura was almost gone. Don't worry, Xiao Ishian is fine. But you? It's been more than 10 days since you came out. Why haven't you turned back into a little white snake? With the presence of Yao Lao, Shen Cangqiong was quite assured about Xiao Ishian's condition, but he was quite puzzled about Queen Medusa's state. After all, according to Yao Lao's speculation, Medusa should have turned back into a little white snake by now. Huh, what's wrong? Is my existence disturbing you and Xiao Ishian from doing that kind of thing? Medusa said disdainfully. What are you talking about? I'm just worried you might have a problem. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong sat down next to Medusa. I discussed it with that little girl, and she agreed to let me continue living outside for a while. Medusa moved aside in disdain, but surprisingly explained her current situation to Shen Cangqiong. So that's how it is. Shen Cangqiong nodded in realization. By the way, do you have a name? After a pause, he asked again. Medusa. Queen Medusa said. That shouldn't be your name, right? Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. The queens of the serpent people all have this name. It's a tradition of our serpent people. That's not good. I should give you a name that belongs solely to you. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong looked at Medusa and found that she neither showed approval nor disapproval, so he took it as her tacit consent. According to what you said, your current body is a rainbow-consuming python. So from now on, you'll be called Kai Lin. How does that sound? Shen Cangqiong thought this name was quite nice. Unfortunately, Medusa did not respond at all. The scene shifted again. One day, Shen Cangqiong and Kai Lin were cultivating when they suddenly felt Xiao Yixian's aura returning to normal from a faint state. The two immediately exited their cultivation state. How do you feel? Opening his eyes, Shen Cangqiong found that Xiao Yixian had also opened her eyes, and he immediately got up and walked over to her. I succeeded. Moreover, after inheriting from this senior, I am now a 9-star dozong. Drawn back to reality by Shen Cangqiong's voice, Xiao Yixian excitedly hugged him. Unexpectedly, there was an extra surprise. Shen Cangqiong was also happy for Xiao Yixian. If Kai Lin hadn't been quietly watching nearby, Shen Cangqiong might have engaged in a playful game with Xiao Yixian. Since you've succeeded, let's go. Yesterday, I received a recall message transmitted through secret methods from a clan. I need to go back and take a look. Seeing that the two still showed no intention of separating, Medusa suddenly spoke up. Recall you back? Do you have any idea what happened? Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong frowned and released Xiao Yixian. I don't know. Medusa shook her head. All right then, let's hurry back as fast as we can. Shen Cangqiong decided without any hesitation. Variant Douluo World Thunder Academy Yuqianshin. If only I can encounter a legacy that allows me to instantly elevate several realms. Variant one of the Douluo World. Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu. You can consider exploring various desolate places, and perhaps with a bit of luck, you might encounter such a legacy. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Wu from the Water Academy. Haha. Xiao Wu, you really are quite mischievous. At this moment, no one knows whether there are any relics of powerful inheritances on our Douluo continent. And you, on the other hand, directly come up with such a bad idea for others here. Chapter 88. Fortuitous Encounter. Variant 1 Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Xiao Wu. Let's give it a try. What if there is? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wu from Shui Wu Academy. You're such a useless person. I have to say, instead of using your unreliable method to search for those legacies that may or may not exist, it's better to follow the protagonist's tactics in biographical novels and take a leap of faith to test your luck. Variant 1, Douluo World, Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu. Goodness. My method just wastes time, while your method directly costs lives. I originally thought you had changed your ways, or that you had taken a liking to Yu Tianxin, which is why you were speaking up for him. I didn't expect that your malice was waiting here all along. Variant 1 of Douluo World Thunder Academy Yu Tianxin. 2 ants, what enmity do I have with you? One wants me to waste countless time, and the other is even more ruthless, wanting my life. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Plan Academy, Yao Zi. You guys are still joking. Look at Shen Cangqiong. He is simply like a protagonist from a biographical novel. In order to get back quickly, Shen Cangqiong and the others took a shorter but somewhat dangerous route. As a result, they didn't encounter any danger. Instead, they found a strange flame halfway, just asking if you're frustrated. At this moment, everyone from both worlds was looking at the dramatic scene in the comparison video with various expressions. Yao Lao, what kind of strange flame is this? Shen Cangqiong asked, holding the unresisting dark golden flame in his hand. Just now, Shen Cangqiong had already informed the two women about Yao Lao's existence, so there was no need to ask in his heart like before. This should be the Jiu Eugene Zuhua, ranked 7th on the strange fire ranking. Yao Lao carefully identified it for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, ranked 7th, the Jiu Eugene Zuhua? Strange. How could a strange fire ranked so high be so calmly caught by me? If it resisted, even if we all attacked together, we might not be able to subdue it, right? Shen Cangqiong looked at the strange fire in his hand in confusion. I don't know about that. However, besides the Jiu Eugene Zuhua, the other strange fires aren't of this color. Yao Lao was also unsure of the current situation. Could it be a strange fire not recorded on the strange fire ranking? Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to bring the strange fire closer to take a better look, the dark golden flame suddenly surged into Shen Cangqiong's body at lightning speed before he could act. Cangqiong, damn it. Kid, how do you feel? This sudden scene left the three little doctors stunned and then horrified. I seem to be fine. Wait, no. Then, under the increasingly worried gazes of the three little doctors, Shen Cangqiong sat down on the spot. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I don't understand this. Is the current situation fortunate or unfortunate? Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. Compared to Shen Cangqiong in the video, won't he just fall here? Then, did he reincarnate to our Douluo continent? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Anonymous, it shouldn't be. If you look closely, there's not a hint of tension on Shen Cangqiong's face, nor any expression of pain. So everything should still be under Shen Cangqiong's control. At this moment, not only are most people from both worlds discussing what just happened, but even the trio of Xiao Yixian in the comparison video are no exception. Yao Lao, is Cangqiong okay? Seeing that more than half an hour had passed, and Shen Cangqiong still had not awakened, Xiao Yixian finally couldn't help but speak up. Don't worry. So far, this kid is fine. Instead, his realm is rapidly increasing. At this moment, Yao Lao's soul power was fully activated, and he could clearly see what was happening to Shen Cangqiong. That's good. Hearing this, the heavy stone in Xiao Yixian's heart temporarily fell to the ground. And then she looked at Queen Medusa beside her. You seemed quite anxious about him just now. Boring. Do you think I would forgive him for doing something like this to me? I'm just afraid he might die, and that little guy would forcibly run out immediately. Queen Medusa said with a look of disdain. Really? Looking at the insincere Medusa, Xiao Yixian smiled slightly and didn't continue the conversation. Scene change. 3 hours later. Cangqiong, do you feel any discomfort now? Seeing Shen Cangqiong awake, Xiao Yixian was the first to rush forward, full of concern. I'm fine. Shen Cangqiong gently stroked Xiao Yixian's hair and shook his head with a smile. You refined it so easily? At this moment, Queen Medusa asked. She was reminded of her own experience of forcibly refining the Qinglian earth heart fire. I can't say that the Jiu Jin Zuhua was refined by me so easily. It should be said that for some unknown reason, the Jiu Jin Zuhua willingly allowed itself to be refined by me. Therefore, I was able to succeed in refining it in such a short time. Otherwise, with my previous strength, it would have been impossible to succeed. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong summoned the already refined Jiu Jin Zuhua again. Wanted to understand the situation. All right, let's hurry up. Here, feeling somewhat depressed by Shen Cangqiong's words, Medusa turned and left. Just think about it. As a peak Do Huang powerhouse, she only wanted to forcibly refine a rank 19th and almost ended up getting killed. But Shen Cangqiong, on the other hand, did nothing, and the 7th ranked actually came to him willingly. This is simply people make others feel inferior. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shuetian Academy. This is confirmed. Brother Cangqiong is indeed the main character of that world. In the one variant Douluo World at the Qihua Academy, Wu, I feel that even in the Douluo continent, Shen Cangqiong receives treatment like a protagonist. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess an innate soul power of level 50? Variant 1, Douluo World Thunder Academy Utianshin. I usually read fewer biographies. There are no protagonists in this world. Chapter 89, Xun es Anga. The comparison video continues. Time flies. After several days of rushing, Shen Cangqiong and his companions have returned to the desert tribe where the serpent people reside. However, what they saw made Queen Medusa furious, nearly losing control. Hold on. Let's look around first and see if we can find any clues. Shen Cangqiong comforted. No need. Our serpent people have our own secret methods to leave behind useful information. After saying this, Medusa flew towards a certain direction. A moment later, how is it? Seeing Medusa open her eyes, Shen Cangqiong quickly asked, although we've lost some tribesmen, at least most of them have retreated to a relatively safe place now. Medusa's expression improved significantly. Do you know what happened? Shen Cangqiong asked. You serpent people are absolute overlords in this area. Who would dare to provoke you? This was a part Shen Cangqiong couldn't understand. Even someone like him, born in a small place, had heard of the serpent people's strength. He couldn't fathom which force in the entire Jamadi could rival the serpent people. I don't know. From the information I gathered, all I know is that those who attack my serpent people are some bizarre creatures. Oh, by the way, these bizarre creatures not only attacked my serpent people, but also launched varying degrees of attacks on the entire Jamadi and dozens of nearby empires, Queen Medusa said. What? Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Yixian both exclaimed in shock. Let's go check out Wutan City. With that, Shen Cangqiong took the lead toward Wutan City. The scene shifted. It seemed Wutan City had also been attacked. Watching the people in Wutan City busy repairing the collapsed city walls, Shen Cangqiong's expression grew solemn. Don't worry. Judging by the extent of the destruction of the city gates and walls, the attackers are clearly not strong, so the Shen family should be fine. Xiao Yixian comforted as she flew beside Shen Cangqiong. Shen Cangqiong nodded. As they spoke, they had already reached above the Shen family's residence. When Shen Cangqiong sensed that his father was discussing matters related to the attack in the conference hall, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Enemy attack. As Shen Cangqiong and the others began to descend, The guards of the Shen family finally noticed them and immediately sounded the alarm. "It's me, Shen Cangqiong." Seeing the entire Shen family on high alert, Shen Cangqiong quickly revealed his identity. "Cangqiong?" Hearing that familiar voice, Shen Zhan, who had just rushed out from the conference hall, was momentarily stunned. The scene shifted again. Inside the Shen family conference hall. "Cangqiong, you are already a 9-star Dozone Great Perfection?" Even though Shen Zhan had seen Shen Cangqiong fly without wings, he still felt as if he were dreaming. "Father, this isn't the time for chit-chat. I want to know if there are any bodies left behind by those attackers in the family." Shen Cangqiong asked. "No, it's strange. But as soon as we defeat those guys, they instantly turn into a cloud of black mist." When it came to serious matters, Shen Zhan suppressed the myriad thoughts in his heart and answered earnestly. However, just then, a series of eerie voices suddenly echoed from outside. "They're coming again." Shen Zhan stood up, looking at the sky outside with a serious expression, and said to Shen Cangqiong beside him, "Tell everyone in the Shen family not to go out. I'll go take a look myself." After saying that, without waiting for Shen Zhan to respond, Shen Cangqiong exchanged glances with the two women and shot into the sky. "Yao Lao, do you know what these creatures are?" Outside Wutan City, Shen Cangqiong looked at the densely packed, bizarre creatures below. Even after searching his memory, he still couldn't identify what they were. How is this possible? Unlike Shen Cangqiong's confusion, Yao Lao's expression changed drastically upon seeing the strange creatures below. "Yao Lao." Seeing Yao Lao's expression, Shen Cangqiong's heart sank. "These are, kid, I advise you to hurry and take your people to the central region," Yao Lao said, coming to his senses and directly urging Shen Cangqiong to escape. "Are that strong?" At this moment, not only Shen Cangqiong, but Xiao Yixian and Medusa also looked at Yao Lao in confusion. "I saw records about, in the ruins of the true methods I gave you. There was only one sentence on it. The mystery of the disappearance of the ancient Dou Emperor may be related to the," Yao Lao said with unprecedented seriousness. "Hiss." Upon hearing this, the three of them instinctively gasped. There was no need for further words. Just the weight of the term Dou Emperor surpassed all language. "Ha! I never expected that in such a small place there would be 3 Duzongs." Just then, a loud laughter came from the back of the ranks, and a gray shadow quickly appeared before Shen Cangqiong and the others. "Dozun Strongman?" Feeling the realm of the newcomer, Shen Cangqiong and the others felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. "Hee, if it weren't for the fact that I have other tasks this time, I could play with you. But now, just obediently perish." After saying that, the strongman extended his hand, ready to strike at Shen Cangqiong and the others. Impudent. However, just as Shen Cangqiong was about to use the power of to fight the strongman and buy enough time for Xiao Yixian and Queen Medusa to escape, a pitch-black spatial crack silently appeared high above Wutan City's city gate. Immediately after, a cold, trembling voice filled with anger echoed from within. "Sun E?" As Shen Cangqiong's gaze met that of Sun'er stepping out from a spatial crack, he gently called out, "Brother Cangqiong." This makes Sun'er very unhappy. Can Sun'er deal with it to vent her anger? Facing Shen Cangqiong, Gu Sun'er always maintained her gentleness and understanding. Chapter 90. The 3 women meet, speaking the truth. "Okay, then I'll leave it to Sun'er." Shen Cangqiong knew that Sun'er was saying this to protect his pride. Hearing this, Sun'er smiled even more, but the next moment, noticing that the clan's Dozun wanted to flee, her smile instantly turned to mockery. "Can you run away?" As she spoke, Sun'er mimicked the movements of the demon clan Dozun who had just tried to deal with Shen Cangqiong, raising a jade hand and fiercely grasping towards the Dozun who had already run into the spatial crack. "It seems that even with countless opportunities, I still can't compare to you." Seeing the Dozun of the demon clan being crushed into a ball of black mist by Sun'er from a distance, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but smile wryly. "That's not true. Sun'er relies on the power of her ancestral bloodline to achieve her current accomplishments. But Brother Cangqiong, you have truly achieved your success through your own efforts." Sun'er stepped forward, coming to Shen Cangqiong's side, and, just like when they were kids, hugged one of Shen Cangqiong's arms. "You girl." Shen Cangqiong smiled and was about to say something when he noticed Sun'er's gaze shift from him to the side where Xiao Yixian and Kai Lin were standing. And he immediately thought to himself that this was bad. Brother Cangqiong, who are these 2 sisters? Sure enough, before Shen Cangqiong could respond, Sun'er's seemingly smiling yet dissatisfied eyes looked back at him. "Ah, this is Xiao Yixian and this is Kai Lin. They are both related to me." Next, Shen Cangqiong briefly explained the situation between him, Xiao Yixian, and Kai Lin without any concealment. In Shen Cangqiong's view, if he chose to hide or deceive. It would only hurt the three women. Rather than that, it was better to speak the truth and bear all the mistakes himself. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Tian Shui Academy. Brother Cangqiong is a real man. Although he is a bit of a playboy, he is much better than those scumbags who play around and then refuse to take responsibility or even turn the tables. In Variant Douluo World, at the Blaze Academy, Wu, Shen Cangqiong has more than just Xiao Yixian and Kai Lin. Don't forget, there's also Yun Yin waiting for him at the Yunlan sect. Oh right, I almost forgot that Yifei from the auction in Wutan City seems to have different feelings for Shen Cangqiong as well. Now it looks like Gu Suner, the main wife, is going to have a headache over this. Variant 1 Douluo World Thunder Academy Yu Tianxin. You all are thinking too simply. This Lord Cangqiong has only been out training for such a short time and has already brought back so many emotional debts. How could there possibly be less in the future? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Ning Rongrong. Let's not talk about emotional debts for now. Gu Suner is truly strong, just by reaching out and grabbing at that Do Zun of the alien demon clan. That Do Zun directly fell, with no ability to resist at all. This is simply invincible. In the Douluo World, at the Water Moon Academy, Shui Wecker said, Suner is indeed strong. Especially that charisma, being able to defeat enemies with just a grasp, is really impressive. While people in the bullet screen area were chatting, the comparison video continued to play. I said, you little rascal, this is too much. Our young lady thinks about you every day in the family. But look at you having so much fun outside. At this moment, seeing the family's jewel lowering her head in silence. One of the two who came with her couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction. Old Qian, don't talk nonsense. If you say Gu Suner isn't feeling down about this, that's absolutely false. But no matter how upset she is, she won't allow anyone to disrespect Shen Cangqiong. Sigh. Hearing that such a thing happened, Suner still defended Shen Cangqiong, and Old Qian opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh. I'm sorry. Shen Cangqiong held Suner's now cold little hand, filled with regret and heartache. It's okay. This isn't something you can control, brother Cangqiong. Suner shook her head, broke free from Shen Cangqiong's hand, put a smile back on her face, and walked over to Xiao Yixian and Kai Lin to chat with them. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin, hiss. This Gu Suner is truly the best daughter-in-law in the world. I wonder when I will meet such a perfect girl to be my wife. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy Yu Tianheng, he. In Variant Douluo World Plan Academy, Yao Zi. The two words he represent 1,000 words. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Yu Academy. Also expresses all the disdain. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Chihua Academy's Xiao Wu. There is no concealment of disdain. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin, Yu Tianheng. Is there really so much meaning in your he? Yu Tianxin was left with a black line on his forehead from what Shui Wearer and the other two said. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tianshou Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng. I'll give you a gesture, and you can slowly comprehend the rest. At the same time, the comparison video continues. Shen Family Council Chamber. What? You mean our Shen family was once an ancient imperial clan? Shen Cangqiong looked a bit incredulous. In fact, at this moment, not only Shen Cangqiong appeared shocked, but everyone in the council chamber, except for Gu Suner and the other two, including Xiao Yixian, Kai Lin, and Yao Lao, were all questioning whether their ears were malfunctioning upon hearing this news. Actually, the reason I came to the Shen family when I was young was to obtain the key that could open the Do Emperor's cave. However, later, at this point, Suner's face turned slightly red, and she paused. The key to open the Do Emperor's cave? Upon hearing this, Shen Zhan furrowed his brows and suddenly took out the family leader's token from his arms. He was a smart man, and combining what Gu Suner had just said, that their Shen family was an ancient imperial clan, he quickly guessed that the so-called key to open the Do Emperor's cave might be the family leader's token that had been passed down through generations in the Shen family. Yes, this is it. Unexpectedly, such an important item was carried by Uncle Shen. No wonder when I searched the Shen family back then, I found no trace of it. Gu Suner first glared at Elder Xian and the others, who were breathing heavily at the sight of the key in Shen Zhan's hand, and then said helplessly, "This thing has no use to our Shen family anymore. If your Gu family wants it, take it. Even a fool knows what the Do Emperor means on the Duki continent." Shen Zhan naturally understood that the already weakened Shen family could not possibly keep the fragment of the key to the Do Emperor's cave. Instead of being targeted by malicious people later and bringing disaster to the Shen family, it was better to give it directly to the Gu family now. At least the Gu family knew that the fragment of the Do Emperor's cave key was in the Shen family, but had never truly acted against them. Uncle Shen, This isn't appropriate. Suna it. Just take it. If you're worried that Cangqiong has any ideas, then consider this fragment of the key as our Shen family's betrothal gift. After all, compared to the Gu family's heritage, the only thing we can offer right now is this fragment of the Do Emperor's cave key. After saying this, seeing that Sun's face had turned completely red, Shen Zhan stopped teasing her and handed the fragment of the key to the elder, known as Elder Xian. Staring blankly at the fragment of the key in his hand, Elder Xian felt that this once highly coveted item had suddenly turned into a hot potato. Not to mention, if the clan leader knew that he had betrothed Sun for a piece of the Do Emperor's cave key, he would definitely be in big trouble when he returned. Brother Cangqiong, I came this time mainly to take you to our Gu family's Tianmu. On the other side, Gu Sun suppressed her shyness and said to Shen Cangqiong, Tianmu? What kind of place is that? Shen Cangqiong asked in confusion. Let's talk while we walk. The Tianmu has a time limit for each opening, Gu Sun said. Then here. Shen Cangqiong was worried there would be new foreign demons coming. Don't worry. Our Gu family will keep an eye on it. Gu Sun smiled slightly. All right then. Since Sun has said so, I'll feel at ease. After a quick conversation with his father Shen Zhan, Xiao Yixian, and Kai Lin, he followed Sun and the others into the spatial rift. The scene changed. Is this the Gu family? As soon as Shen Cangqiong closed and opened his eyes, he found himself above a city. This is just the outskirts of our Gu realm. Gu Sun shook her head and explained. Gu realm? Shen Cangqiong asked in confusion. Yes, our entire Gu family constitutes a realm of its own, so we call it the Gu realm. As she spoke, Gu Sun pulled Shen Cangqiong to fly higher. It's simply boundless. By the way, just how big is this Gu realm? Reaching the high altitude, Shen Cangqiong looked around and discovered that he couldn't see the end of the Gu realm at all. I don't know. Anyway, I've never been to the boundary. Gu Sun also didn't know. How many people live in your Gu realm? I saw several large cities scattered throughout the Gu realm just now. Shen Cangqiong asked curiously. Probably around 10 billion. Gu Sun thought for a moment and stated a number that left Shen Cangqiong astonished. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Hua Academy. What the heck? Just the number of people in one family is several times more than the entire population of our Douluo continent. It really shocks me to the core for a billion years. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Chihua Academy, Hu. It's simply incredible. Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall Popes, Saint Hulaina. This is too exaggerated. Compared to the ancient realm, what exactly is our Douluo continent? An island or a fragment? Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Ba Academy in the Douluo World, said, compared to the Gu family in the comparison video, my 7-treasure glazed tile school is simply embarrassing to look at. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. See God's Island High Priest Poseidon. Is this the true power of a Do Saint? If one truly encounters such a strong being, it can no longer be described as despair. The first variant of the Douluo World. The Spirit Hall's Grand Offering Qian Daolu. If the Do Sheng already possesses such great power, then the Do Di experts above him must be truly outrageous. Variant 1. The Beast of the Douluo World, the Black Dragon King. Emperor Tian. The so-called gods in Douluo continent are simply not worthy to even carry the shoes of a Do Sheng powerhouse. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. Brother Cangqiong, the Do Saint is already so outrageous. How strong is the Do Emperor? In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. The mark of becoming a Do Emperor is to enhance the bloodline power of all clan members. The meaning of Variant 1 Douluo World Blaze Academy Xiao Wu is related to a specific character or concept within the Douluo continent universe, possibly referring to a variation of the character Xiao Wu from the Blaze Academy in that fictional world. In the world of Douluo, when I transform into Shen Cangqiong, a simple explanation is that at the moment I break through to become a Do Di, my parents and biological children will instantly have their realms elevated to at least 8-star Do Sheng. As for other relatives with a more distant bloodline connection, they will be raised to different realms according to the closeness of their blood relationship. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer of the Shui Academy. Alright, I shouldn't have asked that question. Now my Dao heart is shattered into 108 pieces, each engraved with the words Do Di. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Fierce Beast Black Dragon King Emperor Tian. No wonder the ancient imperial family is so powerful. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the young clan leader of the Min family, by Chen Xiang. Dozuan experts can tear apart space at will. Do Sheng experts can create boundless space. But what does that even matter? A Do Di expert can tell you, as long as I wish, I can mass produce you all at any time. At this moment, the barrage area highlighted a word, chaos. and it was absolutely an unprecedented chaos. Because whether it was the true appearance of the ancient realm created by Do Shang or the supreme power of Do Di to mass-produce Do Shang and Do Zun experts, it was an outrageous event that no one on the Douluo continent would even dare to dream about. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, the High Priestess, should we go apologize to that Shen Cangqiong? The sea girl, Douluo, cautiously looked at Poseidon. If we really apologize, wouldn't that mean that Lord Sea God was wrong? Do you know how much impact this will have on us at Sea God Island? The sea phantom Douluo frowned. But the true method in Shen Cangqiong's hands can be upgraded to Dodi's true method. The sea girl, Douluo reminded. Chapter 92, Victory. So, does that mean we just let go of the fact that he was disrespectful to Lord Sea God and spoke rudely to the High Priestess? It's easy to say, but at this moment, Sea Phantom's confidence clearly began to wane. If we don't let it go, what can we do? Sea Phantom and all of you. No one wants to wait until Shen Cangqiong becomes powerful enough to destroy our entire Sea God Island, right? In fact, apologizing to Shen Cangqiong is for the sake of Lord Sea God. Otherwise, even if Shen Cangqiong only became a beginner Dozone, Lord Sea God himself would not be able to handle it. The more the sea girl Douluo spoke, the more she felt she was right. But Shen Cangqiong must be able to become a Dozone. After all, this is not the world in the comparison video. There aren't so many strange things and various pills that can enhance levels. So Seahorse expressed skepticism about whether Shen Cangqiong could rely on his own cultivation talent to reach Dozone or a higher level. If it were in the past, it might have been hard to say. But now, with the emergence of this comparison video, everything is hard to say. The sea girl Douluo also knew that if there was no god willing to pass down the divine position's inheritance test, then no matter how high Shen Cangqiong's cultivation talent was, he could at most only cultivate to level 99. But now, she dared not think that way. Alright, let's continue watching. As for the other matters, I still need to think about them. On the other side, Poseidon saw that the argument among several holy pillars was becoming more and more intense, and immediately waved her hand to stop them. Yes, hearing this, several holy pillars nodded and refocused their attention on the comparison video. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. After the initial curiosity and shock, Shen Cangqiong slowly calmed down. At this moment, he was standing in front of a middle-aged man with Sun. You are Shen Cangqiong from the Shen family? The middle-aged man asked with a dark face. Junior, Shen Cangqiong from the Shen family, has met the senior. Although Shen Cangqiong could not completely confirm who this middle-aged man was, someone whom Sun brought him to meet first was likely the clan leader of the ancient clan. Sun's father. I thought the Shen Cangqiong that Miss Sun always mentions had 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out he has just a small, perfect 9-star Dozone. With such strength, what qualifications does he have to be with Miss Sun? At this moment, before the middle-aged man could speak, a cold-faced young man stepped forward, showing no concealment of his disdain for Shen Cangqiong. Ancient demon, watch your tone and attitude. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting you lie on the ground for a year and a half. The ancient Sun's face turned cold. Xunia, you know, you are the only divine bloodline of our ancient clan. If you insist on being with Shen Cangqiong, then there are some things that Shen Cangqiong cannot escape. Seeing the expressions of the ancient demon and the other young men beside him turn dark due to his daughter's words, the middle-aged man could only speak helplessly. Xunia, leave it to me. Just as Sun wanted to say something more, Shen Cangqiong pulled her and shook his head. He didn't want Sun to cause trouble with the entire family because of him. Besides, a mere 1-star Dozun, under his full battle power, who falls would still have to be decided. Well, alright. Ancient Sun knew that Shen Cangqiong wouldn't do things without certainty, so after a slight hesitation, she agreed. However, to prevent any other troubles that might arise in the future, Ancient Sun scanned the others present with eyes filled with hidden rage and said, I hope this is the last time. Rest assured, I guarantee, it will only be this once. The middle-aged man assured. He is the clan leader of the ancient clan. If he does not test Shen Cangqiong, he cannot explain to the clan. But if Shen Cangqiong has passed the test, if anyone in the clan dares to trouble Shen Cangqiong, then his 9-star Do Shang strength is not to be trifled with. There is nothing to be done. Who told him he only has Sun as a daughter? Even if he was dissatisfied with the pig that has surrounded his precious daughter, he could only grit his teeth and watch Shen Cangqiong while reluctantly offering help. Thus, Shen Cangqiong and the ancient demon fought amidst the gazes of everyone present. At first, the ancient demon relied on its higher cultivation realm to almost completely suppress Shen Cangqiong throughout the battle. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. As time passed, The cold smile that had been on the ancient demon's face since the beginning of the fight gradually faded away. When the ancient demon finally sensed danger and its expression changed dramatically, Shen Cangqiong, who had been preparing for a long time, unexpectedly struck at its mouth. In the next moment, the ancient demon was sent flying off the stage like a kite with a broken string. At this point, the ancient demon, still unable to believe that it had actually lost, tried to force itself to get up and say something, but ended up worsening its injuries instead, tilting its head and fainting. Variant 1 in the Douluo World. Xiao Wu from the Water Academy. Brother Cangqiong is so amazing. He truly deserves my admiration. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Qihua Academy. Wu. Xiao Wu. You really know how to flatter yourself. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Binger from the Shrek Academy. Defeating the strong with the weak, yet still managing to win in the end. There are not many people like this. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Qihua Academy. Wu. Shui Binger. Previously, your sister said it shocked her sister for 1 billion years. How long has it been since then? And you're already done being shocked. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Binger from Shuihua Academy. Can't you be less boring? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Speaking of which, that middle-aged man should be Gu Suner's father, right? I noticed that his gaze towards Senior Tang Qiong always seemed strange. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Emperor of Tiando, Snow Knight. Hee. Rongrong. When you grow up and bring a boy you want to marry back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you'll find that your father's gaze towards that boy will have this strange look as well. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Secmaster of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji found it somewhat amusing yet exasperating. However, he had to admit that what Shui said was quite reasonable. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Emperor of Heaven Do. Haha. Chapter 93. Entering the Do Saint Realm. The comparison video continues. 3 hours later. Suner, why do you want to act separately from your clan? Also, where are you taking me? Inside the heavenly tomb. Gu Suner was pulling Shen Cangqiong, quickly heading toward a certain location. Brother Cangqiong, do you still remember what I told you about how your Shen family is also one of the ancient imperial clans? Gu Suner did not answer directly, but instead asked Shen Cangqiong back. Of course, I remember. But what does this have to do with where you're taking me now? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. The place I'm taking you to is the burial site of one of your Shen family's ancestors. Gu Suner said, the burial site of one of my Shen family's ancestors? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. Yes, Gu Sun nodded. Could it be that my ancestor is still alive? Is it a different kind of living? Shen Cangqiong thought of Yao Lao's current state and assumed that ancestor was also living in a spiritual form. No, that person has completely fallen. But because their power was too strong, a trace of obsession remains. Not long ago, Shen Cangqiong had already informed her about Yao Lao's situation. So at this moment, Gu Suner naturally understood what Shen Cangqiong meant by a different kind of living. Existing through obsession? What kind of strength did our Shen family's ancestor have? Shen Cangqiong was surprised again. Half-step Do Emperor. When it came to the realm of this ancestor of the Shen family, Gu Suner's words rarely showed a ripple of emotion. No other reason. Just because even her father was far from this ancestor of the Shen family. Half-step Do Emperor? Upon hearing these 4 words, Shen Cangqiong stumbled and almost fell from the sky. No, if that ancestor was truly a half-step Do Emperor, then in this era where Do Emperors do not appear, who could have caused their fall? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong suddenly thought of this extremely serious question. The Soul Clan. Gu Suner coldly uttered 2 words. The Soul Clan? Could it be that this Soul Clan is also an ancient imperial clan? Shen Cangqiong clenched his fists tightly. Yes, the Soul Clan is indeed one of the ancient imperial clans. Back then, when the ancestor of the Shen family was severely injured after a failed breakthrough to Do Emperor, the entire Soul Clan took the opportunity to ambush the ancestor, ultimately paying a great price. At this point, Gu Suner did not continue. But Shen Cangqiong already understood the part she left unsaid. Damn it! A cold light flashed in Shen Cangqiong's eyes. Although he had never met that ancestor of the Shen family, it did not prevent him from harboring a strong hostility towards the Soul Clan. Ningrongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Ba Academy in the Douluo World. What a pity. That was a half-step Do Emperor. If the ancestor of Senior Cangqiong had successfully broken through to Do Emperor back then the entire Duki continent would probably belong to the Shen family by now. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wu from the Water Academy. That's for sure. Once that ancestor of the Shen family breaks through to Do Emperor, he could just farm at home every day, and there will be a steady stream of descendants to help him conquer the world. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. I found that I'm too lazy to criticize you now. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Shrek Academy. What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong? A Do Emperor has such a powerful ability. If it's not utilized properly, wouldn't that be a waste? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Academy, Xiao Wu. What you said makes so much sense, I find myself unable to refute it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Xiao Wu, TCH. You, as a girl who understands everything instantly, everyone is just equally matched. So no one can criticize anyone. After saying this, Xiao Wu grinned mischievously, ignoring how Xiao Wu rebutted in the comment section, and instead refocused her attention on the comparison video. Meanwhile, the scene in the comparison video shifted, and Gu Suner and Shen Cangqiong had already arrived at the deepest part of the sky tomb. Is this the burial place of my ancestor from the Shen family? How do we get in? Shen Cangqiong looked around and found that there was no entrance at all. Haha, after so long, my Shen family finally has descendants coming. However, before Gu Suner could speak, a voice full of joy came from inside the tomb, interrupting her. In the next moment, Shen Cangqiong felt the darkness before his eyes, and when the light returned, he was astonished to find that he and Suner had arrived in a stone chamber, where a young phantom was smiling at them. Descendant of the Shen family, Shen Cangqiong, I meet my ancestor. At this moment, although Shen Cangqiong was surprised by the youthfulness of the phantom, combining it with what he had heard before being transported here, he quickly guessed the true identity of a young phantom. You are quite impressive. Without the enhancement of the Do Emperor bloodline, reaching the peak of the 9-star Do zone at your age can already be considered a monstrous talent. The young phantom was very satisfied. Before this, he had thought that as long as the Shen family could produce a Do Wang, he would be thankful. After all, due to his own reasons, the Do Emperor bloodline of the Shen family had completely withered, and with the Soul clan lurking nearby, he couldn't even guarantee the continued existence of the Shen family, let alone hope for a high-level young generation. The achievements of the younger generation are entirely due to the efforts of Yao, Lao, and some luck. Shen Cangqiong recounted his experiences so far. So that's how it is. The young phantom nodded. All right, time is short. I will help you reactivate the Do Emperor bloodline. From now on, the Shen family will rely on you. After finishing, the young phantom moved Shen Cangqiong to a stone pool beside them and initiated the ritual to activate the Do Emperor bloodline. Soon, as the Do Emperor bloodline within Shen Cangqiong was gradually activated, his realm was also soaring like a rocket. Ultimately, when Shen Cangqiong's Do Emperor bloodline was completely activated, he stepped into the realm of Do Sheng, which is unattainable for ordinary people. Chapter 94. Ungrateful. Unfortunately, the Do Emperor bloodline of the Shen family has already been wasted too much by me. Watching Shen Cangqiong, sensing the surging power within him, the young phantom felt a bit regretful. Ancestor, in less than half an hour, I have already stepped from the peak of 9-star Do zone into 1-star Do Sheng. This speed is comparable to a myth. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Shen Cangqiong, who had not experienced the era when the Shen family was the strongest family in the world, completely could not understand the current mindset of this ancestor of the Shen family. Sigh, no more to say. In any case, no matter how much I regret, everything is already irreversible. All right, this place is about to be destroyed. I will send you out. The young phantom shook his head and prepared to send Shen Cangqiong and Suner directly out. Wait, the younger generation still does not know the ancestor's name. I hope the ancestor will inform me. Upon hearing this, the young phantom did not stop his actions, but just as Shen Cangqiong and Suner were being teleported out, a proud voice echoed in their ears. My name is Shen Xian. The scene shifted. 7 days later. Yao Lao. Now, I am a 1-star Do Sheng. It's time to help you find some good materials for the body. At the exit of the ancient realm, Shen Cangqiong bid farewell to the reluctant Gu Suner and headed towards the pill tower. Haha, good. This time, I finally did not misjudge a person. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong had not forgotten his promise, Yao Lao laughed heartily. Did not misjudge a person? Yao Lao, what does this mean? To be honest, Shen Cangqiong's understanding of Yao Lao was quite limited. You're already strong enough now, so it's fine to tell you. After a moment of silence, Yao Lao began to slowly tell his story. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Water Academy says, this guy Han Feng is such a white-eyed wolf. Elder Yao kindly took him in, raised him, and taught him skills. And he not only doesn't repay the kindness, but also colludes with those Soul Clan guys to ambush Elder Yao. He is simply the epitome of ingratitude. He doesn't even think that if it weren't for Elder Yao taking him in, he would have been dead a long time ago. In the world of variant Douluo Plan Academy, Yao Zi, I fear that there will be no one else in this world like Han Feng, who is ungrateful for kindness. Variant 1 Douluo World. Blue Tyrant Academy's core, Disciple Ning Rongrong. I'm really curious about the upcoming plot. I wonder if, compared to the video, Senior Cangqiong will go looking for trouble with Han Feng. Variant 1 of Douluo World Thunder Academy Yu Qianxin. Just keep watching and you'll know. At this moment, the comparison video continues. Damn, how can there be such nonsense in this world? If I find out where Han Feng is, I will definitely not let him go. After hearing Elder Yao's story, Shen Cangqiong was furious. The Duki continent is simply too vast. Finding a single person in it is no easy task. Your main task now is to find the strange fire. Everything else can wait for later. Then, Elder Yao urged the still indignant Shen Cangqiong. I understand. Shen Cangqiong also realized that Elder Yao was right. Even though he is now a one-star doshang, wanting to find someone in the entire Duki continent is undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. In the following days, Shen Cangqiong hurriedly went to the Dan Tower, where he absorbed the reward of 3,000 yin-yen fire as the champion of this Dan Tower session. At the same time, after recognizing that the mysterious person competing for the championship with him was from the Soul Clan Soul Hall, Shen Cangqiong mercilessly attacked and eliminated the opponent, casually accepting the opponent's Heart Flame. Next, after finishing all matters at the Dan Tower, Shen Cangqiong rushed to the next strange fire location, the Burning Flame Valley. Unfortunately, the Burning Flame Valley is quite special after countless years of inheritance. It has been branded with the mark of Burning Flame Valley, and others outside the valley can no longer refine it. However, considering that the first-generation ancestor of Burning Flame Valley was a close friend of his own ancestor Shen Xian, Shen Cangqiong chose to leave after helping the current valley master refine a pill to heal his daughter. After that, Shen Cangqiong traveled to various places. Whenever he received news of any, regardless of its authenticity or how outrageous the information was, he would go check it out. His approach of striking regardless of the chances brought him considerable gains. Although he only obtained 3 ranked outside the top 10, he filled several spatial rings with various rare materials. Of course, the most significant gain was that he acquired a perfectly preserved half-saint body in a relic of a half-saint powerhouse who had passed away. Elder Yao, all the materials for refining the body have finally been gathered. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong temporarily resided in the relic of the half-saint powerhouse. He planned to refine Elder Yao's body first, and then refine all the useful rare materials into pills to enhance his own realm. Elder Yao nodded. At this moment, he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Then let's start now. Shen Cangqiong knew that Elder Yao was somewhat impatient, so he didn't say much more. After pushing all the rare materials that Elder Yao could help refine in front of him, Shen Cangqiong closed his eyes and began to seriously refine the half-saint body. Variant 1 Douluo World Blaze Academy Xiao Wu. It's time to start refining the body. I wonder if I can succeed in the refinement. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Thunder Academy's Yu Qianxin. It should be possible to refine successfully. But if something really goes wrong and the refining fails, it's not a big deal. Isn't the Soul Clan and the Spirit Hall in conflict with Shen Cangqiong? When the time comes, if they want a powerful body, they can just go to the Soul Clan's Spirit Hall to procure it directly. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Plan Academy Yao Zi. Yu Qianxin, you are truly ruthless. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. Xiao Wu. Have you noticed that Tang Horror from the Burning Flame Valley seems to have a personality somewhat similar to yours? Variant 1 of Douluo World. Fire Dance at the Academy of Blazing Fire. What does this resemble? Aren't fire attribute people all somewhat similar in personality? Chapter 95. A Great Trouble Approaches. The comparison video continues. Time flies as months pass in the blink of an eye. Kid, are you still planning to search for? Asked Elder Yao, standing beside Shen Cangqiong. At this moment, he was no longer in his previous phantom state, but had taken on a physical form. I do have this intention. Moreover, I've already found my target, the 3rd ranked on the pure Lotus Demon Fire. During this time, relying on the vast amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had obtained earlier, as well as the help of Shen Cangqiong's cultivation level had reached the 4-star Saint. This gave him confidence in capturing the pure Lotus Demon Fire. The pure Lotus Demon Fire usually hides in a space it created. It won't be easy to find it, Elder Yao reminded. I could go to the place where the pure Lotus Demon Fire appeared before to see if I can find any clues. After all, as long as I still use the old method, whether there are dates or not, I'll just give it a try. Perhaps there will be a surprise. Shen Cangqiong replied. If that's the case, then go ahead and do as you wish. Elder Yao did not stop him. He knew that every time space was used, traces would be left behind. If luck was on their side, Shen Cangqiong might really find the space where the pure lotus demon fire was located. The scene shifts. Another few months have passed. Indeed, hard work pays off. I have found it. Shen Cangqiong stood in a desolate area, faintly sensing the same aura left behind by the pure lotus demon fire in the outside world, joy overflowing in his heart. Who are you? When did such a young four-star Do Saint appear in the Duki continent? Suddenly, an incredibly astonished voice came from the void. I am Shen Cangqiong from the Shen family. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong threw a punch, directly shattering the space where the pure lotus demon fire was located. Damn it, it seems you're not here with good intentions. Seeing Shen Cangqiong swagger into its territory, the pure lotus demon fire immediately took a fighting stance. If you willingly let me refine you, I won't erase your intelligence. Shen Cangqiong said, a mere four-star Do Saint dares to speak to me like this. What huge joke. Upon hearing this, the young man transformed from the pure lotus demon fire became furious and immediately attacked Shen Cangqiong. The scene shifts again. Don't hit me anymore. I give up, is that okay? As long as you don't erase my intelligence. I will tell you a secret about the Do Emperor. The pure lotus demon fire was now extremely frustrated. As a dignified 5-star Do Saint, being beaten by a 4-star Do Saint truly made it question its life. You go ahead and say it. If it really is important news, I might agree to you. Shen Cangqiong said, sitting on the pure lotus demon fire with some difficulty, panting. I know of a place that contains a half-finished pill of Do Emperor level. If you obtain this pill, you can definitely become the first Do Emperor in 10,000 years, the pure lotus demon fire whispered, as if afraid of being overheard by others. Where's that place? Shen Cangqiong's eyes brightened. It's underground in the Jianan Academy. The pure lotus demon fire hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Shen Cangqiong's half-smiling, half-serious gaze, it could only obediently reveal the location. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui wearer from the Shuihua Academy. Huh? Why do I inexplicably feel that this pure lotus demonic fire is quite pitiful? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu. Is this what they call the legend, saying the harshest words and receiving the most brutal beatings? Variant 1 Douluo Time, core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong. If this pure lotus demon fire is not lying, then compared to the video, Senior Sangtian will soon become a Do Emperor. Doesn't this mean that Senior Sangtian's comparison video is about to end? Variant 2, unknown from the original Douluo World. It's about time to end it. How long has this been going on? Variant 2, unknown from the original Douluo World. Yeah, it's our world's turn now. The comparison video continues. In a forest at Jiana Academy. You don't want to go to the Do Emperor's cave right now, do you? The pure lotus demon fire asked in Shen Cangtian's mind. Is there anything wrong with that? Are you trying to deceive me? Shen Cangtian squinted his eyes and poked the essence of the pure lotus demon fire within his body with his Do Chi. I'm not deceiving you. But right now, you only have the strength of a 7-star Do Saint. What can you do if you go in? Moreover, that half-finished Emperor level pill is not easy to handle. If you don't have the strength of a 9-star Do Saint, you'll just be delivering yourself as a meal. The pure lotus demon fire replied. Let me ask you, the so-called Do Emperor's cave you mentioned, could it be the same cave that can be opened by the key fragment among the 8 ancient imperial clans? At this moment, Shen Cangtian did not respond to the pure lotus demon fire, but suddenly posed a question that left the pure lotus demon fire stunned. I only know this is the cave of the ancient emperor Tuo Shi. As for which Do Emperor's cave the key fragment in the hands of the ancient imperial clans can open, I don't know. The pure lotus demon fire said. It seems it really is the same Do Emperor's cave. Shen Cangtian smirked. The scene shifts. In the following days, Shen Cangtian heeded the advice of the pure lotus demon fire and did not break into the cave of the ancient emperor Tuo Shi, but instead traversed through various dangerous places, continuing his activities and training. Unfortunately, after only about a month, Shen Cangtian was shocked by the information sent by Gu Suner and had to return immediately. From the information sent by Gu Suner, he learned that the evil demon clan had reappeared and within 3 days had occupied the other 4 domains outside the central region. At the same time, the Soul Clan, also one of the ancient imperial clans, secretly joined the evil demon clan and launched surprise attacks on all the ancient imperial clans, causing several ancient imperial clans to suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the more serious issue was that all the key fragments possessed by the ancient imperial clans that could open the Do Emperor's cave had also been obtained by the Soul Clan, including the 2 key fragments of the ancient clan. Of course, Shen Cangqiong was somewhat relieved to know that Gu Suner had assured him not to worry, as the Shen clan and all those related to Shen Cangqiong had been taken to the ancient realm by the ancient clan and had not suffered any harm. Chapter 96. Xiao Wu's strange idea. The scene shifts again. Is this the cave of the ancient emperor, Tuo Shi? Gu Suner's father asked. At this time, 10 days had passed since Shen Cangqiong received the information from Gu Suner. According to the pure lotus demon fire and the void devouring flame. This is just the outer area of the cave of the ancient emperor Tuo Shi, and only through this secret passage can one enter the inner area. Everyone present was in the same boat, and Shen Cangqiong did not hide anything, directly revealing all the information he had obtained from the pure lotus demon fire and the void devouring flame. Your fortune really knows no bounds. First, you found and subdued the pure lotus demon fire, and then when you returned to the ancient clan, you just happened to discover the severely injured and unconscious void devouring flame. Sigh. You've only taken a few years to complete a cultivation path that took me over 100 years. This makes me suspect that you're the destined child who appeared as a result of the world-S while sensing a crisis of destruction in order to save itself. Gu Yuan's last sentence received consensus from everyone present, because apart from a statement of the destined child who saves the world, they really could not explain why Shen Cangqiong was so extraordinary in any other way. Let us hurry and go in. It will be bad if anything unexpected happens. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under everyone's gazes, Shen Cangqiong chuckled awkwardly. Wait a moment. Gu Yuan stopped Shen Cangqiong from entering the secret passage and then looked at the other clan leaders of the ancient imperial clans and said, I believe that the opportunity to become an emperor should be given to Shen Cangqiong. Does anyone have any objections? The leader of the ancient clan laughed. To become a Do emperor, one must first become a 9-star Do saint. But among us, even the strongest is only an 8-star Do saint. Even if we obtain the opportunity to become an emperor, we wouldn't dare to try right now. After all, everyone's life is only one, and we wouldn't joke with our lives knowing it's impossible to directly promote from an 8-star Do saint to a Do emperor. The one speaking was the leader of the Thunder clan, but as soon as he finished speaking, he received nods of approval from the other clan leaders. That's good. I hope you all remember that if we still have internal strife now, the only result waiting for us is destruction. After speaking, Gu Yuan patted Shen Cangqiong on the shoulder, indicating that they could enter now. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Lan Ba and Shrek's Ma Hongjun. This father-in-law is quite capable. When there's something, he really knows how to speak up for his son-in-law. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Spirit Hall's second offering, Golden Crocodile. It can actually give the chance to become an emperor to others. Truly remarkable. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, the Spirit Hall's Grand Priest Qian. This is the pattern. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Master Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The pattern of this Gu Yuan is indeed high. If it were an ordinary person, in the face of such an opportunity to become an emperor, they wouldn't just give it to their son-in-law. Even their closest relatives might turn against them. Ning Fengji believed that in front of such immense benefits, he simply couldn't be as decisive as Gu Yuan in the comparison video, letting go of the benefits without hesitation. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Xunia. It has been almost a month. Hasn't that kid finished absorbing that pill yet? After finally fending off the attacks from the Gu Yuan returned to the ancient emperor's cave in a somewhat disheveled state, anxiously asking. Not yet. Gu Suner shook her head, worry evident in her eyes. She was afraid that Shen Cangqiong might have an accident, and also feared that she wouldn't be able to wait for Shen Cangqiong to emerge. Don't worry. You'll be fine. At this moment, the little medical fairy noticed Gu Suner's unease and comforted her. I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Gu Suner glanced at the little medical fairy, then looked at Kai Lin, Yun Yun, and Yafei beside her, forcing a smile. The scene shifted. Not good. Biz here again, and this time they have brought a king level. What? Hearing that they had sent a king level on par with the Do Emperor. Everyone showed signs of despair. Boom! However, before anyone could react, with the fall of an attack, all the restrictions outside the Do Emperor's cave were instantly shattered. It's over. As long as we destroy you, there will be no power left in this world to resist our clan. The king level who arrived was clearly a practical person, not giving Gu Yuan and the others a chance to speak, and once again raised his left hand to launch the second attack of this trip. Just when Gu Yuan and his group thought they were doomed, the women close to Shen Cangqiong, including Gu Suner, looked at the place where Shen Cangqiong was in seclusion with reluctance, when suddenly the temperature on the scene began to rise rapidly. Then, to the astonishment of Gu Yuan and the others, a giant hand of flames emerged from the place where Shen Cangqiong was in seclusion, blocking the attack from the king level for everyone. Almost simultaneously, a series of incredibly powerful forces emanated from the bodies of the Shen family members, and in an instant, the Shen family, who had previously had no presence, leaped to become the strongest force present. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Water Academy. Hiss. The bloodline of a Dou Emperor is terrifying indeed. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World at the Qihua Academy, Xiao Wu said, "It was just a moment, yet all the members of the Shen family have directly reached at least the Dozun realm. How can those of us who have worked so hard to cultivate feel about this?" Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tinshui Academy. Gu Qingba. You can find a Dou Emperor to marry. That way, your child will be a being more powerful than a god as soon as they are born. Variant 1 Douluo World Blaze Academy Fire Dance. Huh? Good idea. If my child is the child of a Dou Emperor, then as soon as he is born, he will at least be an 8-star Dou Saint. As long as I cultivate him well, when he becomes a Dou Emperor in the future, won't I also be able to directly become at least an 8-star Dou Saint? Variant 1 Douluo World Godwind Academy. Feng Xiaotian. Fire Dance, please don't. Someone like that can't be wholeheartedly devoted to you. Do you want to share each other with someone else? Fire Dance's unintentional words sparked unusual thoughts in the hearts of many who were paying attention and made Feng Xiaotian feel uneasy. Chapter 97. Boys should protect themselves outside. Variant 1 Douluo World Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu. What's wrong with sharing with others? It's not something unacceptable. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Water Academy says, "Brother Cangqiong, Xiao Wu has set her sights on you. You need to be careful. Make sure she doesn't succeed." Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. I'm not a Dou Emperor right now. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Shrek Academy, said, "With Senior Cangqiong's talent for cultivation, becoming a Dou Emperor is only a matter of time. Moreover, so far, only Senior Cangqiong on the entire Douluo continent has mastered the nameless true method that can lead to becoming a Dou Emperor." Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui wearer from Shui Academy. That's just how it is. So, boys out there must protect themselves well. These days, there are quite a few dangerous girls. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The young leader of the Min family, by Qin Xiang. Doesn't Tang San also possess the true technique of Xiantiangong? Perhaps this Xiantiangong can also allow one to cultivate to the Dou Emperor level? Variant 1 Douluo World. Tinshui Academy, Xiao Wu. This is impossible. If Tang San's Xiantiangong could really be cultivated to the Dou Di realm, then how could his ranking on the talent list be so low? Variant 1 Douluo World. Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin. Seeing you girls chatting so enthusiastically makes me feel frustrated. Why am I not a girl? Otherwise, I would go find Shen Cangqiong right now. By the way, Shen Dage, are you into that? I guarantee I can do any position. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Wow. I hereby solemnly declare that I do not have such a hobby. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui wearer from Shrek Academy. Yu Tianxin, can you not be so disgusting? I was just eating, and now I'm feeling nauseous because of what you said. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianxin. Can you stop embarrassing our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Plan Academy, Yao Zi. Enough, everyone stop talking. Let's just watch the comparison video. The Battle of Dou Emperor has begun. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tinshui Academy's Shui Yuer. Brother Cangqiong will definitely win. Shui Yuer eagerly watched the scenes in the comparison video. The comparison video continued. Fortunately, Shen Cangqiong broke through in time. If he had been a second later, it would all be done for. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, a one-star Dou Saint from the Spirit Clan looked at Shen Cangqiong and the royal level that were already fighting in the sky, still feeling a bit uneasy. It's not time to feel at ease yet. We don't know if Shen Cangqiong can really win. After all, he has just broken through to the Dou Emperor level, and there is still some gap compared to that royal level. A strong person from the Stone Clan frowned and said, "What can we do? Right now, besides hoping that Shen Cangqiong can win, what else can we do? In a battle at the Dou Emperor level, even a 9-star Dou Saint at full perfection wouldn't last a single move. Even if we all went together, we wouldn't be able to help at all." Another strong person from the Stone Clan helplessly shrugged. At this moment, in the high skies dual emperor battlefield, you became a Dou Emperor at such a young age, which shows that your cultivation talent far exceeds that of those from the Soul Clan. How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you are willing to submit to I can guarantee that they will not harm those friends and family you have behind you. Feeling Shen Cangqiong's difficulty, the royal level felt a sense of talent appreciation. In fact, among the Do Emperor level strong. Even including him, the number in there is only a handful. Therefore, if they could recruit a Do Emperor, it would be completely feasible to spare those people. Hee. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong only sneered coldly and then intensified his attack. Oomph. You don't know what is good for you. Since I've given you face and you refuse, then you can only taste the consequences. After saying this, the royal level directly unleashed his full strength. On the other side, feeling the suddenly fierce attack from the royal level, Shen Cangqiong took a deep breath and also stopped testing, using his full strength as well. Thus, the two who were fighting at full strength clashed from day to night, and then from night to day, until finally, with a desperate strike from Shen Cangqiong, he successfully defeated the royal level before him. Damn it, I actually lost to you, this newly promoted Do Emperor. The royal level clutched his wound, his face filled with disbelief. Lose? You should perish here. Shen Cangqiong also covered his wound and said coldly, not good. Just as Shen Cangqiong's words fell, the royal level suddenly sensed a great danger approaching and instinctively wanted to teleport away from the spot. Too late. However, Shen Cangqiong, being one step ahead, would not let the royal level escape. As soon as the royal level made a move, a powerful energy erupted from within him. Consequently, before the royal level even realized what was happening, he vanished forever from the world. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Shrek Academy. As expected, Brother, Cangqiong 1. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy, Xiao Wu. Amazing. The young clan leader of the Min family in the Douluo World, by Cangqiong, said, speaking of which, the vitality of this Do Emperor is really too strong. Even with a hole pierced through the heart, he seems to be completely fine. If it were a titled Douluo, they would probably have already died. The first variant of the Douluo World, the Water Academy, has high row. Even if the body is gone, one can still live. Right now, it's just a matter of having a pierced heart. So what does that count as? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Fire Dance from the Blaze Academy. Compared to the video, Shen Cangqiong is now a Do Emperor and has defeated the king level of the same Do Emperor realm, completely eliminating the crisis in that world. I wonder if there will be new stories in the future. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger. There must be. If the story were to end here, then why would Shen Cangqiong come to our Douluo continent? So, something must have happened later that caused Shen Cangqiong to ultimately become a baby and arrive at Douluo continent. Although I want to say this, the ending of this story is likely to be a tragedy. Chapter 98. Wait for me to come back. Continuing with the comparison video. At this time, it has been 10 years since the Battle of the Dual Emperors. During these 10 years, Shen Cangqiong first used the power of the Do Emperor to capture all the members of the Soul Clan. During this period, Han Feng, this ungrateful wolf, was also captured by Shen Cangqiong in a deep mountain forest and was handed over to Yao Lao alive, allowing Yao Lao to decide Han Feng's fate. Next, Shen Cangqiong established the Heavenly Court to deal with the various traumas caused by the foreign demon clan across the continent. Finally, when everything began to turn for the better, Shen Cangqiong started to become a hands-off manager. Back mountain of the Heavenly Court, Imperial Garden. I said, Your Majesty the Emperor. Everyone else is busy to the point of exhaustion. Yet here you are, comfortably lying here, basking in the sun and sipping tea, with maidservants attending to you. Truly enjoying life. Just returned from a busy day, Shen Yu saw Shen Cangqiong's lazy appearance and couldn't help but speak irritably. So it's you, cousin Shen Yu. If you like to manage others so much, why don't you find yourself a husband to manage instead? Speaking of which, you're not young anymore, are you? Aren't you afraid of ending up alone if you keep this up? Shen Cangqiong didn't even need to open his eyes to know who it was, because only Shen Yu would do this. No matter if Shen Cangqiong is a strong person or a useless one, she always remains true to her original intention, scolding him when needed and wielding her sword to cut him when necessary. Mind your own business. With all the time you spend meddling, you might as well take care of the affairs of the Heavenly Court. I really don't know what is so good about you. There's so many girls who support your hands-off management behavior. They even take care of everything one by one just to let you do this hands-off management more comfortably. As she spoke, a trace of complex emotion flashed in Shen Yu's beautiful eyes, but it was quickly concealed. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. This is a big scoop. It's obvious that this cousin Shen Yu has a strange look in her eyes when she looks at brother Cangqiong. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Huo Wu. With such an outstanding person, who wouldn't like them? I can somewhat understand Shen Yu. It's just a pity that Shen Cangqiong seems to have not noticed Shen Yu's feelings for him. In the core disciples of the Blue Ba Academy in the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong said. Even if I didn't know before, I can see from the video that Senior Cangqiong is already a Do Emperor now. Even with his eyes closed, he can definitely sense the fluctuations in Shen Yu's gaze. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin. So, are you saying that Master Shen has indirectly rejected it? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, core disciple Ning Rongrong of the Blue Tyrant Academy. This is probably something only Senior Cangqiong knows. Meanwhile, the video footage shifts. What's wrong? Seeing Shen Cangqiong lying on her lap, Shen Yu suddenly gets up and looks towards the distant sky. We might be in big trouble again. Shen Cangqiong said with a serious expression. Could it be another Do Emperor has appeared? Shen Yu naturally understood that for Shen Cangqiong to call it a big trouble, it could only mean another Do Emperor had emerged. It shouldn't be. After years of cultivation, I have already reached the peak of the 9-star Do Emperor realm. If the other party were just a Do Emperor with my current combat power, I could defeat them with a single strike, and it wouldn't give me a sense of danger at all. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. Hearing this, Shen Yu opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. At this moment, she was shocked that this guy, who slacked off every day, had actually reached such a high level, and, at the same time, she was deeply shaken by the unknown existence that Shen Cangqiong mentioned, which might surpass the Do Emperor level. No, I can't let this unknown powerhouse come into our world. Otherwise, even if I win in the end, the entire world might suffer an unbearable heavy price. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong directly rushed towards the source of the sense power. However, just as Shen Cangqiong was about to cross the barrier of the world, his figure suddenly paused, and then a transmission entered Shen Yu's ear. Wait for me to come back, and I'll promise you 7 or 8 children. Variant 1 the Douluo World, Thunder Academy. Yu Tianxin, wow. This is the most hardcore confession and promise I've ever seen. However, this method seems quite effective. Shen Yu listened, and although her face turned as red as a monkey's skin drum, she surprisingly nodded in agreement. Variant 1, Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy. Core disciple Ning Rongrong. Compared to Senior Cangqiong in the video, it seems that he indeed knows about Shen Yu's feelings. This promise can be considered a beautiful thing, right? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the young clan leader of the Min family, by Chen Xiang. But when did Shen Yu actually take a liking to Shen Cangqiong? From Shen Yu's memories, all I saw was that every time she met Shen Cangqiong, she had a look of disdain and discontent. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Tianxue Academy, Xiao Wu, according to my estimation, after Shen Yu was touched by young Master Shen on her thigh, the shadow of young Master Shen had already appeared in her heart. It's just that perhaps at that time, she herself didn't even realize this. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Yu of Shuihua Academy. Xiao Wu's words are reasonable. I think so too. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng. I still want to know, what realm comes after Do Di? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Hu Wushuang. This should be revealed soon, right? Let's keep watching. There will always be an explanation. The comparison video continues. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had followed the sense power fluctuations to a new world. In his sight, a creature that was also oddly shaped but somewhat different from the Yim was standing there, looking at him with a smile that seemed neither here nor there. That power fluctuation, is it emitted by you? Shen Cangqiong asked solemnly. Hee, it's me. The creature before him did not regard Shen Cangqiong at all. In its view, he was merely a small 9th-grade supreme peak. As long as it wished, it could easily squash him. Who are you? What is your relationship with the? Since the other party looked down on Shen Cangqiong, it was just right for him to gather more information. Chapter 99, Entering a New World. They're just one of my subordinates. However, even if my subordinates are useless, I absolutely will not allow others to slap my face. When the creature mentioned it had a completely disdainful expression, but when it spoke of its own face, its expression turned grim. They are one of your subordinates? They have a Do Di level powerhouse. What realm are you in to dare say they are your subordinates? Shen Cangqiong feigned disdain as he looked at the unknown creature. Do Di Pawiraos? That is just the supreme realm of this world. In front of my lower earth supreme. Even if there are more supreme realms, they are of no use. Lower earth supreme? Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. You look so unknowledgeable. Let me tell you, below the supreme realm, let us not even mention it after all. Only those who have reached the supreme realm can barely be considered strong in this world. The supreme realm is divided into grades 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. After the 9th grade supreme, there is the lower earth supreme, upper earth supreme, and earth supreme peak. Above that is the legendary heaven supreme, divided from low to high into spirit grade heaven supreme, immortal grade heaven supreme, and Saint Great Heaven Supreme. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's bewildered expression, as a member of the Earth Evil clan who loved to show off, Xiao couldn't help but introduce the realm divisions of this world to Shen Cangqiong. Then, it waited smugly to see Shen Cangqiong's astonished look, hoping to feel a sense of comfort from showing off. So, you're only one realm higher than me? Unfortunately, this time, Xiao miscalculated. After hearing the realm divisions of this world, Shen Cangqiong immediately revealed a strange expression and said something that made Xiao Ying's face darken instantly. What do you know? Although the Ninth Great Supreme is only one realm apart from the Earth Supreme, the difference between the two is like heaven and earth. After saying this, Xiang seemed to want Shen Cangqiong to see the gap between the two with his own eyes, so it directly reached out with one hand towards Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng. So many realms have suddenly appeared? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Fiery Academy, Fire Wushuang. In fact, it's not that many. It can be completely merged into two major realms, Earth Supreme and Sky Supreme. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the Blaze Academy's Xiao Wu, it can be said like this. But I estimate that the gap between each small realm among the Earth Supreme and the Sky Supreme is definitely huge. Variant 1 Douluo World Plant Academy, Yao Zi. Do I even need to say it? If the gap isn't too significant, we can still use the setting of 1 star to 9 stars. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Yu Academy. Don't you think this guy is quite interesting? The core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong. Rather than saying this guy is interesting, it's more accurate to say he's a show-off who loves to act cool. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the young clan leader of the Min family, by Chen Xiang. Why do I feel like this guy is just bragging? He also said that the difference between a 9th rank Supreme and a lower Earth Supreme is like heaven and earth. In the end, apart from his initial attack, he was completely dominated by Shen Cangqiong afterward. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Tian Shui Academy. It's still the same saying. It must be that Brother Cangqiong is too powerful, so he can challenge beyond his level. Anyway, Brother Cangqiong has already come to this new world, and as long as we observe, we will definitely see the gap between the Supreme, Earth Supreme, and Heavenly Supreme. In the inner core of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World, the core disciple Ning Rongrong said, "That must be the reason." Let's continue comparing the video. Is this the difference between what you call a 9th grade Supreme and a lower-level Earth Supreme? Shen Cangqiong watched the strange creature that was sent flying and continuously spewing blood outside, and he smiled. He felt that this battle was much easier than the previous one against the Abyss Demon Clan's Do Emperor, although the aura of this strange creature was incredibly terrifying. When it came to the actual fight, Shen Cangqiong discovered that this guy was just a silver-plated spearhead. Already filled with shame and anger. The strange creature was further mocked by Shen Cangqiong, causing it to spit out a mouthful of old blood, its head tilting as it lost its breath. Huh? Did it really die from anger? This guy was too bizarre. Shen Cangqiong carefully sensed and found that the opponent wasn't faking it, leaving him speechless. The scene shifted. This place truly deserved to be a higher-level world. Rare medicinal materials, which were extremely valuable in the Duki continent, were actually scattered all over the ground. It seemed I must work hard to improve my realm in this world, and once I have enough power for self-protection, I can bring the entire heavenly court over. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had been exploring this land for several hours, and when he casually walked into a forest and saw the abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the ground, he immediately set a rough plan in his mind. He wondered if there were other forests nearby. Forget it, for the sake of obtaining more heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it was worth taking a risk. If stronger opponents really discovered him, he could just run. After sweeping away the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in front of him, Shen Cangqiong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to take the risk and fly up to take a look. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Shui Wearer from the Shui Yu Academy said, "If I'm not mistaken, these little black dots in front of me should all be large pieces of land, right?" Variant 1 of the Douluo World, core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong. Compared to the speed of Senior Cangqiong in the video, it's not fast at all. Is it really a large land? Isn't everyone seeing it clearly? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu. At a glance, it is boundless. How vast is this new world, really? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the young clan leader of the Min family, by Chen Xiang. I originally thought that the Duki continent was already large enough. But when compared to these large lands in front of me, the Duki continent is like comparing an adult to a mosquito in size. And when I think about the size comparison between our Douluo continent and the Duki continent, sigh, it's all tears. Chapter 100 begins playing the comparison video of Tang San's past and present. As Shen Cangqiong flew high into the sky and barely caught a glimpse of a corner of the New World's iceberg, there was a moment when he felt a bit dazed. However, over the years, Shen Cangqiong had experienced enough storms and quickly regained his composure. Only at this moment, Shen Cangqiong had already changed the plan he had set not long ago in his heart. The scene shifts. In the days that followed, Shen Cangqiong trained alone in this new world. During this time, he met several women, including Luo Li, Wen Qingxian, Ing Huan, Ling Qingzhu, Qing Yanjing, and Ling Shi. And with their help, he quickly broke through to the peak of the holy grade Heavenly Supreme. However, just when Shen Cangqiong thought that with his holy grade Heavenly Supreme peak strength, he could adequately protect everyone in the Heavenly Court and move the entire Heavenly Court to this new world, something unexpected happened. The originally low-key Outer Evil Clan, due to the return of their ancestor from the seal, became emboldened and launched a large-scale attack on the Great Thousand World. Seeing this situation, Shen Cangqiong, feeling that his own strength was still insufficient, could only choose to enter closed-door cultivation in hopes of breaking through to a higher realm. The scene shifts again. A year later, when the vast world was on the brink of collapse, Shen Cangqiong successfully broke through to a higher realm at the last moment and defeated the ancestor of the extraterrestrial evil clan. Following that, under Shen Cangqiong's leadership, the vast world began to counterattack the extraterrestrial evil clan. In the final battle, Shen Cangqiong completely annihilated the ancestor of the extraterrestrial evil clan, leaving them with no chance to rise again. As time flew by, another 100 years passed. During this century, Shen Cangqiong exceeded his promise to Shen Yu. However, perhaps Shen Cangqiong was destined to be busy. When the time reached the 120th year after the final battle, new troubles arose again. This time, there were no formidable enemies, but Shen Cangqiong was forcibly taken to another world, or rather, a world of a higher level. Of course, in this new world, Shen Cangqiong was bound to undergo new trials, and along the way, he naturally met some new, beautiful companions. Scenes flash quickly. After experiencing the destruction of the seven gods, the slaying of the immortal palace's successor, betrayal in the border wasteland, being afflicted by the immortal curse, killing the true immortal, entering the immortal domain, fighting alone against 3 quasi-mortal emperors, and suppressing the corpse immortal emperor, one person decided the fate of the ages. Next, after leaving a relatively safe world for everyone, Shen Cangqiong disappeared from everyone's sight. As time flew by many years later, when Shen Cangqiong's former subordinates in the Heavenly Court could no longer suppress the dark powerhouses that emerged everywhere, they cried out in grief and anger to the heavens. Emperor Cangqiong, where are you? Husband, can you hear us? We're all calling for you. Why haven't you returned? At this moment, while all the dark powerhouses looked on with disdain at the struggling Heavenly Court, and some ordinary people who were still alive had lost all hope, a figure covered in wounds suddenly appeared before everyone. I am here. I have always been here. Hee, is this the person you wanted to protect? Unfortunately, you cannot keep them safe. At this moment, as if to bring despair to all those still resisting, 10 dark ancestors also appeared before everyone, just like Shen Cangqiong. If it weren't for your ability to resurrect infinitely, I would have wiped you all out long ago, Shen Cangqiong said coldly. Arrogant words. After speaking, the 10 dark ancestors attacked the already battered Shen Cangqiong. Come on. Do you think that after all these years of enduring injuries, just to annihilate you time and time again, it's truly because I'm bored? Haha, you all underestimate me too much. Now, let us walk towards destruction together. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong also charged towards the enemy. Ultimately, after a moment of silent brilliance, Shen Cangqiong, the 10 dark ancestors, and all the dark powerhouses vanished from the spot. Thus, Shen Cangqiong's past and present came to an end, with the scenes in the comparison video frozen in time. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Shrek Academy. Sister, I hate you. I didn't expect this story to actually be a tragedy. You jinx. Woo-woo. Variant 1 Douluo World. Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy. Can you blame me for this? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Chihua Academy. Woo-woo. Given the current situation, Shen Cangqiong should have perished along with those dark ancestors, right? Variant 1 Douluo World Plan Academy, Yao Zi. It should be. However, since young Master Shen can be reborn, is it possible that those dark ancestors of the same realm as young Master Shen could also be reborn? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Binger from the Tianxue Academy. Basically, no. Didn't you hear what young Master Shen said in the comparison video? This technique was specifically developed to deal with those dark ancestors. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the young patriarch of the Min family, by Shen Cangqiong. That's good. If those dark ancestors really have the possibility of being reborn in the Douluo continent, then we won't even be able to escape. After all, a Dozun strongman can render our entire Douluo continent completely incapable of resistance, not to mention the realm above the altar in the last world. Variant number 1, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong. Let's not talk about the realm above the sacrificial path. Anyway, from the realm of the Dominator onwards, I can no longer describe the shock in my heart with words. I estimate that most other people's thoughts should be similar to mine. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so few bullet comments during that time. Meanwhile, in variant number 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy. What the hell is this? Why are there several collected editions of novels in my so-called past and present comparison video? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong didn't even know where to start with the complaints. What is he thinking? Is he thinking about those beauties? Seeing Shen Cangqiong's strange expression, Liu Erlong asked with interest. Tang San's past and present has begun. Just watch. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong awkwardly smiled and pointed to the comparison video that had already started playing. Chapter 101. Tang San gets rebuked, wants an apology. Now the comparison of Tang San's past and present begins. Variant number 2, anonymous from the original Douluo World. The new comparison video has started. I wonder what the past of this ruthless Tang San was like. Variant number 2, anonymous from the original Douluo World. I hope Tang San's past is somewhat reliable. I don't expect Tang San's past to be that of a great hero saving the world, but at least he should be a real man. Variant 1, Douluo World anonymous. I estimate it's hopeless. Alright, the footage is out. Let's enjoy it for a while. Comparison video starts. Outside the Tang sect headquarters. Dozens of miles away. Elder Tang Ming. We've discovered a small village ahead that has just been slaughtered. All the villagers were killed, leaving only this child, for some unknown reason, was lucky enough to escape this disaster. As soon as the footage started, most viewers from both worlds felt a tightness in their hearts. The words spoken by that disciple-like figure were too unbearable to hear. Sigh. Well, since we've seen it, let us bring this child back to the Tang sect for training. Elder Tang Ming sighed and said to the disciples below. Yes, the disciples below nodded. The scene shifts. Tang San, you are now the strongest disciple of the outer sect. I believe it won't be long before you're allowed to enter the inner sect by special permission. When that time comes, don't forget us brothers. In a dormitory, a rather burly young man patted Tang San's shoulder and said enviously, Don't worry, Brother Tang Lian, you take such good care of me. Once I enter the inner sect, I will definitely find a way to get you in as well. Tang San assured with an innocent look. Great. That is all I need to hear. It seems I didn't misjudge you. You're someone worth befriending. Hearing Tang San's promise, Tang Lian's face almost beamed with joy. Brother Tang Lian, I still need to go to the training hall to practice for a while, so I'll take my leave now. At this moment, Tang San suddenly said, I understand. Go ahead. I want to lock the dormitory door. Tang Lian didn't suspect anything because Tang San went to the training hall to practice for several hours at this time every day. Huh? Do you think I don't know? You're just interested in my talent and want me to help you out once I grow stronger, which is why you're being so nice to me. Do you really think I'm some clueless fool? It's truly ridiculous. You should take a look at your own pathetic talent. How could you even dream of me helping you get into the inner sect? Not to mention that I don't have that ability now. Even if I become the leader of the Tang sect in the future and have that capability, I still wouldn't let you in. Otherwise, letting a talentless outer disciple into the inner sect would only lower the quality of our inner sect. At this moment, in the dormitory, Tang Lian was still daydreaming about entering the inner sect with Tang San in the future for a stable life. Little did he know, in Tang San's heart, he was nothing more than a joke. Variant 2, original Douluo World anonymous. It's over. In this comparison between the two worlds, we are definitely going to lose again. Variant 1, Douluo World unknown. Who gave you the courage to believe that Tang San can defeat the Heavenly Emperor? Variant 2, original Douluo World unknown. Everyone needs to have dreams, right? Otherwise, what's the difference from being a salted fish? Variant 1, the Douluo World. Men from the Bai family. Tang San is really a terrible person. He shamelessly enjoys the kindness of others, while in his heart, he sees them as mere pawns that can be discarded at any time, simply because they have thoughts of investing in his future and lack strong cultivation talent. If you truly have high standards, then have the ability to directly refuse the kindness of others. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Lanba from Shrek. Xiao Wu. There might be some misunderstanding here. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Water Academy. This is not a misunderstanding. Just by looking at the title in front of your name, it's clear that you are from the same academy as Tang San. I advise you to be careful around Tang San. He treats even his kind-hearted fellow disciples as if they were worthless, let alone you classmates. Who knows, at some point, he might sell you out for some personal gain. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Ba Shrek Tang San. Nonsense. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Tang San. I want your apology. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy. What a piece of trash. How dare you make me apologize? In the Douluo World Variant 1 Xiao Binger from the Water Academy. If my sister is wrong, I will make her apologize. But I don't think my sister said anything wrong. What kind of person are you? The comparison video clearly shows everything. Moreover, regarding your inappropriate behavior in the previous 2 comparison videos, I won't say much more. Everyone has their own judgment, and what is. In the 1 Variant Douluo World, Fire Dance from the Blaze Academy. Where does this guy Tang San get the face to ask others to apologize? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tianshou Royal Academy. Dugiyin. If Tang San was just shameless, that wouldn't be a big deal. After all, there are many toothless people in this world. What is terrifying is that this guy Tang San really doesn't think he is wrong. That is the most deadly part. Just as people from both worlds were discussing Tang San's behavior in the comparison video, the image on the big screen shifted again to a deep night 3 days later. Am I not doing well enough? Why did Tang Si, who is much worse than me, become an inner disciple the day before yesterday, while I did not? In front of an iron chain bridge, Tang San looked at the distant Zongong pavilion. His thoughts were like a tangled mess. No, I must find a way to obtain the supreme scripture of the inner sect. It seems that I can only use this method now. After standing in place for a long time, at a certain moment, a glimmer of determination suddenly flashed in Tang San's eyes. Then, after glancing around and finding that no one was paying attention, he stealthily made his way to a dark place and changed into a set of night gear. Chapter 102. Tang San, who believes he has no regrets. Unknown person from the original Douluo World. Number 2 Wow. From what Tang San said, does this mean he plans to steal the so-called supreme scripture of the Tang sect's inner sect? Unknown person from the original Douluo World. Number 2. It shouldn't be, right? After all, he was raised by the Tang sect and taught his skills. No matter how heartless and ungrateful he is, it would be one thing not to think about how to repay his sect, but he can't possibly do something like biting the hand that feeds him, right? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Tianshou Academy. With Tang San's character, plus what he said before putting on the night clothes. What exactly does he plan to do? Is there really anything more to say? In my opinion, for someone like Tang San, we should think of all his actions with the darkest thoughts and should not hold any expectations for him at all. Xiao Wu is quite vengeful. Previously, she just spoke the truth, and Tang San shamelessly wanted her to apologize. Now that she has the chance to retaliate, she certainly won't let it go easily. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the young clan leader of the Min family, by Shen Cangqiong, comparing a great hero to a useless person. I feel wronged for young master Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 Douluo World Blaze Academy Xiao Wu, by Shen Cangqiong. This Tang San is from the Haotian sect, so he could be considered your relative, right? Is it really okay for you to say that? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the young clan leader by Shen Cangqiong. What's wrong with it? Besides, compared to Tang San in the video, he is about to infiltrate the highest tower in the middle. Whether he is wronged or not will soon be revealed. Meanwhile, as the crowd in the barrage zone discussed, Tang San had already climbed over the outer railing and entered the interior of the Cangqiong Pavilion. In the footage, Tang San, dressed in night clothes, upon entering the Cangqiong Pavilion, did not even glance at the various books and materials on the lower levels, but went straight to the top floor of the Cangqiong Pavilion. Then, when Tang San saw the secret book placed on the jade platform in the center, it was as if he had found something that puzzled him immensely. His eyes lit up as he quickly approached the jade platform and, with trembling hands, picked up the book placed on it. This sect's secret manual is now mine. Feeling the texture in his hands, Tang San, while talking to himself in his heart, excitedly opened the book titled Xian Tian Bao Lu. After briefly browsing through the Xian Tian Bao Lu and discovering that the knowledge within was indeed far more profound than that in the ordinary manuals outside, he carefully tucked the manual into his clothes and stealthily left the Cangqiong Pavilion. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Xiao Academy. Is this Tang San an idiot? You just took away the sect's treasured secret manual. Are you afraid that others won't know the sect's treasured secret manual is missing? Now Xiao Wu has become Tang San's #1 hater. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu. Tang San's intelligence is indeed questionable. Even if he could just copy the contents of this secret manual with pen and paper, he boldly took the entire manual away. Doesn't he know that for such a sect-level secret manual, there will be designated personnel to check on it periodically? The first variant of the Douluo World, the young clan leader by Shen Cangqiong of the Min family, really is stupid, shameless, and ungrateful piece of trash. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui wearer from the Shui Academy. Tang San. Do you have anything you want to say? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Shrek Tang San. I have no regrets. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Shrek Academy Tang San. That's right. I, Tang San, have never betrayed the Tang sect. As long as you keep watching, you'll understand. At this moment, the comparison video changes. On a cliff, what was meant to come eventually arrived. Facing the biting cold wind, Tang San muttered somewhat bitterly to himself, but soon he calmed down. I know that secretly learning the unique skills of this sect is unforgivable and against the sect's rules. But Tang San can swear to the heavens that he has never leaked any part of the unique skills he learned secretly to the outside world. I say this not hoping for the elders' forgiveness, but simply to tell the elders that I, Tang San, have never forgotten my roots. I didn't before, and I will never do so in the future. Seeing the elders of the sect standing not far away without saying a word, Tang San spoke to himself. At this moment, Tang San was very calm, even the calmest he had ever been in his life. Everything about Tang San was given by the Tang sect. Whether it was life or the various abilities he possessed, they were all bestowed by the Tang sect. Therefore, no matter when I, Tang San, am a person of the Tang sect in life, and in death, I am the sect's ghost. I know that the elders will not allow an outer disciple who has violated the sect rules to stay in the Tang sect. If that's the case, then let me turn to bones in this natural mountain. After saying this, Tang San activated the Xian gong within him, and with a loud bang, shattered all his clothes. Coming bear, going bear. This Buddha's wrathful lotus shall be Tang San's last gift to the sect. Now, aside from myself, I have not taken anything from the Tang sect. I left the Xian treasure record under the first brick inside my room. Tang San is now returning everything to the Tang sect. Ha ha! At this moment, Tang San laughed towards the sky, suddenly took a step back, and lunged forward like lightning towards the ghostly Jianshou ahead. Thus, Tang San's past and present came to an end, and the images on the screen gradually faded away. Variant 1 of Douluo Continent. Shui wearer from the Water Academy. Tang San. You better be honest. Are you out of your mind? I just want to ask you, did a donkey kick you in the head? Why are you exposing yourself for no reason? It's simply disgusting to my eyes. What a mess. So unlucky. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Ning Rong, the core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Sigh. I'm not pure anymore. Wasn't there always a ball of white light blocking it before? Why this time, not only is there no white light blocking the scene, but even came in for close-up? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The young clan leader of the Min family by Shen Cangqiong. Disgusting. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Tianshui Academy, Xiao. It seems that in the future, when watching comparison videos of Tang San, I need to be careful not only of being infuriated by style of conduct, but also of this guy's behavior of showing off his strength when he feels dissatisfied. Chapter 103. Continue to confront Tang San. Variant 1 Douluo World. Lan Ba, Shrek, Tang San. A group of boring people. You only saw me lose my clothes. But didn't you see the reason why I lost them? Also, comparing what I said in the video is enough to prove my loyalty to the Tang sect, right? Shui wearer, Shui binger, and others. Shouldn't you apologize to me? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Water Academy. Apologize? Apologize for what? Aren't you just trying to escape because you're afraid of the punishment from the Tang sect's rules? After all, any sect would be absolutely merciless towards someone like you who ignores the sect rules and secretly learns the sect's ultimate skills. It can even be said that they would make the punished person wish they were dead. In the Douluo World of Variant 1 at the Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu said, Shui wearer is right. Tang San, do you really think that just because you said a few nice words at that cliff, you can turn wrong into right? Sneakingly learning the sect's ultimate skills, regardless of any reason, is no different from betraying the sect. I can tell you this. If the elders of the Tang sect, because of your talent, not only do not punish you for stealing the sect's ultimate skills, but instead promote you, then everyone in the sect will follow suit. The end result will be that in less than 10 years, the Tang sect will be destroyed by internal strife. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Shui Academy. To be honest, Tang San, if you hadn't chosen to jump down the abyss of despair, but instead followed the elders in the sect and honestly returned to face your punishment, I might have respected you a little. And what happened? You didn't even have the courage to accept your punishment. And you still want me to apologize to you? I will always say this. Do you deserve it? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Tang San. Can't you see that I was declaring my determination by jumping off the cliff? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy. Mingji, what ambition? What else can you have? Is it that I will always have the unchanging heart of Tangmen? Or perhaps, even though I disregard the rules of the sect, I still love Tangmen? Don't joke around. How could someone who truly loves their sect lead the way to disregard its rules? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shrek Academy, Shui Binger. It's not just that. You keep saying that everything you have is given by the Tang sect. Naturally, that includes your life. In this situation, what qualifications do you have to end your own life? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tianshou Royal Academy. Dugu Yin, there's no need for everyone to say so much to Tang San. He simply cannot understand. From his various behaviors, it's clear that his thought process is different from that of normal people. In fact, when I first saw Tang San in the comparison video, I had a strange feeling that this person shouldn't be interacted with. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Shrek Tang San. You all don't understand anything at all. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Tang San. Forget it. What's the point of talking to a group of people who are biased against us? Anyway, we won't have any intersection with these people. Variant 1 Douluo World Water Academy Shui Yuer. Truly, some people are shameless and invincible in the world. Just as everyone was talking, the sound of the comparison video slowly began to play. The third comparison video has ended. Based on the inner recognition of all beings in both worlds who paid attention to the comparison video, the final winner of the third comparison video is Shen Cangqiong. Below are the data on the number of recognition votes received by the two protagonists. The number of recognition votes received by Variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong is 431, 241, 018 votes. The number of recognition votes received by Original Douluo World Tang San is 3 votes. Next, we will start awarding the two main characters in the comparison video. Now we present the rewards to the winner of the comparison video. Variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Reward 1, 10 cross-border symbol fragments. Reward 2, 100,000 years self-selected soul ring. Reward 3, the first 5 volumes of Original True Solution. Reward 4, 100,000 points in comparison video credits. The rewards for the winner, Variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, have been distributed. Now we will award the loser, Tang San, from the comparison video. Reward 1, 1 cross-border symbol fragment. Reward 2, 1 10-year self-selected soul ring. Reward 3, 1 volume of the True Method of the Sunflower Book. Reward 4 10 points in comparison video credits. The rewards for the loser, Tang San, have been distributed. Now we will draw 10 lucky spots. All lucky spot winners will receive 100,000 comparison video credits. The list of lucky spots will be announced below. Variant 1, Shui Binger from the Douluo World. Variant 1, Shui Yuer from the Douluo World. Variant 1, Hulaina from the Douluo Continent. Variant 1, Douluo World by Qinxiang. Variant 1, Ning Rongrong from the Douluo World. Variant 1, Douluo World Feng Xiaodian. Variant 1, Douluo World Mengda. Variant 1 Douluo World Lu Huang loses. Variant 1 Douluo World Dianwei. Variant 1 of the Douluo Continent World Pan Inlian. This comparison video ends here. Variant 1 Douluo World Shui Wearer of Shui Yue Academy. Haha, did you see that? Last time, Tang San received 4 votes. This time, he only got 3 votes. I wonder which one of the 4 supporters turned against him. Variant 1 Douluo World Chihua Academy Xiao Wu. This is already considered good. I originally thought that Tang San would have at most 2 votes left. After all, based on the content shown in this comparison video, whether Tang San is truly the child of his parents in this world is still debatable. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Plan Academy, Yao Zi. The missing ticket this time must be one of the tickets from the world where Tang San's father is. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Yue Academy. Who cares? Anyway, Tang San, this trash, will eventually be abandoned by everyone. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the young clan leader of the Min family, by Chen Xiang, Dean Lu Erlong. Is your Blue Tyrant Academy still accepting students? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Principal Lu Erlong, accepted. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the young clan leader by Chen Xiang of the Min family. If I join the Blue Tyrant Academy, can I cultivate the original true solution? Variant 1 Douluo World, President of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong. Wait a moment. Let me ask about Shen Cangqiong's opinion. Chapter 104 by Shen Cangqiong's decision. The Titan that breaks defense, Blue Tyrant Academy. Cangqiong, what do you think about by Shen Cangqiong's question? Lu Erlong turned to Shen Cangqiong, who was flipping through the original true explanation, and asked, "Let me speak." Shen Cangqiong closed the original true explanation. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong by Shen Cangqiong. If you want to cultivate the original true solution, there are two choices. The first choice is to become a main team member in the elite competition of my Lamba Academy. However, this choice only allows access to the cultivation methods of the first 3 volumes of the original true solution. The second choice is to become an inner disciple of my Lamba Academy. This choice has no restrictions. And even if I later obtain the content of the later volumes of the original true solution, it will be open to all members of the Inner Academy. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Water Academy. Wow. The treatment of becoming a main team member of the Blue Tyrant Academy is too good. Suddenly, I feel like the 100,000 year chosen soul bone in my hand isn't so appealing anymore. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Hu Shui Yuer. You can flaunt your soul bone all you want. However, on the flip side, becoming a main team member of Lamba Academy allows you to obtain the first 3 volumes of the original true solution, which is indeed an incredible benefit. Not to mention, as long as you can complete the cultivation of these first 3 volumes of the original true solution, those so-called gods on the Douluo continent are nothing at all. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Dong Yin said, "Actually, there's no need to cultivate to the 3rd volume. Just reaching great perfection in the 1st volume is enough to walk sideways across the Douluo continent. Take my grandfather, for example, this title De. His strength is at most around 1,000 pounds. However, the limit strength of the 1st volume of the original true solution in the blood-moving realm is 100,000 pounds. I believe that a punch with a force of 100,000 pounds would probably leave even those demigod-level powerhouses who stand at the pinnacle of the soul master profession, unable to recognize their own parents. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Poisoned Douluo Bow. It's about right. Anyway, if he were to take a punch weighing 100,000 pounds like the chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spear Hall, his pretty little face would definitely be disfigured. Variant 1 Douluo World, Ju Douluo Yueguan. Do you think I'm stupid? Instead of thinking about how to avoid the attack, you choose to take it on the face. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the clan leader of the Min family, by He, young Master Shun. I wonder what your thoughts are on the 2 choices you provided. Bai He naturally knows her granddaughter's long-held dream and has now taken the initiative to continue the conversation. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, if you only become a member of my Blue Tyrant Academy's elite competition main team, then you can leave Blue Tyrant Academy at any time after graduation. But one thing must be guaranteed, which is that you absolutely cannot teach the original true solutions or other true methods to anyone else. Otherwise, I will personally take action to completely erase the families of both the giver and the receiver, as well as the families of those who fail to report it. As for the other option, I have mentioned before that joining the inner academy of my Blue Tyrant Academy is the same as joining a sect. Those who join can receive unlimited resources for training, but will forever only be part of the inner academy of Blue Tyrant Academy. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the Minji clan, by He. So if Xiang chooses to join the inner court of the Blue Tyrant Academy after she inherits the Minji clan, does that mean the Minji clan will also belong to the Blue Tyrant Academy? In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, when that day truly arrives, Bai Chenxiang will be the hall master of the inner court's Min Hall at the Lamba Academy. Of course, the inner court will not interfere in the internal matters of the Min Hall, but it must obey the orders of the inner court. To put it simply, it is similar to the relationship between your single attribute 4 clans and the former Haotian sect, the leader of the Min family in the Douluo World by He. So, can the members of the Min Hall cultivate the original true solution or other true methods? In the first variant of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, after officially becoming the head of the Mingtang, all members of the Mingtang, except for the head, can obtain the cultivation methods of the first 3 chapters of the original true solution. However, this is just a temporary rule, and if I can obtain the later chapters of the original true solution in the future, there may be some adjustments. But the guarantee that members can obtain the first 3 chapters of the original true solution will never change. The leader of the Minji clan in the Douluo World, Bai He, the Minji clan, need to think about it. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, yes. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, minor clan leader by Chen Xiang of the Minji clan. Grandpa, there's no need to consider it anymore. I've already set off. I will first join the inner courtyard of the Blue Tyrant Academy to take a look. If that inner courtyard is really suitable for our Minji clan, then it wouldn't be a problem for us to join. The leader of the Minji family in the first variant Douluo World by he. You girl. Sigh. Forget it. Anyway, the Minji family will be handed over to you to manage in the future. Since you've made this decision, then it shall be as you wish. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the power clan, Titan, Old Whitebird. How could this be? Although Titan's grandson is studying at the Blue Tyrant Academy, he still leans more towards Tang Hao, believing that their single attribute 4 clans are subordinate forces of Tang Hao. Seeing that the White Crane seems to have rebellious intentions at this moment, he is naturally unwilling. Variant 1, the leader of the Minji clan in the Douluo World. Why what's wrong? Is there a problem? Xiao Qiang is the future leader of the Minji clan, so she naturally has the right to make her own choices. But he only knows that Titan worships Tang Hao and has never blamed Tang Hao for the harm caused to their single attribute 4 clans. However, he does not know that Titan has always regarded their single attribute 4 clans as Tang Hao's people. Titan, the leader of the 1 variant Douluo World power clan. The 4 clans of single attributes have always been interconnected and shared both joys and sorrows. How can you make such an important decision on your own? In the end, Titan dared not mention Tang Hao in front of everyone and could only find another excuse. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the P family. Yang Wudi, it's fine, I support Old Whitebird. The leader of the Yu family in the Douluo World, Niu Gao, I also support Old Whitebird. Variant 1, the leader of the Titan clan in the Douluo World, you guys. Seeing that even the other 2 old brothers voiced their support for Old Whitebird's decision, Titan felt extremely frustrated. However, before Titan could come up with a better excuse to refute the other 3, his grandson Talon dealt him another devastating blow. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy. Talon, Grandpa, I also think joining Blue Tyrant Academy is quite good. After watching the comparison of Shen Cangqiong and Tang San's past and present, Talon's mindset has truly transformed completely. Chapter 105, Discussions among various forces. It's getting late, let us disperse. On the other side, Shen Cangqiong ignored Titan, who was still rambling in the comment section, waved his hand, and dismissed the members of the battle team. Senior Shen, can I join the inner academy? At this moment, Talon approached Shen Cangqiong with a flattering expression. Convince your grandfather first. Shen Cangqiong did not refuse. As long as the Titan clan could rein in their actions and not get involved with Tang San, he was willing to give them a chance. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Upon hearing this, Talon patted his chest and quickly walked towards the school gate. Senior Cangqiong, when can I get the original true explanation? Just after Talon left, Ning Rongrong came up, eagerly hugging one of Shen Cangqiong's arms and asked, after dinner, you can come to the cabin at the back mountain and memorize it slowly. Shen Cangqiong thought for a moment and said, I have to memorize it? Ning Rongrong pouted her lips, looking very reluctant. Can I just copy it down directly? If you want to copy it, that's fine. But you have to do it yourself. I want to help you. With the protection of the comparative video, Shen Cangqiong was not worried about anyone trying to steal the original true explanation manuscript from Ning Rongrong. All right, I'll copy it. Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and felt that copying it down was much simpler than memorizing it, so she agreed. By the way, Zhuqing, come to the back mountain cabin with Rongrong tonight, and I'll give you the first 3 articles of the original true explanation. Of course, if you want to copy it down, remember to bring your own paper and pen. After settling Ning Rongrong, Shen Cangqiong reminded Zhuqing a few more times. Okay, thank you. Zhuqing expressed her gratitude. Don't mention it. This is what you earned through your own efforts. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. It wasn't out of humility, but rather because he couldn't stand the Xingluo royal family and the Zhu family, and wanted to give Zhuqing a chance to resist. Of course, if there were no other reasons, Shen Cangqiong would just smile and remain silent. Meanwhile, Variant 1, Douluo World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Fengji, it seems our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed quite fortunate. Rongrong has just joined the inner court of the Blue Tyrant Academy and has already gained such significant benefits. In the conference hall, Douluo Chen Cangqiong said excitedly, this is mainly because Shen Cangqiong is generous. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have taken out this original true solution. Douluo Gu Rong said frankly. Although this original true solution may not be the best cultivation method with Shen Cangqiong, through analogy, others may still be able to develop even more powerful cultivation methods based on the original true solution. At that time, no one knows whether it will affect Shen Cangqiong's current unique status. Since Shen Cangqiong is willing to take out the original true solution, it means he must be confident that he won't let things get out of his control. I think we should discuss whether we want to completely join the Blue Tyrant Academy. Ning Fengji thinks ahead and considers more. I have no opinion. You can decide on this matter, Fengji. Sword Douluo, Chan Xian shrugged, and Bon Douluo Gu Rong had the same sentiment. Variant 1, Douluo World Spear Hall. What are you all doing here? Inside the Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with displeasure as she watched the group of worshippers entering one after another. After such a big incident, are you, the Pope, not planning to do anything? The second worshipper, Golden Crocodile, spoke bluntly, completely unconcerned about the displeasure in Bibi Dong's eyes. Are you trying to get your hands on that original true solution? Hearing this, a mocking expression appeared on Bibi Dong's face. She thought these old geezers must have lost their minds while cultivating. Even though she hadn't fought against Shen Cangqiong, she could tell from his ability to take down a 100,000-year-old soul beast with one move that he was extraordinarily strong. Yet these fools were actually planning to trouble Shen Cangqiong. We're not stupid. Even if we could defeat Shen Cangqiong, we still have the protection of the comparison video. And we wouldn't be able to obtain that original true solution. What we mean is to send a team to negotiate with Shen Cangqiong, trying to exchange for the original true solution. Don't forget, Shen Cangqiong has quite a good impression of our spirit hall. As long as the benefits are sufficient, he might not refuse. The second worshipper, Golden Crocodile, paused here. Also, I heard that Yueguan is currently with Tang San. I hope you can order Yueguan to bring Tang San back. In this way, even if we don't obtain the original true solution from Shen Cangqiong, we can still get that sunflower scripture from Tang San. After speaking, Golden Crocodile, stared at Bibi Dong, wanting her to give a response. On the other side, Shen Cangqiong was not interested in how other forces were doing. After throwing the original true solution to the two girls, he walked into the adjacent room. Thus, a night of hard work ensued. In the morning, while Shen Cangqiong was still immersed in a beautiful dream, a sudden knocking sound came from outside the door. Senior Cangqiong, are you awake? Ning Rongrong's voice rang out. I am awake. What's the matter? Woken up. Shen Cangqiong quickly dressed and opened the door to ask. That girl named by Chunxiang has arrived. Dean Erlong asked me to call you. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong looked at Shen Cangqiong with a somewhat strange expression. She's quite fast in coming. Let's go take a look together. She might, like you, become a core disciple of our Lamba Academy's inner court, so you can get to know each other now. Shen Cangqiong ignored Ning Rongrong strange kase noted, and said as they walked, in the office of the Lamba Academy's principal, have you made your decision? You should know that once you choose to join the inner court of Lamba Academy, there will be no chance for regret. Shen Cangqiong confirmed again. I've thought it through. If the inner court is not suitable for our Min family, then I won't be the clan leader anymore. At that time, it won't affect the Min family at all. Bai Chenxiang said very seriously. You're very honest. I like straightforward people like you. All right, since you've confirmed that you want to join my Lamba Academy's inner court, I will approve your application to join the inner court. Shen Cangqiong had a good level of trust in Bai Chenxiang's character. Although she is a relative of Tang Hao and Tang San, her style of doing things is completely different from those two. So when can I get the original true solution? Seeing Shen Cangqiong agree to her joining the inner court, Bai Chenxiang didn't want to wait even a second longer. Wait until tonight. Bring your pen and paper to the small courtyard in the back mountain to transcribe it. Now is the time for the elite competition team to practice. Shen Cangqiong said. All right. Bai Chenxiang nodded helplessly and agreed. Chapter 106. Tang San returns to scheme for immortal herbs. Back mountain training ground of Lamba Academy. That's enough, Xiang. You can come down now. After checking the general situation of Bai Chenxiang's martial soul and soul skills, Shen Cangqiong stopped Bai Chenxiang, who was still flapping her wings in the air. Your martial soul, the sharp-tailed swift, is very fast, which is your advantage. But I want to ask, since your Min family's martial soul doesn't have any attack-type soul skills, why don't you think of a way to make up for the shortcomings of the sharp-tailed, swift martial soul? Seeing Bai Chenxiang looking at him with some anxiety, Shen Cangqiong didn't keep her in suspense and directly pointed out the problems he observed from her. Our Min family is very poor. We can't afford high-year soul bones, and we can't even afford low-year soul bones. So even if we want to improve the shortcomings of our martial souls with soul bones, we can't do it. Bai Chenxiang said candidly, though she felt a little self-deprecating. You can't be saying that after all these years. You've only thought of this method of using soul bones to compensate for your martial soul's shortcomings? Such a luxurious method. Even a wealthy force like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wouldn't dare to think of it. Shen Cangqiong covered his forehead, feeling speechless. Senior Cangqiong is right. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school is wealthy. But if we want to equip every member who possesses a 7-treasure glazed tile with a set of soul bones, it would absolutely be impossible. At this time, Ning Rongrong beside him also nodded in agreement with Shen Cangqiong's statement. Then if we don't use soul bones, what other methods can we use? Bai Qinxiang was not questioning, but genuinely didn't know what other methods could be used to compensate for their Min family's martial soul shortcomings before the emergence of true cultivation methods. At this moment, not only Bai Qinxiang was looking at Shen Cangqiong in confusion, but even the other members of the team were curiously watching Shen Cangqiong, wanting to see what good methods he could come up with. It's not that simple. Aren't you from the Min family on good terms with the Leaf family for generations? Let the Leaf family help you forge a batch of better quality daggers. And then you can use the speed advantage of the sharp-tailed swift to directly slit your opponent's throat with the daggers. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. From the original work, it can be seen that Tang San's hidden weapons could break through divine defenses, and that weapons couldn't be brought into the Continental Elite competition, which indicates that soul power cannot defend against the attacks of ordinary iron weapons. And don't mention Tang San's techniques with hidden weapons or the enhancements of the hidden weapons themselves. That was entirely a plot device to forcefully give an advantage to the Spirit Hall strong. Otherwise, everyone on Tang San's side would have been wiped out by the strong from the Spirit Hall. It can be done this way? Hearing this, Bai Qinxiang was first stunned, then immediately put on an incredulous expression. Why can't it be done this way? Who said you must use soul ring skills or soul bone skills to defeat your opponent? Shen Cangqiong could now confirm that everyone on the entire Douluo continent had been subtly manipulated by the gods from the divine realm in certain aspects. Otherwise, with so many people in the Min family, it would absolutely be impossible for them not to think of such a simple method. Well, it seems like no one has ever set such a rule. On the other side, Bai Qinxiang scratched his scalp, furrowed his brows, and thought for a while before hesitantly saying, Xiang, let me handle the dagger issue. At this moment, Tyrone, who had been standing nearby and increasingly felt that Shen Cangqiong was making sense, suddenly spoke up and took on the task of crafting the dagger for Bai Qinxiang. If you lack any precious materials while making the dagger, just let me know. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has everything you need. Ning Rongrong also kindly spoke up. Thank you. Seeing this scene, Bai Qinxiang was so moved that he almost cried. One thing at a time. Although Bai Qinxiang looked down on the Leaf family for wanting to follow Tang Hao, that did not diminish her gratitude for Talon proactively offering to help her. Moreover, there was also Ning Rongrong, whom she had just met for the first time, willing to take out precious metals from her family to help her forge a dagger. Cangqiong, Tang San is back. Can you give Tang San another chance to join the battle team for my sake? He doesn't need to enter the main team right away. He just needs to train with you like Mu Bai and the others. Just as the atmosphere on site was getting better, Flinder brought Tang San to Shen Cangqiong and awkwardly asked, wasn't he training with you, Xiaojing? Did you Xiaojing agree to let him go? Shen Cangqiong neither agreed nor disagreed. During team training, Tang San will train with you. When the team disbands for free activities, Xiaojing will start teaching Tang San, Flinder said. Whatever. It's fine for Tang San to train with the team. But I must warn you up front, if Tang San misbehaves, I will take action to teach him a lesson. Shen Cangqiong guessed that Tang San must have some scheme with you, Xiaojing. But having Tang San around would make it easier for Shen Cangqiong, who had always wanted to set him up. Otherwise, he wouldn't see Tang San every day, and even though he had countless ways to set Tang San up, he had no place to use them. Don't worry, Tang San has always been very obedient. After saying that, Flinder suddenly realized that Tang San's true identity had already been exposed in the comparison videos, and he was not the usual obedient child, which made him awkwardly smile. Tang San, I've seen the martial souls and combat styles of the others. Now that you want to join the team training, it's your turn to show your martial soul and combat style. Shen Cangqiong ignored Flinder's awkwardness and looked at Tang San. Seeing this, Flinder had no intention of staying any longer. After greeting the original Shrek group, he left the training ground. In the evening, Douluo, do you know how Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower? After finishing a day's training, Tang San quietly pulled Dai Mubai to a secluded place to inquire about Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolution. This is a long story. Dai Mubai glanced around to ensure there was no third person before recounting everything that happened when Shen Cangqiong took them to the Sunset Forest. Really? Although Tang San asked this, he already believed it completely. After all, he couldn't believe that Dai Mubai knew about something like immortal herbs. The only explanation was that Dai Mubai had really seen it with his own eyes. Chapter 107. Tang San's scheme and Dai Mubai. This can't be false. If you don't believe it, you can ask Fatty and Xiao Wu. If it weren't for the fact that Tang San still had some value for use, Dai Mubai would have wanted to turn against him. Although he wasn't a good person, he still had some bottom line, unlike Tang San, who was completely a selfish ingrate without any bottom line. Dai Lauda, don't be angry. I was just too shocked and wanted to confirm if I heard wrong. How about this? You take me to the place in the sunset forest with the immortal herbs. After I get the immortal herbs inside, I will give you one that suits you best. What do you think? Since the comparison videos had already exposed his true identity, Tang San naturally didn't bother to pretend anymore. One is too few. I remember Shen Cangqiong left a lot of immortal herbs in that place. Dai Mubai shook his head. A person can only consume one immortal herb in a lifetime. Even if I give you a few more, it won't help. Besides, I don't plan to take many immortal herbs. I will only take one that is useful to me and one that is useful for the teacher. And then I will stop. Tang San was angry at Dai Mubai's greed, but he kept a poker face and tried to deceive Dai Mubai. Do you believe what you just said? Dai Mubai said disdainfully. Those immortal herbs belong to Shen Cangqiong after all. If I take too many, he might trace it back to me. But if I only take 3, even if Shen Cangqiong notices that 3 immortal herbs are missing, I doubt he would choose to make a big deal out of it. Tang San's reasoning was sound. All right then. Dai Mubai seemed to believe Tang San's words. But in reality, he was secretly thinking that he was just guiding the way. Even if Shen Cangqiong found out later, he could always push the blame onto Tang San. Then let's set off now. Seeing that Dai Mubai finally agreed, Tang San urged him to head outside the school to prevent any long delays. Meanwhile, in the office of the Blue Tyrant Academy principal, Lu Erlong, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? I've been waiting until now. Sitting on the sofa, when he saw Lu Erlong walk in, Yu Xiaojiang frowned and said unhappily, "Do you have something to say?" Noticing Yu Xiaojiang in his office, Lu Erlong didn't close the door or walk in. He just stood at the door with his arms crossed, speaking coldly. "Can you come in and close the door?" Yu Xiaojiang still didn't realize that Lu Erlong had changed, sitting there like a grandpa, giving orders to Lu Erlong. In fact, Yu Xiaojiang never considered that Lu Erlong would not want him. After the last incident that caused unpleasantness between them, he had taken Tang San away for a while. The first reason was that Zhu Deluo happened to come to Tiando City, and with a free tool available, it was naturally a good opportunity. The second reason was that Yu Xiaojiang planned to give Lu Erlong a warning, wanting to tell her that if she made him unhappy, he could always go to the Spirit Hall or even find Bibi Dong. He believed that as long as Lu Erlong wanted to investigate, it would be easy to find out that he and Tang San had swaggered into the Spirit Hall branch in Tiando City. Just say what you have to say. I'm very busy. Unfortunately, Lu Erlong did not show the softness Yu Xiaojiang expected, but instead spoke in a flat tone. What kind of attitude is that? Can anything be more important than my matters? Yu Xiaojiang slapped the table. This time, Yu Xiaojiang was really angry. He felt that Lu Erlong needed to be taught a lesson. He had already stopped blaming her for the previous rebellious act against him. And not only did she not appreciate it, but she also became increasingly audacious. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang daring to slam the table in front of him, Lu Erlong quickly stepped forward, grabbed Yu Xiaojiang by the collar while he was still sitting on the sofa, and threw him out of the office like a piece of trash. Yu, staring in shock at the loudly closed door of the dean's office. Yu Xiaojiang stood there dazed for several minutes before coming to his senses. Lu Erlong, you will definitely regret what happened today. After making a harsh vow in his heart, Yu Xiaojiang endured the intense pain throughout his body and stood up, limping towards his room. Only now did he truly realize that Lu Erlong had really changed, to the point that he didn't recognize her anymore. On the other side, several hours later, riding a fast horse, Tang San and Dai Mubai finally arrive at the edge of the poisonous mist circle in the center of the sunset forest. Is this the place? Looking at the swirling gray mist in front of him, a hint of uncontrollable greed flashed in Tang San's eyes. Yes, this is the place. But how do you get in? You should know that this poisonous mist was set up by the poison Douluo, a titled Douluo. If you barge in recklessly, you might very well lose your life. In fact, what Dai Mubai didn't know was that although the shape and color of the poisonous mist here were exactly the same as what he saw the first time he came, some interesting changes had already been made to the mist when Shen Cangqiong took them away last time. You don't need to worry about that. Since I dared to come, I naturally have my way. All right, I'm going in. You just wait here. Once I come out, we will hurry back overnight. This way, we will be less likely to be discovered by Shen Cangqiong. With that, Tang San took the detoxification powder he prepared and activated his Shen Cangqiong for protection. Confidently entering the poisonous mist, Hee. If you don't let me go in with you, that's even better. Dai Mubai had originally thought that the less he was involved in this matter, the better, and Tang San's actions were exactly to his liking. However, before Dai Mubai could find a place to sit, a nimble figure suddenly sprang out from the poisonous mist and pounced directly at him before he could react. Immediately, Dai Mubai's furious curses and the screams of Xiao Wu echoed in the air. Finally, amidst Dai Mubai's earth-shattering wail, sounds of a struggle erupted in the scene. TSK, TSK, TSK. How tragic. It seems that Dai Mubai will be haunted by this for the rest of his life. At that moment, Shen Cangqiong, who had been secretly following Tang San and Dai Mubai, watched the unbearable scene below, took out a crystal stone for recording, and began to record while gloating. Chapter 108. Tang San is crushed 3 hours later. Dai Mubai, who had just woken up from his coma, saw Tang San, who was also unconscious not far away, grit his teeth, and despite the discomfort in his body, kicked Tang San out. Hiss. However, this kick also pulled at Dai Mubai's wound, causing him to gasp in pain, and it took a while for the pain to gradually subside. About half an hour later, Dai Mubai finally felt much better than before. So he forced himself to stand up and walk step by step towards Tang San, whom he had kicked out. At this moment, Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot, and when he reached Tang San's side again, without saying a word, he began to punch and kick the still sleeping Tang San. Soon, the unconscious Tang San had been thoroughly beaten up by Dai Mubai. You said you had a way to get in, didn't you? You said as long as I led the way, you would take care of everything else, right? You said you were very confident in yourself, didn't you? After a while of beating, Dai Mubai was also tired, standing aside panting while gritting his teeth. Tang San, as the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, I have never suffered such a huge loss or been so humiliated. You're the first person to dare to treat me this way. Ha! But don't worry. I won't take advantage of you while you're unconscious, because that would be too cheap for you. I want you to live in pain for the rest of your life. After saying that, with a cold gaze, Dai Mubai used all his strength and kicked hard at Tang San's vital area. Immediately, a scream that was countless times more tragic than Dai Mubai's earlier cry rang out in the forest. What the hell? Seeing this unexpected scene, Shen Cangqiong, who had been watching the exciting performance below, widened his eyes. In fact, Shen Cangqiong only wanted to discuss Tang San a little, letting him experience the taste of fighting with animals. He didn't expect that a grand performance would be interrupted by this unfortunate Dai Mubai. Even more unexpectedly, Dai Mubai was ruthless enough to send Tang San into the palace. Dai Mubai, how did you and Tang San end up here? And what is going on? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong knew it was time to reveal himself. So, just as Dai Mubai was about to make a run for it, he pretended to be surprised and descended from the air. Shen, Senior Shen, oui. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong had actually come over, Dai Mubai panicked. How could he explain this? Whether it was about him being touched by Tang San or the purpose of him and Tang San coming here, he absolutely could not reveal it. Otherwise, he would be killed for the former and would be slapped to death by Shen Cangqiong for the latter. How did Tang San get such serious injuries? You didn't do it, did you? Otherwise, why did you look so flustered when I asked you just now? And you couldn't even answer my question? Shen Cangqiong, with a concerned expression, walked over to check on Tang San and frowned as he asked. No, it wasn't me. Everyone in Shrek Academy knows that although my soul power level is higher than Tang San's, if we really fought, I wouldn't be Tang San's opponent. At this point, Dai Mubai suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It was all because he hadn't worked hard in his cultivation before. If he were stronger than Tang San, he wouldn't have been outdone this time. Really not you? Shen Cangqiong looked doubtful. Really not. Dai Mubai shook his head. He understood the effects of that kind of drug. Once someone was affected, they wouldn't even know who attacked them. So as long as he refused to admit it, no one would have evidence to prove that Dai Mubai did it. Forget it. Tang San is seriously injured. We should take him back for treatment first. As for who did it, we can find out once Tang San wakes up and asks. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong let Dai Mubai and Tang San ride on one horse, while he rode on another horse, urging the horses to rush towards Lamba Academy. Although Dai Mubai was reluctant in his heart, he endured the pain and nausea to hold on to Tang San and got on the other horse, following Shen Cangqiong. In the medical room of Lamba Academy, the other injuries on this student were not serious. As long as he lay down for a few days, he would recover. The key issue now was that his private area was already damaged, and if not treated now, it might cause the injury to spread throughout his body. The doctor at the academy assessed Tang San's injuries and made his judgment. Doctor, isn't there any way to help this child? After all, he is only 13 years old. If he loses that part, how will he live in the future? Flender glanced at the stunned Yu Xiaojiang and had to step forward to speak. It's not that I don't want to help, but I really can't. The doctor shook his head, indicating that he was powerless. This is ridiculous. The yolk is almost gone. What can I do? Cangqiong, don't you have any way? Flender then looked at Shen Cangqiong beside him. He knew that with Shen Cangqiong's abilities, if he was willing to help, there might truly be a solution. No, I'm just a title Douluo now, not that Cangqiong Tianyi from the comparison videos. Shen Cangqiong said expressionlessly, shaking his head. Sigh. Hearing that even Shen Cangqiong had no solution, Flender sighed and fell silent. After all, Shen Cangqiong was completely Flender's last hope. If even he couldn't think of a way to treat Tang San, Flender really couldn't think of anyone else who could help Tang San. You all should hurry up and decide whether to treat this student's private area. If it's too late, this student might be in danger. At this time, seeing that everyone on the scene was silent, the doctor at Lamba Academy couldn't help but remind them with a responsible attitude towards the injured. We are just his teachers and have no right to make this decision for him. How about we call Xiao Wu in to make the decision? After all, Xiao Wu is Tang San's sister, and she counts as family. The doctor's words made Flender and the others feel a bit awkward, but in the end, Flender came up with a not-so-viable idea. What kind of ridiculous idea is that? Can a little girl decide something like this? Flender, I think you're really going backward. Unfortunately, as soon as Flender's suggestion was made, he was shot a fierce glare by Lu Erlong, who retorted back. Chapter 109. Tang Hao appears Shen Cangqiong. What exactly happened? Why did Tang set it up like this? Just as everyone on the scene fell silent again due to Lu Erlong's dissatisfaction, Yu Xiaojiang seemed to suddenly come back to his senses and turned to Shen Cangqiong, who was sitting there drinking tea, angrily. How would I know? When I encountered Tang San and Dai Mubai in the Sunset Forest, Tang San was already in this state. Shen Cangqiong gestured for Lu Erlong to be quiet with his eyes and then said indifferently, Dai Mubai, Gumin, I have something to ask you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang turned his attention to Dai Mubai again. Master, what do you want from me? Yu Xiaojiang's voice was not small, which naturally attracted the attention of Dai Mubai and others waiting outside. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's call, the entire team, who had long wanted to know what happened, followed behind Dai Mubai and walked in. I ask you, why did Tang San get injured there? Yu Xiaojiang stared at Dai Mubai with a cold gleam in his eyes. It's like this. Yesterday evening, Tang San suddenly asked me why Ning Rongrong's martial spirit evolved from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. I thought this wasn't a secret, so I told him that Ning Rongrong's martial spirit evolved after consuming the fairy herb. But unexpectedly, after hearing the reason, Tang San wanted to go pick those fairy herbs. He also promised me that as long as I was willing to lead the way, he would give me one after the matter was accomplished. I couldn't control my greed, so I agreed. After that, Tang San and I came to the area of poisonous fog. He told me to wait outside, and then he went in alone. I didn't think much at the time and just sat down to wait for him. But before I could sit down, a shadow attacked. After that, I didn't know anything. The highest realm of lying is undoubtedly that 99 parts are true, and the most critical 1 part is false. For Dai Mubai, who is best at sweet talk, this is not difficult at all. Moreover, since so much time has passed, Dai Mubai had calmed down and thought of a series of countermeasures. So that's how it is. No wonder Yu and Tang San appeared in the central area of the Sunset Forest. Shen Cangqiong realized. Senior Shen, I'm sorry. Dai Mubai pretended to be very embarrassed. Forget it. It's normal to have greed in the face of fairy herbs. However, I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, both sins will be punished. Considering Dai Mubai's actions towards Tang San, Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, generously indicating that this time would be forgiven. Thank you, Senior Shen. I definitely won't dare to have any thoughts about those fairy herbs again in the future. Dai Mubai again put on a grateful demeanor. Is it you who did this to Tang San? At this time, Yu Xiaojiang turned his attention back to Shen Cangqiong. This is not because Yu Xiaojiang believes in Dai Mubai, but because he knows that Dai Mubai is not Tang San's opponent at all. If the two really fought, the one lying on the bed as a waste would be Dai Mubai. If it were really me, what did you do about it? Shen Cangqiong said disdainfully. This. Yu Xiaojiang fell silent. Just as Shen Cangqiong said, if it were really done by Shen Cangqiong, what could Yu Xiaojiang do? If it were someone else, even other titled Douluo powerhouses, he would dare to use the power of the Spirit Hall to make the other party pay the price. But if it were Shen Cangqiong, Yu Xiaojiang still clearly remembered what Zhu Yuan told him when he left. Don't offend Shen Cangqiong, otherwise the Spirit Hall may not be able to protect you. Alright, now let's talk about how to deal with Tang San's private area issue. The doctor is still waiting. Seeing that Yu Xiaojiang had calmed down, Shen Cangqiong no longer paid attention to him. Senior Shen, what's wrong with Tang San? From Shen Cangqiong's tone, it seemed that Tang San was in some serious trouble. Xiao Wu, who had been standing next to Tang San with a blank expression since they entered, ultimately spoke up out of concern for their past feelings. You all go out first. We can handle this kind of thing. After giving a glance to Shen Cangqiong, who intended to speak frankly, Liu Erlong directly chased out all the other team members except for Tang San and Shen Cangqiong. Meanwhile, after Shen Cangqiong and the team left the infirmary, Yu Xiaojing also stopped everyone's discussion and began to send messages in the bullet screen area. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Yu Xiaojing asked, "Is His Holiness the Pope here?" In front of outsiders, Yu Xiaojing was quite self-aware and did not dare to directly mention Bibi Dong's name. Title 1 Variant Douluo World Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. Elder Yu, is there something you need? Variant 1 Douluo World. Lan Ba, Shrek, Yu Xiaojing. My disciple is injured, and it's a serious injury. I wonder if Your Holiness the Pope could send a few high-level healing spirit masters to Lan Ba Academy to treat my disciple. Seeing Bibi Dong reply instantly, Yu Xiaojing shook off his earlier despondency and felt proud again. Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. Your disciple is injured? Who did it? Variant 1 the Douluo World. Lan Ba, Shrek, Yu Xiaojing. I still don't know. In fact, Yu Xiaojing really wanted to say it was done by Shen Cangqiong, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, he didn't know if the Spirit Hall could defeat Shen Cangqiong, but he knew that if he said that, he would definitely be treated well by Shen Cangqiong. Pope Bibi Dong of the Wuhuan Temple in the Douluo World, Variant 1. Where was your disciple injured? This matter, our Wuhuan Temple will definitely give you an explanation. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Lamba Shrek Yu Xiaojing, in the Sunset Forest. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's send a few high-level healing soul masters over first. Yu Xiaojing was somewhat annoyed, feeling that Bibi Dong did not prioritize matters properly. Title 1 Variant The World Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong, I understand. The high-level healing soul master will arrive at Blue Tyrant Academy by tonight at the latest. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Lan Ba, Shrek, Yu Xiaojing. Thank you, Pope. Yu Xiaojing sighed with relief. At this moment, what everyone did not know was that when Tang Hao saw the conversation between Yu Xiaojing and Bibi Dong in a barrage area, he immediately dropped everything he was doing and hurried towards Lan Ba Academy. In just 1 hour, he appeared at the gate of Lan Ba Academy. Chapter 110. Xiao Wu's Anomaly, Tang Hao's Fury. Senior Shen Cangqiong. Is Tang San's battle sister artifact broken? Meanwhile, on the way to the training ground at the back mountain, Ning Rongrong broke the silence in the team. It's hard to say right now. Didn't you see that Yu Xiaojing is still trying to figure things out in the barrage area? Shen Cangqiong pointed to the barrage area on the large screen in the sky. Should I say it or not? Ning Rongrong really deserves to be the little witch. Sometimes, the things she says can even be overwhelming for Shen Cangqiong. If it weren't for knowing that Ning Rongrong was just talking, Shen Cangqiong wouldn't have approached her. With Yu Xiaojing's level, he still dares to call himself a master. When it comes to healing, the top rank has always been the Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly family. But he actually asked the Spirit Hall for help. What high-level healing soul masters could they have? They might not even be better than our 7-treasure glazed tile school. It seems that with Yu Xiaojing's help, Tang San is really going to be ruined. Ning Rongrong did not hide her glee. Ning Rongrong, since you know you should find the so-called Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly family to treat Tang San, why didn't you say anything when you were in the room? Oscar couldn't help but ask. Why should I say it? What does it have to do with me, how Tang San is? Besides, looking for the Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly family for treating serious injuries is common knowledge in the entire Douluo continent's soul master community. If Yu Xiaojing didn't know, who can he blame? In the past, Ning Rongrong had quite an interest in Tang San's hidden weapons. To buy hidden weapons from Tang San, she often had to give him some face. But now that she had already gotten the handwritten copy of the first 5 chapters of the original truth from Shen Cangqiong, Tang San's hidden weapons were useless to her. In this situation, she naturally wouldn't follow the original plan to compromise for the members of the sect who had the 7-treasure glazed tile tower martial soul to have self-defense capabilities. Ning Rongrong's change of thoughts at this moment was unknown to Oscar. At this moment, seeing Ning Rongrong's reckless behavior without any team spirit, Oscar couldn't help but frown and said, no matter what, Tang San is still our teammate. TCH. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong gave Oscar a big eye roll, immediately striking a blow to Oscar's little pride. Senior Shen, what are you doing in the sun-sitting forest in the middle of the night? At this time, Xiao Wu suddenly asked, I want to pick a suitable fairy herb for Xiangxiang. However, with this incident happening, I didn't have time to go in and pick it. While speaking, Shen Cangqiong glanced at Xiao Wu, feeling a bit strange about her current state. Logically speaking, since Tang San had become a waste, Xiao Wu, this big white rabbit, should be going crazy. But for some reason, ever since she saw Tang San's tragic state in the room, this rabbit had been calm all the way. Oh, hearing Shen Cangqiong say this, Xiao Wu frowned slightly and nodded blandly. Xiao Wu, with Tang San like this, shouldn't you have some reaction? Isn't he your brother? This made Shen Cangqiong even more curious. Xiao Wu's current demeanor was completely inconsistent with her character, or rather, it wasn't Xiao Wu at all. He remembered that in the original work, when Xiao Wu and Tang San were fighting against the two brothers in the blacksmith shop, just because those two brothers almost hurt Tang San, Xiao Wu intended to strike hard. My martial soul is just a rabbit. Even if I worry about Tang San, I can't do anything. Xiao Wu was silent for a few seconds and said, boom. Just as Shen Cangqiong wanted to say something, a powerful aura suddenly came from the direction of the infirmary behind them. You all go to the training ground at the back mountain and hide for a bit. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong's face turned very dark. He had already scanned with his divine sense and found that it was Tang Hao causing trouble. This was simply not taking him, Shen Cangqiong, seriously. Yes, the members of the battle team all nodded in agreement, as they also felt the strength of that aura and naturally did not dare to linger nearby. Why aren't you leaving? Seeing everyone quickly leaving, but Xiao Wu not only refused to leave, but also nervously moved closer to him. Shen Cangqiong was a bit puzzled. I think it's safer to be near you with the title Douluo around, Xiao Wu said. Didn't I give you a necklace that can cover your soul beast's aura? Don't worry, with this necklace, even if you jump around in front of Bibi Dong, she won't detect your true identity. Shen Cangqiong thought something was wrong with Xiao Wu, but it turned out to be this. I'll stick with you. I won't cause you any trouble. As long as that title Douluo isn't coming after her, Xiao Wu still had some confidence. After all, there were so many ordinary students there. If they were fine, but she got into trouble, then Xiao Wu would have to doubt her bunny life. As you wish. Since Xiao Wu insisted, Shen Cangqiong didn't say much. After all, he was already going to protect so many students from harm, so naturally, he didn't mind protecting one more Xiao Wu. Of course, the main reason was that the closer Xiao Wu was to him, the more damage it could cause to Tang San, which was what Shen Cangqiong liked to see the most. At this moment, in the infirmary of Lanba Academy, Lord Haoyan, please don't be angry. I have already asked the Spear Hall to send high-level healing soul masters. I believe they will have a way to treat Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang was supported by Flander and Zhao Wujin, but he was still overwhelmed by Tang Hao's aura. You entrusted Tang San to your care, and this is how you take care of him? If he had just been seriously injured, I wouldn't say much. But look at how Tang San is now. Tang Hao grew angrier as he spoke. If it weren't for the fact that Tang San still had a chance to heal, and that Yu Xiaojiang had the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family as backing, he really would have wanted to smash him with a hammer to settle it. We will do our utmost to heal Tang San. Please believe me. I want Tang San to get better more than you do. This was Yu Xiaojiang's honest words. No need. I know where to go to treat Xiao San. Now you all get Dai Mu Bai, and that Shen Cangqiong out here. I have something to ask them. Tang Hao knew he couldn't come to Tiando City often, so he wanted to resolve everything in one go. Oh, then I don't know what you want to ask me. Just as Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Wu arrived at the infirmary door, they heard Tang Hao brazenly wanting to ask Shen Cangqiong something, and they immediately sneered. Chapter 111. Tang Hao's defeat and fainting. Shen Cangqiong's dark humor more than 10 minutes later. How is this possible? You are clearly still a level 94 title Douluo. How can you be this strong? In the air above Lanba Academy, Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly wilted. It's not that I'm strong, but that you are too weak. Words didn't match, and previously Shen Cangqiong had been disgusted by this self-righteous Tang Hao. In anger, he directly struck Tang Hao from the infirmary into the sky above Lanba Academy. I am weak. Tang Hao seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. You don't think that the Spirit Hall hasn't caught you yet because of your great abilities, do you? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. Haha. It seems that after a few years of not showing up, people are about to forget my achievement from back then. Well then, since that's the case, let me show you the true power of my Hao Yan Douluo. Ninth Spirit Ring explode for me. Tang Hao had no idea that Bibi Dong had been secretly helping him. Seeing Shen Cangqiong look down on him like this, he was immediately enraged. He truly didn't believe that Shen Cangqiong, who had reincarnated with nothing left, could be his opponent. A Hao Yan Douluo who could defeat a level 95 title Douluo with a single blow. Truly overestimating oneself. Calmly watching as Tang Hao charged towards him with the overwhelming energy from the explosion of the Ninth Spirit Ring, Shen Cangqiong shook his head indifferently. Then, Under the astonished gazes of everyone nearby Lambo Academy, he extended a finger and effortlessly blocked Tang Hao's strike, which appeared to be apocalyptic to others. Tang Hao spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, Tang Hao could no longer maintain his floating state and fell straight down towards Lambo Academy. Cangqiong, are you okay? With such a big name as Tang Hao, Lu Erlong naturally worried whether Shen Cangqiong would get hurt. Although Shen Cangqiong looked very relaxed. What if? It's fine. Just look. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong wiggled his index finger in front of Lu Erlong. Disgusting. Lu Erlong's face turned slightly red after seeing Shen Cangqiong's finger. As if he thought of something. Your Highness Cangqiong, I don't know if you could kindly allow me to take my second brother back to heal. Rest assured, all the losses my second brother caused to your academy will be compensated by me, Yu Xian. Just as Shen Cangqiong was pondering what Lu Erlong was thinking, a gentle yet not elegant voice suddenly rang out at the entrance of Lamba Academy. Dan Wu, interrupted by the voice behind him. Shen Cangqiong turned around to see a palace-dressed woman whose age was indiscernible standing there. It is indeed me. Tang Yuehua bowed to Shen Cangqiong. If you want to take Tang Hao away, mere compensation won't do. Besides, it only damaged one infirmary. Lamba Academy is not short on this money. Tang Hao definitely can't be harmed now. After all, Shen Cangqiong still wants to offend him in front of Tang Hao in the future. If Tang Hao dies now, wouldn't that ruin the game? So what kind of compensation does your Highness Cangqiong want? I, Yu Xian, will do my utmost to obtain it for you. As long as we can talk, that's fine. In fact, Tang Yuehua also knew that relying solely on ordinary material compensation, Shen Cangqiong would definitely not let him go. If I say I want you, Shen Cangqiong's dark humor came up again. Sure, but only for one night. Tang Yuehua clenched her fist in her sleeve, but she had no choice but to not abandon her second brother. As for calling for the Haotian sect, she didn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention that those people from the Haotian sect are not Shen Cangqiong's opponents. Just the hatred of a few elders from the Haotian sect toward her second brother would probably mean that they wouldn't need Shen Cangqiong to make a move. Those elders would deal with Tang Hao first. Is this true? The fact that Tang Yuehua was even willing to do this reminded Shen Cangqiong of some people in the original world, saying that Tang Yuehua had different feelings for Tang Hao. Originally, he wasn't too sure, but now it seemed to be almost certain. It is true. Tang Yuehua took a deep breath and said, then fine. Tang Hao, you can take him away first. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. Right now, Shen Cangqiong mainly wanted to deal with Tang San. So as long as Tang San was still here waiting to become a useless person, that was enough. Thank you, your Highness Cangqiong. Hearing Shen Cangqiong relent, Tang Yuehua didn't know whether to be happy or sad. But in the end, she still forced a smile, thanked him, and had someone take the unconscious Tang Hao away from Lamba Academy. You aren't really planning to go find Tang Yuehua to do something bad tonight, are you? At this time, seeing that the matter was resolved, Lu Erlong couldn't help but ask. She was wondering if Shen Cangqiong had some special hobby. Otherwise, why was he always so attentive to older, beautiful women like them? Not all. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong chatted a few more words with Lu Erlong and then walked towards the training ground on the back mountain with Xiao Wu, who looked shocked. Meanwhile, not long after the battle between Shen Cangqiong and Tang Hao ended, everyone in Tiando City who witnessed the fight vented their excitement through the barrage area on the big screen. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Brothers, I'm shocked. The Sky Emperor actually used just one index finger to effortlessly block the attack of the Haotian Douluo. You guys didn't see that scene. It was truly breathtaking. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. I've seen it too. All I can say is that Tang Hao, who is invincible in front of the Wuhuan Hall, is not much different from an ant in front of Lord Cangqiong. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. Did Brother Cangqiong and Tang Hao get into a fight? What did they fight? Why didn't I see it? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Unknown. Fought above the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heavendo City. You can't see it from the Tianshui Academy, of course. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. I see. By the way, Brother Cangqiong, they didn't get hurt, right? Variant 1 Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong, no. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. That's good. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Qihua Academy. Huwu. Shui Wearer. Are you silly? Didn't you see those people saying that Shen Cangqiong only used one finger to block Tang Hao's attack? Variant 1, Douluo World, Heavenly Water Academy. Shui Wearer, I saw it. That's why I asked if Brother Cangqiong's finger was injured. Otherwise, what do you think I was asking? Chapter 112. The arrival of the positive spirit ranking list in the following days due to the astonishing performance shown by Shen Cangqiong when battling Tang Hao. Ordinary people from both worlds were treated to a lot of gossip, and all forces once again clearly recognized Shen Cangqiong's true strength. There were those who simply enjoyed the spectacle, such as various small and medium-sized forces, soul master academies, and a large number of ordinary spectators. Some saw Shen Cangqiong as a dangerous factor and began to take precautions, like Hao Yan sect and Xingluo Empire. Similarly, there were also some forces that were both wary and wanting to befriend him, caught in a dilemma, such as the Spirit Hall, Tiando Empire, and various large advanced soul master academies. However, the most conflicted and troubled among them had to be Tang Yuehua from Yuexian. That night, she had made all the preparations and was just waiting for Shen Cangqiong to come. As a result, she waited eagerly until dawn and didn't even see a shadow of Shen Cangqiong. This directly made her so angry that she couldn't eat all day. Moreover, the worst part was that she couldn't use this as an excuse to confront Shen Cangqiong about why he didn't come last night, making her wait in vain for a whole night. After all, if she went to question Shen Cangqiong over such a matter and it got out, others wouldn't know what to think of her. Forget it, there's no need to dwell on this. He probably just said it casually. It makes sense to think about it. How old is he and how old am I? How could he possibly be interested in an old woman like me? With that thought, Tang Yuehua withdrew her gaze from the direction of Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, while she felt a sense of relief in her heart, she also felt a bit lost. Of course, this wasn't because Tang Yuehua had feelings for Shen Cangqiong, but rather she was lamenting her lost youth. Thus, the peaceful days passed day by day. One morning, Shen Cangqiong was training the members of his team in the usual training ground on the back mountain when the comparison video, which had been silent for more than a month, finally stirred once again. Today, 2 lists will be announced: the positive spirit ranking list and the negative spirit ranking list. Note, those who are on the positive list will receive rewards, while those on the negative list will allow the beings who punish them to obtain corresponding rewards. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. This time, a new negative leaderboard has surprisingly appeared. Moreover, those who take action to teach a lesson to the guys on the negative leaderboard can receive corresponding rewards. Now, this truly means everyone's participation. Compared to the video, this really feels like my reborn parents. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless, you are still thinking too simply. We don't know the specifics yet. What if the rewards for teaching a lesson to those on the negative list are really good? It's very likely that all the people on the negative list will be captured and locked up by those powerful forces and then used as experience babies. At that time, we ordinary people will basically only be left to envy, be jealous, and hate from the sidelines. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The Nameless. Let's not mention the negative rankings for now. The Soul Master rankings that are about to be announced feel similar to the previous talent rankings, right? After all, the quality of the martial soul represents the level of talent, doesn't it? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Unknown. What you said is true. Martial spirits are martial spirits, and talents are talents. They are related, but not entirely the same. If martial spirits could completely represent a person's talent, then on the entire Douluo continent, all individuals with the same martial spirit should have similar ultimate achievements. However, in fact, take the Blue Tyrannosaurus family as an example. In 100 years, their entire family has only produced 1 title Douluo, while the rest have only reached Soul Douluo at most. Just as everyone in the bullet chat was talking, the sound of the comparison video played again. The list of martial spirits on the positive leaderboard was about to be announced. 100th place, Zhang Fei from 2 Worlds. Martial spirit, Shadowcat. Identity, Dean of the Terry Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Current location, Terry Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a lifespan of 1000 years. 80th place, by Baoshan from 2 Worlds. Martial Spirit, Heavenly Star Furnace. Identity, Vice Chairman of the Tiando Royal Academy. Current location, Tiando Royal Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a lifespan of 21000 years. 60th place, Oscar from 2 Worlds. Martial Spirit, Sausage. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a lifespan of 41000 years. 40th place, Ma Hongjun from 2 Worlds. Martial Spirit, Evil Fire Phoenix. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a lifespan of 61000 years. 20th place, Yao Zi from 2 Worlds. Martial Spirit, Crimson Flame Thorn. Identity, young lady of the Yao family in Yao City. Current location, Plant Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a lifespan of 81,000 years. 19th place, Zhu Zhuyan from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit, Nether Spirit Cat. Identity, young lady of the Zhu family in Xingluo. Current location, Xingluo Royal Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a lifespan of 82,000 years. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Zhu Zhantian, the head of the Zhu family in Star Luo. It's strange, we have several people in the Star Luo Zhu family. Why is it that only Zhu Yun received the reward? Comparison video. Even with completely identical martial souls, their quality can vary. And Zhu Yun's martial soul is currently the highest quality among the entire Zhu family. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Zhu Jia family. Zhu Zhantian. So that's how it is. Rank 18, Davis from Two Worlds. Martial soul, White Tiger. Identity, Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire. Current location, Star Luo Royal Academy. Reward, a self-selected soul bone gift pack with a limit of 83,000 years for all 4 limbs. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Emperor Dai Xianfeng of the Star Luo Empire. It's a pity that our family's inherited martial soul is only ranked 18th. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Star Luo Empire's Crown Prince Davis. Father, this is already quite good. For example, the inherited martial soul of the neighboring Tiando royal family, the Great White Goose, is only ranked 99th. Variant 1, Douluo World, Emperor Dai Xianfeng of the Star Luo Empire. Haha, that's true. Dai Xuanfeng, Laf Glifuli. Chapter 113, Tang Zhao's dissatisfaction with the ranking of the Haotian Hammer. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Emperor Shuya of the Tiando Empire. Were you proud of? With just as few people from the Star Luo Imperial family, it doesn't matter if your martial soul is ranked 18th or even 1st. What good will it do? When our million swans come together, no matter how strong you are, you will only meet your downfall. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Nameless. The Snow Knight Emperor is right. A million swans together. Even if we can't defeat you, we can still suffocate your few little tigers. Variant 1, Douluo World, Tiando Empire, Prince Xueshing. This sounds like support for our Tiando Empire. But why does it sound so twisted? Rank 15, Shui Wearer from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Azure Wave Dolphin. Identity, young lady of the Shui family in Tianshui City. Current location, Tianshui Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with an age limit of 86,000 years. Rank 14, Du Guyan from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Phosphorescent Snake. Identity, young lady of the Du Gu family. Current location, Soto City, Great Soul Arena. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with an age limit of 87,000 years. Rank 13, Feng Xiaodian from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Twin-Headed Demon Wolf. Identity, young master of the Feng family in Shenfeng City. Current location, Shenfeng Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with an age limit of 88,000 years. Rank 12, Xiao Wu from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Fire Shadow. Identity, second young lady of the Hua family in Qihua City. Current location, Qihua Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with an age limit of 89,000 years. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. It feels like many characters who are on both the Soul Master ranking and the Talent ranking have significantly different rankings on the two lists. In the first variant of the Douluo World, at the Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu said, I don't know about others, but Shui Wearer is definitely ranked so low on the previous talent list because she's lazy. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. I don't have much ambition, so why work so hard? Besides, family matters are currently managed by my parents. When they retire in the future, I can hand over the household responsibilities to my sister, Shui Bing. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Xiao Wu, Shui Binger is truly lucky to have such a good sister like you. 10th place, Two World Xiao Wu. Martial Soul, Soft Bone Rabbit. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 91,000 years. Tied for 10th place, Two Worlds Who, Liena. Martial Soul, Demon Fox. Identity, Saintess of the Pope Hall of the Spear Hall. Current location, Spear Hall. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 91,000 years. Tied for 10th place, Two Worlds Gu Rome. Martial Soul, Bone Dragon. Identity, Elder of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Current location, Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 91,000 years. Tied for 10th place, 2 Worlds Yueguan. Martial Soul, Wonder Mushroom Chrysanthemum. Identity, Elder of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 91,000 years. Tied for 10th place, 2 Worlds Gue Mei. Martial Soul, Deception. Identity, Elder of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 91,000 years. 9th place, 2 Worlds Ningfengji. Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Identity, Sect Master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Current location, 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 92,000 years. Tied for 9th place, 2 Worlds Yu Engine. Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Identity, Sect Master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Current location, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 92,000 years. Tied for 9th place, 2 Worlds Tang San. Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 92,000 years. Variant 1 Douluo World Haotian Sect Master Tang Xiao. Impossible. The Haotian Hammer is known as the number 1 weapon soul. How could it possibly be ranked 9th? Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall 2nd Priest Golden Crocodile Douluo. First weapon spirit? What a huge joke. If you have the ability, use your Haotian Hammer to compare with the 7 Killing Sword and see who is stronger. Variant 1 Tangled World. Blue Tyrant Academy's core disciple Ning Rongrong. Grandpa Jian's 7 Killing Sword Martial Soul is known as the number 1 in attack. In comparison, the Haotian Hammer is called the number 1 weapon martial soul, not because the Haotian Hammer is so strong, but because there are many people who possess it. If one day, the number of people who possess the Haotian Hammer becomes as rare as the current 7 Killing Sword or 9 Heart Sea Poppy, then at that time, the reputation of the Haotian Hammer might not even surpass that of the Broken Clan's Broken Soul Gun Martial Soul, the leader of the 1 variant Douluo World. Yang Wudi, thank you for appreciating the comparison video. However, this is also a fact. If the soul power levels are the same, I am fully confident in defeating an opponent with the Haotian Hammer. Variant number 1 Douluo World Haotian Sect Master Tang Xiao Sai. Since the comparison video says so, Tang Xiao can only accept it. 8th place, Golden Crocodile from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Golden Crocodile King. Identity, 2nd offering of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone gift pack with a limit of 93,000 years. Tied for 8th place, Qinshin from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, 7 Killing Sword. Identity, Elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Current location, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone gift pack with a limit of 93,000 years. Tied for 8th place, Douluo from variant number 1 Douluo World. Martial Soul, 3-Clawed Flood Dragon. Ranked 8th due to incomplete evolution. Identity, head of the Douluo family. Current location, Douluo family. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone gift pack with a limit of 93,000 years. Chapter 114. The crowd's doubts about the Martial Soul ranking. 7th place, Ain from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Silver Emperor. Identity, Blue Silver Emperor. Current location, a cave somewhere. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone gift pack with a limit of 94,000 years. 6th place, Bibi Dong from 2 Worlds. 1st Martial Soul, Death Spider Emperor. 2nd Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Identity, Pope of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone gift pack with a limit of 95,000 years. Due to having twin martial souls, the reward is doubled. 5th place, Ning Rongrong from variant number 1 Douluo World. Martial Soul, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Identity, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone gift pack with a limit of 96,000 years. Tied for 5th place, Yi Lingling from 2 Worlds. Martial soul, 9-heart begonia. Identity, young lady of the 9-heart begonia family. Current location, Soto City, Great Soul Arena. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone gift pack with a limit of 96,000 years. Tied for 5th place by Shen Cangqiong from variant number 1 Douluo World. Martial soul, Emperor Wan. Identity, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone gift pack with a limit of 96,000 years. Variant 1 Douluo World, clan leader of the Min family. Bai He, Xiang. Has your martial soul evolved? Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court core disciple by Shen Cangqiong. Yes. This is the reward for joining the Inner Court. Grandpa, I have now become a powerful attack type and agility type soul master. No longer the awkward soul master who only had speed and no other means. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the Min family, by He, awkward. Awkward type soul master. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, by Shen Cangqiong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy's inner courtyard. He. This is our inner courtyard's dean, specifically assigned to us from a Minji clan as a type of soul master. I think it fits quite well. The leader of the Min clan in the Douluo World. By He girl. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the Pa family, Yang Wu, old by Niao, congratulations. From now on, when it comes to fights, your Min family will no longer be just a bystander. The relationship between the two sides is very good, so Yang Wu speaks without any reservations. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the patriarch of the Yu family, Niao Gao. Old white bird, you should be treating this time, right? Don't be like before and cry poor. Niao Gao also took the opportunity to tease. And then Titan equally did not back down and started a banter with the white crane. Rank 4, Qian Rinqiue from 2 worlds. Martial soul, 6-winged angel. Identity, saintess of the worship hall of the spirit hall. Current location, Heaven Do City. Reward, 1 self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 97,000 years. Tied for 4th place, Poseidon from 2 worlds. Martial soul, sea god. Identity, high priest of Sea God Island. Current location, Sea God Island. Reward, 1 self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 97,000 years. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea God Island Sea Dragon Douluo. Sea Dragon. The last talent ranking focused on overall qualifications, so it was understandable that the High Priest didn't make it into the top 3. But this time, it's the spirit ranking being announced. Why can't a divine level spirit even make it into the top 3? Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall 2nd, offering Golden Crocodile Douluo. I also want to know. Comparison video. A God-level martial soul does not represent strength. It only represents the owner of the God-level martial soul. Someone has once become a god. For example, Tang San, whose martial soul is the Haotian hammer, was able to defeat Qian Daolu, who possessed the 6-winged angel martial soul, as well as Poseidon, who had the sea god martial soul. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. Since the Haotian hammer martial soul is stronger than the 6-winged angel martial soul and the sea god martial soul, why is its ranking lower than these 2 divine martial souls? Comparison video. Because the quality of these 2 divine martial souls is indeed higher than that of the Haotian hammer. Qian Daolu and Poseidon lost to Tang San because they are both useless. If it were Shen Cangqiong, Bibidong, or Shui Bing'er possessing any one of these 2 divine martial souls, they could easily defeat Tang San of the same level with one hand. In fact, Shen Cangqiong could make Tang San cry out for mercy within 3 moves. The explanation in the comparison video left everyone in the Sea God Island and the Hall of Spirits in both worlds speechless. In an instant, the comments expressing dissatisfaction from the 4 factions of the 2 worlds in the barrage area vanished without a trace. Rank 3, Shui Bing'er from the 2 worlds. Martial soul, Ice Phoenix. Identity, 2nd miss of the Shui family in Tianshui City. Current location, Tianshui Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone gift package with a limit of 98,000 years. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shuihua Academy. Wow. I was still wondering why my sister didn't make the list. Turns out she was here waiting to shock me. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire. Is the Ice Phoenix martial soul really that powerful? I remember that in the previous talent ranking, Shui Bing'er ranked 2nd due to her acquired overall aptitude. But this time, without any other bonuses, why was she still able to achieve such a high ranking? Davis's question at this moment is also the question in the hearts of everyone in both worlds. In fact, Even Shui Binger herself felt quite perplexed that her martial soul could rank third. Comparing the video. The reason you think the Ice Phoenix martial soul is not strong is that Shui Binger has been practicing the wrong path. The Ice Phoenix martial soul should primarily focus on strong attack and agile attack, with secondary focuses on control, defense, and healing. To put it more clearly, the Ice Phoenix martial soul is versatile and can cultivate all systems together, but Shui Binger has only followed the control path among the secondary focuses. Under these circumstances, the Ice Phoenix martial soul naturally appears weak. To make a somewhat inappropriate analogy, if you insist on using a strong attack martial soul, like the 7 Killing Sword, as a defense-type martial soul, the result would be that it wouldn't even compare to the effect of the most ordinary defense-type martial soul. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Binger from the Shrek Academy. So that's how it is. It seems that everyone in my maternal clan has chosen the wrong path. Variant number 1 in the Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Xiao Wu. Is this what they call the legend that choice is more important than effort? If you make the wrong choice, the harder you work, the further you may be from your goal. Chapter 115, the announcement of the trash list. Rank 2, Liu Erlong from variant number 1 in the Douluo World. Martial Soul, 4-clawed Silver Dragon. Identity, Dean of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 99,000 years. Variant 1, Douluo World, Vice Master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. You Luomi, good. Shen Cangqiong, I indeed did not misjudge you. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. No matter from which aspect, this is something I should do. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect Vice Sect, Master Yu Luomian. Good. Rank 1. Shen Cangqiong from Variant 1 Douluo World. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Identity, Dean of the Inner Academy of Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a gift pack of 1 self-selected soul bone with a limit of 100,000 years for all 4 limbs. The Martial Soul ranking has been announced, and the rewards are being distributed. The Martial Soul ranking rewards have been sent out completely. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Anonymous. The Soul Master ranking has finally come to an end, and this negative ranking list is about to begin. I've been waiting so long that the flowers have withered. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. I have already formed a team of 20 with my friends. Right now, I'm standing next to the worst person in our city. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Nameless. Wow, is the first place on the Soul Master ranking really this unremarkable? Not even anyone discussing it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. It's not that being second on the Soul Master ranking lacks prestige. But everyone knows that Shen Cangqiong is definitely the first, so there's no sense of anticipation anymore. Therefore, when the ending turns out to be what everyone expected, most just smile and move on. Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. Indeed, that's the case. If the first place in this Soul Master ranking were not Shen Cangqiong, there would be more people discussing it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Alright, everyone stop talking. The list of the trash rankings is about to be announced. Now, let's begin to announce the names of those who made it onto the trash rankings. 100th place, Tianya from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Green Knife. Soul Ring Configuration, White, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple. Soul Power Level, Level 54, Strong Attack, System Weapon Soul King. Identity, one of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Fireworks Street, Soto City. Reason for ranking, persecuting good families. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches Tianya a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which depends on the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the person being taught a lesson on the trash list. The reward will be given accordingly. The life of the person being taught a lesson must not be harmed, otherwise there will be no reward. Note, each person can only teach the same trash-ranked individual a lesson once every 7 days. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. This information is way too comprehensive. It even includes the type of martial soul, the ratio of soul rings, and the level of soul power. This is essentially providing a reference for those who want to teach a lesson to the low-ranking individuals on the leaderboard, so they don't end up being taught a lesson by them instead. Forget it, though. Even though I don't know what the rewards are, we're coming to Soto City. Water Team. Shui Wearer's thoughts are very jumpy. One moment, she's thinking about how comprehensive the information given in the comparison video is. In the next moment, she's jumping to the idea of going to Soto City to catch those low-ranking individuals on the leaderboard. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianshui Academy should go somewhere else. Our royal fighting team just happens to be in Soto City. By the time you arrive, the person will definitely have already been captured by us. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu. Shui Binga. Should our two teams unite to capture a few higher-ranked individuals on the trash leaderboard? Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Binger from Shrek Academy. Sure. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Feng Xiaotian from the Wind Academy said, why not? Let's form a team with the Four Elements Academy. This way, we can have a better chance. Feng Xiaotian is preparing to indirectly achieve his goal of teaming up with Xiao Wu. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would most likely refuse his request to team up. Variant 1 Douluo World Thunder Academy Yu Tianxin. Although I know that you, Feng Xiaotian, have ulterior motives, our Thunder Academy has agreed. Variant 1. In the Douluo World at the Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu Shuang said, then let's set off now and gather together in Heaven Do City. Xiao Wu Shuang didn't mind Feng Xiaotian's little thoughts. After all, he thought Feng Xiaotian was fine. If his younger sister agreed in the future, he, as her older brother, wouldn't oppose it either. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Binger from the Water Academy. Rank 99, Gu Kao from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Swan. Soul Ring Ratio, White, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple. Soul Power Level, Level 53 Healing System Battle Soul King. Identity, one of the three swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Firework Street, Soto City. Reason for ranking, persecuting good families. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Gu Kao will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the low ranking of the one being taught, and must not endanger the life of the one being taught. Otherwise, no reward will be given. Rank 98, Baloo from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Heavenly Dual Shield. Soul Ring Ratio, White, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple. Soul Power Level, Level 53 Control System Weapon Soul King. Identity, one of the three swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Firework Street, Soto City. Reason for ranking, persecuting good families. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Baloo will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the low ranking of the one being taught, and must not endanger the life of the one being taught. Otherwise, no reward will be given. Rank 70, Zhang Yin from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Iron Beak. Soul Ring Ratio White. Soul Power Level, Level 11 Control System Weapon Soul Master. Identity, Instructor at Soto Low-Level Soul Master Academy. Current location, Office of the Dean of Soto Low-Level Soul Master Academy. Reason for ranking, likes to reverse black and white. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Zhang Yin will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the low ranking of the one being taught, and must not endanger the life of the one being taught. Otherwise, no reward will be given. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy asks, what is going on in Soto City? They have only announced 31 slots for the rankings, and surprisingly, 11 of them are from Soto City. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, Stellar. Is this how you govern the Soul Masters of Soto City? Once this matter is settled, you will return to the Spirit Hall headquarters and give me an explanation. Chapter 116. Shen Cangqiong's ranking causes a stir. Rank 50. Wu Si Gui from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Warhorse. Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black. Soul Power Level, Level 55 Agility Attack System Soul King. Identity, City Lord of Shilin City. Current location, City Lord's Mansion in Shilin City. Reason for ranking, used his concubine as an excuse to sell secrets of the Tiando Empire. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Wu Si Gui a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which depends on the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the person being taught a lesson. No harm is to come to the person being taught, otherwise there will be no reward. Rank 11, Li Taimin from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Tian's Spear. Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black. Soul Power Level, Level 59 Strong Attack System Weapon Soul King. Identity, City Lord of Tang City. Current location, City Lord's Mansion in Tang City. Reason for ranking, to become the City Lord of Tang City, he is willing to harm his brothers and nephews. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Li Taimin a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which depends on the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the person being taught a lesson. No harm is to come to the person being taught, otherwise there will be no reward. Rank 10, Shen Cangqiong from Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Soul Ring Configuration, Red, 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 Red. Soul Power Level, Level 95 All System Title Douluo. Identity, Dean of the Inner Court of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reason for ranking, Good wife, your wife, I will raise her. Evaluation. This is a true pomegranate. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Shen Cangqiong a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which depends on the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the person being taught a lesson. No harm is to come to the person being taught. Otherwise, there will be no reward. In the training ground behind the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong was just drinking water when he caught sight of his name on the leaderboard for a ridiculous reason. He immediately spat out the tea he was drinking. Hee. Your reason for being on the list is really interesting, Lu Erlong said with a strange smile. What Lu Erlong didn't know was that at the same time she asked this question, a similar thought appeared in the heart of Tang Yuehua, the owner of the Moon Pavilion, not far from the Blue Tyrant Academy. Well, Shen Cangqiong awkwardly scratched his head. How could he explain this? Although he didn't go to find Tang Yuehua that night for the reason Lu Erlong mentioned, he indeed had a preference for that kind of thing. Meanwhile, not to mention Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong, the team members in the training ground were quietly discussing Shen Cangqiong's every move. Senior Shen really knows a lot, Ma Hongjun said with a wink. What are you thinking? Recently, Senior Cangqiong has been with us all the time. Have you ever seen him going out alone? Unlike you, who can't wait to rush to Jinxiu Renjian every night after the soul training at the Great Soul Arena. Ningrongrong retorted. Wrong. That's where you're wrong. In our team, it's not just me who goes out to have fun. Look at Tang San. Hasn't he also been going out often since his injuries healed? In contrast, Dai Lao has been acting strange lately and hasn't gone out for a long time. Ever since Ma Hongjun sold his soul bone to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School not long ago, he and Ning Rongrong have become good friends. I was testing, not playing, Tang San said coldly. What a joke. How could that kind of place be suitable for him? If it weren't for Xiao Wu's reluctance and giving him a slap, how could he lower himself to go to such a place for testing? Although the places his father and aunt found for him were quite high-end, no matter how high-end it was, it couldn't change its essence. Testing? What did you test? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. Playing is playing, and you even beautify it by calling it testing, truly hypocritical. He suddenly felt that, with someone like Tang San, if there were a negative leaderboard like the pseudo-gentleman list, Tang San would definitely be on it. Does this have anything to do with you? Tang San's expression changed from cold to dark. In fact, not long ago, after BB Dong's manipulation, they finally managed to seek help from the Nine-Heart Sea Star family. However, Tang San's injuries were too severe and had dragged on for too long. Even with Yi Linglong's help, he had only barely recovered some functions. Now, if Tang San used a pill for assistance, he could probably last about 10 seconds. Without it, he could only stare blankly without being able to enter. TCH, seeing Tang San's attitude, Ma Hongjun was too lazy to continue talking to him and turned to the barrage area to chat. Meanwhile, in the barrage area, Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Hua Academy. Brother Cangqiong's hobby isn't really that bad. Why did it end up on the trash list? In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the nameless individual states, what matters is not Shen Cangqiong's hobbies, but who can teach Shen Cangqiong a lesson. Even Tang Hao, one of the twin stars of the Hao Yin sect decades ago, could only suffer beatings, let alone others. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. What's so difficult about this? Don't you all think? Isn't Grandfather Shen into this kind of thing? You can go home and look for suitable sisters-in-law or younger siblings, and then bring them to negotiate terms with Grandfather Shen. For example, if Grandfather Shen doesn't resist getting taught a lesson, then you can he. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, nameless, goodness. I can't believe you thought of such a method. You really are quite the clever trickster. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. This method is good. There happens to be someone in my family who meets the criteria, and I plan to try it at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Everyone, wait for my good news. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy. Ning Rongrong, stop talking nonsense. Senior Cangqiong is not that kind of person. Variant 1, by Chen Xiang, the core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World. Exactly. With Senior Cangqiong's strength, if he were really the kind of person, who could escape from his grasp? But has anyone heard any dirt on Senior Cangqiong in this regard? Chapter 117. Tang San directly makes a move against Oscar. Rank 9. Jiang Zishang from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit. Chessboard. Soul Ring Ratio. Yellow, purple, black. Soul Power Level. Level 59 Control System Weapon Soul King. Identity. Lord of Qiqing. Current location. Qiqing Lord S Mansion. Reason for ranking. Fooling everyone. Evaluation. This is a real piece of trash. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Jiang Zishang a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which will depend on the extent of the lesson taught and the ranking of the top person on the trash list. However, the life of the top person must not be harmed, otherwise no reward will be given. Rank 8. Oscar from 2 Worlds. Martial Spirit, Sausage. Soul Ring Ratio, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Soul Power Level, Level 32 Food System, Weapon Soul Sovereign. Identity, Substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reason for ranking, Dark-minded. Evaluation, this is a real petty person. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Oscar a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which will depend on the extent of the lesson taught and the ranking of the top person on the trash list. However, the life of the top person must not be harmed, otherwise no reward will be given. Invariant won the Douluo World at the training ground behind the Blue Tyrant Academy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Oscar, you usually put on a facade of being righteous, but I never expected you to be such a petty person. Ma Hongjun clicked his tongue, almost losing control of his fist. Oscar, whether you're a petty person or not, I don't care. But shouldn't you make some sacrifices? Ning Rongrong also clenched her little fist, eager to try. Slap. At this moment, Tang San was the most straightforward, saying nothing and directly giving Oscar a slap to the ear. Tang San, aren't you being too much? Oscar is our classmate. How can you do this? Seeing Oscar being slapped away by Tang San, Dai Mubai, who already hated Tang San, stepped forward and glared at him angrily. Tang San, video. I have lightly taught Oscar a lesson. So why didn't I receive a reward? Tang San ignored Dai Mubai and some other dissatisfied members of the team and instead asked the comparison video. Comparison video. The official start will wait until all the rankings on the trash list are announced. Variant one of the Douluo World. Lanba Shrek Tang San. Alright. Upon hearing this, Tang San nodded. After all, Oscar was right in front of him and couldn't escape. At most, he would just give him a slap later. As for Dai Mubai's obstruction, Tang San didn't take it seriously at all. Their relationship had been quite good before, so he would have given Dai Mubai some face. But ever since their return from the Sunset Forest, Dai Mubai's attitude towards him had been very cold, so he naturally wouldn't continue to use his warm face to stick to Dai Mubai's cold skin. Rank 7. Dai Mubai from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Soul Ring Ratio, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Soul Power Level, Level 38 Assault System, Soul Master. Identity, Substitute member of the Lanba Shrek team. Current location, Lanba Academy. Reason for ranking, fickle and irresponsible. Evaluation, chasing one after another, discarding the previous one. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Dai Mubai a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which depends on the severity of the lesson and the rank of the person receiving the lesson on the disgraceful list. The recipient's life cannot be endangered. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Rank 6. Hulaina from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Demon Fox. Soul Ring Ratio, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black. Soul Power Level, Level 54 Control System Soul King. Identity, Saintess of the Pope Hall of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Pope Hall of the Spirit Hall. Reason for ranking, will betray the Spirit Hall that raised her in the future. Evaluation, a pitiful white-eyed wolf. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Hulaina a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which depends on the severity of the lesson and the rank of the person receiving the lesson on the disgraceful list. The recipient's life cannot be endangered. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Variant 1. Pope of the Spirit Hall in the Douluo World. Teacher, I. At this moment, Hulaina was trembling and kneeling in the main hall below, not even daring to lift her head. Get up, Bibi Dong said lightly. She was thinking about destroying the Spirit Hall in the future, so she naturally didn't mind her disciple betraying the Spirit Hall. In fact, if her disciple chose to betray the Spirit Hall in the future, it only proved how correct her plans and ideas were. Teacher, seeing her teacher's attitude, Hulaina became even more frightened, because, in the past, when Bibi Dong wanted to eliminate someone, she used the same tone and attitude. Sai, come here. Bibi Dong's tone suddenly softened. She had always treated Hulaina as her own daughter, so how could she possibly harm her? At this moment, seeing Hulaina's frightened and helpless appearance, she naturally felt heartbroken. Rank 5. Bibi Dong from 2 Worlds. First Martial Spirit, Death Spider Emperor. First Martial Spirit Ring Configuration, Yellow, Purple, 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 Black, 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 Red. Second Martial Spirit, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Second Martial Spirit Ring Configuration, Black, 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 Red. Spirit Power Level, Level 99 Control System Peerless. Spirit Power Level is sealed. Currently can use up to level 97 Super Douluo Spirit Power Level. Identity, Pope of the Spear Hall. Current location, Pope's Hall of the Spear Hall. Reason for ranking, appears to be deeply emotional and loyal, but in reality is heartless and ungrateful. Evaluation, this is a brainless white-eyed wolf. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Bibi Dong will receive a reward. The preciousness of the reward corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the person being taught a lesson. No harm should come to the life of the person being taught a lesson, otherwise there will be no reward. Title, Variant 1, Douluo World Spear Hall Pope Hall Teacher. How come on the list 2? At this moment, Hu Laiyin nestled in Bibi Dong's arms. Asked in astonishment. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong's face was terrifyingly gloomy, showing no intention of answering her. Why? In that incident back then, I was clearly the one who was harmed. But why did it end up being my fault? Bibi Dong roared in her heart. She naturally guessed which incident the comparison video referred to, but it was precisely because she guessed the reason that her anger surged rapidly. Chapter 118. Tang San and Tang Hao both make the trash list. No one knew the anger in Bibi Dong's heart, and the comparison video showed no signs of acknowledgement. After a customary pause of more than 10 seconds, a new list of individuals was announced. 4th place, Tang San from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Soul Ring Ratio, black, 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 red. Soul Power Level, Demigod, Controlled, can exert a maximum of level 91 soul power. Identity, Previous Generation Hao Yin de Law. Current location, City of Slaughter. Reason for ranking. In his youth, in order to become stronger, he did not hesitate to use the lives of innocent people to speed up his cultivation, creating a vague concept and system of evil soul masters, laying the foundation for the rampant evil soul masters in later generations. Evaluation. The first generation of evil soul master ancestor. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Tang San a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which will depend on the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the one being taught on the trash list. No harm to the life of the one being taught is allowed. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Priestess Poseidon of Sea God Island. Tang San is actually in the City of Slaughter? Wait, who is it? Who has taken control of Tang San? Poseidon frowned, but in the end, she still didn't dare to leave Sea God Island to rescue Tang San. Variant 1, Douluo World. Hodian Sect Master Tang Xiao. I don't care who is controlling my grandfather in the City of Slaughter. You better release him immediately. Otherwise, my Hodian Sect and your City of Slaughter will be in a deadly feud. Variant 1, the World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. You Haotian Sect wait a few days. I will send a few title Douluo to help you. Xian Daolu. I know about the conflict between your Spirit Hall and Haotian Sect, but I hope that in this matter, your Spirit Hall will not cause any trouble. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Supreme Pontiff Xian Daolu. Are you asking me to just watch you rescue Tang San, and then let him come to trouble my Spirit Hall? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. I will advise him to let it go. After all, both your Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect were at fault in that incident back then. Variant 1, Douluo World Spirit Hall, Grand Offering Xian Daolu Sai. Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. It's really funny. They clearly know that Tang San is the first generation of evil soul master ancestors. Yet they still plan to send someone to save him. It seems that what Grandpa Shen said is correct. Sea God Island is indeed not a place of kindness. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless, you still missed 1 point. Since Tang San is the ancestor of evil soul masters, doesn't that make the Haotian Sect the stronghold of evil soul masters? Hiss. It's terrifying to think about. This might be the reason why the talent ranking excludes all the titled Douluos from the Haotian Sect. After all, using harmful methods to cultivate, no matter how fast the cultivation is, has nothing to do with genuine talent. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Haotian Sect's Sunfire, Douluo Tang Lai. This is simply nonsense. My Haotian Sect has always conducted itself with integrity and will absolutely not allow anyone to slander us. Such matters will not be acknowledged by the Haotian Sect. Otherwise, it would really be a big deal. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Unknown. Tang San is the ancestor of evil soul masters. This is mentioned in comparison videos. Anyway, compared to your Haotian Sect, I definitely trust the comparison videos much more. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Tang Xiao. The leader of the Haotian Sect. Think what you want. In any case, our Haotian Sect has nothing to be ashamed of. Tang Xiao is well aware that compared to the authority of comparison videos, they're nothing. Moreover, in situations like this, often the more one tries to explain, the worse it gets, and it cannot be clarified at all. Therefore, he decisively ended the topic. Variant 1, Douluo World, unknown. He. Rank 3, Tang Hao from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit, Hao Hian Hammer. Soul Ring Ratio, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Soul Power Level, level 95 Title Douluo. Identity, Hao Hian Douluo. Current location, Yuxian. Reason for ranking, 1. In order to win over a yin, he resorted to various means, just to deceive a yin's true feelings. Reason for ranking, 2. After successfully deceiving a yin's true feelings for fame and power, and to become stronger, Tang Hao, while a yin was pregnant, not only did not take her to a safe place, but repeatedly took a yin to wander around the places where Shen Cangqiong passed by. He even pretended to say to a yin, "I want to show you the various sceneries of the world." In reality, it was to let Shen Cangqiong discover a yin's true identity, and then force a yin to choose to sacrifice herself for him, Tang Hao, in order to protect him and their newborn child when she was left with no choice. Reason for ranking, 3. Acting selfishly after obtaining the 100,000 year soul ring from a yin sacrifice. He completely disregarded the safety of the Hao Yin sect and attacked Shen Cangqiong and his group, which directly led to heavy losses for the Hao Yin sect, ultimately forcing them to choose to go into hiding. After this battle, Tang Hao obtained the 100,000 year soul ring he desired, gained sympathy and praise from some uninformed people, and successfully shifted the blame for his bad reputation onto the Spirit Hall. Reason for ranking, 4. To pose more like a victim. After making a comeback, Tang Hao often went to retaliate against the Spirit Hall. However, he did not dare to cause trouble in Spirit City, only daring to destroy the Spirit Hall branches and sub-branches in some small cities. He did not care whether the staff in those branches and sub-branches were innocent. Evaluation, a truly evil person, yet with excellent acting skills, deceiving countless fools with his superb performance. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Tang Hao a lesson will receive a reward, with the rarity of the reward depending on the level of the lesson taught and the rank of the taught individual, without harming the life of the taught individual. Otherwise, no reward will be given. Variant 1 of Douluo World unknown. I cried. I'm the only fool here. Variant 1, Douluo World anonymous. Crying together. I'm also the fool mentioned in the comparison video. Variant 1 Douluo World unknown. Add me. Variant 1 of the Douluo World anonymous. What's there to cry about? We are just ordinary people. Isn't it normal that we don't know the truth? The ones who should really be crying are those big powers. After all, the events from back then were all spread by those big powers, and the praises for Tang Hao were also the first to come from among those big powers. Chapter 119. The reason for Yu Xiaojiang's ranking. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Yu Xian. Second brother Yu. Tang Yuehua looked incredulously at the reasons for Tang Hao's ranking in the comparison video, then turned to glance at the pale-faced Tang Hao, her mind momentarily blank. Yuehua, it seems I must leave here, Tang Hao said solemnly. Where are you going? Tang Yuehua, aware of the urgent situation, quickly suppressed her complex emotions upon hearing this. I don't know. In any case, I need to leave the area of Tiando City first. His current location had been exposed by the comparison video. If he didn't leave immediately, he, as the Hao Qian Douluo, might be besieged. Previously, when he was not on this so-called trash list, no one would have bothered to seek trouble with him. But now it was different. With the benefits from the comparison video, not only Shen Cangqiong, but even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect might disregard their agreement of the 3 sects being of the same root and take action against him. There is even a possibility that those he usually looked down on, such as the Tiando royal family and the leaders of high-level soul master academies near Tiando City, would unite to come and share a piece of the pie. All right then, follow me. At the lowest level of Yuxian, there was a secret passage leading to the dense forest outside the city. In fact, this was prepared by Tang Yuehua for herself, so that when the Hao Yin sect could no longer be her support, she could have a chance to escape safely before those who coveted her beauty came to capture her. Oh, Yuxian actually has a secret passage? Originally, Tang Hao was still thinking about where to run to evade Shen Cangqiong's pursuit. He didn't expect Tang Yuehua to give him such a big surprise. Second brother, sister-in-law hasn't sent a single barrage questioning you until now. She might really be angry. If possible, you should go and apologize to her. Tang Yuehua didn't explain much about the purpose of the secret passage, only leading the way quickly while reminding him. I know. Tang Hao nodded, then hesitated for a moment before sending out his own barrage in the chat area. Variant, World Hao Qian Dog, Tang Hao, Yin. I'm sorry. Tang Hao didn't explain much. It's too late to say anything now. Variant, one of the Douluo World. 100,000 years Blue Silver Emperor, Yin. What did you do wrong to me? Why not say it clearly? Variant, one of the Douluo World. How Douluo Tang Hao? I just want to tell you, if everything could start over, I would definitely take you to a safe place to live in seclusion. If I say that there's not a bit of regret in Tang Hao's heart about what happened back then, that would be impossible. Variant 1 Douluo World. 100,000 years Blue Silver Emperor Ain. It's a pity that everything cannot be relived. Variant 1 Douluo World. Tang San of Shrek Academy. Mother, please forgive father. You must know that father has been in despair for 6 whole years because of this matter. It must be that at that time, father was just momentarily confused and regretted it afterward. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. 100,000 years Blue Silver Emperor Ain. I have said, do not call me mother. You are Tang San of the Tang sect, not my son Tang San. Ain said coldly. At first, she hesitated, but in the end, she still couldn't accept the fact that her son had the memories of someone else. Variant 1 of Douluo World. How Douluo Tang Hao. Ain, what is the point of this? No matter what, Xiao San is still the child you carried for 10 months. Even if he has the memories of his past life in the Tang sect, does that negate the fact that he is your biological child? For Tang Hao, as long as Tang San possesses the Haotian hammer, the family heirloom martial soul, and Ain hasn't been unfaithful to him with other disciples of the Haotian sect, then Tang San is undoubtedly his son. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. 100,000 years Blue Silver Emperor Ain. If you want to recognize yourself, go ahead. Anyway, I won't. After saying that, Ain ignored whatever Tang Hao and Tang San continued to say. With no more gossip to enjoy, everyone shifted their attention back to the comparison video. At this moment, the comparison video also cooperatively released the new list of entrants. Rank 2, Yu Xiaojiang from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Dog Pig. Soul Ring Ratio, Yellow, Yellow. Soul Power Level, Level 29 Assault System, Soul Master. Identity, Honorary Elder of the Martial Soul Hall. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reason for ranking, 1 in his youth, to break through the bottleneck of level 29 soul power. Yu Xiaojiang wandered among various forces and eventually arrived at the Martial Soul Hall. When he discovered that the holy maiden Bibi Dong had a unique taste and was a bit foolish, he used some means to successfully win over the once naive Bibi Dong, and then began to secretly study the knowledge of the Martial Soul Hall using Bibi Dong's connections. Reason for ranking, 2. He incited discord between Bibi Dong and her teacher Shen Cangqiong, leading to the greatest disaster in Douluo continent's history in 10,000 years. Reason for ranking, 3. Clearly, it was Yu Xiaojiang's own fault, yet he insisted on blaming everything on the Martial Soul Hall, Shen Cangqiong, and Bibi Dong. Even though Bibi Dong suffered some things that nearly broke her while protecting him, Yu Xiaojiang portrayed himself as a melancholic man who was despised and looked down upon by Bibi Dong because he was a worthless person who would never reach level 30. Reason for ranking, for despite the Martial Soul Hall helping Yu Xiaojiang so much and providing him countless research resources, and Bibi Dong using her influence in the Martial Soul Hall to help him publish the knowledge he plagiarized under his name. Yu Xiaojiang never mentioned the benefits he received from the Martial Soul Hall and Bibi Dong, but instead spoke ill of them at every opportunity. Reason for ranking, 5. He publicly claimed to have been dumped by Bibi Dong and was deeply hurt, needing a long time to heal, yet within about a month, he developed a good relationship with another woman. Chapter 120, Bibi Dong's Breakdown. Reason for ranking, 6. Although he saw the token representing the core disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family on another woman, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang chose not to reveal his own identity as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to Lu Erlong. He shamelessly accepted her care based on romantic feelings, watching her fall deeper and deeper without any guilt. Reason for ranking, 7. Using Lu Erlong's feelings for him, Yu Xiaojiang gradually took over the leadership of the team from his elder brother Flender, turning the entire team into his personal research laborers. Reason for ranking, 8. He happily accepted Flender's arrangement for a wedding between him and Lu Erlong, but after hearing that Bibi Dong succeeded to the position of Pope, he quietly left for several days. When he returned, he acted as if nothing had happened and chose to marry Lu Erlong. Little did Lu Erlong know that during Yu Xiaojiang's disappearance, he was inquiring about what had happened in the Martial Soul Hall. Upon learning of Shen Cangqiong's downfall and Bibi Dong's succession to the papacy, he had no hesitation in informing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family about his impending marriage to Lu Erlong. As a result, on the night of their wedding, Lu Erlong's father came to stop them, and Yu Xiaojiang used the excuse of being unable to accept a romantic relationship between siblings to escape without bearing any blame, leaving Lu Erlong waiting for him for a full 20 years. Reason for ranking, 9. When Yu Xiaojiang discovered that Bibi Dong, after becoming Pope, did not invite him back to the martial soul hall as he had anticipated. He turned his attention back to Liu Erlong. With Flinder's help, Yu Xiaojing and Liu Erlong, who had waited for him for 20 years, agreed to be spiritual partners rather than actual partners. However, as Yu Xiaojing became more emboldened after Bibi Dong's downfall and the martial soul hall's destruction, he ultimately overturned their previous agreement and truly entered into a relationship with Liu Erlong. Evaluation. This is a person who cares nothing for family, loves no one else, and only has selfish interests in mind. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Yu Xiaojing a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which will depend on the severity of the lesson and the rank of the person giving it on the scum list. The lesson must not endanger the life of the one being taught, or no reward will be given. Variant 1, Douluo World Spirit Hall, Grand Offering Qian Dao Lu, CC. Is this what you meant when you said that after rescuing Tang San, you would advise him to let go? The High Priestess Poseidon of Sea God Island in Variant 1 of Douluo World. Perhaps the reason your Spirit Hall was destroyed is not because of Tang San. Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall Grand Offering Qian Dao Lu. Do you believe what you're saying? If it weren't for you and Tang San joining forces to deal with my Spirit Hall, do the forces of Tiando, Star Luo, and the top 3 sects really think they can be enemies with my Spirit Hall? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. High Priestess Poseidon on Sea God Island. This. Poseidon fell silent. She had to admit that what Qian Daolu said was very true. If it weren't for her and Tang San joining forces, then relying solely on the people from the Heavenly Do and Star Luo empires, Qian Daolu alone could have dealt with all of them. Moreover, and most importantly, she couldn't deny that if Tang San really was unwilling to let go of the grievances with the Spirit Hall, she would definitely support and help Tang San. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Spirit Hall Grand Offering Qian Daolu. As for saving Tang San, let's end it here. If your Sea God Island people dare to come to the City of Slaughter, don't blame me for being ruthless and taking action myself to wipe them out. He indeed liked Poseidon and had some hesitation about whether to stop Poseidon from sending someone to rescue Tang San. But if pleasing Poseidon would lead to the destruction of the foundation of the Spirit Hall, then Qian Daolu could still distinguish clearly how to choose. While Poseidon was still entangled with Qian Daolu over Tang San's matter, on the other side, the atmosphere in the Pope's palace had dropped to freezing point. Crack! At a certain moment, when the staff in Bibidong's hand finally couldn't withstand the pressure and broke into two, the awakened Bibidong slightly rained in some of the cold aura emanating from her body. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Hulaina and a group of titled Douluo, Bibidong pointed to the gate of the Pope's palace and said in a tone devoid of any emotion, "Get out." Outside the Pope's palace, Elder Yuegwan. What kind of story is there between the teacher and that Yu Xiaojing? I've never seen such a terrifying expression on the teacher's face. Gently closing the palace door, Hulaina turned around and quietly asked the titled Yuegwan beside her. Don't ask. Even if you do, I won't say. Saying this, Yuegwan secretly glanced at the tightly closed palace door, seemingly afraid of being heard by Bibidong inside. However, Yuegwan was obviously overthinking. At this moment, after all the people inside the palace obediently left, Bibidong first kicked her Pope's chair in a scrap. Then, as if going mad, started smashing everything she could see. Soon, the entire Pope's palace was turned into a ruin under Bibidong's overwhelming resentment. So you were lying to me all along. So you left Liu Erlong not because you still loved me, but because I succeeded to the position of Pope. As long as you remained single, you could gain greater benefits from me. So the teacher didn't lie to me. You were always sowing discord between me and the teacher. So Shen Cangqiong was right. I'm a complete fool. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yu Xiaojing. I even risked exposing myself to help you raise your soul power level. So you wouldn't be constrained by that level 29 soul power, buying various pills for you. In the end, all I got was probably just a sneer in your heart and a comment calling me a fool, without any gratitude at all. At this moment, Bibidong slumped among the ruins, staring blankly at the video of comparisons, showing Yu Xiaojing's 9 reasons for ranking and the equally glaring evaluations, emitting chilling laughter. Chapter 121. The top of the scum list, Tang San rank 1. Tang San from 2 worlds. First martial soul, blue silver grass, not awakened. Second martial soul, Hao Qian hammer. Soul ring ratio, yellow, yellow, purple. Soul power level, level 37 control system battle soul master. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek battle team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reason for ranking, 1 extremely petty. For example, if someone inadvertently provokes Tang San, he will take relentless revenge. Reason for ranking, 2 extremely double standard. For example, in the Great Soul Arena, if Tang San's team injures an opponent, whether intentional or not. Tang San will consider it normal. But if the opponent accidentally and only slightly injures someone from Tang San's side, he will think the opponent is going too far and has sought death. Reason for ranking: 3. Extremely greedy. For example, Douluo Bo sincerely treated Tang San as a friend, not only giving him some treasures, but also allowing him to pick some herbs in his medicinal garden. As a result, Tang San cleared out all the herbs in one go, leaving nothing behind. Reason for ranking: for extremely shameless. When Douluo Bo returned to see his once full medicinal garden, now empty, and expressed dissatisfaction, Tang San not only did not admit his mistake, but brazenly turned the blame on Douluo Bo, claiming it was Douluo Bo who let him pick. He shamelessly shifted his own error onto others. Reason for ranking: 5. Manipulating feelings. He has repeatedly taken advantage of Huaina's love to gain countless benefits. Reason for ranking: 6. Ungrateful and heartless. Douluo Bo was unaware of the preciousness of those herbs, but as a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San knew very well their value. Yet after clearing out all the herbs, he didn't return even one to Douluo Bo or Douluo Yan. It should be known that among the entire Douluo family, all members inheriting the green-scaled serpent martial soul have passed away early, with none living to an old age. However, this tragedy of the Douluo family could have been eradicated with just one herb, allowing future family members to completely escape the tragedy of short life. Yet, Tang San chose to ignore it and let the tragedy of the Douluo family continue. He never considered that these herbs originally belonged to Douluo Bo. Reason for ranking: 7. Malicious and self-serving. He clearly realized that his childhood sweetheart Xiao Wu, who grew up with him since 6 years old, was transformed from a 100,000-year-old beast soft-bone rabbit. Instead of thinking about how to protect Xiao Wu, he quietly let her participate in the elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies, where strong figures gathered. This led to Xiao Wu being discovered by the Spirit Hall, ultimately having to choose to sacrifice herself for her good brother Tang San. He completely forgot that back then, when his father Tang Hao silently left, he could not accept the fact that he had become a lonely person, insisting on recognizing Xiao Wu as his sister to regain a family member, and promised her that if one day many people wanted to hurt Xiao Wu, they would have to cross over his corpse first. Reason for ranking: 8. Seemingly pure, but actually lewd. He usually pretends to be a gentleman and completely avoids beautiful women. However, no matter how tricky the enemy's attacks are, he always manages to dodge. But if a girl tries to kiss him, he has never successfully dodged even once. Reason for ranking: 9. Completely disregards relatives who have goodwill towards him. Clearly going to seek his Aunt Tang Yuehua. Yet because of a minor conflict with Yuxian's people, he directly took heavy action against them, completely unconcerned that Yuxian was his aunt's territory and those people were his aunt's subordinates. Reason for ranking: 10. Extremely hypocritical, believing that the fault is always with others. The first time Tang San visited the Haoyan sect, he was still very weak. So when he met several elders of the sect, he sensibly said, "That matter was my father's fault," and even bowed to admit his father's mistake. The second time he went to the Haoyan sect, Tang San had made significant progress in strength, but he still couldn't confront the elders of the Haoyan sect. So he said reasonably, "That matter was not my father's fault." However, this time, he did not take any further action. By the third visit to the Haoyan sect, Tang San's strength had grown to the point where he could easily suppress the elders of the sect. So when he met them, he directly and arrogantly stated, "That matter was the fault of the Haoyan sect." This time, Tang San took action again. However, instead of apologizing to the Haoyan sect, he dealt with everyone there, forcing them to apologize to his father, Tang Hao. Even his uncle, who had always defended Tang San and Tang Hao, was not spared. Evaluation: when it's hard to express. Countless writings cannot capture it. Evaluation: 2. The true origin of the evil soul master begins with Tang San, marking the complete rise of evil soul masters. Special reward: anyone who successfully teaches Tang San a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which will depend on the severity of the lesson and the rank of the person being taught. But it cannot endanger the life of the person being taught. Otherwise, no reward will be given. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Let me take it slow. The 10 reasons for Tang San's ranking have truly shocked me greatly. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Nameless. Wait a minute. It's really frightening to think about it. The famous Haoyan Tang family of the Douluo continent has 3 out of 4 generations on the trash list, and they are ranked 1st, 3rd, and 4th. What do you think? If Tang Hao's father hadn't passed away, would he also be at the top of the trash list? Then we would have a situation where 4 generations of grandparents and grandchildren are all on the same list. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I had only heard of the 3 heroes of one family and the 4 generations of 3 lords before. This time, the Hao Yi and Tang family has truly opened my eyes, letting me know what it means to be the trash of one family, unrivaled in the world. Chapter 122. Xiao Wu's Distrust of Tang San. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Unexpectedly, within the Blue Tyrant Academy, there is actually a 10,000-year transforming soul beast hidden. In the conference hall, Sword Douluo Qinshin suppressed his excitement and said enviously, I just wonder if there will be any reckless individuals who would dare to go to Blue Tyrant Academy to capture that soul beast. Hearing this, Bon Douluo Gu Rong sarcastically replied from the side, it's hard to say. In this world, there will always be those who forget their lives for profit. In fact, Ning Fengji was also quite tempted by Xiao Wu's soul ring and soul bone. However, he knew that it was not something he, Ning Fengji, or the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could take. After all, Ning Fengji did not believe that Shen Cangqiong would fail to recognize the true identity of that rabbit. And since Shen Cangqiong had already seen through the rabbit's true identity but chose not to act, it meant that he must have other plans. Anyway, we just need to watch the show from the sidelines. If someone really comes to Blue Tyrant Academy to capture that rabbit, all we need to do is inform Shen Cangqiong in secret about which force made the move. After a pause, Ning Fengji continued, this plan is good. Although Shen Cangqiong is strong, his rise has been too short, and his ability to gather intelligence is certainly not as good as ours at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If we can support him with intelligence, it would mean that Shen Cangqiong owes us a favor. Sword Douluo Qinshin very much agreed with Ning Fengji's idea, and Gu Rong, who liked to go against Qinshin, also nodded in agreement without voicing any objections. Variant 1. Douluo World, Tindo Palace. Father, are we really not going to do anything about that Xiao Wu? What if Shen Cangqiong is willing to hand her over? In the study, Xuebeng said somewhat reluctantly. Of course, this wasn't because he was truly foolish, but rather to undermine the relationship between his elder brother, Shui Qinghe, and Shen Cangqiong. Although, since the last time his elder brother met Shen Cangqiong, they hadn't had any further interactions. Who knows if this was some kind of scheme from his elder brother? Therefore, just in case, it was better to create some disruption if possible. Get out. Shui was unaware of Xuebeng's thoughts. At this moment, seeing Xuebeng in such a useless state, he was quite angry. Sigh. Qinghe, fortunately, you are different from your 4th brother. You are capable. Otherwise, I fear the Tindo royal family would truly be in danger. Looking at the dejected Xuebeng leaving, and thinking of the increasingly aggressive spirit hall, Shui sighed and said wearily, Father, the 4th brother is still young. In a few years, when he matures a bit more, I believe he will be capable. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rengshu advised. Let's hope so. All right, you can leave now. As we discussed earlier, the task of capturing the individuals on the disgrace list is entrusted to you. Shui waved his hand. Your son takes his leave. Meanwhile, various large, medium, and small forces across the Douluo continent were also urgently discussing the capture of those on the disgrace list, as well as the matter of Xiao Wu, the 10,000-year transformed rabbit. However, aside from a few forces that were used to being domineering in their own territories, most of the forces just briefly mentioned Xiao Wu and then focused all their attention on the task of capturing those on the disgrace list. After all, capturing individuals on the disgrace list represented tangible benefits in front of them, while that rabbit, with Shen Cangqiong watching closely, was not something those forces believed they could truly obtain. Variant 1. The Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy's training ground behind the mountain. Xiao Wu, you are actually a transformed soul beast? At this moment, the most shocked in the arena was Tang San, who had grown up with Xiao Wu since he was 6 years old. That's right. I am the transformed form of the 100,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit. As she spoke, Xiao Wu secretly kept her distance from everyone present, especially from Tang San, this so-called brother, whom she moved even further away from. There was no choice. The comparison video had clearly stated that she ultimately became a sacrifice to Tang San. She didn't know what had happened between her and Tang San in the original plot, but at least right now, she was absolutely unwilling to be a sacrifice for anyone, even for Tang San. No wonder you have rabbit ears. I originally thought that something went wrong when you awakened your martial soul, which caused some characteristics of the martial soul to remain on you. At this moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly stepped forward a few paces to Xiao Wu's side. Looking at Xiao Wu's rabbit ears with surprise, her face filled with understanding. She didn't have any special thoughts about Xiao Wu being a transformed soul beast. After all, Xiao Wu was her classmate, and she couldn't bring herself to harm her classmate. What's wrong with you people? Why are you all staring at Xiao Wu? Do you want to harm her and take her soul ring and soul bone? After Ning Rongrong expressed her goodwill first, Bai Qinxiang also came in front of Xiao Wu, glaring at Tang San, Oscar, and Dai Mu Bai, questioning them. Don't forget, Xiao Wu is our classmate. Moreover, Senior Shen won't let you harm Xiao Wu. You don't think Senior Shen is unaware of Xiao Wu's true identity, do you? After Bai Qinxiang's words, Zhu Zhuqing also stood by Xiao Wu's side, her support for Xiao Wu evident. Thank you all. As Jiangzhu also seemed to have made up her mind and came to Xiao Wu's side, feeling the goodwill emanating from the few of them. Xiao Wu was truly touched. It should be me asking you what you want to do. I was just curious because I had never seen a transformed soul beast before. Yet you all seemed ready to attack me. Just when the atmosphere in the scene became a bit strange, Dai Mubai stepped forward, instead blaming Xiao Wu and the other girls. What Big Brother Dai said is correct. I was just curious about how someone like Xiao Wu, who is formed from a soul beast, differs from a real human. The main thing is, I am just a food-type soul master. Even if I really wanted to do something, my strength wouldn't allow it. With Dai Mubai starting, Oscar immediately chimed in. Xiao Wu, we have been together for so long. Do you still not trust me? How could I possibly harm you? Tang San did not continue with Dai Mubai and Oscar's statements, but instead pretended to be hurt by Xiao Wu's distrust and said, Chapter 123, The Miserable Tang San. Tang San, are you blind or deaf? The comparison video has made it very clear. If nothing changes, then Xiao Wu's ultimate fate with you will be a sacrifice. I don't know where you get the face to blame Xiao Wu for not trusting you. What disgusts me even more is your expression of being hurt, as if Xiao Wu has done something bad to you. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were the one sacrificing to Xiao Wu, not the other way around. Seeing Tang San's pretentious act, Ning Rongrong almost felt sick and immediately retorted. The comparison video indeed said that you would sacrifice to me in the future. But a sacrifice must be voluntary, right? So, even if I owe the entire world an apology, my concern for you is definitely sincere. Otherwise, how could you possibly be willing to sacrifice to me? Tang San ignored Ning Rongrong's insults. His main goal now was to regain Xiao Wu's trust. As for the grudge with Ning Rongrong, he would have plenty of opportunities to settle that later. Let's all calm down. Xiao Wu shook her head. She saw Tang San's previous look. Although it was fleeting, that gaze gave her an indescribable, chilling feeling. That feeling seemed to indicate a deeper, suffocating greed. Not just for her soul ring and soul bone, but something unexplainable. You decide. Just don't ignore me. Xiao Wu, remember, I will always be your brother. After saying this, Tang San no longer entangled with Xiao Wu. He knew that Xiao Wu was currently on high alert. No matter what he said or did, she would basically be skeptical. If he wanted Xiao Wu to trust him again, he could only wait for this storm to pass and then slowly repair their relationship. In fact, Xiao Wu's previous feelings were not wrong. For Tang San, who had lacked love since his previous life, the sister he wanted was one who would never leave him, no matter what happened. But how could a living person with self-awareness possibly do that? Therefore, turning Xiao Wu into his soul ring and soul bone became the only feasible plan. Although doing so would mean Xiao Wu could no longer talk or play with him. Tang San's goal would be achieved, because from then on, Xiao Wu could never leave him, Tang San. Perhaps this idea seemed too terrifying to others, but Tang San, who had always been selfish, naturally saw nothing wrong with this thought. After all, he just wanted to have a family member who would never abandon him. What was wrong with that? At this moment, after finishing the conversation with Xiao Wu, Tang San's attention shifted back to Oscar and Dai Mubai. Taking advantage of the moment when the two were not paying attention, he used a phantom-like move and appeared in front of them, launching a full-force attack on their faces. Bang bang! Immediately, two muffled sounds rang out, and Dai Mubai and Oscar were sent flying backward. Tang San, it seems that as the comparison video exposes you more and more, you've even grown too lazy to pretend. Looking at the two who had fainted, Ma Hongjun ran over to check their injuries and couldn't help but mock when he saw that their mouths had crooked. Variant 1 Douluo World. Blue Tyrant Shrek Tang San. Comparison video. Where's my reward? Tang San directly ignored Ma Hongjun, standing in place for about a minute. We found out that the rewards for teaching Dai Mubai and Oscar had not been distributed yet. He frowned and asked. Comparison video. Didn't I say before that the rewards for the listed individuals would only be given after the trash leaderboard ends? Why are you in such a hurry? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Lanba from Shrek, Tang San. Hasn't the trash list already been fully announced? Comparison video. The trash list has indeed been fully announced. But I haven't said it's over yet. Forget it. Since you're anxious, I'll give you a face. I originally had other rankings I planned to announce early. After saying this, The comparison video paused for a moment, then a dignified voice rang out. The negative ranking trash list has been fully announced. From now on, any being that successfully teaches a lesson to those on the trash list will receive corresponding rewards. In the variant Douluo World, Lanba from Shrek. Tang San, Tang San was quite upset by what was said in the comparison video. He felt that it was targeting him. However, before he could express his dissatisfaction, he heard Ning Rongrong's voice coming closer. Take this. Bang. Bang. Having cultivated the original true solution, Ning Rongrong was now far from her former self, and each of her moves held tremendous power. At this moment, with just one punch, she sent Tang San crashing against a nearby mountain wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. What are you all waiting for? Let's go together. This is the treasure ranked first on the garbage list. As long as he doesn't get killed, we can beat him to death. Saying this, Ning Rongrong took the lead and rushed to Tang San, who was just wobbling back to his feet, and gave him a 99-hit ear slap combo. Rongrong, step aside. Let me show this Tang San what it's like to be a free barber. A stream of flames flew by, and Tang San, with a bruised face, was turned into a Mediterranean hairstyle by Ma Hongjun. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of sounds erupted, and Tang San was kicked back and forth like a shuttlecock by Ning Rongrong and by Cangqiong. Let me do it. Zhu Zhixing caught the kick. Tang San, with her high heels, summoned her martial soul, and began to carve the words, the number one trash in the world, on Tang San's body. Sister Jiangzhu increased the healing intensity. I still have many tricks I haven't used yet. After saying that, Ning Rongrong took out many small toys from her storage soul guide and called everyone to help, using them all on Tang San. Everyone step back. Watch my tricks. At this moment, Talon, not knowing where he got a bag from, temporarily pushed everyone back, directly approached Tang San, and put the bag over his head. Talon, what's in this bag? Why does it smell so bad? Ning Rongrong covered her nose and stepped back a few steps. You all see for yourselves. Thinking the time was about right, Talon ran a few meters away and used his soul power to cut open the bag. What the hell? As soon as the contents of the bag were revealed, everyone exclaimed in unison and retreated several steps, looking speechless at the smug Talon. Chapter 124. The trash rankings reward causes a stir on the other side. Aren't you going to manage them? On the high platform of the training ground, Lu Erlong looked at the entire team, except for Xiao Wu and the unconscious Dai Mubai and Oscar, who had all joined the action of teaching Tang San a lesson, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Why should I manage them? It was that kid Tang San who first broke the rules and sneak attacked Dai Mubai and Oscar. Besides, Rongrong and the others know what they're doing. They won't really hang Tang San. Otherwise, that first hit from Rongrong could have sent Tang San straight to the sky. I'm just glad to see Tang San being taught a lesson. It's good enough that Shen Cangqiong isn't there to applaud and cheer. How could he possibly stop such a satisfying event? Do as you please, as long as you're happy. All right, I'm leaving now. I want to call you Xiao Jing to my office, and then use the excuse of whether he steps with his left foot or right foot first to teach him a good lesson. It's also a way to get a bit of justice for the me in the comparison video and maybe earn some rewards. Saying this, Lu Erlong stood up, stretched, and moved her body to warm up for the upcoming task. Okay, you go ahead, but take it easy when you do it. You're already a level 98 Super Douluo. Be careful not to accidentally mess up that weakling you Xiao Jing. Shen Cangqiong nodded. Don't worry. During this time, I've been familiarizing myself with the new power I've gained, so things like accidentally collapsing a house won't happen again. Lu Erlong patted her big bun, exuding a vibe of confidence in her work. I hope so. Shen Cangqiong watched Lu Erlong leave excitedly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Half an hour later. It's almost time. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach Tang San a lesson in the future. Shen Cangqiong glanced at the sun gradually setting and slowly approached the battle group of Ning Rongrong and the others, saying, after this lesson, Tang San shouldn't run away, right? Ning Rongrong put down her rolled-up sleeves, adjusted her appearance, and after transforming back into her obedient girl look, she asked with lingering anticipation. He has nowhere to run. Here, he can only suffer a little, but if he runs away and ends up caught by another force, he would basically spend the rest of his life locked up in a dark place. Moreover, he can't run away. I've marked him. As long as he's on this Douluo continent, no matter where he goes, I can sense him. Seeing that everyone in the team had similar questions to Ning Rongrong, Shen Cangqiong smiled and reassured them. That's good. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Talon and others from the team were responsible for taking the unconscious Dai Mubai and the others back to the front yard. However, The difference was that Dai Mubai and Oscar were carried back, while Tang San was dragged back by Talon by 1 foot. Comparison video. Ning Rongrong successfully taught Tang San a lesson and is now awarded a Soul Sage-level replacement ring symbol. Note, the replacement ring symbol allows for the replacement of a corresponding level soul ring. For example, this Soul Sage-level replacement ring symbol obtained by Ning Rongrong allows the Soul Master using it to gain another chance to absorb the 7th soul ring. Comparison video. By Shen Cangqiong successfully taught Tang San a lesson and is now awarded a Soul Sage-level replacement ring symbol. Comparison video. Zhu Zhuqing successfully taught Tang San a lesson and is now awarded a Soul King-level replacement ring symbol. Comparison video. Jiang Zhu successfully taught Tang San a lesson and is now awarded a Soul Zun-level replacement ring symbol. Comparison video. Ma Hongjun successfully taught Tang San a lesson and is now awarded a Soul King-level replacement ring symbol. Comparison video. Talon successfully taught Tang San a lesson and is now awarded a Soul Emperor-level replacement ring symbol. Comparison video. Jing Ling successfully taught Tang San a lesson and is now awarded a Soul Zun-level replacement ring symbol. Comparison video. Huang Yuan successfully taught Tang San a lesson and is now awarded a Soul Zun-level replacement ring symbol. Comparison video. Liu Erlong successfully taught Yu Xiaojing a lesson and is now awarded a title Douluo replacement ring symbol. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. This reward is too good. If I can get a set of 9 replacement ring symbols. One, I have the chance in the future to have 9 soul rings, all red and 100,000 years old, just like Brother Cangqiong. Variant 1 Douluo World Plan Academy Yao Zi. It seems that in the future, the configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings will no longer be the standard configuration for geniuses. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blaze Academy, Wu. Everyone move a little faster. After gathering, we will set off immediately to catch those on the trash leaderboard. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shin Feng Academy, Feng Xiaotian, Fire Dance Sister. We are about to arrive at the agreed gathering place for Shin Feng Academy. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, the Fierce Beast Black Dragon King Dtion. Are we, the Soul Beast Clan, really destined to escape the fate of extinction? Compared to the video, Dtion, you are overthinking. I treat humans and soul beasts equally. You soul beasts can also come out to catch those on the trash list to teach them a lesson. There is no need to worry about the gods coming to trouble you. I have long sealed off the Douluo continent. Those gods can see you, but they cannot enter the Douluo continent. Variant 1. The beast of the Douluo World, the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. I see. He said that with such unreasonable events happening on Douluo continent, how could the gods not react at all? It turns out they were sanctioned. Just as the barrage section became incredibly lively due to the rewards received by Ning Rongrong and others. Shen Cangqiong and his group also arrived at the front yard of Lamba Academy. Strange. Usually at this time the academy is quite lively, but why is it so quiet today? Walking on the main road of the front yard, Ning Rongrong and the others looked around for a while and only saw a few kittens surprised. Most of the students are at the main gate. Shen Cangqiong said with helplessness. One can only say, Liu Erlong really can do anything. He actually hung that guy Yu Xiaojing directly above the main gate of Lamba Academy, and then used fire to burn Yu Xiaojing red. All at the main gate? Did something happen at the main gate? After speaking, Ning Rongrong and the others didn't wait for Shen Cangqiong's reply and quickly ran towards the direction of the main gate. All right, if you want to go see, then go see. But remember to send these 3 scumbags back to the dormitory first before going. Otherwise, it will easily cause chaos. Seeing that the remaining few boys also looked eager to try, Shen Cangqiong waved his hand to send them off. Chapter 125, Training, Catching the Scumbag List Participants. Old poison, how long are you going to hide? If you don't come out, I'm leaving. After watching Ma Hongjun and Talon leave, Shen Cangqiong turned to a corner and smiled. When did I hide? It's just that I saw you were busy, so I didn't come to disturb you. As soon as Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, a green figure walked out from the corner. You came to me suddenly today. You must have something to discuss, right? Could it be that Dugu Yin has returned? That doesn't seem right. I remember that Yu Qianheng said in the barrage section that he planned to take all members of the Imperial fighting team to stay in Suatoa City to catch the scumbag list participants. While speaking, Shen Cangqiong brought Dugubo to his office. Let's wait to talk about Yin Yin when she comes back. This can be considered as Yin helping the academy one last time before leaving the Tiando Royal Academy. Actually, I came today mainly to ask about what happened to my martial soul. Why is the evaluation of my current martial soul in the comparison video labeled as incomplete evolution? Dugubo said. It might be because your body was severely damaged by poison before, and that fairy herb consumed too much energy to help repair your damaged body, which led to the incomplete evolution of your martial soul. This is the only answer Shen Cangqiong could think of. In fact, if it weren't for the evaluation of Douluo World's martial soul in the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong would not have known that Douluo World's martial soul was actually not fully evolved, because Douluo World's current three-clawed dragon martial soul had no significant difference in appearance from the dragon in Shen Cangqiong's mind. I see. Douluo World frowned and thought for a while, then nodded in agreement with Shen Cangqiong's answer. After all, he had eliminated all hidden dangers in his body after refining that fairy herb, which is an undeniable fact. It's getting late, and since you're here, let's have a drink together. As for your martial soul issue, I'll think of a way later. By the way, this is the handwritten copy of the first 5 chapters of the original True Solution. You can take it to cultivate for now. Shen Cangqiong had said he would not treat the Douluo family unfairly, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. All right. Anyway, I'll be alone when I go back, so I might as well eat here. It will be livelier. Douluo World took the handwritten copy of the original True Solution that Shen Cangqiong handed over, glanced at it, and said, "The characters on this look so delicate, it doesn't seem like you're writing. I had Xuanmawai copy it." Shen Cangqiong stood up and shrugged. Xuanmawai? Douluo World was taken aback. It's that by Cangqiong. Shen Cangqiong said with a slight sweat, having gotten used to saying it privately and inadvertently blurted it out. Oh. Upon hearing this, Douluo World understood and let out an "oh," his eyes glinting. Although he was not young, he still understood such matters. This so-called Xuanmawai certainly has a significant bonus. There is nothing between us. Shen Cangqiong did not expect that Douluo World, who usually had a cold expression, understood quite a bit. It seems this fellow was not a serious person when he was young. Hee, don't worry. I understand. Men are like that. It's normal. Saying this, Douluo World patted Shen Cangqiong on the shoulder, with an expression as if he had been through it as well. Think what you want. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes and ignored Douluo World, following behind. By the way, didn't you get 5 title Douluo pills? Why have you only increased 1 level of soul power so far? At this moment, Douluo World suddenly asked, "Those things are not very effective for me. I still focus on that unnamed true method. So, I gave all 5 title Douluo pills to Erlong, since Lu Erlong followed him." Shen Cangqiong certainly wanted to ensure she had enough self-defense power. Otherwise, if something happened, no matter how much Shen Cangqiong regretted, it would be too late. This can also be considered as Lu Academy head's hard-earned rewards. Douluo World sighed. Early the next morning, "You Xiaojiang, we're going to catch those scumbag list participants this time. Are you sure you want to go along?" At the entrance of Lamba Academy, Shen Cangqiong looked at Yu Xiaojiang, who was standing next to Tang San, resembling a pig's head, and said lightly, "I'm sure. Moreover, I can also teach them some useful knowledge along the way. This way, the members of these battle teams can train and learn at the same time." Of course, these were all excuses from Yu Xiaojiang. The real reason was that he was afraid Lu Erlong would come up with some new tricks to get him in a few days. Although his body did not suffer any substantial harm from yesterday's scene, he felt a lot of shame inside. One could even say that Yu Xiaojiang would rather be beaten and lie in bed for a year and a half than suffer the humiliation he experienced yesterday. In fact, for someone like Yu Xiaojiang, what really hits him is never physical harm, but rather damage to his dignity. If you want to follow, I have no objection. However, except for your disciple Tang San, don't interfere with the education of the other students. Shen Cangqiong said speechlessly. I understand. Looking at the disdainful or expressionless gazes of the people present, Yu Xiaojiang could only obediently nod. At this moment, he couldn't help but miss the times when Bibi Dong used to listen to him without question. Unfortunately, ever since his disgraceful deeds were exposed in the video, Bibi Dong had completely ignored him. For instance, last night, after he was finally released by Flender, he tried several times to call Bibi Dong in his room, but the only response he received was a dismissive "ha." It made him think that Bibi Dong had gone mad. Then let's set off. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand and took the lead. Meanwhile, in the Pope's palace, "Teacher, are you okay?" Bulaina stepped forward and asked weakly, looking at Bibidong's red eyes. "I'm fine. By the way, did you send someone out to catch those on the disgrace list?" Bibi Dong said expressionlessly. "We did. 2 of the teams are led by my brother and Yin," Hulaina replied cautiously, fearing she might inadvertently anger her teacher. At least Yue Guan and the others are somewhat useful." Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, Nana, you should get ready. We'll go to the Blue Tyrant Academy together later," Bibi Dong continued. "Teacher, are you going in person? Won't that have too big of an impact?" Hulaina hesitated. "It's fine. You go prepare, BB Dong waved her off. At that moment, she had no mind to worry about any impact. Chapter 126. Preparing to meet Een outside Tiando City. Two horse-drawn carriages were speeding along one after the other. Senior Cangqiong, is it a bit late for us to go out now? I saw in the barrage area that other academy's battle teams are rushing to various places overnight. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's voice came from the front carriage. It's fine. Even if we catch none, we still have 4 on the disgrace list with us. Shen Cangqiong pointed to the carriage behind him nonchalantly. That is true. On the entire Douluo continent, no other power has 4 on the disgrace list in hand without needing to lift a finger like our Blue Tyrant Academy. After Shen Cangqiong's reminder, Ning Rongrong quickly realized something. Wait, it should be 5 on the disgrace list. Dean Cangqiong, did you forget that you were also on the disgrace list? Bai Qinxiang chimed in. This was Bai Qinxiang's little revenge, as Shen Cangqiong had previously made her copy the original true explanation 100 times under the excuse of eavesdropping. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. To be honest, he had indeed forgotten that he was also on the disgrace list. I think Senior Cangqiong shouldn't be on the disgrace list at all. It's just a special preference. Nothing bad was done. Ning Rongrong had a different opinion on this matter. It's just a few minor hobbies. Who can say that they don't have a little something of their own in their hearts? In fact, what surprised me the most was that guy, Ma Hongjun. I didn't expect that among the 4 male students of Shrek Academy, who usually seems the least reliable, will be the only one not on the scum list. After a pause, Ning Rongrong continued, saying this is probably a reminder that one shouldn't judge people solely by their appearance, and knowing someone's face doesn't mean you know their heart. Zhu Zhuqing recalled Tang San, who always appeared to be a gentleman in front of others, and then thought of Dai Mu Bai, who looked rather ordinary but secretly played around more than anyone else, and couldn't help but sigh. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing didn't oppose Dai Mu Bai having other beautiful women. However, the prerequisite was that they must come from good families. As it turns out, Dai Mu Bai has hundreds of beautiful women with all sorts of backgrounds, but none from good families. Ma Hongjun's only flaw is that kind of thing. But I've heard he has never forced anyone. All his relationships are consensual. It's probably because of this that he hasn't made it onto the scum list. Talon, who was playing well with Ma Hongjun, spoke a fair word. To say it was entirely mutual is not quite accurate. When I first arrived at Shrek, I saw him forcing his girlfriend to break up with him. At this moment, Xiao Wu spoke up. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. Previously, Xiao Wu was always gloomy, and Ning Rongrong thought it would take at least a few months for her to return to her usual carefree self, who was interested in everything and could talk about any topic. Yes, I'm fine now. Thank you all for your concern. Xiao Wu smiled at Ning Rongrong and also expressed her gratitude to the 4 girls who had accompanied her all night last night. You recovered really quickly, Ning Rongrong said with a somewhat strange expression. In fact, Ning Rongrong was slightly mistaken. Without the incident of the Titan Great Ape kidnapping Xiao Wu only had brotherly feelings for Tang San, and there were no romantic feelings whatsoever. Now that the news about Tang San had been exposed, although it made Xiao Wu feel bitter and painful, it did not give her that feeling of the sky falling down, nor did she need to quietly recover for a few months. Shen Cangqiong, can I join the inner court? Xiao Wu turned to Shen Cangqiong and asked after playfully sticking out her little tongue at Ning Rongrong. You have to think carefully. Once you join the inner court, you can't withdraw. It was unclear what this rabbit was thinking, but since she wanted to join the inner court, Shen Cangqiong had no reason to refuse. I know the rules. Xiao Wu nodded. She could now be considered a lonely person again, and she was still in a dangerous situation. Therefore, for her own safety, she had to find a backer among humans. Shen Cangqiong, who already knew her identity but had not acted against her and was powerful, was obviously the most suitable choice. All right, from now on, you are a core disciple of the inner court of Lamba Academy. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong took out a handwritten copy of the original true solution from his storage soul guide and handed it to Xiao Wu. Damn it, I copied this after working hard. Seeing that the handwritten copy Shen Cangqiong handed to Xiao Wu indeed had her handwriting, Bai Qinxiang's cheeks puffed up. Who told you to eavesdrop? Shen Cangqiong gave Bai Qinxiang a sidelong glance. I didn't It was obviously your voices that were too loud, Bai Qinxiang replied angrily. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces turned slightly red, while Talon and the others observed with their eyes on their noses and noses on their hearts, pretending they hadn't heard anything. It seems that 100 times is still too few. For some reason, Shen Cangqiong always liked to tease Bai Qinxiang. Bai Qinxiang glared at Shen Cangqiong and ignored him, who always bullied her. In the following time, after walking and stopping, The group finally arrived at a place called Holy Soul Village on the afternoon of the third day. However, the group from Lamba Academy did not enter the village, but, under Shen Cangqiong's direction, arrived at a secluded cave. What are we doing here? After getting off the carriage, Ning Rongrong looked around and asked in confusion. There's a ranking 39 scum list participant hiding nearby. It could only be said that it was a coincidence. Originally, Shen Cangqiong planned to wait until the training session for the scum list participants was over before coming to Holy Soul Village to take Ain away. But when Shen Cangqiong checked the locations of various scum list participants using comparative video points, he just happened to find one hiding in the forest behind Holy Soul Village. Under these circumstances, Shen Cangqiong naturally chose to come to Holy Soul Village first. Oh, there's a scum list participant here? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong exclaimed softly, and then immediately summoned her martial soul, ready for battle like the others. He.S. in that cave over there. If you walk about 500 meters forward, you'll see that cave. Shen Cangqiong pointed in a direction and then walked straight into the nearby cave without caring about how these students were going to catch the Soul Master level scum list participant. Chapter 127. The villagers of Holy Soul Village confront Tang San inside the cave. What are you all doing here? Shen Cangqiong turned back and said helplessly, It's just to catch a level 41 Soul Master. We don't need to go on stage at all. Bai Qinxiang said. In fact, they were just curious about what Shen Cangqiong planned to do in this cave. Then how about this? Next time I'll take you to the Slaughter City to practice against Tang Chun. Although he said this, Shen Cangqiong did not kick the 5 girls out, but brought them to a golden-patterned blue silvergrass. This blue silvergrass is a bit different. Ning Rongrong circled around the golden-patterned blue silvergrass, resting her chin on her hand and offering her opinion. Didn't need you to say that? Bai Qinxiang squatted down and gently stroked the unique blue silvergrass in front of her. This should be the blue silver emperor, right? Xiao Wu hesitated. After all, she was a soul beast, and her understanding of soul beast was far beyond that of Ning Rongrong and the other 4 girls. Yes, this blue silvergrass is the king among blue silvergrasses, the famous 100,000-year blue silver emperor. That is Ain. Shen Cangqiong nodded. 100,000 years soul beast. Blue silver emperor Ain. Isn't that Tang San's mother? The other 4 girls, except for Xiao Wu, were taken aback. Ain, I've already recognized you. How long are you going to pretend to be still? Do you have to wait until I make a move before you react? Seeing that, Ain didn't react at all despite the curious 4 girls continuously stroking her. Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but tease. What are you doing here? Also, how did you know I was here? Perhaps afraid that Shen Cangqiong would really make a move against her. Ain finally spoke. However, since Ain was still just a little blue silvergrass, her voice could only be heard by the 4 who had cultivated true methods. I'm here to take you away. As for how I knew you were here, you don't need to worry about that. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong didn't care whether Ain was willing or not, and directly dug her out and planted her into the flower pot he brought. What kind of person are you? Ain was very angry. Being taken away by me is definitely better than being taken away by Tang Hao, right? Shen Cangqiong said. Where are you taking me? When Shen Cangqiong asked this, Ain's restless branches and leaves stopped moving. After about 10 seconds, she seemed to have resigned herself and asked, Is there any need to ask? Of course, it's Lamba Academy. But don't worry, I'll find a way to let you transform again soon. Shen Cangqiong made a promise. This benefits both parties. After all, what's so special about a blade of grass? Only the transformed Ain can truly bring Shen Cangqiong and Shenming to joy. If you can really help me transform quickly, I owe you a favor. At this moment, Ain was genuinely moved. Where her husband was no longer reliable, and her son wasn't truly her son, Yin's only remaining wish was to transform. Don't worry, I am someone who keeps my word. That said, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but complain internally. A favor is nothing, a lover is more like it. Half an hour later, no wonder you insisted on bringing Flinder along. It turns out you planned for Flinder to be the delivery man, transporting the captured low-ranking individuals back. On the small road in Holy Spirit Village, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh as she recalled Flinder's brilliant expression upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's words. Thankfully, my spirit power level isn't high. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to escape either. Beside her, Bai Qinxiang glanced at the blue silver emperor in her arms, forcibly placed there by Shen Cangqiong, and felt a sense of sympathy for Flinder. Are you Tang San? Amidst the playful banter among the girls, a villager from Holy Spirit Village approached Shen Cangqiong and his group. As the person drew closer and recognized Tang San's somewhat swollen familiar face, he frowned and asked angrily, It's me, Uncle Park. Once recognized by the villager, Tang San knew he could no longer pretend to be deaf and dumb. So he could only brace himself and greet him with a forced smile. Uncle? Haha, I wouldn't dare to be your uncle. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man named Park sneered coldly. Uncle Park, you can't judge me based on the exposure in the comparison video. After all, those lowly incidents may happen in the future, but I haven't done any of those things yet. Tang San said urgently. I despise you not because you're the first on the low-ranking list, but because I look down on you, you thankless person. Park's face was full of disdain. How am I thankless? This wasn't Tang San pretending to be confused. In fact, he genuinely didn't understand why Park called him thankless. You're really a heartless creature, Tang San. If you're just pretending to be confused, you might still have a 1 in a billion chance to be saved. But I can see it clearly. You genuinely don't know where you're being heartless, and that's truly hopeless. Forget it. I'll just ask directly. Tell me, when you were a child, was the village chief good to you? Park almost lost control of his temper. The village chief was very good to me. This, Tang San couldn't deny. Moreover, when he returned to Holy Spirit Village back then, Xiao Wu had come back with him. If he lied now, Xiao Wu would be even more disappointed in him. Good. Since you admit the village chief was good to you, can you explain why you haven't visited the village chief even once in the past few years? Park's anger grew as he spoke. This, Tang San was at a loss for words. How could he answer that? Should he say that his father, Tang Hao, was no longer here? So what was the point of him coming back? Tang San, when you were a child, your father Tang Hao didn't care about you at all. If it weren't for the village chief's help, you might have starved to death long ago. The village chief didn't ask for anything in return, but during your holidays, you wouldn't even come back to see the village chief. Isn't that too much? If you're not a thankless person, then what are you? Park's fists tightened. It's not that I don't want to come back. It's just that my studies are very heavy. I have classes to attend, and during my free time, I have to work at the blacksmith shop. I hardly have any time to rest and do what I want. Tang San argued. Huh. Upon hearing this, Park was so infuriated that he laughed. Then, without further ado, he directly posted their conversation word for word in the bullet screen area, intending to let everyone weigh in on the matter. Chapter 128. Tang San is on edge and wants to make a move. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Water Academy. No exaggeration, no criticism. At first glance, Tang San is clearly just trying to fool people. If someone truly has another person in their heart, how could they not go back to see them for several years? If it were me, no matter how busy I was, I would choose to rush back at full speed using my soul power after work every once in a while, just to take a look and then come back. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Iron Shop in Notting City, Boss Tai. I want to make a statement first. Tang San was working in my shop at that time. However, our shop is not a shady one. If there's something, just let us know and you can take leave anytime. Moreover, we don't have that much business. And it's absolutely impossible for Tang San to be so busy that he has no time to go home and visit his family. Therefore, I can almost conclude that the reason Tang San hasn't returned to the village for several years is that he simply doesn't care about that village chief and doesn't want to go back to see him. It's a pity that he used to think Tang San, this hard-working little guy, was quite good. In the end, not only did he top the ranking list, but he also wanted to take advantage of our iron shop. This is something that Uncle can tolerate, but Aunt definitely cannot. The principal of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy in the Douluo World of Variant 1. We at Notting Academy would like to clarify that our academic workload is not heavy. Basically, we only have cultural classes in the morning for half a day. The rest of the afternoon is entirely free time that students can allocate as they wish. During this time, whether you are cultivating soul power or going out, the academy will not interfere. Following the statement made by the owner of the blacksmith shop where Tang San is working, the principal of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy also issued a similar statement. Like other junior and intermediate soul master academies, we have cultural classes in the morning and free activities in the afternoon. The principal of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy does not want others to misunderstand that their academy is so unique. After all, since it is a soul master academy, the focus must be on cultivation, with culture as a supplement. Otherwise, one could simply go to an ordinary school for studies. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. Actually, I find it not surprising at all when any bad thing happens to Tang San. Variant 1 of the Douluo World is not fun. I originally thought I was already bad enough. But compared to this top-tier scumbag Tang San, there's still quite a gap. Variant 1 Douluo World, this is very normal. Our rank on the trash list is so low. And how high is that big boss Tang San's rank? There's simply no comparison. In the 1 Variant Douluo World, Goose Exam, although my 3 brothers and I are not good people, at least we understand the basic principle of being grateful and repaying kindness. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Holy Soul Village, Parker, Tang San. Did you see? Even the academy you used to attend and the blacksmith shop you worked at have issued statements. It's clear that what you said about being too busy to come back and visit the village chief is just a deceptive excuse. Stop thinking of yourself as the only smart one and treating others like they're all brainless fools. Parker smiled at the sullen-faced Tang San in front of him, feeling a lot of the frustration in his heart dissipate as he read the comments in the barrage area mocking Tang San. Variant Douluo World, Saint Soul Village, Chief Jack Sai. Parker, forget it. Let's just say I misjudged someone. Variant one of the Douluo World, Holy Soul Village. Parker, Village Chief. You are too kind-hearted. Forget it. Since you, the Village Chief, don't want to argue, I won't bother continuing to talk to this trash, Tang San. Otherwise, the more I talk to him, the more disgusting I feel. After saying that, Parker glanced disdainfully at Tang San in front of him and turned to leave. Wait, Parker. Tang San, believe I have not offended you. But you have taken our conversation and discussed it all in the bullet comments. Such aggressiveness. Today, if you don't give me an explanation, it won't be so easy for you to leave here. At this moment, Tang San suddenly stepped forward and blocked Parker's way. The village chief, Old Jack, and Parker may not want to argue, but Tang San wants to settle the score with Parker. What? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity and take action against me? Don't forget, you grew up eating the meals provided by Holy Soul Village. My family has helped you a lot. Parker took a few steps back, feeling a bit flustered. After all, he was just an ordinary person. And even though Tang San was just a teenager, it would still be very easy for him to deal with this ordinary person. Here is a gold soul coin. It should be enough to repay you for those meals. Saying this, Tang San took a gold soul coin out of his storage soul tool and threw it at Parker. However, whether it was intentional or unintentional, the gold soul coin just happened to hit Parker's tear ducts. Immediately, Parker's tears and snot started flowing uncontrollably. On the other side, it seems Tang San has been broken down by this Parker. Ning Rongrong looked at Parker's miserable state, her little fists clenched tightly. Perhaps, after speaking, Shen Cangqiong saw that Tang San was about to take action against Parker. So he quickly stepped forward and slapped the back of Tang San's head before his fist could reach Parker. Instantly, Tang San, who had a cold expression, was hit hard and saw stars, even feeling a sense of confusion about where he was and what he was doing. Senior Shun, what is the meaning of this? After a long time, Tang San finally recovered from his confusion of who am I, where am I, what am I going to do? Just as he was about to get angry, he realized that the person who ambushed him was Shen Cangqiong, this calamity, and could only ask with frustration. Slap. Shen Cangqiong didn't say a word and slapped the back of Tang San's head again, then said calmly, apologize. Uncle Parker, I'm sorry. Although Tang San was furious, he had to bow his head under the roof, especially after seeing the faint, almost imperceptible smile on Shen Cangqiong's face. Tang San was even more certain that if he refused to apologize, the consequences would definitely be miserable. Tang San, when you came to our Douluo continent, although your body was still small, your thinking was already that of an adult. I won't say anything inappropriate, like it's the father's fault for not educating. But I still want to advise you. Actions have consequences, and comparing oneself to videos is essential. If you continue to act recklessly like this, you might still top the negative list next time. After lecturing Tang San, Parker turned to Shen Cangqiong and bowed slightly to show his gratitude. Chapter 129. Bibi Dong finally meets Xiaojing, just as Shen Cangqiong and the others were waiting in Holy Soul Village for Flandra to finish sending people back. Blue Tyrant Academy was in an uproar due to the arrival of Pope Bibi Dong. Blue Tyrant Academy student A. Wow, is this His Holiness the Pope? I never expected to witness the grace of His Holiness in my lifetime. Blue Tyrant Academy student B. I don't know why, but I originally shared the same hobby as Senior Shun. Yet when I saw His Holiness, I couldn't even muster a hint of disrespect. Blue Tyrant Academy student C. You're tough, unlike me, who only dares to look at that alluring Hua Lina following the Pope. Blue Tyrant Academy student D. Speaking of which, Hua Lina is quite lucky she hasn't been secretly dealt with by the Wuhuan Temple. Blue Tyrant Academy President's Office. Bibi Dong, why have you come to our Blue Tyrant Academy? Closing the door to isolate the discussions of the outside students. Lu Erlong finally sat back down and asked. Lu Erlong didn't know what kind of emotions Bibi Dong felt toward her now, but seeing Bibi Dong, all she felt was pity for her. Where is Yu Xiaojing? Bibi Dong countered. She didn't sense Yu Xiaojing's presence when she was at the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy. I don't know. He went out with Cangqiong to catch those listed on the negative list. Lu Erlong shook her head. With his level 29 soul power, he dares to go catch those on the negative list? A slightly sickly smile appeared on Bibidong's face. Are you all right? Lu Erlong frowned slightly. She felt that Bibidong's state seemed a bit off. What could possibly be wrong with me? It's you who chose a younger man as your husband. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for being an old cow eating young grass? Bibidong said. What others say or think has nothing to do with me. Lu Erlong has always been this way. Once she decides on something, even if everyone opposes her, she chooses to ignore it. You're still the same as before. Bibidong recalled that even when most of the Douluo continent was mocking Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing, Lu Erlong never shied away from it. You don't want to discuss these unnutritious topics with me, do you? Lu Erlong said, somewhat speechlessly. I just want to understand what kind of person my rival was back then. Bibidong smiled. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Bibidong and Lu Erlong sat together to chat. I am now Tang Sanqiong's person, not your rival. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes. To be honest, if this had been a few years ago, Bibidong saying this would have made Lu Erlong secretly delighted. But now, she had willingly allowed Shen Cangqiong to do as he wished, and mentioning Yu Xiaojing wouldn't stir any feelings in her. Yes, we are not rivals. We never were. We were just two pitiful people who were played around by Yu Xiaojing. As she spoke, Bibidong's voice grew increasingly hollow. You can also find someone who truly cherishes you and marry them. After all, with your age and soul power level, you have a long road ahead. Rather than living in pain, it's better to let go and embrace a new life. For example, my past love for Yu Xiaojing was definitely not less than yours. But Haven T, I already thrown him into a corner long ago. Lu Erlong didn't know what to say and could only use her own experiences to comfort Bibidong. Unfortunately, I'm not like you. You could start over, but I no longer have that chance. Still, I have to thank you. I really didn't expect that at this moment it would be you, Lu Erlong, the person I once wanted to kill, who would sincerely help me. As she spoke with a smile, tears again flowed from the corners of Bibidong's eyes. Seeing Bibidong cry, Lu Erlong felt numb and sighed inwardly, lamenting how deeply Yu Xiaojing had hurt Bibidong. All right, I'm going to find Yu Xiaojing. I won't disturb you any longer. After a moment, Bibidong broke the silence in the room, wiped the tears from her face, and, as she stood up to open the door, she instantly returned to the way she was before entering. I hope you'll be okay. Lu Erlong saw Bibidong off at the Lamba Academy, watching as she gradually walked away, silently saying in her heart. On the other side, for a period of time afterward, Shen Cangqiong continued to lead the group from Lamba Academy around Douluo continent. During this time, they reaped a lot. One noon after finishing lunch, just as Shen Cangqiong was preparing to pack up and pursue the next target closest to them, two figures suddenly flew down from the sky. Bibidong? Upon recognizing who it was, Shen Cangqiong instinctively exclaimed. Shen Cangqiong, we finally meet. Bibidong, accompanied by Hulaina, walked slowly to a few meters away from Shen Cangqiong and greeted him. What brings you here? Are you here for someone? After speaking, Shen Cangqiong looked at Yu Xiaojing, whose face had suddenly changed not far away. Yes, I came for Yu Xiaojing. Bibidong didn't beat around the bush and directly admitted it. You want to teach Yu Xiaojing a lesson yourself? Shen Cangqiong speculated. Shen Cangqiong wouldn't think that after seeing the exposed actions of Yu Xiaojing in the comparison video, Bibidong would choose to forgive him after being sad for a few days. You guessed right. But don't worry, once everything is over, I will compensate you. How about it? Bibidong smiled. That's fine, but don't kill him. Shen Cangqiong wouldn't refuse Bibidong's request, even if there was no compensation. After all, it was an extremely rare scene for Bibidong to personally teach Yu Xiaojing a lesson. Thank you. Bibidong nodded, then looked at the dazed Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing, do you know what the effects of these pills are? At this moment, Bibidong didn't strike directly, but took out several jade bottles containing pills from her storage soul guide. Dong Ea. Yu Xiaojing trembled as he called out. Do you know? These pills were all acquired for you. For example, this bottle contains only one pill, but it can help you break through from level 29 to level 30. As she spoke, Bibidong opened one of the jade bottles and took out the pill inside. Chapter 130. Bibidong ruins Yu Xiaojing. Tang San follows suit. Gulp. Seeing the great soul master pill in Bibidong's hand, Yu Xiaojing momentarily forgot his unease and swallowed. Do you want it? Bibidong was very pleased with Yu Xiaojing's reaction. Dongar, E. Looking at the great soul master pill in Bibidong's hand, Yu Xiaojing struggled to look away, wanting to say something. Slap. However, before Yu Xiaojing could say anything, Bibidong slapped him across the face, her expression suddenly turning from a smile to a chilling coldness. Shut up. Dong is not something you can call. Cough, cough. On this side, Yu Xiaojing, who was slapped away by Bibidong, turned pale and coughed up a few bloody teeth. I originally thought that as long as I could help you, everything would be worth it. Now that I think about it, it was completely my one-sided wish. Bibi Dong walked up to the fallen Yu Xiaojiang, looking down at him from above, and then began to apply pressure with the finger holding the Great Soul Master Pill. No! Seeing the hope of breaking through to level 30 about to be crushed before his eyes. Yu Xiaojiang forgot the pain in his body and hurriedly got up to shout for her to stop. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong intended for Yu Xiaojiang to witness the hope of his breakthrough being destroyed right in front of him. So how could she choose to stop? What a waste. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang, disregarding everything else, hurriedly knelt down to search for the shattered pieces of the Great Soul Master Pill. But he was destined to be disappointed. Given Bibi Dong's strength, the Great Soul Master Pill had long been completely crushed into powder, so how could any fragments be left behind? Are you feeling heartbroken? Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaojiang, who was kneeling on the ground, searching for fragments of the Great Soul Master Pill, feeling an indescribable sense of pleasure. Bibi Dong, you've gone too far. After searching for a long time and finding nothing, Yu Xiaojiang, not knowing where his courage came from, stood up and pointed at Bibi Dong, berating her. Slap. Yu Xiaojiang was once again slapped away by Bibi Dong. This is my property. What business is it of yours? Besides, what is my status? And what is your status as a waste, to dare speak to me like this? However, Bibi Dong was clearly not done yet. She would only make Yu Xiaojiang grimace in pain, but wouldn't Ti truly injure him. Bibi Dong, are you even reasonable? Didn't you say these pills were for me? Yu Xiaojiang spat out some more broken teeth in anger. Damn it. I'm really impressed by this guy Yu Xiaojiang. How does he manage to turn his own problems into someone else's? Not far away, by Shen Cangqiong, watching all this, said in shock. What's so strange about it? Shen Cangqiong, however, was unfazed. After all, in the original story, when Yu Xiaojiang first went to ask Bibi Dong for the cultivation method for the twin martial souls, Bibi Dong didn't give it to him. As a result, instead of looking for reasons within himself, Yu Xiaojiang boldly confronted Bibi Dong. With this incident as a foundation, Shen Cangqiong wouldn't find anything Yu Xiaojiang did to be shocking anymore. Isn't this still nothing? Bai Qinxiang looked at Shen Cangqiong, her expression even more shocked. She truly couldn't imagine how shameless Yu Xiaojiang could be. In response, Shen Cangqiong simply smiled and did not say much more. At this moment, not only Bai Qinxiang and the others were shocked by what Yu Xiaojiang had just said, but even Bibi Dong was taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's thought process, suddenly feeling a wave of doubt in her heart about what exactly attracted her to this man back in the day. However, Bibi Dong quickly regained her composure, looking at Yu Xiaojiang's eyes fixed tightly on the jade bottle in her hand, showing no signs of embarrassment for her shameless words, causing her interest to wane. She felt foolish for thinking she could provoke Yu Xiaojiang with her words. With someone like Yu Xiaojiang, in certain aspects, he was already invincible. If she wanted to make him feel something, she could only target his weaknesses. Otherwise, he wouldn't take it to heart at all. Thinking of this, a cold smile flashed across Bibi Dong's lips. She raised her hands, and under the changing expression of Yu Xiaojiang, she brought her hands together and then apart. No! This time, Yu Xiaojiang did not get hit, but his mournful cry echoed through the skies, startling a small bird flying overhead, nearly causing it to fall from the air. Ha! Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's wail and seeing him trembling on the ground, like a rat scavenging for the powder scattered on the grass, whether it belonged to the jade bottle or the elixirs, Bibi Dong finally laughed heartily. Yu Xiaojiang, these elixirs were originally a birthday gift I prepared for you, since they were meant for you. Then destroying them in front of you when you're unworthy of having them is their best ending. This way, it can also declare to the world that we are now strangers. After saying this, a cold glint flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. The next moment, Yu Xiaojiang, who had just been searching for the elixir powder on the grass, suddenly widened his eyes, desperately covering his vital points with his hands, and fell to the ground silently. On the other side, several male students from Lamba Academy shuddered at this scene and instinctively protected their own vital points. Especially Tang San, who had already experienced this once, was now drenched in cold sweat, feeling a faint pain in the area that had been healed by the Nine-Heart Sea Star. Tang San, I previously helped you find a way to heal you because of Yu Xiaojiang. Now that there is no longer any relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and me, I naturally have to settle this score with you. With these words, Bibi Dong made her move again. Since Bibi Dong could love everything related to Yu Xiaojiang, she could certainly hate everything related to him as well. A moment later, are you done? Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but marvel at how fierce Bibi Dong could be. Yes, this is my compensation for you. Bibi Dong nodded and took out 2 tokens engraved with the character East from her storage soul guide. What is this? Shen Cangqiong took the token and examined it from all angles. This is my personal token. Each one allows me to do one thing for the token holder, BB Dong explained. Anything can be done? Shen Cangqiong put away the token, feeling it was similar to the favors from Ayin. As long as it's something I can do, it can be done, BB Dong nodded. Chapter 131. Encountering the Four Elements Academy. Alright, since BB Dong said that anything she can do is fine, then one token will be for BB Dong herself, and the other for Qianren Xue. That seems fine, right? It's a pity that if I could get one more token. I could also include Hulaina. Determined, Shen Cangqiong greedily thought in his heart. By the way, I want to leave Nana with you at Lamba Academy for a while. Is that okay? At this moment, Bibidong's voice came again, interrupting Shen Cangqiong's thoughts. Why? Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong looked at the silent Hulaina beside him, guessing that BB Dong might have already discussed this with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so unresponsive. Next, I will be in seclusion for a while. But you also know that Nana will eventually expose the Spear Hall. I'm worried that during the time I am in seclusion and cannot protect her, the people from the worship hall will do her harm. BB Dong gently stroked Hulaina's hair, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. Then how about another token? Shen Cangqiong asked. Sure. Saying this, BB Dong took out another token from her storage soul guide and handed it to Shen Cangqiong. Don't worry. Hulaina will definitely be safe by my side. Taking the token, Shen Cangqiong patted his own chest and assured her. Then I'll leave it to you. Although BB Dong felt that Shen Cangqiong's smile was somewhat off, she didn't think much of it. After softly instructing a few words to Hulaina, she soared towards the direction of the Spirit Hall. Shen Cangqiong, what should we do now? Should we return to Lamba Academy, or continue to catch those on the trash list? Bai Chunxiang, seeing that Shen Cangqiong had finished discussing serious matters, quickly walked over and asked. Of course, we should continue to catch those on the trash list, Shen Cangqiong said without hesitation. That's good. In fact, Bai Chinxiang also didn't want to return to Lamba Academy so soon because of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. After all, there were only 100 people on the trash list, excluding those who couldn't be captured. By the time they returned Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San to Lamba Academy and came out again, they would probably have been caught already. Tell Flander I will give him half an hour to bandage Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's wounds. After half an hour, we will set off to catch the next person on the trash list. To be honest, Shen Cangqiong didn't know what Flander was really thinking. He usually called Yu Xiaojiang little gang, like he was his own brother. But when something really happened, Flander always managed to stay quietly on the sidelines, watching his people get taught a lesson. It was the same with the previous Xiao Wujia and Tang Hao, and now with BB Dong and Yu Xiaojiang. Okay, Bai Chinxiang replied cheerfully. By the way, how did you find us? After Bai Chinxiang left, Shen Cangqiong turned to Hulaina and asked. The teacher is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. It's quite simple to find someone who isn't deliberately hiding, Hulaina explained, retracting her gaze from Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. So that's how it is. Shen Cangqiong nodded, then casually chatted with Hulaina. 5 days later, there were really a lot of people gathered here. Outside the city of slaughter, Jiang Zhu jumped off the carriage and saw that at least 10,000 people had gathered here, which made her a bit speechless. After all, this is the confrontation between the Spirit Hall and the Hao Yin sect. It's normal for many people to come and watch. Ning Rongrong followed closely and jumped off the carriage, saying lightly, I don't know where the Hao Yin sect got the courage to dare confront the Spirit Hall now. Bai Chinxiang scoffed. I really don't understand. What is the situation with the Spirit Hall? They have been confronting the Hao Yin sect outside the city of slaughter for almost 3 days. Why haven't they made a move? Tai Long asked in confusion. Who knows? Ma Hongjun shrugged. Brother Cangqiong, is that you? At this moment, a clear female voice suddenly came from not far away. It's me. You are. Shui Yue, right? Hearing her name being called, Shen Cangqiong turned to look in the direction of the voice and immediately saw a blue figure running towards him quickly, followed by a group of people from the Four Elements Academy. Am I that famous? Brother Cangqiong was able to recognize me. Shui Yue's face turned slightly red. It should be because you're the only one who calls Shen Cangqiong Brother Cangqiong. That's why he recognized who you are. Bai Chinxiang spoke up before Shen Cangqiong could say anything. That's still pretty good. At least, I have my own exclusive title when it comes to Brother Cangqiong. Shui Yue was not disappointed by Bai Chinxiang's words. Instead, she was quite happy. Nice to meet you, Your Highness Cangqiong. At this moment, the other students from the Four Elements Academy also came to Shen Cangqiong's side. However, because Shen Cangqiong was a titled Douluo and they didn't know his true temperament, the other students from the Four Elements Academy did not swarm around Shen Cangqiong like Shui Yue did. Instead, they stood 3 to 4 meters away and bowed. Didn't I say in the barrage section that you can call me Shen Cangqiong or Cangqiong? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. I told you, brother Cangqiong must be very approachable. Shui Yueter said proudly. Sister, don't go too far. Shui Binger looked at her sister, naturally hugging Shen Cangqiong's arm, and her face darkened a bit. Brother Cangqiong, how many of the low-ranking list members did you, from the Blue Tyrant Academy, capture? Shui Yueter ignored Shui Binger's dark expression and started chatting with Shen Cangqiong. Excluding those who were originally from our academy on the low-ranking list, we caught a total of 10. Shen Cangqiong thought for a moment and said, Hiss, you actually caught so many. We from the Four Elements Academy only caught 7 by teaming up. Shui Yueter gasped, looking at Shen Cangqiong with envy. Just like the other students from the Four Elements Academy. We were just lucky. This isn't Shen Cangqiong lying. I think a total of only 100 members on the list is still too few. In such a short time, aside from those who can't be captured, those who could be caught have already been swept clean. If there is a negative list next time, it would be great if it could rank up to 1 billion. Shui Yueter said whimsically. Hee. Shui Yueter. If the negative list really reaches 1 billion, I estimate that you will also be on the list. At this moment, Huo Wu teased. A girl like me, who is innocent and cute, how could I possibly make it onto the negative list? Shui Yueter thought that apart from being a bit infatuated, she had no other faults and had never done anything bad. If even she made it onto the negative list, then there would be no good people left on Douluo continent. People without shame are invincible. Huo Wu spat lightly. Shen Cangqiong, did you put those low-ranking list members you captured in the carriage? Yu Qianxin asked curiously. No, when we captured those low-ranking list members, the first thing we did was give them a good beating, then sent people to take them back to the Blue Tyrant Academy to lock them up. Shen Cangqiong said. Then what is that intermittent wailing sound coming from your carriage? Yu Qianxin asked curiously. Oh, that's Tang San and Yu Xiaozhang's voices. I've gotten used to hearing them these past few days. If Yu Qianxin hadn't asked, Shen Cangqiong wouldn't have even realized it. It seems the Pope is not being gentle. A complex look flashed across Yu Qianxin's face. Although Yu Xiaozhang had long been removed from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family, he was still related by blood, and Yu Qianxin felt somewhat strange. Perhaps. Shen Cangqiong shrugged. What he didn't say was that if he hadn't ordered the carriage to hurry at the fastest speed and specifically chose the roughest roads, then after a few days of rest, those two would have probably healed their wounds by now, instead of still wailing every day like they are now. Meanwhile, while Shen Cangqiong and the group were talking with the students from the Four Elements Academy, a loud voice came from the Spirit Hall's base. Dan Xiao, you should just obediently return to your rat's nest. Our Spirit Hall's grand offering is merciful and trustworthy, as long as your Haotian sect does not cause trouble. Our Spirit Hall will not wipe you out completely. But if your Haotian sect insists on entering the city of slaughter to rescue Tang San, then I'm afraid I will have to take action and send you to meet your Haotian sect's ancestors. After speaking, a figure appeared before everyone, taking on the form of a martial spirit. It was actually the second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo. Hulaina exclaimed softly, there shouldn't be anyone coming from Sea God Island. It seems that compared to the Sea God, Poseidon ultimately gave up on Tang San and is unwilling to risk the high-end combat power of Sea God Island to save him. Shen Cangqiong said, I wonder if the Haotian sect, which is struggling alone, will back down. Ning Rongrong looked at the people from the Haotian sect who were walking out from the base and planned to sit down on a chair on the carriage to watch the show. At this moment, as the people from the Haotian sect stood not far from Golden Crocodile Douluo, the atmosphere on site suddenly became strange, and many people who had specially come to watch this drama unconsciously took several steps back. What have you from the Haotian sect considered? Golden Crocodile Douluo impatiently looked at the silent members of the Haotian sect. You Spirit Hall are really bullying too much. We from the Haotian sect came here only to rescue our sect's ancestor. How is this related to your Spirit Hall? As the words of the Golden Crocodile Douluo fell, the most hot-tempered 7th elder of the Haotian sect, the son Douluo Tang Lai, could no longer control his anger and shouted out. It seems there is nothing to discuss now. Hearing this, the Golden Crocodile Douluo spoke in a calm tone, emanating a terrifying pressure. After confronting the Haotian sect for so long, he had long lost his patience with these people. If it weren't for the great offering telling him not to act unless necessary before he came out, he would have already sent these people to the heavens the moment he saw them. You only have one super Daw from the Wuhan Hall, while we have so many from the Haotian sect. If it really comes to a fight, it's hard to say who would win. After Tang Lai finished speaking, the Haotian sect, including one super Daw 2 titled Douluos, and over 20 soul Douluos and soul saints led by Tang Xiao. All unleashed their martial souls in their true forms and, as if they had agreed beforehand, charged directly at the golden crocodile Douluo. In the eyes of Tang Xiao and the others, they could take advantage of the Wuhuan Hall's negligence to unexpectedly eliminate the golden crocodile Douluo and then quickly smash the entire city of slaughter outside to rescue Tang Chen. As for the troubles afterward, they were nothing to worry about. As long as they could successfully rescue the ancestor Tang Chen, then it would be the Haoyan sect looking for trouble with the Wuhuan Hall, not the other way around. Good courage. The golden crocodile was almost infuriated by the scene before him. He had already tolerated these people from the Haoyan sect several times. Yet, instead of being grateful, they took the first strike against him. Immediately, the golden crocodile no longer held back, disregarding the numerical difference between the two sides, and leaped forward to engage in battle with the more than 20 people from the Haoyan sect. On the other side, brother Cangqiong, who do you think will win? Shui Wu asked, taking a sunflower seed from Ning Rongrong and peeling one to hand to Shen Cangqiong, blinking her eyes. Of course, the golden crocodile, Douluo, will win, Shen Cangqiong said after eating the seed. But I heard that the Haoyan sect has the Haoyan 9 absolutes and the explosion ring, which are divine skills that can completely allow them to fight at a higher level. Shui Wu expressed her doubts. Divine skills? Those are just deceptive words. How could someone who isn't even a god possibly research so-called divine skills? Moreover, we're divine skills. They're skills of the gods. How could a mortal dare to use divine skills? Not to mention whether a mortal can activate divine skills, even if they can, once used. That person would likely be drained dry by the divine skill. Back in the original world, every time Shen Cangqiong heard someone say that the Haoyan sect had divine skills and could easily fight at a higher level, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Not to mention, just taking games as an analogy. If you only have 1,000 mana, how can you use a skill that requires 1,000,000 mana? This is simply to flatter the protagonist to the point of losing one's mind. And don't say that the 2 divine skills of the Haoyan sect require very little mana. If those so-called divine skills of the Haoyan sect were indeed powerful and not very mana-consuming, then what need would there be for the Wuhuan Hall, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the 2 empires of Tiando and Xingluo? At that time, it would probably not even be necessary to wait until Tang San become the god to slowly transform the entire Douluo continent into Tang's territory. Rather, the Haoyan sect would have already swept through the entire Douluo continent before Tang San was even born. Chapter 133. Only Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang can suffer. I also don't believe that the so-called Haoyan 9 absolutes and explosion ring are that strong. Moreover, although our Douluo continent is weak over the past 10,000 years, countless extraordinary geniuses have emerged. Among these people, who could possibly be worse than Tang Chen? Yet, none of those people, without exception, created even one divine skill. So why should Tang Chen be able to create the Haoyan 9 absolutes and explosion ring at the age of 40 or 50? Therefore, I completely support Shen Cangqiong's statement that the Haoyan 9 absolutes and explosion ring of the Haoyan sect are just exaggerations made by those with ulterior motives or by the Haoyan sect itself. Xiao Wu said, that makes sense. If you say the Haoyan 9 absolutes and explosion ring can slightly increase combat power, I believe that. But if you say they are as powerful as the rumors suggest, I absolutely cannot believe it. For example, even if the explosion ring skill blows up the 9th spirit ring, and that 9th spirit ring is a 100,000-year spirit ring, at most it can only increase the combat power of a 100,000-year spirit beast, which is useful in evenly matched battles, but completely useless in a crushing situation. Shui Binger also said, but back when Tang Hao had just become a titled Douluo, he defeated 3 titled Douluos from the Wuhuan Hall. How do you explain that? Shui Yue asked in confusion. There are deep waters in this. Shen Cangqiong shook his head without elaborating. Of course, the reason Tang Hao could defeat Qian Xuanji, Yuguan, and Gue Mei right after becoming a titled Douluo is also simple. That is, the Shura god secretly intervened. It can be said that since Tang Chen's generation, the Shura god has been secretly helping Tang San defeat Bibi Dong until now, consistently aiding the Haoyan Tang clan from the shadows. Even the angel god was secretly taken down by the Shura god. Otherwise, Qian Rinchue's divine examination wouldn't have been so outrageous, nor would have been so disgusting. Look, the Haoyan sect is about to lose. At this moment, Xinxiang pointed at the battlefield. It's truly speechless. Grandpa said that the Haoyan hammer is so strong. And this is the result? Not to mention how Tang Xiao and those 2 titled Douluos are doing. Just these so-called soul Douluos from the Haotian sect, who can supposedly fight title Douluos, are being casually swatted away by the golden crocodile Douluo like children. Tai Long scoffed. With so many people from the Haotian sect today, are they all going to fall here? Jiang Zhu said, somewhat dumbfounded. Usually, she rarely sees even a soul saint. And now seeing so many strong people, at least at the soul saint level, possibly falling before her eyes, made her feel somewhat unreal. It shouldn't be. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong suddenly sensed a holy aura coming from afar and speculated. Sigh, golden crocodile. Just give them a lesson. As expected, just as Shen Cangqiong had guessed. When the golden crocodile's soul skill was about to hit Tang Xiao, a figure with a holy aura spoke. All right, Qian Oliu's words, the golden crocodile could not ignore. After directing his soul skill to the ground, he could only reluctantly cease his attack. Tang Xiao, I told you, don't think about saving Tang Chun. Don't think about bargaining. My patience is limited. Now you can scram. After stopping the golden crocodile, Qian Douluo did not appear, leaving behind a few cold warnings before returning to the spirit city. Hoo, let's go. Tang Xiao knew that the situation was untenable. Covering his injured arm, panting heavily and reluctantly, ordered a retreat. Half an hour later, Shen Cangqiong, I didn't expect you to come as well. At this moment, the grand drama between the spirit hall and the Haotian sect had completely ended. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to leave with the group from Lamba Academy, the familiar voice of Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, suddenly came. Since all the scum list participants that could be captured had already been caught, there was nothing else to do, so it was natural to come and watch the show. Shen Cangqiong smiled. He had thought that after their last meeting, he had offended this first beauty, and she would no longer take the initiative to speak to him again. How many scum list participants did you catch? As she spoke, Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, looked at Dai Mubai and Oscar among Shen Cangqiong's team. Not counting those who were already on the list from Lamba Academy, we caught a total of 10. Shen Cangqiong repeated to Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue. That's impressive. Our Tiando royal family sent out over 1,000 people and only caught 5. Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, smiled wryly. By the way, can we make a deal? After a pause, Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, seemed to think of something, her eyes brightening. What kind of deal? Shen Cangqiong asked. The scum list participants caught by our Tiando royal family can be taught a lesson by your people from Lamba Academy. Likewise, our Tiando royal family people can also teach a lesson to the scum list participants from your Lamba Academy. How about it? Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue said. That would be a loss for us. Shen Cangqiong made a difficult expression. How about this? I can take charge and let you choose 5 treasures from our Tiando Palace's treasury. What do you think? Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, thought for a moment and added some benefits for Shen Cangqiong. Any kind of treasure? Shen Cangqiong thought of the sea god's trident. Although it was of no use to him, it was a true priceless treasure for Tang San. To prevent Tang San from obtaining it by chance again, Shen Cangqiong felt it was better to keep it with him. Any kind of treasure. Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, nodded casually. After all, the child sells the father's field without feeling pain. All right, but we need to agree on this first. The people your Tiando royal family can teach a lesson to can only be the 10 scum list participants we caught. Shen Cangqiong said. What conditions would it take to include Tang San and the others? Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, was mainly focused on several of the top-ranking scum list participants. And if they weren't included, there would be no point. How about this? Consider it that you owe me 4 favors. Just right, Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, Dai Mubai, and Oscar each owe 1 favor. Shen Cangqiong offered his opinion without any good intentions. It must be something I can do. If you want me to give you the Tiando throne, that is impossible. Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, hesitated for a moment and said, don't worry, it will definitely be something you can do. Shen Cangqiong smiled and nodded. It would just be a bit tough on Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. But once he killed them, just some hardship. Chapter 134, Power Ranking. Brother Cangqiong, can I join with my sister? But I don't have any treasures to give you. How about I become your wife? If that is not enough, I can also add my sister Shui Binger. Wu. Before Shui Yuer could finish her sentence, she was covered by Shui Binger beside her, who looked like she wanted to eat her. Young Master Shun, I'm sorry. My sister often speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. After suppressing Shui Yuer, Shui Binger explained a bit awkwardly. It's fine. Actually, I quite like Shui Yuer's personality. Having someone like her around makes life much more enjoyable. But to be honest, you and Shui Yuer really don't look like sisters. Rather, you seem more like the older sister, and Shui Yuer looks more like the younger sister. With a girl like Shui Yuer who is cheerful and lively and doesn't play tricks, very few people would feel disgusted. And Shen Cangqiong certainly wouldn't be one of those few. Many who don't know much about me and my sister think the same. Shui Binger often hears this. Maybe it's because you have a more mature appearance. Unlike Shui Yuer, who has a baby face. Xiao Wu said from the side, Brother Cangqiong, do you prefer my baby face or my sister's mature style? At that moment, Shui Yuer, who had just escaped Shui Binger's control, ran to Shen Cangqiong's side and asked, I like both. Didn't you see the evaluation of me in the comparison video? I'm a true gem. Shen Cangqiong joked with a smile. As soon as the words came out, everyone present remembered that Shen Cangqiong was ranked 10th on the scum list. And he was even listed for being a good husband in the evaluation of being a gem. The instigator, Shui Yuer, was now staring blankly at Shen Cangqiong, not knowing how to respond. All right, let us leave here first. More and more people are coming toward us, probably because they saw Shen Cangqiong and want to get closer. After a while, it was still Shui Qinghe. Qianrenshua, who first regained her senses, looked at the people approaching and reminded. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day at noon, Shui Yuer was muttering in the restaurant about how the comparison video hadn't released the new rankings yet when it seemed that the comparison video heard Shui Yuer's murmurs and suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. Today, the power ranking list and the national activity will be announced, along with new character comparisons. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Yuer from Shui Yu Academy. Could it be that the comparison video heard my voice? Variant 1 Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Xiao Wu. It's obviously a coincidence. After all, you're not someone who compares videos. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Unknown, National Event. It won't be like the garbage ranking again, where we ordinary people can only watch the show and eat melons, right? Variant 1, Unknown from the Douluo World. Does your Soul Hall in World 2 not issue an order that any ordinary person can pay 1 silver soul coin to choose to teach a lesson to a ranked challenger caught by the Soul Hall? Unknown from the original Douluo World 2. No, we don't have that. Damn, is your World 1 that enjoyable? Unknown from the original Douluo World 2. I wish I could come to your World 1. At that time, not to mention teaching a ranked challenger a lesson for just 1 silver soul coin, even if it costs 10 or even 100 gold soul coins for 1 lesson. I'd still want to bring my child along. Now we will announce the list of challengers on the strength ranking. Note, those ranked on the strength ranking are allowed to be challenged. If the challenger wins, they can take the rank of the challenged. If the challenger loses, they cannot challenge anyone on the strength ranking for 7 days. Rank 1000, Li Wanner from both worlds. Innate strength, 100. Acquired strength, 19,000. Support strength, 0. Reward. The ranked challenger can earn a point of comparison video credits every day. Rank 901, Mo Xiao Wu from both worlds. Innate strength, 110. Acquired strength, 2,500. Support strength, 0. Reward. The ranked challenger can earn 100 points of comparison video credits every day. Rank 801, Oscar from both worlds. Innate strength, 100. Acquired strength, 100. Support strength, 30,000. Reward. The ranked challenger can earn 200 points of comparison video credits every day. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. What does this auxiliary combat power mean? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Anonymous. It should be specifically prepared for auxiliary, healing, and food-type soul masters, right? I remember that this Oscar's martial soul is a dumpling. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Speaking of which, those soul masters whose martial souls are not among the combat martial souls. Can we low-level assault-type soul masters also take on the challenge? In the comparison video, during the challenge, both sides will enter a special challenge arena. At that time, support power can also exert corresponding strength. And there won't be any loopholes. Variant number 1 of the Douluo World, Unknown. What a pity. Rank 501, Li Lang from 2 worlds. Innate combat power, 120. Acquired combat power, 50,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 500 comparison video points daily. Rank 101, Ning Fengji from 2 worlds. Innate combat power, 120. Acquired combat power, 100. Auxiliary combat power, 80,000. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 900 comparison video points daily. Rank 61, Yi Ling Long from 2 worlds. Innate combat power, 100. Acquired combat power, 100. Auxiliary combat power, 115,000. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 940 comparison video points daily. Rank 51, Tang Lai from 2 worlds. Innate combat power, 150. Acquired combat power, 130,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 950 comparison video points daily. Rank 19. Emerald Swan BG from 2 Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 160. Acquired Combat Power, 75,000. Auxiliary Combat Power, 150,000. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 982 comparison video points daily. Chapter 135. Top 3 in Combat Power Rankings. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. We're starting to face fierce beasts. It's just right to use this power ranking to see who is stronger between us humans and soul beasts. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. Although our Variant 2 world doesn't have Shen Cangqiong, I still believe Shen Cangqiong is the strongest. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. I also believe Shen Cangqiong is the strongest. After all, according to rumors, Tang Hao could already fight against the 100,000-year Titan giant ape before becoming a title Douluo. Moreover, there are rumors that the Titan giant ape, which can compete with ordinary soul beasts of 10,000 years, even at 100 years old, does not fall behind. This shows Tang Hao's strength. However, when Tang Hao fought against Shen Cangqiong, he couldn't even break through the defense of Shen Cangqiong's finger. All of this clearly indicates Shen Cangqiong's invincibility. Variant 1, Unknown in the Douluo world. There are more and more offenders now. Variant 2, Unknown in the original Douluo world. Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. How did it turn into being an offender? It seems that admitting others are excellent is still too difficult for some people. Tied for 19th place. Yu Engine from 2 Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 160. Acquired Battle Power, 225,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 982 comparison video points every day. Tied for 19th place. Tang Hao from 2 Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 160. Acquired Battle Power, 225,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 982 comparison video points every day. 17th place. Xin from 2 Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 242,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 984 comparison video points every day. 14th place. Helldragon King ZG from 2 Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 260,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 987 comparison video points every day. 13th place. Three-Headed Red Demon Hound Shi Wang from 2 Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 268,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 988 comparison video points every day. 12th place. Ice Emperor Scorpion Bingdi from 2 Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 190. Acquired Battle Power, 273,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 989 comparison video points every day. 11th place. Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear Xiong from 2 Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 200. Acquired Battle Power, 280,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 990 comparison video points every day. 10th place. Demon Eye Magic Tree Wanyao Wang from 2 Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 285,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 991 comparison video points every day. Variant 1 of Douluo World Anonymous. Why are all the beasts on the list at this time? Variant number 1 in the Douluo world, Nameless. Don't worry. It should be our turn for the strong ones on the human side soon. Moreover, I have always had confidence in Shen Cangqiong. 9th place. Dugabo from the variant number 1 Douluo world. Innate Combat Power, 140. Acquired Combat Power, 300,000. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. True Law Combat Power, 3,000. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 992 comparison video points every day. Tied for 9th place. The Golden Crocodile from 2 Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 190. Acquired Combat Power, 302,950. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 992 comparison video points every day. 8th place. Qian Daolu from 2 Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 180. Acquired Combat Power, 392,000. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 993 comparison video points every day. 7th place, Poseidon from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 395. 000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 994 comparison video points every day. 6th place, Tang San from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 400. 000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 995 comparison video points every day. Note, currently under control, unable to exert full strength, but the strongest strength is still calculated. Variant 1 Douluo World, Ju Yueguan. Old poisonous thing. You actually managed to rank this high. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Poisoned Bow. Hee. All of this is thanks to my little friend, Xiao Wu. From now on, you won't be able to bully me anymore. Instead, I can have some fun with you. Variant 1 Douluo World, Jude's Douluo Yueguan. You think it's quite beautiful. Do you think I'm stupid? I won't meet you alone anymore. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Poisoned Bow. Damn. Do you even have any shame left? Rank 5, Lu Erlong from Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Innate combat power, 150. Acquired combat power, 400. 000. Support combat power, 0. True law combat power, 50. 000. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 996 comparison video points daily. Rank 4, BB Dong from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 1. 000. Acquired combat power, 498. 000. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 997 comparison video points daily. Note, currently unable to unleash full power, but still calculated based on their strongest capability. Rank 3, Ice Empress Shui from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 200. Acquired combat power, 500. 000. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 998 comparison video points daily. Chapter 136, Shen Cangqiong not making it onto the combat power ranking. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If this battle power ranking had been announced 2 days earlier, the Li family wouldn't have taken advantage of Shen Cangqiong's absence from the Lamba Academy to ambush Lu Erlong. In the conference hall, Sword Douluo Qinshin shook his head, gloatingly mourning for the Li family. This can only be said to be the misfortune of the Li family. After all, no one would have expected Lu Erlong to become a super Douluo from a soul sage in such a short time. The speed of her soul power advancement is simply more outrageous than Shen Cangqiong's. You don't know. When I rushed over to rescue Lu Erlong and saw her blow just one breath, sending Li family's ancestor, an 81st level soul Douluo, flying away, I was utterly shocked in that moment. Bon Douluo Gurong, although not as gloating as Qinshin, still teased the Li family in his words. But when he mentioned Lu Erlong, his expression turned unusually serious. The people of the Li family are just a bunch of fools. They thought that having a junior in their family as the fiancé of the Snow Avalanche Prince meant they could act recklessly. Now it's all good. When the Snow Knight Emperor heard this news, he flew into a rage. Not only did he ignore Snow Avalanche's pleas, but he also directly ordered the arrest of everyone in the Li family from top to bottom and sent them to the heavenly prison. It was obvious that the Snow Knight Emperor intended to hand over all the Li family members to Shen Cangqiong for handling when he returned. This was something anyone with keen eyes could see, and Sword Douluo Qinshin naturally wouldn't miss it. It's just a pity for Snow Avalanche. He clearly did nothing wrong, just pleading for the Li family without knowing the truth, and ended up being severely punished by the Snow Knight Emperor. The more Bon Douluo Gurong spoke, the more his smile grew, and even Ning Fengji and Qinshin beside him couldn't help but laugh. They, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, supported Prince Shui Qinghe, so seeing Snow Avalanche in trouble was naturally something to be happy about. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Spear Hall. I never expected this. BB Dong, this woman, has hidden so deeply. If it weren't for the exposure of the comparison video, we would probably have been kept in the dark by her forever. Inside the worship hall, the 3 offerings felt a bit scared. Usually, they often anger BB Dong. If she holds a grudge, she might find any excuse to trouble them one day. Should we take advantage of the fact that she can't use all her strength right now to eliminate her? At this moment, the second offering, Golden Crocodile, made a gesture to eliminate BB Dong while looking at Qin Daolu. No matter what, she is Shui Heir's mother. At most, we can let her do whatever she wants in the future, and we won't interfere. Seeing Golden Crocodile's action, Qin Daolu shook his head from the position at the top. In fact, Douluo was also quite shocked by BB Dong's true strength. He had always thought that as long as he wanted, he could suppress BB Dong at any time. But from the current situation, it was clear that he was overthinking. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this? Although Shui Er's relationship with BB Dong is not very good. After all, BB Dong is Shui Er's biological mother. If we really harmed BB Dong, Shui Er would probably be furious. Reminded by Douluo, Golden Crocodile slapped his own head and said with a wry smile, "All right, from now on, everyone pay attention and don't provoke BB Dong like before. She won't make things difficult for you. After all, you are all the backbone of our spirit hall. And BB Dong won't be foolish enough to destroy her own foundation." Douluo concluded firmly. Yes, a uniform response echoed in the worship hall. Variant 1. The Douluo World of Wind and Wind Tower. Hiss. According to the current rankings, Her Holiness the Pope should be the strongest among female soul masters. But she is too low-key. I often hear about the great names of the Haotian Douluo, as well as the impressive deeds of the Sword Do, Bone Douluo, Poison Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo, who are active in front of people, but I have never heard any rumors about Her Holiness the Pope. Shui Wu looked at the comparison video featuring BB Dong's name, full of admiration. What use is fame? Shui Binger said lightly beside her. She herself is a low-key person, so she understands BB Dong's low-key approach very well. TCH. Even though we are sisters, we really can't compare. Shui Wu rolled her eyes at Shui Binger and then shifted her gaze to Shen Cangqiong's face. Brother Cangqiong, if nothing unexpected happens, you must be the number 1 on the combat power ranking. Maybe. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong smiled and glanced at the somewhat displeased Shui Qinghe, Qian Renshua, beside him, unconcerned. It's not maybe, it's definitely. Shui Wu huffed and waved her little pink fist, redirecting her attention back to the comparison video. Second place, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Dition, from 2 Worlds. Innate combat power, 300. Acquired combat power, 51,500. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The listed individual in this ranking can earn 999 comparison video points every day. Tied for second place, the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, Lon Di, from 2 Worlds. Innate combat power, 300. Acquired combat power, 51,500. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The listed individual in this ranking can earn 999 comparison video points every day. First place, the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yina, from 2 Worlds. Innate combat power, 500. Acquired combat power, 1 million. Auxiliary combat power, 200,000. Reward. The listed individual in this ranking can earn 1,000 comparison video points every day. Variant 1, Douluo World, Shui Wu from the Water Academy. What kind of trick is this? It's one thing that I'm not on the list. But why isn't Brother Cangqiong on it either? Variant 2, Original Douluo World, Anonymous. Exactly. Even Tang Hao, a defeated opponent, can rank 19th. So why is Grandfather Shen not on the list? Comparing the videos, did you make a mistake? Or is there a 0 rank we don't know about? Variant No, one of the Douluo World, Anonymous. Doesn't this just prove that Shen Cangqiong's combat power is actually all inflated by Yushin fans? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Anonymous. Are you stupid? Can't you see what the situation is now? If there are no strong individuals among us humans to suppress the Soul Beast clan, who knows, you might just fall asleep one day and never wake up again. Chapter 137. The Young Hero Combat Power Ranking Comparison Video. The current list being issued belongs to the older generation. Those aged under 26 will not be included in this list. The next list to be announced will be the Combat Power Ranking for the young generation under 26. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wu from Shrek Academy. So that's how it is. Then there's no problem. I was really scared just now. Variant 1, Douluo World Thunder Academy Yu Tianxin. Doesn't this mean that I also have a chance to enter the Battle Power Rankings? Oh no, wait. It's a chance to enter the Genius Battle Power Rankings. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy, Wu. My requirements aren't high. As long as I can rank around the 100th place, that would be fine. This way, in about 120 days, I can exchange for 100,000 year soul bone. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Plan Academy, Yao Zi, Wu. This doesn't seem like your character. I remember you were quite competitive. In the first variant of the Douluo World, at the Blaze Academy, Wu, my ranking is too high, and I am often challenged. So I hardly have any time to cultivate. It's not worth it at all just to gain a few extra points in comparison videos every day. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Feng Xiaodian from the Wind and Cloud Academy. From now on, I will be the protector of Fire Dance Sister. Anyone who wants to challenge Fire Dance Sister must first defeat me. Otherwise, I will find 100 people to challenge every day. leaving the opponent with no time to sleep. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, at the Blaze Academy, Wu said, "Stop talking nonsense. I can handle anything myself. No need for you to meddle." As the crowd in the barrage area spoke, the voice from the comparison video played again. The list of those who made it onto the Talented Combat Power Rankings was about to be announced. Note 1. The rules for the Talented Combat Power Rankings are exactly the same as those for the Combat Power Rankings. Note 2. Those on the Talented Combat Power Rankings can choose to challenge those on the Combat Power Rankings, while those on the Combat Power Rankings cannot challenge those on the Talented Combat Power Rankings. Note 3. Those who hold rankings on both the Talented Combat Power Rankings and the Combat Power Rankings will receive 2 comparison video points corresponding to the rankings of both lists. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Xiao Wu from the Water Academy. Wow. I can get 2 comparison video points. Doesn't this greatly reduce the time needed to exchange for the soul bone with a 10,000-year limit? Variant 1 Douluo World Blaze Academy. Wu. You need to have that ability to do so. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Xiao Wu from the Xiao Academy. Brother Tang Cangqiong will definitely succeed. At that time, I want to watch Brother Tang Cangqiong battle against that Guyu Na, who is ranked first on the power rankings. Variant 1, Douluo World Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. 1000th place, Yu Tianhe from 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 110. Acquired Combat Power, 1000. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 1 point of comparison video credits every day. 501st place, Ling Yang from 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 110. Acquired Combat Power, 2200. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 500 points of comparison video credits every day. 101st place, by Ling from 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 3700. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 900 points of comparison video credits every day. 100th place, Oscar from 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 100. Acquired Combat Power, 100. Auxiliary Combat Power, 3800. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 901 points of comparison video credits every day. 90th place, Ma Hongjun from 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 110. Acquired Combat Power, 4100. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 911 points of comparison video credits every day. 80th place, Dai Mu Bai from 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 4400. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 921 points of comparison video credits every day. 70th place, Shui Yu Air from 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 4800. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 931 points of comparison video credits every day. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Yu from Shrek Academy. Rank 70. Not bad. Variant 1 Douluo World. Blaze Academy. Wu. You lazy bum. You should work hard on your training from now on. Otherwise, those who want to surpass your ranking might exceed you through their own efforts, and then you'll be in trouble. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Shui Yu from the Tian Shui Academy said, "I still have my sister. She absolutely ranks among the top on the talent battle power list. From now on, if anyone dares to snatch my ranking, I'll have my sister Shui Binger take care of them." Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Binger from Shrek Academy. I will not help you with this kind of thing. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Yu from the Shui Academy. If you don't help me, I will marry you off as the young patriarch of the Shui family. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Binger from the Shrek Academy. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Blaze Academy. Fire Dance. Is there anyone selected? It can't be just anyone, right? How about I bring out my brother, Fire Wushuang, to use? Variant 1 Douluo World. Qihua Academy. Hua Wushuang. I am a person, not a commodity. What do you mean by taking me out to use? In the first variant of the Douluo World, at the Qihua Academy, Hua Wu said, "Chia, Shui Binger is so beautiful. In almost every aspect, she completely outshines his peers. If she really followed you, that would be the fortune you've earned over several lifetimes. I, your sister, am willing to help you get together. You should just hide aside and secretly rejoice. But you actually dare to refute me. Truly, you are unaware of your own blessings." Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Yu from the Water Academy. Wu. As for my sister's matters, you don't need to worry about it. I have long had the best candidate. That is, before Shui Yu could finish her words, Shui Binger, unable to bear it any longer, used his soul skill to freeze her. Rank 60. Xiao Wu from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 110. Acquired combat power, 100. Support combat power, 5,500. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 941 comparison video points daily. Chapter 138. Tang Yuehua's Request. Rank 50. Yao Zi from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 120. Acquired combat power, 5,800. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 951 comparison video points daily. Rank 40. Huo Wushuang from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 130. Acquired combat power, 6,000. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 961 comparison video points daily. Rank 30. Dugi Yan from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 120. Acquired combat power, 4,200. Support combat power, 2,000. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 971 comparison video points daily. Rank 20. Yu Tianxin from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 130. Acquired combat power, 6,400. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 981 comparison video points daily. Rank 17. Huo Wu from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 130. Acquired combat power, 6,500. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 984 comparison video points daily. Rank 16. Yu Tianheng from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 140. Acquired combat power, 6,600. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 985 comparison video points daily. In the world of the number 1 variant Douluo, the unnamed character from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family finds it unacceptable. Within the family, the two individuals known as the twin stars, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, can't even make it into the top 15 of the Talented Warriors power rankings. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy, Dugian. So what rank are you? It's really funny. Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away? Number 1 variant Douluo World Anonymous, neither praising nor criticizing. On the entire Douluo continent, the younger generation has at least around 50 million people. The two brothers, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, ranking 16th and 20th among so many, is really quite impressive. 15th place, Zhu Zhuyan from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 130. Acquired combat power, 6,700. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 986 comparison video points daily. 14th place, Xiao Wu from number 1 variant Douluo World. Innate combat power, 130. Acquired combat power, 6,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. True law combat power, 800. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 987 comparison video points daily. Note, the age of a transformed soul beast is calculated from the time it becomes human. 13th place, Davis from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 140. Acquired combat power, 6,900. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 988 comparison video points daily. 12th place, Feng Xiaotian from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 150. Acquired combat power, 7,100. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 989 comparison video points daily. Variant 1 Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian. You are actually stronger than me? Variant 1 Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Huo Wushuang. Sister, haven't you realized it yet? Every time I fought with you before, Feng Xiaotian was always holding back. Variant 1 Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian from the Wind God Academy. Hehe. Mainly because Fire Dance Sister is also very strong. Otherwise, even if I wanted to hold back, it would be impossible to lose without leaving any traces. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Yuera from Shrek Academy. Feng Xiaotian, you're truly a good man. Unfortunately, being touched cannot turn into love. Moreover, with Huo Wu's personality, she is destined not to like you pursuing her in this way. Variant 1, Douluo World, Wind and Laughter Academy. Feng Xiaotian. I believe that with sincerity and determination, one can achieve anything. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Yuera of the Water Academy. It's up to you. Given her understanding of Huo Wu, she naturally knows Huo Wu's requirements for her partner. Clearly, from any perspective, Feng Xiaotian does not meet Huo Wu's standards. If it weren't for considering Feng Xiaotian as a friend, Shui Yuer wouldn't even bother to give a reminder. Rank 11, Yi Lingling from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 100. Acquired combat power, 100. Support combat power, 7150. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 990 comparison video points every day. Rank 10. Tang San from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 150. Acquired combat power, 3,300. Support combat power, 0. True law combat power, 4,000. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 991 comparison video points every day. Variant 1 the Douluo World Anonymous. Haha. Although Tang San's ranking is high, he definitely can't maintain it. Just thinking about it makes me feel comfortable. Variant 1 Douluo World Moon, Xian Master Tang Yuehua, Shen Cangqiong. Can I use gold soul coins to protect Tang San's ranking? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. You should discuss this with the comparison video instead. What's the use of talking to me? Can I really stop others from challenging Tang San? Variant 1 the Douluo World, Moon Xian Master Tang Yuehua. As long as you say one word, who wouldn't give you this face? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. You think too highly of me. Variant 1 Douluo World, you Xian Master Tang Yuehua. You underestimate yourself too much. Variant 1, core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong. Aunt Yuehua, does your Yuexian have so much money to hire senior Cangqiong? You should know that Tang San is currently ranked 10th and can earn 991 comparison video points every day. With 100,000 comparison video points, one can exchange for a soul bone with a 10,000-year limit. A 10,000-year soul bone is worth about 100 million gold soul coins. This means you need to pay senior Cangqiong at least 1 million gold soul coins every day. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lanba, Shrek, Ma Hongjun. A soul bone with a 10,000-year limit has a minimum price of 100 million gold soul coins. My 10,000-year soul bone was sold to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for 130 million gold soul coins. Chapter 139. Qian Rinchua's Talent Battle Power Ranking. Variant 1 Douluo World, Xian Master Tang Yuehua. This. Just now, Tang Yuehua was only thinking about using Shen Cangqiong to maintain Tang San's ranking and didn't consider so much. At this moment, after hearing Ning Rongrong's analysis, Tang Yuehua, who came to her senses, felt completely stunned. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Princess Xueka of Tiando, Teacher Yuehua. Tang San is so bad. Why do you care about him? With this money, you might as well have young Master Shen help you think of a way to see if your martial soul can evolve. Xueka doesn't understand. Clearly, the comparison video has already exposed that Tang San will not take his aunt seriously in the future. So why is Tang Yuehua still helping Tang San like this? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xian Master Tang Yuehua. Sigh. You don't understand. As for the specific reason, Tang Yuehua naturally cannot disclose it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Actually, I'm quite curious about what Aunt Yuehua looks like when she's swinging her hammer. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Moon Xianju Tang Yuehua. It must be very unsightly. Tang Yuehua imagined herself wielding the Haotian hammer in her mind and shivered. However, she immediately thought of Tang San and couldn't help but murmur in her heart, Brother Hao, I'm sorry, I really can't help Tang San. Rank 9, Flame of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 140. Acquired combat power, 700. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 992 comparison video points daily. Rank 8, Evil Moon of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 140. Acquired combat power, 900. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 993 comparison video points daily. Rank 7, Shui Bing'er of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 1000. Acquired combat power, 500. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 994 comparison video points daily. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Shui Wearer from the Shrek Academy. If my sister hadn't chosen the wrong cultivation path, I wonder if she would have ranked a little higher. Variant 1 Douluo World, Chihuat Academy, Wu, of course it will. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Bing'er from the Water Academy. Things can no longer be changed, so why think too much? Rank 6, Zhu Zhuqing from Variant 1 Douluo World. Innate combat power, 120. Acquired combat power, 6,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. True law combat power, 3,000. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 995 comparison video points every day. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Star Luo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhuyun. Sister, I'm really happy for you. Others think that Zhu Zhuyun is being hypocritical or sarcastic, and even Davis and Zhu Zhuyun's parents believe this in their hearts. But only Zhu Jian herself knows that this is her heartfelt happiness for her sister, Zhu Zhuqing. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Lan Ba, Shrek, Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing was very indifferent. Variant 1 Douluo World, Star Luo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhuyuan. Looking at it now, your decision to run away first was the right one. It's just a pity. Dai Mubai is not a good match. No matter how strong you are, with someone like Dai Mubai holding you back, your outcome will ultimately not change. In Variant Douluo World, Zhu Zhuqing of Shrek Academy said, "You don't need to worry about it." After this period of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing had already given up on Dai Mubai in her heart. Her current thought is to diligently cultivate the original true solution. Once she achieves great success, she will return to the Zhu family alone and use absolute force to suppress everyone in the Zhu family, completely abolishing the Zhu family's cold-blooded rules. After that, she will truly leave the Zhu family and have no further relations with them. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Zhu Zhuyuan from the Star Luo Royal Academy. Since you don't like to listen, I won't say anything. However, let me give you a kind reminder in the end. You should take care of yourself. Rank 5, by Shen Cangqiong from Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 7,000. Support Combat Power, 0. True Law Combat Power, 2,900. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 996 comparison video points daily. Variant 1 of the Douluo World by Shen Cangqiong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Huh, Grandpa, you didn't expect this, did you? At this moment, Bai Qinxiang felt very grateful to Shen Cangqiong. Although Shen Cangqiong often bullied her, he also secretly provided her with many rare materials. Otherwise, her progress wouldn't be so fast. The leader of the Minji family in the Douluo World, Bai He. Yes, I really didn't expect that one day, among the members of my Minji family, there would be a truly outstanding talent. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, Old White Bird, you're treating again. The leader of the Yu family in the Douluo World, Niu Gao. Let's go back to that place from last time. The price is just right. Otherwise, if we end up eating Old White Bird out of house and home, it will turn into him treating us while we pay. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy. Talon, Grandpa, did you see? This is the benefit of joining the inner court. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the Titan clan. I saw it. Just as Titan was about to say something to Bai He saw his descendant bringing up old matters again, and couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Speaking in a bad mood. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Talon. So what? What do you think? The leader of the Titan family in the Douluo World Variant 1. I sit and watch. Variant Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Talon. Rank 4. Hulaina from 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 11,000. Support Combat Power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 997 comparison video points daily. Rank 3. Ning Rongrong from Variant Douluo World. Innate Combat Power, 100. Acquired Combat Power, 100. Support Combat Power, 9,000. True Law Combat Power, 500. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 998 comparison video points daily. Rank 2. Qianrenxue from 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 150. Acquired Combat Power, 25,000. Support Combat Power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 999 comparison video points daily. Chapter 140. Sea God Island plans to give Xiao Bai to Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Wind Chime Tower. My battle power compared to Snow Sisters is indeed not on the same level. Even though I've been trained tirelessly by my teacher, I can only eat dust behind Snow Sister. While saying this, Hulaina secretly glanced at the side of Xue Qinghe, Qianrenxue. Unfortunately, no matter how high Qianrenxue's battle power is, it cannot change the fact that she is not focused on her career. Shen Cangqiong seemed to imply something. What does that mean? Hulaina looked again at the slightly changing expression of Xue Qinghe, Qianrenxue, knowing that Qianrenxue was worried and anxious. So she spoke up to inquire on her behalf. Qianrenxue's innate soul power level is at level 20. If she had devoted herself to cultivation, her soul power level should at least be over 80 by now. How could she possibly have such a low battle power? So, when I say she's not focused on her career, that is not wrong, right? Shen Cangqiong's reasoning made the clenched fists of Xue Qinghe, Qianrenxue, relax a bit. Perhaps no sister is busy with something important. On the other side, hearing Shen Cangqiong's explanation, Hulaina also breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still vaguely explained, what important thing could be more important than improving one's own strength? After the comparison video appeared, I won comment. But before that, with Qian Rinchue's talent, besides eating, sleeping, going to the bathroom, spending time with loved ones, and relaxing, doing anything else is a waste of time. Sometimes Shen Cangqiong really doesn't understand why Qian Rinchue came to the Heaven Do Empire as an undercover agent. Is it because she is not smart? Or is it despite Bibi Dong joking with her own future? I don't know exactly what she is busy with. However, Snow's sister is a smart person. Whatever she does, she must have her own reasons. Hulaina shook her head, perhaps fearing that saying too much would lead to mistakes. After finishing, Hulaina focused her attention on the comparison video, which just then announced the new rankings. Rank 1. Shen Cangqiong of Variant 1 in the Douluo World. Innate Battle Power, Unknown. Acquired Battle Power, 550,000. Support Battle Power, 550,000. True Law Battle Power, 1,000,000. Reward. Those who appear on this ranking can receive 1,000 comparison video points daily. The Battle Power Rankings and the Genius Battle Power Rankings have been announced. The rewards of comparison video points will be distributed every 24 hours. Note, if the ranked individuals in the Battle Power Rankings and Genius Battle Power Rankings are successfully challenged by others within 24 hours, even if they regain their original rank the next second, the time will still be recalculated. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Unknown. Hey guys. At this moment, I'm saying that Lord Cangqiong is the #1 person in the entire Douluo continent, and no one is going to disagree, right? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Unknown. Now I finally understand why Tang Hao, the renowned Haiduo, appears like a little chick in front of Shen Cangqiong. Just looking at the comparison of their combat power values, there is nearly a 10-fold difference. In the core area of the Stardo Forest in the Douluo World, the main leader said, "What should we do if this Shen Cangqiong comes to challenge you?" Tian asked with concern, "What is there to be afraid of? If he comes to challenge me, just let him have it." Compared to befriending a human powerhouse who does not oppose our Spirit Beast clan, what do a few comparison video points matter? Guina said calmly. This still shows the wisdom of the main leader. With a sudden realization, Emperor Tian quickly flattered the person in the dream. Variant 1, Douluo World. Sea God Island. High Priestess. How should we, Sea God Island, treat Shen Cangqiong in the future? The Sea Maiden Douluo felt that some matters could no longer be delayed. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Poseidon did not respond, but looked at the others. Ultimately, between us and Shen Cangqiong, apart from a few trivial exchanges, there is no significant enmity. Now that the sea god cannot descend to the mortal realm, I believe it is necessary to maintain a good relationship with Shen Cangqiong to preserve the sea god's foundation on Douluo continent, said the sea dragon Douluo after thinking for a few seconds. So what should we use to resolve the misunderstandings with Shen Cangqiong? We can't just show up empty-handed, right? The sea star Douluo strongly agreed with the sea dragon statement. But apart from a few large pearls, Sea God Island had no treasures to offer. This time, they claimed to be resolving misunderstandings with Shen Cangqiong, but in reality, it was Sea God Island admitting fault to Shen Cangqiong. If they went empty-handed, wouldn't that be a joke? The entire Sea God Island would be embarrassed. But we don't have any treasures to present. We can't. At this point, Hai Huan glanced at Poseidon, who was sitting in the high seat, and dared not continue, but thought to herself, we can't just treat the High Priestess as a treasure to give to Shen Cangqiong. As for gifts, that's not a problem. The seahorse Douluo seemed to have thought of something and said with a glimmer in his eyes, "Oh, does Sea God Island have treasures we don't know about?" At this moment, not only the Sea Maiden Douluo was curiously asking, but even the others, including Poseidon, looked at the seahorse with curiosity. I wonder if you remember why Shen Cangqiong was on the list of disgrace. Seeing everyone looking at him, the seahorse Douluo said mysteriously in a low voice, "It seems to be because of the good wife reason." The sea witch replied without hesitation, "So, don't you understand?" The seahorse's eyes sparkled. "But where are we going to find a little wife that Shen Cangqiong would take a liking to?" The sea spear Douluo quickly went through his candidates in his mind and found there were no suitable options. This isn't difficult. Isn't Xiao Bai just perfect? When Xiao Bai was mentioned, there was no fluctuation on the seahorse's face. Xiao Bai is our guardian beast of Sea God Island. It wouldn't be appropriate to just send her out. The sea witch didn't oppose the seahorse's method, but had some concerns about the candidate he proposed. Do you think, after the incident where Shen Cangqiong confronted the sea god and us, Xiao Bai would still be 100% loyal to Sea God Island? I'm just being cautious. The seahorse's words were not only directed at the sea witch, but also for everyone present. Chapter 141. The fourth comparison video begins. That seems reasonable, but would Xiao Bai agree? Besides, aren't you afraid that once Xiao Bai connects with Shen Cangqiong, she might whisper in his ear? The sea dragon generally agreed with the seahorse's proposal, but still had some doubts. We certainly cannot tell Xiao Bai the truth. We can tell her that we had no choice but to make this decision, and to prevent Xiao Bai from turning against us. We could keep all of Xiao Bai's family here. Of course, we mustn't let Xiao Bai feel that we are holding her family as hostages, but rather tell her that this is her family home, and her relatives naturally should live here. However, we need to pay special attention to the Magic Soul Great White Shark clan in the future, ensuring that the evil Demon Orca clan does not harm them as before. The seahorse once again provided his suggestion. Seahorse, I didn't realize you were this clever. Seeing that the seahorse had thought of all the issues, the sea spear Douluo gave him a thumbs up. TCH. The seahorse rolled his eyes and then turned his gaze to Poseidon. Let us proceed, as the seahorse suggested. Sea dragon, this matter will be left to you to handle. After seeing everyone's gaze turn to her, Poseidon expressionlessly finished speaking and then stood up to leave the conference hall. Just as many forces gathered once again in their conference halls to discuss matters concerning Shen Cangqiong, the comparison video's sound echoed again. Next, we will conduct the fourth character comparison. The theme of this comparison is Shen Cangqiong entering Sea God Island compared to Tang San entering Sea God Island. Variant 1, unknown in the Douluo World. Sure enough, it's a comparison between Shen Cangqiong and Tang San again. Variant 2, unknown in the original Douluo World. Can't we compare someone else with Shen Cangqiong? I think even if we randomly picked a pig from a pig pen to compare with Shen Cangqiong, it might still get more votes than that little loser Tang San. Variant 2, unknown in the original Douluo World. No need to think otherwise. The fact is just that. Although pigs won't do anything that impresses us, at least they won't do evil. Unlike Tang San, who is either doing evil or on the path of doing evil. Variant 2, unknown in the original Douluo World. The scene has appeared. Everyone, watch closely. I'll give Tang San one last chance. If he still acts the same way this time, I'll curse him 10,000 times a day. Meanwhile, the comparison video gradually becomes clearer. Is that Sea God Island ahead? On a large ship, Xiao Wu arrived at the bow and gazed at a faintly visible island in the distance, asking, is that it? Yes, that's Sea God Island, replied the nearby Zizhenju with a nod. Cangqiong, what do you plan to do about the people on Sea God Island? After getting an answer, Xiao Wu turned to another side to look at Shen Cangqiong. That depends on whether the people of Sea God Island can hold off our heavenly court's attack like they did decades ago against the Spirit Hall's offense. Shen Cangqiong said, then Sea God Island is done for. With your current strength, who can withstand even one of your moves? However, that Poseidon is quite a beauty. Don't you have any thoughts, you big lecher? Shui Yuera chimed in. I never force anyone, Shen Cangqiong replied, looking completely serious. Hee, do you think we believe that? Qinxiang walked over from behind, looking disdainful. Why wouldn't you believe it? Have I ever forced you to do something you didn't want to do? Shen Cangqiong tugged at Qinxiang's twin ponytails, causing her to pout playfully. So shameless. If you haven't made things difficult for us, then what about my situation? At this moment, Du Guyan sarcastically interjected with disdain. That was your own initiative, okay? Even if you're angry, you should blame your grandpa instead, Shen Cangqiong said calmly. You didn't suffer from a spring poison. You could have refused. Du Guyan's face darkened. Why should I refuse? A beautiful woman is offering herself? I should say no. Then am I still a man? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes to the point where they were almost invisible. You. All right, Yin Yin. It's been several years since that happened. What's the point of bringing it up again? Du Guyan wanted to say more, but was stopped by Yi Lingling beside her. Still behaving well, Lingling, Shen Cangqiong said as he stroked Yi Lingling's hair. Variant 1, Wuhuan World. Unknown. Why do I feel increasingly strange listening to the dialogues in the comparison video? Variant 2, Original Douluo World. Unknown. You're not the only one who feels this way. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Yuera from Shrek Academy. Fire Dance. What does that look of rippling on your face mean when you're talking to brother Cangqiong in the comparison video? Variant 1 Douluo World Chihua Academy. Xiao Wu, what the heck are you talking about? I only have a bit of admiration in my expression, not what you're saying. Variant 1 Douluo World Tiando Royal Academy. Dong Guyan, Grandpa, what did you do in the comparison video? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Poisoned Dugubo. How would I know? Dugubo sweated a bit. He indeed had that kind of thought in his heart, but it hadn't been executed yet before it was exposed by the comparison video. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Tiando Royal Academy. Duguyan, you wait for me. While I come back, I will definitely give you a good beating. Duguyan is really quite angry. The video has exposed everything, and her grandfather is still pretending as if he knows nothing. Variant 1. Core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World. Xiao Wu, I just want to know, why is my stomach so big compared to the one in the video? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rong Rong. What's there to ask? It must be a little rabbit, right? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Core disciple by Shen Cangqiong of the Blue Tyrant Academy. I just don't know who this little rabbit's father is. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Water Academy. It must be brother Tang San. Could be that Tang San. But speaking of which, after growing up, Xiao Wu, in her silver pink dress, paired with her unparalleled beauty, looks several times better than her current appearance. Chapter 142. Tang San is so angered by Xiao Wu that he coughs up blood. Variant 1. Douluo World, Wind Whisper Tower. At this moment, although the people inside Wind Whisper Tower were joking and laughing in the comment section, the atmosphere on site was quite strange. Xiao Wu, how can you be like this? Just then, Tang San, who had been resting in the room, suddenly ran out and shouted at Xiao Wu. What's wrong with me? Xiao Wu put away her shocked expression and retorted somewhat displeased. What do you think? Tang San's face darkened. He couldn't believe Xiao Wu would not understand his meaning. If you're talking about what's in the comparison video, then my answer is, I don't know either. Xiao Wu felt that Tang San was simply unreasonable. In the comparison video, she had already grown up, and it was obviously something that happened years later. So how could she know what had happened in between? Come on, go back to my room with me. After saying that, Tang San reached out to pull Xiao Wu back to his room. Tang San, have you forgotten what I told you? Xiao Wu sidestepped, avoiding Tang San's outstretched hand, and said angrily, Xiao Wu, no matter what you think in your heart, in my heart, you will always be my sister. Everything I do is for your own good. Be obedient and come back to my room. Seeing Xiao Wu dodge, Tang San furrowed his brows and spoke earnestly. If you really see me as a brother, then you should be wishing me well. Look, Xiao Wu pointed at her image in the comparison video. The me in there is smiling so happily and blissfully. Xiao Wu was really fed up with Tang San. He was simply incomprehensible. However, Tang San opened his mouth, speechless. It had to be said that the smile on Xiao Wu in the comparison video was genuinely heartfelt, especially the affectionate gaze, which was something he, Tang San, had never enjoyed during their best times. There's nothing to hesitate about. Since you treat me as a sister, then wish me well. I believe that since I can smile so happily in the future, I must love my future husband a lot. And my future husband must also love me just as much. Xiao Wu directly struck at Tang San's heart, no longer wanting to waste words with him. Upon hearing this, Tang San spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes instantly filled with resentment. However, this resentful gaze was not directed at Xiao Wu, but at Shen Cangqiong, who was watching the show nearby. No, I didn't say anything. Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that your feelings for Xiao Wu are not brotherly but romantic? But you can't do that now, even if Xiao Wu is willing. Would you really let her live in torment for the rest of her life? Seeing this, Shen Cangqiong looked at Tang San with an innocent face. But what came out his mouth made Tang San's corners twitch. Ha! The moment Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but laugh out loud, with Dai Mubai laughing the most exaggeratedly, and the previously silent, awkward atmosphere was completely dispelled by this laughter. A moment later, hey, Shen Cangqiong, the husband I just mentioned isn't you, so don't overthink it. After watching Tang San, who had turned expressionless after being laughed at, return to his room, Xiao Wu suddenly remembered that what she just said seemed a bit ambiguous, so she hurriedly explained. Come on, Xiao Wu. You should take a look at the you in that comparison video. It looks like you're about to swoon over Cangqiong. Shui wearer took the lead in teasing. The you in the comparison video doesn't seem to be any better off. No one should criticize anyone. Xiao Wu said angrily. If you want to say it, just say it. I don't mind. After all, I have never denied anything. Unlike you, the evidence is right in front of you, yet you still want to admit it. Shui wearer said nonchalantly. Xiao Wu felt embarrassed. Allericht, Shui wearer. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have to freeze you again. At this moment, seeing that the topic was about to be dragged into a corner by Shui Binger finally couldn't help but speak out to stop her. There was no way. She knew her sister too well. Although she looked petite and cute, she was actually a veteran in teasing. If she didn't stop her now, it wouldn't take 10 minutes for the conversation to turn into something awkward. Okay, I want to say anything. As Shui wearer fearfully shifted her gaze back to the comparison video, she couldn't help but blurt out the complaint she had been saying since childhood. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Who are you? Why did you trespass on my sea god island? Just as the people on the ship were talking, the ship had already reached a point about several thousand meters away from Sea God Island. At this moment, a sudden female voice interrupted their conversation. Are you the magic soul, great white shark, Xiao Bai? In fact, Shen Cangqiong had already noticed her. However, if Xiao Bai didn't come out to stop them from landing on the island, Shen Cangqiong didn't want to make things difficult for her. You know me? Upon hearing her name called out by Shen Cangqiong, Xiao Bai's tone expressed her surprise as she immediately transformed into human form and jumped onto the ship where Shen Cangqiong was. I not only know you, but I also know your sea god island as High Priest Poseidon and one of the holy pillars, the sea girl Douluo, the sea witch. Shen Cangqiong was very satisfied with Xiao Bai's appearance after transforming into human form. She looked much better than in the original World S anime. Why do you only know girls? Xiao Bai was a bit confused. What is so memorable about men? They can love whoever they want. Shen Cangqiong said this very matter-of-factly, which made the girls nearby cover their mouths and giggle while looking at him with a mix of amusement and reproach. So why did you come to our sea god island this time? Xiao Bai had now realized that Shen Cangqiong was just a big troublemaker. So she directly shifted the topic back to business. I'm not happy with the sea god. Therefore, I plan to teach him a lesson and conveniently take over Sea God Island for my own use. Shen Cangqiong said honestly. You're being reckless. Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's rebellious remarks, Xiao Bai was furious and immediately sent a warning signal to the people of Sea God Island. Xiao Bai, since the Holy Pillar's Haven tea arrived yet, why don't we talk? Shen Cangqiong did not stop Xiao Bai from sending out the signal. Instead, he smiled and said, Chapter 143. Everyone's speculation about the Golden Soul Rings. I have nothing to discuss with someone who disrespects Lord Sea God. Xiao Bai looked at Shen Cangqiong warily. Oh, is that so? Do you not want to talk about avenging your brother? Shen Cangqiong said playfully. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai trembled all over, stunned for a moment before replying, What good intentions could you possibly have? Don't worry about whether I have good intentions or not. Just tell me, do you want to avenge your brother? Shen Cangqiong knew that the matter concerning Xiao Bai's brother had always been a lingering pain in her heart, making it impossible for her to resist the bait. I do, but I don't think you have that kind of strength. Even Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island, couldn't help her take revenge, and Xiao Bai didn't believe that this mysterious guy in front of her had such ability. If I help you capture all the evil demon Orca clan to be dealt with by you, would you be willing to follow me? Just capturing the evil demon Orca clan is nothing but simple for Shen Cangqiong at this moment. If you can really capture all the evil demon Orca clan and hand them over to me, I will remember you for a lifetime. Xiao Bai did not explicitly agree or disagree. After all, one was her master, and the other was a benefactor avenging her brother. She was at a loss as to how to choose. Your Excellency, is it a bit too much for you to poach from our Sea God Island in front of me? Just then, several powerful figures, formidable even to ordinary people, were quickly flying in from a distance. Among them, a woman in red flying at the front spoke with dissatisfaction. Am I being excessive? Just wait. I have something even more excessive to show you. Do you want to see? Sensing the demigod-level soul power fluctuations from the speaking woman, Shen Cangqiong smiled rather recklessly. Who exactly are you? I don't remember our Sea God Island offending you. Clearly sensing the malice in Shen Cangqiong's tone, Poseidon recalled recent memories and found that no one from Sea God Island had gone out lately, meaning it was impossible to have offended anyone, and thus asked in confusion. The warning given by Xiao Bai, although a top-level alert, could only remind the people on Sea God Island of the strength of the approaching enemy, and could not convey other information. Therefore, Poseidon, who was still unaware of Shen Cangqiong's previous disrespect towards the sea god, did not want to inexplicably let Sea God Island confront Shen Cangqiong after sensing her equally unfathomable strength. Do you want to say it, or should I? Shen Cangqiong did not answer Poseidon's question, but looked at Xiao Bai like an old friend. Xiao Bai, do you know the reason? While speaking, Poseidon had already landed beside Xiao Bai, and upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's question, she also looked at Xiao Bai. He said, Xiao Bai shot Shen Cangqiong a glare and repeated what he had said earlier. In fact, after the conversation with Shen Cangqiong, Xiao Bai initially planned to conceal his earlier disrespectful words towards the sea god. However, Shen Cangqiong's brazen demeanor made Xiao Bai realize that even if she didn't say anything, this guy would say it himself. This is really outrageous. At this moment, the other 7 titled law of Sea God Island had also arrived at the scene, and upon hearing Xiao Bai's explanation, the seahorse law was the first to jump out and angrily reprimand Shen Cangqiong. It seems that our Sea God Island hasn't displayed its military might for too long, leading everyone to dare to provoke us now. The sea spear Douluo followed suit, coldly saying, "That's right, High Priest. I think we must give this kid an unforgettable lesson for life, to let everyone see that our sea god island is still powerful." After Sea Dragon finished speaking, the remaining silent pillars nodded in agreement. "Young man, you should not disrespect the sea god. Remember, manage your mouth well in your next life." At this point, Poseidon stopped calling her Your Excellency and directly summoned her martial soul, along with 8 black and 1 red soul rings. As a guardian, she knew very well that without receiving the inheritance of a divine position, even the most extraordinary genius could only reach level 99 at most. Poseidon did not sense any divine aura from the person in front of her. Although this person's strength was also terrifying, Poseidon, empowered by the sea god's divine power, did not believe that Shen Cangqiong could turn the tides against her on the sea. "What? Do you want to make a move against me? It seems you still haven't grasped the current situation. Well, let me help you wake up properly." After saying that, Shen Cangqiong also summoned her true dragon martial soul, and then 9 golden soul rings brought immense pressure, causing the faces of everyone from Sea God Island present to turn as pale as paper. Variant 1 of the Douluo World unknown. Can anyone tell me what this golden soul ring is about? The colors of the soul rings are supposed to be in order from low to high. White, yellow, purple, black, and red, right? Variant 1, unknown in the Douluo World. Since the golden soul ring is not among these 5 colors and cannot possibly be a 1-year soul ring, is there a possibility that this golden soul ring is a 1,000,000-year soul ring? Variant 2, unknown in the original Douluo World. Stop talking nonsense. How could there possibly be a 1,000,000-year soul ring in this world? Don't forget, the highest age limit on the entire Douluo continent is probably just that silver dragon king Gu Yuna. But she is the only one. Even if Shen Cangqiong were to defeat her, he could only obtain 1,000,000-year soul ring. But compared to the video, Shen Cangqiong has a full 9 golden soul rings. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the unnamed character, didn't Shen Cangqiong invent a method to increase the age of soul bones? It's possible that he used this method to turn all his soul rings into 1,000,000-year ones. Variant 1 Douluo World unknown. I think it's impossible. In the comparison video, there is no existence of the comparison video itself, so naturally, there are no soul ring rewards. If Shen Cangqiong really relied on the method of increasing the age of soul bones to turn all 9 of his soul rings into 1,000,000-year soul rings, how many high-age soul beasts would he have to hunt? Chapter 144 Poseidon's Conditions. Variant 1 of the Douluo World S. Spear Hall. Great offering. Do you know what this golden soul ring represents? Is it really as those people in the comments section speculate, a 1,000,000-year level soul ring? The second offering, Golden Crocodile, asked, "I don't know. However, the probability of it being a 1,000,000-year soul ring is quite high." Douluo shook his head and then expressed his thoughts. In fact, Douluo had asked the angel god about the soul rings above 100,000 years a long time ago, but the angel god did not answer his question. Over the years, through various research and observations, he vaguely discovered that it seems that all information related to soul beasts with a lifespan exceeding 100,000 years is a secret that cannot be spoken of. Since even the Great Offering believes that the golden soul rings possessed by Shen Cangqiong in the comparison video are 1,000,000-year soul rings, then it must be correct. After Golden Crocodile finished speaking, the other offerings also nodded in agreement. Let's continue watching. From what I know about Poseidon, she will definitely ask. At that time, we will know whether these golden soul rings are indeed 1,000,000-year soul rings. Douluo paid no attention to the flattery from a few people, casually waved his hand, and looked back at the comparison video. At this moment, not just Douluo, but also the leaders of various large, medium, and small forces in the Douluo World, after a heated discussion within their families, also refocused their attention on the comparison video. What is the age of your golden soul ring? This is the first time Poseidon felt that things were out of her control. And this feeling, even with Douluo and Tang San, she had never experienced before. A 1,000,000-year level soul ring. What? Didn't that kid sea god tell you about this? Shen Cangqiong said casually. It really is a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Poseidon murmured, although she had a rough guess from the pressure of these soul rings. A guess is ultimately just a guess and cannot be taken as reality. Poseidon, do you still intend to resist? It's fine if you really feel unconvinced. I can let you strike first. Otherwise, once I make my move, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to retaliate. This is not Shen Cangqiong being arrogant. With his current strength, even if Poseidon summoned the sea god, she would have to obediently lie down and call him daddy. Can we resist Sea God Island? If you hadn't hidden your true strength from the start, perhaps our meeting wouldn't have been so tense. Poseidon let out a bitter laugh. To say that Poseidon was not frustrated would be a lie. After all, she wasn't foolish, facing an opponent she could never defeat. Even if the other party disrespected the sea god, she would choose to act deaf and mute, pretending not to hear. I did not hide my true strength. It's just that my strength has reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Shen Cangqiong came to either recruit or destroy Sea God Island. So how could he possibly hide his true strength? Whether there was hidden strength or not was no longer important. Speak. What do you want? As she spoke, Poseidon also withdrew her martial spirit and soul rings, giving up resistance. It's simple. I have only one request. Sea God Island will henceforth become a subordinate force of my heavenly court. Of course, to prevent you from playing both sides behind my back. I want everyone on Sea God Island to fiercely humiliate the sea god's phantom for 10 minutes. Shen Cangqiong said. That's impossible. Poseidon's face looked terrifyingly ugly. Then it seems the only option is to destroy your Sea God Island. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong's true dragon martial spirit flew into the sky above Sea God Island. And energy began to gather. Senior, as a deity, why must you make things difficult for us mortals? And aren't you afraid that after destroying our Sea God Island, you won't be able to explain yourself to the divine realm? Feeling the destructive aura coming from the sky, Poseidon could only bring up the divine realm, hoping to instill some caution in the person before her. You say, I am a deity? Shen Cangqiong looked at Poseidon with a smile that was not quite a smile. Mortals could never possess million-year level soul rings. Although I don't know what method you use to conceal your divine aura, the age of your soul rings has betrayed your true identity. Poseidon was confident that the person before her was definitely a deity. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be strong enough to make her lose the will to resist. Although Tang San was also stronger than her, the two were actually evenly matched, with strengths and weaknesses, but the gap was so small it was almost negligible. Haha! Seeing Poseidon speaking earnestly, Shen Cangqiong finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Senior, as long as you retreat now, I absolutely will not report what happened today to the sea god. Poseidon did not understand why Shen Cangqiong was laughing and was not interested in knowing. She just wanted to stop the attack in the sky from falling. It seems that your Sea God Island hasn't interacted with people from Douluo continent for too long. You actually regard me as a deity. Enough. My patience is limited. I will count to 10, and if your answer is still a refusal, then there is no need for Sea God Island to exist. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong retracted his smile and began a count. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Wait, it's not impossible for us to join your force. But I have a condition as well. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to say 10, Poseidon gritted her teeth and stepped forward. What condition? Speak. As long as it's not excessive, I can agree. A smile returned to Shen Cangqiong's face. Although I am the high priest of Sea God Island, the truly important affairs on Sea God Island are all decided by the phantom of the sea god. As long as you can defeat the phantom of the sea god, I will lead the entire Sea God Island to join your force. This was Poseidon's last resort. If even the phantom of the sea god could not withstand the person before her, then changing allegiances would not be out of the question. Chapter 145. The Awakening of the Sea God Phantom. Is it really that simple? Fine. I agree. Shen Cangqiong said. He thought Poseidon would take the opportunity to propose some extremely troublesome conditions. But isn't this very simple? That phantom, although merely a wisp of divine thought left by the sea god on Douluo continent, has combat power that is comparable to that of the true sea god. Seeing Shen Cangqiong agree to his conditions, Poseidon let out a sigh of relief. What the outcome would be next depended on the sea god's phantom. Lead the way. Shen Cangqiong felt that Poseidon was somewhat clever, but had been clever to the point of folly. He had made it clear from the beginning that everyone on Sea God Island must humiliate the sea god's phantom for 10 minutes. If Shen Cangqiong did not have the confidence to capture the sea god's phantom alive, how could he possibly make such a demand? Follow me. After saying this, Poseidon didn't waste any time and led Shen Cangqiong straight toward the sea god's phantom. Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall, High Priest Douluo, CC. Have you really given in like this? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. How would I know? This matter hasn't happened yet. Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall Grand Offering Douluo. I don't understand. Since you gave up on the sea god so easily, why did you initially call for the extermination of my spirit hall? Variant 1 Douluo World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. You can't even defeat me. Why should my Sea God Island submit to your spirit hall? The number 1 variant of the Douluo World, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Douluo. but my spirit hall is indeed stronger than your sea god island. Variant 1, Douluo Continent, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon, you are weaker than me. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Spirit Hall Grand Offerings, Qian Daolu. Can't you give me a bit of face? Variant 1 Douluo World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon, you are weaker than me. Variant 1 Continent Spirit Hall Grand Priest Qian Daolu. Variant 1 of Douluo World High Priest Poseidon, Shen Cangqiong. Can you tell me, what exactly did our Sea God Island do to offend you? If Shen Cangqiong came looking for trouble in reality, Poseidon might speculate that it was due to the previous conflict between the two sides that led to Shen Cangqiong's dislike for Sea God Island. However, comparing it to the video, Sea God Island never actually had any conflict with Shen Cangqiong. As a result, they were still approached by Shen Cangqiong. This is clearly unreasonable. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Supporting the sea god is the greatest sin of all the people on Sea God Island. Variant 1 Douluo World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Why? You have never seen Lord Sea God, right? Why do you have such great hostility towards Lord Sea God? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. If I say it's for all living beings, it seems a bit hypocritical. Just take it that I purely dislike the sea god. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Sea Gods Island High Priest Poseidon. Is there no room for reconciliation? In the footage without comparison videos, it is unimaginable for Poseidon that Shen Cangqiong could achieve such a high level of success in the future. In reality, with the help of comparison videos, it is terrifying to think about how far Shen Cangqiong will go in the future. Therefore, if there is a way to ease the conflict between Shen Cangqiong and the sea god, Poseidon is willing to pay a great price. In fact, while saying this, Poseidon has subtly turned her gaze towards the sea, which sitting in the lower position, wondering if she should send her and Xiao Wu to Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. This is a matter between me and the sea god. As long as you distance yourselves from the sea god, I won't do anything bad to you. As you can see, compared to the video, I actually never intended to annihilate all of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you so many chances. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Poseidon, the High Priest of Sea God Island, Sai. It's clear that Shen Cangqiong is determined to cause trouble for the sea god. This leaves Poseidon and the people of Sea God Island feeling helpless. But they also have some other thoughts. After all under heaven is bustling for profit. All under heaven is tumultuous for gain. If the sea god becomes more powerful, they would certainly be willing to fight for him. However, if the outcome of failure is already destined, then aside from a few zealots, others will naturally consider their own and their family's safety and choose to stay out of it. Meanwhile, the comparative video continues. If you want to leave now, it's still not too late. In front of a statue of the sea god, Poseidon said solemnly, "Quick, summon him. It's just a minor sea god's phantom." I don't take it seriously, Shen Cangqiong scoffed. All right. Poseidon cast a complex glance at Shen Cangqiong and began his summoning ritual. In the know, to original Douluo World, an unnamed person said, "Finally, can I meet the legendary deity? By the way, what level of god is this sea god?" Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Xiao Wu Academy. I just asked. That kid, the sea god, is a level 1 deity. That means he shouldn't be an unknown figure in the divine realm either. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Wu, I wonder if it's possible to snatch the sea god's divine position. Wu is very interested in what Shen Cangqiong just said, that having a divine position is equivalent to obtaining a ticket to immortality. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Plan Academy, Yaozi. Even if you can snatch it away, it's still a water attribute, which has nothing to do with you as a fire tribute soul master. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, at the Blaze Academy, Wu, Shen Cangqiong said that even a fire attribute soul master can inherit the god position of the sea god. Variant 1 Douluo World Plan Academy, Yao Zi. No way. Shouldn't a soul master inherit the divine position of the same attribute? Variant 1 Douluo World Flame Academy Wu. This is what Shen Cangqiong said. Anyway, I believe it. Variant 1 the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy. Wow. Is this the sea god? But why all the metal decorations? Isn't it heavy? At this moment, summoned by Poseidon, the sea god's phantom awoke from its slumber. Poseidon, who are they? Why did you bring them to the core area of my sea god island? The awakened sea god's phantom spoke with authority. Chapter 146, Teaching the Sea God Phantom, Lord Sea God. The situation is as follows. Hearing the inquiry from the sea god's phantom, Poseidon first bowed respectfully and then recounted the entire incident in detail. Exceptional talent. What a pity. After listening to Poseidon's account, The sea goddess phantom calmly looked at Shen Cangqiong and shook his head. He was not angry at Shen Cangqiong's disrespectful words. In his view, the person before him was merely a tiny ant. Thinking that having a few million-year spirit rings would allow him to contend against a true deity like himself was simply an indication of his ignorance. However, just as the sea goddess phantom was looking at Shen Cangqiong with arrogance, Shen Cangqiong had no intention of being polite. He raised his hand and directly slapped a big ear slap across the sea goddess phantom's self-satisfied face. Variant 1. Half-divine beast deep sea demon whale, king blue emperor from the Douluo World. Haha. Shen Cangqiong's slap was well placed. Variant 2. Half-divine beast deep sea demon whale, king blue emperor from the original Douluo World. Exactly. I've long wanted to give the hypocritical face of the sea god a taste of this. High Priest Poseidon from Sea God Island. Original Douluo World. Deep Sea Demon Whale King. You've gone too far. Variant 2. Half-divine beast deep sea demon whale king blue emperor from the original Douluo World. I gone too far? What are you going to do about it? Are you really daring to come to my territory and cause trouble? I'm not bragging. Aside from the sea god's phantom that can't leave Sea God Island. Even if all the others from Sea God Island came together, they could at most just fill me half full. Blue Emperor's words, while infuriating everyone from Sea God Island of both Douluo continents, forced them to admit that he was right. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu of the Water Academy. At this moment, I bet the sea goddess phantom is completely bewildered. Just look at his silly expression compared to his arrogant demeanor when he first appeared. It's like he's a completely different person. In fact, as Xiao Wu said, ever since he became the sea god, everyone he encountered treated him with utmost respect. How could he have ever seen someone like Shen Cangqiong, who comes up without saying a word and just slaps him across the face? As a result, the sea goddess phantom stared blankly at Shen Cangqiong for more than a minute, until he received another slap on the other side of his face, which finally snapped him back to reality in a furious rage. Seeking death, the sea goddess phantom didn't waste any words and attacked directly. At this moment, his face no longer held the calmness of having everything under control. Instead, it was filled with a fierce expression. Foolish. Seeing the sea goddess phantom attack, Shen Cangqiong disdainfully curled his lips, then swiftly moved to the back of the sea goddess phantom and kicked him down to the ground. I will dismember you. Lying on the ground in a very undignified position, especially with his subordinates watching, the sea god was almost driven mad. Bang! With another kick, he sent the rushing sea goddess phantom flying a few meters away. Shen Cangqiong stepped forward and pinned the sea goddess phantom under his foot. You should be grateful. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have that yellow-brown disc-like object on me, I would have arranged that kick for you earlier. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out a leather rope from his storage soul tool and started to whip the sea goddess phantom's skin drum. For a moment, the entire core hall was filled only with the mixed sounds of the sea god's shadow cursing and crying out in pain. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. That's not right. Is the sea god so weak? I feel like when Shen Cangqiong fights the sea god, it's like a father fighting his son. The sea god, as the son, doesn't even have the ability to resist. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. It's obvious that it's not the sea god who is weak, but Shen Cangqiong who is too strong. Didn't you see that the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, as a peerless Douluo, doesn't even have the courage to confront Shen Cangqiong? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. The sea god is quite pitiful. Seeing the suffering he endures now reminds me of the time when I got into trouble as a child, and my father treated me to a stir-fried bamboo shoot and meat dish. Perhaps in this regard, it is indeed as the previous friend mentioned. Comparing this scene in the video, it completely resembles how Shen Cangqiong, this father, is teaching a lesson to the unfortunate son, the sea god. Variant 1, unknown in the Douluo world. Haha, we're the same. When I was a child, I often ate the bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat that my father prepared for me. Variant 2, unknown in the original Douluo world. It should be said that a childhood without bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat is an incomplete childhood. Amid the playful banter in the bullet comments, the sea goddess phantom made a new move, contrasting with the video. Damn it, how dare you humiliate me like this? If that is the case, let us destroy everything together. The raging sea. At this moment, the sea goddess phantom no longer cared about his own people on Sea God Island. Or rather, his true intention was to destroy everything on Sea God Island. After all, his current disgraceful appearance must not be known to anyone else. Otherwise, even if Poseidon and others would still show him respect on the surface, they would definitely mock him in their hearts. You're ruthless. To deal with me, You're not even sparing your own people. Shen Cangqiong felt the towering waves composed of seawater rushing towards Sea God Island from all directions and couldn't help but find it amusing. Sea God why? Compared to Shen Cangqiong, who had to sense the outside situation, Poseidon, as the high priestess, was very clear about the true power of the raging sea. She couldn't understand. Since the sea god still had so much energy, why couldn't he use a powerful single-target attack, but instead chose this indiscriminate large-scale attack? Because you all saw what you shouldn't have seen. Perhaps thinking that everyone present would surely fall, the sea goddess Phantom stopped pretending and spoke the truth directly. So that is how it is. I understand now. After hearing the sea goddess Phantom's explanation, Poseidon was first taken aback, then calmed down. She knew that the higher a person's status, the more they valued their own face. This is human nature, and she could understand why the sea god would act this way. Chapter 147. Poseidon personally destroys the sea goddess Phantom. Variant 1. Demigod Beast, Deep Sea Demon Whale, King Blue Emperor. Hehe. People of Sea God Island, did you see that? This is the true face of the sea god. Are you surprised and expected? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the fierce beast Black Dragon King Emperor Tion. It's not just the sea god. All the gods are like this. On the surface, they appear to be great and righteous, but in reality, they are even worse than trash. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the fierce beast Dark Gold Fearsome Claw Bear, Emperor Tion. I feel like you are insulting garbage. Garbage still has recycling value. But those gods? Hehe. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, the fierce beast Emerald Swan by G. After this incident, if the people of Sea God Island can survive, they should turn from supporters of the sea god to opponents of the sea god. Finally, there's an opportunity to confront those gods. And any soul beast with intelligence can't help but start mocking them. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Ning Rong Rong. This is definitely true. The sea god is about to destroy them. If they continue to support the sea god, then they are really foolish. Variant 1 of the Douluo World by Chen Xiong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. I can only say, no wonder Shen Cangqiong looks down on this sea god so much. It turns out that the true face of this sea god is far more disgusting than what Shen Cangqiong used to say. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Blaze Academy's Xiao Wu, I wonder what choice Poseidon will make in comparison to the video. Variant 1, Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Water Academy. What's there to guess? Just keep watching, and you'll know. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. Do you have a way to save Sea God Island? At this moment, in the image, Poseidon turned to Shen Cangqiong after a few seconds of silence and asked, of course. In response, Shen Cangqiong said, all right, as long as you can save Sea God Island, I, Poseidon, can guarantee that I will lead all the powerful beings on Sea God Island to join your forces. In fact, Poseidon truly understood the sea god's actions. But understanding is one thing. For her to genuinely agree is impossible. In reality, Poseidon's loyalty to the sea god was not as high as she portrayed. Otherwise, in the original work, she wouldn't have developed a killing intent towards Tang San, who received the sea god's divine inheritance. A wise choice. Receiving Poseidon's promise. Shen Cangqiong smiled slightly. He then used the seventh soul skill of the true dragon, martial soul, true dragon god, directly taking control of the entire ocean with his true dragon form, making the towering waves sweeping towards Sea God Island dissipate into nothingness. The subsequent matters became simple. The sea god's shadow, having lost control over the ocean, immediately saw its combat power drop by more than half, and then was restricted in divine power by Shen Cangqiong, ultimately dissipating completely under the siege of everyone on Sea God Island. Variant 1 Douluo World, Demigod Beast, Deep Sea Demon Whale, King Londi. Goodness. Poseidon, I really didn't see it coming. It turns out you're the real tough guy. Did you see that? The look in the sea god's eyes in that last second before you shattered his illusion was so remarkable. I bet he, as the sea god, never expected that he would ultimately fall to you, the sea god high priest. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Demigod Beast, Deep Sea Demon, Whale, King Londi. Indeed. The green bamboo snake's mouth and the wasp stinger, both are not poisonous. What was the last line again? Variant 1 Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. I'm just doing this for self-preservation. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Sigh. You have the presence of Shen Cangqiong over there, so you can rest easy. At worst, you can just join Shen Cangqiong's faction like in the comparison video. But what about me? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. I don't know. Variant 2 of Original Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. I shouldn't have asked you. Variant 1 Douluo World, Demigod Beast, Deep Sea Demon Whale, King Blue Emperor. What you said is correct. You're the same person from two different worlds. What the other party is thinking is clearer than ever. Variant 1. Priestess Poseidon of Sea God Island in the Douluo World. Perhaps you can lead the people of Sea God Island to leave first. Didn't the comparison video say so? The gods in the divine realm cannot descend to the mortal world, as long as you can avoid the sea goddess phantom. There won't be any danger for now. Variant 2. Priestess Poseidon of Sea God Island in the original Douluo World. It seems there's no other way. Can't you just push a little and have Shen Cangqiong stand in front to eliminate that sea god phantom? Now I'm in such a passive position. Priestess Poseidon of Variant 2 is really feeling very frustrated right now, and it can be said that she is suffering from an unwarranted disaster. Variant 1 Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. If things were happening in your world, would you care about me? Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. No. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Then what more do you have to say? Continuing with the comparison video. 3 days later. Song Qiong. Are you really at ease letting Poseidon lead the people from the original Sea God Island? On the deck of the big ship, Xiao Wu frowned and asked, It can't be said that all are led by Poseidon. Didn't Xiao Bai and the sea which lead with us? Shen Cangqiong said nonchalantly. Just two people, although they both possess title low-level strength. Compared to so many people from the original Sea God Island, they are simply not enough. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Shen Cangqiong and handed him the peeled sunflower seeds. It doesn't matter, as long as I'm strong enough. Poseidon won't dare to have any ulterior motives. Saying that, Shen Cangqiong threw all the sunflower seeds into his mouth. I still feel uneasy. Poseidon can act against her own former employer at any time, which shows how unreliable she is. Why don't we let Sister Shui or Sister Dong help Poseidon manage this newly established dragon palace? Xiao Wu suggested. She always felt that Poseidon was too ruthless. Absolutely not. Letting Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong manage various affairs is out of the question. Shen Cangqiong knows that although these two have a lot of management experience, they're simply not cut out for it. Chapter 148. Shen Cangqiong's fourth comparison video ends. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. If I heard correctly and didn't remember incorrectly, it seems that Bibi Dong is the name of the Pope, right? Is it possible that the unnamed person in Variant 1 of the Douluo World is someone with the same name and surname? Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. What do you think? Besides His Holiness, the Pope himself, who else besides Bibi Dong is qualified to be sent to monitor Poseidon, this unparalleled Douluo? Variant 1, the Nameless in Douluo World. That's true. But this news is just too shocking. Could it be that in the future, His Holiness, the Pope, will withdraw from the Spirit Hall and join the forces established by Shen Cangqiong? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Unknown. Let me put it this way. Is there a possibility that in the future, not only has His Holiness the Pope chosen to join Shen Cangqiong's forces, but even the entire Spirit Hall has fallen into Shen Cangqiong's hands? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Hiss. This doesn't seem impossible. Meanwhile, at the Wind Singing Tower, Shen Cangqiong, being with Sister Shui is nothing unusual. After all, you two are somewhat of a match. But you getting involved with my teacher, isn't that a bit outrageous? Hulaina expressed her dissatisfaction. None of this has happened yet. Besides, if Bibi Dong doesn't agree, can I force it? Shen Cangqiong replied, speechlessly. Bibi Dong is so much older. How can you even think of it? I really admire you. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, was very angry, while sarcastically mocking Shen Cangqiong. She couldn't help but curse Bibi Dong for being shameless in her heart. Age doesn't matter. The key is Bibi Dong is beautiful. As the saying goes, one's values follow one's appearance. As long as someone is good looking, why bother with other trivial matters? Not to mention that Bibi Dong is still relatively young. Even the older Poseidon piques Shen Cangqiong's interest. Hee. If it weren't for the crowd here, Shui Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, really wanted to reveal her true form, letting the clueless Shen Cangqiong see who is truly more beautiful, her the first beauty of the Douluo continent or Bibi Dong. On the other side, in Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea God Island, High Priestess, Xiao Bai has agreed to my previous plan, but should we still proceed according to the original plan? In the conference hall, Seahorse Douluo said bitterly, let us proceed as planned. Poseidon listened to the uproar outside, fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. See which? Do you want to go see Shen Cangqiong? After a while, Poseidon noticed that after discussing Xiao Bai's matter, the 7 people in the conference room were frowning and silent. So she took the initiative to ask, I'll go take a look. If Shen Cangqiong is decent, I'll stay there. Hearing Poseidon's inquiry, C, which looked at herself in the comparison video next to Shen Cangqiong, hesitated for a moment but then became firm. All right, you will take over this matter with Xiao Bai. The rest of us will evacuate this island as quickly as possible, in batches. Upon hearing this, Poseidon nodded and then issued the latest orders to everyone. At this moment, the comparison video was still ongoing. Hee, I see you have your eyes on Poseidon. That's why you treat her so well. You already have water and fire, which are Shui, Yuer, and me. You definitely want an east and west. Now that you have East Sister Bibi Dong, you just like a Poseidon. Fire Dance, who understood Shen Cangqiong very well, immediately saw through his true intentions. Not giving your husband face. Let us see how I deal with you tonight. Shen Cangqiong's face turned awkward upon being hit by Fire Dance's words, and he immediately said fiercely, as if you usually don't deal with me. Fire Dance's face flushed slightly, giving Shen Cangqiong a glare. Today will be double. No, triple. I also want Rongrong to assist me with her martial soul to increase my speed. Shen Cangqiong continued with a fierce tone. If you want my life, just say it. Fire Dance replied irritably. All right, stop pretending. Be honest. How do you plan to handle Poseidon? Seeing Shen Cangqiong's expression was a bit off, Fire Dance quickly asked to prevent him from doing something during the day. Poseidon is not easy to deal with. She has always had Tang San in her heart, so it's probably hard to change her mind. Understanding Fire Dance's intention, Shen Cangqiong shrugged and shared his thoughts. Back then, didn't T East Sister also have you Xiaojiang in her heart? In the end, didn't you get her? To this, Fire Dance seemed somewhat unconvinced. You have a point. Shen Cangqiong nodded. By the way, I remember you said that when Poseidon was still the high priestess under the sea god, she couldn't leave Sea God Island. But now that she has joined our heavenly court, she is free. Aren't you afraid she will go to the Douluo continent to find Tang San? At this moment, Fire Dance suddenly recalled what Shen Cangqiong had said before, feeling a bit puzzled. Don't worry, I have already set up restrictions outside that place. Anyone who reaches the title Douluo level cannot enter. Shen Cangqiong smiled. You know where Tang San is? Fire Dance asked in surprise. The King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter. After Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, the comparison video began to slowly zoom out, eventually dimming down. Variant 1, Douluo World City of Slaughter Anonymous. What? The King of Slaughter is actually Tang San? Variant 1. In the Douluo World City of Slaughter, the Nameless One. Although it's incredible, it still makes sense. After all, it's impossible not to discover a peerless Douluo hiding in our City of Slaughter while we are all searching for them. But if we were to replace this peerless Douluo with the King of Slaughter, a being we can barely even meet, then everything seems so much more reasonable. Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall Grand Offering Douluo. What a mistake. I didn't realize that the King of Slaughter is Tang San. Variant 1. The peerless Douluo Poseidon, Tang San. Variant 1. The King of Slaughter in the Douluo World of Slaughter City. I am now the King of Slaughter. Not Tang San. I have merely occupied Tang San's body. Chapter 149. Hit right from the beginning. Infong Tower. Rong. I didn't expect that your 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul could be used like this. Shui Yuer glanced at the red-faced Xiao Wu, then at the awkward Shen Cangqiong, and finally cast an ambiguous look at Ning Rongrong. I didn't expect it could be used like this either. Ning Rongrong was also sweating slightly. Whether it was the previous 7-treasure glaze tile or the current 9-treasure glaze tile, Ning Rongrong had used it to crack walnuts as a lighting glazed lamp, and had invented many other uses, yet she never thought her martial soul had such an effect. Why do you say everything out loud? Now, I'm going to socially die. Xiao Wu, already red-faced, immediately blamed Shen Cangqiong upon hearing Shui Yuer gloating. In comparison, Shen Cangqiong opened his mouth but didn't know how to explain. He certainly couldn't say that this method was something he learned from other Douluo fan novels in his original world. Shen Cangqiong, the Great Offering is calling you. Just as everyone except Xiao Wu Shuang and Feng Xiaotian was erupting in laughter, Hulaina suddenly said, Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong, Old Master Douluo, is there something you need? Douluo has temporarily helped Shen Cangqiong out of a tough spot, and considering that in the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong had also taken care of both Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue. He is quite polite when speaking to Douluo. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Hall of Spirits Grand Offering Douluo, Bibi Dong, and my granddaughter Qianrenxue. You can only choose one at most. Variant 1. In the Douluo World. The Spirit Hall's Hall of Worship Saintess Qianrenxue. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Who wants to be with him? Shueqinghe, Qianrenxue. was so angry that her face turned green. Variant 1 Spirit Hall Grand Elder Qian. I'm just taking precautions. Shen Cangqiong, what is your answer? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. This is the only question I cannot answer or agree to. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The Grand Priest Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall. Kid, you are going too far. Do you even know who Bibi Dong is? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Who she is doesn't matter. What matters is how she thinks of herself. I can only say that I will never force others in such matters. But as long as the other party is willing, no matter what stands in front of her, I will stand in front of her, shielding her from all the blades and shadows, as well as the rumors and gossip. Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall Grand Priest Qian Daolu Sai. It's frustrating to argue, and even more frustrating to fight. Qian Daolu can't express how annoyed he is. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. It's a pity you showed up too late. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Spirit Hall Enshrine Saint Qian Renshua. He is from another Douluo continent. Even if he had appeared earlier, you wouldn't have encountered him. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. As Bibi Dong finished speaking, the anger of both Qian Renshua from the two worlds instantly surged to its peak, just as before. However, before the two could join forces to confront Bibi Dong again, the sound of a comparison video started to play. Now, playing the character comparison of Tang San. Purple Pearl Island. It's a pity. You all are not good people. Otherwise, I could take you to that ruin to have a try. Purple Pearl stood by the shore, watching the gradually departing boats, secretly contemplating. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong, Sister Purple Pearl. Although I can be a bit mischievous at times, I can't really be considered a bad person, right? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy. Xiao Wu, I'm not a bad person either. Variant 1 Douluo World Purple Pearl, I don't know. You'd have to ask me from another world. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Purple Pearl Island Master Purple Pearl. I don't know either. But I'm sure about people. Since the me in the comparison video said so in my heart, then the problem must be with you. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Ning Rongrong. What problem could there be with us? Variant 2 Original Douluo World Purple Pearl Island Master Purple Pearl. That you'll have to figure out for yourselves. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy. Zhu Zhuqing. It must be because you are following Tang San. After all, everyone knows Tang San's character, and you're still hanging out with him. So you must have unconsciously been influenced by him. You see, birds of a feather flock together, and proximity to ink makes you black. If the worldviews of two parties are completely different, either one side must be willing to change their worldview to accommodate the other, or else it is impossible for them to get along. Variant 1, core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World by Qinxiang. Zhu Qing makes a valid point. Variant 2, Original Douluo World, Ning Rongrong from Shrek Academy. Well, I've changed and restrained my little temper. It's just to fit in with the academy. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that, right? But if it's not for this reason, then I really can't think of any other possibilities. Variant 1 Douluo World, core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong. I think that's the reason. Don't forget, in Shrek, everything is completely decided by Yu Xiaojing and Tang San. But what kind of people are they? I believe everyone already knows by now. If you change yourself based on their opinions, what can you possibly learn that is good? Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong. Damn, it really seems to be the case. No way. This time, no matter who advises me, I must leave Shrek. I don't want to become a person like Tang San and Yu Xiaojing, or disliked by everyone. Variant 1 by Chunxiang. The core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World asks, why did I, in another world, end up hanging out with Tang San and the others? Variant 2 by Chunxiang, the young clan leader of the Min family in the original Douluo World, replies, I don't know. But I can be sure that even without the comparison video, I never thought about going to that so-called Shrek Academy. In fact, if it weren't for the comparison video, I wouldn't even know who Tang San is or where Shrek Academy is. Variant 1 of the Douluo World by Qinxiang, a core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy. I have thought of a possibility. Could it be related to the Li family? Among the 4 single attribute clans, only the Li family still cares about Tang Hao. Chapter 150, Trial. The comparison video continues. A few days later, Tang San and his group overcame a series of difficulties and finally reached Sea God Island. However, before they could take a few steps forward, a team of Sea God Island guards blocked their way. We admire the reputation of Sea God Island and hope to join it through the trial. Seeing the scene, Dai Mubai stepped forward and said loudly, Are you Land Soul Masters? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man at the head of the guard team frowned and asked, "Can you tell that just by looking?" Dai Mubai was taken aback. "Of course, you land soul masters cannot sense it, but we sea soul masters can see it. All right, you should leave here quickly. Sea God Island does not welcome you." The middle-aged man's tone was very cold. "Isn't Sea God Island a place where one can join through trials? Why do you reject us outright?" At this moment, Tang San came to Dai Mubai's side, frowning as he looked at the middle-aged man, feeling somewhat displeased. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Indeed, in this world, strength speaks for itself. When Shen Cangqiong arrived at Sea God Island, he was warmly welcomed by the people there. In contrast, Tang San and the others were directly blocked from entering and were refused access to Sea God Island. Variant number 1 in the Douluo World. Unknown, you're speaking too soon. Did you see? Actually, this middle-aged man from Sea God Island has good intentions. Variant 1 the Douluo World. Anonymous. Come on. If you really have good intentions, can't you speak kindly? Why does it have to be with cold words? To put it bluntly, people like this so-called good person are even more detestable to me than those evil ones. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Well said. In my opinion, such people are not kind-hearted at all. They are just opportunistic. If you show weakness, they become strong, and if you show strength, they will become weak. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. You people are really just bored. It's just a small character guarding the gate. What's there to discuss? You might as well continue watching honestly. I still want to know what benefits this legendary divine test on Sea God Island has. At this moment, as the video switched scenes, Tang San and his companions had already arrived in front of a man in black, led by the middle-aged man. "I'm one of the holy pillars of Sea God Island, Seahorse Douluo. If you want to participate in the divine test, it's not impossible. However, you must first pass my test." The man in black said, "Don't think that Lord Seahorse is deliberately targeting you. All land soul masters who wish to come to our Sea God Island to participate in the divine test must first pass the test of the holy pillar Douluo." The middle-aged man next to him explained, seeing the change in Tang San and the others' expressions. "Since this is the rule, please guide us, senior." Upon hearing that this was the rule, Tang San thought for a moment, stepped forward and cupped his fists at Seahorse Douluo, confidently saying, "Good, follow me." After speaking, Seahorse Douluo began to lead the way. "Senior, what is this?" Soon, Tang San and his companions followed Seahorse Douluo to a shore. Sensing the large number of sea spirit beasts in the water, Tang San asked in confusion, "My test is very simple. As long as you can pass through this sea, you will have passed my test." Seahorse Douluo did not explain much to Tang San. All right, hearing Seahorse Douluo say this, Tang San hesitated for a moment before agreeing. This test might be an impossible challenge for others, but for them, the Shrek 7 monsters, the difficulty of this test is not too high. He is completely confident that they, the Shrek 7 monsters, can all pass. "I'm the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, so I'll go first." At this moment, Dai Mubai stepped forward and said, "All right." Tang San nodded and then walked to the center of the group, looking at Dai Mubai, who had already begun to take the test. Variant 1 of the Douluo continent. Lan Baishir, Shrek's Dai Mubai. Zhu Qing. It seems that in comparison to the future shown in the video, you should have ultimately forgiven me, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been worried about me when I tried to cross that so-called sea within a sea. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Zhu Qing. That is another version of me from a different world. It is not me from this world. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Dai Mubai. No matter which world you come from, you ultimately forgave us. Moreover, based on our ages in the comparison video, we should have won the final battle for the throne. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Star Luo Crown Prince Davis. This is impossible. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Star Luo Royal Academy Zhu Zhuyun. Losing is losing. There's nothing impossible about it. Based on the ages of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing in the comparison video, if they lost, their best outcome would be to be placed under house arrest. So how could they possibly qualify to go to Sea God Island? Variant 1 Do World Star Luo Crown Prince Davis. Bamboo Yun from another world is right. Now is not the time to discuss possibilities. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Star Luo Royal Academy Zhu Zhuyun. Zhu Qing. It seems I underestimated you before. You actually passed the trial of the Sea of Seas so easily. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Shrek Oscar. Is it my turn next? But why am I so close to Ning Rong Rong? Did I really end up with Ning Rong Rong according to the original development? Variant 1 Core Disciple Ning Rong Rong of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World Gun. Do you think it's possible? Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy. Oscar, why is it impossible? If we weren't a couple, would we be this close? Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Shrek Academy. Ning Rong Rong. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school has a rule. Core members of the family cannot be with non-combat soul masters. Not to mention other things. Just this rule alone excludes you. I've said this before, did you forget? Variant 2. Original Douluo World, Shrek Academy. Oscar, how do you explain that scene in the comparison video? If we weren't together, would you let me carry you? At this point, both Oscars from the two worlds gradually became more animated in their thoughts. Chapter 151. Tang San, you really disappoint me. Variant 2. Original Douluo World, Shrek Academy. Ning Rong Rong, of course not. If I had to explain, it would be simple. First possibility. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school was destroyed, and I was the only one left. In this case, with the family gone, the family rules would naturally be gone as well. Second possibility. Everyone in our 7-treasure glazed tile school, including my father and the 2 grandfathers, became foolish, which is why they would ignore the family rules, risking the collapse of the family to agree to me marrying a food-type soul master. After all, if the sect master, the young sect master, and the elders all lead in violating the sect's rules, the people below will definitely follow suit and disregard the sect's regulations. At that time, without external pressure, our 7-treasure glazed tile school would head towards destruction from within. Third possibility. The Ning Rong Rong in the comparison video, who also possesses the 9-treasure glazed pagoda martial soul, is not me. She is a puppet with the same martial soul, appearance, and even memories as mine. Otherwise, not to mention that I have no feelings for you at all, even if I did have feelings for you. It would be impossible for me to selfishly be with you and let my family face the possibility of destruction. I am the young sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. I can be playful and mischievous, but on major issues, I will not be swayed by personal feelings, because that is my responsibility as the young sect master. This point is something ordinary people like you or those selfish family decision makers will never understand. Variant 2. Original Douluo World, Shrek Academy. Oscar, I understand. Who says I don't understand? You said so much and gone around in circles. Don't you just want to tell me not to dream of being with someone out of my league? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core, Disciple Ning Rong Rong. You summarized it very well. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lanba, Shrek Oscar. Variant 1 Douluo World, 7-treasure, glazed tile, sect master Ning Fengji. It seems that Rong Rong has grown up. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, 7-treasure, glazed tile, sect master Ning Fengji. Yes. I used to worry about her future because of her little witch temper. It turns out her little witch is so sensible. Now, I can really rest assured. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Ning Rong Rong. I've always been very sensible. Okay, it's clearly that you all have prejudices against me. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Ning Rong Rong. That's right. Variant 1 Douluo World Lamba Shrek Ma Hongjun. It's finally my turn. Wait, what the hell? Could it be that Xiang Xiang and I are also a pair? Variant 1 Core Disciple by Chun Xiang from Lambo Academy in the Douluo World. Borrowing Rong Rong's words, you fat horse, get out of my way. Variant 2 Young Clan Leader by Chun Xiang from the original Douluo World. Are you sure you didn't get the comparison video wrong? How could I possibly be with that Mahongjun? Comparison video. The specific reason will be revealed later. Variant 2 Young Clan Leader by Chun Xiang from the original Douluo World. Alright. Variant 2 Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy in the original Douluo World. Xiang Xiang. Although we haven't met in this world yet, since we're together in the comparison video, it at least shows that we have some fate, right? Why don't we give it a try? Variant 2 Young Clan Leader by Chun Xiang from the original Douluo World. Didn't I tell you to get out? What fate are you talking about? Don't I know myself? Looking at that me in the comparison video, I can tell from her eyes that she clearly isn't willing to be with you. Variant 2 Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy in the original Douluo World. Is that so? I didn't notice that. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Core Disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Ning Rong Rong, the fat guy from another world. Stop pretending. I don't believe you usually play so well and can't tell that the fragrant one in the comparison video is completely indifferent to you. Varan Wandu Lan Ba. Shrek. Ma Ongjun. Sig. Rong Rong. Knowing the truth, but not saying it. Still good friends. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy's Core Disciple Xiao Wu. Stop talking nonsense. Look at me. Why do I look silly compared to the me in the comparison video? As if I'm just a shell. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy. Zhu Qing. Could it be because you have already made a sacrifice? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Xiao Wu. No. If I were to sacrifice myself, there shouldn't be anything left. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Xiao Wu from the Shrek Academy. You have never sacrificed anything before. So how do you know that after the sacrifice, there will be nothing left? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, core disciple of the Blue Silver Academy, Ning Rongrong. Yes. Didn't Ayin also make a sacrifice? Isn't she back to being a blue silver grass again? Variant 1, core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy in Douluo World. Xiao Wu. According to Rongrong, I should have transformed into a little rabbit. But compared to the video of me, I look completely human. Variant 2, original Douluo World. Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu. Why say so much? Just ask directly about the comparison video. Comparison video. Why have I become like this? Comparison video. After you sacrificed yourself to Tang San, for certain reasons, you did not completely dissipate, but instead transformed back into a rabbit. Then, Tang San used some methods to turn you back into human form. However, your spirit is still within Tang San's soul ring. So, the you in the video is just a movable shell. Variant 1, Douluo World, Blue Tyrant, Shrek, Tang San, Xiao Wu. Did you hear that? No matter what happens, I will never give up on you. Variant 2, original Douluo World, Shrek Academy, Tang San. Yes, Xiao Wu. I admit that I didn't protect you well, but I will do everything I can to bring you back to life. Variant 1, Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy's core disciple Xiao Wu. But my sacrifice is precisely because of you. Even if you really revive me in the end, it would still be what you owe me. But why does it seem from your words that you want me to be grateful to you? Variant 2, original Douluo World, Shrek Academy Xiao Wu. Tang San, you truly disappoint me. Variant 2, original Douluo World, Shrek Academy Tang San. No, Xiao Wu, that's not what I meant. Chapter 152, the levels of the divine exam, as the people from the Blue Tyrant Academy and Shrek Academy in the two worlds watched the comparison video of themselves. Constantly shocked and commenting, the 8 individuals in the comparison video had already safely passed the undersea exam set by Seahorse Douluo using their respective methods. Your performance has truly surprised me. No, to be precise, it should be called shocking. Seahorse Douluo said, looking at the 8 individuals in front of him with a strange gaze. Senior Seahorse, do we now have the qualification to participate in the divine exam? Tang San wore a calm expression, showing no signs of unease. Since you have passed my test, you naturally have the qualification to participate in the divine exam. However, for you Land Soul Masters, participating in the divine exam at Sea God Island is very dangerous. There is no failure, only success or demise. I will now give you one last chance, and I hope you will consider it carefully. Will you risk your life to participate in the divine exam? Or will you turn back now? Seahorse Douluo said, no need to consider, we already made up our minds before coming to Sea God Island. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged a glance and stepped forward firmly. In that case, let us begin. Saying this, Seahorse Douluo summoned a blue light from the holy pillar and pointed it towards Dai Mubai. Senior Seahorse, what is this for? Tang San asked in confusion. This is to determine his level for the divine exam. The divine exam at Sea God Island is also divided into levels. From low to high, they're the white level exam, yellow level exam, purple level exam, black level exam, and the top red level exam. Seahorse Douluo explained. I see. Tang San nodded, then redirected his gaze to Dai Mubai, who was surrounded by the blue light pillar. At that moment, the blue light pillar surrounding Dai Mubai had changed from blue to white, then rapidly transitioned from white to yellow, from yellow to purple, and finally settled on black. It's actually the black level 6 exam, more than I had originally. See God, is this person before us a sinner? Seahorse Douluo murmured, looking at the gradually fading black light pillar with a complex expression. Senior Seahorse, why do you say that Dai Mubai is a sinner? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask. Sigh, I already told you about the 5 levels of the divine exam at Sea God Island earlier. Among them, the white level exam and yellow level exam will only have 1 test each. As long as you pass, it is considered a success. When it comes to the purple level exam, distinctions will start to appear. For example, the purple level exam can have up to 3 tests. This means that a maximum of 3 tests must be completed to be considered successful. As for the black level exam, there will be at least 4 tests and a maximum of 6 tests. The black level 6 exam can be said to be the most difficult within the black level exams. I can tell you that in the past 100 years, the black level exam has only appeared 31 times, out of which 24 times resulted in failure. The remaining 7 successes are the current 7 guardians of Sea God Island. Even so, among our 7 guardians, only the strongest sea dragon Douluo has passed the black level 6 exam. Moreover, the main point is that you are all Land Soul Masters, so the original time limit for each test, which is 10 years for Sea Soul Masters, will change to a 1-year limit specifically for Land Soul Masters. That is why I would say he is a sinner. Otherwise, how could the kind sea god possibly impose the Black Level 6 exam, which is almost a certain death? Seahorse Douluo explained in great detail. Variant 1. Douluo World Anonymous. Haha. Let me tell you a joke. The sea god is very kind. Haha. It really cracks me up. Variant 2. Original Douluo World Anonymous. Seahorse Douluo. Can you share how you feel right now? Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. You're too bad. How can Seahorse Douluo respond to this? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Sea Dragon Douluo. I am puzzled by this character comparison with Tang San. The seahorse didn't explicitly state one thing, which is that the level of the divine examination entirely depends on the cultivation talent of the person taking the examination. According to Dai Mubai's talent, he should not be able to achieve the 6th level of the black rank. Otherwise, wouldn't there suddenly be dozens of unparalleled geniuses exceeding the 6th level of the black rank appearing on the Douluo continent? Variant 1 the Douluo World. Core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong. If I'm not mistaken, compared to Dai Mubai in the video, he must have consumed the divine herb, which greatly enhanced his talent. After all, when the trash list was announced, didn't the video mention that Tang San wiped out the poison Douluo as medicinal garden? Regarding the divine herb, Shen Cangqiong didn't ask Ning Rongrong to keep it a secret, so she naturally spoke without any psychological burden. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, by Chen Cangqiong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. I agree with Rongrong's statement. My sharp-tailed swallow martial soul transformed into the current Emperor Luan martial soul because it consumed a celestial herb. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Sea Dragon Douluo. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World. Nameless. It seems that in this regard, Tang San did well. At least he shared the immortal herbs with his partners. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Anonymous. Hee. How naive. As he spoke, the comparison video continued. Senior Haima. Isn't it my turn now? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had regained her senses from what Haima Doa said, stepped forward and asked, I just said so much. Aren't you going to reconsider? Haima Doa slightly frowned. We came here to accept the test. If the test is too easy, wouldn't we have come for nothing? Moreover, we have already created too many miracles, and I believe this time we can still create miracles. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said calmly, Good. You are indeed very ambitious. Very few people possess the courage you have. After saying this, Haima Douluo showed a look of approval and pointed towards Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 153. Tang San is not worthy. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong. Wow, Zhuqing. You look so calm and confident compared to the you in the video. By the way, I think this is the first time I've seen you with such a calm and confident expression. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui wearer from the Shui Academy. Indeed. I don't know what exactly happened in the future that made this Ice Mountain beauty seem like a completely different person. Could it be just because she defeated her sister and brother-in-law in the fateful battle? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy. Zhu Zhuqing. It's a very strange feeling. Perhaps something truly catastrophic happened to me in the future, which forced me to change, compared to the person in the comparison video. Otherwise, I could never have transformed into the appearance of the one in the comparison video. It's also possible, just as Rongrong joked, that the Zhu Zhuqing who looks exactly like me in the comparison video is just a puppet. Variant 1, Douluo World, Plan Academy. Yao Zi. It might be because of love, right? After all, love can change everything and embrace everything. Variant 1, Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy. Zhu Zhuqing. I have no love for Dai Mubai. If it weren't for being born into the Zhu family and having to bear the fate of internal strife, I would have had no intersection with Dai Mubai at all. Variant 2, Original Douluo World, Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing. This is also what I want to say. Variant 1 Douluo World Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu, what is going on? Both Zhuqing said that they would never become like the one in the comparison video. And Rongrong also said that the one in the comparison video is not her. Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? Variant 1, Douluo World Silver Dragon King Guyuna. I have roughly guessed some things, but I'm not sure yet. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Silver Dragon King Guyuna. I think it's about 98 accurate. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the original Douluo World. What does this mean? Could it be that my joke has come true, and someone really has plotted against me in Zhuqing? Variant 1, in the Douluo World, Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Let's keep watching. If among the 8 of you in the comparison video, one person has passed the divine assessment, then the answer is clear. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and the others from the two worlds felt a bit uneasy as Guyuna spoke. The divine assessment level of Zhu Zhuqing in the comparison video was also confirmed. Black level 5. Seahorse Douluo was taken aback. Senior Seahorse, it's my turn now. Oscar reminded. Oh, okay. Seahorse instinctively responded, retracting his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing. It's actually black level 6. Initially, Seahorse thought that Oscar, as a food system soul master, would have a lower divine assessment than the first two, but it completely exceeded his expectations. Over 6. At this moment, before Seahorse could react, Ning Rongrong walked up to him, muttering incantations. It's actually top level 7. After a moment, when Seahorse saw Ning Rongrong's divine assessment level, he immediately exclaimed, almost echoing in the sky. Miss, may I ask your full name? After a long time, Seahorse Douluo slightly bowed and saluted Ning Rongrong. My name is Ning Rongrong. Senior, what is this about? Seahorse Douluo's sudden change not only left Ning Rongrong puzzled, but the other 7 were also equally confused. Miss Ning Rongrong, I am honored to be your examiner. If you need anything on the island in the future, you can come to me. I will do my best to help you, Seahorse said respectfully. Senior Seahorse, I only have 1 level difference from Rongrong. Is the gap really that big? Oscar blinked and couldn't help but ask. Top level assessments are different from black level assessments. There has never been a record of failing a top level assessment since its first appearance. The last top level assessment on our Sea God Island was the assessment of the Grand Priest of the island. As long as Miss Ning Rongrong passes the top level assessment, she will be the heir of the Grand Priest and the future leader of Sea God Island. While explaining Oscar's question, Seahorse's eyes never left Ning Rongrong. Is the top level 7 assessment easier than black level 6? Tang San asked. Of course not. The overall difficulty of top level 7 is much higher than that of black level 6. However, the appearance of a top level assessment always symbolizes the emergence of a new generation's Grand Priest. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is, it will definitely succeed. Seahorse Douluo shook his head and said, I see. Senior Seahorse, let's continue. Xiang, it's your turn. Tang San nodded and turned to Bai Qinxiang beside him, giving her signal. All right. Bai Qinxiang didn't hesitate and stepped forward to stand in front of Seahorse. Yellow level 1? Just as Seahorse Douluo was ready for another black level assessment, Bai Qinxiang's divine assessment level nearly threw out his old back. Variant 1 Douluo World. Core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy, Bai Qinxiang. Is my talent really this poor? Shen Cangqiong. Am I not qualified to join the inner academy of Blue Tyrant Academy? Did you give me a backdoor? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. In my Blue Tyrant Academy's inner court, I never consider the talent of the individuals I accept. I only look at their character. Even if someone has no martial soul, as long as their character is good, after 10 years of cultivation in my inner court, they can still beat demigods like a father beating his son. Moreover, you should have been specifically targeted by that scoundrel of the sea god. I have seen your original talent, and while it is indeed a bit worse than Rongrong's, it definitely should not be just a yellow level 1 exam. Based on my comparison with Rongrong's current talent, she is at the top of the 7th exam, so before you consume the fairy grass, you should have been around the purple level 3 exam. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Ning Rongrong, Xiang. I think that you only have a yellow level 1st exam, and besides the fact that the sea god is deliberately targeting you, it should also be one of the reasons that Tang San didn't give you any fairy grass. I can only say that in this matter, Tang San is really not a good person, even unwilling to give his own cousin a single fairy grass. Chapter 154. Gu Yuna's Terrifying Inference. Variant 1, Douluo World. Blue Tyrant Academy, Talon, you should be content. I think Tang San has been quite benevolent in dealing with Xiang. Although he didn't give Xiang the celestial herb, at least he took her to Sea God's Island to participate in the divine test. Look at me. I don't even have the qualification to be taken to Sea God's Island for the divine test. I don't even know if Tang San truly regards our Li family. In the end, Talon seemed to be hinting, wanting his grandfather to completely abandon the idea of mingling with Tang San's family. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Shrek Academy. Tang San, is there a possibility that, compared to the video of me, I don't even recognize you? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy, Talon, get lost. You even know Xiang. So how could you not recognize me, the only direct descendant of the Strength Clan? Don't forget, whenever we single attribute 4 clans make any important decisions, we always sit down together to discuss it, especially when it comes to major matters concerning the survival of our families, like re-establishing ties with your Haoyan Tang family. We will be extremely cautious and thorough in our discussions. You could say that if even one person from our single attribute 4 clans is by your side, It means that all of us from a single attribute, 4 clans, are already standing with you. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core, Disciple Ning Rongrong, Talon. Be careful. Tang San is about to give you a warning. You have already found the path to death. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Talon. Haha. That's true. It seems I need to be more low-key in front of Tang San from now on. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing. Bai Cangqiong in the comparison video suddenly blushed and made a move that left everyone inside and outside the video speechless. In the video, after a moment of hesitation, Bai Cangqiong seemed to have made up her mind, displaying a determined expression on her face, and like a whirlwind, she dashed into Ma Hongjuan's arms and wall-donged him. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun. What the hell? What's going on? Why did Xiang suddenly wall-dong me? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Min's clan young clan leader by Cangqiong. Ugh. Don't call me Xiang. To borrow from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The guy in the comparison video is not me at all. Variant 1, core disciple by Cangqiong of Blue Ba Academy in the Douluo World. It's not me either. Lanba, Svek, Ma Hongduan, Gundens. You guys are playing here with me? Same excuse. Rongrong used it up. Zhuqing used it. Zhuqing used it up. Xiang, you continue to use it. Is Xiao Wu planning to use this excuse later too? Variant 1, Douluo World, core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy. Xiao Wu, let's see the situation. If needed, it wouldn't be a problem to use it. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Silver Dragon King Guyuna. In fact, this may not be their excuse. At this moment, Guyuna suddenly said, Variant 1 Douluo World, Lanba, Shrek, Ma Hongjun, what's going on? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, not understanding what Guyuna meant. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Silver Dragon King Guyuna. It's obvious that this human girl named Bai Cangqiong is walling you up because this is the task of the divine examination. However, the true divine examination task would never include such assessment content. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna, I wasn't wrong about the other me. I wasn't sure before that there was something fishy going on here. However, now I'm certain. Comparing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing in the video. They have either had their original intelligence erased by those deities or their original thoughts completely rewritten by those deities. In fact, when Bai Cangqiong in the comparison video chose to wall slam you, Ma Hongjun, it was also when she began to be controlled by the sea god. I can guarantee that by the end of the comparison video, Bai Cangqiong will genuinely accept you, Ma Hongjun. Variant 1 of the Douluo World by Cangqiong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Fatima, I can introduce my cousin to you, but stay away from me in the future. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Lanba, Shrek, Ma Hongjun. Hee. Are you really introducing your cousin to me? Ma Hongjun knows that there's no way he and Bai Cangqiong could be together. At this moment, relying on the scene from the comparison video, if he can unexpectedly gain a wife, he certainly won't refuse. As for what Guyuna just said, he doesn't dare to think too much about it and doesn't want to think too much about it. Variant 1, core disciple by Cangqiong of Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World. Really. Variant 2, Ma Hongjun from the original Douluo World Shrek Academy. I want it too. Variant 2, by Cangqiong, young clan leader of the Min family in the original Douluo World. As long as you don't have ideas about me, I can let my cousin who is willing to be with you come find you. This ISNT by Cangqiong setting up her cousin. Although Ma Hongjun doesn't he look great, his talent is really good. In this world where strength is respected, there are plenty of people willing to marry a promising soul master like Ma Hongjun. Variant 2, Ma Hongjun from the original Douluo World Shrek Academy deal. Variant 1 Douluo World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Ning Fengji. Miss Guyuna, what evidence do you have to prove that what you just said is true? On the other side, Ning Fengji said anxiously. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Isn't it your own daughter who said it herself? Comparing her to the one in the video, isn't she not the real her? Why are you asking me for evidence now? Besides, even if I give you the evidence, what can you do? Just look at the scenes in the comparison video. Those high and mighty deities can deal with ordinary people on Douluo continent with just a thought. They don't even need to lift a finger. And you, aside from being played with by those deities, could do nothing else. Oh right, the angel god lineage from the spirit hall. You should be careful. Didn't the comparison video say that your spirit hall was ultimately destroyed? I think that shouldn't have been done by Tang Chun, but rather by the sea god using Tang San and his group. Guyuna, who understands the filth of the divine realm, basically knew the sea god's intentions when she saw Bai Cangqiong's divine test content. To discuss the divine realm a bit, she certainly wouldn't mind giving those deities a little medicine. Chapter 155, a request from another Douluo World variant 2, original Douluo World Spirit Hall, grand offering Xiao. I understand. Xiao is not a fool. When he saw that the sea god's divine test was so simple, he immediately sensed the conspiracy. After all, he had participated in the divine test back in the day and knew very well the difficulty of the divine test. If the difficulty of the divine test were really that simple, why would each task be given 10 years to complete? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, said to Shen Cangqiong, I entrust my daughter to you. You must not let her come to harm. Although Gu Yuna's words were very harsh, Ning Fengji could not refute them. Even if the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect joined forces, they would not be a match for a peerless Douluo of level 99, let alone deal with those true gods. With no other choice, Ning Fengji had to seek help from Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, don't worry. I can't say I can deal with the God King right now, but some small tricks 1T escape my notice. In fact, Shen Cangqiong, who is familiar with the plot, knows more than Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna confirmed Poseidon's conspiracy only after seeing by Cangqiong's divine trial task. But Shen Cangqiong had already noticed the discrepancies when he was in the original world. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed secretly manipulated in their thoughts and ideas. But this was not the work of Poseidon, but rather of the Shura god. One could say that the depths of this situation are far more profound than Gu Yuna imagined. Variant 1, in the Douluo World, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong, Senior Cangqiong, is there anything wrong with me, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Xiang right now? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, I have already taken care of it for you. It was just a wisp of divine thought. And in the face of the power cultivated by Shen Cangqiong using the nameless true method, it had no resistance at all. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy's core disciple Ning Rongrong. Then why didn't you tell us? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, it's not a big deal. Why should I tell you? Moreover, even if I told you, you might not believe it anyway. Like Gu Yuna, Shen Cangqiong also wants to give the God realm a little medicine, so naturally, he is happy to say more in the bullet comments, allowing everyone from both worlds to gradually develop a dislike for the God realm. In the Douluo World Variant 1, Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, said, how could that be? As long as it's what Senior Cangqiong says, I believe it. However, Senior Cangqiong, you have to keep a close eye on me from now on. I don't want to accidentally fall victim to some underhanded tactics again. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, no. You have cultivated the original true solution, and those black hands can no longer reach you. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Ning Rongrong. What should I do? Ning Rongrong of Variant 2 looks at Shen Cangqiong and another version of herself chatting seriously, and a strong sense of unease suddenly rises in her heart. Variant 2 Original Douluo World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect Master Ning Fengji, Young Master Shen. Please save my daughter. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. We are not in the same world. This might be difficult. Variant 1 The Douluo World, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong, Senior Cangqiong. Don't you have fragments of the cross-border talisman? Once you collect 100 pieces, you can form a complete cross-border talisman and then go over, right? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. But now I only have 30 cross-border symbol fragments. I don't know when I'll be able to get 100 pieces. In fact, Shen Cangqiong has 50 pieces, but the other 20 cross-border symbol fragments were given to him before the golden finger ran away, and he cannot explain their origin. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Binger from the Water Academy. I have a piece of a cross-border talisman fragment here. It was a reward I got when I taught a lesson to those on the trash list. I'll give it to you. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. There are still 69 pieces missing. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I will find a way for the rest. My 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School lacks everything else, but not gold soul coins. I don't believe that 1,000,000 gold soul coins per piece for purchasing cross-border symbols, which are of no use to ordinary people, will go unrecovered. Ning Fengji is not foolish either. There is no connection between the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in their second world and Shen Cangqiong. It is already great news that the other party is willing to help. How could they possibly let the other party handle the collection of cross-border symbol fragments? Variant 1, Douluo World, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Master Ning Fengji. I will also synchronize the acquisition here. It's still 1,000,000 gold soul coins for each piece. After all, she is Ning Fengji's daughter from another world, and if he can help, he will definitely not refuse. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Alright, I'll leave it to you. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong did not show any unusual expression, but in his heart, he was thinking of the two Ning Rong beside him, feeling a surge of excitement. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Zhu Qing. Young Master Shen. If it's convenient, could you help me as well? Although it was out of character for Zhu Qing to ask a completely unfamiliar person for help, she still made a decision that went against her nature, gritting her teeth and asking. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. No problem. Also, Xiang, if you're worried about being targeted in the future, feel free to speak up. Double the joy is naturally better. Especially Zhu Qing's huge breasts that can completely engulf someone, and by Cangqiong's special dual ponytails. They are simply the favorites of an old lecher. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Zhu Qing. Thank you. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Minji Clan Young Clan Leader by Cangqiong. Then I'll wait for you in the Minji Clan. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Core Disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy Xiao Wu, Shen Cangqiong. What about me in another world? Why don't you mention it all? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. You did it willingly, unlike the three of them who are not voluntary. What do I need you for? Variant 1 Douluo World Core Disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy Xiao Wu. Who said I volunteered? I have always regarded Tang San as my brother. I never had any other feelings for him. Okay? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. What about the other Xiao Wu? Does it mean the same thing? Shen Cangqiong was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 156. The 9 Trials of the Sea God. As he spoke, Bai Cangqiong in the comparison video had already completed the task of wall-slamming Ma Hongjun for a stick of incense's time. At this moment, Bai Cangqiong's soul power level had also directly increased by 1 level with the completion of the divine trial task. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. No way. Is it really that easy to increase a level of soul power? Variant 2 Original Douluo World Anonymous. By the way, completing the yellow level first exam allows you to increase a level of soul power. So what about completing the 6 tasks of the black level 6th exam? Wouldn't that directly increase dozens of levels? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Is there a team go to Sea God Island to participate in the divine examination? I don't seek a black level assessment, just a chance to take the purple level first exam. Once completed, I estimate I can improve my soul power level by 2 to 3 ranks. Isn't this countless times faster than relying on our own hard training? Variant 1 Douluo World Sea God Island Unknown. Don't think about it. We have already planned to leave Sea God Island in batches. By then, even if you find the location of Sea God Island, it will be useless. Variant 1. The nameless in Douluo World. That's too bad. Windy Pavilion. Little Fox, have you participated in the Angel God's divine examination of the Spirit Hall? Shen Cangqiong asked. No. I didn't even know what the divine examination was before the comparison video appeared. Hulaina shook her head and said, the depth of this matter is indeed profound. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong nodded and thought to himself. At this moment, he overturned the idea that the Shura God acted before the Sea God. Based on the Sea God's behavior of making the divine examination on Sea God Island accessible to everyone, it seems that even the Shura God is just a pawn of the Sea God. This also explains why the Shura God, as a God King, agreed to let Tang San inherit both his and the Sea God's divine positions simultaneously. Perhaps at that time, the Shura God had already been confused by the Sea God, the great deceiver. After all, it is more accurate to say that the Sea God became a deity not through strength, but by deceiving sea soul masters and sea soul beasts. With such deceiving abilities, it would be too easy for the Sea God to trick an arrogant Shura God. Unfortunately, the people of Sea God Island have already run away. Otherwise, we could all team up to go to Sea God Island for a divine examination. By the time we complete the divine examination and return to the Douluo continent, we will at least be at the Soul King level. At this moment, Shui Yueker said with some longing, don't get involved with things like divine examinations. Do you think those gods are so generous? Once you accept the divine examination, you automatically become a subordinate of that deity, and at that time, the god can rightfully do anything to you. Even if other so-called benevolent deities see it and want to help you, they won't have a suitable and reasonable excuse to intervene. Shen Cangqiong said helplessly. Then finding a benevolent deity to participate in this benevolent deity's divine examination should be fine, right? With a simple and quick way to increase soul power levels. Shui Yuer, this little lazy bug, really doesn't want to give up. But you also need to find those truly benevolent deities. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes at Shui Yuer. In any case, from Shen Cangqiong's understanding, there isn't a single truly benevolent deity in the entire divine realm. Or rather, A truly good person cannot become a deity. This is just like within a power. Those who can climb to the position of decision-maker must be hypocritical gentlemen or real villains. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Sigh. I'm actually at the black level 6 examination. After clowning around in front of everyone, after the examination level was tested, Ma Hongjun looked a bit dejected. Rong, please take care of Xiao Wu for me. At this time, Tang San didn't pay attention to Ma Hongjun. After handing Xiao Wu over to Ning Rong beside him, he slowly walked to the front of Seahorse Daw and said, Senior, let us begin. No problem. Among the 8 people, Seahorse Daw was most interested in Tang San. Upon hearing this, he naturally didn't waste any time and directly pointed at Tang San. However, strangely, this time the blue light enveloping Tang San's body did not change color quickly like it did for the others before. It remained blue, but the blue glow became increasingly dazzling. Just as everyone was puzzled, the brilliant blue light suddenly split into 2, one continuing to envelop Tang San, while the other enveloped Xiao Wu not far away. Then, the blue light on Xiao Wu flashed, and amidst the changed expressions of Tang San and the others, Xiao Wu was teleported to Tang San's side by the blue light. At the same time, as Xiao Wu was transported beside Tang San, the blue light on both of them began to change colors at an unprecedented speed. In just a few seconds, a red mark representing the top level 7 examination appeared on both Tang San and Xiao Wu's foreheads. However, before Dai Mubai and the others, as well as the people from Sea God Island, could react, the red mark on Tang San's forehead shone brightly. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it transformed from its original crimson color to a brilliant gold. In an instant, the entire Sea God Island and its surrounding areas were enveloped in a layer of special golden light. Even Dai Mubai and the others, who were closest to Tang San, entered a state of enlightenment because of this golden light. Variant 1 Douluo World Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Sea God 9 Trials. If I previously had 100% certainty, now I have 1,000% certainty. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Silver Dragon King Guyuna. The Divine Realm cannot interfere with the mortal realm. This sea god is clearly breaking the rules. I find it hard to believe that Shura is unaware of such matters. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, Blue Emperor, the sea god can bestow the sea god 9 trials upon someone like Tang San. It is evident that in the future, when Shen Cangqiong destroys Sea God Island, he is completely eliminating a threat for our Douluo continent. Variant 2. In the original Douluo World, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, Blue Emperor, the sea god can pass his divine position to Tang San, which indirectly indicates what kind of entity the sea god truly is. It's laughable that, aside from my Deep Sea Demon Whale clan, all other sea spirit masters and sea spirit beasts regard the hypocritical gentleman of the sea god as a good person. Variant 1 Douluo World Plan Academy Yao Zi. A hammer martial soul and a grass martial soul can actually inherit the sea god, which is obviously a water attribute divine position. Now I really have to admit it. Variant 1 Douluo World Chihua Academy. Wu, you should have accepted it long ago. Shen Cangqiong has already said that inheriting the divine position does not require the attributes between the divine position and the inheritor to match at all. Chapter 157, Meng Iran. Variant 1 Douluo World Plant Academy, Yao Zi. This is simply nonsense. It is obvious that the sea god has opened a backdoor for Tang San. If Tang San really inherits the divine position, then is he the sea god, the hammer god, or the grass god? The people of Sea God Island are indeed both wicked and foolish. Variant 1 Douluo World Sea God Island Unknown. What do you mean? Did our ordinary soul masters from Sea God Island provoke you? Variant 1 of Douluo World Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. Is what Yao Zi said not right? I think Yao Zi has already been lenient. You guys see God is so shameless. So how could you subordinates be any good? Everyone, please pay attention. Be extra careful when interacting with people from Sea God Island in the future, and don't let them fool you. After all, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. When we face the people from Sea God Island, it's always better to be a bit more cautious. Variant 1 Douluo World Sea God Island Anonymous. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Ning Rong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court says, "You error is right. Hee. Perhaps you people from Sea God Island don't know. It feels really good to teach your future Sea God Tang San a lesson." Variant 1 World Blue Tyrant Academy Talon. How about we record the entire process next time we teach Tang San a lesson and then send it to the people of Sea God Island. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Ning Rong. This method is good. In the Sea God Island of the Douluo World, the unnamed one, Just as the people of Sea God Island were left speechless, a new scene appeared in the comparison video. Senior Haima. The red represents the top-level assessment. So what level does my goal belong to? I sensed that the number of assessments I needed to undergo was not 7 times, but 9 times. Could it be that mine is the top-level 9 assessments? After a moment, Tang San, who had awakened from his epiphany, asked, "You shouldn't make it difficult for Seahorse Douluo. This is the first time such a situation has occurred since we appeared on Sea God Island. This is not a top-level 9 assessments, but the Sea God 9 assessments." Upon hearing this, Seahorse Douluo was about to say that he also didn't know what level this assessment belonged to when a voice like heavenly music approached from afar. Salute to the high priest. Seeing someone arrive, Seahorse Douluo hurriedly bowed and saluted. Beside them, Tang San and the others were stunned to see the titled Douluo Lian Haima, showing respect to the red-clad woman before them, and were also preparing to bow. "Young man, I have waited for over 100 years, and finally, in my old age, I have waited for you. Can you tell me about your origins?" The newcomer did not accept Tang San and the others bowing, but instead moved aside and asked, "My name is Tang San from the Haotian school. My ancestor's name is a single character, Chun." Although Tang San found a remark about being old somewhat speechless, he still responded respectfully. "So you were his great-grandson. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, his great-grandson has grown so much." Upon hearing Tang San introduce himself, the newcomer showed a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "My name is Poseidon. I am the high priest of Sea God Island. Tang San, remember this, from now on Sea God Island, you do not need to bow to anyone, including me. Do you understand?" However, Poseidon quickly regained his composure. "Why is that?" Tang San asked in confusion. "I already mentioned it. Your divine trial is the Sea God 9 trials. As long as you pass the assessment, you will be the next Sea God." At this moment, with Poseidon's arrival, the 6 other sacred pillar Douluos also rushed over. When they heard Poseidon's explanation, they all looked at Tang San, who was standing in front of Poseidon, with shocked expressions. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Anonymous. No exaggeration, no criticism. The people of Sea God Island may not be great, but the High Priestess is truly beautiful. Every time I see her, I am captivated. However, when she says she is already old, I just cannot accept that. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Dragon Lord Meng Shu. It does seem a bit like talking nonsense with one's eyes wide open. I don't know how this Poseidon maintains herself. She's older than me. It looks like a girl around 18. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Snake Lady Xiao Wu. From what you're saying, do you think I'm old? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Dragon Lord Meng Shu. No. I'm just feeling a bit emotional. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Snake Woman Xiao Wu. Hee. Guess what? Do you think I believe it? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Beast Academy, Meng Iran, Grandma, don't overthink it. Poseidon has obviously been reserved by Shen Cangqiong. No matter how bold Grandpa is, he wouldn't dare to have any designs on Poseidon. Variant 1 No World Peerless Douluo Poseidon. Little girl, what are you talking about? Variant 1 Douluo World Monster Academy Meng Iran. In the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong explicitly stated it. We all heard it. Variant 1. The Peerless Douluo Poseidon, Shen Cangqiong. Look at the good things you've done. Originally, Poseidon didn't take Shen Cangqiong's words in the comparison video to heart at all. However, now it has been brought up by someone, which made Poseidon quite frustrated. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Monster Academy student. My Captain Meng. It seems you've offended both young Master Shen and Poseidon all at once. Variant 1 Douluo World Dragon Lord Meng Shu. Young Master Shen, I'm sorry. I don't think she did it on purpose. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Snake Lady Ko Xingxiang. I hope young Master Shen can forgive my unintentional mistake. My Meng family is willing to make amends. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. It's fine. I'm a very kind person. As long as you don't deliberately spread rumors about me, you don't have to worry about what I might do. In fact, Meng Iran is not wrong. Although those words were not said by me now, they were indeed spoken by me in the comparison video. Shen Cangqiong has never been the kind of person who is unreasonable. He only treats those he dislikes that way. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Beast Academy, Meng Iran. Thank you, young Master Shen. At this moment, Meng Iran's fondness for Shen Cangqiong rose significantly. Chapter 158. The fourth comparison of Tang San ends. The comparison video continued. In the following days, due to Tang San's presence, the group received the most prestigious hospitality on Sea God Island, and they conducted their respective divine assessments day by day in such an extremely friendly environment. Years later, High Priest, is this the Sea God's trident? Tang San asked. That's right. This is the sea god's trident, the divine artifact used by Lord Sea God, Poseidon, standing next to Tang San confirmed. Divine artifact? This was the first time Tang San had heard this term on the Douluo continent. It's normal if you haven't heard of it. A divine artifact, as the name implies, is an existence that transcends the mundane. Such a supreme existence is rare even in the divine realm, let alone on the Douluo continent. At this point, Poseidon had a proud look on her face. An existence that transcends the mundane? Doesn't that mean that if one can obtain it, they could become invincible on the Douluo continent? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Tang San's eyes. That's about the meaning, yes. However, gaining the recognition of the sea god's trident is not a simple task. Even as the high priest of a sea god, it is extremely difficult for me to wield the sea god's trident. Poseidon nodded and then shook her head. Even a high priest finds it difficult to use? This surprised Tang San a bit. Mainly, the sea god trident is just too heavy. It weighs a whopping 108,000 pounds. Even I have to exert all my strength and use soul power to barely wield it, Poseidon said. What? The sea god's trident actually weighs 108,000 pounds? At this moment, Tang San was truly shocked and felt that this place was indeed a magical world with martial souls, far superior to the world he came from in his previous life. Tang San, you should give it a try. Seeing Tang San's shock, Poseidon smiled with satisfaction, no longer explaining further, but pointed to the sea god's trident on the high platform. All right, the weight of 108,000 pounds of the sea god's trident did not deter Tang San. Instead, it ignited a sense of competitiveness within him. He believed that if Poseidon, the high priest, could lift it, there was no reason for him, the next sea god, to be unable to do so. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Xiao Wu from the Xiao Academy. If it were before, I would definitely be stunned by the sea god trident weighing 100,000 pounds. But after experiencing Brother Xiao Qiong's past and present story, I suddenly feel that 100,000 pounds is just like that. In the world of Douluo, Variant 1, Ning Rongrong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court said, indeed, that's how it is. I have only practiced the original true solution for a short time, and with my current strength, lifting something around 1,000 pounds is not difficult at all. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu, really impressive. With the boost of soul power, even something weighing around 200 pounds is a struggle for me. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Unknown. Having great strength doesn't seem to be of much use, right? We are soul masters, not ordinary brutes who rely on strength to make a living. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, by Shen Cangqiong from the Blue Tyrant Academy. It doesn't have much effect. However, if you can't dodge my punch that has a force of 1,000 pounds, you'll probably end up with broken bones and torn tendons. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Xiao Wu from the Shrek Academy. Xiang. I heard that the initial weight of the Haotian hammer is 500 pounds, and when cultivated to the extreme, it can exceed 10,000 pounds. Is this true? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, by Shen Cangqiong from the Blue Tyrant Academy. Haha. I often hear such rumors too, but it's just a joke to listen to. If you take it seriously, then you've lost. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu. This is what the outside world is saying. Could it possibly be false? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, by Shen Cangqiong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court. Of course it's fake, and it's quite ridiculous. To put it this way, the newly awakened Haotian hammer, Martial Soul, which is the initial Haotian hammer, should weigh around 10 jin, and only when cultivated to the extreme does it weigh about 500 jin. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Spirit Hall, Evil Moon. Such weight is reasonable. After all, how could a 6-year-old child who has just awakened their martial soul possibly lift a 500-pound Haotian hammer? In the number 1 variant of the Douluo continent, Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu said. After Xiang Xiang explained it this way, the doubts in my heart have finally been resolved. I was wondering why, during the entrance ceremony when I tested Tang San, he secretly struck me in the face with the Haotian hammer, which is said to weigh at least 500 pounds. It did not cause me any harm. It turns out the rumors were incorrect. Variant 1 of Douluo, kind of anonymous. No, just because by Shen Cangqiong said so. You all believe it? Variant 1 Douluo World, by Shen Cangqiong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court. How many pounds does the Haotian hammer martial soul of the Haotian sect really weigh? Can't we, the single attribute 4 sects, know this? Variant 2, Original Douluo World, Anonymous, Fool. If your eyes are not working well, I suggest you find a healing-type soul master for proper treatment. Didn't you see how much noise Tang San made when he pulled out the Sea God Trident in the comparison video? Not only is the entire Sea God Island shaking, but even the surrounding waters are also shaking. If the Haotian hammer, when cultivated to the extreme, really weighs over 10,000 pounds, then who can withstand the attack from the Haotian sect using the Haotian hammer along with soul skills? Can we also assume that if 10 Haotian hammers, cultivated to the extreme, hit the ground at the same time, the entire province would shake? After all, according to that rumor, the combined weight of 10 Haotian hammers cultivated to the extreme is roughly the same as the 108,000 pounds of the sea god trident. And the size of Sea God Island is about the same as a province on our Douluo continent. Variant 2, original Douluo World, anonymous. The analysis is very thorough. I think the same way. Variant 1 Douluo World anonymous. Wait a minute. What the hell? What's going on? Why is the comparison video suddenly zooming out and freezing? Is this how the comparison about Tang San ends? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. It should be so. Every time the character comparison ends, doesn't it always pull the scene away first, then freeze the frame, and finally dim the screen? In fact, just as everyone guessed, when the screen completely darkened, the sound of the comparison video also started to play. Chapter 159, Shui Yuer's Little Actions, Otherworldly Mission Card. The fourth comparison video ends. Based on the inner recognition of all beings in both worlds who paid attention to the comparison video, the final winner of the fourth comparison video is Shen Cangqiong. Below are the data of the votes received by the two protagonists. In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong received a total of 431,241,018 recognition votes. In the original Douluo World, Tang San received 3 recognition votes. Next, we will begin awarding the rewards for the two protagonists in the comparison video. Now, we present the rewards for the winner of the comparison video, variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Reward 1, 10 cross-boundary symbol fragments. Reward 2, 1 blue lotus earth heart fire. Reward 3, volume 6 of the original true solution. Reward 4, 100,000 points in comparison video credits. The rewards for the winner, variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, have been issued. Now we will present the rewards for the loser, Tang San. From a comparison video. Reward 1, 1 cross-boundary symbol fragment. Reward 2, 1 ordinary beast fire. Reward 3, a complete set of silver needles for practicing the sunflower collection. Reward 4, 10 points in comparison video credits. The rewards for the loser, Tang San, have been issued. Now we will draw 10 lucky spots, and each lucky spot winner will receive 100,000 comparison video credits. Below is the announcement of the lucky spot list. Variant 1, the Douluo World of Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1, Qianren Xue from the Douluo World. Variant 1, Deep Sea Demon Whale, King Blue Emperor in the Douluo World. Variant 1, Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna from the Douluo World. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Wei Xinzhong. Variant 1, Douluo World, Xiao Gonggong. Variant 1, Douluo World Li Feiyu. Variant 1, Zhu Zhuqing from the Douluo continent. Variant 1, Zhu Chongba from the Douluo World. Variant 2, Zhu Zhuqing from the original Douluo World. The list of lucky spots has been announced. To further enhance everyone's participation, starting from midnight tonight, the challenge gameplay of the Sky Tower will be opened. At that time, anyone can enter the Sky Tower to participate in the challenge. As long as you defeat the Guardian puppets on each level of the Sky Tower, you can enter the next level. Note 1. The challenge difficulty for everyone on the same level is the same. Note 2. Each time you challenge, you can earn corresponding comparison video points based on your final score. Note 3. The same level can be challenged an unlimited number of times, but each person can challenge the same level a maximum of 3 times per day. Note 4. Falling during the challenge will not result in any harm in reality. The gameplay of the Sky Tower Challenge has been announced. From now on, the variety of items that can be exchanged for comparison video points will be increased. This comparison video has concluded. Variant 1. Nameless in the Douluo World. The old man finally launched an event that everyone can truly participate in. No way, I'm not sleeping tonight. I must be the first to join the Tower of Heaven Challenge event. Variant 2. Nameless in the original Douluo World. I just don't know how strong the Guardian Puppet is. I hope we ordinary people who can't cultivate can at least get through the first level. Variant 2. Nameless in the original Douluo World. Even if we can't get through at first, it doesn't matter. As long as we participate in the challenge 3 times a day and give our all each time to earn more points, eventually, through persistence, we will succeed in the challenge one day. Variant 2. Nameless in the original Douluo World. That's true. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Unknown. What are you all still doing here, discussing clearing levels? Something big has happened. Quick, check out the comparison video points exchange mall. Meanwhile, at the Wind Whispering Tower. Sister, you have to take a look. This otherworldly task card that requires 100 million points can actually take us to another world to complete tasks. Moreover, according to the explanation above, this task can be completed in teams. The most important thing is that the task rewards are ridiculously good. Xiao Wu looked at the million-year soul rings and soul bones on the board, along with other rewards that were simply irresistible, and nearly got excited. But what good are the rewards? Do you have 100 million comparison video points? Even if you have that many points, do you have the confidence to complete the task? Shui Binger wasn't as excited as Shui Yuer. After the initial shock, she had calmed down. Completing the task shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, we can team up with Brother Tang Qiong. Right, Brother Tang Qiong? At the end, Shui Yuer threw a flirtatious glance at Shen Cangqiong, and her delicate foot under the table directly rested on Shen Cangqiong's body. It should be fine. Feeling the smoothness of Shui Yuer's foot, Shen Cangqiong instantly felt the urge to look up. Brother Tang Qiong is the best. Hearing this, Shui Yuer playfully winked at Shen Cangqiong, while her foot made new movements. Shui Yuer, you're not really planning to exchange for this otherworldly task card, are you? At this moment, Huo Wu looked at Shui Yuer's expression and couldn't help but ask with some hesitation. From her understanding of Shui Yuer, she could tell that Shui Yuer really had the idea of exchanging for the otherworldly task card. Don't you find the rewards, at the very least, million-year soul rings and soul bones, uninteresting? Shui Yuer secretly retracted her foot and countered. Isn't that a given? Of course, I'm interested. The problem now is, where do we get the points? As long as it can increase our strength, Huo Wu is interested. Anyway, the maximum team size for the otherworldly task card is 100 people. So, if everyone from our 4 Elements Academy who wants to participate puts their points together, we should be able to gather 100 million points in no time. Shui Yueka said. But whose points should we gather? You have to know that comparison video points are not ordinary things. It's not safe to put them with anyone. Huo Wu naturally thought of the solution as well. The problem is, no matter whose points they are, others might not feel at ease. After all, points represent strength, and the comparison video only guarantees that the rewards issued won't be snatched, but if someone is deceived, that won't be protected. What if the person who gets the points turns against us later? Do we even need to say? Of course, we put them with Brother Tang Qiong. Shui Yuer said matter-of-factly. Once this was said, everyone's gaze in the wind-whispering tower turned to Shen Cangqiong, who was trying hard to calm his anger. And then they all began to ponder. Chapter 160. Shen Cangqiong wanting to stage a dragon snake performance. I think my sister's idea is feasible. A few seconds later, Shui Binger spoke up, breaking the silence in the room. I have no objections. Following that, Huo Wu gave Shen Cangqiong a strange glance and said the same. Whatever. After all, Shen Cangqiong is also one of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Seeing that the Tianshui Academy and the Qihua Academy had both agreed, Yu Tianqin smiled and said casually, I agree as well. Finally, Feng Xiaodian sighed and nodded with some disappointment. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's calculate based on 50 people. Each person will contribute 2 million points. That shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. That's very fair. Huo Wu and the others replied. Your Highness, will the Tiando royal family participate? Seeing that the 4 Elements Academy had reached a consensus, Shui Yuer turned her attention to Xue Qinghe, Qian Renqiu. Sure, I'll sign up with Xue Ke. With the Tiando royal family's points, how could Xue Qinghe, Qian Renqiu refuse? Now, counting the 2 from the Tiando royal family and our 28 from the 4 Elements Academy, that's a total of 30 people. Brother Tang Qiong, how many people from your Blue Tyrant Academy want to participate? Shui Yuer calculated the numbers and then turned to Shen Cangqiong to ask. Dean Erlong, Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Xiang Xiang, and Jiang Zhu. These 6 are definitely going. As for the others, it depends on their own wishes. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong looked at Ma Hongjun and the others, waiting for their responses. We can't come up with that many points, so we won't go. Huang Yuan and Jing Ling exchanged glances and shook their heads together. They were already very grateful to Shen Cangqiong for giving them the chance to teach Tang San and the others a lesson. But they wouldn't dare to ask Shen Cangqiong to pay the 2 million points for them. We won't go either. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun also shook their heads. Among them, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were really poor, while Dai Mubai knew he couldn't get 2 million points from his family. I need to go back and ask my grandfather before I can know if I can go. Tai Long hesitated. If that's the case, then Blue Tyrant Academy has tentatively set 8 people. Now we are still short 12 people from 50. Brother Tang Qiong, can I find some people in the barrage area? Shui Yueker said. Sure, as long as they're not Tang San, Tang Hao, or Yu Xiaojing. Shen Cangqiong doesn't care who they bring along. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Water Academy, Yao Zi. You members of the Plant Academy battle team, do you want to participate in that otherworldly mission? Each participant contributes 2 million points. Brother Cangqiong will lead the team, and the points will also be given to Brother Cangqiong. Is there a time limit for the delivery of points in the Plant Academy of the Douluo World? Eco Variant, Yao Zi. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. It can't be more than 3 months. After all, with the Sky Tower Challenge event now, the points across the entire Douluo continent will increase significantly in a short period. In 90 days, acquiring around 30,000 points of comparison video daily shouldn't be too difficult, right? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Plant Academy, Yao Zi. No problem. All 7 members of our main team can come. Among the Advanced Soul Master Academies, except for the Wuhuan Temple Comprehensive Soul Master Academy, Lamba Academy, and Tianshui Academy, other advanced academies only accept disciples from noble families or wealthy families. For these people, as long as it's something that can be solved with gold soul coins, it's not a big deal. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. Now, with the 7 from the Plant Academy, we still need 5 more people in the team. Who else is planning to join? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Poison Nova Bo. My granddaughter Dugian is also going. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Patriarch of the Nine-Heart Tang family, Yiling Long. My daughter Yilingling is also going. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Qinheng, I will go too. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Spirit Hall, Hope Bibi Dong. My otherworld S disciple Hulaina will also go. I'll take care of the points. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Yes. Variant 1 Douluo World Star, Luo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhuyan. Can I go? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shuihua Academy. Brother Cangqiong. Does Xingluo accept people? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. How many people from Star Luo do you plan to send? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire. We are the 7 members of the Star Luo Royal Battle Team. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Sure, you can be considered as external team members, and I'll give you a package price. 50 million points. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Prince Davis of Star Luo. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Emperor Xingluo Dai Xianfeng. We Xingluo agree. Although the 50 million points are clearly a trap set by Shen Cangqiong for our Xingluo, just thinking about the rewards that can be obtained after completing the task makes Dai Xianfeng believe that this deal is a big profit for them. Moreover, the interworld tasks involve real people, and if they die, it would be a real death. Therefore, letting the strongest in the entire Douluo continent, Shen Cangqiong, lead the team to test the difficulty of the interworld task can also provide ample information support for his upcoming plans, achieving a win-win situation. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lon Bai Shrek Dai Mu Bai. Father, isn't this too unfair? Why can Davis go but I can't? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Prince Star Luo Davis. Dai Mu Bai, have I not disciplined you for too long? You seem a bit too arrogant, daring to call my name directly. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. There is still one official spot left. Mengyuran, are you coming? Shen Cangqiong ignored the bickering between the Dai family and directly extended the invitation. His purpose was simple. He wanted to taste the flavor of the snake and stage a drama of dragon and snake. Variant 1 Douluo World Monster Academy Mengyuran. Can I join too? Mengyuran was very surprised. Originally, she was not familiar with Shen Cangqiong and was still hesitating whether to sign up, but she didn't expect Shen Cangqiong to invite her. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, of course. We can be considered acquaintances now, can't we? Variant 1 Douluo World Monster Academy Meng Iran. That's right. We do know each other. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Dragon Prince Meng Shu, Young Master Shun. How about this? Let's have Iran come to study at the Blue Tyrant Academy. What do you think? Anyway, the Exotic Beast Academy is run by their family. So whether Meng Iran stays or leaves is just a matter of a word. Chapter 161. Shen Cangqiong and Shui Yuer. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Then I'll wait at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Variant 1 Douluo World, Dragon Lord Meng Shu. Good. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. Now the team is full. Hee. I really want to know what kind of other world we will be going to for our mission. Variant 1 of Douluo World Plan Academy, Yao Zi. Ask about the comparison video and see if he will answer you. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. Yes, I'm so excited. I didn't expect this. Comparison video? Can you tell me what kind of otherworldly realm the otherworldly mission card will take us to? Comparison video. I don't know either. It's random. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. I see. It seems we'll have to rely on luck. However, I still hope to go to a different world where we can also contribute. Otherwise, if everything is left to brother Tang San to handle while we can only watch from the sidelines, that would be too hard on him. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, the Blaze Academy's fire dance. In terms of overall strength, there are probably very few worlds that are weaker than us in Douluo continent. Moreover, we're not strong right now, mostly around the Soul King level. Considering this, there are even fewer worlds that are weaker than us. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Plan Academy, Yao Zi. To be honest, I would rather hope to go to the world where Shen Cangqiong lived in his previous life. At least, he has the most powerful force there. If we go there, we might not have to do anything, and the task would be completed directly. With 50 people already exceeding the limit and having nothing to do, Shui Wearer and a few others started chatting aimlessly. Night. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong was sitting alone in a chair, sipping some wine while waiting for Shui Wearer. Knock. Knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Young Master Shen, can I come in? However, before Shen Cangqiong could express his joy, Shui Binger's voice came from outside the door. Come in. The door is not closed. Although he was puzzled why Shui Binger would come to find him so late, he naturally wouldn't refuse her since she was Shen Cangqiong's favorite female character. Did I disturb you? As soon as she entered, Shui Binger looked at the table full of dishes, feeling a bit awkward. No, have a seat. Shen Cangqiong certainly wouldn't tell Shui Binger that her sister, Shui Yue, had written the words, "I'll come to find you tonight" on his body with her delicate foot at the Infone building. Young Master Shen, I wonder if I can use my points to exchange for some substitute rings? Clever as Shui Binger was, she wouldn't take Shen Cangqiong's polite words seriously. So to avoid disturbing him, she chose to be straightforward and get to the point. Previously, when there was no challenge activity in the Sky Tower, Shui Binger didn't have many points and felt embarrassed to talk to Shen Cangqiong about trading for substitute rings. But now it was different. With the appearance of the Sky Tower challenge activity, Shui Binger naturally didn't want to continue down the wrong path. Oh, there are no substitute rings available for exchange in the Points Mall? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong finally understood why Shui Binger came to find him so late at night. No, Shui Binger a Shukia hit. Well then, I just happen to have one substitute ring for each of the Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul King, and Soul Emperor levels. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong took out 5 substitute rings of various shapes that he had obtained from Bai Qinxiang and the others from his storage soul guide, and handed them to Shui Binger. Thank you, young Master Shen. Name your price, and I promise not to haggle. Shui Binger said excitedly as she took the 5 substitute rings. I don't know the price. You can just take them for now. To Shen Cangqiong, gold soul coins and points were not as useful as the favor from Shui Binger. After all, as the saying goes, when one owes too many favors and cannot repay them, one can only offer oneself in return. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Cangqiong, I'm here. Just as Shui Binger hesitated about whether to accept the 5 substitute rings, Shui Yue's voice suddenly came from the entrance. I can't let Shui Yue find out I'm here. Otherwise, the entire Shui family and all the teachers and students of the Tianshui Academy will know about this. I need to hide in the wardrobe. Hearing Shui Yue knock, Shui Binger panicked and ran towards the wardrobe while saying, without even thinking about why Shui Yue would come to find Shen Cangqiong so late, she only thought about hiding quickly and absolutely couldn't let Shui Yue see her. That Shen Cangqiong stared blankly as Shui Binger dashed into the wardrobe with a speed that rivaled a sensitive attack type, Soul Master, opened his mouth, and finally had to swallow back what he wanted to say. Why did it take you so long to open the door? Why does it seem like there's a sin of my sister, Shui Binger, in your room? On the other side, perhaps due to their familiarity, as soon as Shui Yue entered, she asked suspiciously, maybe I was sitting not far from your sister, Shui Binger, all day today, and I picked up her scent. Shen Cangqiong slightly sweated and found a relatively plausible excuse. That is possible, mainly because my sister's natural scent is too strong. Shui Yue thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about your sister anymore. Let us eat some supper first. Hearing Shui Yue reveal her sister Shui Binger's secret of having a natural scent in just a sentence or two, Shen Cangqiong felt extremely awkward and could only change the subject. All right, then let us eat something first. Otherwise, if we get hungry halfway through, it would spoil the mood. Shui Yue nodded, sat down, and poured herself a glass of wine. Hee. Shen Cangqiong broke out in a sweat again, chuckling awkwardly, not knowing how to continue the conversation. What are you still standing for? Hurry up and sit down to finish eating, then we can get to the main business. Shui Yuer said. Oh, okay. Shen Cangqiong cast a lingering glance at the wardrobe behind Shui Yuer, feeling quite conflicted as he sat down. Half an hour later. Yuer, have you really thought it through? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong was once again stirred up by the more audacious Shui Yuer, completely ignoring Shui Binger, who was still hiding in the wardrobe. If I hadn't thought it through, would I be like this? Shui Yuer's face turned red, glaring at Shen Cangqiong. Seeing this, Shen Cangqiong fell silent. Soon, a beautiful song began to resonate in the room. Chapter 162, The Effects of True Soul Pill and Ascension Ring Pill. The next morning, Brother Cangqiong, I'm going back to my room now. By the way, don't speak of this matter yet. Shui Yuer said. All right, whenever you want to talk about it, you can. Shen Cangqiong nodded. I understand. Then I'll leave first. Shui Yuer opened the door, cautiously glanced outside, and then stealthily slipped back to her room. I hope you won tea, let my sister down. As Shui Yuer left, Shui Binger walked out of the wardrobe with a complex expression and said, You can rest assured. I'm not that kind of scumbag who turns my back on people. In fact, I originally thought you wouldn't be able to help but come out and stop it. Shen Cangqiong was indeed quite curious. As long as it's something my sister decides, she will definitely do it. Even if I came out to stop it this time, she would still find another opportunity to meet you. Shui Binger was very clear about her sister's temperament. So that is how it is. Thinking back to Shui Yuer's unyielding appearance last night, Shen Cangqiong deepened his understanding of Shui Yuer a bit more. I'll take my leave now. I'll accept those substitute rings for now. Since Shen Cangqiong has become part of the family, Shui Binger no longer struggles with whether to accept those substitute talismans. However, she has noted this favor. All right. Shen Cangqiong noticed the shy embarrassment hidden beneath Shui Binger's calm demeanor and immediately decided not to hold her back. After a moment, what is this? When Shen Cangqiong finished washing up, opened the wardrobe, and prepared to change into another outfit while putting away some other clothes into the storage soul guide, a familiar smell rushed into his nostrils. It seems that Shui Binger wasn't feeling well last night either. Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Cangqiong, are you up yet? At that moment, a knock on the door was followed by Cangqiong's tired voice. Why do you look so lifeless? Opening the door and seeing Cangqiong in a somewhat precarious state, Shen Cangqiong was startled and quickly helped her sit down on a chair. It's all because you made me copy the sixth part of the original true solution 100 times. That's why I'm this exhausted, Cangqiong huffed. I didn't tell you to finish it all in one night. Shen Cangqiong replied, speechless. Who were you secretly having a feast with in your room last night? Ignoring Shen Cangqiong's sarcasm, Cangqiong glanced at the untouched feast on the table and asked, No one else. I was bored and just had a little to drink by myself. Shen Cangqiong shrugged. You're lying. If you were just having a little to drink by yourself, why did you use 2 cups? Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. By the way, what is that smell in your room? Cangqiong casually asked. Shen Cangqiong didn't want to answer, and she wouldn't press further. Just as she was about to hand over the copied 6th part of the original true solution to Shen Cangqiong, she caught a whiff of a somewhat familiar smell. It must be the smell of the fish. All right, you should go back to your room and tidy up first. We're leaving for Lamba Academy soon, Shen Cangqiong said, not giving Cangqiong a chance to respond, and directly pushed her out of the room. An hour later, Brother Cangqiong, now that you have this, you should try refining pills, right? Inside the carriage, Shui Yuer was observing a blue flame flickering at Shen Cangqiong's fingertips and asked, Don't I have 2 pill recipes? In the next period, I will refine the pills from those 2 recipes. Shen Cangqiong was referring to the True Soul pill recipe and the Ascending Ring pill recipe obtained at the end of the first and second comparison videos. What effects do the pills refined from these 2 recipes actually have? In Shui Yuer's view, since they were all familiar faces in the carriage, she naturally wasn't worried about anyone leaking the effects of the pills. The effect of the True Soul pill is to increase one's soul power. In other words, it means that you can completely avoid the hard work of cultivation. As long as you consume enough True Soul pills, you can raise your soul power level. Shen Cangqiong said, Isn't that similar to the effects of the Great Soul Master pill and the Soul King pill? Upon hearing this, Shui Yuer exclaimed, and the other girls also showed expressions of shock. It is indeed quite similar. However, the Great Soul Master pill can increase a corresponding soul power level with just 1 pill, while the True Soul pill requires many pills to possibly raise 1 level. Of course, the True Soul pill also has its advantages. For example, The Great Soul Master Pill can only be effective for soul masters of the corresponding level, while the True Soul Pill can be used by any level of soul master without restrictions. Shen Cangqiong explained. Cangqiong, Senior, is it easy to refine the True Soul Pill? Are the required herbs rare? Ning Rongrong's breathing became a bit heavy, clearly feeling quite unsettled. It's not difficult to refine. The required herbs aren't rare either, at least. There are quite a few on Douluo continent. In fact, Shen Cangqiong had already secretly had Lu Erlong acquire a lot of the necessary herbs. That's good. By the way, does this mean we can treat True Soul Pills like candy in the future, eating one whenever we feel like it? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled. You few have this privilege, but it's hard to say for those who join the inner court later. Firstly, you are the first to join my inner court. So, as the first batch of people to eat crabs, your treatment will definitely be different from those who join later. Secondly, there will definitely be more people in the inner court later on, and relying solely on me to refine pills, even if I exhaust myself. I won't be able to supply dozens, hundreds, or even more people. Shen Cangqiong nodded. We already know the effect of the True Soul Pill. What about the Ascending Ring Pill? Bai Qinxiang initially wanted to suggest that if they were short on alchemists, they could go find the Yang family of the Paji clan. But after thinking it over, she ultimately gave up. Guess what it is? I can give you a hint. Guess from the name of the pill. Shen Cangqiong looked at the girls mysteriously. Could it be a pill that can increase the lifespan of soul rings? After saying this, Shui Binger smiled wryly and shook her head, thinking she was being unrealistic. You guessed it quite accurately. Not to mention what Shui Binger was feeling, Shen Cangqiong gave her a thumbs up. What? Upon hearing this, the girls' expressions changed dramatically almost simultaneously. If they hadn't already had some understanding of Shen Cangqiong, they would have thought he was planning to silence them before revealing such a secret. According to the records on the Ascending Ring Pill recipe, each Ascending Ring Pill can roughly increase a soul ring's lifespan by about a year. Shen Cangqiong didn't continue to keep them guessing. Chapter 163. The Messenger of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School Brother Cangqiong. Why do I feel like the comparison video is trying to set you up? It even gave you a pill recipe like the Ascending Ring Pill that could cause great chaos. Aren't you afraid everyone will have their eyes on you? After a long time, Shui Yuer was the first to react, her mind racing with curiosity but also filled with worry. It should be because the comparison video knows that no one on Douluo continent can pose a threat to me, which is why it gave me this. Don't worry, I used to not know where I ranked on Douluo continent, which is why I never brought out these two pill recipes. Shen Cangqiong also didn't understand what the already fled Goldfinger meant, but he felt it shouldn't harm him. That's true. Previously, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School only knew that the Blue Tyrant Academy was buying up various herbs in large quantities. However, even with our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's intelligence network, we couldn't find any useful information. We only barely discovered that these herbs were being secretly acquired by the second dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong. At this point, Ning Rongrong stuck out her little tongue and said in a slightly spoiled tone, Brother Cangqiong won't blame our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, right? It's not like we did it on purpose to inquire. Mainly, those herb shops are all opened by our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. No problem. Anyway, to keep it a secret, I had Lu Erlong buy up all the useful and useless herbs. Shen Cangqiong naturally knew that once a large number of various herbs were acquired, it would definitely be impossible to hide it from those with ulterior motives. That's good. Ning Rongrong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I have a question. How big is an Ascending Ring Pill when refined? Bai Qinxiang asked. About this big. Shen Cangqiong pointed to the smallest gem on Ning Rongrong's clothes. That's not small. I was thinking, if we want to turn a soul ring into one that is over 1,000,000 years old, taking the initial soul ring of 10,000 years as an example, wouldn't we need to consume at least 90,000 Ascending Ring Pills? Shouldn't we just stop eating meals in the future and use Ascending Ring Pills as our main food? Bai Qinxiang said, and by the end, she was sweating a bit herself. Haha. I wonder if eating Ascending Ring Pills as a staple will make us gain weight. By the way, Brother Cangqiong, how long does it take to refine an Ascending Ring Pill? Ning Rongrong was most afraid that it would take a long time to refine one. If that were the case, the Ascending Ring Pill would seem like a priceless treasure, but actually be a tasteless item that was a pity to waste. According to the explanation given on the recipe, the Ascending Ring Pill melts in the mouth and doesn't need refining at all. However, the recipe also suggests that if conditions permit, it's better not to consume them one by one, as it would waste too much time. Fortunately, the recipe also stated that as long as the alchemy furnace is large enough, refining hundreds or thousands at once isn't a difficult task. Otherwise, Shen Cangqiong might really have given up directly. If that's the case, then it seems consuming 90,000 ascending ring pills wouldn't be a difficult task at all. Ning Rongrong was very pleased. Shen Cangqiong, come out for a moment. There's a messenger from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School looking for you. At that moment, a voice from outside the carriage suddenly called out to him. A messenger from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Are you sure the messenger is here for me and not for Rongrong? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong was taken aback and got off the carriage to ask. The other party said they were looking for young Master Shen. Hulaina glanced at Ning Rongrong, who had come down as well, and said, since it's here for Senior Cangqiong, I won't go. After saying that, Ning Rongrong returned to the carriage. Let's go see what the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wants from me. Shen Cangqiong had already spotted the location of a messenger. You go by yourself. I won't follow. Since even Ning Rongrong had the sense to return to the carriage, Hulaina certainly wouldn't be so inconsiderate as to go and provoke others. Do as you wish. Shen Cangqiong shrugged. Young Master Shen. On the other side, the messenger from Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School saw Shen Cangqiong approaching and quickly stepped forward to bow. No need to be polite. Did Sect Master Ning send you to find me for something? Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. It's like this. The Li family ambushed Dean Lu Erlong of the Blue Tyrant Academy a few days ago. Now all the members of the Li family have been captured by the Snow Knight Emperor's men. The Sect Master wants to know if we should also capture those accomplices who acted. The messenger said respectfully, the Li family? Forget it. Tell Sect Master Ning that I dislike accomplices more than a mastermind. Shen Cangqiong thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what kind of power this so-called Li family belonged to. Understood. Does young Master Shen have any other instructions? The messenger felt a chill in his heart, but his face showed no signs of discomfort. None. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. It's just a Li family without even a name, completely lacking the qualifications to make Shen Cangqiong angry. As for Lu Erlong, a level 98 super Douluo, she is not someone that the nameless little characters of the Tiando Empire can provoke. That little person will take their leave now. The messenger bowed again, turned around, and mounted their steed to leave. A moment later, Brother Cangqiong, what do the people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect want from you? At this time, Shui Wu, who was chatting with a few girls, saw Shen Cangqiong lift the curtain of the carriage and approached with a concerned expression. That messenger told me that there is a Li family in Tiando City that ambushed Erlong a few days ago, Shen Cangqiong said. What? Shui Wu exclaimed. And the other girls also showed some concern. It's fine. Erlong is already a level 98 super Douluo now. That Li family looking for trouble with her is unlikely to end well for them. Shen Cangqiong reassured them a few times. That's good, Shui Wu said, patting her chest and letting out a sigh of relief. After all, Lu Erlong would be her sister in the future, and she certainly didn't want to see anything happen to her. Money can move people's hearts. Right now, the effects of the True Soul Pill and Ascending Ring Pill haven't been leaked, and already there are forces willing to take risks against Shen Cangqiong. If the effects of the True Soul Pill and Ascending Ring Pill accidentally leak in the future, I fear there will be even more forces unable to control their greed and choose to act. Shui Binger said with a serious face. Yes, my sister is right. And I think the same, Shui Wu said. We won't disclose it to outsiders. After exchanging glances, the other girls nodded in agreement. Chapter 164. Discussing how to deal with Tang San. By the way, Brother Cangqiong, who do you plan to give the ranking on the Tianjiao battle power list to? After a moment of silence, Shui Wu asked. There were a lot of things yesterday, and I didn't have time to consider this matter. However, now that you all have your own rankings on the Tianjiao battle power list, it puts me in a bit of a dilemma, Shen Cangqiong said, stroking his chin and glancing at the girls in the carriage, his brow slightly furrowed. This is indeed a bit troublesome. Shui Wu nodded. Whether it was Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Bai Qinxiang, Jiang Zhu, or her and her sister Shui Binger, they all had their names on the list. It's not that those on the list can't challenge others. It's just that even if they win, it would waste a ranking slot. And there are simply too few true allies. How about we give Tang San's slot to Jiang Zhu? Right now, she has the lowest ranking on the Tianjiao battle power list, Shen Cangqiong suggested. Jiang Zhu had joined the inner academy of Lamba Academy yesterday, and she was now one of their own. So Shen Cangqiong would not treat her unfairly. But I'm not Tang San's opponent. After all, Jiang Zhu already owed Shen Cangqiong a lot, and she had a feeling of just letting it go. Now, whatever Shen Cangqiong gave her, she would accept it directly. This is simple. Later, I'll seal Tang San's Xin Tiangong and other abilities, and I'll temporarily confiscate all the miscellaneous hidden weapons on him, and then give you some powerful items. With this three-pronged approach, it won't be difficult to deal with this little brat Tang San. Before that, the golden finger had given him some combat items, but Shen Cangqiong was simply too strong to need them. Will this work? What if your seal doesn't work on that special arena? What will we do then? After all, based on previous challenges, once you get on that special arena, everything about your body will return to its best state. Bai Qinxiang expressed some concern. That is indeed a problem. How about this? To be safe, I'll prepare a few more pieces of equipment that can enhance combat power, Shen Cangqiong said, gnashing his teeth and deciding to take out the cooler equipment. Equipment that enhances combat power? All the girls looked at Shen Cangqiong in confusion. Just these. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out some almost transparent equipment. In fact, rather than saying these clothes enhance combat power, it would be more accurate to say they're a kind of indescribable outfit from the original world. This. Looking at the few pieces of equipment on the table, the girls simultaneously cast strange glances at Shen Cangqiong, especially Jiang Zhu, who was about to wear these items, her face turning red as she stammered, unable to find the right words to express her feelings. Brother Cangqiong, do these so-called equipment really enhance combat power when worn? Shui Yiwei asked with a teasing smile. They do enhance combat power. However, once the formation on them is activated, it can only last for an hour, and after that hour, these items will be no different from ordinary clothing, Shen Cangqiong explained. Sometimes, he even suspected that this was just a cruel joke from the golden finger. Otherwise, why make an item that enhances combat power almost transparent? After all, it's worn underneath. So outsiders can't see it, but it can only be used for an hour after activation. What kind of trick is this? Haha, I knew you were super pervert. A perfectly good piece of equipment made to look like this. I see. It's because you have evil thoughts in your heart and want us to wear it for your enjoyment, Bai Qinxiang said, her face flushed with disdain. Once those words were said, the other girls in the carriage looked at Shen Cangqiong with even stranger expressions. To this, Shen Cangqiong could only respond with a wry smile. There was no way around it. Bai Qinxiang was indeed right. Although these items were not his idea, he did want his women to wear them, and then he would enjoy the view. Just like Lu Erlong, he had forced her to wear them a few times before. All right, these items may look a bit indecent, but as long as they really enhance combat power when worn, it's not unacceptable. Shen Cangqiong, can you explain what these items actually do? Just as the atmosphere in the carriage grew increasingly awkward, at a crucial moment, Shu Ibinger forcibly brought the topic back to the main point. This clothing allows the wearer to have the combat power of a defense-type Soul Emperor for 1 hour. This item allows the wearer to have the combat power of an agility-type Soul Emperor for 1 hour. This rope can grant the person holding it combat power at the level of a control system's Soul Emperor within an hour. Well, actually, these pieces of equipment aren't that strong. Otherwise, Shen Cangqiong would have already brought them out and given each member of the inner court few. You remember the effects of each piece of equipment so clearly. You must have taken them out to study them often, right? Seeing your sister Jiang Zhu, you should be careful. Who knows what unspeakable things Shen Cangqiong might have done with these clothes. Bai Qinxiang looked at Shen Cangqiong, whose familiarity with the items was like a collector's. And suddenly an unsettling image flashed in her mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhu's already red face turned even redder. You know too much, Shen Cangqiong retorted. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh, truly worthy of a legendary Douluo continent. Each of them was young, but already a master in their field. Based on his observation just now, not to mention Shui Binger and Shui Yiwei, who were slightly older, even Zhu Zhuqing, the youngest among them, had a flicker of an indescribable emotion in her eyes when she heard Bai Qinxiang's remarks. All right. Let's continue discussing how to help senior sister Jiang Zhu win against Tang San. Seeing Bai Qinxiang pounce at Shen Cangqiong like a little female leopard after his words, Shui Yiwei hurriedly pulled her back. Yiwei is right. In just over an hour, it will be a full 24 hours. If we don't take Tang San's ranking during this time, he'll receive the points reward. Ning Rongrong also chimed in. She knew that Bai Qinxiang and Shen Cangqiong were like bickering lovers, often arguing but never truly falling out, so she didn't bother to mediate. Chapter 165. Tang San's social death. How about I wear these clothes now? Saying this, Jiang Zhu picked up the so-called equipment on the table that made her blush and looked at Shen Cangqiong. Wait, I still have other things I haven't taken out. Shen Cangqiong naturally understood Jiang Zhu's meaning. However, he was worried that these items might not be enough. So he waved his hand and took out dozens of talismans from his storage soul guide. Were these papers? Shui Yiwei picked up a talisman, examining it but unable to figure out. These are talismans. Each one seals a lightning system spell. Once we get on the stage, as long as we throw these talismans out, No matter how fast Tang San is, he won't be able to dodge. And once Tang San gets hit, Jiangzhu can confidently go up and teach him a lesson. All right, Jiangzhu, change your equipment. I'll wait outside. With these preparations, Shen Cangqiong didn't believe that the little beggar Tang San could defeat Jiangzhu. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Shrek Academy. Friends. Soon our senior sister Jiangzhu will challenge that trash Tang San. If you're interested, don't forget to get your sunflower seeds ready to watch the show. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. Jiangzhu? Can she defeat Tang San? It should be noted that although Tang San's character is lacking, his combat power is still very strong. Variant 1, Douluo World, Anonymous, yes. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. Don't worry, we are fully prepared. Variant 1, Douluo World, Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu. Is something happening that I don't know about? Variant 1, Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. Hehe, you'll find out soon. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Blaze Academy, Xiao Wu. Damn it, I hate people who like to keep others in suspense the most. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Yuxinshin Master Tang Yuehua. Sigh. It's already been almost 24 hours. I originally thought Shen Cangqiong didn't intend to take Tang San's ranking. But in the end, Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong. Aunt Yuehua, you shouldn't always think about Tang San. People like him are not worth it. Variant 1 Douluo World, Yuxinshu Tang Yuehua. Thank you for your concern, Rongrong. But after all, he is the only son of my second brother. Just as Tang Yuehua felt bitter in her heart. The sound of the comparison video spread across the two Douluo worlds. Next, the challenge of Jiangzhu to Tang San began. Please welcome both sides to the arena. 3, 2, 1. The challenge begins. As the last word of the comparison video fell, Jiangzhu immediately threw all the talismans in her hand according to the method taught to her by Shen Cangqiong, saying, "Release." Boom. In the next second, dozens of lightning bolts fell towards Tang San with lightning speed. On the other side, Tang San didn't even have time to unleash his first soul skill and was directly blown into a frizzy hairstyle. After spitting out a mouthful of white smoke, he fell straight down. Seeing this, Jiangzhu didn't hold back. Using the power of her equipment, she instantly appeared in front of Tang San, blushing, and once again utilized the method taught to her by Shen Cangqiong to launch ranged fire attacks at Tang San from all directions. Soon, Tang San appeared completely bare in front of everyone in the two Douluo worlds. Of course, the most critical part was that Tang San's vital area was also completely exposed to everyone's view. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. No way, no way. This sea god actually doesn't have a bell? Is this trying to make me laugh to death so I can inherit my debts? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Anonymous. Tang San has completely died socially this time. I guess she won't have the face to see anyone in the future. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. The way you use the word, she is very insightful. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Hodian Doa Tang Hao. How is this possible? Didn't the injuries in that place get treated already? Tang Hao was furious. Jiangzhu wins. Not to mention Tang Hao's anger upon seeing his son turn into a person without a bell again. After comparing the video and seeing that Tang San had completely fallen into a coma, he announced the result of the battle. 3 days later. Tiando Execution Ground. What is going on? Why are so many people being executed all of a sudden? My goodness, there must be over 10,000 people here. At this moment, outside the execution ground, a young man who had just arrived in Tiando City looked astonished as batches of people were being escorted in to await execution. You just arrived in Tiando City, right? At this time, a middle-aged man who seemed to be talkative asked, "Yes, I just got to Tiando City today. Uncle, what big event has happened here?" Hearing this, the young man understandingly handed over a silver coin. It's nothing big. It's just that these people are a bit desperate. They actually dared to ambush the president of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong. And look, their plan failed. Except for those who were killed on the spot by Lu Erlong. Everyone else is here. With a smile, the middle-aged man accepted the young man's silver coin and began to vividly recount the cause and process of the incident. That can't be right. There are completely over 10,000 people waiting for execution here. Did they all participate in the ambush against President Lu of Lamba Academy? But if that's the case, then these people probably got stopped by the guards of Tiando City before they even reached Lamba Academy, right? The young man asked in confusion. Of course, not that many participated. In fact, most of the people here are the families of those involved. The middle-aged man said with a hint of glee, "Family members? Their essay saying that debts must be repaid to the right person. Isn't this a bit too much?" The young man seemed somewhat reluctant. What is too much about it? Young man, you need to understand one thing. These people were the ones who went to trouble President Liu Erlong first. Don't you think if President Liu Erlong were captured by these people, what would happen next? After saying this, the middle-aged man moved away from the young man, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, not far from the Tiando execution ground on the observation tower, Cangqiong, the young man below, is right. Debts must be repaid to the right person. Just eliminate the mastermind and the accomplices, and there is no need to make things difficult for the families. Liu Erlong advised again. She was really sympathetic to those family members. She just didn't want this incident to affect Shen Cangqiong's originally good reputation. Chapter 166. The Fierce Tang Yuehua. No problem. I just want to use this incident to tell those restless people, if you dare to target those around me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. He didn't care how those irrelevant people viewed him or spoke about him. Sigh. There's really nothing I can do about you. Although Liu Erlong said this, she still felt very happy inside that Shen Cangqiong cared so much about her. By the way, you just came back, and I haven't had a chance to tell you. 3 days ago, Tang Yuehua came to find me, saying she wanted to invite you to visit Yuexian. After feeling sweet for a moment, Liu Erlong seemed to remember something and said, Invite me to Yuexian? What? Does she want to invite me to fulfill our previous agreement? Shen Cangqiong smirked. You're thinking too much. I heard that Tang Yuehua first went to the Yexia family of Jiuxin Haidang, and she probably didn't get a satisfactory answer there. So, she had to come to invite you to Luoyang. Liu Erlong rolled her eyes at Shen Cangqiong. She noticed that ever since she was forced to agree to some things while playing games last time, Shen Cangqiong had become more and more unruly. It seems Tang Yuehua doesn't plan to have me talk to Yi Linglong, but rather to make plans for the revival pill. The luck of these two useless people, Tang Hao and Tang San, is indeed enviable. Shen Cangqiong said, having such a good sister like Tang Yuehua is indeed a blessing earned over several lifetimes for Tang Hao. I've seen Tang Yuehua say in the bullet screen that after all, Tang San is the son of my second brother. Liu Erlong agreed with Shen Cangqiong's statement. Let us go. Since she invited you, it would be a bit rude not to go. At this moment, as the time for execution had arrived, the cries and pleas for mercy from below suddenly rose a few notches, but Shen Cangqiong only glanced lightly and then walked out the door without paying any more attention. You should go by yourself. She only invited you, not me. If she really has that intention, you might blame me for ruining your good fortune. Liu Erlong wasn't a good-natured person either, and naturally wouldn't be influenced by the sound from below. While speaking, she followed Shen Cangqiong out of the observation tower. Half an hour later, young Master Shen, please follow me. Our Xian master has been waiting for a long time. About 100 meters away from Yuexian, a staff member inside Yuexian rushed over to Shen Cangqiong with a respectful expression. Tang Yuehua's news travels quite fast. I've only been back in Tiando City for less than 2 hours, and she already knows. Shen Cangqiong raised an eyebrow. Young Master Shen, don't misunderstand. Our Xian master didn't monitor your academy, but sent some people to wait at the various city gates in Tiando City 24 hours a day. The guiding staff quickly explained. Shen Cangqiong smiled non-committally at this explanation and didn't say much. Young Master Shen, please. Our Xian master is inside. While speaking, the guiding attendant had already brought Shen Cangqiong to the entrance of a room that was completely out of place with the overall decoration of Yuexian. Shen Cangqiong nodded and stepped inside, and as he entered, the door of the room was gently closed by the attendant. You're here. Inside the room, Tang Yuehua's voice was very gentle. Master Tang, your feigned gentleness doesn't suit you at all. Let us just be straightforward. Shen Cangqiong couldn't stand Tang Yuehua's deliberately feigned gentleness. Moreover, Tang Yuehua's phrase "you're here" could easily lead to misunderstandings. I'm here regarding Tang San's matter. Choked by Shen Cangqiong, Tang Yuehua paused for a moment before returning to her usual tone. I'd already guessed this. After all, you can't possibly be asking why I didn't come last time. Shen Cangqiong teased. I want the revival pill. Hearing Shen Cangqiong's teasing, Tang Yuehua felt both embarrassed and angry, but she didn't dare to lose her temper. She could only suppress her displeasure and steer the conversation back to the main issue. The revival pill could only be obtained through tasks in another world. I don't have it on me right now. To be honest, if Shen Cangqiong really had the revival pill, as long as Tang Yuehua offered enough benefits, Shen Cangqiong would still be willing to sell it to her. Of course, this wasn't Shen Cangqiong helping Tang San. He planned to wait until Tang San regained his confidence before finding someone to give him a taste of that heart-wrenching despair again. I can wait. Aren't you planning to team up to complete the tasks in another world after a while? Tang Yuehua wasn't in a hurry, as Tang San was still young. So, what do you plan to use to exchange for the revival pill? You should know that a pill that can resurrect the fallen and heal any injury is absolutely priceless. Shen Cangqiong said, use this. Saying this, Tang Yuehua stood up, adjusted her clothing, and a white jade-like body was presented before Shen Cangqiong. Wow! Shen Cangqiong spat out a mouthful of tea, staring dumbfounded at the formidable Tang Yuehua in front of him. As long as you agree to give me the revival pill for a year, you can do whatever you want. Tang Yuehua's eyes were red, and her body trembled slightly. Sigh, why do you have to do this? Shen Cangqiong sighed. Do you think I'm not worth a revival pill? Or are you disgusted by me? Seeing Shen Cangqiong sitting without moving, Tang Yuehua suddenly became angry for some reason. Tang San is really lucky to have you as an aunt. Although Shen Cangqiong didn't move, his greedy eyes didn't miss the wonderful aspects of Tang Yuehua. Stop pretending to be kind. Do you dare say that 3 days ago, the arena match between Jiangzhu and Tang San wasn't you pulling strings behind the scenes? I've checked Jiangzhu. She's a kind girl. If you hadn't been behind her, even if she could defeat Tang San, she would never have let him embarrass himself in front of everyone from both worlds. Just look at the comments section of the comparison video. It's already been 3 days, and people still bring up Tang San's incident. How can he face anyone in the future? Tang Yuehua wasn't a fool. She had been speaking nicely to Shen Cangqiong earlier just to exchange for the revival pill. Now that she saw Shen Cangqiong seemed uninterested in exchanging it, she broke down in despair. Chapter 167. Conditions for Tang Yuehua. Shouldn't you get yourself sorted before talking? Shen Cangqiong looked at Tang Yuehua, whose emotions were running high, with that enormous evil dancing in front of him, and reminded her with a slight sweat. Hypocrite. Tang Yuehua could see very clearly what Shen Cangqiong's eyes were focused on earlier. If he were really a righteous person, he would have turned away long ago. I don't think I ever said I wouldn't exchange for the revival pill, did I? Why did you make that desperate and broken expression just now? Hypocrisy is hypocrisy. After all, who wouldn't look? Why, you mean? You agree? Hearing this, Tang Yuehua, who was tidying herself, stopped her movements, unsure whether to continue or let things fall. I have 2 requirements. Shen Cangqiong raised 2 fingers. I agree. Without thinking, Tang Yuehua directly agreed, not even listening to Shen Cangqiong's 2 conditions. In her view, she was willing to offer her most precious thing as a bargaining chip. So what were 2 conditions? Don't rush, let me finish. First, you can't see Tang Hao in the future. Second, when you have free time during the day, you must stay by my side. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. He felt that Tang Yuehua's love for Tang Hao had become somewhat hopeless, and as a responsible person, he couldn't just watch her sink deeper. What? Tang Yuehua didn't expect Shen Cangqiong to make these 2 demands and was instantly stunned. Think it over carefully. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong ignored the dazed Tang Yuehua and started eating the food on the table. After a long time, I agree. Tang Yuehua let out a fragrant breath. The internal struggle she experienced earlier felt like it took centuries. However, in the end, Tang Yuehua didn't dare to gamble. If she refused Shen Cangqiong now and the task in the other world turned out to be extremely difficult, only Shen Cangqiong could lead the team to complete it, then everything would be over. She didn't believe that if she rejected Shen Cangqiong this time, he would still be so easy to talk to next time. You need to think it through. Once you agree, if you violate our agreement later, I will capture Tang Hao and slowly torture him in front of you using various methods. Shen Cangqiong put down his chopsticks and said, I thought over. Looking at Shen Cangqiong's extremely serious expression, Tang Yuehua felt a tremor in her heart, but did not regret it. No one knew her feelings for her second brother Tang Hao. Since she couldn't have a child with him, she would do her best to protect Tang San. Even if this Tang San was so unreliable, for the sake of Tang Hao, she felt it was worth it. Was it really worth making so many sacrifices for her second brother Tang Hao, who could never be with her? Just as Tang Yuehua was lost in thought, Shen Cangqiong's words made her pupil shrink, and she looked up at him in horror. Why, you mean? The biggest secret in her heart was exposed by Shen Cangqiong, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of fear. It's exactly what I just said. To be honest, Shen Cangqiong was a bit angry. Such a stunning beauty. Why did she fall for someone like Tang Hao? How do you know? Tang Yuehua asked herself, having never told this secret to anyone, not even her second brother Tang Hao. Perhaps only back then. Ain had a slight suspicion. Don't worry about how I know. The comparison video has already exposed Tang Hao's actions. Why are you still so obsessed? Shen Cangqiong stood up and helped the reddened Tang Yuehua, who was shocked again. Put on a coat. If you truly love someone, how could it change because of some external factors? Whether he is the praised Duoluo or the hated person on the trash list, his position in my heart will never change. Tang Yuehua gave a bitter smile. This bitter smile was due to her sadness over her identity as Tang Hao's sister. Do you really like Tang Hao that much? Shen Cangqiong asked. You haven't seen his charm when he was young, so you'll never understand. Moreover, back then, the girls who liked him could line up from the spirit hall to the Haotian sect. Even Ain, that 10,000-year-soul beast, fell in love with him, right? As she recalled her youth, Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with a different light. Can you stop talking nonsense? What girls like Tang Hao back then, lining up from the spirit hall to the Haotian sect? Even I, who am stronger and more handsome than Tang Hao, wouldn't dare say I had so many admirers. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Even with Tang Hao's current state, which could make anyone nauseous, only someone as infatuated as Tang Yuehua would still think of him as a treasure. This, although Tang Yuehua had many grievances about Shen Cangqiong's remarks, she couldn't refute this point. In an absolutely fair assessment, Shen Cangqiong was indeed much stronger than the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao of that year. All right, get up. How long do you plan to sit on the ground? Halfway through his sentence, Shen Cangqiong awkwardly stopped as he was standing and Tang Yuehua was sitting, putting them in an awkward position. You move back a bit. Seeing Shen Cangqiong stop speaking and awkwardly looking at her, Tang Yuehua quickly reacted, blushing and reaching out to push Shen Cangqiong. Unfortunately, it happened to touch a certain part of Shen Cangqiong, making the atmosphere even more awkward. 3 hours later. About my second brother's feelings, you don't tell anyone. At this moment, Tang Yuehua's speech was a bit disjointed. I know. If I wanted to say something, I would have said it long ago. Shen Cangqiong only wanted to cause trouble for Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang Hao, and wouldn't harm anyone who could be gained from these three. How about this? When you guys go on the interworld mission, I'll go with you. Tang Yuehua suggested. You want to go too? Fine. But you have no combat power, so don't leave my side by more than 3 meters. Shen Cangqiong still didn't dare to let Tang Yuehua cultivate the original true solution, fearing she would give it to the Haotian sect and Tang Hao and Tang San. I know. Tang Yuehua felt a bit better. At least, after Shen Cangqiong had forcibly made her do something earlier, his attitude towards her was much better than before. He even learned to care for her. Chapter 168. Tang Yuehua on the verge of tears. By the way, did you help others like this before? Especially Tang Hao? Unfortunately. Before Tang Yuehua could feel better for long, Shen Cangqiong's next few words almost made her explode. What nonsense are you talking about? No matter how you look at it. You are my first. At the end, Tang Yuehua didn't continue, but glared at Shen Cangqiong with gritted teeth. Then how come you are so familiar with playing techniques? Shen Cangqiong looked at Tang Yuehua suspiciously. He didn't doubt that Tang Yuehua had something with others. But it was hard to say about Tang Hao. I am a master of the Moon Pavilion. The Moon Pavilion is where those royal and aristocratic children come to learn etiquette. These family members, except for a few, are all skilled in various arts. As their teacher, I've seen a lot, so naturally I would know. If it weren't for needing something from Shen Cangqiong, Tang Yuehua wouldn't have explained even half a word. Really? You truly are gifted, learning just by watching without practice. Shen Cangqiong showed a look of admiration. Soldam, I'm going to fight you. Tang Yuehua angrily lunged at Shen Cangqiong. 3 hours later. Now you calm down, right? Shen Cangqiong looked at the weak Tang Yuehua beside him, feeling pleased. It's dark now. You can go. I'm tired and need a rest. Now, Tang Yuehua genuinely felt like crying without tears. She had let her anger cloud her judgment and ended up losing her last bit of dignity. Don't you need me to stay with you? Shen Cangqiong hesitated, feeling that leaving like this seemed a bit heartless. No need. Tang Yuehua didn't even open her eyes, her tone very cold. All right then. Remember, you are mine. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can tell me. Noticing that Tang Yuehua really didn't want him to stay, Shen Cangqiong fell silent for a few seconds before agreeing. Then I'll leave first. Rest well. Knowing that Tang Yuehua was uncomfortable, Shen Cangqiong didn't insist on her replying, only speaking before leaving. Sigh. Today has really been a bit chaotic. On the way, Shen Cangqiong was feeling quite headache. This wasn't because Shen Cangqiong was hypocritical. Before meeting Tang Yuehua, he indeed had no such thoughts. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of the situation long ago when Tang Yuehua was at her prime. Forget it. Everything has already happened, so what is the point of being entangled? Besides, he never intended to let Tang Yuehua off anyway. Now it was just a matter of timing. Shen Cangqiong patted his head, trying not to dwell on something that had already occurred. However, my skills are quite impressive. That Tang Yuehua, at first, seemed like a salted fish without dreams, showing no reaction at all. But in the end, wasn't she more proactive than I was? Perhaps it really confirmed the saying from the original world. 30 is like this, 40 is like that, and 50 is like what? Once the entanglement in his heart was resolved, Shen Cangqiong's inherent thoughts of ambition surfaced again. Thinking this way, Tang Hua really wasn't bad. In terms of knowledge, she learned almost everything after just one look. She was truly someone who could handle both the upper class and the kitchen, a noblewoman outside and a housewife inside. Shen Cangqiong thought beautifully. Director Liu Erlong asked me to tell you that she is receiving guests in box number 1. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Lamba Academy, and the guard at the door immediately stepped forward respectfully upon seeing him. I understand. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong collected his thoughts and nodded kindly at the guard. Calculating the time, it should be that Yi Linglong and Douluo Bo had brought Yi Lingling and Douluo Yin over. With this in mind, Shen Cangqiong smiled and greeted the guard, then quickly walked toward box number 1. Meanwhile, inside box number 1 of Lamba Academy, no more waiting. Serve the dishes. Let's eat first. Who knows when that guy will be back? Sitting in the secondary seat, Liu Erlong glanced at the already dark sky and instructed the maid standing beside her. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Shouldn't we wait a little longer? It's only around 7 o'clock now. Yi Linglong hesitated. Liu Erlong could disregard Shen Cangqiong's feelings, but as outsiders, they couldn't do the same. It's fine. Who knows if you'll come back today? Are we supposed to wait until tomorrow? Don't worry. Cangqiong doesn't care about such trivial matters. He doesn't mind if we start eating without him. Liu Erlong wavet herhand, risuring Yi Linglong. Director Erlong is right. From my observation of young friend Cangqiong, he seem like someone who would fuss over small matters. Douluo Bo also spoke up to comfort her, believing he had some understanding of Shen Cangqiong as a close friend despite their age difference. Grandpa, are you sure your judgment of people is accurate? How do you explain this matter regarding Tang San then? Douluo Yin, who was dragged over by Douluo Bo, directly dismantled the situation like a deflated cotton jacket. That was an accident. Do you understand? Who would have thought that the little guy who looks only 12 or 13 years old inside would actually be a middle-aged person around 40 years old who crossed over? Douluo Bo replied impatiently. Hee. If your judgment is off, then it's off. What excuses are you making? The first time I saw the comparison video of Tang San, I could tell he was not a good person. Douluo Yin rolled her eyes coldly. Really? At this moment, not only Douluo Bo was puzzled, but everyone else present, except for Yi Lingling, also turned their gaze to Douluo Yin. They had heard Douluo Yin say similar things before, but back then they thought she was joking. It's true. During the first character comparison, when Tang San first appeared on the screen, Yin told us that he was not a good character. Before Douluo Yin could speak again, Yi Lingling, sitting next to her, jumped in to explain for Douluo Yin. So, my granddaughter has a special talent for judging people. There was no need for deception in such matters, and with Yi Lingling's testimony, everyone chose to believe her. Douluo Bo jokingly said, I don't know if I have a talent for judging people, but when I first saw Tang San, I felt an indescribable extreme dislike for him. I've never felt that way about anyone else. This was Douluo Yin's honest opinion. Chapter 169, Liu Erlong's question O. Everyone seems to be chatting quite lively. Just as everyone in the box was surprised by Douluo Yin's statement, Shen Cangqiong walked in through the door. Finally willing to come back? Liu Erlong glared at Shen Cangqiong. Brother Cangqiong, comme sit? Unlike Liu Erlong, Shui Yiwei ran over excitedly to hug Shen Cangqiong's arm upon seeing him return. Okay, just in time, I'm hungry too. After battling for a full 6 hours in the afternoon, Shen Cangqiong was already starving. Cough. Don't you think Shui Yiwei and Shen Cangqiong's relationship seems a bit unusual? Douluo Yin whispered in Yi Lingling's ear, a voice only the two of them could hear. However, what Douluo Yin didn't know was that all the women present who had cultivated the original truth were clearly able to hear every word she had just said. What's that to do with us? Yi Lingling replied in a voice only they could hear. Her character was very cold, and she had no interest in gossip. You always do this. So boring. Douluo Yin rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction at Yi Lingling. Come, young friend Cangqiong. Let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Douluo Yin. Ignoring the whispered conversation between Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling, Douluo Bo pointed at his granddaughter and began introducing her as Shen Cangqiong took a seat. Miss Douluo, hello. Shen Cangqiong kindly nodded at Douluo Yin. Hello. Douluo Yin replied coldly. Calling her Miss Douluo seems too formal. Seeing the two being polite and cold, Douluo Bo subtly frowned. Then I'll call her Yinner. Shen Cangqiong recalled that this title seemed to have never been used for Douluo Yin. Her friends mostly called her Yin. Fine, let's call it that. Douluo Bo immediately made the decision, not giving Duge Yin any chance to refute. Young Master Cangqiong, this is my daughter Yi Lingling. After meeting with Shen Cangqiong and Duge Bo, she turned her gaze towards us, and Yi Linglong quickly introduced her with a smile. I thought, Lingling must be very beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wearing a veil. Shen Cangqiong thought to himself, could it be that Yi Lingling, like Mu Wanqing, would marry whoever sees her appearance first? Isn't that obvious? Lingling is ranked 5th on the Rouge list. How could she not be beautiful? Although there is someone ranked 4th on the Rouge list here. Duge Yin, the only person besides Yi Lingling's parents who has seen her true appearance, felt that Yi Lingling was much more beautiful than the few ranked 4th on the Rouge list in front of her. In fact, she believed that even the most beautiful ranked contestant she had seen, Bai Dong, would not compare to the unveiled Yi Lingling. Perhaps only the first on the Rouge list could rival the unveiled Yi Lingling. Young Master Cangqiong, please forgive me. For certain reasons, Lingling cannot remove her veil for the time being. On the other side, Yi Linglong thought Shen Cangqiong was expressing dissatisfaction, so she quickly explained. The head of the Yi family is overthinking. How one chooses to dress is a personal freedom, as long as it's not a makeup that causes discomfort. I have no objections. Shen Cangqiong's few words of comfort made Yi Linglong breathe a sigh of relief. You must be Meng Yiran, right? After finishing the conversation with Yi Linglong, Shen Cangqiong turned his gaze to the girl who had been staring at him and said gently, Yes. I am Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran appeared a bit nervous. I'll call you Ran from now on. Is that okay? Shen Cangqiong asked. Yes. That's fine. Meng Yiran nodded vigorously. By the way, where are your grandparents? When Shen Cangqiong entered, he looked around and noticed the absence of Long Gong and Shi Pa. Initially thinking they had gone to the restroom, but since they hadn't returned for so long, he realized he was mistaken. My grandparents dropped me off at Lamba Academy and then left directly. They said they needed to go back to the family to help me acquire comparison video points. Meng Yiran said, I see. With this explanation, Shen Cangqiong understood. The Meng family's direct lineage now consisted of only Long Gong, Shi Pa, and Meng Yiran. If the three of them didn't return and handed over authority to their subordinates to acquire points, he didn't know how many gold soul coins they would lose to those subordinates. Young Master Cangqiong, can I ask you a question? Meng Yiran looked at Shen Cangqiong curiously. Go ahead. Shen Cangqiong picked up a chicken leg, indicating for Meng Yiran to continue. Why is there no ranking for you in the Tangtian Tower challenges? This was something Meng Yiran couldn't understand. In recent days, not only the humans, but also the soul beasts had missed the opportunity to acquire comparison video points. And now, the one ranked first in the Tangtian Tower challenges was Silver Dragon King Yuna. I've been busy these days. I haven't had time to challenge. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong grabbed the foot of Xiao Wu, who was getting restless again. Of course, this was just an excuse. In fact, Shen Cangqiong had been accompanying Xiao Wu these days, as she would soon return to Tianshui Academy. And they would only be able to meet once every 7 days at most, so he naturally wanted to finish everything in these 7 days. Speaking of the Tangtian Tower challenges, I'm currently stuck at the 100th level. I have to defeat 2 Soul Kings inside. It's too difficult. After Meng Yiran mentioned the Tangtian Tower challenges, Duge Yin was the first to express dissatisfaction with the difficulty of the Tangtian Tower levels, followed by others like Wu, Ning Rongrong, and by Chen Xiang, who joined in on the topic. 5 hours later. Honestly, did something happen between you and Tang Yuehua? As soon as they returned to their exclusive courtyard, Lu Erlong's face darkened as she questioned. How did you know? Shen Cangqiong felt a bit awkward. Haha, how could I not know? You should smell yourself. I'm afraid everyone in the private room could smell it. Lu Erlong sneered. Oh well. Shen Cangqiong felt a bit sweaty. Let it go, Erlong's sister. This kind of thing is very normal. Besides, you agreed to it. At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up to advise Lu Erlong. Aren't you afraid that there will be more and more people around him in the future? Lu Erlong said helplessly. She had agreed, but she hadn't expected that just after accepting Xiao Wu's presence, Shen Cangqiong had also taken Tang Yuehua. I don't mind. Brother Cangqiong is too strong. In the future, just relying on the two of us, we definitely won't be able to hold on. Xiao Wu said. Chapter 170. Yi Lingling's observation, you little girl. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Erlong's serious expression instantly broke. What I said is the truth. He comes for an entire night. If he only came once every few days, that would be fine. But once we graduate and live together every day and night, I'm afraid I won't last a year. Xiao Wu said, a bit scared. Lu Erlong also deeply understood this. The reason she agreed to Shen Cangqiong was not only because such things were normal among the strong, but also because she couldn't stand Shen Cangqiong's antics. Forget it. Let us just say we owe you from our past lives. In the end, Lu Erlong sighed, speechless. How could that be? I should say, being favored by you is my good fortune for my past life. Shen Cangqiong said with a grin. Haha, you can leave now. I want to have a little private talk with you tonight, so I want to keep you. Lu Erlong wasn't buying Shen Cangqiong's act and directly pushed him out of the room after finishing her sentence. But this is my room too. You push me out like this, where am I supposed to sleep? Shen Cangqiong originally thought about coming back later with some romantic ideas, so he was naturally unwilling to be kicked out like this. That's your problem. If it doesn't work out, you can sleep at Tang Yuehua's place. From inside, Lu Erlong's irritated voice came. Sai, it looks like tonight we'll have to make do and sleep separately. Hearing the sound of Lu Erlong placing a heavy object at the door, Shen Cangqiong turned to look at the husky beside him, who was tilting its head and staring at him, and angrily rubbed its head. Meanwhile, as Shen Cangqiong was lazily lying on the husky's back, preparing to challenge the Sky Tower, Yin, Yi Lingling, and Meng Yiran were sitting together in their suite, chatting idly. Look quickly. Senior Cangqiong has started challenging the Sky Tower. Wow, his speed is so fast. Suddenly, Meng Yiran exclaimed, pointing at the huge light screen in the sky that couldn't be obscured by any object. No wonder he is said to be able to change the entire landscape of the Douluo continent. It took me at least 5 minutes to clear each of the first 10 levels, but he completed each level in just about a second. After Meng Yiran's reminder, Yi Lingling looked at Shen Cangqiong's speed, which was nearly a second per level, and also voiced her astonishment. Putting everything else aside, in terms of combat power, Shen Cangqiong is indeed impressive. Sigh, Tianheng must be feeling uncomfortable for a while now. Yin wanted to check on Yu Tianheng, but as soon as she thought of the agreement with her grandfather, she felt deflated again. What does Tianheng have to feel uncomfortable about? Meng Yiran asked in confusion. The captain has been secretly competing with Shen Cangqiong, believing that as long as he works hard enough, he won't be much worse than Shen Cangqiong. For example, in the Sky Tower Challenge, the captain has already cleared 150 levels, while Shen Cangqiong hasn't cleared a single one yet. This has given the captain the illusion that he can surpass Shen Cangqiong in some aspects. Yi Lingling, not caring about Yin beside her, spoke with a strange tone. Where does his confidence come from? Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran was immediately dumbfounded. He must have been stimulated by the comparison video showing Yin eventually ending up with Shen Cangqiong. This was also Yi Lingling's guess. After all, before the fourth character comparison came out, although Yu Tianheng was a bit unconvinced by Shen Cangqiong, he hadn't reached the level of openly competing with him. It was just because of jealousy that he acted this way. Seeing her only close friend and new roommate Meng Yiran with an expression that only appeared when discussing silly things, Yin could only tacitly agree with Yi Lingling's guess to prevent Yu Tianheng from continuing to embarrass himself. I see. Indeed, upon hearing Yin admit that it was Yu Tianheng's jealousy that led to such overconfidence, Meng Yiran immediately showed an understanding expression. In Meng Yiran's view, it was normal for a man to do some irrational things when he was jealous. If a man didn't feel jealous, it didn't mean he was mature and stable. It meant he didn't care about the other person at all and just wanted to play around. So from this perspective, Yu Tianheng still had some redeeming qualities. At least he wasn't the kind of scumbag who would treat someone as a fling. By the way, Lingling, what are your plans for the future? At this moment, to steer the conversation away from Yu Tianheng, Yin seized the opportunity to change the topic decisively. What do you mean by plans? Yi Lingling was taken aback, not understanding what Yin meant. Don't forget, in the fourth character comparison, not only do I stand by Shen Cangqiong, but so do you. Yin reminded her. I don't care. However, my mother means for me to be with Shen Cangqiong. So, the main reason I came here this time, aside from joining the inner academy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy, is to observe Shen Cangqiong's character. Yi Lingling had no one she cared about and had a nonchalant attitude about this matter. You little girl, you wouldn't be having a crush, would you? He already has other women, and you still say you don't care, even planning to observe him. Yin teased. Yin, you don't think Yu Tianheng will only have you as his woman, do you? He is a core disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, known as one of the twin stars of this generation. Even if he fails to become the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, becoming a core elder with real power is a sure thing. Have you ever seen a core elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family who only marries one wife? Yi Lingling said, I believe Tianheng won't. Yin shook her head. Do as you wish. I just don't want you to get hurt in the future. That's why I'm saying these things. Some matters are clearer to outsiders than to those involved. And what Yi Lingling didn't tell Doug Yin was that Yu Qianheng had previously hinted to her that he wanted her to be his girlfriend as well. However, Yi Lingling looked down on someone who was arrogant, believing that Yu Qianheng was the best among the younger generation of the Douluo continent, and did not pay attention to him. Enough about me, let's talk about you. Is this your reason for not minding Shen Cangqiong having other women? Doug Yin, not wanting to discuss these matters, shifted the topic back to Yi Lingling. However, Yi Lingling's words inevitably began to take root in Doug Yan's heart. Chapter 171. Yu Xiaojiang's shocking operation on the other side, inside the Sky Tower. This is too easy. Shen Cangqiong smashed several puppet shadows in front of him with a palm and stepped up to the next level of the Sky Tower. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of rumbling sounds erupted, lasting more than 5 hours. Phew, it's finally starting to get a bit challenging. After smashing the puppet shadow that had been entangled with him for half an hour, Shen Cangqiong finally became somewhat interested. Congratulations to Shen Cangqiong for breaking through the 1000th level. An additional reward is now issued. 1 high-level martial soul card. Note 1. The martial soul card allows the user to choose a new martial soul of the same level as the card. Note 2. The newly obtained martial soul will not replace the existing old martial soul, but will become a dual martial soul. Note 3. There is no limit to the number of martial soul cards each person can use. Just as Shen Cangqiong began to take things seriously and planned to continue challenging higher levels of the Sky Tower, the voice of the comparison video suddenly echoed throughout the 2 Douluo worlds. Variant 1, unknown in Douluo World. Wow. Wasn't it said that the rewards for clearing the Sky Tower are only based on comparison video scores? Why are there additional rewards now? What's even more outrageous is that this extra reward is actually the so-called Soul Mastercard. Does this mean that in the future everyone will have dual soul powers, or even triple, quadruple, or even 100 soul powers? Variant 2, unknown in original Douluo World. I see you just woke up from the noise of the comparison video. You're not fully awake yet. If you look closely or listen carefully, this is the extra reward given for Shen Cangqiong clearing the 1000th level. Do you think it's that easy to obtain? Just look at your pathetic title for clearing the 3rd level. I estimate you'll never clear the 1000th level in your lifetime. Variant 1 in the Douluo continent. Anonymous. Don't mind him. Some people just lack self-awareness. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Speaking of which, when did Shen Cangqiong start challenging the levels? I remember that I specifically checked Shen Cangqiong's progress in the Sky Tower before going to bed, and it was still at 0 levels. Variant 1. Unknown in the Douluo World. It probably started about 6 hours ago. I was lucky. When refreshing the number of challenges cleared by Shen Cangqiong, I happened to see the number change from 0 to 1. Variant 2. Unknown in the original Douluo World. It completely. In just about 6 hours, he managed to clear 1,000 levels. I took about 5.5 hours just to clear the 10th level. Variant 1, Douluo World Unknown. You have good stamina. You actually spent 5.5 hours on the 10th level. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Unknown. Hee. That's true. I'm quite popular around here. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Yu Xiaojiang. Shen Cangqiong. Are you selling this Soul Master card? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Do you want it? Shen Cangqiong didn't expect that the Yu Xiaojiang from his world would stop jumping for the time being, while another Yu Xiaojiang from a different world jumped out. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. I want it. Name your price. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. This price is not low. Are you sure you can afford it? Anyway, since there's nothing else to do, Shen Cangqiong plans to chat with Yu Xiaojiang. If he can take the opportunity to trick him a bit, that would be even better. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Go ahead and make your offer. What I need the least right now is comparison video points. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Oh, you have so many comparison video points? Shen Cangqiong was puzzled. Logically speaking, after the trash list exposed Yu Xiaojiang's character, no one should be giving him points anymore. Especially Bibi Dong. She is not like the Bibi Dong from this world who would have eliminated Yu Xiaojiang at Shrek. So it is impossible for her to have any further ties with him. But if it weren't for Bibi Dong, Shen Cangqiong really couldn't think of who else would be supporting Yu Xiaojiang, to the point where Yu Xiaojiang even lamented that he was left with nothing but points. Variant 2 Original Douluo World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Ning Rongrong. Brother Cangqiong. Yu Xiaojiang's points are earned by himself. After saying this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh and leaned on Zhu Zhuqing beside her. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Really? Is Yu Xiaojiang that powerful? He can earn points by himself? Seeing the barrage from another world with Ning Rongrong, Shen Cangqiong was even more puzzled. Variant 2, Original Douluo World 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School Ning Rongrong. This is not about Yu Xiaojiang being powerful. It's that he learned from the Spirit Hall's method, earning points to have others come to Shrek Academy to teach him a lesson. I have taught him a lesson once. Variant 1, Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. This method is good. It not only prevents others from thinking about capturing him, but also allows for earning points. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. The method is indeed good. It's just that it makes things tough for the food system soul masters of Shrek Academy. I've heard that they're almost exhausted. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. Huh? Didn't you Xiaojiang say that the most abundant thing is points? Why not invite more healing-type soul masters to take turns helping him heal, but instead make things difficult for his own academy members? Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. He's just stingy. What else could it be? Variant 2, Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Shen Cangqiong, why aren't you speaking? Name your price. I promise I won't haggle. Yu Xiaojiang ignored the ridicule in the bullet comments and anxiously said again. Whether he can rise depends on this high-level martial soul card. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, 1 billion points. Shen Cangqiong casually quoted a price. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Isn't this price a bit outrageous? Yu Xiaojiang's face darkened. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Didn't you say to let me name a price? Didn't you say you weren't short on points? Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. I asked you to name a price, but I didn't mean for you to mess with me. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. When did I ever play you? Ask yourself, is this high-level martial soul card really expensive at 100 billion points? Variant 2 of the Original Douluo World, Shrek Academy's Yu Xiaojiang. This. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang fell silent. For others, it is certainly expensive, even exorbitant. But for someone like him, who has always wanted to prove himself as a strong person, having a chance to rise, even if it costs 10 trillion points, is worth it. Chapter 172, Yu Xiaojiang's Evaluation Compared to Bai Dong. Variant 2 of the Original Douluo World, Shrek Academy's Yu Xiaojiang. Can you give me some time? After coming to a realization, Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth and decided to buy it, while a more insane idea began to rise in his heart. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. What do you think? Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Don't worry, I will definitely buy it. It's just that I don't have enough points right now. As long as you're willing to give me some time, I can give you an extra 100 million points. Also, could you sell me a celestial herb that is useful for my Luo, Sand, Pao, martial soul? While speaking, Yu Xiaojiang walked towards Flender's office, intending to persuade Flender to let Dai Mubai and Oscar also accept this method of earning points through lessons. Furthermore, if possible, he wanted Tang San to accept this method as well. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Oh? Originally, Shen Cangqiong had no intention of selling the martial soul card to Yu Xiaojiang, but when Yu Xiaojiang suddenly brought up the idea of buying fairy grass, it sparked a rather good plan in Shen Cangqiong's mind. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Your world should have fairy herbs too, right? Why do you still need to find me to buy them? With a plan in mind, Shen Cangqiong intends to gather more information to arrange the plan according to the actual situation. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. As soon as the comparison video came out, our world's Donggu Bo cleared out all the fairy herbs and took his granddaughter to the Wuhuan Hall. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. So that's how it is. This is indeed a good idea. After all, the only relatively reliable force on the entire Douluo continent is the Spirit Hall. Shen Cangqiong truly admires Douluo boast decisiveness. Under those circumstances, any hesitation could have led to him being surrounded by forces like the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Yu Xiaojiang. The immortal herb you wanted, I have it here, and I can sell it to you. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Name your price. Yu Xiaojiang knew that he would probably be taken advantage of by Shen Cangqiong again. But as long as he thought about how soon he would become an unparalleled genius with twin martial souls, both of which were high-level martial souls, he didn't care about anything else. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Your martial soul is actually the golden sacred dragon. However, because you are inherently a waste, you lack the potential to support the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul in evolving into the golden sacred dragon, which is why the evolution failed and the golden sacred dragon martial soul turned into dog pig martial soul. I can prepare 2 immortal herbs for you to help your dog pig martial soul evolve into the golden sacred dragon, but but I need you to say one sentence. Shen Cangqiong cannot take action against the martial soul card, but it would be too easy to take some action regarding the immortal herbs. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. What do you mean? Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat baffled. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Tell me your evaluation of Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong in your heart. Be as harsh as you can. When it comes to criticizing Yu Xiaojiang, Shen Cangqiong won't hold back. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Why bother? The comparison video has already exposed me completely. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. The comparison video is not comprehensive enough. Anyway, you said yourself that the comparison video has already exposed you, so you shouldn't mind saying a bit more. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang Sai. Alright, since you want to know, I don't mind sharing. As Shen Cangqiong mentioned, everything has already been exposed in the comparison video. Bai Dong and Lu Erlong have completely parted ways with him. So even if he reveals some more secrets, the worst outcome wouldn't be much different from the current situation. Variant 1. Shen Cangqiong from Douluo World. Speak. Variant 2. Yu Xiaojiang from the original Douluo World. Shrek Academy. Let's talk about Bibi Dong first. I have a lot of opinions about her. In fact, I largely agree with the evaluations of her on the bad list-in comparison videos, as well as the reasons for her inclusion. Not to mention anything else. Bibi Dong is an orphan. Everything she had at that time, including her cultivation and status, was given to her by the Spirit Hall. She enjoyed all the privileges of the next pope without considering how to repay the Spirit Hall, and instead, she actively suggested that we elope. To be honest, when I saw her seriously saying this to me, I was shocked. You all say I'm bad, but compared to Bibi Dong, I think I'm a good person. At least, if I were in her position and a super powerful force was willing to cultivate me at all costs, I would never abandon that force for a woman. I couldn't do such a pure betrayal. Therefore, my evaluation of Bibi Dong is that she is an extremely selfish person who only loves herself. Anyone, including me, is just a representation of her self-love. When she meets someone she likes, she must grasp them tightly. Perhaps this is why Bibi Dong is an orphan. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. By reverse reasoning, we can know what kind of people Bibi Dong's parents are, abandoning their child to pursue their own pleasures. Since I decided to speak, Yu Xiaojiang simply said it all. In fact, Yu Xiaojiang also had great dissatisfaction with Bibi Dong. He never thought of doing anything untimely with her before he became powerful. At that time, he only wanted to use Bibi Dong to get what he wanted, nothing more. But the premise of all this was that Bibi Dong must still hold the identity of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. As a result, all of this became a bubble with Bibi Dong's inexplicable suggestion to elope. Variant 2. Yu Xiaojiang from the original Douluo World, Shrek Academy. As for Lu Erlong, I can only say she is a foolish girl. Although she has a bit of a temper, her character is still acceptable. If it weren't for my dream and my unwillingness to become strong, I think I would be with her. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Therefore, to achieve my dreams, I can only choose to hurt Lu Erlong so that Bibi Dong, who has already become the Pope, knows that for all these years, the only one I have truly loved is her, Bibi Dong. After a pause, Yu Xiaojiang continued. Chapter 173. Guyana is preparing to find Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Very good. You have successfully obtained the qualification to purchase celestial herbs. Shen Cangqiong can imagine how spectacular Bibi Dong's expression would be upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang's evaluation of her in another world where she is not in seclusion. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Thank you. Yu Xiaojiang said excitedly. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. No need to thank me. You have only obtained the qualification to purchase immortal herbs. Whether you can ultimately afford them depends on whether you have enough points. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. No matter what method I use, I will earn enough points as quickly as possible. At this moment, he has already made up his mind to ensure that Tang San also accepts the lesson of collecting points, so that he can accumulate enough points to achieve his own dreams as soon as possible. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Alright. One immortal herb is 10 billion points. 2 herbs are 20 billion points, plus the 10 billion points for the martial soul card, totaling 30 billion points. I don't need that extra 1 billion points you're going to give, but since you were honest with me, I'll give you 1 year to collect 30 billion points. After a year, if you can't come up with 30 billion points, our deal will be cancelled. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang this. Alright, it's a deal. Yu Xiaojiang didn't say much more. He was afraid that if he kept talking, he would lose this hard-won opportunity to purchase the martial soul card and immortal herbs. Variant 2 Original Douluo World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Ning Rongrong Brother Cangqiong. We have already received 3 cross-border symbol fragments, so I'll trade them to you first. After seeing Shen Cangqiong finish the discussion, Ning Rongrong said sweetly with her voice. In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong good. Just as Shen Cangqiong finished his transaction with Ning Rongrong and continued chatting, there were sounds of argument coming from the core area of the Stardo Forest in the variant Douluo World. Master, I disagree with your plan. It's too dangerous. The Black Dragon King, Tian, rarely contradicted the decision of the Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna. Yes, Master. Your plan is indeed too dangerous. Shen Cangqiong was able to pass the 1000th level in about half an hour, which shows how terrifying his strength is. The Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear, Junjun, also rarely agreed with Tian, showing a face of acknowledgement. Of course, he didn't dare to directly mention that Guiyuna had failed at the 1000th level, only daring to subtly hint that Shen Cangqiong had already passed that level. That's true. The idea that Shen Cangqiong has no ill intentions towards our Spirit Beast clan is merely your guess, Master. What if he's pretending? Just to lure you in and then ambush you? By then, you might not even have a chance to escape. The Emerald Swan, Bai Ji, also said, Do you think I'm beautiful? Seeing her usually obedient subordinates, now all trying to prevent her from seeing Shen Cangqiong, Guiyuna was not angry. Instead, she transformed into human form and asked, Master is the #1 on the Rouge list, naturally beautiful. No, I should say, Master absolutely possesses a celestial beauty. Although Tian didn't understand why his master asked this question, he still spoke affirmatively. Then that settles it. If I really guessed wrong, I could just give him some benefits. Don't forget, he is the recognized Lulang in the comparison video. I don't believe that this true Lulang would choose the latter between me and my demise. For this matter, Guiyuna was completely indifferent. In her view, strong beings should be together. As for whether they liked each other, that was not important. This can't be. Upon hearing this, Tian immediately jumped up. Why not? Guiyuna looked at Tian expressionlessly. Because the other party is a human. Yes, Master is a divine beast, while the other party is a human. They cannot be considered the same species at all. Under Guiyuna's emotionless gaze, a drop of cold sweat trickled down Tian's forehead. After thinking for a long time, he finally came up with a somewhat suitable excuse. So what? The Medusa in the comparison video is also not a human. In the end, she still happily lived with Shen Cangqiong. Guiyuna waved her hand. But there is no but. Tian wanted to say something more, but he was directly interrupted by Guiyuna's hand wave. Ziji and Bai Ji, you two come with me. Suppressing Tian, Guiyuna turned to look at the side, at Ziji and Bai Ji, and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Yes. Faced with the strong stance of the Silver Dragon King, the dragon and the swan exchanged glances, only able to smile wryly in agreement. Seeing this, the remaining fierce beasts all sighed helplessly, thinking to themselves that it was not enough for their master to go alone. She actually wanted to take Ziji and Bai Ji with her, especially Tian, who felt that a green hue had suddenly appeared on his head. But this was the decision of the Silver Dragon King Guiyuna, not to mention the other fierce beasts. Even he, the Black Dragon King Tian, did not dare to have any opposing thoughts. Meanwhile, in the exclusive courtyard behind the Blue Tyrant Academy, Cangqiong brother, you aren't really planning to sell the Martial Soul card and the 2 immortal herbs to that Yuxia gang from another world, are you? At this time, the sky was already slightly bright, and Shui Yuer simply stopped sleeping. I do have his plan. Shen Cangqiong nodded. Why? Don't you hate Yuxia gang? Shui Yuer asked, puzzled. What else could it be? This guy probably doesn't have any good ideas up his sleeve. Before Shen Cangqiong could answer, Lu Erlong's voice came from inside the house. Shen Cangqiong had lived with her since he was little, so she knew him very well. Cangqiong brother, is what Sister Erlong said true? Shui Yuer blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Shen Cangqiong. Sort of. Shen Cangqiong smiled. Then what do you plan to do? Upon seeing Shen Cangqiong admit it, Shui Yuer immediately became interested. Very simple. I can't tamper with the Martial Soul card, but I can put a little trick on those 2 immortal herbs. For example, I can make Yuxia gang slowly lose that ability after taking the 2 immortal herbs and then gradually change his orientation. This knowledge was learned by Shen Cangqiong from the golden finger he had run into. Chapter 174. Zhu Zhuqing decides to join the inner courtyard sea. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? This kid always pretends to be indifferent, but in reality, he is quite cunning. Lu Erlong's voice came again from inside the house. Sanqiong brother, you're so bad. Yue really likes it. Who would have thought that Yue, instead of being disapproving, looked at Shen Cangqiong with admiration. Hee, I have even worse ideas. Do you want to try? Saying this, Shen Cangqiong grabbed her before Yue could react and headed towards the house, conveniently pushing Lu Erlong, who had just come out back in. Soon, the sounds of Lu Erlong's scolding and Shui's melodious singing echoed from inside the house. Behind the Blue Tyrant Academy. It's already past lunchtime. Why hasn't this guy come yet? Du Guyan sat lazily in the sun, constantly murmuring. What has to rush? He agreed to meet us at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's only 12:30 now. Nearby, Yi Lingling was reading a book. Hearing Du Guyan's complaints, she looked at the time, then picked up the book again. I don't know what he wants to do with us. There are so many people in the Blue Tyrant Academy, yet he only wants to take Jiangzhu, Xiao Wu, and the three of us out. Du Guyan squinted her eyes. Perhaps he wants to give us immortal herbs. Rong Rong and Xiang Xiang received an immortal herb when they joined the inner courtyard. Xiao Wu speculated. Those immortal herbs originally belonged to my Dugu family. My grandfather is really foolish. He just gave them all to Shen Cangqiong. Du Guyan snorted in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. That's because Shen Cangqiong helped your grandfather detoxify. Your grandfather thanked him and gave him that treasure land. I heard Shen Cangqiong say that if he doesn't help your grandfather with the poison, your grandfather can only live for about 10 more years. Hearing Du Guyan being so ungrateful, Xiao Wu couldn't help but retort. Because of Shen Cangqiong, she no longer has to live in hiding, and she is naturally very grateful to him, so she certainly wouldn't pretend to be deaf and mute in places where she could support him. Even so, Shen Cangqiong is still too greedy. I often go to that treasure land and know that there are many rare materials inside. He saved my grandfather's life, so I think giving him half of the rare materials is about right. After being rebutted by Xiao Wu, Du Guyan knew she was in the wrong, but her personality made her unwilling to back down. You're not wrong. If it's just to expel the toxins from your grandfather and you, then giving me half of the rare materials is indeed enough. But if that's the case, then I won't have any future connection with your Dugu family. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong's voice suddenly rang out from behind Du Guyan and the others. You walk so quietly, you scared me. Also, who wants to have a connection with you? Perhaps because she was overheard talking bad about Shen Cangqiong, Du Guyan felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed. It's not that I walk quietly, it's just that you're too engrossed in your own complaints. As for having no connection with me, you might be the one who ends up in a tragedy. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong ignored Du Guyan's increasingly annoyed expression and looked at Dai Mu Bai and the others who had gathered because of his arrival, saying, All right, everyone disperse. You all have free time today. Haha, great. Finally, I can rest for a day. I'm going to spend the whole day and night at the Drunken Dream building. Ma Hongjun jumped up in excitement. Ma Hongjun, I advise you to behave yourself. My cousin will be arriving in a few days. Don't scare her away. Seeing Ma Hongjun's lewd expression, Bai Qinxiang was very dissatisfied. Xiang, don't worry. When your cousin arrives, I definitely won't go out to play anymore. Ma Hongjun patted his chest confidently. Let's go. Ignoring the excited Ma Hongjun, Shen Cangqiong waved to the new members of the inner courtyard. Wait. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly blocked Shen Cangqiong's path. What's wrong? Shen Cangqiong stopped. Can I talk to you privately? Zhu Zhuqing said. Of course, follow me. You all wait here for a moment. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong walked away first. Zhu Zhuqing, what do you want to do? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing wanting to talk to Shen Cangqiong alone, Dai Mu Bai suddenly had a bad feeling. Does it concern you? Zhu Zhuqing coldly retorted Dai Mu Bai, then ignored his ugly expression and chased after Shen Cangqiong. Speak. What do you want to talk to me about? After walking about 30 meters away from Du Guyan and the others, Shen Cangqiong turned back and asked Zhu Zhuqing, who was following him. I want to join the inner courtyard. Previously, only Ning Rongrong and Bai Chunxiang joined the inner courtyard, and Zhu Zhuqing didn't think much of it, but now, as the number of female students in the team increases, and they're all members of the inner courtyard, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of insecurity as if she could be abandoned at any moment. Have you really thought it through? Once you join my inner courtyard, you can't go back on your word. Shen Cangqiong reminded her. I've thought it through. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. However, after I graduate, I will return to the Zhu family to handle some matters first. But this matter may have significant impact. If you mind, then I won't join the inner courtyard. After a pause, Zhu Zhuqing hesitantly spoke again. This was also one of the reasons why Zhu Zhuqing had not chosen to join the inner courtyard of Lanba Academy. She has a cold personality, but she is not a bad person, and she doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for the academy and her classmates because of herself. If it weren't for the sudden, inexplicable sense of insecurity, she might never have joined the inner courtyard of Lanba Academy. How big can it be? Even if you overturn the entire Star Luo Empire, what then? With me around, can the Star Luo Empire really turn against the heavens? Besides, if a force can't even protect its own disciples, it might as well disband right then and there. Shen Cangqiong didn't care at all about the so-called significant impact that Zhu Zhuqing mentioned. A force without even a title of Douluo has no right to speak at all. It's just that Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue are too foolish. After several years, they still haven't managed to capture the Tianshou Empress and the Xingluo Empress. If it were Shen Cangqiong, as long as he was willing, it would take at most a year for Tianshou and Xingluo to perish. All right, stop overthinking it. Since you've decided to join the inner court, you should come along too. Shen Cangqiong stepped forward and patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, signaling her to follow. Chapter 175, Solving Yi Lingling's Martial Soul Problem 2 hours later. Jiangzhu, this fairy herb is for you. Xiao Wu, this one is yours. Zhu Qing, here, this is yours. Iran, come, take this, it's yours. In the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Shen Cangqiong selected the most suitable fairy herbs for Jiangzhu, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Iran based on the knowledge in his mind. And what about me and Lung Lung? Du Guyan saw that Jiangzhu and the other three each had their fairy herbs and had started refining them according to Shen Cangqiong's instructions and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Don't worry, I prepared something else for you. Let's talk about Lingling's issue first. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong looked at Yi Lingling. My problem? Is there something wrong with my martial soul? Yi Lingling asked. Your 9-heart begonia martial soul can only allow 2 people to possess it at the same time. Isn't that a problem? Shen Cangqiong countered. That's... Yi Lingling was a loss for words. Just as Shen Cangqiong said, among all the martial souls on the Douluo continent, only her family's 9-heart begonia martial soul had this limitation. Since you say so, does that mean you have a way to resolve Lingling's martial soul limitation? Du Guyan knew that Yi Lingling's family had experienced many tragedies because of this limitation of the 9-heart begonia martial soul. Hard to say. Let's do this. You summon your martial soul first. I need to feel it carefully. Shen Cangqiong speculated that the 9-heart begonia martial soul was targeted by the divine realm because it was too powerful, but to confirm the truth, he needed to investigate it thoroughly. Okay, Yi Lingling nodded, and a giant begonia flower appeared in her palms. All right, just as Shen Cangqiong expected. As he scanned the interior of the 9-heart begonia martial soul with his divine sense, he discovered a very subtle power continuously restraining the essence of the 9-heart begonia martial soul. How is it? Yi Lingling looked at Shen Cangqiong with anticipation. I found the source. If my sensing is correct, that subtle power belongs to the Shura God. After all, Shen Cangqiong had been to the city of slaughter and obtained the killing god domain, so he was somewhat familiar with the power of the Shura God. Can it be resolved? Du Guyan was even more anxious than Yi Lingling. Yes, but it might be a bit painful. You'll have to endure it. It was just a small amount of Shura divine power without any follow-up strength, which was nothing to Shen Cangqiong. I can endure it. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's expression became serious, filled with determination. Compared to the tragedies her family had faced in the past, enduring a bit of pain was nothing. All right, I'm going to start. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong extended a finger and pointed at the 9-heart begonia martial soul still resting in Yi Lingling's palms. In the divine realm of Douluo continent. Just as Shen Cangqiong was helping Yi Lingling expel the Shura divine power from her martial soul, the Shura God, far away in the divine realm, sensed that the power he left in the 9-heart begonia martial soul was rapidly dissolving. What's wrong, Shura? Noticing the fleeting anomaly in the Shura God's demeanor, the life god king asked suspiciously. Nothing. The Shura God did not dare to disclose his actions on Douluo continent to the other 4 god kings. Otherwise, as the law enforcement god of the divine realm, he would be guilty of breaking the law, and it was very likely that he would be suppressed by the 4 of them working together. The reason was simple. Gods could have their own selfishness, but it should be kept within limits. Otherwise, it would break the rules everyone had jointly established. If each deity acted recklessly for their own selfish desires, the entire divine realm would descend into chaos. Is that so? The life god king scrutinized the Shura God. By the way, how did you all consider my previous proposal to exile Douluo Star? Seeing the life god king's obviously disbelieving gaze, the Shura God quickly brought up the topic from last time. Let's wait and see. When it came to serious matters, the life god king stopped scrutinizing the Shura God and provided the results of her discussion with the destruction god king. What else is there to wait for? The entire Douluo Star has already fallen out of our control. If those soul beasts grow again, it will be another catastrophe for our divine realm. And that Shen Cangqiong is definitely an unstable factor. Don't forget how strong Shen Cangqiong was at his peak. I'm not underestimating myself. Even if all the gods in our divine realm teamed up, we wouldn't be able to withstand a single glance from him at his peak. Although the Shura god's proposal would ruin his 1,000-year plan, it was infinitely better than being destroyed by others or having all his unspeakable plans exposed. From the comparison videos, it was clear that Shen Cangqiong belonged to the lawful camp. As long as we don't offend him, he definitely won't come to trouble us. Besides, there are many beauties waiting for him in another world. I believe that once he regains some strength, he will leave Douluo continent to search for his original world. As for the soul beast issue, even the dragon god at his strongest state was not our opponent. A severely injured dragon god avatar could hardly stir up much trouble. Clearly, the evil god king's stance was the same as that of the life god king. I hope you won't regret it later. After saying that, the Shura god stood up and left the conference hall. With no common ground for conversation, since he couldn't persuade the 4 people in front of him, he could only find ways to prepare some contingency plans for himself. On the other side, in the sunset forest, at the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. All right, Shen Cangqiong retracted his finger and said, slightly laboring, Lingling, are you okay? Dugu Yin supported Yi Lingling, who was drenched in sweat, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Yi Lingling closed her tired eyes and weakly shook her head. You should take Lingling to the room to rest for a while. Next, it's your turn. Shen Cangqiong pointed to a room not far away. I understand. Dugu Yin shouldered Yi Lingling and quickly ran to her original room. Brother Cangqiong, are you okay? After Dugu Yin left with Yi Lingling, Xiao Wu, who had been standing by and silent, looked at Shen Cangqiong with a pained expression. I'm fine. Just a little energy was consumed. I will recover soon. Shen Cangqiong said. Then you should rest for a while. Xiao Wu forcibly helped Shen Cangqiong sit down on a nearby chair, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Chapter 176. The new martial spirits of the girls. Are you all right? After a while, Dugu Yin returned after settling Yi Lingling and saw Shen Cangqiong sitting on the chair resting. A ripple of concern flashed in her heart. It's nothing. Shen Cangqiong stood up and waved his hand. I now give you 2 choices. The first choice is like them. I will find a spirit herb that is most suitable for you. The second choice is to absorb the energy left behind by the Ice Dragon King. However, the energy left by the Ice Dragon King is too powerful, and I will need to help you refine and absorb it. During this process, there will inevitably be some physical contact between us. So consider carefully how you want to choose. What is the Ice Dragon King? Also, what do you mean by physical contact? Dugu Yin knew that Shen Cangqiong asking her this meant that refining and absorbing the so-called energy left by the Ice Dragon King would definitely yield more benefits than refining and absorbing the spirit herb. The Ice Dragon King is a divine beast. Explaining more would be too troublesome, so I won't go into it. As for the specific kind of contact you asked about, you can rest assured that it's not inappropriate contact. Just holding hands tightly will do. If it weren't to repay the Dugu family, Shen Cangqiong wouldn't let Dugu Yin refine and absorb the energy of the Ice Dragon King. A divine beast? Does that mean this Ice Dragon King is a deity? Dugu Yin's eyes widened. Exactly. It's for this reason that I said, I need to help you refine and absorb it. Is it really just holding hands tightly? In that moment, Dugu Yin's heart stirred. Really? After all, I can't perform a big act in front of so many people, right? Unless they are truly my own people. Otherwise, I have no such hobby. Silly girl. Dugu Yin said with some annoyance. Fine. I agree. Just holding hands tightly is something Dugu Yin can accept. Then let's get started. You should recover your state first. Once we finish with Dugu Yin, it will be your turn. Before pulling Dugu Yin away, Shen Cangqiong turned back and raised his eyebrows at Xiao Wu with a hint of ambiguity. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's face turned slightly red, and she shyly nodded. She had indeed been exhausted after being toyed with by Shen Cangqiong all morning. So, after Shen Cangqiong and Dugu Yin left, she also found an empty room to sleep in. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Yue, can you tell me what you and Shen Cangqiong were doing in that red and blue pool? Why did you make that kind of sound? At this moment, Xiao Wu, who was really bored, recalled what happened 3 days ago. We didn't do anything. Xiao Wu was a bit shy. It's all that bad person Shen Cangqiong's fault. He clearly told me not to say anything, and while he didn't say anything, he directly showed it to others. Don't be fooled by how innocent Xiao Wu seems as she asks what happened that day. Xiao Wu could tell from Xiao Wu's half-smiling gaze that she had seen through everything long ago. In fact, not just Xiao Wu. From the actions of the girls over the past few days, Xiao Wu estimated that everyone present probably knew exactly what had happened in the pool that day. Sigh. It's all the filthy Demon King's fault. Xiao Wu sighed inwardly. Really? I don't believe it. If you really didn't do anything, then what was that almost earth-shattering noise coming from the pool? Come on, just say something. We're all good sisters. What are you afraid of? Not to mention how Xiao Wu wanted to complain. Xiao Wu was still relentless, shaking Xiao Wu's arm back and forth. Little bunny, do you want me to pull you into the pool so you can personally experience what happened that day? On the other side, Shen Cangqiong had just finished refining the True Soul Pill and Ascending Ring Pill when he saw Xiao Wu, the silly rabbit, pestering Xiao Wu about those embarrassing matters and immediately spoke up. Humph, you have quite an imagination. Hearing this, Xiao Wu let go of Xiao Wu, tightened her clothes, and covered her not-so-obvious little heels. Here, take this. Inside are the True Soul Pills and Ascending Ring Pills I refined over the past few days. Shen Cangqiong ignored Xiao Wu and directly approached Xiao Wu, handing her 4 storage soul guides. Why 4? Xiao Wu was taken aback as she received the storage soul guides. 2 are for you, and 2 are for your sister, Shui Binger. The red ones are True Soul Pills, and the blue ones are Ascending Ring Pills. Don't get them mixed up. Shen Cangqiong explained. For my sister? You don't have any thoughts about my sister, do you? Though I can understand. My sister has that kind of hazy beauty. At first glance, she might seem just okay, but the more you look, the more you discover her beauty. By the way, if you really have intentions, I can help you ask her. Xiao Wu always liked to tease her sister. You girl. Shen Cangqiong rubbed his forehead in disbelief. Shen Cangqiong, can you help me see what my martial spirit is like now? At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly remembered some issues with her martial spirit and stepped forward to ask, summon your martial spirit for me to see. In fact, based on the knowledge Shen Cangqiong learned from his golden finger, he already knew what Xiao Wu's martial spirit had evolved into without having to look. Look, saying this, Xiao Wu spun around, and a shimmering white rabbit rushed out from a palace on the moon. Your martial spirit is called the Moon Palace Jade Rabbit. If you fight at night, all your soul skills will have their effects increased by 30%. Confirming that it was indeed what he thought, Shen Cangqiong recounted the knowledge in his mind in detail. Moon Palace Jade Rabbit? An increase of 30% in all soul skills effects at night? What a pity. If only the effects of all soul skills could be increased by 30% during the day, Xiao Wu muttered with a frown. Since we have some free time now, you all summon your martial souls so I can take a look. Ignoring Xiao Wu's fanciful thoughts, Shen Cangqiong turned to the other girls. All right, the girls replied, and each summoned their new martial souls. This is the reincarnation cat martial soul. It has a total of 9 tails, each of which can help the soul master withstand a fatal attack. After each tail blocks a fatal attack, it will become ethereal and require 30 days to recover. Additionally, for every tail that becomes ethereal, the soul master's overall attributes increase by 1% for 1 hour. Shen Cangqiong pointed at Zhu Zhuqing's new martial soul and said, Zhuqing's new martial soul seems much stronger than mine, Xiao Wu said. You can't say that. It mainly depends on how the individual uses it. If Zhuqing misuses her new martial soul, whether it's blocking fatal attacks or the ethereal tail's increasing attributes, it can become useless. Against a very strong opponent, even having 9 chances to save oneself won't guarantee escape. Against a very weak opponent, it won't be needed at all. Unlike your new martial soul, which can be used mindlessly at night. Xiao Wu had a different opinion. By the way, now that Zhuqing's ghostly spirit cat martial soul has turned into the reincarnation cat martial soul, does that mean she can no longer form a martial soul fusion skill with Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul? At this point, Xiao Wu seemed somewhat gloating. Of course, this gloating wasn't directed at Zhu Zhuqing, but rather at Dai Mubai. Even if my martial soul is still the ghostly spirit cat, I wouldn't form a martial soul fusion skill with Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing said flatly. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing was no longer emotionally affected by Dai Mubai. Jiang Zhu's new martial soul is called the Sacred Staff. When summoned, a transparent protective shield appears within a radius of 1 meter, centered on herself. This shield uses the Soul Master's soul power as energy and can withstand attacks of any attribute until the soul power is completely depleted. Shen Cangqiong didn't join in on the conversation about Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, and after explaining Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, he turned his gaze to Jiang Zhu. Can it defend against attacks of any attribute? This is simply a divine skill that auxiliary soul masters dream of, Yi Lingling said enviously. You don't need to envy Jiang Zhu. Your new martial soul, the Genesis Holy Hawthorn, may not have a protective shield like Jiang Zhu's, but its healing ability has greatly improved, and the soul power consumption for using soul skills is only half that of the 9 Hearts Sea Thorn martial soul. Shen Cangqiong said, "What about my new martial soul?" Du Guyan asked curiously about her new martial soul's special abilities. "Your new martial soul is called Ice Dragon King." Shen Cangqiong felt it was reasonable to name it that, as it was derived from the fallen Ice Dragon King's energy. "Does it have any special abilities?" Du Guyan asked with anticipation. "It can be immune to ice attribute energy attacks. It also has an ice field. Moreover, it emphasizes strength. This is already a divine-level martial soul." In fact, Shen Cangqiong still felt a bit regretful. If Du Guyan was willing to train under his protection in the Eye of Ice and Fire, her Ice Dragon King martial soul would definitely become stronger. However, training in the Eye of Ice and Fire required a red fruit, and since Du Guyan was unwilling, Shen Cangqiong couldn't do anything about it. "It's my turn now. It's my turn." Seeing that Shen Cangqiong had introduced everyone's new martial souls, Xiao Wu urged from the side. "Your new martial soul is named 5-Element Dolphin. Its special ability is to be immune to energy attacks of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. It has a 5-element field. This is also a divine-level martial soul." Naturally, Shen Cangqiong prepared something good for his beloved. "This little thing is so strong." Xiao Wu looked at the colorful dolphin swimming beside her, occasionally coming to her front to act cute, and couldn't help but be astonished. "All right, we have been out for several days. It's time to go back." After discussing Xiao Wu's new martial soul, the task for this outing was complete. Following Shen Cangqiong's command, the girls swiftly retracted their new martial souls, tidied up their belongings, and left the Eye of Ice and Fire with Shen Cangqiong. "Night, Moon Pavilion. Didn't I tell you to come to Lamba Academy when you have free time during the day? Why didn't you come?" In a lavishly decorated room that was anything but ordinary, Tang Yuehua was sitting alone in a daze, completely unaware that Shen Cangqiong had entered the room. Startled by the sudden voice, Tang Yuehua almost lost her composure. "You still haven't answered my question." Shen Cangqiong ignored Tang Yuehua's glare and sat down on her fragrant couch. "You've been absent from Lamba Academy these past few days. What did I go there for?" Tang Yuehua said expressionlessly. "You're really not behaving. I even brought you a gift." Saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out a jade box. "I don't want it." Tang Yuehua didn't even glance at the jade box in Shen Cangqiong's hand. "Really don't want it?" A playful smile appeared at the corner of Shen Cangqiong's mouth. "No." Tang Yuehua was very firm. "Well then, I originally wanted to give you a spirit herb to help your martial soul evolve into one that can be cultivated." With a sigh, Shen Cangqiong pretended to put the jade box back into his storage soul guide. "Wait." Upon hearing that Shen Cangqiong intended to give her a spirit herb, Tang Yuehua immediately called to a halt. "What's wrong?" Shen Cangqiong found it amusing but feigned disappointment on his face. "Is this jade box really filled with a spirit herb that can help my martial soul evolve?" After a moment of hesitation, Tang Yuehua couldn't resist the temptation of a cultivatable martial soul and asked, "Of course. If you don't believe me, take a look." Shen Cangqiong opened the jade box, and immediately a fragrant aroma that made Tang Yuehua feel comfortable wafted out. "Are you really planning to give me this spirit herb? It's a priceless treasure worth 1 billion comparison video points." Tang Yuehua felt quite unsettled. "No, you're mistaken. To me, you are the true priceless treasure." Shen Cangqiong looked at Tang Yuehua and said seriously, "You." Tang Yuehua had heard such words countless times before, but she never took them to heart. However, this time, hearing them from this young man who was young enough to be her grandson made her momentarily dazed. "Take it. I specifically picked this out for you." Shen Cangqiong handed the jade box to Tang Yuehua. On the other side, Tang Yuehua hesitated for a few seconds before silently accepting the jade box that Shen Cangqiong handed over. She knew that no matter what she said about this gift, it would seem pale and powerless. "Yuehua." Seeing Tang Yuehua accept the jade box, Shen Cangqiong smiled and took her hand, pulling her onto the couch. "I've accepted the gift. It's getting late. You can go now." This time, Tang Yuehua did not struggle against Shen Cangqiong's grasp, but lowered her head and said, "I'm not leaving tonight." The atmosphere had built up to this point, and Shen Cangqiong wouldn't leave even if it killed him. Thus, with Tang Yuehua's half-hearted push, Shen Cangqiong successfully broke through once again. Chapter 178. Departure from the 4 Elements Academy. Xiao Wu's new outfit. Once again, a few hundred words were deleted, but I've added new content. The moon rabbit set in the west, the golden crow rose in the east, and the sky revealed a fish belly white. Yuehua. After I return, don't forget to refine and absorb that spirit herb. I'll come tomorrow to help you hunt for spirit rings. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong reminded Tang Yuehua, who was so tired that she didn't even want to open her eyelids. I know. By the way, have you practiced at all these years? Shen Cangqiong asked. At first, I didn't believe that I would really never break through level 9, so I practiced every day. After practicing for 5 whole years, I found that no matter how hard I tried, my soul power level could never break through level 9. In despair, I just gave up and stopped practicing. If it were before, Tang Yuehua wouldn't have wanted to discuss this matter at all, but now it was different. With the spirit herb that could evolve her martial soul, her hope had returned, so she naturally didn't mind reminiscing about the hardships. All right, since it's still early, let's rest for a while. Noticing the weariness in Tang Yuehua's eyes, Shen Cangqiong ended the topic. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua felt a warmth in her heart and closed her eyes with a smile on her lips. At noon, in the number 1 private room of the Lamba Academy cafeteria, Brother Cangqiong, I'm going back to the Water Academy after lunch, Shui Yuer said with a gloomy expression, glaring resentfully at Shui Binger, who was sitting opposite her. You guys from the water team have been out for quite a while. It's indeed time to go back. Don't worry. Anyway, we'll see each other every 7 days from now on. Moreover, if I have time, I'll also go to the Water Academy to see you. Shen Cangqiong comforted as he stroked Shui Yuer's hair. All right, it can only be like this. But we agreed that you would come to the Water Academy to see me when you're free. Shui Yuer initially had a glum face, but then perked up. It's really hard to keep a girl. On the other side, Shui Binger, seeing her sister, who had been making a fuss with her for a long time, was completely settled with just a few words from Shen Cangqiong. Couldn't help but emit a sigh that only parents would make. Shui Yuer coldly snorted at her sister's sentiment and directly ignored it. Shen Cangqiong, should we move up the plan for the otherworldly mission? At this moment, Xiao Wu spoke. I don't mind. As long as you guys have enough points there, it doesn't matter to me whether it's 3 months later or 1 month later. Shen Cangqiong replied. All right, then I'll talk to Yao Zi and the others in the barrage area. Xiao Wu nodded. She couldn't understand why some people would be willing to sell their comparison video points. Didn't they know that holding on to points meant having a future? Although Bai Qinxiang had no money, she never thought of selling the points she held. You're from a noble family. Naturally, your actions are different from those ordinary people. For those ordinary people who cannot cultivate, it might take them decades to exchange points for something they want. But how many decades can those ordinary people have in their lifetime? Therefore, rather than waiting until they're old and gray to exchange for something they desired decades ago, it's better to sell the points now to make their current lives a bit more comfortable. Jiangzhu's mother is an ordinary person who cannot cultivate, so she understands the thoughts of ordinary people very well. But you are mistaken. During the most difficult times for our Min family, we often went 3 days with only 1 meal, and we were even worse off than some beggars, let alone comparing ourselves to those ordinary people. Yet even so, we never thought about selling off any cultivation resources. Why was Bai Qinxiang so thin before? It was precisely because she often went hungry as a child. Now that she has joined the inner academy of Lamba Academy, she no longer has to worry about food and clothing aside from cultivation, which is why she has gained a little weight. I think it mainly comes down to a difference in mindset. Even the most down-and-out aristocratic families have completely different education from ordinary people. Perhaps, in this regard, Jiangzhu had to admit that Shui Binger had a point. Since becoming a soul master, she had indeed come into contact with some members of aristocratic families in the academy. And although they were from small families, their mindset was indeed completely different from that of ordinary people. As time went on, amidst everyone's laughter, the banquet gradually came to an end. Brother Cangqiong, remember to think of me every day. At the gate of Tiando City, Shui Yuer turned back 3 times to wave goodbye to Shen Cangqiong. Okay. Shen Cangqiong also waved his hand in response. I'm leaving. Don't make it sound like a parting of life and death. Shui Binger pulled Shui Yuer and pushed her into the carriage. You're annoying. Remember, you are the younger sister, and I am the older sister. How many times have I told you? You can't boss me around. It's supposed to be me taking care of you. As the carriage began to move slowly, Shui Yuer's dissatisfied voice came from inside. Youth is great. Lu Erlong looked at the gradually disappearing carriage, listening to the laughter coming from inside, and sighed. You're not that old either. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong naturally wouldn't act foolishly. Hee, at least you know how to talk. Let's go. The carriage is already far away. We should head back. After saying that, Lu Erlong turned around and walked toward Lamba Academy. Xiao Wu, your outfit looks nice. It's much better than the pink outfit you used to wear. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong nodded and then focused his attention on Xiao Wu. It was Rongrong and Yuer who dragged me to buy it. They paid for everything. Xiao Wu felt a bit shy. Money is not a big deal. The key is that you look really good in it. It should be said that your current outfit truly matches your ranking on the Rouge ranking. Ning Rongrong said. Yes. The silver-pink outfit matches exactly with the one you wore in the comparison video. Shen Cangqiong agreed wholeheartedly. Chapter 179. Preparing to help Ain transform. By the way, it seems like something is missing. I just remembered we're missing a rabbit cloak. With that rabbit cloak, Xiao Wu would not only be beautiful, but also very cute. After a pause, Shen Cangqiong thought of another question. The comparison video just came out not long ago. The merchants in Tiando City haven't had the chance to replicate all the styles of clothing Xiao Wu wore in the comparison video yet. However, last night, when we took Xiao Wu to buy clothes, we already ordered 100 rabbit cloaks from the best merchant in Tiando City. Ning Rongrong said, 100 sets is too many. I can't possibly wear them all. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a bit helpless. It doesn't matter. It's not expensive anyway. Ning Rongrong sruket. I wonder if we will have our own exclusive outfits in the future. I feel like the silver-pink dress Xiao Wu is wearing and that light pink rabbit cloak are specially designed for her. Bai Qinxiang said with some anticipation. Who knows? Even so, Ning Rongrong also had considerable expectations in her heart. Xiao Wu already had an outfit that could fully showcase her beauty and cuteness, and naturally, Ning Rongrong wanted an outfit that could highlight her own characteristics as well. By the way, Shen Cangqiong, when I went to water Ain today, she asked me when you plan to help her transform. At this moment, Bai Qinxiang suddenly remembered Yin's matter. I'll talk to her later. Even if Yin didn't ask, Shen Cangqiong planned to help her transform in the next few days. All right, I won't take care of this matter. Bai Qinxiang nodded. You brought back Tang Hao's wife? Hearing Bai Qinxiang and Shen Cangqiong discuss Yin, Devian's expression became strange. She recalled the reason and evaluation from the comparison video regarding Shen Cangqiong's ranking on the scum list. Yes, it's not safe for Yin to stay in that place. Shen Cangqiong said, Is that so? Devian's expression became even stranger, and she secretly thought, I think it's Yin staying by your side that is the most unsafe. Is there a problem with that? Seeing Devian's increasingly peculiar expression, Shen Cangqiong asked. No, Devian thought. Forget it, after all, Tang Hao isn't a good person. It's good for him to be greened by Shen Cangqiong. This can be considered indirectly taking a breath from my Dugu family. While everyone was talking, Shen Cangqiong and his group returned to Lamba Academy. Along with Lu Erlong, he went to his office to handle academy matters, while Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and others returned to their dormitory to cultivate. Shen Cangqiong, feeling bored, also returned to his exclusive courtyard in the back mountain. Ain, how'd you been these days? Entering the courtyard, Shen Cangqiong kicked away the husky that was swaying next to Ain and sat down to caress Yin's leaves. Not bad. That girl named Bai Qinxiang has been very dedicated to me. Ain transmitted a wave of mental energy. She is very kind and was the only one in my team who truly took care of you. This was also why Shen Cangqiong entrusted the task of taking care of Ain to Bai Qinxiang. Because, aside from Bai Qinxiang, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were really not suitable for this job. If it were entrusted to Ning Rongrong, who knows what state Ain would be in, and if it were given to Xiao Wu, with her carefree nature, it wouldn't be long before she forgot about Ain. She is kind, so you keep bullying her? When it comes to this matter, Yin's tone is somewhat displeased. Well, have I bullied her? Who did you hear that from? Shen Cangqiong was speechless. I saw it. You often make her do this and that. In fact, what Ain didn't say was that Bai Qinxiang often mumbles to herself when she's alone. And coupled with what she had seen with her own eyes, she naturally stood directly on Bai Qinxiang's side. What do you know? I'll let her do things for her own good. Not to mention, aside from Lu Erlong and Xue Yuer, Bai Qinxiang has received the most benefits from me. It is a fact that Shen Cangqiong likes to bully this twin-tailed Bai Qinxiang, and it is also a fact that he wants to help her. If you want to help Bai Qinxiang, you can just give her the benefits directly. Ain is still so naive. In the absence of any contributions or hard work, giving a benefit once is naturally not a problem, but if it happens too often, it might instead cause trouble for Xiangxiang. Shen Cangqiong educated this silly little grass who had already fallen once due to her naivety, yet showed no improvement at all. Ain fell silent. After Shen Cangqiong's reminder, she also realized it. She put herself in the situation, thinking that if someone kept giving her benefits over time, it would indeed become a burden. If she liked that person, it would be fine. At worst, she would dedicate herself to that person. But if she didn't like that person, she would probably always feel inferior in front of them. There's a saying, great favor equals great enmity. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Now I'll help you transform. Shen Cangqiong said. Have you thought of a way? Upon hearing this, Yin's spirit was lifted. In fact, ever since the comparison video feature was open for exchanging items, it has become very simple to supplement your cultivation years. You just need to have enough comparison video points. However, your soul rings are still with Tang Hao, and you can't retrieve them, which has greatly increased the difficulty of your transformation. But there is always a way out. I have a celestial herb here called reincarnation. It can help you. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out a red celestial herb. Why do I feel something is off about this celestial herb? Aine excitedly sensed the celestial herb that was supposed to help her, but after a moment, she felt a bit confused. It's a poisonous celestial herb. This is also why I had long obtained those celestial herbs from Douluo, yet only now am I preparing to help you transform. Shen Cangqiong explained. Poisonous? Aine, who had been shaking her branches and leaves in excitement, suddenly stopped. Yes. Shen Cangqiong nodded. Are you sure about this? Aine was silent for a moment before asking. Yes. As long as this otherworldly herb is used as a guide, along with other medicinal materials, the side effects of reincarnation can be suppressed. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out another celestial herb and waved it in front of Aine. Wouldn't this be a bit wasteful? We have no relationship, and you're letting me use 2 celestial herbs worth billions of points at once. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you in the future. Aine was both excited and hesitant. Chapter 180. Taking Tang Yuehua to hunt for soul rings. It's fine. This is what I promised you when I brought you to Lamba Academy. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, showing no signs of concern. So when do we start? As soon as the question left her mouth, Aine felt a bit embarrassed. After all, just a second ago, she was worried about it being too wasteful, and the next moment she looked eager. 7 days later. I haven't had time to buy some other auxiliary medicines yet. It was only after I went to the Eye of Ice and Fire that I suddenly thought of this unconventional method upon seeing these 2 celestial herbs. Shen Cangqiong didn't mind Aine's inconsistency, thought for a moment, and gave a clear time frame. Thank you. Under the curious gaze of the husky, the 2 looked at each other for a long time before Aine emitted an indescribable wave. The next day at noon, Yuxian. The process of refining and absorbing the celestial herb went smoothly, right? Shen Cangqiong swaggered into Tang Yuehua's room, looking at her as she packed her luggage and asked. Very smoothly. Tang Yuehua didn't turn around, putting a beautifully crafted suitcase into her storage soul guide. That's good. Do you have anything else to prepare? If not, we can leave now. Shen Cangqiong said. Let us go. I'm all set. Yesterday, because of the evolution of her martial soul, Tang Yuehua was so excited that she only dozed off around 5 in the morning. Otherwise, she would have waited for Shen Cangqiong to arrive while still organizing her luggage. I don't know what your soul power level is now. However, barring any accidents, reaching level 20 shouldn't be a problem. As they went downstairs, Shen Cangqiong sensed Tang Yuehua's soul power and found that her soul power fluctuations far exceeded the limit of level 10. It shouldn't be that high, right? Tang Yuehua only knew that celestial herbs were good things, but didn't fully understand the benefits of refining and absorbing them or what it represented. You underestimate the efficacy of celestial herbs. Celestial herbs can not only evolve your martial soul, but also increase your soul power level. Coupled with your original level 9 soul power, it's not impossible for your soul power level to jump to 20 once you absorb your first soul ring. Shen Cangqiong remembered that in the original work, the members of the Shrek's 7 devils generally increased their soul power levels by 5 to 6 levels after absorbing those celestial herbs. Moreover, the main point is that at that time, the soul power levels of the Shrek 7 devils were already in the 20s to 30s, and the soul power required to elevate those 2 realms is far greater than that needed to elevate around 10 levels for soul masters. If that's the case, then I owe you more and more. Tang Yuehua said with a complex expression. No need to think too much. If you really want to repay me, just perform well during the game. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong's gaze swept over Tang Yuehua. Lu Wang. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes at Shen Cangqiong, quickened her pace, and jumped onto the carriage. Young Master Shen, where are we going? At this moment, the carriage driver, seeing that Shen Cangqiong also jumped onto the carriage after his master, hesitated for a moment, didn't ask Tang Yuehua, and directly asked Shen Cangqiong. To Hanhai City. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong nodded in satisfaction at the very sensible driver, feeling that this driver was expanding his path. Aren't we going to hunt for soul rings? What are we going to Hanhai City for? Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Cangqiong, who had lifted the curtain of the carriage, with confusion. We are going to hunt for the soul rings of the sea soul beasts. Those sea soul beasts are beasts of the sea god, and Shen Cangqiong feels quite pleased when he takes them down. At least, Before the sea soul beasts completely rebel against the sea god, in Shen Cangqiong's heart, they belong to the opposing forces. Why go through so much trouble? Why seek the far when the near is available? There should be suitable soul rings for me in the Douluo forest as well. Tang Yuehua couldn't understand why Shen Cangqiong would choose the farther Hanhai city over the closer Douluo forest. I hate the sea god, and those sea soul beasts are subordinates of the sea god. Understand? This is not a secret, and Shen Cangqiong would naturally not hide it. I see. Tang Yuehua had seen Shen Cangqiong's hatred for the sea god from the comparison videos, but she didn't expect that his disdain had reached the level of hating everything related to it. By the way, you haven't seen what my new martial soul is now, have you? As she spoke, Tang Yuehua summoned her new martial soul. This should be the Nine Heavens Mystic Zither martial soul, right? It's a control-type martial soul belonging to the instrument category. It's much more elegant than you smashing people with the Haotian hammer. Shen Cangqiong actually had a celestial herb that could restore Tang Yuehua's martial soul to its original form, turning it back into the Haotian hammer. However, imagining such a beautiful woman using the Haotian hammer was too eye-watering, and Shen Cangqiong quickly abandoned that thought. Do you recognize this martial soul? Tang Yuehua had only tried out some basic abilities of her new martial soul yesterday, but didn't know much about its other basic information. I recognize it. When I was young, I read a book called Martial Soul Encyclopedia of Douluo Continent. Of course, that's just what Shen Cangqiong pieced together based on the character comparisons in the videos regarding his own part. Oh right, this was mentioned in the comparison video. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded and didn't suspect anything. Although your new martial soul is not a divine-level martial soul, it will still grant you a mystic sound domain. Shen Cangqiong said. Mystic sound domain? No wonder. I was wondering why I always felt something different around me when I summoned this new martial soul. It turns out it was due to the domain. Tang Yuehua realized. In fact, Tang Yuehua's original martial soul also had a domain, but she knew how precious it was to have a martial soul with an innate domain, so she hadn't thought about the domain aspect before. The mystic sound domain will expand gradually as your strength increases. Within the mystic sound domain, opponents can't defend against any of your soul skills and can only rely on their own strength to hold on. Having the mystic sound domain is a special ability of your martial soul. Shen Cangqiong continued. To be honest, I was originally thinking that as long as I could get an ordinary martial soul to cultivate, I would be very satisfied. But you surprised me so much. At this moment, Tang Yuehua genuinely felt an impulse to perform well in the game. Chapter 181 Announcement of the Team Rankings, just as Tang Yuehua's heart was in turmoil. The voice from the comparison video that echoed across the two Douluo continent worlds began to transmit again. Today, the positive ranking list of the team rankings will be announced, along with the fifth character comparison. Inside the carriage where Shen Cangqiong and Tang Yuehua were riding. Are they starting to announce new rankings and character comparisons again? This comparison video is really prolific. Shen Cangqiong looked at the comparison video lighting up in the sky and couldn't help but complain. I have to say, this runaway golden finger is really diligent. In the past, when reading such novels in the original world, many golden fingers would only release a ranking or conduct a character comparison every 3 months, 6 months, or even a year or several years, unlike this one that seems to make noise every few days. Next to him, Tang Yuehua, who was in a dilemma, suddenly burst out laughing upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's complaints about the comparison video. This was the first time she had laughed so sincerely in front of anyone other than her parents, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, since her failed awakening of the Haotian hammer martial soul at the age of 6. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. Yes. You're right. Tang Yuehua covered her mouth and chuckled. This time, the positive ranking list of the team rankings will be based on the final rankings of the various teams in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Now, we will begin announcing the positive ranking list of the team rankings. 20th place, position available. Team Captain's Reward. Permanent increase of 10 in cultivation speed. Main Team Members Rewards. Permanent increase of 5 in cultivation speed. Substitute Team Members Rewards. Permanent increase of 1 in cultivation speed. Academy Reward. Permanent increase of 10 in cultivation speed for all current students and faculty of that academy. Note 1. If an academy sends multiple teams and achieves 2 or more team rankings, the academy rewards can be stacked. Note 2. A team can have a maximum of 10 members. Note 3. Participants in the elite competition must be no older than 25 years. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy's Chief Dream Machine. This is bad. Our academy's team is down 2 main players. It seems difficult to achieve a good ranking now. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, chiefly Wudi of the Xingluo Royal Academy. It's not difficult at all. Even if your Tiando Royal Academy's first team is fully staffed, you still can't possibly achieve any decent ranking. To put it bluntly, with the oddballs in your Tiando Royal Academy, if it weren't for the guaranteed spots, I estimate that your so-called first team probably wouldn't even make it past the preliminaries. The dean of the Wuhuan Temple Academy in the Douluo World, Zhang Xinghe, stated, "This time, the elite competition will eliminate all reserve spots. Everything will depend on one's own strength to compete for." Variant 1 of the Douluo World, chiefly Wudi of the Xingluo Royal Academy. Our Xingluo Royal Academy absolutely supports this proposal from Dean Zhang of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Sparta, the principal of the Sparta Academy in the one variant Douluo World. Our Sparta Academy also supports Dean Zhang's proposal. Variant 1 the Douluo World, Principal Jiang Shui of Lingfeng Academy. Our Lingfeng Academy also supports. 15th place, vacancy. Reward for the team captain, permanent increase of 60 in cultivation speed. Reward for main team members, permanent increase of 30 in cultivation speed. Reward for substitute team members, permanent increase of 6 in cultivation speed. Academy reward, permanent increase of 60 in cultivation speed for all employed and enrolled teachers and students of the academy. 10th place, vacancy. Reward for the team captain, permanent increase of 110 in cultivation speed. Reward for main team members, permanent increase of 55 in cultivation speed. Reward for substitute team members, permanent increase of 11 in cultivation speed. Academy reward, permanent increase of 110 in cultivation speed for all employed and enrolled teachers and students of the academy. 5th place, vacancy. Reward for the team captain, permanent increase of 160 in cultivation speed. Reward for main team members, permanent increase of 80 in cultivation speed. Reward for substitute team members, permanent increase of 16 in cultivation speed. Academy reward, permanent increase of 160 in cultivation speed for all employed and enrolled teachers and students of the academy. 3rd place, vacancy. Reward for the team captain, permanent increase of 200 in cultivation speed. Reward for main team members, permanent increase of 100 in cultivation speed. Reward for substitute team members, permanent increase of 20 in cultivation speed. Academy reward, permanent increase of 200 in cultivation speed for all employed and enrolled teachers and students of the academy. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. The rewards have suddenly increased. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Anonymous. Yeah, I thought the rewards for the team captain increased by 10% for each rank up. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. This is normal. After all, the significance of the top 3 and the rankings behind them is completely different. Variant 1 Douluo World Anonymous. What I'm more concerned about now is how many teams Blue Tyrant Academy will send and how many spots they will get on the battle team rankings. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Anonymous. I think Blue Tyrant Academy should at least send out 2 teams. One team is Ning Rongrong's group. The other team is Shen Cangqiong leading 9 bystanders who are just there to watch. Variant 1, unknown in the Douluo World. Good idea. I just wonder if Shen Cangqiong, the number 1 powerhouse in the world, can compete in the arena. Variant 2, unknown in the original Douluo World. You said it yourself? Shen Cangqiong is the number 1 powerhouse in the world. If he insists on participating, who can stop him? In the past, even if someone got first place, aside from some fame, they wouldn't gain any other benefits. Perhaps if others had reasonable objections, Shen Cangqiong might not participate. But now, with the rewards from the team rankings, any reasonable argument will become unreasonable. Variant 1, anonymous from the Douluo World. I support Shen Cangqiong's participation. To be honest, if it weren't for the age restrictions, I would want to find a new academy to join and participate in the competition. Variant 2, anonymous from the original Douluo World. Age doesn't matter. Anyway, whichever academy has the highest cultivation speed bonus, I will go to that academy and register as a teacher or a student. Chapter 182. The 5th character comparison begins 2nd place, vacant. Team captain's reward, permanent 260 increase in cultivation speed. Main team members reward, permanent 130 increase in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward, permanent 26 increase in cultivation speed. Academy reward, permanent 260 increase in cultivation speed for all current teachers and students of that academy. 1st place, vacant. Team captain's reward, permanent 350 increase in cultivation speed. Main team members reward, permanent 175 increase in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward, permanent 35 increase in cultivation speed. Academy reward, permanent 350 increase in cultivation speed for all current teachers and students of that academy. The team rankings have been announced, and rewards will be distributed in real time at the end of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Inside Shen Cangqiong's carriage. Now that the team rankings have been released, you should choose to participate in this elite competition, right? Tang Yuehua asked, retracting her gaze from the comparison video. Of course, just as some people in the barrage said, Shen Cangqiong is now thinking of forming a team by himself, and then having Ning Rongrong by Qinxiang, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Jiang Zhu form the second team, while Duguyin, Yi Lingling, and Meng Yiran form the third team, aiming to secure all top 3 spots in the team rankings. Then it seems that first place in the team rankings is already a certainty. Tang Yuehua said, although it may sound a bit arrogant to say so. First place is indeed already in my pocket. Shen Cangqiong nodded. Virtue. Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes dramatically. However, the timing of the release of the comparison video for the team rankings is truly timely, allowing all factions ample time to plan calmly. If the comparison video had been released just a few days before the elite competition or after it ended, many factions that couldn't prepare in time would surely be driven mad. As Tang Yuehua guessed at this moment, whether it was superpowers like the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, or large factions like the Tiando and Xinghua, or medium to high-level forces like the 4 Elements Academy, the true decision-makers within them had gathered together to start preparing for this elite competition. Next, we begin to play the 5th character comparison, elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Now we begin to play the Shen Cangqiong segment, in the office of the Blue Tyrant Academy's principal. I just heard the news. This time, BB Dong has prepared 3 high-age soul bones for the champion team of the elite competition. I estimate that she is certain her Wuhuin Temple team will definitely become champions, which is why she is so generous. I wonder what expression that woman will have when she sees your strength in the finals. Just returned from the Wuhuin sub-branch. Lu Erlong laughed heartily while slapping Shen Cangqiong on the shoulder. Is it that funny? Your grudge with BB Dong was caused by Yu Xiaojiang. But now you have nothing to do with Yu Xiaojiang, so why hold on to BB Dong? Shen Cangqiong said, speechless, as he brushed off Lu Erlong's hand. That's true. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong was taken aback, but immediately laughed again, saying, however, it's not easy to see Bibidong's embarrassment. The absence of Yu Xiaojiang doesn't stop me from laughing at her. Be careful not to provoke BB Dong. Don't let her go all out against you. You know she still sees you as a rival for Yu Xiaojiang. Shen Cangqiong is well aware of Bibidong's obsession with Yu Xiaojiang, even if Lu Erlong doesn't mock BB Dong. BB Dong is likely thinking every second about how to deal with Lu Erlong, her perceived rival. If Lu Erlong keeps providing BB Dong with excuses to cause trouble, BB Dong could probably laugh in her sleep. I'm already a 99th level peerless Douluo. If BB Dong dares to come find trouble with me, I will definitely let her know why the flowers are so red. Lu Erlong clenched his fist. BB Dong is much scarier than you think. Don't say you're just a 99th level peerless Douluo. Even if a demigod level powerhouse came, BB Dong could easily take them out. Shen Cangqiong shook his head and reminded. Is she that strong? Lu Erlong asked suspiciously. Let me put it this way. At the same soul power level, the only one who can definitely defeat BB Dong is me. The only one who can compete with her without a clear outcome is Shui Bing'er from the Tianshui Academy. Aside from that, even old demigod level powerhouses like Poseidon, Qian Daolu, and Tang Chun can be easily handled by BB Dong. Shen Cangqiong said, since she is so strong, why is her reputation so much less than Tang Hao, who was from the same generation? Lu Erlong asked, puzzled. She is low-key. Just like me, only a very few people know my strength aside from you. As for why Tang Hao is so famous, it is entirely due to his ridiculous vanity. He even schemed against his elder brother, Tang Xiao, just to become famous and satisfy his vanity. Speaking of Tang Hao, Shen Cangqiong's expression and tone were filled with disdain. Oh, Tang Hao plotted against his elder brother. Dang Xiao, how did that happen? Lu Erlong became interested. The title of Hao Yian Duoluo, which belongs exclusively to the Hao Yian sect, was originally supposed to belong to Tang Xiao. As a result, Tang Hao used some method to transfer this exclusive title to himself. You know that the title Hao Yian Duoluo has always been exclusive to the current sect master of the Hao Yian sect. Why should Tang Hao use this title? By the end, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but spit. It really seems to be the case. Hiss, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of that. Could it be that the previous sect master of the Hao Yian sect actually wanted Tang Hao to be the next sect master, which is why he tacitly approved of this matter? Lu Erlong had a curious expression. Chapter 183. The Role of Immortal Herbs Fully Exposed Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. Brother Cangqiong is so smart. He can think of things that no one has ever thought of before. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the Blaze Academy Fire Dance, Shen Cangqiong makes a very valid point. It is clearly extremely unreasonable for a title that exclusively belongs to the sect leader to be used by others. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Is there a possibility that because Tang Hao entered the title Douluo realm earlier than Tang Xiao, the title of Hao Yin Douluo fell to Tang Hao? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. You brat are a loyal follower of Tang Hao, right? It's been said that the title of Hao Yin Douluo belongs to the sect master of Hao Yin sect, and even Tang Hao doesn't have the right to use it casually. This has nothing to do with whether Tang Hao entered the title Douluo realm faster than Tang Xiao. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless one. Still the same old saying. Perhaps, as Shen Cangqiong once said, there isn't a single normal person in the Hao Yin sect. Discussing it here is meaningless. Let's just continue watching. The comparison video continues. Tang Xiao is no weaker than Tang Hao. Moreover, Tang Xiao is the eldest son. Unless the previous generation's sect master of Hao Yin sect went mad, how could the position of sect master be passed to Tang Hao? Shen Cangqiong shook his head, denying Lu Erlong's speculation. You can't say that. Just like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The competition for the next sect master is between the two brothers Yu Qianxin and Yu Qianheng. The family's test for them is based on who is stronger, not who is older. Lu Erlong was somewhat unconvinced. That's different. Although Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng are also direct descendants of this generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, they are ultimately not direct descendants of the family head's lineage. That's why Yu Yuanjin would let Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng compete. Do you believe it? If Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng were direct descendants of the family head's lineage, and both had similar cultivation talents, the next family head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would definitely be the older one. The younger one wouldn't even qualify to compete. Shen Cangqiong said, "Forget it. I can't argue with you. Anyway, the reason why Tang Hao received the exclusive title of Hao Yin Douluo as the sect master of Hao Yin sect is something we outsiders could hardly guess the truth of. If, as you say, Tang Hao plotted against Tang Xiao, then under heaven, aside from Tang Hao himself, even the poor Tang Xiao probably doesn't know the truth of the matter." Lu Erlong wasn't suddenly uninterested in this gossip. She suddenly realized a problem. Honestly, why do you know so much about Bibi Dong? Do you have some unmentionable relationship with her? In the past, when I asked you, you always changed the topic. This time, I won't be led astray by you. Lu Erlong glared at Shen Cangqiong fiercely, with a posture that suggested if he didn't clarify things today, this matter wouldn't be over. I just wanted to tell you that it's better to resolve enmity than to create it. Where did you get that idea? Besides, in our relationship, Bibi Dong is simply incomparable. Shen Cangqiong exclaimed unfairly. He hadn't even seen Bibi Dong once. Even if he had such thoughts, he couldn't do anything at this stage. Huh? Lu Erlong directly ignored the first two sentences from Shen Cangqiong, but his third sentence made her believe him a bit. She and Shen Cangqiong already had the closest relationship. And in this regard, that woman Bibi Dong, who only cares about Yu Xiaojiang, is utterly incomparable to her. Cangqiong, actually, I don't oppose you having other beauties, but you must let me know about such things. Do you understand? Lu Erlong spoke very seriously. Don't worry. Shen Cangqiong also nodded seriously. Finally showing your true colors. Huh, still trying to fool me. Seeing Shen Cangqiong agree without thinking, Lu Erlong's expression darkened a few shades. When did you become so clever? Shen Cangqiong sweated a bit, feeling somewhat awkward. Let me tell you, Bibi Dong is not an easy character. Be careful not to be used by her without realizing it. This woman would do anything for you, Xiaojiang. Especially if she finds out that the fairy grass can help you, Xiaojiang, break through the limitation of never being able to surpass level 29 soul power. She might go to great lengths to get that fairy grass. Lu Erlong was very clear about Bibi Dong's thoughts, because there was a time when she was the same. Willing to do anything for you, Xiaojiang. As long as she could offer enough benefits, what would it matter to exchange a fairy grass for it? Shen Cangqiong shrugged indifferently. You're quite generous. Didn't you say that as long as one refines and absorbs any of these fairy grasses, they can possess the potential to become a god? Lu Erlong said. You also said that it must be a genius soul master who can refine and absorb it to have the potential to become a god. But is you, Xiaojiang, a genius? Shen Cangqiong scoffed. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Unknown. Wow. This celestial herb, after being refined and absorbed, can actually grant a genius soul master the potential to become a god. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Variant 1. unknown from Douluo World. If someone else said this, I might express doubt. But since it came from Shen Cangqiong's mouth, I have no doubt. Variant 2, unknown from original Douluo World. Ooh, why didn't you let me know earlier? Otherwise, I could have secretly taken a plant before Poison Douluo transferred those immortal herbs. Variant 2, original Douluo World. Poison Douluo Dugabo. Kid, you're quite brave. You actually want to steal my immortal herbs. Variant 2, original Douluo World. I accidentally let my inner thoughts slip out. Senior Dugabo, could you just pretend you didn't hear that? Chapter 184. Shui Yuer Tricks, Shui Binger, again Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Shui Yuer from the Water Academy says, Brother Cangqiong, Yuer will love you forever. I'm so touched. I didn't expect that Brother Cangqiong would silently give me such a great benefit. This is the potential to become a god. Shui Yuer does not think she is worth this much. Moreover, that day, Shen Cangqiong not only gave her celestial herbs, but also seemed to have provided her with some other benefits in that blue and red pool that she completely couldn't understand. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. There's no need to be so excited. It's just the talent for becoming a god. Even if one really becomes a god in the future, there's only the benefit of having infinite lifespan that is worth mentioning. In the Douluo World, Water Moon from the Water Academy. I don't care, Brother Cangqiong is just good. I made my decision. As the next head of the Shui family, I will betroth my sister Shui Binger to you, Brother Cangqiong. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Binger from the Shui Academy. Sister, how long do you plan to keep tricking me? You should thank Shen Cangqiong. Why don't you just marry him yourself? What does it have to do with me? In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Yuer from the Water Academy. I've already repaid the favor with gratitude. However, such a great kindness clearly cannot be repaid by me alone. You must also repay the favor. Variant 1 Douluo World, Chihua Academy, Wu. The more I listen, the more I feel that the phrase repaying kindness with kindness sounds inappropriate. Variant 1 Douluo World Plan Academy Yaozi. Is Shui Yuer passing by? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Yuer from Shui Yu Academy. You guys don't understand anything. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Poison Douluo. It is only now that I truly understand why my young friend Cangqiong said he hopes I won't regret it in the future. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Digian, Grandpa. Actually, we haven't lost either. At least, Shen Cangqiong is countless times better than Tang San. That extremely selfish, white-eyed wolf. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Poison Douluo. Of course, I know this. I'm just feeling a bit emotional. But you, Yin Yin, actually helped the young friend Cangqiong speak. That's truly rare. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Digian from the Blue Tyrant Academy. Grandpa, please don't overthink it. I'm just speaking the truth. Compared to that fool Tang San who is stingy and useless, Shen Cangqiong has indeed given our Dugu family plenty of benefits. Dugu Yin quickly explained. She knew that if she didn't clarify things with her grandfather, he might just end up promising her to Shen Cangqiong, just like that troublesome Shui Yuer did. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, by Qinxiang from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court. Sigh. I originally only knew that fairy herbs were priceless treasures that could evolve one's martial soul. As a result, now I am directly told that refining and absorbing fairy herbs will grant one the potential to become a deity. This suddenly elevates the preciousness of fairy herbs from being a priceless treasure to a unique and rare gem. What can I use to repay this? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Yuer from Shui Yu Academy. Repay kindness like a fountain. In the Douluo World, the first variant, by Chunxiang from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy. If the immortal herb only has the effect of evolving martial souls at most, then the spring water repayment can indeed provide a slight return. However, once the 4 words qualification to become a god appear in today's world, aside from the 2 stunning beauties ranked first on the Rouge list, it seems that no one else is truly worthy. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Jiangzhu. From now on, just do your best to help the Inner Court. Variant 1 Douluo World, Zhu Zhuqing from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court. That's right. In the first variant of the Douluo Continent World, Meng Aran from the Blue Tyrant Inner Courtyard said, Sister Jiangzhu is right. Meanwhile, while people from both worlds were discussing the true effects of the immortal herb, the comparison video continued. Haha, you Xiaojiang hated being called useless the most. What you said is like adding salt to his wounds. Fortunately, he didn't hear it. Otherwise, he might really punch you in the mouth. Lu Erlong was also amused by Shen Cangqiong's repeated teasing of Yu Xiaojiang. Don't disgust me. The image of Yu Xiaojiang punching him in the mouth suddenly appeared in Shen Cangqiong's mind, giving him start. Disgusting? You should be grateful. Even Bibi Dong wants to enjoy Yu Xiaojiang's punches to the mouth, but can't. Lu Erlong chuckled, covering her mouth. Aren't you afraid Bibi Dong will confront you? Shen Cangqiong sighed. Oomph. I've often heard you say Bibi Dong is strong, and just now I heard you praise her, as if she is invincible. I really don't believe she is that strong. Just wait. In the future, if I have a chance, I won't need Bibi Dong to confront me. I'll take the initiative to confront her. This wasn't because of Yu Xiaojing, but because Lu Erlong noticed that Shen Cangqiong seemed more interested in Bibi Dong than in her. This made Lu Erlong feel somewhat dissatisfied, thinking, why is that woman Bibi Dong everywhere? You really don't know what to say about you. Truly speechless. Shen Cangqiong stood up and pulled Lu Erlong into his embrace. All right, let's not talk about those people. Let's discuss the selection of our Blue Tyrant Academy team for the elite competition. After quietly staying in Shen Cangqiong's arms for a while, Lu Erlong suddenly remembered there was still serious business to attend to. What's there to discuss? Ningrong, Su's Huking, Xiao Wu, Yang Su, Dukuyan. And that little cat girl, Lu Qingqing will do. Shen Cangqiong said casually. Is that really okay? Ningrong, Su's Huking. And Xiao Wu are all students from Fland's Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong hesitated. If Fland is unwilling, then we can let Rong and the others withdraw from Shrek first, and then join our Blue Tyrant Academy. Shen Cangqiong said somewhat deviously. You're getting worse and worse. Lu Erlong lightly tapped Shen Cangqiong on the mouth. I'm not being bad. I'm just giving Ma Hongjun and the others face. Think about it. The cultivation speed of those male students from Shrek can't keep up with Rong and the other three. If they form a team, the audience will definitely look down on Ma Hongjun and the others. Shen Cangqiong explained seemingly kindly. Chapter 185, Yin versus Tang San. Stop talking nonsense. Fland has had a hard time over the years. Although I can't be with him, I want to help him fulfill his dreams in the academy. Lu Erlong changed her attitude from before. No, you were hesitating before, and now you've suddenly made a complete turnaround. Who's really talking nonsense here? Lu Erlong's speed of changing her stance almost gave Shen Cangqiong a backache. What do you think? Lu Erlong squinted her eyes, looking like she would act if Shen Cangqiong said anything wrong. All right, you win. Tell me, what are your plans? Faced with Lu Erlong, who had raised him and was now confronting him, Shen Cangqiong had no choice but to concede. After all, Shen Cangqiong was not the type to seem domineering but be cold-blooded. I think, how about this? Let's call our team the Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team. The main team members will be arranged, as you said, and the substitutes will include Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and Jingling. Seeing Shen Cangqiong concede, Lu Erlong felt quite satisfied and then thought for a moment and said, can we bring this many substitutes to the elite competition? Shen Cangqiong asked in confusion. Yes, generally speaking, as long as the number of substitutes does not exceed 10, the organizers will turn a blind eye to it. Lu Erlong, as the dean, knew this very well. In that case, let's do it your way. Shen Cangqiong said. Variant, one of the Douluo World Anonymous. Wow. Can the elite competition have so many substitute players? No wonder the team ranking in the comparison video specifically limits a team to a maximum of 10 members. If there were no limit on the maximum number of players, I guess Shen Cangqiong's team could have over 100 million substitute players. Variant, one of the Douluo World Anonymous. Your statement is a bit exaggerated. Not everyone can connect with Shen Cangqiong. However, it is possible for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of substitutes. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Anonymous. Haha. A team has a maximum limit of 10 members, which is what we call fair. Otherwise, without Shen Cangqiong in the second world, wouldn't we be at a great disadvantage? While the crowd was chatting in the barrage area, the comparison video switched scenes. 3 days later. All right. Above is the list of main team members and substitutes participating in this all-continent elite competition. Shen Cangqiong read out the list agreed upon with Lu Erlong in front of all the teachers and students of Lamba Academy and Shrek Academy. Wait, I'm not satisfied. I want to say anything about Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing being in the main team. But why does that cat girl bought from the auction also get to be in the main team? Seeing Shen Cangqiong planning to leave after announcing the list, Yu Xiaojing, with hand behind his back and head held high, blocked Tang San, who also wanted to say something, and stepped forward angrily. Oh, what? Do you have an opinion? Seeing Yu Xiaojing jump out, Shen Cangqiong slightly raised the corner of his mouth, looking at the other with a half-smile. That's right, I do have an opinion. I believe that Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar can completely replace Jiang Zhu, Yin, and that cat girl. Yu Xiaojing didn't dare to suggest kicking Shen Cangqiong out of the main team. However, when facing the nameless Jiang Zhu and cat girl Lu Qingqing, as well as Dugu Yin, the defeated opponent of Shrek's 7 monsters. He showed no signs of politeness. You Xiaojiang, what do you mean? Dugu Yin did not remain silent like Jiang Zhu and Lu Qingqing in response to Yu Xiaojiang's provocation, but instead glared at him angrily. What I mean is, you are just a defeated opponent of Shrek's 7 monsters. What qualifications do you have to be a member of the main team? This elite competition is Yu Xiaojiang's opportunity to prove to the world that he is not useless, and he absolutely will not allow anyone to ruin it. For this, even if it means offending Shen Cangqiong and Dugu Bo, Yu Xiaojiang is willing to do so. How ridiculous! Hearing this, Dugu Yin was furious. She felt that Yu Tianheng's uncle was simply a typical example of someone who is shameless and invincible in the world. Back then, in the Seoul arena of Sodo, any discerning person could see that their imperial fighting team did not lose due to strength, but due to arrogance. If back then, their imperial fighting team had fought seriously against Shrek's team, they could have easily wiped them out. All right, since you're not satisfied, then saying more is useless. Just in time, everyone from the academy is here. So let's have a soul battle match now. As long as Tang San and the others can defeat Dugu Yin, Jiang Zhu, and Lu Qingqing, then giving the main team spots of the 3 girls to Tang San, and then we'll be fine. Since Yu Xiaojiang insisted on making Tang San suffer a bit, how could Shen Cangqiong refuse? Is this serious? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up. He didn't believe his proud disciple would lose to Dugu Yin and the others. What he feared was that Shen Cangqiong would be stubborn and not give Tang San any chance. After all, this was Lamba Academy, not Shrek Academy, where he called the shots. In front of so many people, could I still be joking with you? Shen Cangqiong sneered. All right, the first one to take the stage is Tang San. Who will you send? Over the years, Yu Xiaojiang had seen so many contemptuous looks that he naturally would not take Shen Cangqiong's disdain to heart. Moreover, in his view, if he could make Shen Cangqiong concede, that would be his victory. I'll do it. Dugu Yin, whose anger was ignited by Yu Xiaojiang's words, stepped forward with a determined expression. Fine. Yu Xiaojiang nodded indifferently. He had great confidence in Tang San, believing that Tang San could easily defeat Dugu Yin. In fact, when Yu Xiaojiang said that Dugu Yin was a defeated opponent of Shrek's team, it was not because he was shameless, but because he lacked both strength and insight and did not understand why the Imperial fighting team lost. Otherwise, he would have run to his nephew Yu Tianheng to show off. Chapter 186 Dugu Yin teaches Tang San a lesson in public. You might as well admit defeat. If your martial spirit wasn't the blue silver snake, you might have a slim chance of winning. Unfortunately, on the arena, Tang San's eyes first flashed with a hint of disdain, then he feigned a gentle expression as he spoke. As a disciple of Tang's sect, besides hidden weapons, poison is also one of their methods, and in this regard Dugu Yin was completely outmatched by him. Just like a few years ago in Sodo City's Soul Battle. As long as he used a little trick, he could nullify Dugu Yin's seemingly powerful poison martial spirit technique. Heh, sure enough, they are master and disciple. Even the words they say are equally annoying. Dugu Yin's anger surged even more. I'm just speaking the truth, Tang San said calmly. Ha, good. Tang San, I hope you won't regret it later. Dugu Yin was so angry that she laughed, and she immediately stopped talking nonsense with Tang San and directly summoned her new martial spirit. Hiss. What kind of martial spirit is that? Wait, could it be that you also have a twin martial spirit? As Dugu Yin summoned her martial spirit, Tang San, who had previously dismissed Dugu Yin's warning not to regret, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and his expression changed dramatically. Summon your martial spirit. Don't make excuses if you lose later. Dugu Yin wanted to publicly teach Tang San a lesson, so she naturally wouldn't attack him before he summoned his martial spirit. As for Tang San's question, Dugu Yin had no interest in answering. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. It turns out to be the Ice Dragon King. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. This martial soul does indeed look exactly like the Ice Dragon King. But how is this possible? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Dugu Yin. Do you know about this Ice Dragon King? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. I see. Are you now this martial soul? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Dugu Yin. Yes. Variant 1 of Douluo World Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. Can you tell me where your Ice Dragon King's martial soul comes from? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Dugu Yin. I'm sorry, I can't. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. Since you are unwilling to speak, then forget it. Use him well. Do not tarnish his reputation. Even if Dugu Yin doesn't say anything, Guyu Na can guess that this must be another scheme by Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 of the Douluo continent, Dug Yin from the Blue Tyrant Inner Courtyard. Don't tarnish his reputation? What does this mean? Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, sigh. Gu Yuna let out a sigh and then recounted some of the Ice Dragon King's past deeds in the barrage section. On the other side, as Gu Yuna recited the legend of the Ice Dragon King word by word, Tang San in the comparison video also made new moves. So what if you have twin martial souls? Do you think I, Tang San, would be afraid of you? As he spoke, Tang San's eyes darkened. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't act in public, if it were a deserted place, he would definitely use all his means to eliminate the solitary yin in front of him. Regardless, having a peerless genius with twin martial souls, one Tang San is enough. The solitary yin before him was clearly redundant. At this moment, the solitary yin had only summoned his martial soul and had not summoned his soul ring, which made Tang San look down on him, thinking that as long as he wanted, he could easily handle the solitary yin. Really? You're even more arrogant than I used to be. After saying that, the solitary yin lost interest in continuing to talk to Tang San and charged straight in front of him, raising his hand to throw a punch. You'll know if I'm arrogant soon enough. On Tang San's side, seeing the solitary yin's punch coming, both of his hands instantly turned silver white, and he also threw a punch. Boom! When the two punches collided, a huge sound erupted from the center of the impact. However, the next second, Tang San, who originally wanted to secretly attack the solitary yin, turned pale and was sent flying, leaving behind a trail of crimson along the way. Is this it? How dare you say? You'll know if I'm arrogant soon enough. The solitary yin suddenly felt that dealing with someone like Tang San, who loved to show off, was better done with fists. You, how could you become this strong? Tang San, pale-faced, glared at the solitary yin who was walking over step by step. I told you, you're more arrogant than I used to be. Last time, at the Soto Great Soul Arena, if our royal fighting team hadn't fallen for your Shrek schemes due to arrogance, how could we have lost? At this point, Yu Xiaojiang is a useless person. It can be forgiven that he doesn't see it. But you, after all, are a genius who reached level 29 at the age of 12. Do you really not have this bit of insight? The solitary yin truly didn't know whether this Tang San in front of her really couldn't see the situation that day or was so hypocritical that he believed his own lies. My teacher is not someone you can casually insult. Hearing the solitary yin call his teacher useless, Tang San immediately struggled to get up in anger and swung his fist toward the solitary yin's face. In fact, Tang San already knew that Yu Xiaojiang had no real skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored Yu Xiaojiang's repeated warnings and chosen to absorb those high-age soul rings. However, Tang San was an extremely prideful person. He couldn't stand having any blemish in his life. Therefore, even though he already knew that Yu Xiaojiang was a fraud, to avoid being laughed at for being clever but blind, he could only walk down this path to the end, desperately trying to clear Yu Xiaojiang's name. Slap. Overestimating oneself. On the other side, before Tang San's fist could reach, the solitary yin preemptively slapped him in the face. Bastard. After being slapped by the solitary yin in public, Tang San immediately turned red with rage, looking as if he wanted to eat her alive, getting up to take out all his hidden weapons and throwing them at the solitary yin. These tricks won't work on me. Shen Cangqiong had long mentioned hidden weapons to the solitary yin and trained her with them, so now watching Tang San use them, the solitary yin naturally wasn't nervous at all. Chapter 187. Poor Tang San. How is this possible? Seeing the solitary yin effortlessly dodge all his hidden weapon attacks, Tang San, who had initially been full of confidence, thinking that the solitary yin's disdain for his hidden weapons was a sign of her ignorance, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. There's nothing impossible. It's just that I didn't expect that this was just an ordinary soul fighting match, and you would use such vicious hidden weapons against me. As she spoke, the solitary yin picked up a few dragon whisker needles that had fallen to the ground after destroying the arena's railing and suddenly revealed a cold and charming smile. What do you want to do? For some reason, seeing the smile on the solitary yin's face, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a few steps back. It's nothing. I just want to pay you back in your own coin. After saying that, without waiting for Tang San to react, the solitary yin kicked him down to the ground, then stepped forward a few steps, using another foot to pin Tang San down. Next, under Tang San's horrified gaze, the solitary yin directly struck all the dragon whisker needles into Tang San's body. The next second, Tang San's pig-like scream resonated throughout the entire Blue Tyrant Academy. Stop it. It was only then that Yu Xiaojiang finally came to his senses from the shock of Tang San being defeated in an instant, disregarding his own pitiful strength. and jumped onto the stage to rush toward Tang San. You little brat are too vicious. No matter what, you and Tang San are classmates. How could you bear to be so ruthless? No way. I must cancel your qualification to compete. If someone as malicious as you represents Blue Tyrant Academy and Shrek Academy in the elite competition, it will only tarnish the reputation of both academies. After checking Tang San's injuries and seeing the dozens of swollen wounds on his body, Yu Xiaojing angrily pointed at the solitary Yin, completely ignoring the truth of the situation, and directly pushed all the blame onto her. Seeking death. The solitary Yin was not a pushover. Hearing Yu Xiaojing twist the truth and even dare to insult her as a little brat, she immediately retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks toward Yu Xiaojing. Variant 1 of Douluo World, the Royal Academy of Tiando, Yu Feng. Comparing this scene in the video, it doesn't match Yan Jie's character at all. From what I know about Yan Jie, if Yu Xiaojing dared to insult her, as a little loser, she would definitely make him face a life and death situation. Variant 2 of original Douluo World, the Royal Academy of Tiando, Yu Feng. Indeed, the Yan Jie in the comparison video is so kind that I barely recognize her. Although she is teaching Yu Xiaojing a lesson, she doesn't use heavy hands. At most, she just makes him feel pain to the point of being unable to breathe. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Dugin, little Yu Feng. Are you floating, or do you think I can't wield a knife anymore? Daring to arrange me like this? However, Dugin inside really went too easy. Daring to insult me as little Chu Sheng, it wouldn't be too much to cut him up. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuer. I guess it might be brother Shen Cangqiong who changed Yin Yin. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy, Dugi Yin. Impossible. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Yuer from Shrek Academy. Don't deny it so quickly. You see, in this world, you didn't speak up to refute. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Dugi Yin of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Shui Yuer, stop talking nonsense. I'm just too lazy to discuss things that have no answer. Just as Shui Yuer was chatting with Dugi Yin from Two Worlds, a new scene appeared in the comparison video. At that moment, Tang San, seizing the opportunity while Dugi Yin was focused on teaching Yu Xiaojing a lesson, secretly threw another dragon whisker needle at Dugi Yin. This time, Tang San, possibly blinded by anger and humiliation, no longer cared whether it was in public, and the dragon whisker needle shot directly towards Dugi Yin's vital point. Tang San, you really have angered me. On the other side, Dugi Yin didn't put all her focus on Yu Xiaojing as Tang San thought. Instead, she divided her attention, keeping an eye on Tang San's every move. When she realized that Tang San actually wanted her life, she was instantly enraged. Without holding back, Dugi Yin dodged and caught the dragon whisker needle that came from Tang San, and with a swift motion, she threw it back at a certain part of Tang San. This time, Tang San's scream broke through the sky. If you three are not convinced, you can come up and challenge me. I can give you a chance to attack together. After incapacitating Tang San, Dugu Yin ignored the sobbing Yu Xiaojing beside him and coldly stared at Dai Mubai and the others. No, no, no. We submit, we submit. Under Dugu Yan's icy gaze, Dai Mubai and the others shivered and quickly shook their heads, expressing their submission. It's no joke. It's obvious that Dugu Yin is currently in a rage, and they didn't want to provoke her. If this woman were to incapacitate them too, who would they turn to for justice? Dugu Yin, do you know what you are doing? Do you know what identity Tang San has? Just wait. Your entire Dugu family will fall into an irretrievable situation because of your actions this time. After saying that, Yu Xiaojing picked up the already unconscious Tang San and limped away from the Blue Tyrant Academy. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Feng. This is the Dugu Yin I know. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Feng, goodness. This Tang San is truly pitiful. Whether in comparison videos or in reality, he cannot escape the fate of being useless. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, unknown. Tang San has been disabled. It's uncertain whether Tang Hao will come to trouble Dugu Yin. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, anonymous, of course. After all, it's still half of my own child. If someone is being bullied as a father, how can I not stand up for them? Variant 1, unknown in the Douluo World. If Tang Hao is going to trouble Dugu Yin, he will definitely run into Shen Cangqiong. I didn't see the battle between Shen Cangqiong and Tang Hao in Tiando City last time, so this time I can finally watch it. Chapter 188. Comparing the fall of Tang Hao in the video. The comparison video continues. Night. Outside Dugu Yin's dormitory at Lamba Academy. It's so late. What are you doing outside my door? Dugu Yin opened the door and looked suspiciously at Shen Cangqiong sitting in the tree. Naturally, I'm waiting for Tang Hao to arrive, Shen Cangqiong said. Are you so sure that Tang Hao will come tonight? Dugu Yin frowned slightly. That kid Tang Hao is very protective. Not to mention that you crippled Tang San. Even if you just gave Tang San a light slap, Tang Hao would come to settle the score with you. Even during the Shrek Academy entrance exam, Tang Hao sought trouble with Xiao Wu because he hurt Tang San, let alone the fact that you crippled Tang San, Dugu Yin. Do you have the confidence to deal with Tang Hao alone? Should I call my grandfather too? Dugu Yin only knows that Shen Cangqiong is strong, but she doesn't know just how strong he really is. If it were someone else, Dugu Yin wouldn't worry about Shen Cangqiong being unable to handle it. But this time Shen Cangqiong's opponent is the famous Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, which makes Dugu Yin a bit uncertain. No need. You should go to sleep first. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. Sleep? I advise you to enjoy this last time awake. Otherwise, once you're gone, even if you want to wake up, you won't be able to. Before Dugu Yin could respond, a cold voice that sent chills down the spine suddenly echoed. Finally hearing this pretentious remark, a hint of amusement flashed across Shen Cangqiong's lips. Huh, you knew I was coming? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao paused, warily looking around, fearing it was a trap to draw him out. Tang Hao, don't look around. It's just me and Dugu Yin here. Shen Cangqiong jumped down from the tree and said, since you knew I was coming, and even knew my identity, you didn't report it to the Wuhuan Temple, but waited for me here. What should I say about you? After observing for a while and confirming there was no ambush, Tang Hao breathed a big sigh of relief. I crippled Tang San, and, as his father, it's understandable that you came to the academy to find trouble with me. But do you know the course of events? Do you know why I crippled Tang San in my anger? At this moment, Dugu Yin said, I don't need to know the course of events, nor do I need to know the reasons. I only know that you crippled my son, so I will take your life to give my son an explanation. As if provoked by Dugu Yin's words, Tang Hao's aura instantly surged, and a pitch-black hammer appeared in front of him. Hee. Now I understand why Tang San is so detestable. It turns out he inherited this from you. I never expected that the mighty Haotian Douluo Tang Hao is secretly such a morally ambiguous scum. Dugu Yin scolded. Anyway, if Shen Cangqiong can win, then even if she scolds him fiercely, Tang Hao can only watch helplessly. Conversely, if she can scold comfortably before dying, she wouldn't feel cheated. Good courage. Originally, Tang Hao planned to instill endless fear in Dugu Yin and Shen Cangqiong through words. However, he ended up being berated by Dugu Yin instead. At that moment, Tang Hao retracted his previous plan and directly swung the Haotian hammer towards Dugu Yin. Your opponent is me. Seeing Tang Hao swing a hammer at Dugu Yin, Shen Cangqiong wrapped one arm around Dugu Yin and effortlessly blocked Tang Hao's furious strike. What? At first, Tang Hao was full of confidence, thinking that he could defeat Dugu Yin with a single strike. However, upon seeing Shen Cangqiong catch his attack with bare hands, his expression suddenly changed. You've taken my attack. Now it's your turn to take mine. Ignoring Tang Hao's extremely ugly expression, Shen Cangqiong smiled slightly and extended his index finger, pointing at Tang Hao. You're being too arrogant. Regardless, I'm a dignified Haotian law, yet this strange kid looks down on me so much that he only uses a finger to attack me. This makes Tang Hao feel an unprecedented humiliation. Kid, let me tell you, excessive arrogance will only lead to your own destruction. Although Tang Hao felt somewhat shaken by Shen Cangqiong's single-finger attack, he seized the opportunity presented by Shen Cangqiong's arrogance and unleashed all his strength, even directly detonating the ninth ring, intending to eliminate Shen Cangqiong in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Tang Hao ultimately underestimated Shen Cangqiong's power. At the moment of collision between the finger and the hammer, Tang Hao was sent flying out, spitting blood, and his Haotian hammer shattered into pieces. Tang Hao, do you still think I'm arrogant? Withdrawing his index finger, Shen Cangqiong walked step by step towards the fallen Tang Hao, while holding the stunned Dugu Yin. Cough, who are you? I can't believe there's a sole master on the Douluo continent who can block my full force attack with just a finger. Could it be you are a god? Tang Hao coughed a few times, looking at Shen Cangqiong, who was approaching step by step, in disbelief. Then, as if remembering something, he exclaimed in horror, a god? Ha! Hearing Tang Hao's exclamation, Shen Cangqiong merely smiled noncommittally. No, I still have many things to do. I absolutely cannot fall here. I must run. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong did not deny his guess, Tang Hao's pupils constricted. When he saw Shen Cangqiong's unceasing steps, his heart hardened, and he directly unleashed all 8 rings. Hey, trying to run? Can you escape? Have you not heard? Since you are here, you should accept it. Facing the power gained from unleashing all 8 rings, Shen Cangqiong first chuckled and then narrowed his eyes. Bang! In the next moment, Tang Hao, who had been secretly pleased that Shen Cangqiong was not pursuing him, was instantly reduced to dust. Chapter 189. Shen Cangqiong's Mischief. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy. Brother Cangqiong, the phrase "since you were here, you might as well settle down" doesn't seem appropriate here, right? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Since you were here, let's bury you here. Isn't this quite appropriate? Variant 1 of Douluo World Shui Wearer from Shuihua Academy. Ah, is this sentence explained like this? Variant 1 of Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Yes, this is the correct interpretation of this sentence. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. Alright, Brother Cangqiong has the final say. Whatever you say goes. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Dean Lu Erlong of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Shen Cangqiong, you should read fewer nonsensical books in the future and stop randomly interpreting various quotes. It's one thing for you to be unlearned, but don't lead others astray. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, by Qin Xiang from the Blue Tyrant Academy, said, Director Lu, you don't know. Usually, when we're alone, this guy Shen Cangqiong talks nonsense in front of me. For example, he interprets at 30. 1 stands firm as meaning that only when 30 people attack me together is it worthy for me to stand up and fight them. He explains at 40. 1 is no longer confused as meaning that even if 40 people attack me together, I can make them doubt their lives. As for when parents are alive, 1 should not wander far. If 1 wanders, there must be a way. He interprets it as saying that if you make a mistake, don't think about running away, because your parents are still around. Even if you run, there will be a way to catch you back. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Wu. Ha! Shen Cangqiong is really good at pranking, isn't he? You can't tell it all usually. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Feng Xiaodian from Shen Feng Academy. No, Fire Dance Sister. Isn't her focus a bit off? Shouldn't we be discussing the fall of Tang Hao in the comparison video? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Chihua Academy's Wu. What's there to discuss about someone who was just stared down by Shen Cangqiong? Their fame is ridiculously high, but when they actually made a move, all I can say is, what kind of weirdness is this? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Yu Xinshin Master Tang Yuehua. Sigh. Second brother, stay away from Shen Cangqiong in the future. It's best to hide for a lifetime and never come out again. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Hao Dan Du Dang Hao. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. What? Tang Hao just disappeared like that? Du Guyan stared blankly at the spot where Tang Hao turned to dust, seemingly unable to believe it. Why be so surprised? He asked just a little Tang Hao. Dealing with him is a piece of cake. Isn't it? Shen Cangqiong said. Just tell me honestly, how strong are you right now? And what did Tang Hao mean by God earlier? Du Guyan asked. I don't even know how strong I am right now. Anyway, someone like Tang Hao, who is all talk and no substance, couldn't he possibly hurt me no matter how many times he comes back? As for what Tang Hao said about God, at this point, Shen Cangqiong paused and recounted some basic information about gods to Du Guyan. I always thought that the legendary level 100 godhood was just a beautiful lie. I never expected it to be true. Du Guyan was first shocked by Shen Cangqiong's strength, and then she was utterly astounded by the information about gods he explained. All right, now that the matter is resolved, we can go back and rest. With that, Shen Cangqiong released Du Guyan. The scene shifts. The next morning. Today, Heavendo City is really bustling. On the way to the elite competition venue, Jiangzhu looked at the crowd around her and sighed. The elite competition is a grand event held once every 5 years for the entire Douluo continent. So, of course, it's lively. Du Guyan had seen such lively scenes many times since childhood, so she wasn't as excited as Jiangzhu. Sigh. The more lively it is, the more embarrassed I feel. At this moment, Ning Rongrong said gloomily. Unlike Jiangzhu, the few students from Lamba Academy, including Du Guyan, wore mysterious and impressive blue-purple competition uniforms, while Ning Rongrong and the other Shrek Academy students wore uniforms that were simply disgusting. This can only be said that your principal's taste is really too unique. Du Guyan naturally understood what Ning Rongrong meant by feeling embarrassed, and while suppressing her laughter, she was also glad that Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong didn't have Flinder's kind of bad taste. If it weren't for Principal Lu Erlong persuading me, I would wear such an ugly and disgusting competition uniform. Look, Xiao Wu is usually such a lively person, but now she looks like a quail, lowering her head and not daring to look at anyone. To be honest, Ning Rongrong really regretted putting on this competition uniform under Lu Erlong's advice. The uniform looked barely acceptable, but she simply couldn't stand the color. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had been keeping her head down since she put on the uniform, finally lifted her little face and smiled bitterly. This is just the beginning. Here's some good news for you. Flender is currently out there accepting various advertisements. It won't be long before your competition uniforms will feature all sorts of advertisements. Hearing the conversation among the girls, Shen Cangqiong reminded them gleefully. What? This time? Both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, and even Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, instinctively gasped. No way. I need to go talk to my Baba and have him buy out all the advertising spots. Wearing an incredibly ugly uniform is already Ning Rongrong's bottom line. If the uniform also has some messy advertisements on it, she wouldn't have the face to wear it out. Rongrong, I support you. Leave this matter to you. Hearing that Ning Rongrong was planning to take action, Xiao Wu quickly voiced her support. Don't worry. It's a small matter. My Baba loves me the most. As long as I ask, he will definitely agree. Ning Rongrong patted her little bare chest. Yes, yes. Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly. Chapter 190. Standing Guard Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Ning Rongrong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy. Phew. Luckily, I have already joined the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy. Otherwise, I would really be crying from the comparison with that Shrek competition uniform in the video. Variant 1 Douluo World. Blue Tyrant Inner Court. Xiao Wu, me too. If I had to wear such ugly clothes, I would definitely be too embarrassed to face anyone. Variant 1 Douluo World. Blue Tyrant Shrek Ma Hongjun. It's really frustrating. You all ran to Blue Tyrant Academy, but we can't escape. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Ma Hongjun. Haha. Anyway, at least there are a few other unfortunate souls from another world to embarrass ourselves with. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Dean Flender. Hongjun. It seems you're not satisfied with the school uniform I personally designed. Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Ma Hongjun. No. Dean, the school uniform you designed is the best looking. Right, Oscar? Variant 2 Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Oscar. Ah, yes. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. It's really pitiful. Clearly, Shrek's uniform is hideous to the extreme. Yet they still have to say it looks good with a clear conscience. Variant 2 of the Original Douluo World Men's Clan by Xiao. This might be the reason why Dean Liu Erlong is willing to choose that useless Yu Xiaojiang instead of Flander. Not to mention anything else, just from comparing the uniforms of Blue Tyrant Academy and Shrek Academy in the video, you can see that their views on certain things are completely different. Variant 2 of the Original Douluo World Shrek Academy Dean Flander, Erlong. Is that so? Flander naturally saw by Cangqiong's barrage, and in that moment he was shaken all over, as if struck by lightning. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Blue Tyrant Academy Dean Liu Erlong. Since the other me from another world doesn't want to speak, I'll say it myself. Old Flander, in a sense. By Cangqiong is not wrong. In many aspects, we have no common language. Therefore, from the moment I truly began to understand everything about you, I knew that it was impossible for us to be together. Liu Erlong wanted to say this not only to Flander in the other world, but also to Flander in her own world. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shrek Academy Dean Flander. Erlong. I think I understand what you mean. Just as Flander from both worlds had an epiphany, Shen Cangqiong and his group arrived at the exclusive box of Lamba Academy at the competition venue. Fortunately, there was a dedicated entrance for the contestants. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how long we'd have to wait in line to get in. Sitting on the sofa, Ma Hongjun let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, I just estimated, and there are at least several thousand people outside waiting to enter. Dai Mubai said, we're considered late. Otherwise, we'd probably see hundreds of thousands waiting in line to get in. Every elite competition, Dugu Yin would come to watch, so she is well aware of this. Hiss. Hundreds of thousands, huh? Just the ticket sales alone would be enough to make their hands cramp. Hearing that so many people came to buy tickets for the elite competition, Oscar's eyes sparkled with the glow of gold soul coins. The elite competition has a warm-up match on the first day. I wonder which two academies will be drawn this time. At this moment, Dugu Yin said with some anticipation, I hope one of them is our team. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together. If it really is our team, how do you plan to arrange the participants? Dugu Yin looked at Shen Cangqiong, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Talon, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and me. Shen Cangqiong took a sip of tea and said without thinking, since I promised Liu Erlong, I have to give the Shrek members a chance to participate. You go up, and what is the point? Dugu Yin rolled her eyes. I'm just there to maintain the atmosphere. Unless the 6 of them can't win, I want team make a move. Shen Cangqiong said, is that so? That is actually feasible. Hearing Shen Cangqiong say this, Dugu Yin nodded. The scene shifted. Suddenly, the sound of fireworks erupted outside. It has begun. You all prepare. After our team's name is called, you'll go out along this path. Hearing the sound of fireworks, Liu Erlong opened the box door and pointed to the passage on the left, saying, "Boom, boom, boom." More fireworks went off, and then a woman's voice echoed throughout the entire Tiando Great Soul Arena. "Welcome everyone to this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. I'm a host, Douluo. First, let's welcome the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire to the stage." After speaking, Douluo stopped in mid-air, smiled, and started clapping first. Then, let us welcome the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spear Hall. After speaking, Douluo smiled again and clapped first. Finally, let us welcome the Sect Master Ning Fengji and the Sword Duo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. One can only say that Douluo, as the top gold medal host of the Great Soul Arena, has an undeniable high level of hosting skills. Just in a few words, she can make people feel like they are the center of attention. All right, after a pause, Douluo continued. Next, we will invite all the participating academies to take the stage one by one. Everyone, please look this way. The first team to take the stage is, of course, all members of the Tiando Royal Team 2, representing our Tiando Empire. I believe everyone has seen their momentum. I think they will achieve good results in the upcoming matches. Let's wait and see. In fact, although the Tiando Royal Academy is looked down upon by other well-known Advanced Soul Master Academies, it is still quite impressive in the hearts of ordinary civilians. Just as Douluo finished her introduction, the crowd erupted into loud cheers. The audience's fortune has arrived, because the second team to take the stage is the Tianshui Academy's Tianshui team. Those who know about Tianshui Academy surely understand what Douluo means, right? As she spoke, Douluo raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that said, "You know what I mean?" Chapter 191, Lamba Shrek Academy takes the stage. Tianshui team, Tianshui girls, Tianshui team, Tianshui girls. No matter where or when, various stunning beauties are always the biggest topic. As we can see, as the 7 students from Tianshui Academy stepped out in their cool blue battle suits from the exclusive passage, the atmosphere at the scene instantly reached its peak. Although our status is high, when it comes to popularity, we still can't compare to these young and beautiful girls. Feeling the deafening cheers that seemed to lift the roof, Snow Knight turned to Ning Fengji and joked. In response, Ning Fengji was taken aback, also smiling bitterly and shaking his head, unsure how to respond. Are these spectators out of their minds? Tianshui Academy just dresses a little cooler and looks a bit better. What is so impressive about that? Is it worth getting so excited? No wonder they only ever be ordinary people. They really are a bunch of clueless fools. On the other side, a fairly good-looking female team member from Team 2 of Tiando, who had been very proud just a moment ago, nearly bit her silver teeth upon seeing how popular the Tianshui team was. I'll remember this. When we meet the Tianshui team in the preliminaries, it won't be too late to settle today's score. The captain of Team 2 of Tiando stopped his girlfriend and said coldly. Compared to the Tianshui team, they had completely become a supporting role, which made the already narrow-minded captain of Team 2 of Tiando quite unhappy as well. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. The Heaven Do second team is really getting carried away. They actually dare to fantasize about getting revenge in the preliminaries. Even your Heaven Do Royal Academy's first team wouldn't be so arrogant in front of our Water Academy. So what gives your second team the right? Variant 2 Original Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. It's just because their IQ is low. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Chihua Academy. Wu. There's no need to pay attention to the idiots from the Tiando Royal Academy. When we meet them in the elite competition in reality, we can just take them out directly. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Feng Xiaodian from the Wind Academy. That's right. At that time, as long as we don't get killed, we'll fight to the death. Do they really think our 4 Elements Academy is easy to bully? That any random cat or dog can come up and take advantage of us? Variant 1 Douluo World, Yu Qianheng from Tiando Royal Academy. Let's just let this matter go. Our true opponents on the Tiando side are the Wuhuan Temple Academy and the academies from Xinghua. There's no need for infighting among ourselves. Don't worry. I will teach them a lesson for you. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy. I'll give you 3 days to teach them a lesson. However, if we're not satisfied, then you can just play on your own at the Tiando Royal Academy. Since Tianshui Academy dares to resist the Spear Hall, we naturally won't take the Tiando Royal Academy and the Tiando Royal family seriously. Captain of Team 2 of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do in the Douluo World. Variant 1. Isn't your Tianshui Academy going a bit too far? In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Yu Qianheng from the Tiando Royal Academy said, "Shut up." Yu Qianheng's face darkened, and he suddenly felt that Shui Wearer from another world was right. The students of the Tiando Royal Academy in front of him really had issues with their intelligence. It should be noted that the Tianshui Academy is not an ordinary group that can just be bullied by the students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Although Tianshui Academy cannot compare to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, it is already considered a top-level force, except for the Spirit Hall and the top 3 sections. If Tianshui Academy were truly provoked, even the Tiando Royal family might not be able to help. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Chief Meng Shenji of the Tiando Royal Academy said, "Tomorrow, I will bring all the members of the second team to Tianshui Academy to apologize." At this moment, not only was Yu Qianheng extremely dissatisfied, but even Meng Shenji could no longer hold back and spoke up. Meng Shenji did not want to become enemies with Tianshui Academy over trivial matters. Moreover, Tianshui Academy had done nothing wrong. It was simply because they were more popular than their Tiando second team that these arrogant young nobles, who were used to being spoiled, inexplicably held hostility towards the girls of the Tianshui team. This was inherently an unjust situation for their side. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Vice President of the Heavenly Water Academy, Shui Lingwei. Good. Our Heavenly Water Academy will be waiting for your presence. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. Next, let's invite the outstanding talents from the Blaze Academy to the stage. Once the female members of the Heavenly Water Battle Team take their positions, Do smiles and says, "Fire dance! Fire dance!" The popularity of the Blaze Academy is also quite good, although the commotion it causes is not as great as that of the Heavenly Water Academy. It far exceeds that of the Tiando second team, especially when the confident fire dance, dressed in fiery red, appears before everyone. It elicits waves of cheers. Next, let's welcome the Shinkei's Academy to the stage. Next, let's welcome the Thunder Academy to the stage. Next, let's welcome the Plan Academy to the stage. Following that, Dodo continues to introduce each academy with her unique hosting style. When Dodo introduces the Plan Academy, it inevitably causes a stir. Although the main players of the Plan Academy are not as stunning as the 7 main players of the Heavenly Water Academy, they are still considered beauties, especially the 2 captains of the Plan Academy, whose looks are not inferior to those of the Heavenly Water Academy students. Next, we will see a rather special academy take the stage. They are a joint team formed by the Lamba Academy and the Shrek Academy. Now, let's welcome the outstanding talents from the Lamba Shrek Academy to the stage. Dodo's voice rings out again. Can 2 academies team up? Isn't that a bit unfair to the other academies? If it were really unfair, the other academies would have voiced their opinions long ago. Do you think those academies only found out about this now like us? I actually think the Lamba Academy is quite honest. After all, as long as they don't say it, who would know that the Lamba Academy's battle team is actually made up of 2 academies? Wow, what a strange situation. I don't know what it is, but I just feel like I'm about to vomit. The uniforms of the Lamba Shrek Academy are just too ugly. I can't say that. Only the green uniforms are ugly. I think the blue-purple uniforms are better looking than any previous academy's uniforms. Chapter 192. The strength of the Lamba Shrek team, while the audience continues to criticize the uniforms of the Lamba Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong and several other players in Shrek uniforms are also blushing and whispering. This is so embarrassing. Hearing the mocking and derisive voices from surrounding stands, Ning Rongrong feels like she could burst. Yes, Xiao Wu also expresses her frustration. Sigh. Zhu Zhuqing remains silent, only letting out a helpless sigh. Even though she has developed the ability to ignore any outside ridicule due to her family's reasons over the years, she is still struggling to endure this. On the other side, Dodo, who had been smiling all along, stiffens her pretty face upon seeing the uniforms of the Lamba Shrek Academy. Hee. It seems our Lamba Shrek Academy is indeed full of personality. Secretly pinching herself to suppress the urge to laugh, Dodo forces a smile and says, "There's no way to introduce them properly with this situation." The scene shifts. Everyone quiet down. Due to the presence of this alternative combination team, the Lamba Shrek Academy, among the participating academies this year, the organizing committee has decided to change one of the matches traditionally held on the opening ceremony day into 2 matches. Furthermore, one of the matches will be designated for the Lamba Shrek Academy. Alright, next, let's invite the Platinum Bishop, Salis, to draw the opponents for the Lamba Academy in the slot for the second match. Dodo says. The scene shifts again. Next, I announce that the first match of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition will be between the Lamba Shrek Academy team and the Tiando Royal Academy second team. The second match will be between the Lamba Shrek Academy team and the Xiangjia Academy team. Please both competing teams prepare. The first match will officially begin in 10 minutes. After speaking, a somewhat fatigued Do descends to the resting area, planning to take a short break during the 10 minutes. In the VIP area, Feng Zi, Salis is clearly up to something. Should we stop him? Shui looks at Salis, who is talking with the people from Xiangjia Academy in the distance, and asks, "No need. I believe the Lamba Shrek Academy can handle this trouble." Ning Fengji shakes his head, retracting his gaze from the Lamba Shrek Academy. At this moment, he feels somewhat puzzled because he does not see Tang San among the Lamba Shrek Academy team. But since there is Shen Cangqiong, a little guy he cannot see through, winning the match should be easy. You have such confidence in the Lamba Shrek Academy? Shui is somewhat surprised. Well, to be honest, my daughter is in the Lamba Shrek Academy, and she is a main team member. Ning Fengji hesitates for a moment and chooses not to conceal this any longer. After all, Shui knows Ning Rongrong, and even if he doesn't say it now, it won't be long before Shui finds out. Oh, Rongrong is actually in the Lamba Shrek Academy? Why didn't I see her just now? Shui thinks for a moment and realizes he indeed did not see Ning Rongrong among the Lamba Shrek Academy members. Probably because Rongrong has been keeping her head down. You know, the uniforms of the Lamba Shrek Academy are really hard to accept. If Ning Rongrong weren't Ning Fengji's daughter, he probably wouldn't recognize her either. So that's how it is. Shui thinks back and realizes that quite a few people in the Lamba Shrek Academy were indeed walking with their heads down, nodding in understanding. By the way, you said Rongrong is also in this team. Does that mean the Shrek Academy is supported by your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Shui knows the Lamba Academy is supported by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, so it's very possible that Ning Rongrong is a student of the Shrek Academy. No. Saying this, Ning Fengji reveals some information about the Shrek Academy and also tells Shui that Tang San is Tang Hao's son. Is that true? Shui understands the gravity of the situation and certainly does not take it lightly. It is true, Ning Fengji says. Then it seems that with the combination of the Haotian Hammer and your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, the Xiangjia Academy is bound to lose. No wonder you have so much confidence in the Lamba Shrek Academy. In Shui's view, the Lamba Shrek team, with the Haotian Hammer Martial Soul and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul, certainly possesses incredible strength. No, you also forgot to mention the captain of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Alliance team, Shen Cangqiong. Ning Fengji revealed some information that Shui didn't know. Shen Cangqiong? Shui recalled carefully and suddenly saw in his mind a man walking at the front of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Alliance team, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. According to the information I received, Shen Cangqiong's strength is definitely above Tang San's. Ning Fengji and Jiangu had speculated that Shen Cangqiong's soul power level should be at the Soul King level, and he also possesses a treasure that blocks the detection of soul power levels. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to detect it. However, Ning Fengji wouldn't tell all this information to Shui. This elite competition really is getting more and more interesting. Hearing this, Shui suddenly became very interested in this elite competition. On the other side, in the Blue Tyrant Academy's box, we are being targeted by the Spear Hall. Sangxiong, when we fight against the Tiando's second team and the Xiangjia Academy later, should we go all out together? Or should we go one at a time? Ning Rongrong, who was also trained by a noble family, understood the situation after seeing Salis's actions. For the Tiando's second team, we could just have Dai Mubai and his 6 go as I said before. As for the Xiangjia Academy, just send someone to take them out. We can just sit back and watch. Shen Cangqiong said indifferently. How about I go? Ning Rongrong rubbed her hands in excitement. All right, then you go. In the face of absolute strength, there's no need to hold back. Since Ning Rongrong wants to go, Shen Cangqiong naturally wouldn't refuse. Hee. Seeing Shen Cangqiong agree, Ning Rongrong happily waved her little fist. Chapter 193. Confusion. Xiao Wu became interested. At the Tiando Great Soul Arena's main stage. At this time, 10 minutes had passed, and Shen Cangqiong had already taken Dai Mubai and the 6 onto the stage, standing face to face with the 7 members of the Tiando's second team. Now, both sides have 1 minute to summon their martial souls. In the air, Do flapped her wings, speaking as a host and referee. It's up to you now. Remember, either you 6 defeat the opponent, or I defeat you 6. As Do's words fell, Shen Cangqiong turned around and walked toward the back of the stage without looking back, while also reminding them threateningly. How outrageous! A small Blue Tyrant Academy and an unknown Shrek Academy actually dare to be so arrogant. They really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. The members of the Tiando's second team, seeing Shrek Academy's bizarre battle uniforms, didn't even have time to mock before they were looked down upon first by others. This made the Tiando's second team, who were used to being above others, unable to bear it, and they immediately began to shout angrily. Did you all hear that? When the time comes to act, don't hold back. Shen Cangqiong did not stop his steps due to the insults from the Tiando's second team, only lightly saying something that made Dai Mubai and the others, who were also angry at being insulted, feel mixed emotions. This captain of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Alliance team. Aren't you going to summon your martial soul? Seeing Shen Cangqiong standing at the back of the stage, Dodo couldn't help but ask. It's not that she didn't hear what Shen Cangqiong said earlier, but because Shen Cangqiong's behavior of watching the show was unprecedented in the previous elite competitions. No need. Thank you. Shen Cangqiong nodded kindly. All right. Although Shen Cangqiong's approach was somewhat unconventional, it didn't break the rules of the elite competition. So Dodo couldn't say much and had to refocus her attention on Dai Mubai and the others in the Tiando's second team. Meanwhile, at the Four Elements Academy gathering place, Sister, do you think the captain of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Alliance team really has the ability, or is he just pretending? Shui Yuer nudged Shui Binger, who was reading. How would I know? Interrupted from her reading, Shui Binger closed her book, rolled her eyes, and said, Aren't you very smart? Analyze it. Shui Yuer didn't want to let Shui Binger off the hook, shaking her arm discontentedly, insisting that Shui Binger give an opinion. He should have real ability. Otherwise, the other 6 members of his team wouldn't have dared to say a word when he threatened them at the beginning. With no choice due to Shui Yuer shaking her, Shui Binger could only provide her analysis based on what she had seen earlier. You clearly already know the answer. It would have been better to say it honestly from the start. What an unreliable sister. Shui Yuer pinched Shui Binger's pretty face in dissatisfaction. Look, the battle is about to start. I wonder if the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy can win without one person. At this moment, Shun Liuyu suddenly spoke up. It's hard to say. From a martial souls and soul power levels of both sides, they're almost evenly matched. However, this guy named Dai Mubai is already a level 41 soul master, but even so, he still can't become a main member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Alliance. Is the Blue Tyrant Shrek team deliberately using Dai Mubai to confuse people, or have they truly become so strong that they look down on a level 41 soul master? By the end, Huo Wu's expression became extremely serious. You must know that a level 41 soul master can already hold the position of captain in teams of medium strength. Even in our Four Elements Academy, which is ranked among the top teams, a soul master is already qualified to be a core member. I think there's a higher chance that Dai Mubai is a decoy thrown out by the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy to confuse people. It's not that I underestimate the Blue Tyrant Academy and that so-called Shrek Academy. In fact, in every previous elite competition, the Blue Tyrant Academy was mostly there just to participate, always ranking at the bottom, and I've never even heard of Shrek Academy. In this situation, for the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy to recruit a Dai Mubai is already extremely fortunate. And if you say that the other 6 main members who didn't participate besides Shen Cangqiong are also above level 41 soul masters, that would be completely unrealistic. Feng Xiaotian hesitated for a moment before expressing his opinion. Yu Tianxin, why do you have that expression? Do you know something? Just as Shui Yuer was about to nod in agreement with Feng Xiaotian, she inadvertently noticed Yu Tianxin's strange expression and immediately spoke suspiciously. Actually, I don't know much. I'm not sure about the strength of the other 6 main team members of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy, but Shen Cangqiong's strength is definitely much stronger than anyone present here. Seeing that everyone's gaze was directed at him, due to Shui Yuer's words, Yu Tianxin hesitated for a moment before he said, Oh, you mean Shen Cangqiong is a soul king? Huo Wu's eyes lit up with interest. Don't ask me. I only learned that Shen Cangqiong is a strong individual by overhearing some conversations among the clan elders, but I don't know the specific details. Yu Tianxin shook his head. It's quite frustrating. That day I was listening outside the house, and then the elders inside found me and directly chased me away. All right, once this opening ceremony is over, I will personally go and see what's so special about Shen Cangqiong. Huo Wu didn't mind and planned to find Shen Cangqiong to practice later. How about I go instead? Feng Xiaotian said weakly. No need. After that, Huo Wu didn't give Feng Xiaotian a chance to continue speaking and turned her attention to the arena where the outcome had already been decided. Chapter 194. Hu Yanli challenges Shen Cangqiong at this moment on the arena. The Battle of Souls has ended. The Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team wins. As the last member of the Tiando's second team was surrounded and knocked down by Dai Mubai and his 6 companions, Dodo quickly announced the result. Fearing that Dai Mubai and the others would continue to attack the 7 members of the Tiando's second team who were already on the ground, groaning in pain. Not bad. At least we didn't embarrass the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. Shen Cangqiong nodded in satisfaction. Hee hee. To be honest, when you, Brother Shun, first said not to hold back, I was a bit conflicted, thinking about teaching those mouthy guys a lesson, but I was also worried that our 6 wouldn't be able to handle their 7. I didn't expect that once we started fighting, they were basically just for show. Ma Hongjun jogged over to Shen Cangqiong, who was walking over slowly, and laughed. Don't take it lightly. Otherwise, if you suffer later, I'll 1T be responsible. After a pause, Shen Cangqiong continued, all right, you guys can go down now. By the way, call Rong and the other 6 over. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. Got it. Ma Hongjun, with a look of following Shen Cangqiong's lead, clapped his mouth and then quickly ran off the arena. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Prince of Heaven Do, Snow Star, 7 people in a completely fair situation. Ended up being taught a lesson by 6 people to such a miserable state. It's simply the epitome of incompetence. Dream Machine, as the top of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, do you have nothing to say? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Dream Machine of the Royal Academy of Tiando, Your Highness the Prince, what do you want me to say? As for Prince Xiao Wu, Dream Machine is not afraid of him at all, so there is no need for much politeness in conversation. Moreover, everyone knows what the Tiando Royal Academy is like throughout the Douluo continent. The fact that he can manage the Tiando Royal Academy without any major issues is already quite impressive. Can we really expect those useless people who just wait for handouts to achieve good results? Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Prince Xiao Wu of Tiando, if you cannot manage the academy, then step aside from the position of chief. I have nothing to do anyway, so I can reluctantly take on the role of chief and manage the Tiando Royal Academy. Although the sole masters of the Tiando Royal Academy are not very strong, each of them comes from prominent families. If I, Xiao Wu, can help some disciples from these big families in my capacity as chief and establish connections with them, it will be an immense help to the Avalanche. Variant 1 Douluo World, Emperor of Heaven Do, just make sure to educate Xiefeng well. As for the other matters, you don't need to worry about them. Variant 1 Douluo World, Tianshou Prince Xiao Wu, I understand. Xiao Wu sighed inwardly, having failed again in the struggle for actual control of the Tiando Royal Academy. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Do you need a break? Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team? Dodo asked. No need. Let the people from Xiangjia Academy come up directly. Shen Cangqiong urged. Do you think winning against the Tiando second team with 6 against 7 gives you the right to be arrogant? Let me tell you, our Xiangjia Academy is not something that the Tiando second team can compare to. Feeling belittled by Shen Cangqiong, Hu Yanli, who had been waiting below the stage, could no longer sit still. He immediately jumped onto the stage with the others from Xiangjia Academy and pointed angrily at Shen Cangqiong. Oh, Shen Cangqiong responded dismissively. Damn it. Hu Yanli clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Rong, they're in your hands. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong walked again towards the back of the stage with the other 5 girls. Wait, what do you mean by that? Hearing Shen Cangqiong's words and seeing that he only left 1 person behind, Hu Yanli was almost furious. Isn't this obvious? Shen Cangqiong stopped and turned around. Huh? Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Suppressing his anger, Hu Yanli directly challenged Shen Cangqiong as per the instructions of Platinum Bishop Salis. You want to fight me one-on-one? Shen Cangqiong said with a playful expression. That's right. Do you dare? Hu Yanli provoca. Hey, your opponent is me. Ningrong site unhapili. You, an auxiliary soul master, want to challenge our 7? Isn't this a huge joke? All right, you should stay at the back. It would be bad if we accidentally hurt you when we start fighting. Hu Yanli naturally recognized Ning Rong, the young master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. You. Now, it was Ning Rong's turn to be almost furious. All right, Rong, you step back for now. Shen Cangqiong stopped Ning Rong, who wanted to rush up and punch Hu Yanli, and handed her over to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. It seems you are agreeing to a one-on-one fight with me? Hu Yanli asked. You're not enough on your own. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. You 7 can come at once. After a pause, Shen Cangqiong continued. Very well. Congratulations. You have successfully angered me. Hu Yanli felt that today he had vented all the anger he would experience in his lifetime with Shen Cangqiong. Judge, can we start? At this point, Hu Yanli was too lazy to continue talking with Shen Cangqiong and directly turned to ask Dodo beside him. If both sides have no objections, the fight can begin at any time, Dodo said. I have no objections. I have no objections either. Then let's begin. You have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. Seeing that both parties had expressed no objections, Dodo flapped her wings and flew into the air, then announced. Xiangjia Academy Team, Captain, Hu Yanli, Martial Soul Diamond Mammoth. Level 43 Extreme Defense Soul Master. After that, Huyan Li and the six behind him shouted in unison and summoned their martial souls. Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team, Captain, Shen Cangqiong. Martial Soul, True Dragon. As for the soul power level, I won't mention it. Shen Cangqiong also reported his basic information according to the rules of the Soul Master community. Chapter 195. The preliminaries and promotion matches ended. Since both sides are ready, I announced that the battle begins. Seeing that Huyan Li was about to explode again because Shen Cangqiong didn't report his soul power level, Douluo, wanting to end the battle early so they could rest, did not give Huyan Li a chance to speak and decisively announced the start of the battle. What the hell? Seeing this, Huyan Li widened his eyes at Douluo, thinking to himself, could it be that she thinks I'm ugly and Shen Cangqiong is handsome? So this host and referee Douluo is secretly helping Shen Cangqiong? However, before Huyan Li could figure it out, he heard the urgent calls of his teammates and the gasps of the audience around him. Boom! In the next moment, a cloud of dust rose where Huyan Li and the other 6 members of the Xiangjia team were. And Huyan Li ultimately did not see what had happened before he and his 6 teammates were plunged into darkness. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu. This Huyan Li is really pathetic. He hasn't even seen what happened before he was knocked out. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy. This is what happens when you try to show off in front of Brother Cangqiong. However, Xiao Wu, it seems like you also plan to practice with Brother Cangqiong, just like the you in the comparison video. Hee. I wonder if Brother Cangqiong will also knock you out with a single palm strike. Just thinking about it is really exciting. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu, do you think I'm foolish? How could I, knowing that this obviously overwhelming strong opponent is far beyond my capability, recklessly challenge them like the one in the video? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. That's such a pity. I still prefer to see your unruly side. Just as Shui Wearer was teasing Xiao Wu, the scene in the comparison video shifted. It seems that Cangqiong is about to become famous throughout the entire Douluo continent. In the exclusive box of Lamba Academy, Ning Rongrong listened to the cheers outside that had been going on for several minutes without any sign of stopping, and proudly said, "This is just an appetizer." Du Guyan recalled the scene last night when Shen Cangqiong easily defeated Tang Hao and felt that this was just the beginning. Shen Cangqiong. The people from the Elephant Armor Academy are clearly here to cause trouble for Lamba Academy on the orders of the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spear Hall. Why didn't you seriously injure them, but just knock them out lightly? At this moment, Xiao Wu asked in confusion. You little spicy rabbit head, you're quite ruthless, huh? Shen Cangqiong speechlessly tugged at Xiao Wu's scorpion braid. I hate it. Don't call me spicy rabbit head. Also, didn't you say that we must not hold back when facing enemies? Xiao Wu slapped Shen Cangqiong's paw away in dissatisfaction. The people from the Elephant Armor Academy and the Elephant Armor Sect have almost become the lackeys of the Spirit Hall. It seems that Shen Cangqiong hasn't categorized them as enemies. After all, Shen Cangqiong has said more than once that he wants to take down the entire Spirit Hall, as well as the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall. Speaking of the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall, Du Guyan clearly noticed the fleeting displeasure on the faces of the Shrek 3 beauties and immediately awkwardly smiled, stopping the topic. Are the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall more beautiful than our Shrek 3 beauties? Ning Rongrong snorted coldly. If you want to know whether the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall are more beautiful or your Shrek 3 beauties are, we can just compare when we go to Spirit City this time. Alright, now that the opening ceremony has ended, let's go back to the exclusive room prepared for us by the organizer, Lamba Academy, to rest. Later tonight, we also have to attend the banquet prepared for all participating academies by the Snow Knight Emperor. Lu Erlong waved his hand, interrupting the rising tension among Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. The scene shifted. In the following days, due to Shen Cangqiong's extremely impressive performance during the opening ceremony, every battle that the Blue Tyrant Shrek joint team encountered with other teams would directly choose to forfeit. In the end, the Blue Tyrant Shrek joint team won first place in the preliminaries of the Tiando competition with a perfect record, and in the subsequent promotion matches, they successfully advanced again in first place. Xiao Wu, do you know where Tang San went? In the carriage heading to Spirit City, Shen Cangqiong asked. I don't know. Xiao Wu shook her head. Isn't he your brother? Shen Cangqiong hadn't sparred with Tang San for dozens of days and felt a bit uncomfortable. I've already parted ways with him, Xiao Wu said. I see. No wonder, last time Yinner crippled Tang San on the stage, you had no reaction at all. I thought you and Tang San were each other's reverse scales. Just an unfounded rumor. Shen Cangqiong pretended to be serious. I had no choice. I had to pretend. I can't let others see that I know everything. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. There was indeed a bit of a reverse-scale relationship between Tang San and me before. But ever since we Shrek people came to Lamba Academy, everything changed. I found that Tang San's control over his heart is too strong. As soon as I got a little closer to you, he would secretly argue with me. Over time, our feelings faded. Speaking of this, Xiao Wu also felt quite depressed. She had clearly told Tang San that her relationship with Shen Cangqiong was just the simplest friendship, and she had no romantic feelings for Shen Cangqiong at all. But Tang San simply didn't believe it. This made Xiao Wu, who had no way to express her feelings, suddenly feel that her sincerity was misplaced. Wow, so it's still because of me that you and Tang San parted ways? But it seems we mostly spend time together with everyone in the team, and the times we talk privately don't exceed 5 times, right? Shen Cangqiong said somewhat teasingly. Who knows what Tang San thinks? Even those few times we talked privately, except for the first time, the later ones were basically just a few minutes of conversation. He doesn't think about it. What can be done in a few minutes? Does he think that kind of thing can be completed in just a few minutes? As they talked, Xiao Wu displayed her innate rabbit nature again. Chapter 196. The Ambush of the Spear Hall. Maybe Tang San himself is that quick, which is why he suspects you and Cangqiong. Before Shen Cangqiong could speak, Ning Rongrong took over the conversation, also showing a spicy attitude. Maybe. I can't follow him every minute. Maybe he took the opportunity of going out alone to do something. Xiao Wu shrugged. Stop. There are still people like us in this carriage. If you two want to talk about this kind of thing, you can take your time when no one is around tonight. At this moment, Du Guyan, hearing the increasingly inappropriate conversation between Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, ran over speechlessly to cover their mouths. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court Ning Rongrong. This comparison video is starting to mess things up again. Once again, playing everything out. Isn't this going to make me socially dead? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court by Qinxiang. Come on. The fact that you are the pomegranate has long been known to everyone. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Ning Rongrong. Seeing through, but not revealing. Still good friends. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, at the Watermoon Academy, Shui Yueker says, Rongrong, it's okay. With both me and Xiao Wu accompanying you, we can call ourselves the 3 splash guests of Tiando. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court Ning Rongrong. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lanba Inner Court Xiao Wu. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Chihua Academy. Wu. I think we should discuss whether the 3 beauties of the Spear Hall are more attractive or the 3 beauties of Shrek are more appealing. Variant 1 World Lanba Inner Court by Qinxiang. The 3 beauties of the Spear Hall should refer to Pope Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and Hulaina, right? If that's the case, then there's nothing more to discuss. Just Qian Rinxue, who is ranked first on the Rouge list, is enough to take down the 3 beauties of Shrek in an instant. In Variant 1 the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court says, by Qinxiang, you keep ruining our fun. Can we not play nicely anymore? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court. Xiao Wu, we are no longer the Shrek 3 beauties, but the Blue Tyrant 9 beauties. Xiang, you are also one of the Blue Tyrant 9 beauties. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Spirit Hall, Hulaina. The 9 beauties are useless. Sister Qian Rinxue's beauty cannot be matched by you just through quantity. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court Ning Rongrong. I don't believe that Qian Rinxue is that beautiful. If you're capable, let Qian Rinxue come out and show me. Variant 1 Douluo World Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue. There will be opportunities. Meanwhile, as the scene of the comparison video shifted, the participants from Tiando had already arrived at a valley, preparing for battle. There are ambushes ahead, said Shen Cangqiong. He initially thought that without Tang San's team, Bibi Dong would not send anyone. However, he was overthinking it. An ambush? Who would be so bold as to ambush the Tiando Empire and so many high-level Soul Master Academies? Upon hearing this, the girls who were making a commotion in the carriage were all stunned, and the first to react was Ning Rongrong, who furrowed her brows and asked, the Spirit Hall? Shen Cangqiong did not hide it. Is it the Spirit Hall? But why would the Spirit Hall ambush as contestants? Is it because of you? In Ning Rongrong's impression, although the Spirit Hall was bad, it was not the kind of force that would act recklessly. After thinking it over, it seemed that only Shen Cangqiong, who was not part of the Spirit Hall's plans, would be worth them breaking the rules. It should be because of me, right? Of course, it's also possible that you are targets as well. After all, the abilities you used in the qualifying rounds would also attract the Spear Hall's attention. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong got up and got off the carriage. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. No way. The Spirit Hall actually sent people to ambush the competition team from the Heaven Dose side. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Prince of Tiando. Shuexing, what's so strange about this? Over the years, the Spirit Hall has secretly done too many similar things. It's just that the Spirit Hall's actions are very discreet, and ordinary people outside have no idea at all. Variant 1. Unknown in Douluo World. No matter how bad our Spirit Hall is, it's still much more reliable than your Heaven Do Empire. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Prince of Tiando. Shuexing. Nonsense. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. Although I am from the Tiando Empire, I still have more faith in the Wuhuan Temple. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Anonymous. I also believe more in the Spirit Hall. When I was bullied in the past, it was the Spirit Hall SO Master who passed by and helped me out. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The Nameless. A little favor and kindness have made you all lean towards the Spirit Hall. This is all the ambition you have. At this moment, the video continued to play slowly without pausing due to the arguments in the comment section. How did you discover our ambush? As the Tiando side's convoy came to a halt, the royal knights assigned as guards rushed to the front to take a defensive stance. Knowing he had been discovered, Juve Douluo no longer concealed his figure and floated to a spot a few meters away from the royal knights, asking, "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" The leader of the royal knights did not answer the masked man's question, but instead asked warily in return. He knew that the visitor meant no good, and one misstep could lead to their demise here. Who I am is not for you to ask. Knowing my identity won't benefit you at all. Take my advice and step aside obediently. I only want to capture one person from your group. Once I have him, I'll leave immediately and won't harm anyone else here. Seeing that he couldn't extract any information, Yuguan abandoned the idea of further questioning and deliberately raised his voice to persuade the royal knights. Impossible. The royal knight leader shook his head firmly. Don't joke. If I really did what this masked man says, what good would await me when I return? What a pity. I originally didn't want to make a move against you. But who told you to be so stubborn? After saying this, Yuguan's expression suddenly turned fierce, and he was about to strike. Chapter 197. What is your strength now? The person you want to capture is me, right? However, just as Yuguan was about to take action, a teasing voice came from a distance, growing closer. By the time the last word fell, Shen Cangqiong had already stood at the front of the convoy. Your awareness is quite good. How about this? I won't make a move against you, but you should recognize your position and come with me obediently. How about it? Upon seeing the newcomer, Yuguan lowered his raised hand, took out a piece of paper with Shen Cangqiong's portrait, and carefully compared it before chuckling softly. You want me to go with you obediently? If the person behind you came to say this to me personally, I might actually agree. But coming from you, forgive me for being unable to comply. Shen Cangqiong teased. From your words, it seemed to know my background? Yuguan retracted his dismissive attitude. Of course. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong leaned closer and whispered in Yuguan's ear using sound transmission. Spirit Hall, those 3 words. Good lad. You know where I come from and who is behind me, yet you dare to be so disrespectful. It seems the person with the surname you was right. You are indeed an unstable factor who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong accurately identify his origin, Yuguan immediately recalled the words of Yu Xiaojang. Although he held Yu Xiaojang in disdain, Yuguan had to admit that this time Yu Xiaojang made a valid point. The person with the surname Yu? What, did that brat Yu Xiaojang take Tang San's grandson to your place? Shen Cangqiong caught the implication in Yuguan's words. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, I can only be rude to you. Yuguan did not answer Shen Cangqiong's question, but suddenly reached for Shen Cangqiong's shoulder. However, before Yuguan could grab Shen Cangqiong, and without waiting for the sword law of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect to assist, Shen Cangqiong smirked and, taking the initiative, swiftly moved behind Yuguan and delivered a fierce kick to his backside. Bang! In the next second, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Yuguan was left hanging on the cliff in an undignified manner, slowly sliding down. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shuei wearer from the Shrek Academy, daring to challenge brother Cangqiong. I can only say that Ju Douluo is truly brave. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Wuhuan Hall. Douluo Game. Although it was a bit difficult, at least I didn't lose my life. This can be considered a great fortune amidst misfortune, right? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Wuhuan Temple. Ju Yuan. Old Gui, don't be too happy too early. We basically act together. You can't run away from me. Can you run away from yourself? Sure enough, just shortly after Yueguan's barrage was fired, the situation in the comparison video changed again. We see that just as Yueguan in the comparison video had slid down to the ground, a black shadow flashed to the back of Shen Cangqiong, ready to launch a sneak attack. Just right. The other side of the mountain wall is left for you. However, although the shadow was fast. It couldn't match Shen Cangqiong's speed. Almost at the moment the shadow was about to grab Shen Cangqiong, a whisper accompanied by an irresistible force pushed him towards the other side of the mountain wall. In the blink of an eye, the shadow also hung on the mountain wall like Yueguan and then slowly slid down. Hiss! On the other side, the Douluo, who was rushing over to rescue Shen Cangqiong, couldn't help but gasp at the dreamlike scene before him. He was very clear about the identities of the two people on the ground. It could be said that even if he personally intervened, without Ning Fengji's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda's assistance, it would take considerable effort to defeat either of the two in front of him. After all, any title Douluo who has cultivated to level 95, who could be better than whom? To easily defeat the opponent, one would either be dreaming or still not awake. Douluo, you are late. Shen Cangqiong smiled at Shen Cangqiong. You, what is your current strength? Shen Cangqiong stuttered unusually. He and Gu Rong had previously studied Shen Cangqiong and concluded that he was a high-level soul king. But now it seemed that both he and Gu Rong had guessed wrong, and it was a gross mistake. Probably at the peak of level 99. Of course, this was just Shen Cangqiong's soul power level, not his true strength. Young friend Cangqiong is joking. By the way, young friend, how do you plan to deal with these two guys on the ground? Shen Cangqiong thought Shen Cangqiong was joking about not wanting to reveal his true strength, so he didn't ask further and shifted the topic to Yueguan and Gue Mei. It's not that the Douluo didn't believe Shen Cangqiong's words, but the answer of being at the peak of 99 was simply too outrageous. In fact, if Shen Cangqiong had said he was a level 95 title Douluo, Shen Cangqiong could barely accept and believe it. Let's put them on the carriage and send them back to the Wuhuan temple. At that time, let Bibi Dong come personally to redeem them, said Shen Cangqiong. What about the other ambushers? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong nodded and asked again. If they don't come out, we'll just pretend we didn't see them. Most of them are ordinary people and soul masters below soul emperor level anyway. I'm too lazy to catch them. That works. I believe that after seeing the fate of Yueguan and Gue Mei, they won't dare to come out and cause trouble. All right, I'll go back to protect Fengji. We'll meet again in Wuhuan City. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong leaped onto the 7-kill sword Wuhuan and flew away into the distance. Among the remaining ambushers, the one with the highest soul power level was only a soul Douluo, and Shen Cangqiong was also too lazy to cause trouble for them. Variant Douluo World Spirit Hall Ju Douluo. This is a good brother who shares difficulties together. Variant Douluo World Spirit Hall Guai Douluo Mei Gun. I don't want to become good brothers who share weal and woe with you. Variant one of the Douluo World Spirit Hall Ju Douluo. You can't stop this. After all, we have a martial soul fusion skill. Chapter 198. I heard your disciple, Hulayina, is quite good. The comparison video continues. 3 days later. Is this the Spirit City? Although it looks much smaller than Heavendoe City, it feels much more imposing. At the city gate of Spirit City, Ma Hongjun said, Spirit City is a holy land for soul masters. How can a mundane city compare? Yueguan disdainfully replied, Spirit City is a holy land for soul masters? I've never heard of that. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun looked at Flander. It's not really a big deal, so I didn't mention it, Flander awkwardly explained, adjusting his glasses. All right. Actually, Ma Hongjun was a bit frustrated. Flander always says this isn't important or that isn't important, and teaches nothing, making him often embarrassed in front of others. Let's go. We're entering the city. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong waved his hand and stepped into Spirit City first. The scene shifts. In the conference room of the hotel where Lamba Academy is located. Speak. What do you want in exchange for Yueguan and Gue Mei? Bibi Dong asked calmly. It seems I lack nothing. Why don't you suggest what you would offer to exchange for these two? Shen Cangqiong looked up and down at Bibi Dong, secretly admiring her. Even without a smile, she can captivate a nation. I really envy that guy Qian Xuanji. 2 pieces of 50,000-year-old soul bones. Not pleased with Shen Cangqiong's gaze, Bibi Dong frowned and directly offered her bottom line to leave quickly. You want to exchange 295 level title Douluo for 2 pieces of 50,000-year-old soul bones? That's too undervalued. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. It wasn't that he wanted to make things difficult for Bibi Dong, but rather that Bibi Dong was trying to take advantage of him. After all, even a 91 level title Douluo is worth far more than a 100,000-year-old soul bone. I'll give you 1 billion gold soul coins at most. Soul bones are too rare, and Bibi Dong certainly wouldn't be willing to add another piece, so she could only negotiate on the gold soul coins. How about this? I'll give you 2 50,000-year-old soul bones plus 1 billion gold soul coins. And you sell me 2 title Douluo? Don't worry, I'm not greedy. These two title Douluo don't need to be 95 level, as long as they reach 91 level. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong took out 2 pieces of 50,000-year-old skulls and a gold card, throwing them all in front of BB Dong. It seems you're very confident in your strength. Looking at the 2 skull soul bones thrown in front of her, BB Dong forcibly suppressed her impulse to snatch them and probed. This is natural. Otherwise, how could I dare to send someone to negotiate with you? Shen Cangqiong smiled. Since my offer doesn't satisfy you, why don't you make your own offer? Faced with Shen Cangqiong's confident demeanor, BB Dong didn't want to reveal her true strength too early, so she softened her tone slightly and said, I heard your disciple Hulaina is quite good. Send her to me for a year. If you agree, I can forego your soul bones and gold soul coins altogether. I can also release Yueguan and Gue Mei immediately. Shen Cangqiong knew BB Dong would never accept such a condition. He was just teasing her. The icy beauty who was only warm in front of Yu Xiaojiang. Too presumptuous. BB Dong slammed the table in front of her, glaring angrily at Shen Cangqiong. Didn't you say for Cangqiong to make his own conditions? Why are you angry now that he has? At this moment, Lu Erlong entered the room, looking disdainfully at the furious BB Dong. Lu Erlong, you actually dare to come to Spirit City? Seeing her, BB Dong's anger intensified. Don't look at me like that. I have no feelings for Yu Xiaojiang anymore. Only you would treat him as a treasure. Lu Erlong sneered. What? Upon hearing this, BB Dong was taken aback. Are you serious? After a pause, she quickly asked again. Of course it's true. Saying this, Lu Erlong shot a glare at Shen Cangqiong. You guys? Witnessing this scene, BB Dong was stunned. She truly couldn't imagine or comprehend how Lu Erlong could move on from Yu Xiaojiang. But with the evidence before her, she had no choice but to believe it. Now do you believe it? Lu Erlong looked at BB Dong triumphantly. Why? Previously, you always wanted to drive Lu Erlong away from Yu Xiaojiang. But now that BB Dong saw Lu Erlong has moved on, she felt a strange sensation in her heart. What else could it be? I just don't like Yu Xiaojiang anymore. Thinking about it, I was really foolish before. What is so good about Yu Xiaojiang? His looks are mediocre. His cultivation talent is poor. Besides that ridiculous pride, he is essentially useless. Lu Erlong said nonchalantly. Seems this is true. BB Dong realized that if Lu Erlong was pretending, she wouldn't say such things about Yu Xiaojiang, as it concerns Yu Xiaojiang's most valued dignity. Do you think I would say this just to please you? Lu Erlong retorted, speechless. No. BB Dong understood Lu Erlong well. She knew this girl had a fiery temper and wouldn't flatter her. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. After a few seconds of silence, BB Dong said again. Then, without even glancing at Yueguan and Gue Mei, she left the conference room with a complex expression. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui wearer from Shui Academy. So, is Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo abandoned? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Chihua Academy. Huo Wu. Shui wearer, this is your only flaw. You have to rub salt in other people's wounds. Variant 1 Douluo World Plan Academy Yao Zi. Just get used to it. Variant 1. Douluo World Spirit Hall. Yudolu Yugon. Say. This is not the Pope's fault. I can understand her. Chapter 199. Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Best Friend Prevention. Meanwhile, the comparison video shifts. Spirit City Grand Soul Arena. Zhu Qing. You used to ignore me, and that was fine. But this time, the soul battle with Davis and the others concerns our future fate, and I absolutely cannot allow you to mess around. In the VIP box belonging to Lamba Academy, Dai Mubai shouted at Zhu Qing with red eyes. You're only level 41. What use is that? Do you think you could defeat the level 49 Davis? Zhu Qing remained indifferent and did not want to devour him like Dai Mubai. I'm 6 or 7 years younger than Davis. Isn't it normal for my soul power to be lower than his? Besides, can you guarantee that you can defeat your sister? Don't forget, Zhu Zhuyun is already level 47. Dai Mubai still didn't know what Zhu Qing's strength was, so he naturally didn't believe she could defeat Zhu Zhuyun. Come on, how many years younger than your older brother are you? Others may not know, but I certainly do. Zhu Qing found Dai Mubai quite ridiculous. I'm not going to argue with you about this. Anyway, I must participate in this soul battle with Davis and the others. I don't want to put my life in someone else's hands. Dai Mubai waved his hand, clearly not wanting to discuss the age issue with Zhu Qing. Impossible. I've already agreed with Shen Cangqiong that I will fight alone in this match against Xingluo Royal Academy. Zhu Qing also had her own selfish motives. If the entire Lamba team went in a battle together, she wouldn't mind Dai Mubai joining. However, now that only she, Zhu Qing, was going to compete from the entire Lamba Shrek joint team, if she agreed to let Dai Mubai join her, what would Shen Cangqiong think? What? You actually want to compete alone? Zhu Qing, did you drink fake wine this morning? Why are you talking nonsense? Dai Mubai's face turned green with fear. After all, today's match against Douluo Royal Academy was serious. Once they became the losing side, their lives would start to count down. Do you think I would be as unreliable as you? All right, this matter is decided. After speaking, Zhu Qing ignored the pale-faced Dai Mubai, hesitated briefly, and walked towards Shen Cangqiong. The scene shifts. An hour later, the Blue Tyrant Shrek joint team and the Star Luo Royal team will take the stage. On the central main arena, a judge from the Spirit Hall announced loudly, "Have you really made up your mind? You should know that not only Dai Mubai is watching, but even your sister and Davis can see it. Once you do this, there will be no turning back." Just before stepping onto the stage, Shen Cangqiong asked Zhu Qing one last time, "I made up my mind." Zhu Qing nodded seriously, murmuring to herself, "I decided a long time ago." All right, since Zhu Qing is so proactive, Shen Cangqiong, as a man, naturally wouldn't he falter at this moment. Thus, Shen Cangqiong smiled and extended his hand to Zhu Qing, who did not hesitate to place her small hand into his big hand. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Ning Rong. Damn it. I thought it would be either me or Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year-old sky blue rabbit, who would be with senior Tang San first. I didn't expect to be intercepted by Zhu Qing, that usually quiet little spirit cat. It seems that I really have to guard against fire, theft, and my best friend. Variant 1 Douluo World Lamba, Inner Courtyard Zhu Qing. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Xiao Wu, Rong, if you want to talk nonsense. Just do it. Can you not involve me? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Ning Rong, TCH. What are you pretending for? Don't forget Among Us. You're the first one to have a baby. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court Xiao Wu. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shrek Academy. Rong's combat power is really strong. She directly silenced Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rong. Haha. I am known as the Little Witch. Of course, my combat power is strong. Back in the day as Ning Rong boasted about her glorious past, a comparison video played slowly. Zhu Qing, what are you doing? At this moment, Dai Mubai suddenly felt like there were countless cows and sheep running on his head. What am I doing? Hee. Isn't it obvious? Zhu Qing mockingly raised the small hand tightly held with Shen Cangqiong. Don't tell me you, a master, can't see my meaning. After a pause, Zhu Qing spoke disdainfully again. You, puffed. Unable to bear it, Dai Mubai spat out a mouthful of old blood and fell straight down. Let's go to the arena. Seeing Dai Mubai fainted from anger, Zhu Qing showed no signs of emotion on her face or in her heart. Okay. Shen Cangqiong nodded and walked alongside Zhu Qing step by step onto the arena. Zhu Qing, what's going on? Who is this person? Where's Dai Mubai? As soon as they got on the arena, Zhu Jian hadn't had the chance to mock Zhu Qing as usual before she saw a shocking scene, immediately frowning in confusion. Isn't it obvious? As for Dai Mubai, he fainted from the shock of this scene. Zhu Qing, just like when she confronted Dai Mubai earlier, raised her tightly held small hand with Shen Cangqiong and said, "Nonsense. Do you know what you're doing? Have you considered the consequences of your actions?" Hearing this, Zhu Jian's expression changed drastically as she scolded. "Of course I know what I'm doing." Zhu Qing's voice was cold. "Who are you? Do you know Zhu Qing's identity? Do you know what burdens Zhu Qing carries?" Knowing Zhu Qing's temper well, Zhu Jian understood that once her precious sister made a decision, even 900 oxen couldn't pull her back, so she could only direct her angry gaze at Shen Cangqiong. Chapter 200. The little cotton jacket is drafty. I am Shen Cangqiong. As for the petty matters between your Star Luo Zhu family and Star Luo Dai family, who in the Soul Master world doesn't he know about it? Facing Zhu Yun's angry inquiries, Shen Cangqiong said dismissively, "Since you know everything about Zhu Qing, why do you still provoke her? Don't you know this will harm Zhu Qing?" Zhu Yun wished she could tear this person who claimed to be Shen Cangqiong into pieces. "I will harm Zhu Qing? Don't joke. Just based on your Star Luo Zhu family and Star Luo Dai family, you don't have that ability." If it weren't for knowing that Zhu Yun was worried about Zhu Qing, Shen Cangqiong wouldn't even bother talking to her. "This friend, I wonder which family you come from. To be so arrogant, not even putting our Star Luo Dai family and Star Luo Zhu family in your eyes." At this moment, Davis suddenly spoke up. "Is the Star Luo Dai family and Star Luo Zhu family strong? I remember that neither of your families has a title Douluo." Shen Cangqiong didn't look down on the Star Luo Dai family and Star Luo Zhu family. It was just that these two families were not competitive. "Are you trying to test whether the blade of my Star Luo million troops is sharp?" being touched on a sore spot. Davis's expression turned a bit unfriendly. After all, among the Spirit Hall, Tiando, and Star Luo, only the Star Luo family didn't have a single titled Douluo they could command. What if they had 1,000,000 troops? These people are just ordinary people who aren't even soul masters. What waves can they stir? For true high-level soul masters, no matter how many ordinary people there are, they simply cannot pose even the slightest threat. It seems you're very confident in your strength. Then may I ask, what is your current soul power level? Davis admitted that as long as a soul master reached the soul sage level, the number of ordinary people no longer mattered in front of these powerful beings. But Davis did not believe that the Shen Cangqiong before him was a soul sage above level 70, let alone an 80th level soul Douluo or a 90 level title Douluo. This battle is between me and you. If you want to know Shen Cangqiong's soul power level, you must first defeat me. Zhu Zhuqing interjected. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing also didn't know what Shen Cangqiong's soul power level was, only knowing that he was very strong enough that even she, a 57th level soul king, had no ability to fight back. All right. Since that's the case, then let me see how much that little girl who had to run away to save her life back then has grown to change her previously cautious style into such arrogance. Davis was angered to the point of laughter. In response, Zhu Zhuyan could only sigh in her heart, but couldn't stop it. Ahem. Have both sides finished talking? Seeing that both sides were now looking at him, the referee, who had been watching the show and eating melon seeds, finally cleared his throat and asked. Of course, the reason he didn't stop the two sides from talking on the arena was not because he was really gossiping, but because Bibi Dong had transmitted a message to him, telling him not to interfere with this match. Finish talking, Davis said with a grim face. Let the match begin. Zhu Zhuqing was more direct. Start the match? No. What about the other 5 members of your Blue Tyrant Shrek Alliance team? The referee was taken aback and said, just the 2 of us. To be precise, only I will take action. Zhu Zhuqing said lightly. This. Okay. The referee thought of the Pope's order and nodded. The scene shifted. Moments later, with the referee's command, Zhu Zhuqing and the 7 from the Star Luo Royal Academy simultaneously summoned their martial souls. However, when Zhu Zhuyan saw Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, which was completely different from the Nether Cat, she immediately exclaimed, Zhuqing, what happened to your martial soul? What Zhu Zhuyan was most worried about now was whether her sister's martial soul had mutated in a bad direction. I obtained an opportunity, and my martial soul has evolved. As she spoke, 5 10,000-year soul rings appeared slowly and hovered around Zhu Zhuqing. Boom! Seeing such an incredible scene, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. And even Bibi Dong was shocked enough to instinctively stand up. Am I seeing things? How can I see that this old king, named Zhu Zhuqing, has 5 black 10,000-year soul rings? An elderly man, around 70 or 80 years old, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You did not see wrong. The other party indeed had 5 black 10,000-year soul rings. But how could this be possible? Next to him, a young man in his 20s, even after witnessing the 5 black 10,000-year soul rings on Zhu Zhuqing, still could not believe it. Sigh. This little girl is still too young. If I were her, I definitely wouldn't participate in the elite competition. Instead, I would hide in a completely safe place and wait until I reached the title Douluo before coming out. Hearing this, the old man shook his head in disappointment. Yes. Now this little girl is going to be in danger. A middle-aged man in the front row lamented. On the other side, in the VIP seats, Master Ning, I heard that your daughter is also part of this Lamba Academy Shrek joint team. I wonder if you know what is going on with Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings? At this moment, Bibi Dong had recovered from her shock and began to inquire with Ning Fengji beside her. Your Holiness, I'm really sorry. Rong has only been home once since joining Lamba Academy with Shrek Academy. I truly don't know what is going on with Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings. Ning Fengji said with a bitter smile. In fact, Ning Fengji was also quite troubled, feeling that this little cotton-padded jacket was leaking information. Otherwise, for something as significant as this, he should have at least been hinted at as her father. Chapter 201. Tang San appears. Really? Bibi Dong expressed doubt, clearly not believing Ning Fengji's words. Daughters grow up. There are many things they won't tell their parents anymore. If it weren't for the fear of being slapped to death by Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji really wanted to tell her directly that his daughter, like you when you were young, had also become more reserved because of outsiders. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong seemed to recall something, her expression quickly shifting, and then she silently turned her gaze back to Zhu Zhuqing in the competition arena. At the same time, on the central stage, Zhuqing, At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's heart was both happy and melancholic, filled with indescribable complexity. Impossible. I don't believe it. This must be fake. I consider myself well-informed, but I have never heard of anyone absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring as their first soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing, don't think you can deceive me with such tricks. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing's complex feelings, Davis felt a hint of unease as he saw the 5 10,000-year soul rings on Zhu Zhuqing. Although he was not a villain, over the years, he had done many harsh things to his competitors, including Dai Mubai, in order to survive. Although it seemed that Zhu Zhuqing had already fallen out with Dai Mubai, who knew what changes might occur in the future. Think what you want. Zhu Zhuqing knew that the soul ring configuration on her was indeed hard to believe, but the fact was the fact, and she was too lazy to explain. The match began. However, before Davis could finish speaking, the referee, upon receiving a reminder from BB Dong, directly announced the start of the match. Zhuqing, be careful. I'm going to attack. Hearing the match had started, Zhu Zhuqing ignored Davis, who was slightly displeased at being interrupted, and rushed towards Zhu Zhuqing first. As a result, Zhu Zhuqing did not expect that she could not even withstand a single move from Zhu Zhuqing and was punched in the abdomen, losing her combat ability. Immediately after, before Zhu Zhuqing could even smile bitterly, she heard 6 muffled groans in succession, just as she was enduring the pain and trying to turn around. She was astonished to find Zhu Zhuqing standing expressionlessly in front of her again. Huff, huff. Zhuqing, you won. I didn't expect that you would grow to this extent after just a few years away from home. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was kneeling on one knee, glancing at the disheveled and unconscious Davis and the other 5 teammates, and spoke up to concede. That's because I met the right person. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, but still walked over to help Zhu Zhuqing up. Yes, you met the right person. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. She did not ask further. After all, this was a secret between Shen Cangqiong and Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, this was not a suitable place to talk. The Lamba Academy Shrek joint team wins. At this time, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's concession, the referee walked not far from Zhu Zhuqing and raised his hand to announce loudly. Boom! With the referee announcing the match result, the audience erupted into lively discussions. Zhu Zhuqing is too strong. The people from Douluo Royal Academy are simply not on the same level as her. An excited audience member exclaimed, "You are absolutely right. This match, from the moment the referee said it started to when the referee said it ended, took no more than a minute. It felt completely like a child's play, with no difficulty at all." Another audience member agreed. Now, our Spear Hall team is in danger. I wonder if Hulaina, Xiao Wu, and Yin, the 3 from the Golden Generation, can defeat Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, not everyone in the audience was just watching for fun. A person concerned for the Spear Hall noticed Zhu Zhuqing's terrifying combat power and immediately showed a worried expression. It's going to be tough. Don't forget, the Blue Tyrant Shrek combined team has only Zhu Zhuqing in the spotlight. If the other 6 equally mysterious main players join in when we compete against the Spear Hall team, even the Golden Generation might not last long. A companion nearby shook their head, not optimistic about the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. As the audience's shouts and discussions continued with the comparison video, the large screen suddenly switched images. Tang San, you actually joined the Spirit Hall and became the 4th member of the Golden Generation? Days later, when the elite competition of the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academies reached the final match, Shen Cangqiong was shocked to see Tang San appear in the opposing Spirit Hall team. I can join whichever faction I want. I didn't sell myself to the Blue Tyrant Academy or Shrek Academy. Can you control me? Tang San said coldly, with a somewhat sharp tone. It seems you haven't learned enough from that day's lesson. You dare to be so arrogant in front of us. Duguyin sneered upon seeing Tang San's nasty attitude. Times have changed. This time, you should be the one to be careful. As she spoke, a sinister smile appeared on Tang San's face. Since being brought to the Spear Hall by Yu Xiaojing, he had access to a variety of precious metals. This allowed Tang San, who vowed to take revenge on Duguyin, to use the relationship between Yu Xiaojing and BB Dong to create many advanced hidden weapons for himself. Oh, this is interesting. I'm really curious where a defeated opponent without any ability to counterattack gets their confidence from. Duguyin thought little of Tang San's threat. After all, she was now a level 69 Soul Emperor, and she didn't believe that the guy who had just been unable to fight back under her had managed to surpass her so quickly. You'll see. Tang San was very confident now, thinking to himself, not only will you see, but you will also regret it. All right, let's talk after the match. Now is the 1 minute for Spirit Awakening, the referee suddenly said. Chapter 202, Tang San's injury by Dugu Yin Humph. Awaken your spirits. Tang San snorted coldly, interrupted by the referee, and ordered, while he mentally labeled this referee as someone with a death wish. You all awaken your spirits. There's no need to hide your strength anymore. Seeing that the 7 members of the Spirit Hall team had already awakened their spirits, Shen Cangqiong retreated behind the 6 girls and said, yes. Hearing this, the 6 girls nodded. Vice Captain of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Combined Team, Dugu Yin. Spirit, Ice Dragon King. Level 69 Assault Type, Soul Emperor, Dugu Yin spoke first. Main Force of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Combined Team, Ning Rongrong. Spirit, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Level 57 Support Type, Tool, Soul King, Ning Rongrong said second. Main Force of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Combined Team, Xiao Wu. Spirit, Moon Palace Jade Rabbit. Level 58 Assault Type Soul King, Xiao Wu was third. Main Force of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Combined Team, Zhu Zhuqing. Spirit, Reincarnation Cat. Level 57 Agility Type Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing stated fourth. Main Force of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Combined Team, Jiangzhu. Spirit, Holy Staff. Level 57 Healing Type Tool Soul King, Jiangzhu said fifth. Main Force of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Combined Team, Lu Qingqing. Spirit, Light and Shadow Cat. Level 55 Agility Type Soul King, Lu Qingqing said last. Hiss. As Lu Qingqing's words fell, the entire competition venue was filled with gasps. Fortunately, the finals were held within the Spirit Hall, and the spectators were all prominent figures. Although shocked, they quickly regained their composure. Aren't you going to summon your spirit? Awakened by BB Dong's transmission, the referee looked at Shen Cangqiong, the only one who hadn't summoned their spirit, and asked tentatively, You don't need to worry about me. If necessary, I will summon my spirit. Shen Cangqiong calmly shook his head, ignoring the looks directed at him. All right, the referee said regretfully. Now I declare that the Blue Tyrant Shrek Combined Team wins. This was a direct order from BB Dong to the referee. What? I'm the captain of the Spirit Hall team, and I haven't conceded yet. What right do you, a mere referee, have to make that decision for me? Tang San, who had been somewhat tense, suddenly became furious when he heard that the referee he had already labeled as having a death wish declared their team to have lost. This is the order of His Holiness the Pope. If you have any objections, don't come to me. The referee, a sole sage of the Spirit Hall, naturally would not give Tang San a good face since he had always disliked Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's arrogance. How is this possible? Tang San looked incredulously at BB Dong on the high platform. It was my order. You have no chance against the Blue Tyrant Shrek Combined Team. Seeing Tang San looking at her, BB Dong explained, considering Yu Xiaojiang's face. I don't believe it. Dugu Yin, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? We each represent our respective teams. The losing side, along with their team, will be defeated. How about that? Tang San had waited too long for this day and was not willing to give up. Go! Meeting Dugu Yan's gaze, Shen Cangqiong nodded without hesitation. Then let's begin. Receiving Shen Cangqiong's agreement, Dugu Yan smiled sweetly, then turned to Tang San coldly and said, Okay, watch my Yama seal. Seeing Dugu Yin agree, Tang San directly used his trump card to avoid any more delays. He, narrowly escaping the near sneak attack from Tang San and witnessing the terrifying scene caused by the fallen Yama's talisman, Dugu Yan's expression changed several times, ultimately turning into a faint cold laugh. In the next moment, Dugu Yin disappeared from the spot. Variant 1, Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Tianshui Academy. Hiss. Fortunately, Dugu Yin avoided Tang San's attack. Otherwise, Dugu Yin would have been completely eliminated. Tang San is really ruthless. Variant 2, Original Douluo World. Tang San from Shrek Academy. What do you mean I am too ruthless? Didn't you see how Dugu Yin treated me in the comparison video? In the comparison video, she directly crippled me. Such a deep-seated grudge. Whatever method I use to deal with her is justified. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy. Indeed, when a person loses their shame, they become invincible in the world. You only mentioned that Dugu Yin defeated you in the comparison video. But why don't you talk about what you did in that comparison video that made Dugu Yin go hard on you, Tang San? A person can be shameless, but there must be a limit. Everyone can clearly see what happened. What else do you have to argue about? Variant 1. In the Douluo World at the Blaze Academy. Huovu, Shui Yuia. Don't you understand yet? It's useless to say these things to this trash. In any case, I still stand by my words. Every time I finish comparing characters with Tang San, I grow to dislike him even more. Variant 1 Douluo World Plan Academy Yao Zi. My views and thoughts are the same as Huowu's. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Bai Qinxiang from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court said, Speaking of which, Tang San's mother, Een, fell due to part of the reason from the Spear Hall. Now that Tang San has joined the Spear Hall and is working for them, doesn't that count as recognizing the thief as his father? Variant 1. Douluo World. Shui Yuerer from Shui Yue Academy. It shouldn't count, right? After all, in this matter, Tang San's real mastermind is his biological father, Tang Hao. Since Tang San has already acknowledged the mastermind Tang Hao as his father, it seems quite reasonable for him to acknowledge another accomplice as his father too. Variant 2. Original Douluo World. Tang San from Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, while Shui Yuerer and the others were looking down on and mocking Tang San, a sudden cry of despair from Tang San came through the comparison video. On the large screen, when the disappeared Douluo Yin reappeared at the original spot, Tang San was already covering his face, which had at least dozens of wounds, and fell to the ground in pain. Chapter 203. Tang San's Exposure. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast. Since you have no shame, it's a waste to keep that face. Out of mercy, I will personally help you destroy it. Douluo Yin looked expressionlessly at the wailing Tang San. You. Hearing this, Tang San covered his face with one hand and pointed at Douluo Yin with the other, so furious that he couldn't even speak. You don't need to thank me. Don't worry. The power I left on your wounds, apart from us few, no one else on the entire Douluo continent can help restore your face. This can be considered you getting what you sought. Douluo Yin's words were cutting. What? Upon hearing Douluo Yin say that no one else could save his face, Tang San's pupils shrank, his face filled with horror. Xiao Wu, since you came to Lanba Academy, you've been hanging out with Shen Cangqiong. You should have learned Douluo Yin's methods, right? Can you help me remove the power Douluo Yin left on my wounds? After being in a daze for a while, Tang San suddenly remembered something and looked at Xiao Wu with expectation. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Seeing Tang San's plea, Xiao Wu looked at Shen Cangqiong, who merely exchanged a glance with her and said nothing. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally shook her head. Xiao Wu, don't forget, Douluo Yin and Shen Cangqiong are just passers-by in your life. Once this elite competition is over and you graduate, you will have no more connections with them. Unlike me, I've been your brother since childhood and will always be a relative you can rely on in the future. Seeing Xiao Wu refuse to help him, a cold glint flashed in Tang San's eyes, but for the sake of his face, he suppressed his anger and appealed to her emotions. I plan to stay at Lanba Academy after I graduate. Xiao Wu said. No way. I don't agree. Tang San had long treated Xiao Wu as his private possession. How could he allow her to escape from his grasp? Moreover, if Xiao Wu graduated and didn't follow him, his face might really be hopeless. What qualifications do you have to disagree? Xiao Wu almost laughed in anger at Tang San. Xiao Wu, have you forgotten our past feelings? Noticing the strong pushiness, Tang San immediately switched to a heartfelt mode, looking at Xiao Wu with a sad expression. However, with his face full of wounds, it made him appear rather terrifying instead of affectionate. I remember everything from the past clearly. Thinking of those past events, Xiao Wu felt a bit dazed. Since that's the case, when you graduate, will you come back to my side? I promise. I will never argue with you or make you angry again, and I will treat you well like before. Seizing the moment when Xiao Wu looked dazed, Tang San pressed on. It's too late. Tang San, do you know? Once, I thought you were my only one. But later, I found out you weren't. Xiao Wu came back to her senses and refused Tang San again. What do you mean? Tang San was confused. Do you remember when I was captured by the Titan giant ape, and you risked everything to chase after me to save me? Xiao Wu recalled. Of course I remember. As she spoke, Tang San's gaze flickered. Xiao Wu didn't know, but at that time, he was merely putting on an act. After all, no one would believe that a level 29 soul master could be captured by a Titan giant ape and still return alive. The reason Tang San acted so recklessly was simply to maintain his image of being loyal and righteous in front of all the teachers and students at Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the time to teach Ming Iran some techniques on using hidden weapons and absorbing spirit rings after being forced to compete with her and winning. In fact, at that moment, Tang San had already given up on Xiao Wu, believing she was in the Titan giant ape's grasp. And helping Xiao Wu retrieve her body was far less important than absorbing the suitable spirit ring in front of him. As for his claim that absorbing the spirit ring would make it easier to save Xiao Wu, that was just an excuse. In front of a Titan giant ape comparable to a title Douluo, it made no difference whether he was a great soul master with 2 spirit rings or a soul sovereign with 3 spirit rings. Do you remember when we returned from the Douluo Forest, and I asked you to help me comb my hair? Xiao Wu didn't notice the unusual look in Tang San's eyes and continued without waiting for his response. You don't know, that wooden comb was given to me by my mother. She told me that if I ever met someone I wanted to entrust my life to, That person should use this comb to comb my hair. By the end, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a relieved smile. She told Tang San this not because she was reminiscing about the past, but to completely bid farewell to everything from the past. Xiao Wu, do you mean? After Xiao Wu finished speaking, Tang San thought there was a turning point in the situation and immediately looked delighted. Tang San, I just want to tell you that we are already impossible. Whether as siblings or anything else, it is no longer possible. From now on, let us become familiar strangers. Xiao Wu shook her head, interrupting Tang San's fantasy. Xiao Wu, are you serious? Tang San stared blankly at Xiao Wu, who dealt him a heavy blow. Would I joke about such things? Xiao Wu said seriously, shattering Tang San's last bit of hope. Ha ha, since that's the case, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself. Tang San fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter, growing more and more frantic. Tang San, what do you mean? Xiao Wu frowned. Ha ha, what I can't have, others shouldn't even think about getting. Tang San did not answer Xiao Wu. After laughing for several seconds, he suddenly stopped laughing and turned around with a gloomy expression, facing Bibi Dong on the VIP platform, and said, Your Holiness, the Pope, this Xiao Wu in front of you is a 10,000-year transformed soul beast. Chapter 204, Grasping Bibi Dong. Variant 1, Douluo World. Blue Tyrant Inner Court Ning Rongrong. What is this from Tang San? If he can't have it, does he want to destroy it? Seeing the comparison video where Tang San immediately sold Xiao Wu out, Ning Rongrong was very angry. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Zhu Zhuqing from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court said, I am not surprised at all that someone like Tang San would do such a thing. Zhu Zhuqing spoke again, which was rare for her. In the Douluo continent, Variant 1, in the Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Xiao Wu said, However, compared to the scene in the video where I mentioned being taken away by Ming, that did not happen to me. Perhaps I have long lost interest in Tang San, or maybe I've already seen through his true nature. Unlike Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who disdainfully mocked Tang San, I instead thought of other things. In the first variant of the Douluo continent world, Shui Bing'er of the Shrek Academy, the large screen shows a world without comparison videos. But in reality, there is a world with comparison videos. In this case, it is quite normal for there to be some slight deviations. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy says, My sister is so smart. She has said everything I want to say. In fact, it's like a little butterfly flapping its wings at an inconspicuous time and place, which might cause a tremendous upheaval elsewhere. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Xiao Wu, alright. You have a point. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the 10,000-year Azure Bull Python. Sister Xiao Wu, aren't you angry that Tang San sold you out like this? Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Xiao Wu. It's my own fault for being blind. There's no need to be angry. In my opinion, it mainly has to do with the fact that Sister Xiao Wu has found new love. Therefore, she doesn't pay much attention to her old flame, Tang San. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, in the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy, Xiao Wu says, Ming, don't talk nonsense. My feelings for Tang San have always been those of a sister towards her brother. It's not that so-called old love you mentioned. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, 10,000-year Titan Giant Ape? Ming, hee. Sister Xiao Wu, it seems you haven't denied having a new love, huh? In the Douluo World, Variant 1, Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu remained speechless, the comparison video continued. What? At this moment, with Tang San's exposure, the previously lively scene instantly fell silent, leaving only Bibi Dong's voice filled with shock. Mom? Originally taken aback by Tang San's revealed identity, Xiao Wu raised her eyebrows, ready to confront Tang San with a few words. However, the next second, she felt a surge of energy leaking from Bibi Dong, who was emotionally agitated, and she instantly forgot everything around her, staring blankly at Bibi Dong. Take her down. Bibi Dong, unable to see through Shen Cangqiong's true nature previously and still wary of him, had not turned against him due to the matters concerning Jude Douluo and the others. But in the face of Xiao Wu, a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, the wariness in Bibi Dong's heart had long since vanished. Yes, with Bibi Dong's order, the soul masters from the Spirit Hall rushed towards Xiao Wu without hesitation, while Tang San beside her looked cruelly at Shen Cangqiong, Xiao Wu, and the other members of the Shrek combined team. Sigh, since I dare to bring Xiao Wu to the Spirit Hall, I naturally have 100% confidence in ensuring her safety. Can't you people from the Spirit Hall even think of this? Looking at the rapidly approaching members of the Spirit Hall, Shen Cangqiong shook his head in disappointment. Then, with a dragon's roar, red, 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 gold, 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 9 soul rings appeared around Shen Cangqiong, and at the same time, he used his powerful pressure to suppress the approaching members of the spirit hall to the ground. No, impossible. Seeing the 5 red and 4 gold soul rings on Shen Cangqiong, Tang San, who was not affected by the pressure, had his cruel smile freeze, falling to the ground as if he had seen a ghost, mumbling to himself. How is this possible? According to Xiao Gang's theory, such a soul ring configuration should absolutely not appear. On the other side, BB Dong wanted to say that the soul rings on Shen Cangqiong were fake, an illusion created by him. But the powerful pressure emanating from Shen Cangqiong told her that everything was real. Could it be Shen Cangqiong also has twin martial souls? Huh, that must be the reason. Xiao Gang's theory cannot be wrong. Suddenly, BB Dong thought of the possibility of Shen Cangqiong also having twin martial souls, her eyes brightening, feeling relieved. BB Dong, are you going to give me an explanation? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong's voice sounded. What do you want? Coming back to her senses, after understanding, BB Dong knew that this situation had exceeded her expectations. And if not handled properly, Shen Cangqiong might take action against the spirit hall. She didn't care how the spirit hall would fare. After all, her original intention was to destroy the spirit hall, but she was afraid that the aftermath of the battle would involve Yu Xiaojing. I have 2 conditions. The soul masters from the spirit hall did nothing wrong. As long as they didn't continue to seek trouble, Shen Cangqiong would only give them a slight lesson and wouldn't make things too difficult for them. However, BB Dong, this unstable factor, could not be easily let go by Shen Cangqiong. Speak. With little choice, BB Dong had to comply. Of course, if it weren't for the fear of Yu Xiaojing being in danger, BB Dong wouldn't have been so agreeable. The first condition is that I want you to remove the 10,000-year soft bone rabbit soul ring and soul bone from your body. The second condition is that I want you to step down from the position of Pope and stay by my side for 3 years. Shen Cangqiong said, Are you joking? BB Dong couldn't accept either of these 2 conditions proposed by Shen Cangqiong, let alone both together. If you don't agree, I will replicate everything that happened to Tang San onto Yu Xiaojing. Seeing that BB Dong clearly disagreed, Shen Cangqiong smiled slightly and directly transmitted to her. Shen Cangqiong never claimed to be a good person. Knowing BB Dong's weakness, he had to firmly grasp her in the face of her disobedience. Chapter 205. The comparison video of Tang San begins to play. Aren't you afraid of a mutually destructive outcome? Hearing Shen Cangqiong's threat, BB Dong's pupils contracted, and she threatened back through transmission. You could try. After transmitting, Shen Cangqiong looked at BB Dong, a flash of light in his eyes. Can you guarantee not to harm Xiaojing? Feeling the fleeting powerful force from Shen Cangqiong, BB Dong suddenly felt a loss of interest and transmitted the question. She originally thought she was strong enough. However, just in that moment, she felt like a small boat facing a towering wave, completely at the mercy of fate, without any ability to resist. It depends on your performance. Rest assured, I'm not the kind of person who acts recklessly. What I mean by performance refers to your attitude during these 3 years by my side. Shen Cangqiong transmitted. While he had to exert control, Shen Cangqiong also had his own bottom line. It wasn't hypocrisy, but rather he didn't want to become the kind of person he once despised the most. All right, I agree. BB Dong resignedly replied through transmission. As BB Dong agreed to Shen Cangqiong's conditions, the scene on the big screen gradually zoomed out until it froze. The 5th character comparison, Shen Cangqiong segment ends. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. Why did it suddenly end? Continue playing the video of Teaching Tang San a Lesson. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The Blaze Academy's Xiao Wu. Tang San was first incapacitated by Dong Guiyin, and now he's been disfigured by Dong Guiyin as well. The exciting parts have already been played out. Continuing to play will only result in ordinary scenes of beating Tang San up, which seems rather uninteresting. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court. Guiyin. Speaking of which, Shen Cangqiong's skills are quite impressive. According to the information obtained during the 4th character event, Shen Cangqiong should have completely won over the Pope's heart from Yu Xiaojing in just 3 years. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui Wearer from Shui Academy. This is indeed the case. Brother Cangqiong not only won the heart of His Holiness the Pope, but also won the heart of Yu. Guiyin. Variant 1 of Douluo World Lanba Inner Court Guiyin. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Qianheng. Meanwhile, the sound of the comparison video begins to play. The character comparison starts with Tang San's segment. Third brother, let me take the stage. I must avenge the humiliation our Shrek Academy suffered when we were expelled by the Tiando Royal Academy last time. At this moment, the first half of the opening ceremony has ended, and Ma Hongjun, ignoring the contemptuous glances around him, tightly clenches his fists and says to Tang San, "No, we will proceed according to the original plan." Tang San glares at Ma Hongjun. "All right." Ma Hongjun deflates like a punctured ball. "Little San, you take charge of the arrangements." At this time, Dai Mubai comes over and pats Tang San's shoulder, handing over the task of organizing the team to him. "Okay, the ones who will take the stage later are Dai Mubai, me, Xiao Wu, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, Jiang Zhu, and Tai Long." Tang San nods without hesitation. "Later, we will attack according to the first plan." Initially, the humiliation we suffered at the Tiando Royal Academy was brought upon us by Prince Xuesheng. But the Tiando Royal Academy symbolizes the Tiando royal family. Dean Flander and the teachers didn't come, but I am very clear about their intentions. If we want to live well in the future, we must defeat the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy as quickly as possible. I believe 1 minute is enough for us. By the end, Tang San's expression is very cold. Yes, just a second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. 1 minute is all we need. Dai Mubai's eyes also flash with fierce light. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Prince Xuesheng of Tiando. Hee. As for us from the Tiando side, wanting to regain our dignity is one thing. But what qualifications does Dai Mubai, a prince of Xinghua, have to act recklessly in my Tiando territory? As expected, I was right to cause trouble for the people of Shrek Academy. It seems that these people from Shrek have already been bought off by the Xinghua side. Variant 1 Douluo World, Emperor Tiando, Snow Knight. Xuesheng, shut up. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Prince Xuesheng of Tiando. Am I wrong in what I said? As a member of Tiando, yet mingling with the Prince of Xinghua and even claiming to teach a lesson to my Tiando Royal Academy. If there isn't a bit of trickery involved, who would believe it? Do they really think everyone is a fool? Variant 1 Douluo World, Emperor of Tiando, Snow Knight. All right, we've already talked about these things a long time ago. Don't keep holding on to them. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Prince of Tiando, Xuesheng. At this moment, the scene on the big screen changed. This is really annoying. They're clearly using us as a background to highlight the red flowers of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team. Seeing the grandeur of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team when they took the stage, Huang Yuan said angrily, "You're thinking too much. We're not being treated as a background, but rather as cow dung." In response, Jing Ling retorted, "Soon everyone will know who the real cow dung is." Talon fiercely clenched his fist. "Let's go. It's our turn to take the stage." Dai Mubai's tone was very cold. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Tianshui Academy's Shui Yuer no. I don't quite understand. The people from Shrek Academy were humiliated by the Tiando Royal Academy, which Shrek Academy doesn't look upon favorably, and I can understand that. But why do the performances of Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Talon from Blue Tyrant Academy seem to despise the Tiando Royal Academy even more than the people from Shrek Academy? Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Huang Yuan from Blue Tyrant Academy. This. I don't know either. Looking at the video comparison where the first one to speak is himself, Huang Yuan is also left with a face full of question marks. Is it possible that we have also been influenced by Tang San? This is the only possibility that Jing Ling could think of. Variant 1 World Blue Tyrone Academy. That should be the reason. Chapter 206. Complaints caused by not daring to cause trouble. The comparison video continues. What a group of toads. Dressed like this, they dare to participate in the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. As Shrek's group stepped onto the stage, a petite boy from the Tiando second team at the front disdainfully said in a soft voice, "What bad luck. How can we compete against such a team? It's like a toad landing on your foot. It doesn't hurt, but it's annoying." After the petite boy spoke, a flamboyantly dressed girl next to him covered her mouth and nose, expressing her dissatisfaction, as if she were afraid of smelling something unpleasant on Shrek's group. It's really a pity for such a little beauty. Why go to this academy that specializes in disgusting people? Upon hearing this, the petite boy nodded, his gaze somewhat infatuated as he stared at Xiao Wu. One indistinguishable from yin and yang, and one a courtesan. It must be our bad luck. Seeing the disdain from the Tiando second team towards them, Xiao Wu snorted coldly and retorted without any politeness. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. Xiao Wu, you are truly fierce. The title of 100,000-year-old Grenade Rabbit is indeed not wrong. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Xiao Wu from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court. I'm very pure, okay? I'm not some 100,000-year-old golden-eyed rabbit. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. Haha. Yes. You are very innocent. Then I will call you Spicy Rabbit Head, like Brother Sanqiong from now on, okay? In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Inside the Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu. Just when Xiao Wu was itching to duel with Shui Yuer, the comparison video didn't pause. At this moment, after some back and forth between Xiao Wu and the members of the Tiando's second team, the atmosphere on the arena had become tense. And in an instant, when the referee finally shouted the words "the match begins," the Shrek Academy team, filled with both new grievances and old grudges, unleashed their full power and instantly overwhelmed the Tiando's second team, not giving them a chance to react at all. Furthermore, when a teacher from the Douluo Royal Academy stepped in to protest, Tang San stepped forward and harshly reprimanded him with words. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Yuer from the Shui Yu Academy. The Tiando's second team is not a good bunch. But this Tang San is also not a good person. I can only say it's a matter of survival. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the Flame Academy. Fire Wu Shuang. The main issue is that these guys from the Tiando's second team are too arrogant. If they hadn't been so careless from the beginning, they would never have been taken down so easily by Tang San and the others. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian from the Shen Cangqiong Academy. Indeed. Aside from Dai Mubai and Tang San, the other members of Shrek Academy, including Xiao Wu, have not reached level 40 in soul power. Compared to the overall level of Team 2 from Tiando, the difference in soul power levels is not too significant. If there were a good commander, not to say we would win, at least we could put up a good fight against those from Shrek Academy. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Chief Meng Shinji from Tiando Royal Academy. Sigh. It's really embarrassing. Meanwhile, the scene on the big screen changed. At this point, several days had passed since the last opening ceremony. During this time, due to the outstanding performance of Shrek Academy, the attitude of both other Academy teams and the ordinary audience toward Shrek Academy had shifted from initial disdain and contempt to seriousness and admiration. And soon, after a few more matches, Shrek Academy finally encountered a rival academy with a grudge. The result, of course, was not worth mentioning. In the battle against Songhui Academy, the members of Shrek Academy, led by Tang San, showed no mercy and dealt a heavy blow to Songhui Academy's members. As a result, all 7 students from Songhui Academy who took the stage became utterly useless. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Zhang He from Songhui Academy. Damn. Tang San, along with the students from Lamba Academy and Shrek Academy, are really something else. Back then, in the hotel outside Stardew Forest, it was clearly your Shrek Academy that sought trouble with us at Songhui Academy. How come now that we're here, it seems like we are the ones in the wrong? Variant 1, Douluo World, Water Academy. Shui Yuer, what is going on? Can you tell me about it? Variant 2, Original Douluo World, Songhui Academy. Zhang He, sure. One time, a junior from our Songhui Academy needed to advance her soul ring. So, our director, Yi Zhiqiu, personally took action and planned to take us to the Stardew Forest to hunt for souls. However, as luck would have it, when we were at and outside the Stardew Forest planning to eat something and rest for the night, we encountered a group from Shrek Academy who were also there to hunt souls. If it had been any other reasonable academy, our academy might not have had any interaction with them at all. But we just happened to run into the completely unreasonable Shrek Academy. At that time, as soon as we from Songhui Academy entered the inn, before we could do anything, we were provoked in succession by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. In the end, not only did we students suffer a great loss, but even our director Yi Zhiqiu was severely taught a lesson by Zhao Wujia. Oh right, I still clearly remember that their Shrek students said that not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity. They also said that this saying was taught to them by their Shrek Academy's dean. In the Douluo World of Variant 1, Shui Yuer from the Shrek Academy. Is not daring to cause trouble a sign of mediocrity? Which great talent said this? It simply makes me. Forget it. I can't even find a suitable word to express my thoughts. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Chihua Academy, Wu Shuang. As a dean, this is how he educates his students. This is simply shocking. Variant 1, Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong Academy, Feng Xiaotian. This principal is truly speechless. What we should do is not to cause trouble and not to fear it. It's not that not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity. Educating your students this way. What if, because of this statement, your students provoke someone they shouldn't and lose their lives? What then? Chapter 207. Investigation. Just as Shrek Academy and Flanders were once again harshly criticized in the bullet screen area, the video footage transitioned to the tournament organizing committee investigating Shrek's group. Principal Flanders, I apologize for the intrusion. In the footage, Ning Fengji nodded kindly to Flanders. Master Ning is too polite. It's truly an honor for Shrek Academy to have you visit us. Facing Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Flanders didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly returned the greeting. Let me introduce you to Principal Flanders. This is the head of the Martial Soul Hall in Tiando City, Platinum Bishop Salas. Ning Fengji smiled slightly, then took a small step aside, giving half of his position to introduce Flanders. So it's Lord Platinum Bishop Salas. Flanders is honored. Hearing Ning Fengji's introduction, Flanders smoothly bowed again, not giving Salas any chance to cause trouble. Let's cut to the chase. I'm not here to engage in pleasantries with you. We're your participating students. Call them over. I have questions for them. Unfortunately, Salas came to cause trouble, and now, with a perfectly reasonable excuse to do so, he didn't give Flanders any pleasant expression. This, two esteemed guests, it's not appropriate for us to speak here. Let us go to the conference room first, Flanders suggested. All right, please lead the way, Principal Flanders. Due to Tang San and Tang Hao's connections, as well as his daughter Ning Rongrong's relationship, Shrek Academy was considered a friend of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, so Ning Fengji naturally wouldn't refuse Flanders' request. Nearby, Salas glanced at the ordinary Shrek students pointing at them in the distance, hesitated slightly, and did not voice any objections, tacitly agreeing. Please follow me. Seeing that the evidently unfriendly Salas did not object, Flanders took the lead and secretly signaled to Yu Xiaojiang. Flanders, I believe you should know the purpose of our visit to Shrek Academy. I hope Shrek Academy can honestly cooperate with our tournament organizing committee's investigation. Don't harbor any lucky thoughts, nor engage in unnecessary schemes in the dark. Along the way, Salas spoke rudely. He had naturally noticed the small actions of Flanders just now. However, he did not believe that a small Shrek Academy could come up with any tricks. So he did not pay much attention. Salas, we have not yet started investigating the matter, and we cannot determine whether the children from Shrek intentionally injured the students from Tsanghui Academy. Being so certain that it is a problem on Shrek's side is somewhat inappropriate. After Salas finished speaking, before Flanders could respond, Ning Fengji retorted first. Regardless of the sequence of events, the seven from Tsanghui Academy were all severely injured by the people from Shrek Academy. This is an unchangeable fact. Salas was not afraid of Ning Fengji supporting Shrek. After all, as long as he caught the point that Shrek students had severely injured those from Tsanghui Academy, he was already in an unbeatable position. There are exceptions to everything. We came this time to get to the bottom of the truth, didn't we? Otherwise, we could just announce the results directly. Why bother with an investigation? Ning Fengji countered. I came to investigate just to know whether the participating students from Shrek Academy intentionally injured the students from Tsanghui Academy. This point is very important. After all, if the people from Shrek Academy acted intentionally, then all those who participated that day must be punished by my spirit hall. Salas continued. Of course, regardless of the investigation's outcome, those who appeared from Shrek that day must also be disqualified from the competition. That is my greatest grace. Salas's tone was cold. Dear guests, we have arrived at the meeting room. Please. At that moment, Flanders, who had been ignored all along, suddenly spoke up. Flanders, you heard everything in my conversation with Sect Master Ning, right? Seeing that they had arrived, Salas nodded and took a seat inside. I heard everything. I hope Bishop Salas can show mercy. After all, those students are still children. Although Flanders appeared anxious and worried on the surface, he was not too anxious in his heart because he believed that with Yu Xiaojiang around, Salas could not create too much trouble. However, Flanders still did not want to rely on Yu Xiaojiang, if possible. Otherwise, Lu Erlong would probably be furious. In response, Salas merely sneered and did not speak, taking a sip of the tea beside him. But the next second, his expression suddenly changed for the worse. Starry Sky? Dean Flanders, this tea is not very good. On the other side, Ning Fengji looked at Salas's ugly face, suppressing his laughter, and turned to Flanders, saying, Alas, I must ask the two esteemed guests for forgiveness. Our Shrek Academy is truly too poor. All our funds are spent on training students. Usually, I can't even bear to drink this Starry Sky tea. This tea was bought years ago, specifically to entertain esteemed guests who come to our Shrek Academy. Flanders lamented. I see. So it seems that Dean Flanders, you are indeed a competent headmaster, willing to endure hardship for the sake of training those students. Ning Fengji had to admire Flanders' acting skills. If he had not had previous contact with Flanders, he might have almost believed this statement. All right, stop beating around the bush. Why are those students not here yet? Salas said. To be honest, Bishop, those children are seriously injured. They can hardly move. Bishop Salas, you just said that our Shrek Academy students injured those from Tsanghui Academy and came to investigate us. But our Shrek Academy students are injured. Who should we reason with? Flanders said, pretending to be somewhat agitated. If your Shrek students were really injured, then why didn't you report it to the organizing committee? Flander, I told you from the start. Don't try to play tricks with me. Otherwise, your Shrek Academy will also face severe penalties. Salis was not fooled by Flander's words. We just don't want to trouble the organizing committee, nor do we want to ruin the future of those students from Tsanghui Academy over something that can be salvaged. But from the current situation, it seems that the Tsanghui Academy side has not accepted our goodwill. Bishop Salis, since they from Tsanghui Academy are ungracious. We cannot be blamed for being unjust. Aren't they accusing our Shrek Academy students of injuring their students? I also want to accuse their Tsanghui Academy students of injuring our Shrek Academy students. Flander would not be intimidated by Salis's few words. Instead, he pushed back against Tsanghui Academy. The tactic of muddling through and reversing black and white was very familiar to someone like Flander, who naturally liked to stir up trouble. You can accuse Tsanghui Academy, but you must let your injured Shrek Academy students come out for examination. Otherwise, your word alone cannot serve as evidence. Salis said lightly. No, the children's injuries are too severe. They cannot meet anyone. Otherwise, it will delay their treatment. Flander insisted. This won't do, that won't do. It seems you want to go against our organizing committee. Flander, I can now interpret your actions as your Shrek Academy refusing to cooperate with the organizing committee's investigation. For this reason, our competition organizing committee has the right to disqualify Shrek Academy from this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. After all, Salis's goal was to have Tang San disqualified. The method was not important. Wait, it seems inappropriate to rashly decide to disqualify Shrek Academy from this elite competition without investigation. Seeing that Salis was about to make a decision, Ning Fengji, who had been silent and watching the back and forth between Salis and Flander, quickly interrupted. This is not me not giving Shrek Academy a chance. I asked their students to come out for investigation, but they were unwilling to cooperate and even said they wanted to accuse Tsanghui Academy. I also asked them to provide evidence of being severely injured by Tsanghui Academy, but they were equally unwilling to cooperate. In this case, Master Ning, how do you think I should judge Shrek Academy? Sarath had a calm expression. He felt that reason was on his side. Dean Flander, are the students participating from your academy really heavily injured? I seem to remember that one of the students wasn't too seriously hurt. I wonder if we could have him come to accept our investigation. This matter concerns the rules of the competition. I hope he can cooperate. Ning Fengji knew that if Shrek Academy didn't express anything this time, they would definitely not pass this hurdle. Why should we accept the investigation? Since the competition emphasizes rules, the judges should have seen the situation at that time. Did the Tsanghui Academy show any mercy when using the 7-in-1 fusion technique against us? If our Shrek Academy students hadn't blocked their attacks, I'm afraid none of them would have returned alive. Everyone saw that our students were merely passively resisting the attacks from Tsanghui Academy. They did nothing wrong. If that's the case, and the competition organizing committee still wants to disqualify our Shrek Academy, then we have nothing more to say. Flander's eyes were red. This is what you said yourself. A glimmer flashed in Sarath's eyes. Your Excellency, the Platinum Bishop, what exactly did our Shrek Academy do to offend you that you are targeting us so specifically? After a pause, Flander continued, I want to see how you will disqualify our Shrek Academy from this competition. Tomorrow, I will take Xiao Gang to Wuhuan City to meet His Holiness the Pope and let the Pope arbitrate for us. At the end, Flander slammed the table and said angrily, there was no choice. Flander was not a fool and naturally saw that Sarath was deliberately targeting Shrek Academy. So he could only helplessly bring up Yu Xiaojiang, Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I said, why is this Flander so arrogant? It turns out he considers Yu Xiaojiang as his trump card. I just don't know. When this matter reaches the Pope's ears, who will the Pope help? Variant 1, Douluo World Unknown. There's no need to say. It must be to help Yu Xiaojiang. Just look at the relationship between His Holiness the Pope and Yu Xiaojiang. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Unknown. That may not be the case. I actually think His Holiness the Pope would help Bishop Salis. After all, Bishop Salis is targeting Shrek Academy for the sake of the Spirit Hall. If, under these circumstances, His Holiness the Pope were to help an outsider like Yu Xiaojiang, or even an enemy, it would greatly diminish His Holiness's prestige. At the very least, if I were Bishop Salis, I would no longer obey any orders from His Holiness the Pope. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. You think too simply. In the heart of His Holiness the Pope, there is only one by Yu Guang, and that is Yu Xiaojiang. But there are countless people who want to become the Platinum Bishop. If Bishop Salis really refuses to take orders because of this matter, then he can just be replaced. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. You people really have guts. You discuss such matters with such enthusiasm. Aren't you afraid of being noted down by His Holiness the Pope? Chapter 209, Farewell. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the unnamed character. Speaking of which, at the beginning, Flender should have been playing the sympathy card, deliberately pretending to be weak and easy to bully, right? But later on, it seems that as he was pretending, Flender actually became genuinely angry. Can someone explain this to me? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. Is there still a need for explanation? From the comparison video, it can be seen that those Shrek students were not injured at all. If they were really called over for an investigation, wouldn't everything be exposed? At this moment, facing the unyielding Bishop Salas, Flander, in order to conceal the truth of the matter, can only act angry, as if he were being deliberately targeted. What else can he do? Variant 1. In the Douluo continent, Anonymous. In fact, Bishop Sarath doesn't need to go through so much trouble to deal with Shrek Academy. Didn't Flender say it? Their Shrek Academy is so poor that they can't even afford the most ordinary tea. Isn't this the best excuse to shut down Shrek Academy? After all, from any perspective, a high-level Soul Master Academy that can't even afford ordinary tea has already lost its qualification to continue operating. Otherwise, allowing such an academy to continue would only mislead the students. Variant 1. Unknown in Douluo World. The previous friend is absolutely right. I can only say that Flender looks very shrewd, but in reality, he is just a somewhat self-righteous fool. He is not even clever. Variant 2. Original Douluo World. Shrek Academy Dean Flender. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. Master Ning, you have seen it. Shrek Academy is so arrogant. If we do not punish them, how can we explain it to the other participating academies? Saras ignored the jumping Flender and turned to Ning Fengji, who looked anxious. Hearing what Saras said, Ning Fengji fell silent. Even if he wanted to help now, facing such an unreasonable Flender, he felt powerless. Aren't you going to appeal to His Holiness the Pope? Then you can set off now. I announced that Shrek Academy has violated the competition rules. Seeing that Ning Fengji finally had nothing to say, Saras smiled triumphantly. However, before he could finish his sentence about expelling Shrek Academy, a serious voice suddenly came from outside the door. Saras, you need to think carefully before making a decision. Many things, once a wrong step is taken, lead to irreversible consequences. At this moment, although Yu Xiaojing, who entered the room, did not show the same anger as Flender. The fury in his heart was enough to burn the entire Douluo continent. In fact, he did not mean to boast, as long as Saras dared to expel Shrek. Preventing him from using this elite competition to clear his name, he would definitely destroy Saras's entire family at any cost. Who are you? Since he arrived at Shrek Academy, Saras felt that this average-looking buzz cut seemed familiar. However, after thinking for a long time, he could not remember who the other party was. Now, seeing the other party's tone so strong, he couldn't help but ask hesitantly. When asked about his identity, Yu Xiaojing did not speak, but coldly snorted and threw a token toward Saras. Hiss. Receiving the token, Saras quickly glanced at it and was suddenly shocked. Taking a deep breath, it was only at this moment that Saras completely remembered who this pretentious guy was. You must be joking. With the relationship between Yu Xiaojing and the current pope, let alone a platinum bishop like him, even an elder at the title Douluo level would not come out unscathed if they clashed with Yu Xiaojing. Farewell. Understanding the key point, Saras changed from his previous arrogance. Respectfully placed the Pope's token on the table with both hands, and then quickly left Shrek Academy without looking back. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. I said the Spirit Hall is unreliable. Yet some people insist on arguing with me. How is it now? It's just a Pope's order, and they've thrown away all the rules they established. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. Sigh. I understand Bishop Salas's actions, but I have lost all feelings for the Spirit Hall from now on. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. No way. This is just the plot from the comparison video. How did you elevate it to reality? Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. Don't forget, if it weren't for the exposure from the comparison video, BB Dong wouldn't have seen through Yu Xiaojing's true nature. Therefore, everything that is currently being shown in the comparison video will inevitably happen. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. It's not just that. For example, those who have done evil, who were supposed to be captured by the Spirit Hall, can it not be let off the hook through Yu Xiaojing's connections? Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. Hearing you say this, I really have an epiphany. It seems that the Spirit Hall is no different from forces like Tiando and Shiluo. Perhaps the only difference is that many bad behaviors of forces like Tiando and Shiluo are out in the open, so they seem more glaring, while the Spirit Hall's bad behaviors are hidden, and without certain strength and background, one can't see them at all. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. Wow. Wow. You are getting more and more outrageous. The Spirit Hall isn't as unreliable as you say. At most, there are one or two people who, relying on their identity and status, break the rules. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Spirit Hall, Qian Renshua. You still have the face to come out. Look at the good things you've done. The reputation of our Spirit Hall is almost ruined by you. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. Your courage is really getting bigger. Do you really think I won't do anything to you? Variant 2, Original Douluo World Spirit Hall, Hulaina. Teacher, please calm down. Sister Shui didn't mean to offend you. Seeing these two proud ones arguing again, Hulaina could only helplessly mediate once more. Chapter 210, The Dance of the Heavenly Water Team. Just as the troubled Hulaina was busy mediating between the two, the images in the comparison video continued. In the following days, due to the presence of Yu Xiaojing as a backup on Shrek's side, the incident where the Tsanghui Academy students were heavily defeated by Shrek Academy could only be left unresolved. However, fortunately, Shrek Academy did not take things too far. After the investigation team of the organizing committee left, Shrek Academy also announced a 2-day suspension for healing, which was a way to save face for the organizing committee. During these 2 days of healing, the preliminary rounds of the elite competition also approached their conclusion. Currently, the top-ranking teams in the Tiendo competition area are Thunder Academy. 26 matches, 25 wins. The only team to defeat them is the Shen Cangqiong Academy. Shen Cangqiong Academy, 26 matches, 25 wins. The only team to defeat them is the Qihua Academy. Shrek Academy, 26 matches, 24 wins. Because they took 2 days to heal, they lost to Thunder Academy and Shen Cangqiong Academy. Qihua Academy, 26 matches, 23 wins. Heavenly Water Academy, 26 matches, 23 wins. Xiangjia Academy, 26 matches, 21 wins. At this time, although the preliminary rounds still have one last round to finish, in fact, the 5 qualifying teams have already been determined. The only thing that cannot be confirmed is the ranking of these 5 teams in the preliminary rounds. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui Yuer from Shui Yu Academy. Based on this ranking, if there were no comparison videos among the 4 element academies, Shenfeng Academy should be the strongest. It's just a pity that Shenfeng Academy has Feng Xiaotian, who is a disgrace. Otherwise, Shenfeng Academy would have a record of 26 battles and 26 victories, and could have easily secured the first place in the preliminary rounds in advance. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shenfeng Academy, Feng Xiaotian. Variant 1 Douluo World, Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin. Speaking of which, this time's elite competition is quite dangerous for Blaze Academy. If Wind God Academy didn't intentionally lose to Blaze Academy, Blaze Academy might have to compete with Elephant Armor Academy for that last 5th spot. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Xiangjia Academy, Huyanli. Damn it. Feng Xiaotian. You little brat, wait for me. This time when we meet at the elite competition, just watch how I beat you until you doubt your life. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian. Hee. You really have a nice imagination. Have you forgotten that I can fly, and you can't? You still want to beat me and make me doubt my life? You really have a way of thinking. Besides, in the comparison video, our 2 teams have fought. And in the end, it was still our Shenfeng team that won. Feng Xiaotian is not an easy character. Apart from Xiao Wu, who has he ever been afraid of? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Hu Yanli from the Armor Academy. These are all old stories. In short, you better watch out. Now that there are comparison videos and scores, Hu Yanli can exchange for many priceless treasures that he never dared to think about before. So his confidence has naturally increased significantly. In the Variant Douluo World, Fire Wushuang said, Feng Xiaotian, you are a good candidate for a brother-in-law. But Hu really isn't suitable for you. Watching the comparison video where Feng Xiaotian, due to a promise with his sister, tirelessly goes to Shrek Academy every day to cheer for them, Fire Wushuang sighed again. Unfortunately, Fire Wushuang still held the same opinion as before, believing that unless a miracle happens, Xiao Wu and Feng Xiaotian would never be together. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian from the Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, as the scene in the comparison video shifted, 2 days passed, and the Shrek team appeared once again in full form on the stage. This time, the Shrek team faced the opponent known as the Tianshui team, renowned for their Tianshui girl group. Similarly, it was also during this time that the Shrek team, which had garnered immense popularity due to their consecutive victories, was completely overshadowed in terms of popularity by the Tianshui Academy students, who performed a dance. As the Tianshui team's dance reached its peak, even among the Shrek team members, several were captivated and began to support the Tianshui team with shining eyes. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous, Tinshui Girl Group. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Anonymous. Tinshui Girl Group. Variant 1, in the Douluo World at the Qihua Academy. Wu, Shui Binger. You really can pull it off. Dancing on a competition stage. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Tinshui Academy. Shui Binger. This is our signature performance at Tinshui Academy. In every elite competition, our Tinshui team will present a dance. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Wu, of course I know this. I just didn't expect that with your personality, Shui Binger, you would actually be willing to dance in front of so many people. It seems I still don't know you well enough. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shui Yue Academy. Wu, as a girl. Why do you need to understand my sister so much? Are you planning to become true sisters in the future and prepare for it now? Variant 1 Douluo World, Blaze Academy. Wu. Variant 1 Douluo World Plan Academy Yao Zi. I am currently considering whether we, the Plan Academy, should also perform a dance on the stage when this elite competition starts. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin, just dance. Although the members of your team participating in the elite competition may not look as good as those from the Tinshui team this time, they are still true beauties. As long as you are willing to dance at the elite competition, your popularity will definitely not be low. Variant 1 Douluo World Qihua Academy, Wu Shuang. That's for sure. This time, the captain and vice captain of the plant team, along with the 5 main members, are all individuals who have made it onto the Rouge list. How could they possibly be lacking? Variant 1 of Douluo World, Shui Wearer from Shui Yu Academy. Brother Cangqiong, does your dance well? At this moment, Shui Wearer suddenly asked. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Good looking. Variant 1 of Douluo Continent, Shui Wearer from the Shui Academy. Hee. So this time when Wearer comes to Tiando City, I'll dance just for you. How about that? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Of course, that's good. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shui Yue Academy. Then it's settled. All right, no more talking. I need to go rehearse a new dance now. Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Good. Chapter 2:11 The 5th character comparison ends, and the comparison video continues. At this moment, the dance of the Tinshui team has finished, and their match against Shrek Academy has officially begun. However, since Shrek's team had never suffered a defeat in the preliminaries except for a few matches where they voluntarily conceded, and due to Tang San's arrogance, he completely misjudged the true strength of the Tinshui Academy team. As a result, the Shrek team, which considered themselves invincible, experienced the taste of defeat for the first time in this match against the Tinshui team. If it weren't for Shui Binger being too kind and choosing to go easy on Tang San, he might have been seriously injured to the point where he couldn't participate in the subsequent promotion matches and finals, even if he didn't die. Even with Shui Binger's mercy leading to a draw between Shrek Academy and Tinshui Academy, Tang San was still somewhat shaken by this match and began to doubt life. In the end, if it weren't for Dugu Bo's advice, it is very likely that the seemingly calm but actually unable to handle defeat Tang San would have fallen into an inescapable vortex and made some self-destructive mistakes. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, at the Qihua Academy, Wu, Shui Binger is really strong. This further proves that it is completely correct to elevate Shui Binger so high in comparison videos. It seems that among the 4 elemental academies of this generation, the strongest is the Tian Shui Academy. In the Douluo Continent, the first variant, Shui Binger from the Water Ice Academy. The fusion skill of my martial soul with Xiao Wu is strong. If it were just me alone, I probably wouldn't be able to defeat Shrek Academy. Variant 1 Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Wu, you're too modest. It's obvious that in this match, that self-proclaimed strong Tang San was controlled by you the whole time. In fact, if those so-called Shrek's 7 monsters hadn't consumed the divine herb, you alone could have easily defeated all 7 of them. Even if Tang San has enhancements like the Phantom Shadow, it wouldn't make any difference. In the Douluo Continent of the first variant, Shui Wearer from the Tinshui Academy said, speaking of the Shrek's 7 monsters, I find it quite amusing. With their talents, how can they have the audacity to claim they have no rivals and are champions? My sister Shui Binger is about 2 years younger than Dai Mubai, yet her soul power level is comparable to that of Dai Mubai after consuming the divine herb. Despite this, I have never seen my sister exhibit any sense of pride. In the Douluo World, Ning Rongrong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court said, my innate soul power is not low, and Xiao Wu's innate soul power has even reached level 10, while Zhuqing's is a bit lower at level 7. The real letdown is Dai Mubai and the others. Before the comparison video appeared, each of them claimed to have innate soul power of level 10 or at least level 9. And what happened? They turn out to be a bunch of frauds. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Xiao Wu from Xiao Wu Academy. Alright, you are right. I just saw a comparison video of you all after consuming the fairy grass, and your soul power levels weren't high, so I didn't react immediately. Variant 1 Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court Ning Rong Rong. Humph. That's just because I was too lazy to train. Otherwise, when I first entered Shrek Academy, I would definitely have had the highest soul power level. Variant 1, Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court. Again, I've been watching your chat for a while now. I feel like you guys are completely missing the point. Don't you think it's really a pity that Shui Binger showed mercy towards Tang San? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy. It's indeed a pity. If my sister had been a bit harsher back then, Shrek Academy wouldn't have had any chance. But there's nothing we can do about it. My sister is naturally kind-hearted. It's impossible for her to heavily injure or eliminate her opponent just because of a soul battle competition. Meanwhile, as Shui Wearer and Du Guyan in the bullet comments area shifted the topic to Shui Binger showing mercy to Tang San, the footage in the comparison video also changed. For a while, after some adjustments, Shrek Academy successfully advanced in the qualifying matches without any surprises. Soon after, while on their way to Seoul City, Shrek Academy encountered an ambush from the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, with help from various parties, the members of Shrek managed to fend off the Spirit Hall without any major incidents and arrived at Seoul City. Then in the finals, Shrek Academy defeated the combined team of the Chihua Academy and the Shunfeng Academy, as well as the Xingluo Royal Academy in a fateful showdown, cutting through the competition. Ultimately, relying on some tactics from Tang San, they triumphed over the Spirit Hall team, led by Hu Laina, known as the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall, and claimed the championship of this elite competition. However, at that moment, a gentle breeze blew, causing the red flower of longing on Xiao Wu to fall, revealing her identity as a 10,000-year transformed soul beast in front of all the title Douluo and soul Douluo in the square. Finally, the comparison video focused on Tang Hao coming to rescue Tang San and Xiao Wu, gradually pulling away. The fifth comparison video ended. Based on the internal recognition of all beings in both worlds watching the comparison video, the final winner of the fifth comparison video is Shen Cangqiong. Below are the data on the number of recognition votes received by the two main characters. In the number 1 variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong received a recognition vote count of 431,241,019 votes. In the number 2 original Douluo World, Tang San received a recognition vote count of 2 votes. Next, we will begin awarding the rewards for the two protagonists in the comparison video. Now awarding the winner of the comparison video. Number 1 variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Reward 1, 10 cross-border symbol fragments. Reward 2, 1 Tiangang furnace. Reward 3, the 7th volume of the original True Solution. Reward 4, 100,000 comparison video points. Special reward, the ability to completely resurrect a being without damage, as long as the name, birth date, and place of demise are provided. Note, the special reward is an additional reward for winning 5 consecutive character comparisons. The rewards for the winner. Number 1 variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong have been distributed. Now we will award the rewards for the loser of the comparison video, Tang San. Reward 1, 1 cross-border symbol fragment. Reward 2, 1 ordinary alchemy furnace. Reward 3, a complete set of gold needles for practicing the sunflower scripture. Reward 4, 10 comparison video points. The rewards for the loser, Tang San, have been distributed. Chapter 212, Xiao Wu's request and conditions. Now we will draw 10 lucky spots. All lucky spot winners will receive 100,000 comparison video points. Below is the announcement of the lucky spot list. Variant 1, Douluo World Xiao Wu. Variant 1, Douluo World Shui Binger. Variant 1, Douluo World Fire Wu Shuang. Variant 1, Xiao Wuji from the Douluo World. Variant 1, Douluo World Lin N. Variant 1, Douluo World Han Zhao. Variant 1, Luo Hua from the Douluo World. Variant 1, Janet from the Douluo World. Variant 1, Night Star Universe of Douluo World. The list of lucky slots for Variant 1 Do World Blue Baby has been announced. This comparison video has concluded. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Xiao Wu, Shen Cangqiong. Can you give me this chance of resurrection? As long as you are willing to agree, I can fulfill any request you make. Variant 1. In the Douluo World of Shrek Academy, Tang San said, "No, Xiao Wu, you can't do this. Didn't you see the footage in the comparison video? You're in danger, and I will definitely stand in front of you to protect you. This is true even if the enemy is the Spirit Hall. So, no matter what difficulties you encounter, I will help you. There's no need to seek help from others. In the past, Tang San was always trapped by this comparison video, causing Xiao Wu's trust in him to decline repeatedly, leaving him with no way to express his grievances. But this time, the comparison video clearly played the footage of him bravely standing in front of Xiao Wu when she was in danger. This finally gave Tang San, who had been struggling without evidence to explain to Xiao Wu, the opportunity he had been waiting for. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Huo Wu Ba. 5 character comparisons, and you can't even win once. Yet you shamelessly say that you can help her, when she doesn't need anyone's help at all. Where do you get the confidence to think you can win against Shen Cangqiong 5 times in character comparisons? Didn't you notice that in this character comparison, the number of people who truly support you has decreased by 1? Besides, I haven't interacted much with Xiao Wu, but I know that what she needs right now is to revive her mother. And you? You keep saying you want to treat Xiao Wu well, yet you don't even know what she needs the most. I really feel disgusted that I have to repay you in such a foolish way during the character comparison. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shrek Academy. I still feel that Tang San is not unaware of what Xiao Wu truly wants, but rather he is unable to fulfill it, which is why he has to pretend he knows nothing. In the variant Douluo World at the Blaze Academy, Huo Wu said, Shui Wearer, you have a point. That trash Tang San over there, we should think of him in the darkest way possible. I still stand by what I said. Comparing to the video where a gentle breeze knocked the heartbroken red off Xiao Wu, it's very suspicious. In such a high-intensity battle, the heartbroken red remained quietly on Xiao Wu without falling. Yet, after the battle ended, a slight breeze managed to blow it off. This is simply outrageous. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Water Academy. Fire Dance, what you said makes a lot of sense. I still stand by what I said. This gentle breeze, even if it wasn't created by Tang San, is definitely related to him. In the Douluo World, Variant 1, Shrek Academy, Tang San, Xiao Wu. Don't listen to them. Tang San forced himself to suppress his anger as he spoke. Shui Wearer and Huo Wu were singing in harmony, basically listing all of Tang San's shortcomings inside and out, while also guessing the unbearable thoughts and some unspeakable ideas that were hidden in his heart. If it weren't for his fear of Shen Cangqiong, Tang San would have gone to Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy right now, letting Shui Wearer and Huo Wu understand what it means to speak without thinking and what it means to have already paved the way for their own demise. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Xiao Wu. Shen Cangqiong, are you watching? Xiao Wu didn't care about Shui Wearer and Huo Wu teasing Tang San, nor did she pay attention to Tang San's sweet words. She only wanted to revive her mother now. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Watching. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Xiao Wu. So do you agree? In Variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, Erlong's mother also needs this chance of resurrection. Shen Cangqiong indirectly refused. In fact, the reason Shen Cangqiong didn't speak just now was that he was contemplating whether this chance of resurrection should go to Xiao Wu's mother or to Lu Erlong's mother. In the end, Shen Cangqiong decided to give this chance of resurrection to Lu Erlong, although Xiao Wu's offer was very tempting. Shen Cangqiong was not the kind of person who would not cherish what he obtained, since Lu Erlong followed him first. Lu Erlong's priority was definitely greater than that of Xiao Wu. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Xiao Wu. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Dean Lu Eryong of Blue Tyrant Academy, Tang San. Let this opportunity go to Xiao Wu. My mother has been gone for so long, and I have already gotten used to it. Moreover, compared to the me in the video, I am also Xiao Wu's mother. Just for Xiao Wu to call me mother, I won't compete with her for this chance of resurrection. Of course, this doesn't mean Lu Eryong doesn't care about her mother. Rather, she believes that with Shen Cangqiong's strength, he will eventually have another opportunity to resurrect living beings. In the first variant of the Douluo World, in the Blue Tyrant Academy's inner courtyard, Xiao Wu said, Mama, thank you. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Xiao Wu was immediately moved to tears and couldn't help but call Lu Erlong Mama, just like in the comparison video. The Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy in the Douluo World, Lu Erlong. All right, Tang San, let's settle this matter. If in the future you get the chance to resurrect other beings at will, you can give me a chance then. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Have you really thought it through? Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Dean Lu Erlong. I've made up my mind. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. All right then. Xiao Wu, tell me your mother's name, birth date, and the location of her fall. In the Douluo continent. In the Blue Tyrant inner courtyard, Xiao Wu said, okay. As she spoke, she detailed her mother's name, birth date, and the location of her demise to Shen Cangqiong word by word. fearing that if she made a mistake, it would lead to her mother's resurrection failing. Chapter 213. Ro Qing on the other side, in the carriage where Shen Cangqiong and Tang Yuehua were. Are you going to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother now? Tang Yuehua asked with a hint of envy. In fact, she also wanted the opportunity to resurrect her own mother. But she knew that given the transactional nature of her relationship with Shen Cangqiong, it was already generous of him to provide her with divine herbs. And she felt embarrassed to ask for more. Of course. Shen Cangqiong nodded, then began to recite all of Xiao Wu's mother's information in his mind in the correct manner. As he finished the last word in his mind, a 9-colored beam of light that could be seen anywhere on the Douluo continent descended from the sky, shining directly on the carriage where Shen Cangqiong was. In the next moment, within the 9-colored beam inside the carriage, a vigilant yet somewhat confused voice suddenly emerged. Who are you? Where's this place? How'd I end up here? Wasn't I already dead? At this moment, Xiao Wu's mother's memory was stuck at the moment of her demise, completely unaware of what had happened. Yuehua, take out a few of your clothes for her. Seeing the colorful light dissipate, and Xiao Wu's mother standing there in front of him, and Tang Yuehua, Shen Cangqiong broke into a slight sweat and quickly turned to Tang Yuehua. Okay, Tang Zihu Zetbonde. Here. She handed over a set of clothes that she had never worn before to Xiao Wu's mother. It might not fit perfectly, but make do with it for now. Thank you. Feeling the goodwill from Tang Yuehua, Xiao Wu's mother's vigilance relaxed a bit. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the clothes and put them on. By the way, let me explain what is happening now. At this point, Tang Yuehua glanced at Shen Cangqiong, who had his back turned to them, and intended to help explain things to him. Okay, Xiao Wu's mother, wanting to know the current situation, naturally would not refuse. She also did not mention the embarrassing moment earlier when Shen Cangqiong had seen her. After all, although she was a 10,000-year-old transformed spirit beast, and her thoughts were somewhat different from humans, she still felt that the earlier incident was too awkward to bring up. My name is Tang Yuehua. This is Shen Cangqiong. He is the one who resurrected you. Seeing that Xiao Wu's mother agreed to her suggestion, Tang Yuehua began to explain everything that had happened from the moment the comparison video appeared to now. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Xiao Wu, Shen Cangqiong. Was that 9-colored light beam just now the commotion caused by resurrecting my mother? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Yes. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Xiao Wu. Then what about my mom? Why haven't I seen her? Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. She is with me. Variant 1 Douluo World Lamba Inner Court Xiao Wu. Mom, can you see Xiao Wu's bullet comments? In the one variant Douluo World, the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit, Ro Qing said, I can see. Xiao Wu, I'm relieved as long as you're okay. Just now, Tang Yuehua had already talked to her about Xiao Wu, and Ro Qing felt a chill down her spine as she listened. All she could say was that it was fortunate Xiao Wu encountered Shen Cangqiong, and it was also fortunate that the comparison video appeared. Otherwise, her Xiao Wu would ultimately be heading towards tragedy. Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Xiao Wu. Great. Mama, I can finally see you again. I miss you so much. Woo-woo. Seeing that it really is my mama, Xiao Wu couldn't help but cry. Variant 2 Original Douluo World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Sec Xiao Wu. Mama, I'm here too. I miss you as well. Although this mama is from another world, Variant 2 Xiao Wu still couldn't help but want to call her mama. Variant 1 of the Douluo World 10,000 Years Soft-Bone Rabbit, Ro Qing sigh. You're also a good daughter of your mother. If there's a chance in the future, mother will definitely come and pick you up. Seeing another world Xiao Wu calling for her, Ro Qing sighed, feeling very upset. She knew that the Xiao Wu in the other world was having a much harder time than the Xiao Wu in her own world, and could encounter danger at any moment, because there was no Shen Cangqiong to protect her in that second world. Second Original Douluo World, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Xiao Wu in. Mother, Xiao Wu is waiting for you. In Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Court, Xiao Wu. Shen Cangqiong, where are you now? Over here, Xiao Wu from Variant 1 is not jealous of her other self from another world, but rather anxiously asking Shen Cangqiong. She is now eager to go find her mother. Variant 1 Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, on the way to Hanhai City. You stay honestly at Blue Tyrant Academy. Don't let your mother come back to life with great difficulty and end up getting yourself killed instead. In the Douluo World of the first variant, the 100,000 year soft-bone rabbit, Ro Qing said, Shen Cangqiong is right. Xiao Wu, listen, don't be naughty. Otherwise, Mama will get angry. Ro Qing naturally understood how much humans valued 100,000 year spirit rings and 100,000 year spirit bones. Even though there are now comparison videos and comparison video scores, 100, 000. Year spirit rings and spirit bones are no longer the priceless treasures they once were, but who would ever complain about having too many treasures of their own? In the Douluo World of the first variant, Xiao Wu in the Blue Tyrant Academy said, "All right, Xiao Wu knows that if she leaves the Blue Tyrant Academy alone, she will definitely encounter danger. So, she didn't act recklessly." Variant 1 of the Douluo World, 10,000 years soft-bone rabbit, Ro Qingxuang. That's more like it. Ro Qingxuang let out a sigh of relief in her heart. She was worried that because she had fallen for a few years, the lack of necessary guidance for Xiao Wu would lead her to follow Tang San and go astray, not listening to her anymore. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, 10,000 years soft-bone rabbit, Ro Qingxuang. By the way, Dean Erlong, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. If it weren't for your generosity, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to be resurrected. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Dean Lu Erlong of Lamba Academy. No need to thank me. I also like this child, Xiao Wu. That's why I gave her the chance to be revived. Moreover, I understand very well what it feels like to lose one's mother. Variant 1 of Douluo World, the soft-bone rabbit of 10,000 years, Ro Qingxuang. No matter what, you can do without this gratitude. However, I cannot show no sign of appreciation at all. Ro Qingxuang said. Chapter 214. I will keep an eye on Tang San. After a moment, young Master Shen, in fact, I should be the one to thank you the most. Without you, everything would just be empty talk. After finishing the conversation with Lu Erlong in the barrage area and comforting the daughters of the two worlds, Ro Qingxuang finally turned to Shen Cangqiong and bowed deeply. At this moment, all her previous vigilance had completely disappeared, leaving only genuine gratitude. Even without me, Xiao Wu can still use the revival pill to bring you back to life in the future. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. That's different. The effect of the revival pill is more like a divine medicine for healing injuries, but the conditions for using it to revive a living being are too harsh. Ro Qingxuang shook her head. She already knew the effects of the revival pill. It can only be said that if it weren't for Shen Cangqiong's help, relying solely on Xiao Wu, no matter how hard she tried, it would be nearly impossible to meet the conditions to revive her. In fact, if it weren't for your relationship with Xiao Wu, I would have let Xiao Wu recognize Dean Erlong as her godmother this time. Seeing Shen Cangqiong just smiling and not speaking, Ro Qingxuang continued. I haven't had anything with Xiao Wu yet. That said, Shen Cangqiong thought in his heart, isn't that more exciting? I know, but it's hard to say in the future. After learning from Tang Yuehua that her precious daughter would have a baby with Shen Cangqiong in the future, Ro Qingxuang naturally wanted to cut off some inappropriate relationships in advance. Well, what you said makes sense. Since Xiao Wu's mother has already said so, Shen Cangqiong naturally couldn't deny anything. Moreover, he originally had feelings for Xiao Wu. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would have long turned into the 4-piece set of the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit spirit ring, the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit spirit bone, the spicy rabbit head, and the roasted whole rabbit. By the way, Qingxuang, what is your current strength? At this time, Tang Yuehua, who was beside them, suddenly asked when she saw Shen Cangqiong and Ro Qingxuang finish their conversation. If corresponding to the Soul Master profession, I should now be around level 93 in soul power. This comparison video is really amazing. My current state is exactly the same as it was before my fall. Even the spirit rings and spirit bones are still there. Ro Qingxuang had already checked these situations several times when she was just revived. It seems I need to congratulate Lamba Academy. They will have another title Douluo powerhouse. Tang Yuehua chuckled dryly, her expression a bit unnatural, and her words were somewhat insincere. The reason she asked such things was not out of gossip, but because she wanted to know if Ro Qingxuang would pose any threat to Tang San. However, from the current situation, it seemed that if she didn't do something. When Ro Qingxuang used the playback function of the comparison video to see what Tang San had done to Xiao Wu, Tang San's outcome wouldn't be too good. Qingxuang, can I ask you for a favor? After hesitating for several seconds, Tang Yuehua decided to be upfront. What is it? Ro Qingxuang frowned subtly. She felt that Tang Yuehua might be overstepping. They had only known each other for about an hour. In such a short time, they couldn't even be considered ordinary friends. So how could Tang Yuehua have the nerve to ask her for a favor? Could you not cause trouble for Tang San? Ro Qingxuang's expression was noted by Tang Yuehua, who couldn't help but smile wryly in her heart. She never expected that as a person well-versed in etiquette, she would one day utter such unreasonable words. But for Tang Hao's sake, she had to say it. Who is Tang San? Ro Qingxuang recalled carefully and found that she didn't know this so-called Tang San at all. Tang San is Xiao Wu's recognized brother. Tang Yuehua didn't directly mention what Tang San had done. She knew very well that first impressions between people are crucial. Therefore, she wanted to use Tang San being Xiao Wu's brother as a breakthrough, to ensure that Ro Qingxuang's first impression of Tang San was positive. Xiao Wu's recognized brother? If that's the case, then you shouldn't ask me not to cause trouble for Tang San. You should be more worried about others causing trouble for Tang San instead. Saying this, Ro Qingxuang secretly pointed at Shen Cangqiong. It's not like that. Sigh. Knowing that Ro Qingxuang misunderstood, Tang Yuehua sighed and then told Ro Qingxuang everything that was shown in the comparison video. How outrageous. What does Tang San mean by this? Isn't Xiao Wu his recognized sister? Didn't Tang San say that if anyone dared to hurt Xiao Wu, they would have to step over his corpse first? And yet, here he is, living well and gaining great fame in the outside world, while my daughter Xiao Wu has become Tang San's spirit ring and spirit bone. Tang San really is good at scheming. He keeps saying that others have to step over his corpse to hurt Xiao Wu, but in reality, it's Tang San stepping over Xiao Wu's corpse to achieve the sea god position. As Tang Yuehua recounted, Ro Qingxuang's expression changed from indifference to a dark shade, then from dark to pitch black, and finally, her face turned extremely ugly, sneering coldly. It's all Tang San's fault. But Tang San has already received the most painful lesson. To let Ro Qingxuang vent her anger and to make her feel sorry for Tang San. Tang Yuehua also revealed the secrets regarding Tang San. He deserves it. Ro Qingxuang said angrily. I only ask that you can forgive Tang San for everything he has done so far. I can guarantee you that Tang San will definitely not do any more evil deeds in the future. Whether he will do evil deeds in the future is none of my business. However, since young Master Shen and Xiao Wu have already let it go, then I can also let the past be the past. Remember, keep Tang San away from my daughter in the future. Otherwise, I want to mind making it difficult for Tang San. As a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, her methods and ruthlessness will definitely not be lacking. When Ro Qingxuang says she won't mind making it difficult for Tang San, she really means it. Not to mention Ro Qingxuang, even the gentle blue-silver emperor, once angered, can strike fear into anyone. Thank you. I will keep an eye on Tang San. Seeing that Ro Qingxuang finally relented, Tang Yuehua expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She was afraid that Ro Qingxuang would never forgive Tang San. If that were the case, even if she obtained the complete recovery pill in the future and healed Tang San, with Ro Qingxuang's extreme dislike for Tang San, he could be crippled again at any time. Chapter 215. Meeting Zhejian Pearl again. The intent of Sea God Island. Young Master Shen, what are we planning to do now? Ro Qingxuang asked, ignoring Tang Yuehua's thanks and promises, and turned to Shen Cangqiong beside her. To help Yuehua hunt for a soul ring, Shen Cangqiong replied, retracting his gaze from Tang Yuehua. Hunt for a soul ring? Isn't it possible to exchange soul rings using comparison video points now? Why do we still need to hunt for soul rings? Ro Qingxuang wasn't blaming or questioning Shen Cangqiong. She was once part of the soul beasts and was one of the victims of humans hunting for soul rings. Naturally, she had some resistance to the matter of humans hunting for soul rings. Sea soul beasts don't count as soul beasts. Their master is the sea god. It doesn't matter if they're all wiped out. Shen Cangqiong reiterated the reasons he had shared with Lu Erlong and Tang Yuehua. Oh, I see. Does young Master Shen also have issues with those deities? Upon hearing this, Ro Qingxuang's resistance diminished significantly, and she became even more curious about Shen Cangqiong. The transfer of the divine position by the sea god to Tang San is the greatest sin. Just for this reason, the divine realm should be thoroughly cleansed. Shen Cangqiong spoke openly, having previously expressed these thoughts. Is it just for this reason? Ro Qingxuang was somewhat taken aback. She initially thought Shen Cangqiong disapproved of the arrogance and hypocrisy of the divine realm and their prevention of unparalleled talents from the lower realm becoming gods through their own efforts. Yes, just for this reason. In the original world, Tang San's actions made Shen Cangqiong furious. Now that he has come to Douluo continent, if he doesn't vent all the resentment in his heart, his thoughts will become obstructed. I will supervise Tang San in the future and make him change. I won't expect him to be a good person, but at least he shouldn't be a villain, and he must not act like he did in the comparison video, attacking others without reason. Before Ro Qingxuang could say anything further, Tang Yuehua interjected. I was just about to say that. You should not have too much hope for Tang San. He is too selfish, only thinking of himself. Don't think that you are just his aunt whom he has barely met a few times. Even if you were Tang San's biological parents, if you obstructed his interests, he would still unceremoniously label you as having a death wish. Shen Cangqiong felt that Tang Yuehua's desire for Tang San to make changes that go against his interests was completely wishful thinking. Things are determined by human effort. Tang San has become this way because he lacked parental guidance since childhood. But fortunately, he is still young. As long as I educate him well in the future, I believe I can lead him back to the right path. While saying this, Tang Yuehua automatically ignored the fact that Tang San's mind was that of a man in his 30s. Do as you wish. Seeing that he couldn't change Tang Yuehua's thoughts, Shen Cangqiong shrugged and said no more. After all, he was most aware of Tang San's character as a former anti-fan in the original world. He could only say that as long as Tang Yuehua kept managing Tang San, he would eventually be pushed to the edge by Tang San's intolerable behavior. By the time Tang Yuehua truly realized that Tang San was not worth her help and efforts, and chose to leave in anger, it would be quite a spectacle. After all, seeing Tang San become estranged from everyone was something Shen Cangqiong was very eager to witness. In the following time, the three in the carriage did not continue discussing Tang San and the divine realm, but instead engaged in casual conversation. Soon, under the coachman's rapid pace, they finally arrived to Hanhai City by noon the next day. Shen Cangqiong, at the city gate of Hanhai City, just as the three got off the carriage, a somewhat familiar voice reached Shen Cangqiong's ears. Zijin Pearl, what are you doing here? Shen Cangqiong was somewhat surprised. I saw you on the way to Hanhai City in the barrage area, so I intentionally waited for you here. Zijin Pearl smiled as she approached Shen Cangqiong. I see. By the way, where's Heijin Pearl? Last time you took her away without even saying goodbye and left Blue Tyrant Academy. If I hadn't seen the note you left, I would have thought you and Heijin Pearl were captured by someone. Shen Cangqiong nodded and then asked. Heijin Pearl is accompanying a guest, Zijin Pearl said, her smile growing even more pronounced. A guest? Who is it? Shen Cangqiong was quite curious. Previously, he had spent so much time with Heijin Pearl and Zijin Pearl and had never heard that they knew any friends. Guess who? I can give you a hint. This guest is here to find you. Zijin Pearl said mysteriously, not directly revealing the answer. Could it be someone from Sea God Island? Shen Cangqiong guessed. How did you know? Seeing Shen Cangqiong guess correctly, Zijin Pearl was taken aback and somewhat frustrated. Which force could appear in Hanhai City and have the qualifications to come directly to talk to me, if not Sea God Island? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. Even if you guess that it's someone from Sea God Island, so what? You definitely can't guess who the person is and what they are here for. Zijin Pearl said somewhat defiantly. Anyway, if the people from Sea God Island are not here to cause me trouble, they are here to reconcile with me. But since they are regarded as guests by you and Heijin Pearl, I think they should be here to reconcile. As for who the person is, I really can't guess. Shen Cangqiong acknowledged that he wasn't omniscient and couldn't predict everything. Forget it. I'll just tell you directly. Since you've already guessed most of it, I'm not interested in dragging it out any longer. This time, the person from Sea God Island is Sea Woman Douluo, the Sea Witch, and the soul spirit Great White Shark Xiao Wu. They said, this time, they came to talk to you according to the orders of Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island. At the same time, to show the sincerity of Sea God Island, they will let the magic soul Great White Shark, Little White, stay by your side. Even, if necessary, the Sea Woman Douluo and the Sea, which can also stay. After a pause, Purple Pearl continued speaking. Chapter 216. Meeting even the Sea Woman Douluo can stay? It seems that Sea God Island is really putting in a lot of effort this time. Shen Cangqiong said in surprise. Yes, but to be honest, I didn't expect that the Sea God Island, which has always been aloof, would do something so shameless in the face of absolute power. Before meeting Shen Cangqiong, Purple Pearl was just an unknown small figure, completely unaware of the various tactics among major powers, and naturally had many criticisms about Sea God Island's way of dealing with people. This is very normal. If a power spokesperson cannot adapt to the wind, then that power could be destroyed at any time. If it weren't about Tang Yuehua's IQ returned to a high level, becoming the Tang Xian master who mingled among the Tiando royal family and major families, able to maneuver with ease. So hypocritical. Aren't you tired? Hearing Tang Yuehua's explanation, Purple Pearl pouted, quite unconvinced. She suddenly felt that those from major powers, who appeared to be glorious on the surface, were actually living less freely than she did. At least, as long as she didn't act foolishly and didn't do anything obviously beyond her capabilities. She could do whatever she wanted without having to consider this and that. This is not hypocrisy. This is the unspoken way of dealing with affairs among major powers. If you weren't someone beside Shen Cangqiong, I wouldn't even talk to you about these things, let alone teach you. Tang Yuehua was left speechless by Purple Pearl's remark of hypocrisy, But in order to maintain a good relationship with those around Shen Cangqiong, she had to patiently explain. Forget it. I'm not interested in learning these things. Shen Cangqiong once said, in the face of absolute military power, any conspiracy is a paper tiger. Rather than wasting time learning such things, I might as well use that time to cultivate. Purple Pearl still preferred to be straightforward. All right. Tang Yuehua originally thought that Purple Pearl was somewhat of a spokesperson for small power and should be interested in this kind of knowledge. It turned out she was obviously overthinking. Here it is. Come in. This inn has been rented out by us. While speaking, Purple Pearl led Shen Cangqiong and the other two to a very elegantly decorated inn, then, after some winding, guided them to the largest private room inside the inn. Shen Cangqiong, you all sit first. I'll go ask the owner to serve the dishes and call Black Pearl and the Sea Witch from Sea God Island and Little White over. After arranging for Shen Cangqiong and the others to sit down, Purple Pearl said, Okay, you go ahead. Shen Cangqiong nodded. How do you plan to deal with Sea God Island? Looking at Purple Pearl leaving the private room, Tang Yuehua asked curiously. As long as the people from Sea God Island no longer mix with the Sea God, then I won't have any major grievances with Sea God Island. Shen Cangqiong took a sip of tea and said, In a comparison video, you completely subdued Sea God Island. This time, don't you plan to subdue Sea God Island? Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Cangqiong with a strange expression. Why do I feel like you seem to have hostility towards Sea God Island? Shen Cangqiong looked at Tang Yuehua with a similarly strange expression. You're overthinking it. I have never had any interaction with Sea God Island. How could I have hostility towards them? Tang Yuehua weakly explained, avoiding Shen Cangqiong's gaze. If you say there is none, then there is none. Shen Cangqiong wasn't the type to pursue questions relentlessly. Everyone has their own secrets, and since Tang Yuehua didn't want to talk, he wouldn't press the issue. After all, as long as Tang Yuehua didn't betray him, she was free to do anything else. Actually, it's nothing. I'm just somewhat dissatisfied with Poseidon. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong had closed his eyes after finishing speaking, Tang Yuehua, who didn't know Shen Cangqiong well enough, thought he was angry, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to be honest. Dissatisfied with Poseidon? By rights, she is your grandfather Tang Chen's romantic interest, and could be considered your elder. Shen Cangqiong couldn't understand what Tang Yuehua was getting at. Precisely because Poseidon is my grandfather Tang Chen's romantic interest, I am somewhat dissatisfied with her. Whether it's the women of our Tang family or those who married into our Tang family, they are basically all tragedies. Why should she, an outsider like Poseidon, be able to receive my grandfather's love and earn the respect of my Tang family? As she reached the end, Tang Yuehua suddenly stopped, thinking to herself, what is wrong with me? Why do I feel like I've become someone without any schemes in front of Shen Cangqiong? So that is how it is. Although Tang Yuehua didn't finish her sentence, Shen Cangqiong understood what she was thinking. But this couldn't be blamed on Tang Yuehua. In fact, if one thinks carefully, it can be found that the entire Tang family really is, as Tang Yuehua said. All the women of the Tang family are tragedies. Whether it's Tang Chun's wife, or the mother of Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua, or even the wife of a core member of the Haotian sect like Yin, none have lived long, all perishing early. This point even applies to the women among the direct descendants of the Tang family. And if such things only happen once or twice, it could be explained. But if they happen continuously without exception, who would believe that there's no conspiracy involved? Shen Cangqiong, long time no see. Just as Shen Cangqiong was pondering, a somewhat delighted voice from Black Pearl reached his ears. Yes, you seem to have gained a little weight. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong withdrew his thoughts, throwing aside the terrible speculation in his mind, and joked with Black Pearl. Hateful. Black Pearl glared at Shen Cangqiong, then sat down beside him. Young Master Shen, I am the Sea Witch of Sea God Island. She is the magic soul, great white shark, little white. I believe our intentions have already been conveyed to you by Purple Pearl, right? At this time, a black-clothed woman of indeterminate age, standing at the door of the private room, spoke. The Purple Pearl has indeed informed me of your intentions. Shen Cangqiong nodded. Then what do you think, young Master Shen? The Sea Maiden Douluo asked. I originally had no grievances with your Sea God Island. Shen Cangqiong repeated what he had just said to Tang Yuehua. Chapter 217. Xiao Bai and the Sea Maiden Douluo's decision. What? From your expression, it seems you don't believe what I'm saying? Seeing that his words had fallen, the Sea Maiden Douluo didn't speak, but looked at herself in surprise, prompting Shen Cangqiong to glare at her in annoyance. No, I just didn't expect things to go so smoothly this time. The Sea Maiden Douluo quickly shook her head. In fact, it really was the case. Originally, she thought this would be a difficult negotiation. and that she and Xiao Bai would have to pay some price to truly resolve the conflict between both sides. However, the topic almost ended as soon as it began. I noticed a problem. Many people think I'm hard to talk to. Many from the Tiando side think so, and so do people from your Sea God Island. Actually, I've said many times in the bullet screen area that I'm a very kind person, just like this time with your Sea God Island. As long as you sever ties with the Sea God and that guy Tang San, I won't do anything to your Sea God Island. That being said, Shen Cangqiong also understood this. After all, on the entire Douluo continent, anyone who has become a title Douluo or stronger usually displays a strong, pretentious attitude in ordinary times. In our first meeting, we cannot be too rude from the Sea God Island side. As for the Sea God and Tang San, don't worry. Since the High Priest personally eliminated the Sea God's shadow in the character comparison, there's no turning back for us. And as for Tang San, that extremely double-standard white-eyed wolf, we absolutely cannot support him, nor do we have the ability to do so. The Sea Maiden Douluo certainly had seen Shen Cangqiong say in the bullet screen area that he was a very kind person. However, since she had never interacted with Shen Cangqiong in reality, she naturally didn't dare to take his words seriously. Isn't this settled, then? Since your Sea God Island has made the right choice, doesn't that mean, as I said at the beginning, that there really are no grievances between us? Shen Cangqiong said, Yes. Young Master Shen, you are right. After Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, the Sea Maiden Douluo kept nodding. But inwardly, she was constantly grumbling. It sounds nice, but if our Sea God Island had not severed ties with the Sea God and Tang San, your expression would have long been as dark as a pot bottom. By the way, Xiao Bai, has Poseidon helped you catch that evil tiger whale king? Shen Cangqiong, unaware of the Sea Maiden Douluo's inner thoughts, turned his attention to the magic soul white shark, Xiao Bai. No. Hearing this, Xiao Bai glanced at the stunned Sea Maiden Douluo beside her and shook her head. I see. Shen Cangqiong fell silent for a moment and then continued, Come, sit down first and prepare to eat. After we finish eating, we will go out to sea together, and I will help you catch the evil tiger whale king. By the way, Yuehua's first soul ring can just happen to be used with the evil tiger whale king. This is definitely a 2-for-1 deal, and Shen Cangqiong wouldn't miss it. Really? Xiao Bai didn't care about Shen Cangqiong saying he would give the evil tiger whale king's soul ring to Tang Yuehua. What she cared about was whether Shen Cangqiong was serious or joking. Of course it's true. Shen Cangqiong's sincere gaze collided with Xiao Bai's excited yet slightly anxious eyes. Thank you. As long as you really help me catch the evil tiger whale king, Xiao Bai, will be your fish. In the future, if you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. Xiao Bai saw in Shen Cangqiong's sincere eyes that he was not joking and immediately made a guarantee. You said it yourself. I'll remember that. Don't go back on your word later. Since Xiao Bai was so agreeable, if Shen Cangqiong pretended to decline again, it would seem too hypocritical. I will never go back on my word. Still, the reason she was willing to listen to Poseidon's people's advice to find Shen Cangqiong was mainly that she wanted to see if she could get Shen Cangqiong to help her eliminate the evil tiger whale clan. For this, as the leader of the Magic Soul White Shark clan, and also as an older sister, she was already prepared to pay any price. Is it dangerous to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring for the first soul ring? Meanwhile, unlike Xiao Bai, the Sea Maiden Douluo's first thought was about safety. With me here, there won't be any danger. With Shen Cangqiong's current strength, suppressing the energy that erupts from absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring is not difficult at all. All right, it seems I was overthinking it. The Sea Maiden Douluo initially raised the question of whether it would be dangerous to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring just to leave a good impression on Shen Cangqiong. And now that her purpose was achieved, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. Otherwise, it would not be a kind reminder, but rather questioning Shen Cangqiong. By the way, what are your plans for the future? Are you planning to go back? Or are you planning to stay at the Blue Tyrant Academy? While speaking, various delicious dishes were served on the table. Shen Cangqiong took a bite of the vegetables and continued to ask the Sea Maiden Douluo. It depends on what you think. If you want me to stay at the Blue Tyrant Academy, then I will go back with you to the Blue Tyrant Academy. If you don't mean that, then I will go back. The Sea Maiden Douluo had already thought about whether to return when she came. If that's the case, then you should come back with me to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Since you came to me, Shen Cangqiong had no reason to push her away. Even if he couldn't do anything in the short term, having her around to look at was not a bad thing. You decide. The sea girl Douluo nodded obediently. This scene left Z Pearl, who had just sat down, speechless, while secretly giving a thumbs up to Shen Cangqiong, who could suppress all dissent without needing to lift a finger. In the following period, after quickly and simply finishing the formalities, the two sides, who were considered their own people, began to chat casually while eating. During this time, Shen Cangqiong used various humorous remarks to make the sea girl Douluo and Xiao Bai, a person and a fish, giggle continuously, quickly bringing the two sides closer together. Soon, the meal gradually came to an end amidst the laughter and noise of everyone in the private room. Chapter 218 Shen Cangqiong and Black Pearl 3 hours later. Shen Cangqiong. This is my daughter by Xiao. At this moment, after finishing the meal, Shen Cangqiong and his group arrived at the command ship of Z Pearl's fleet. Xiao Bai called out her daughter from the sea and introduced her to Shen Cangqiong. Frozen fish? After Xiao Bai's introduction, Shen Cangqiong looked at Bai Xiao, who was also curiously looking at him, and instinctively called out the nickname he used for Bai Xiao in his previous world. What frozen fish? Xiao Bai was somewhat confused by Shen Cangqiong's meaning. Oh, it's nothing. Shen Cangqiong smiled awkwardly, glanced at the countless soul sharks circling around Z Pearl's fleet, and changed the topic. Are you planning to bring all your clansmen along? Yes. Our soul sharks and evil orcas have a long-standing feud. Now that there's an opportunity to eliminate the evil orcas, of course, we must call all our clansmen. The enmity between the two clans has existed for a long time and is no longer just a family feud. Xiao Bai naturally wouldn't just care about her own satisfaction and leave the other clansmen behind. So when we find the evil orcas, do you want your clansmen to deal with the ordinary fish of the evil orcas directly, or should I help you first subdue those evil orcas? And then you can go in for the kill, helping others to the end, since Xiao Bai will be his fish in the future. Shen Cangqiong certainly wants to take this opportunity to increase Xiao Bai's favorability. Otherwise, if the relationship isn't strong enough and Xiao Bai really just lies there like a dead fish, it would be boring. Moreover, Shen Cangqiong had an unspeakable thought in his heart. And to achieve this thought, if the emotional foundation wasn't solid, Xiao Bai would definitely not agree. If it's convenient, it would be better for you to take action first to subdue those evil orcas. Initially, Xiao Bai wanted her clansmen to take action themselves. But after considering the possible losses, she hesitated and chose to let Shen Cangqiong act first. After all, if there was a way to eliminate the evil orcas without any losses, choosing a method that would cause heavy losses to the soul sharks would definitely be a major dereliction of duty for her as the leader of the soul shark clan. What's inconvenient about that? All right, leave this matter to me. At that time, your ordinary clansmen can just charge in mindlessly. It's just about subduing some ordinary soul beasts that haven't even reached 100,000 years. For Shen Cangqiong, it's just a matter of raising a hand. Thank you. Hearing Shen Cangqiong say this, Xiao Bai once again expressed her gratitude, and at the same time, she felt once more that following Shen Cangqiong was countless times better than following the sea god. We're all our own people. There's no need to keep saying thank you. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand and suddenly seemed to think of something, looking at Bai Xiao and asking, "How old are you?" "I just transformed not long ago. Counting it all, I've only been around for a few months. So, I can say I'm not even 1 year old. Or I can say I'm tens of thousands of years old." Bai Xiao didn't understand why Shen Cangqiong was asking this question, but out of gratitude, she didn't hide it. Since you chose to transform, then the age should be calculated according to your age after transformation in the video. Let's do this. When we return to the Blue Tyrant Academy, you can join the Blue Tyrant Academy battle team and participate in this continental elite competition for high-level Soul Master Academies. Although Shen Cangqiong was somewhat puzzled as to why Bai Xiao didn't transform like Xiao Wu, starting from a child and growing up, he didn't ask too much. As long as Bai Xiao could join the Blue Tyrant battle team. No problem. I'll speak for Xiao. Xiao Bai interjected. Choosing to join the Blue Tyrant battle team only brings benefits to Bai Xiao with no downsides at all. In fact, this is yet another benefit that Shen Cangqiong is giving to their Soul Shark clan, and Xiao Bai certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away from her daughter. My mom decides. Seeing this, Bai Xiao rolled her eyes at her mom and then turned to look at Shen Cangqiong and nodded. She had no objection to joining the Blue Tyrant Academy battle team. She was just a bit frustrated that her mom always treated her like an ignorant little child. Let's go to the cabin first. We can also choose our own rooms. At this moment, after finishing her conversation with her subordinates, Z Pearl walked over with an elegant catwalk. That's fine. Lead the way. Shen Cangqiong glanced at the sky and followed behind Z Pearl with everyone. The ship wasn't too big or too small. After about 3 minutes of walking and talking, Z Pearl led Shen Cangqiong and his group to the entrance of several rooms on the top floor. This is my room. The room next door is Black Pearl's. Aside from these 2 rooms, you can choose any other rooms on this floor. Z Pearl pointed and said, "You can choose first. The remaining rooms belong to me." Seeing Z Pearl finish speaking, Xiao Bai and the others looked at Shen Cangqiong who gestured for them to choose first. Of course, this wasn't out of modesty. In fact, Shen Cangqiong planned to have a good talk about life with Z Pearl tonight and had no intention of returning to his own room. Why do I feel like when you looked at Z Pearl's room just now, your eyes had some ulterior motives? As Z Pearl opened the doors one by one, Black Pearl, who had been mostly quiet, suddenly said with a smirk, "Hee, you know." Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong blinked and made a face that he would only show in front of true allies. "TCH, I don't understand." Saying this, Black Pearl opened her own door and, before she could react further, was pushed inside by Shen Cangqiong. Soon, beautiful singing voices that made Xiao Bai and the others' expressions quite unnatural echoed in the not-so-soundproof room. "Night, it's so late. What are you doing here?" Shen Cangqiong came up behind Z Pearl, took out a cloak from his storage soul guide, and draped it over her shoulders. Looking at the sea view, Zijin Zhu did not turn back, only tightening the cloak around her. "You've been watching for over 10 years. Aren't you tired of it?" Shen Cangqiong took a step forward and stood next to Zijin Zhu. "Aren't you all lovey-dovey with Heijin Zhu? Why are you out here?" Zijin Zhu spoke in a calm tone. "Hee, you wouldn't be feeling down because of that, would you? That's why you came out to enjoy the sea view, right?" Shen Cangqiong detected the jealousy in Zijin Zhu's words and immediately chuckled. Chapter 219. Shen Cangqiong and Zijin Zhu, you're overthinking it. Having had her thoughts exposed by Shen Cangqiong, Zijin Zhu's face flushed, but being strong-willed and somewhat quirky, she was naturally unwilling to admit it. "Really?" Shen Cangqiong walked up to Zijin Zhu, a smirk on his face, laughing. "Where did you learn that smile? It's truly hard to look at." Zijin Zhu looked at Shen Cangqiong, whose mouth almost curled to his ear, and retorted, "Not hard to look at. Isn't this a standard Dragon King smile? I practiced for a long time to master it. I almost dislocated my jaw for this." Shen Cangqiong said playfully, "Hee, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm going back to my room to sleep. You should continue to look for your Heijin Zhu." Humph. After Shen Cangqiong's teasing, Zijin Zhu's gloomy mood improved significantly. Without caring about Shen Cangqiong, she threw the cloak back at him and turned to leave. "Only now do you want to leave? Don't you think it's a bit late?" After saying this, Shen Cangqiong took a quick step forward and, amidst Zijin Zhu's surprised exclamation, swiftly completed the assembly work. In Xiao Bai's room, it seemed to have started again. Moreover, this time it seemed to be a different person. The sea maiden Douluo was originally discussing matters in Xiao Bai's room, but before she could recover from Heijin Zhu's beautiful singing, a new song came from outside that made her blush and her heart race, preventing her from calming down. From the sound, it should be Zijin Zhu this time. Next to her, Xiao Bai, though also blushing, was clearly better off than the inexperienced sea maiden Douluo. When others encounter such things, they cover their ears. But you're listening carefully. The sea maiden Douluo said speechlessly. "Ahem, I was just curious and wanted to know who it was this time." Xiao Bai explained quickly after being called out by the sea maiden Douluo. "Speaking of which, if one day, Shen Cangqiong made such a request of you, would you agree or not?" Ignoring Xiao Bai's explanation, the sea maiden Douluo hesitated for a moment, her expression becoming serious as she asked, "Do I have a choice? Besides, I've already said, as long as young Master Shen helps my magic soul Great White Shark clan eliminate the evil spirit killer whale clan, I will be his fish in the future. Even if I really give it to him, I won't regret it. As for you, if he made such a request of you, would you agree or disagree?" Xiao Bai first stated her thoughts calmly, then counter-questioned the sea maiden Douluo. "I don't know what will happen in the future, but I know that if Shen Cangqiong wanted to make such a request of me right now, I wouldn't agree. To be honest with you, I don't have a strong sense of belonging to the original Sea God Island. I can't give everything for Sea God Island," the sea maiden Douluo said. "I know that. For people like you, the title Doa level on the original Sea God Island, I can't say it's all of them, but at least 99 of them gathered around the Sea God only for their own interests." Xiao Bai, who had lived longer than anyone on the original Sea God Island, could say that she had seen every generation of the Sea God and 7 sacred pillars grow up. In this context, how could the nature of each generation of Sea God and 7 sacred pillars be hidden from her? In fact, before the comparison video came out, the magic soul Great White Shark King, who had not been valued by the Sea God, was the one most loyal to the Sea God. Unfortunately, her loyalty only earned her the Sea God's neglect. What I really can't understand is why the last test of the Sea Goddess trial requires the fall of the High Priest as the key. You must know that as a peerless Doa, she is the pinnacle of existence on the Douluo continent. And how could such a person willingly give everything for someone else? Not to mention others. Take me, for example. If I knew that everything I gained was just to be a key for someone else to open the trial, Then during my time as the high priest, it would be absolutely impossible for anyone to obtain the sea goddess trial on Sea God Island. Even if someone did, I would make them disappear without a trace. Since learning the truth about the position of high priest, the sea maiden Douluo once thought that the sea god was out of his mind. Perhaps the sea god was too confident. After all, being able to condense his own divine position, he might think that everything in the world should revolve around him. Xiao Bai, who had spent some time with the sea god, was very clear on how confident, or rather arrogant, the sea god had been back then. It was truly an inexplicable confidence. He didn't think about it. If he were in the position of high priest, would he be willing to be just a key? In such a position, where he could potentially make a wedding dress for someone else, how could he possibly feel any loyalty to the person who caused all this? It's no wonder that the high priest in the comparison video ultimately chose to strike at the sea god's shadow. The sea maiden Douluo continued to complain. If you really want to know the reason, you can ask the sea god in the barrage area. Xiao Bai suggested, looking at the sea maiden Douluo's bewildered expression. Good idea. Let's do it. The sea maiden Douluo immediately focused her mind on the bustling barrage area. Variant 1 Douluo World, Sea Woman Douluo, Sea Witch, Sea God. Are you there? I have something to ask you. Variant 1 in the Douluo World, Anonymous. Wow. This tone is really rude. It's just like a father commanding his son. Variant 2 in the original Douluo World, Anonymous. The Sea Spirit Douluo is a woman. Variant 1, unknown in Douluo World. Oh, then let's change it to a mother commanding her son. Variant 2, original Douluo World, unknown. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea Dragon Douluo. Sea Dragon, Sea Witch. What do you want to do? Variant 1, Douluo World, Sea Woman Douluo, Sea Witch. I'm not doing anything. I just have a question for the Sea God. Sea God, are you there? Say something. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Shrek Academy. Speaking of which, I have never seen a god from the divine realm speak anything in the bullet comments. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Sea Girl Douluo, Sea Witch. Is it possible that this go now is not present? Chapter 220, Equal Treatment early the next morning. Shen Cangqiong followed Jinju into the exclusive dining room shared by her and Haizhenzu. Upon entering, he noticed that the other women, except for Haizhen, were all looking at him with strange expressions, which made him puzzled. What is wrong with you all? Why are you looking at me with such resentment? Haizhenzu, who knew Shen Cangqiong the best, was the only one brave enough to speak the truth. Last night, you and Jinju made too much noise. No one could sleep. That is not right. If Tang Yuehua was disturbed and couldn't he sleep, I believe it. But you all work together to keep the sea god speechless, right? I estimate that if the sea god had a weaker mentality, you might be able to pay him a visit today. Last night, the barrage area became lively after the sea woman Douluo's remark, "Isn't this Gao Chao not here?" which brought the sea god out. The excitement that followed was unprecedented. Weren't you buried in work last night? How did you know? Haizhenzu asked in surprise. Jinju told me. I was indeed focused on my work. But Jinju's work is the exact opposite of mine. Shen Cangqiong started to smile proudly, but was kicked by the blushing Jinju next to him. All right, let us stop talking about this. Let us get down to business. According to Sea Woman Douluo and Xiao Bai, we'll be entering the activity range of the evil demon tiger whale in about an hour. Seeing Jinju's shyness, Haizhenzu shot a fierce glare at Shen Cangqiong and steered the conversation back to serious matters. Is it that soon? Shen Cangqiong was a bit surprised. Hanhai City isn't that far from Sea God Island. Previously, there were some dangerous areas that needed to be circumvented, which made it seem farther. Now that you're here, the fleet didn't choose to take a detour and went straight through various dangerous areas, Xiao Bai explained. Oh, I see. After listening to Xiao Bai's explanation, Shen Cangqiong nodded, then asked in confusion, Isn't Sea God Island supposed to control the entire ocean? Are there still places in the ocean that even Sea God Island considers dangerous? There are too many such places. Those soul beasts that have already gained intelligence for 100,000 years surely won't harm people from the original Sea God Island. But those without intelligence might not be so considerate, Xiao Bai explained again. In fact, there were some things Xiao Bai didn't know. The true situation is that the Sea God controls the entire ocean, not the original Sea God Island. Apart from the deep sea demon whale clan, all other sea soul beasts and sea soul masters only obey the Sea God's commands, but they might not take the people from the original Sea God Island seriously. After all, in the hearts of those sea soul beasts and sea soul masters, they are just as much the Sea God's subordinates as those on Sea God Island. Otherwise, the incident of the evil demon tiger whale clan attacking the demon soul great white shark clan wouldn't have occurred. After Xiao Bai finished speaking, the sea woman Douluo hesitated for a moment before adding, There's this kind of saying. Is that so? In the past, Shen Cangqiong always found it strange where the evil demon tiger whale king got the courage to provoke the island's guardian divine beast. Hearing the sea woman Douluo say this now, he finally understood the reason. It made sense when he thought about it. For the sea god, as long as the people of Sea God Island and other sea soul beasts and sea soul masters are loyal to him, they are all his subordinates. Unless he has special feelings for a particular subordinate, he wouldn't care about the conflicts between these subordinates. At most, whoever wins can become the high priest or the holy pillar of the sea god. It's just a matter of a word from him, the sea god. After hearing you say that, I feel more like a fool. No, a silly fish. Unlike Shen Cangqiong, who was deep in thought, Xiao Bai's hatred for the sea god deepened after hearing the sea woman Douluo's addition. Don't be angry. You'll have a chance to teach that sea god a lesson in the future. Here, have a youtiao. Shen Cangqiong, coming back to his senses, spoke as the waiter brought over the breakfast. He immediately picked up a youtiao and handed it to the gloomy-looking Xiao Bai. This is for you. The next moment, noticing several gazes directed at him, Shen Cangqiong's smile froze, and he hurriedly handed youtiao to the other women as well. That's better. You can't favor Xiao Bai just because she completely matches your preferences. Remember, only by treating everyone equally can harmony be ensured, Haizhenzu warned as she finally accepted the youtiao. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong didn't think much of it, and neither did Tang Yuehua and Zhenju, who had already played games with him. However, Xiao Bai and the others exchanged uneasy glances, especially Xiao Wu's mother, who, looking at the youtiao handed over by Shen Cangqiong, suddenly thought of Xiao Wu. In an instant, the once lively private room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Soon, over half an hour passed quietly while everyone in the room ate their breakfast. Calculating the time, we should be nearing the territory of the evil demon Orcus. Xiao Bai, have you people get ready. After everyone finished their breakfast, Shen Cangqiong was the first to break the silence in the private room. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai clenched her fists and quickly walked towards her people with Bai Xiao. What about you guys? Are you planning to go take a look together or head back to your rooms to rest? Shen Cangqiong turned to look at Zhenzu and Haizhenzu. Is there even a question? Of course, we're going together to take a look, Zhenzu said, and Haizhenzu nodded in agreement. And you two? Shen Cangqiong looked towards Sea Girl Douluo and Ro Qingxuan. Just in case, I'll stay behind to protect Tang Yuehua. Sea Girl Douluo said. She knew that Ro Qingxuan and Tang Yuehua had some conflicts, so she chose to protect Tang Yuehua, effectively killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Then I'll protect Zhenzu and Haizhenzu. Ro Qingxuan gave Sea Girl Douluo a deep look and then took it upon herself to protect Zhenzu and Haizhenzu. All right, it's settled then. Although Shen Cangqiong was confident he could ensure that the evil demon Orcus wouldn't even have a chance to strike, there was no need to undermine the goodwill of Sea Girl Douluo and Ro Qingxuan. Chapter 221, Xiao Bai's idea at this time. Shen Cangqiong and his group had already arrived at the front deck of the command ship. Shen Cangqiong, can I start a live stream? However, just as Shen Cangqiong was about to take action, Haizhenzu suddenly asked. Go ahead. Shen Cangqiong knew that live streaming was a new feature released at midnight last night, compared to the newly published video. Then I'll start it. Saying this, Haizhenzu pressed a few buttons. The next second, another light screen appeared in the sky. Variant 1, Douluo World. Shui wearer from the Water Academy. Haha. I really didn't expect that Brother Cangqiong would also start a live stream. I can't let this go. I need to support Brother Cangqiong a bit. Live stream space message. Shui Wecker supports Black Pearl with 520 points in comparison video. Live stream space message. Shui Wecker supports Black Pearl with 1314 points in comparison video. Live stream space message. Shui Wecker supports Black Pearl with 9,999 points in comparison video. Variant 1 of Douluo World. Shui wearer from Tian Shui Academy. What's going on? Wasn't I supporting Brother Cangqiong? How did it turn into Black Pearl? Also, why does the name Black Pearl sound so familiar? Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Black Pearl. I am Shen Cangqiong, the person brought out from the City of Slaughter. So, when you assist me, you are assisting Shen Cangqiong. Variant 1 Douluo World. Shui wearer from Shuihua Academy. So is you. I thought the name Black Pearl sounded so familiar. It's good. Since we're on the same side, then there's no wasted comparison video points. The title Blind Monk in the Douluo Continent Variant 1 refers to a talented person like Shui wearer. I really don't know whether to describe you as adorably silly or just silly. In this live stream room, didn't you really see the big words Black Pearl Live Room? Variant 1 Douluo World, Shui wearer from Shrek Academy. In my eyes, there is only Brother Cangqiong. I have no time to look at other things. 1 Variant Douluo World, Blaze Academy Fire Dance. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Xiao Wu from the Shrek Academy. Speaking of which, Sister Black Pearl. What are Brother Tang Cangqiong and you planning to do? Variant 1 Douluo World Blue Tyrant Inner Court Black Pearl. Help the Soul Master Great White Shark King Xiao Bai deal with the evil demon Orca clan. Variant 1 in the Douluo World. The evil demon Orca King of 100,000 years. What? The news from the Black Pearl scared the evil demon Orca King, who had been secretly spying so much that it felt like its soul was about to flee. Without caring for its fellow clan members, it turned to escape. 7th Soul Skill, True Dragon Form. Unfortunately, before the evil demon Orca King could run far, the chilling voice of Shen Cangqiong reached its ears. Then, with terrified eyes, the evil demon Orca King watched as an enormous claw, moving at a speed it couldn't react to, scooped it up from the sea like an ordinary seafood. Spare my life. Lying in Shen Cangqiong's claw, looking at the massive body of over 10,000 meters that Shen Cangqiong's martial spirit had transformed into, the evil demon Orca King trembled and begged for mercy, having no thought of resistance whatsoever. There was no way. Its small frame of around 30 meters was merely a cute little thing in front of the current Shen Cangqiong. I leave it to you. Shen Cangqiong ignored the evil demon Orca King's pleas for mercy, tightened his grip slightly, rendering the evil demon Orca King completely unable to move, and then tossed it toward Xiao Bai. True Dragon Domain. In the next moment, Shen Cangqiong let out a loud roar, and invisible forces covered the sea below. Soon, a number of evil demon orcas floated to the surface, belly up, with eyes full of despair. I leave these ordinary evil demon orcas to you. Sensing that all the evil demon orcas had surfaced, with not a single one escaping, Shen Cangqiong finally spoke to the eager ordinary soul demon great white sharks. Roar! Hearing Shen Cangqiong's words, the ordinary soul demon great white sharks excitedly roared and rushed towards the ordinary evil demon orcas, who had lost all ability to resist. Variant 1 of Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Water Academy. Am I the only one who noticed that the scene between Brother Tang Cangqiong and the evil demon Orca King just now had a certain contrast cuteness to it? It's just a bit regrettable. The evil demon Orca King doesn't have those pitiful starry eyes. Otherwise, it would definitely have doubled the contrast cuteness. Variant 1 Douluo World Blaze Academy Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. I'm really impressed by your amazing thought process. Variant 1 Douluo World Plant Academy Yao Zi. As expected of a martial soul with innate soul power reaching level 50. It's truly different from our ordinary martial souls. Not to mention anything else, just the size of this martial soul's true form could probably blow away an opponent in one breath. Variant 1. In the Douluo World, Poseidon of the Sea God, even with a god-level martial soul's true body, stands no chance against Shen Cangqiong's true martial soul. Variant 2. This is only the effect brought by a 100,000-year soul ring. I wonder in the future, when young Master Shen's soul ring reaches 999 million years, how powerful will he be then? Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. I don't know how powerful Shen Cangqiong will become with the spirit avatar of a soul ring at the level of 999 years. But I know that if the size of Shen Cangqiong's spirit avatar increases with the age of the soul ring, then at that time, Shen Cangqiong might really be able to cover the sky with one hand in his spirit avatar state. Variant 1. Nameless in the Douluo World. When that day truly comes, it will have nothing to do with us nameless little people who don't even have a title. Variant 2. Original Douluo World. 10,000-year demon soul great white shark Xiao Bai. Seeing the tragic fate of the evil demon Orca King and the evil demon Orca clan in another world. I feel relieved. I just don't know when I will have enough power to eliminate the evil demon Orca King and the evil demon Orca clan in our world. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Blue Tyrant Inner Court. Little White. Young Master Shun will eventually come to your second world. As long as you go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in advance and wait. There is no need to worry about not having a chance to ask young Master Shun for help. At this moment, the evil spirit Orca King had already rolled its eyes due to Little White's various methods. To avoid causing the evil spirit Orca King to die, she stopped her actions and happened to see her counterpart from another world expressing her feelings. Empathizing with her, she immediately offered a suggestion that she thought was very reliable. Chapter 222. Confrontation in Haotian Sect. Moonflower, you can come and collect the soul ring now. On the other side, Shen Cangqiong did not pay attention to Little White, who was chatting with her counterpart from the second world. Seeing that the evil spirit Orca King was on the verge of collapse and barely holding on, he immediately called out to Tang Yuehua. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded with a slightly rapid breath, then took out a dagger from her storage soul guide. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward to finish off the evil spirit Orca King, who was already breathing more in than out. Are you ready? If you're ready, let us begin. Don't worry, there's no need to feel any burden. With me here, I won't let you be in danger. As the evil spirit Orca King completely fell, a crimson 100,000-year soul ring slowly materialized. Shen Cangqiong released the state of his martial soul true body and approached Tang Yuehua, saying, "Let us start. I'm ready." Hearing the faint concern in Shen Cangqiong's tone, Tang Yuehua felt touched, but she didn't say much. Taking a deep breath, she tried to suppress the various thoughts swirling in her mind and nodded, saying, "Then let us begin." After speaking, Shen Cangqiong placed one hand on Tang Yuehua's shoulder as she sat cross-legged, beginning to assist her in refining the soul ring of the evil spirit Orca King. Variant 1 Douluo World Unknown. What's going on? Isn't Shen Cangqiong at odds with the people of Haoyan sect? Why is he now helping Tang Yuehua, a member of the Tang family, absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? Variant 2 Original Douluo World Unknown. It's simple. Heroes often have trouble with beautiful women. Don't be fooled by Tang Xuanju's age. She's beautiful, especially the noble aura she exudes, which adds a lot of points. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Anonymous. That's right. In terms of noble temperament, the only ones who can compare to Tang Xianju are probably Qian Renshua, Guyu, as well as the Pope and Posey. These four high-ranking and peerless beauties. Moreover, there's one more crucial point. The Haoyan Tang family is the Haoyan Tang family, and Tang Xianju is Tang Xianju. Who says that marrying Tang Xianju means one cannot continue to challenge the Haoyan Tang family? Variant 1 World Haoyan Sect Master Tang Xiao. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the family, Yang Wudi. Yo, our Grand Master Tang has come out. Aren't you going to share your thoughts? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Hotian Sect Master Tang Xiao. My sister left the Hotian sect many years ago. She has her own choices. I will not interfere with her decisions. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, the leader of the Yu family, Niu Gao. I see that it's not that you won't interfere with her decision, but that you dare not. After all, once you anger young Master Shen, you people from the Haoyan sect might just be sent back to the Haoyan sect with a slap from young Master Shen's martial soul avatar. The second elder of the Haoyan sect in the Douluo World of Variant 1. Impudent. Furious, the second elder was openly mocked by a former subordinate once again. The leader of the Yu family in the Douluo World, Niu Gao. You say we are reckless? That's really funny. Do you still think it's the past? I, Niu Gao, am a title Douluo of the defense system at level 95. Second elder. Do you want to find a place to have a one-on-one match and see who is really being reckless? Since the emergence of comparison video points, Niu Gao has long converted about 95% of the family's assets into comparison video points. Now, he is not afraid to battle these elders from the Haoyan sect at all. The leader of the Paji family in the Douluo World, Yang Wudi, if necessary. I can also train with you from the Haoyan sect. I am Yang Wudi, a 95th level powerful attack system title Douluo. The Paji family is wealthier than the Yuji family, but most of the Paji family's assets are various herbs. Therefore, Yang Wudi only converted about 20 of the family assets into comparison video points. Otherwise, his soul power level could be even higher. The second elder of the Haoyan sect in the Douluo World of Variant 1. Seeing that Niu Gao and Yang Wudi have already reached level 95 as title Douluo, the second elder could only utter the words "you two" in a daze before falling into silence. Although he was not particularly clever, he was not foolish either. He understood that the reason Niu Gao and Yang Wudi could reach level 95 so quickly was certainly due to the acquisition of comparison video points. In that moment, the second elder felt it was extremely unfair. Why could their former subordinate forces live so comfortably outside, while their high-ranking family had to hide in such desolate places, without even having the money to purchase comparison video points? Zhongzhu, can you send us some more gold soul coins each year? Times have changed. In the past, 3 million gold soul coins a year barely allowed the Haoyan sect to survive. Now, besides surviving, the Haoyan sect must also acquire comparison video points. Otherwise, it won't be long before the Haoyan sect is completely eliminated. Thinking of this, the second elder no longer cared to continue chatting with Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, and once again set his sights on Tang Yuehua. Of course, this was not because he was bold enough to offend Shen Cangqiong, but because just a few days ago, Tang Yuehua had sent over 3 million gold soul coins, leading the second elder to have the illusion that Shen Cangqiong did not care about these matters at all. 3 million gold soul coins a year is not enough? How many people do we have in the Haotian sect? If it weren't for you clinging to the glory of the past, still enjoying life in such a place, we could save at least 290,000 gold soul coins each year. Hearing that the second elder still wanted Tang Yuehua to send back more gold soul coins each year, Tang Xiao withdrew his gaze from the Black Pearl Eye broadcast room and said lightly, "What are you talking about? Regardless of whether we are only focused on enjoyment. Isn't it your main lineage, Tang Hao, that caused the Haotian sect to fall to this state?" To be honest, not only should Tang Yuehua bring back 3 million gold soul coins a year, but even if she brought back 30 million gold soul coins a year, it would be justified. This is what your main lineage owes us branch lineages. With the hope of rescuing Tang Chun now shattered, and having lost all expectations and fears, the second elder completely disregarded any face for Tang Xiao. You know that you are just a branch lineage. How dare you act against your superiors? Tang Xiao slammed the table, looking at the second elder with cold eyes. In the conference hall of the Haotian sect, there was a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was about to break, indicating an impending internal conflict. Chapter 223, Tang Yuehua's Soul Skills. On the other side, while Tang Xiao and the 5 elders were in a standoff, refusing to yield, Tang Yuehua had just absorbed her first soul ring. Has it been absorbed so quickly? This speed is much faster than absorbing a 10-year soul ring. Could there be any problems? Heizi frowned. As a soul master herself, she knew very well that the higher the age of the soul ring, the slower the absorption speed. Don't worry, there won't be any issues. The various troubles arising from absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring are merely child's play to me. In fact, once you cultivate the original true resolution to the entry level, you can easily achieve this just by studying the structure of soul rings and soul bones a bit. In response to Heizi's doubt, Shen Cangqiong explained calmly, "I'm at level 20 now." At this moment, Tang Yuehua opened her eyes and found that her soul power level had indeed reached level 20. Just as Shen Cangqiong had said before Yuexian. She looked at Shen Cangqiong with delight. That's normal, without counting the immortal herbs. Just the soul ring of the evil demon tiger whale king is enough to raise your soul power level to 20. Shen Cangqiong said with a face of certainty. Thank you. Without you, even with the comparative videos, I might never become a true soul master. Those close to you know your situation. Given Tang Yuehua's status in the Haotian sect, she wouldn't even get the trashy cultivation resources that ordinary disciples of the Haotian sect would not want, let alone various rare treasures. Although she wasn't short on money and could buy ordinary cultivation resources outside, it would be limited to that. If she wanted to buy those incredibly precious resources that could change her martial soul and allow her to continue cultivating, it's uncertain if anyone would be willing to sell them. And even if someone was willing, she might not be able to compete with those superpowers. Moreover, it's more likely that when she finally managed to obtain those incredibly precious resources, the first ones to cause her trouble wouldn't be other outside forces, but rather her own people from the Haotian sect. You've already told me this many times. Actually, I prefer to hear your nonsense when you're with me, rather than just thanking me. Hearing Tang Yuehua say thank you again, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but retort, and then suddenly had a flash of inspiration, grinning mischievously as he leaned down and whispered in Tang Yuehua's ear. I. Tang Yuehua never expected Shen Cangqiong to say such a thing. Even someone as experienced as her was momentarily stunned and speechless. Yuehua, what are the 2 soul skills of your first soul ring? Seeing Tang Yuehua's reaction, Heizi, who knew that Shen Cangqiong was essentially a big tease, quickly guessed that Shen Cangqiong must have said something inappropriate to Tang Yuehua and hurriedly spoke up to help her out. My first soul skill of the first soul ring is called Whale Fall Gives Life to All. It can ignore the opponent's soul power level, absorb all types of energy from the opponent, and use the absorbed energy to replenish oneself. The second soul skill is called Azure Waves and Raging Waves. This is an attack-type soul skill, and the power of the soul skill depends on the soul master's soul power level. Tang Yuehua gratefully glanced at Heizi, who had helped her out, then shyly pushed Shen Cangqiong away and said, Variant 1, nameless in Douluo World, hiss, truly worthy of a 100,000-year soul ring. The effect of the soul skill is simply amazing. Variant 2, nameless in original Douluo World. You're right. I feel that Tang Xianju can completely rely on the soul skill Whalefall. All things born to directly enter the ranks of top-tier support-type soul masters. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. I really envy Tang Xian. Variant 1, unknown in Douluo World. Hehe. Instead of envying Tang Xianju here, Why not find a way to follow young Master Shen? Haven't you all noticed? Everyone who follows young Master Shen, without exception, has gained tremendous benefits. This is completely different from Tang San, who is selfish and only cares about himself. Variant 2, unknown in original Douluo World. Let's not talk about that guy Tang San. Just hearing his name makes me feel unlucky. But then again, what you said about other things is quite reasonable. It's a pity I'm not in Variant 1's world. Otherwise, I would definitely go to Lamba Academy right away and ask young Master Shen to allow me to become his follower. Variant 1 the Douluo World. By Cangqiong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Court. Your thoughts are all good, but a bit naive. Let me put it this way. Unless you are a ranked member of the Rouge list, most of you can at most become ordinary disciples of the Blue Tyrant Inner Court. Variant 1, Douluo World Anonymous. It's good to be an ordinary disciple of the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy. At least, by becoming an ordinary disciple of the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy, one can receive a portion of the original true understanding. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. The Nameless. Another person who only knows how to talk big. The Blue Tyrant Inner Academy has been open for so long. Those who truly want to join have already applied to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Just like me. When I found out that the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy was recruiting, I applied immediately. Now I have already completed 1 trial task. As long as I complete 2 more trial tasks, I can become a registered disciple of the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy. Variant 1 of the Douluo World Unknown. Do you only have 3 trial tasks? It seems that you should have graduated from the Blue Tyrant Academy. Or perhaps you're still studying there. I also applied to join the Inner Court of Blue Tyrant. Unfortunately, I am neither a graduate of the Blue Tyrant Academy nor a current student there. So, I can only truly become a registered disciple of the Inner Court after I complete 9 trial tasks. Variant 1 of the Douluo World. Nameless. Is there such a saying? No wonder the Blue Tyrant Academy has been expanding recently. I was wondering where so many students came from for the Blue Tyrant Academy. Meanwhile, in the bullet chat area of the Black Pearl Live broadcast room, discussions about the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy were heating up, while Shen Cangqiong and his group had also returned to the Purple Pearl Fleet, quickly heading towards the next territory of sea spirit beasts that had reached the 10,000-year mark, closest to the territory of the evil demon Orcus. Soon, under the guidance of the Purple Pearl Fleet, which was extremely familiar with this sea area, the entire fleet arrived at the territory of the 10,000-year sea spirit beast, known as the evil Swordfish King, in about an hour. Chapter 224, Shen Cangqiong and Guyu Na. 3 days later, in the afternoon, at the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy. Mama, just as Shen Cangqiong and his group had just gotten off the carriage, a pink figure shot into Ro Qingxuang's arms like a sharp sword, accompanied by a choked sob. Little Wu, don't cry. Mama is back. Ro Qingxuang finally saw her beloved daughter, gently stroking little Wu's small head with her jade-like hand, her eyes also glistening with tears. For a moment, the scene was quite touching. In the sky, the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na came to find you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Erlong watched the emotional reunion between Xiao Wu and her mother, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she approached Shen Cangqiong's side and said softly, with a hint of tears in her voice, "Oh, where is she now?" Shen Cangqiong was somewhat surprised. "I have arranged for them all to stay in your courtyard," Lu Erlong replied. "Them?" Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. In addition to Guyu Na, there are 3 other women. They introduced themselves as Bai Ji, Zi Ji, and Gu Qiuer, Lu Erlong explained. Gu Qiuer? Who is that? Never mind. I'll go see for myself. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong walked straight toward his courtyard and soon arrived at the door. Guomin, the door is not locked. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to knock, a pleasant yet slightly cool voice echoed from inside the room. Without hesitation, Shen Cangqiong pushed the door open and walked in. In an instant, 4 stunning faces appeared before Shen Cangqiong, each exuding a different charm. One was aloof, another gentle, one enchanting, and the last cute. You 3 can leave first. I have something to discuss with young Master Shen privately. After observing Shen Cangqiong for a few seconds, Gu Yuna smiled slightly, waved her jade hand, and sent Bai Ji and the other 2 out of the room. As he watched the 3 women leave. Shen Cangqiong turned back, about to say something, but was taken aback by Gu Yuna's completely transformed appearance, instinctively taking a step back, his mind filled with questions. Are you serious about taking that step back? Does my body look frightening? Gu Yuna, whose face was still slightly unnatural due to her transformation, raised her brows at Shen Cangqiong's very insulting reaction. No. Seeing Gu Yuna's now darkened expression, Shen Cangqiong broke out in a sweat and quickly shook his head in denial. Then why did you step back? Gu Yuna pressed on relentlessly. She considered herself nearly perfect in every way, and this time she was genuinely struck by Shen Cangqiong's reaction. In her view, given her current state, even if Shen Cangqiong did not leap at her, he should at least be eyeing her with interest. Instead, I just didn't react in time. This wasn't Shen Cangqiong making excuses. Previously, he had always taken the initiative to handle matters with Lu Erlong and Shui Wei, but suddenly encountering Gu Yuna, who was completely out of the ordinary and intended to take matters into her own hands, made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. Then tell me, how do I measure up in every aspect? Perhaps seeing that Shen Cangqiong's earlier step back was truly unintentional, Gu Yuna's expression softened slightly. But she still showcased her impressive figure and asked, is there even a need to say? Being number one on the Rouge list has already given the correct answer. Since Gu Yuna didn't mind being looked at, Shen Cangqiong naturally wouldn't pretend to be a gentleman either. He boldly looked for a while and provided a very honest answer. Then let's stop wasting time and get to it. Having received a satisfactory answer, the displeasure on Gu Yuna's delicate face finally disappeared. She then opened her arms and returned to her aloof demeanor. As a soul beast, she had no human-like habits of being coy. She always approached things directly. Isn't this inappropriate? After all, this is our first meeting. Shen Cangqiong felt somewhat speechless. He did like beautiful women, that was true. However, Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King, now gave him the impression that she wanted to pursue him, rather than the other way around. Moreover, Shen Cangqiong preferred to engage in such matters only after establishing some emotional foundation, rather than jumping straight into it like a horse on the first meeting. What's wrong with that? Since the ultimate goal is to do that, and you're interested, I don't see why we should care about whether it's our first meeting. Although Gu Yuna was a divine beast, transcending the mundane, she ultimately was not human and could not understand human thoughts. After all, in the Soul Beast clan, as long as both parties were attracted to each other, they would go home together without any pretense. So, am I really going to do it? Since Gu Yuna had already brought the conversation to this point, if Shen Cangqiong still hesitated, it would seem somewhat hypocritical. Come on. Gu Yuna nodded expressionlessly, as if she didn't see this relationship as anything significant. Yet, unfortunately, the slight blush on her face betrayed her true feelings at the moment. Shen Cangqiong also noticed the blush on Gu Yuna's face, but seeing her still so resolute, without any intention of changing her mind, he hesitated briefly before stepping forward to embrace Gu Yuna. Finally, amid some rustling sounds, he placed Gu Yuna's delicate form onto his shoulder, beginning a delightful game. For a while, the sounds coming from the room were exceptionally pleasant, while outside, Bai Ji, Ziji, and Gu Qiu'er felt somewhat uncomfortable but showed no signs of surprise on their faces, clearly having been informed about this matter by Gu Yuna on their way to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Sai, Bi, Ziyi, what do you think the master is doing this for? There are many ways to cooperate. Why must it be this way? After more than an hour passed, Gu Qiu'er, trying to shake off the unusual feelings caused by Gu Yuna's beautiful singing, finally stopped her restless pacing and spoke with difficulty. Perhaps the master thinks that having a child together with Shen Cangqiong is the safest form of cooperation. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji turned her attention back from looking into the room, thought for a moment, and provided what she believed to be the most plausible answer. Meanwhile, Ziji playfully lifted Gu Qiu'er's delicate chin, letting out a soft breath, and then smiling seductively. Don't worry, the three of us can't escape. Chapter 225, A Conversation with Gu Yuna Pa. The master said everything is voluntary. If someone is going to do it, it should be you. I want to accompany you. Gu Qiu'er, directly affected by Ziji's remark, blushed with anger, swatted Ziji's hand away, covered her face, and ran into the courtyard. Unwilling to discuss such matters with the shameless Ziji, and even less inclined to hear the beautiful singing coming from the room. This girl is still too young. Seeing this, Ziji shook her head. All right, let the divine beast decide for itself. I think with the master and the two of us, it should be enough to demonstrate the sincerity of our Soul Beast clan. If that is not enough, we could also add that blue-silver emperor over there. At the end of her words, Bai Ji pointed to Ayin, who was basking in the sun in the courtyard, placed there by Bai Qinxiang. Right? How did I not think of that? I remember that in the comparison videos, they said Shen Cangqiong loves married women the most, and this blue-silver emperor perfectly fits that criterion. Moreover, the best part is that this married woman is the wife of Shen Cangqiong's enemy, which adds even more points. From previous comparison videos, Ziji had also seen how Shen Cangqiong treated Tang Hao, and now, thanks to Bai Ji's reminder, the spark in her eyes grew brighter. Watching Ziji seemingly awaken some bizarre attribute, Bai Ji opened her mouth but didn't know how to respond. To be fair, when she suggested adding the blue-silver emperor, she had no other chaotic thoughts. She was purely worried that Shen Cangqiong wouldn't see their Soul Beast clan sincerity as enough. Wait, those two soft-bone rabbits seem pretty good too. Not only do they have the married woman attribute, but they also have other more attractive attribute bonuses. Yes, it's settled then. B. You and Xiao Wu continued guard here while I go find those two soft-bone rabbits. ZG didn't notice the strange expression on Bai Ji's face and continued to talk to herself for a while. Suddenly, she became excited, greeted Bai Ji, and without waiting for Bai Ji to respond, she ran off in the direction where Xiao Wu and Ro Qing Shuang were sensed. Wait, you! Beside her, BG first listened silently to ZG's ramblings, and when she saw ZG talking as if the wind was rain, she hurriedly wanted to speak up to stop her. Unfortunately, ZG had already run out of the courtyard and didn't hear her at all. Sigh, that guy's ZG. Forget it. After all, they are just two soft-bone rabbits. Even a master and I, along with fierce beasts like ZG, have paid such a high price for the future of the Soul Beast clan. Can those two little rabbits really refuse? They can't just turn into humans and really consider themselves one of the humans, can they? Seeing that ZG had disappeared without a trace, BG sighed and stopped worrying. Meanwhile, in Shen Cangqiong's room. Now you can tell me the reason why you did this, right? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong, who had just finished a game, asked while panting slightly. Naturally, it's for the future of our Soul Beast clan. Guyuna tightly embraced Shen Cangqiong, and after a while, her tense body relaxed before she finally let go of Shen Cangqiong and said weakly, "Is it the only reason? If that's all there is to it, I feel like you've suffered a big loss." For Shen Cangqiong, the issue between the Soul Beast clan and humans would eventually be resolved by him, and there was no need for Guyuna to pay such a high price in exchange. I want to know how you plan to treat our Soul Beast clan in the future. Guyuna did not respond to whether it was a loss or not, but instead asked about the future of the Soul Beast clan. If it were in the past, once I control the Divine Realm, I would use the authority of the Divine Realm to change the current state where Soul Beasts on Douluo continent can produce soul rings and soul bones. At the same time, I would also promote a different cultivation system from other worlds to both Soul Masters and Soul Beasts on Douluo continent. Of course, I'm not unreasonable. If Soul Masters and Soul Beasts still insist on practicing the original system, I won't oppose it. However, the issue of the long training time for Soul Beasts and the problem of soul rings for Soul Masters means I can only allow Soul Masters to rely on themselves to condense soul rings. I can't do anything about the rest. Shen Cangqiong directly stated his original thoughts. So what about now? Regardless, I have already given everything to Shen Cangqiong. Even if Guyuna is fierce, she still cares about her first time. She wants to know what kind of position she holds in Shen Cangqiong's heart. Now, the Soul Beast clan will naturally still be steered by you. As long as it ensures equality with the human clan, you can do whatever you want. I will support you, Shen Cangqiong said seriously. After locking eyes with Shen Cangqiong for a few seconds and seeing the sincerity in his gaze, Guyuna looked away, feeling slightly relieved. By the way, I want to personally kill the Shura God. Can you help me catch him in the future? At this moment, Guyuna thought of her enemy, the Shura God, and asked tentatively. Of course, that's possible, even if Guyuna didn't say it. Shen Cangqiong wouldn't let the Shura God go. It can even be said that Shen Cangqiong could let any god in the divine realm go. But he would absolutely not spare the Shura God and the Sea God. There's no other reason. It's because in the original work, they passed their divine positions to Tang San and violated the rules by helping Tang San more than once. Just thinking about these two scum made Shen Cangqiong's anger rise uncontrollably. Then it settled. After receiving Shen Cangqiong's promise again, Guyuna revealed a charming smile that could mesmerize beings. But seriously, I really didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Aren't you worried about it being dirty? After finishing all the things she cared about, with the big stone in her heart lifted, feeling the coolness from her jailer, Guyuna's smile froze, and a hint of disgust appeared in her eyes as she said with a look of wanting to throw up, "What's dirty about that? My favorite is the jailer." In response, Shen Cangqiong was indifferent. After all, Lu Erlong, Shui Yuer, and Tang Yuhua had all said similar things before. Everything that is jade will only harm you, Guyuna said bluntly. Haha, then let me see how this jade harms me. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong grabbed Guyuna's jailer and started a new round of games. Synopsis, Variant Douluo World Number 1, Xiao Wu, Third Brother. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This is the last time I call you Third Brother. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. Original Douluo World Number 2, Xiao Wu, Tang San, you really disappoint me. Shen Cangqiong, what do you want to do?